The blizzard has sealed the mountains, and oppressive taxes cut like a blade. In the cold wilderness, life hangs by a thread. A turning point lies hidden within a broken monument. Summon the mundane beasts, awaken the spirit of the demons, thus begins the quest to defy fate. The spiritual hound patrols the mountains, ensuring the safety of the homestead. The demon hen lays eggs, solidifying the foundation of the granary. The crow transforms into a sword, striking down enemies from 1,000 miles away. The enlightenment of the demonic beasts is not merely an individual gain, but the foundation of a clan, gathering the strength of the humble, clearing land and cultivating, nurturing demons and veins. Generations of clansmen unite in purpose, harnessing the power of the demons. Amidst the arduous journey toward immortality, they carve out a broad avenue. From humble origins, the hunters ultimately emerge as a formidable lineage of beast-tamers. Through the passage of countless years, calamity approaches. The essence of the celestial clan reveals itself, a myriad of demons arrayed in formation. 9,000 fireflies ignite the heavens and rend the earth, while 800 sword crows obscure the sun, transforming demons into clans, transcending the mundane to achieve immortality. Chapter 1. The Monument of 10,000 Beasts. Mang Village, Pingon County, State of Jean. In early February, shortly after the new year, an unexpected heavy snowfall blankets the land for 3 days, entombing all vitality. Mang Village lies at the foot of the Mang Mountains, where the inhabitants primarily rely on the mountains for sustenance apart from few landlords and tenants. Nearly half the villagers make their living through hunting. As the daylight wanes, the desolate forest reveals nothing but a thick layer of snow, devoid of any signs of life. However, the silence does not last long. A gray-furred rabbit emerges from the snow, its beady eyes darting cautiously in every direction. Once assured of safety, it slowly ventures out in search of food. Suddenly, a dark figure leaps from the nearby snowdrift, revealing itself to be a slender black dog, which dashes after the gray rabbit. Clearly, it has been waiting for this moment. The gray rabbit senses the danger and flees in a frantic escape, leading the dog on a relentless chase through the snow. Although the gray rabbit cannot match the speed of the black dog, its agility allows it to make sharp turns, occasionally evading its pursuer. The black dog, appearing gaunt and with a dull, sparse coat, seems to have gone without food for quite some time, and thus struggles to keep up. Yet, the black dog remains patient, steadily applying pressure from behind, as if it has a plan. Moments later, the gray rabbit is driven to a slightly higher drift of snow. With a sudden puff, a hand emerges from the snow, grasping the gray rabbit firmly. Despite its desperate struggles, escape is futile. The figure in the snow reveals itself to be a dark-skinned man in his 20s. Looking at the rabbit in his grasp, he feels no joy as one might expect. After guarding all day, I only catch this scrawny rabbit, at least its pelt is intact, so it might fetch a decent price. After muttering to himself, the man deftly retrieves a length of hemp rope from his pocket, binds the rabbit securely, and hangs it at his waist. "Shao, hey, good dog. Let's go home." Upon hearing the summons, the excited black dog shakes its head and follows its master down the mountain. The man is named Zhao Fengyan, a local hunter from Mang Village, who relies on hunting for his livelihood. That rabbit is the entirety of his day's catch, and in this harsh winter, his hunting dog is his primary asset. Were it not for his hunting dog discovering the rabbit burrow, he would have found no quarry at all. This year, the hunters of Mang Village face particularly hard times, as the government has imposed sudden new taxes after the new year. Hunters are now burdened with an additional winter hunting tax of 10 taels of silver, to be paid within a month. However, the hunters struggle to make ends meet, with little spare money, and the unexpected heavy snowfall has made game scarce, rendering the 10 taels even harder to gather. With over 10 days remaining until the deadline for the winter hunting tax, today's rabbit, including its pelt and meat, is worth at most 400 when it seems nearly impossible to gather 10 taels, leaving Zhao Fengyan in a state of deep anxiety. Moreover, Zhao Fengyan is not alone. He has a family, with a 5-year-old son and a wife who is 9 months pregnant. The weight of these pressures is etched deeply upon his face. Alas, I never imagined that after so many years of crossing over, I would achieve so little. What a disgrace to all time travelers. As he descends the mountain, Zhao Fengyan gazes at the pristine white snow, feeling a wave of melancholy. He is not of this world, but rather a time traveler from a decade ago. He had hoped that his status as a time traveler would allow him to thrive in this realm, but he truly underestimated the challenges of this ancient world. As a hunter, He initially struggled for basic sustenance. Had it not been for his deceased father's teachings on hunting over the past 8 years, he would not have survived to this day. In an era where many succumb to starvation and the cold, the fact that he has managed to start a family is a testament to his abilities. The man and his dog swiftly reached the foot of the mountain. At the mountain's base lies the sparsely populated Mang village, where several households have already begun to emit wisps of smoke from their chimneys, and Zhao Fengyan make his way toward his home. Soon, he arrives at a small thatched courtyard. The courtyard comprises 3 thatched cottages, with a separate kitchen on the left and a toilet in the right corner, along with a low chicken coop. Upon entering, Zhao Fengyan is taken aback. Typically, at this hour his wife, Huang Wanyun, would have already begun to prepare the evening meal, yet today the kitchen is eerily silent. Huang Wanyun is a refugee who fled here during a famine. Zhao Fengyan rescued her, and over time, they fell in love and became husband and wife, a blessing from the heavens. She is a woman of striking beauty and integrity, enduring the hardships of their impoverished life without complaint. It is unfathomable that she would not be cooking at this time. Just as Zhao Fengyan's confusion grows, a sudden cry of pain and a child's wail emanate from the east room. "Mother, what is wrong, mother?" This is the voice of Zhao Fengyan's son, Zhao Jingze. Upon hearing his cries, Zhao Fengyan immediately senses that something is amiss and rushes into the room. Upon entering, he sees his wife, with her waters broken, lying on the bed in anguish, clearly near the time of delivery. Huang Wanyun is 9.5 months pregnant, so the onset of labor is not surprising. Zhao Fengyan, having experienced such moments before, quickly regains his composure. "Wanyun, hold on, I will fetch the midwife." Jingze, hurry to the kitchen and heat some water. "Yes, father, I will do it right away." The appearance of Zhao Fengyan alleviated some of Huang Wanyun's tension. Her pain rendered her speechless, yet she conveyed a clear glance to Zhao Fengyan. Their son, Zhao Jingze, ceased his cries and hurried into the kitchen to busy himself. Zhao Fengyan refrained from idle chatter, patting the head of the little black dog and instructing it to guard the house well before rushing outside. Within the span of a single incense stick's burning, a midwife in her 50s was summoned by Zhao Fengyan. Due to the treacherous, snow-covered path, Zhao Fengyan carried her on his back. Upon their arrival, the little black dog erupted into a frenzied barking. "Woof, woof, woof! Little black, silence!" At Zhao Fengyan's reprimand, the dog quickly complied, realizing that the midwife before it posed no threat, and began to anxiously pace at the door. "Young brother Zhao, your frenzied dash nearly cost this old woman her life. I beg your pardon, esteemed midwife. My wife is on the verge of childbirth, and I had no choice but to hasten. I implore you to assist swiftly, ensuring the safety of both mother and child. I shall certainly reward you afterward." Zhao Fengyan clasped his hands in apology for his rashness. Fortunately, the midwife did not linger on his impetuousness and waved him away to attend to her duties. What followed was a protracted process of childbirth. Zhao Fengyan tirelessly delivered hot water to the doorstep, eager to peek inside, but was halted by the midwife. Inside, Huang Wanyun's cries of pain resonated, causing the two outside, along with the dog, to pace anxiously. Approximately half an hour later, a clear, piercing wail suddenly filled the air. "Wawa, it's born! It's finally here!" Zhao Fengyan exclaimed with excitement, and as the door swung open, the midwife emerged, cradling a swaddled bundle. "Congratulations, brother Zhao, you have been blessed with another son, and both mother and child are safe." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Fengyan was overwhelmed with joy, gazing at his wife, who, though pale, wore a smile, and said, "My dear, you have endured much." With that, he stepped forward to receive the male infant from the midwife's arms. The baby, swaddled, had rosy skin and many folds, resembling a tiny old man. Yet, Zhao Fengyan's eyes sparkled with affection as he could not help but plant a kiss on the child. In that fleeting moment of contact between father and son, two resonant voices echoed within Zhao Fengyan's mind. A child is born, the family flourishes, and the essence of the family is enriched. With the family's essence now gathered, the realm of 10,000 beasts is activated, and the monument of 10,000 beasts is unveiled. Startled by these voices, Zhao Fengyan shuddered but quickly regained his composure. As if he had not heard, he gently placed his newborn son in a Huang Wanyun's embrace. He instructed his eldest son, Zhao Jingze, to watch over the infant before leading the midwife outside. Zhao Fengyan retrieved a parcel from the kitchen, which contained 20 eggs. "Esteemed midwife, I am immensely grateful for the safe delivery of mother and child. Please accept this modest token of appreciation. The fees for midwifery in Mang Village were not fixed. Some offered money, while others provided goods. In a frigid winter, Zhao Fengyan's offering of 20 eggs was no insignificant gesture. Upon seeing the eggs, the midwife's face lit up with a smile. Brother Zhao, there is no need for such formality. This is merely my duty. Accepting the eggs, the midwife did not linger, slowly departing through the snow. Once Zhao Fengyan noticed the surroundings were clear, excitement finally graced his countenance. At last, the essence is gathered. Has the golden finger been activated? I wonder what the realm of 10,000 beasts and a monument of 10,000 beasts truly entail. The voices that suddenly emerged in his mind were not unfamiliar to Zhao Fengyan. Long before, when he had married and welcomed his first son, these voices had manifested twice, each time indicating the family's advancement and the acquisition of familial essence. Initially, Zhao Fengyan believed he had received an extraordinary boon. However, these voices were merely notifications, lacking any substantial manifestation, leaving Zhao Fengyan puzzled. Nevertheless, he understood that the essence of the family would emerge only with its progression. He hoped that one day, as the family continued to evolve, this golden finger would undergo a transformation. Yet, as a mere hunter with limited abilities, he could only let things unfold naturally. Little did he expect that with the birth of his second son, the essence of the family would manifest once more, finally signaling a change. With a thought, Zhao Fengyan silently invoked the realm of 10,000 beasts, and his consciousness suddenly plunged into a chaotic space. The expanse was limitless, but at its center floated a stone resembling a small island, upon which rested a fragment of a monument. Inscribed upon it were the words, "Monument of 10,000 Beasts," a thread of family essence. Apart from that, there was nothing else. In this space, Zhao Fengyan possessed no physical form. He was merely in awareness, observing for a considerable time without discovering anything amiss. Upon withdrawing his consciousness, he realized that he could not bring anything into this space. Evidently, within the realm of 10,000 beasts, there is only a fractured monument of 10,000 beasts, which seemingly served solely to record the essence of the family. Although somewhat disappointed, his gaze was drawn upward, and he noticed Little Black in the main room, where he made a startling discovery. A set of archaic characters had suddenly appeared above Little Black's head. For the beast, a robust hunting dog, adept at swift pursuits, yet vulnerable to defense, consuming a thread of family essence, can transform it into a spirit creature, with the options for transformation being tracking or combat. Chapter 2. Enlightenment of the Spirit. Upon reading this passage, Zhao Fengyan's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, he finally comprehended the true significance of his golden finger. The myriad beast domain within his consciousness and the monument of countless beasts were not remarkable in their essence. Rather, they possessed the capacity to enlighten beasts. As a seasoned hunter, Zhao Fengyan held considerable knowledge about the fauna of this world. His father had imparted to him in his youth that this realm was anything but ordinary. The creatures were not limited to mere wild animals and domesticated fowl. Beyond the commonplace beasts, there existed formidable spirits. In the vastness of heaven and earth, spiritual essence permeated the air, nurturing the wild creatures, augmenting their physical prowess, and even endowing them with unique abilities, thereby transforming them into spirits. When the powers of these spirits grew potent enough to challenge ordinary mortals or even martial artists, they were referred to as demonic beasts. The existence of demonic beasts naturally indicated that this world was also one steeped in the lore of immortals. In his early years, when Zhao Fengyan discovered that this world was home to celestial beings, he was filled with fervor, eager to cultivate his path to immortality. However, as the years passed, he had yet to encounter any immortal, let alone grasp the methods of cultivation. For him, the paramount concern was simply to survive. Now, the sudden appearance of the monument of myriad beasts, which could potentially enlighten wild creatures into spirits, undoubtedly opened a gateway to a new world for Zhao Fengyan. Should this monument continuously enlighten beasts into spirits and subsequently into demonic entities, the future held boundless possibilities. Yet, Zhao Fengyan refrained from daydreaming. Once he regained his composure, he suppressed his elation and shifted his thoughts to the current situation of Xiaohe. Xiaohe was a hunting dog, an invaluable asset in his pursuits. It would be no exaggeration to assert that the success of winter hunting hinged entirely on Xiaohe. Recently, due to financial constraints, Xiaohe's diet had suffered, leaving it too emaciated to run. The possibility of enlightening it into a spirit and granting it special abilities would significantly enhance Zhao Fengyan's odds of success in hunting. With this thought in mind, Zhao Fengyan felt a renewed sense of hope and began contemplating the direction of enlightenment suggested by the monument. There were two selectable paths, tracking and slaying. Given that hunting dogs inherently possessed both abilities, it was reasonable to assume that upon becoming a spirit, one of these aspects would be greatly enhanced. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Fengyan decided he wished to amplify Xiao Hei's capacity for slaying. After all, encounters with ferocious beasts were not uncommon during hunts. The stronger the ability to slay, the lesser the danger he would face. However, upon further reflection, with the heavy snow sealing the mountains and prey scarce, enhancing Xiao Hei's tracking skills would undoubtedly be more advantageous in the present predicament. Thus, he resolved to gather 10 taels of tax silver as a priority. Having made his decision, he chose the path of tracking. As Zhao Fengyan silently affirmed his choice, a wisp of spiritual light emanated from him and merged directly into Xiao Hei's body. As the essence flowed into Xiao Hei, the dog seemed to sense the change, lifting its nose and sniffing intently, as if it had caught whiffs of more scents. Zhao Fengyan observed Xiao Hei for some time. Noting that its physique displayed no immediate signs of transformation, there was no indication that it had become a spirit. The words hovering above its head vanished, suggesting that the process of enlightenment had concluded. There was no option to continue the enlightenment. He could not discern whether it was due to insufficient familial spiritual essence or if further enlightenment was simply unattainable. Logically, its sense of smell should have been enhanced. But without venturing into the mountains, Zhao Fengyan could only speculate on the extent of Xiao Hei's improved olfactory abilities. As dusk fell, and with his wife having just given birth, Zhao Fengyan could no longer afford to focus on Xiao Hei. He gently patted its head and said, "Go back to your doghouse." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hei emitted a soft grunt before retreating into its nook at the door. Zhao Fengyan then entered the house, finally finding the time to properly attend to his wife and child. "Nian, let us give the baby a name," his wife suggested. "He is a boy. Let us name him Zheng Chuan, to resonate with Zheng Zhe. Zheng Chuan, Zhao Zheng Chuan." "Yes, Nian, that is a splendid name." Huang Wanyun expressed her satisfaction with the name, cradling the child and murmuring softly. The 5-year-old Zhao Zhengze leaned forward, curiously inspecting the little one in his mother's arms. "Wow, he is so small and ugly, like a little monkey." "Zhengze, all newborns look this way. You were the same when you were born. You must take good care of your younger brother in the future and help our Zhao family thrive." "Yes, I'll remember, father." Zhao Fengyan nodded approvingly at Zhengze's earnest expression. Having just unlocked the golden finger of the monument of myriad beasts and understood the significance of familial spiritual essence, Zhao Fengyan naturally placed greater emphasis on the growth of his family. Only through the flourishing of the family could spiritual essence multiply, allowing for further enlightenment of Xiao Hei and greater rewards. "Wah," the newborn cried out in hunger, prompting Huang Wanyun to gently usher Zhao Zhengze outside before unfastening her clothing to nurse. This was her second child, and she had sufficient milk. As the infant tasted it, he quickly settled down. However, when Zhao Fengyan looked up, he noticed that Huang Wanyun's once delicate features now appeared sallow and emaciated, a clear sign of malnourishment. During this period, they had refrained from indulging in any meat, sending all hunted game to the county for sale in order to gather the winter hunting tax. With Huang Wanyun just having given birth, this condition was unacceptable. Realizing this, Zhao Fengyan firmly declared, "Wanyun, you rest. I shall kill a hen to nourish you." "Nian, that is out of the question. We only managed to gather 5 taels for the tax. These hens may very well be needed for tax purposes. We cannot afford to lose them." The tax was as fierce as a tiger. Failure to pay taxes in the gene state could lead to dire consequences. At best, one would face hard labor, at worst, conscription. Thus, Huang Wanyun, despite her weakness, dared not entertain the thought of slaughtering a chicken, fearing Zhao Fengyan would be penalized. However, Zhao Fengyan could not bear to watch his wife, who had just given birth, continue to subsist on coarse rice porridge. Moreover, with Xiao Hei's tracking abilities enhanced post-enlightenment, it would surely aid in hunting. Therefore, Zhao Fengyan reassured her, "Do not worry, Wanyun. I have a plan for the winter hunting tax. Just focus on your recovery." After speaking, Zhao Fengyan stepped outside to the chicken coop. He tossed in a rabbit he had caught that day and swiftly grabbed an old hen, startling the remaining 3 hens into scattering. With practiced skill, he dispatched the hen, bled it, and soon after brought a pot of delicious chicken soup into the house. "Wow, it smells wonderful. Chicken soup." Zhao Zhengze had already caught the aroma, gathering eagerly around the pot and swallowing hard. Even Xiao Hei, outside the door, could not resist the allure, lying on the ground with hopeful eyes, occasionally letting out a soft whimper. "Wait, let your mother have some first," Zhao Fengyan admonished. and both man and dog fell silent, patiently awaiting their turn. Huang Wanyun, seeing that the soup was ready, could only sigh softly and take a small sip. Niangu, I can't eat much. You and Jingza have the rest. Zhao Fengyan nodded in agreement and sat down with his eldest son to share a modest portion, saving some for the next day. Xiao He was not left out either, feasting on the bones discarded by the father and son. Zhao Fengyan could clearly discern Huang Wanyun's lack of appetite and understood that without gathering the winter hunting tax, she could not relax. Thus, he resolved to secure enough games swiftly to meet the tax obligations. As night deepened, the family of four embraced each other and drifted into slumber. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, Zhao Fengyan rose early. Huang Wanyun had just given birth and was advised against any movement. He repeatedly urged Zhao Jingza to take good care of their mother before finally stepping out. A short dagger was sheathed at his waist, and a wooden bow was slung over his back as he, accompanied by the little black dog, made his way directly up the mountain. It remained uncertain how adept the little black dog had become at tracking since the enlightenment from the Monument of Beasts, and whether it would return satisfied today. After muttering to himself, Zhao Fengyan swiftly vanished into the snow-laden mountains. Chapter 3. The Art of Tracking. In the early morning, the mountain forest still bore a biting chill, with each breath from Zhao Fengyan and the little black dog releasing clouds of mist. At this moment, however, Zhao Fengyan paid little heed to the cold, keeping his gaze distant, scanning the surroundings, yet finding no sign of prey. He continuously observed the little black dog, which was busily sniffing around. But it too had failed to detect anything. It was uncertain whether its tracking abilities were not as impressive as anticipated or if the winter had rendered prey exceedingly scarce. An experienced hunter could not rely solely on searching. He must also set traps. Noticing the lack of findings after a considerable time, Zhao Fengyan proceeded to check several traps he had previously laid. The initial traps yielded no results, but in the last one, he was startled to find several strands of snow-white fur. The trap he had set was a snare, currently in a closed position, indicating that a beast had triggered it but had not been caught. This suggested that the creature had a remarkably quick reflex. Zhao Fengyan picked up a few strands of the white fur and brought them to his nose, detecting a faint scent of fox. Was it a snow fox? Realizing this, Zhao Fengyan felt a surge of astonishment. The price of a snow fox was exceedingly high. Its flesh was edible, while its fur commanded a hefty price, potentially fetching over 10 taels of silver in winter. However, snow foxes were notoriously cunning and swift, making them difficult to capture. Otherwise, they would not have evaded this trap. Now, startled by the trap, it had undoubtedly fled far away. With a resigned smile, Zhao Fengyan felt his luck had run out. Had the trap successfully captured the snow fox, even with damaged fur, it would have sufficed to cover his winter hunting tax. Now that the snow fox had escaped, there was no chance of him finding it again. However, just as Zhao Fengyan discarded the snow fox's fur, the little black dog suddenly approached, vigorously sniffing the scent. Soon after, it raised its nose, as if searching for something in the air. Moments later, it let out a soft whimper and darted off in a particular direction. Having trained the little black dog for quite some time, Zhao Fengyan understood this to be a sign of discovery. Yet, he was taken aback. Logically, the snow fox should have escaped far away, yet the little black dog was still able to follow its scent. Was the tracking ability bestowed by the Monument of Beasts truly this formidable? Initially, without a target scent, the little black dog had to stay close to Zhao Fengyan. But now, with a target in mind, it was filled with excitement. Zhao Fengyan muttered to himself, somewhat incredulous, and followed the little black dog. The duo swiftly pursued their quarry, and before long, they had traversed over an hour. The further they went, the more astonished Zhao Fengyan became. He had covered at least 10 li of mountainous terrain, and yet the little black dog was still detecting the scent of the snow fox. This demonstrated a significant enhancement in its olfactory capabilities. The influence of the Monument of Beasts was undeniably real. Following the little black dog, Zhao Fengyan soon arrived at a mountain peak. He looked up and was immediately struck by the sight of a small flag planted atop the hill, emblazoned with a character for king. At this realization, Zhao Fengyan was taken aback. He recalled that this was the territory of the Wang family. The Wang family was wealthy and influential, well known in the county. Mang Mountain was originally the hunting ground for all the hunters of Mang Village. But the Wang family had brazenly seized nearly half of it for their own hunting and leisure activities. This mountain peak was abundant in game, making it the most bountiful hunting ground in the entire Mang Mountain region. With the hunting ground dominated by the Wang family, the villagers of Mang Village could only hunt in the surrounding areas. Though they harbored resentment, they dared not confront the Wang family, choosing instead to seethe in silence. Naturally, Zhao Fengyan could not provoke the powerful Wang family and avoided stepping into the area marked by the flag. Fortunately, the little black dog, following the scent, moved to the other side and did not venture onto the Wang family's territory. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the mountaintop, revealing that someone was indeed hunting nearby. The noise drew closer until a sharp arrow whistled through the air, striking a mountain chicken that had scurried not far from Zhao Fengyan's position. Shortly thereafter, a handsome young man clad in fine garments rode in, accompanied by a throng of servants. Haha, young master, your marksmanship is unparalleled. You hit it in one shot. A middle-aged man with a face full of pockmarks dismounted and fawned over the young man, then darted over to retrieve the mountain chicken. It was then that he spotted Zhao Fengyan nearby. With a venomous glare, he spat. Who is this fool? Does he not know this is the Wang family's territory? If he dares to step 1 foot past the flag, I'll take his dog's life. Get lost. Hearing this, Zhao Fengyan's expression darkened as he clenched his fists. He recognized the pockmarked man. He was Li Yutian, a fellow villager. Once a hunter in their village, Li Yutian had ingratiated himself with the Wang family upon hearing they were seeking a hunting ground. His act of revealing the rich hunting resources of Mang village had led to the villagers suffering great losses. The villagers loathed Li Yutian, but since he had latched onto the Wang family, they could only curse him in secret. Li Yutian, backed by the Wang family, not only wielded power but had also trained in martial arts, reportedly becoming quite formidable. Zhao Fengyan, being merely an ordinary hunter, could not contend with him. As Li Yutian's taunts rang out, the little black dog growled, baring its teeth, itching to pounce and retaliate. Zhao Fengyan cast a glance at Li Yutian, fixing him with a steady gaze before patting the little black dog and continuing to track the snow fox. Once he had moved away, Li Yutian grinned as he returned to the young man with the mountain chicken in hand. Who was that just now? The young master inquired. Just a local hunter. Nothing to worry about. I've already chased him off. Let us continue our hunt. Upon hearing this, the young master cast a disinterested glance at Zhao Fengyan's retreating figure and chose not to pursue the matter further, dismissing it as a trivial incident. After distancing himself from the Wang family's territory, Zhao Fengyan pressed on for another half an hour. Having traveled such a distance, the little black dog finally halted in front of a concealed cave. Noticing the little black dog crouching low and alert, Zhao Fengyan understood that it had located its target. However, he remained uncertain of the situation and signaled the little black dog to stay put while he concealed himself at the cave entrance, ready for action. The little black dog, displaying its intelligence, comprehended Zhao Fengyan's gesture and dashed into the cave. Moments later, the sounds of growling and lamentation echoed from within. Zhao Fengyan, with keen focus, remained poised for any opportunity. The snow fox was most prized for its fur. A complete pelt would fetch an even higher price. Thus, he refrained from using his bow and dagger, opting instead to rely on his bare hands. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching, followed by a white figure bursting from the cave. Quick as a flash, Zhao Fengyan seized it and pinned it to the ground. It was indeed a snow fox with fur as white as snow. Haha, I've actually caught one. Zhao Fengyan exclaimed in exhilaration, promptly binding the snow fox securely. Weighing it, he estimated it to be around 9.5 pounds, which could easily sell for 12 to 13 taels of silver. With the acquisition of this snow fox, the winter hunting tax is undoubtedly covered. Woof woof, little black, upon witnessing his master successfully capture the creature, leapt about in excitement. Zhao Fengyan turned his head, elated as he caressed Little Black's head. We tracked it for at least 15 miles. Little Black, your tracking prowess is simply astonishing. At that moment, Zhao Fengyan finally comprehended just how formidable Little Black's tracking ability had become after being enlightened by the Beast Monument. Typically, ordinary hunting dogs can track only 5 or 6 miles at most. In the aftermath of heavy snowfall, that distance often diminishes by half. Yet, Little Black now possessed the capability to pursue scents over 10 miles, meaning that any prey detected within that range was utterly doomed to escape. In the future, Zhao Fengyan's bounty would surely multiply. Having caught a snow fox, there was no reason to linger. Selling it swiftly for silver would grant him peace of mind. Zhao Fengyan retrieved a piece of cloth, securely wrapping the snow fox before descending the mountain. Given the considerable value of the snow fox, it was wise to keep it hidden in these uncertain times. Chapter 4, A Family Blessing. Zhao Fengyan had not lingered long in the mountains, and upon his return, he encountered a few fellow hunters from his village. The snow fox in his bag occasionally squirmed, and naturally, he could not conceal his success in capturing prey. Fortunately, having wrapped the snow fox, he told anyone who inquired that it was merely a large rabbit. Rabbits were of little worth. Even the largest only fetched a few hundred coins, and they were common in the mountains, thus arousing no envy among others. However, capturing prey on such a scarce snowy day left many hunters filled with admiration. Had they known Zhao Fengyan had acquired a snow fox, especially during a time when taxes weighed heavily on all hunters, they might have been driven to impulsive actions. After all, it was not uncommon for hunters to vanish in these mountains. Thanks to Zhao Fengyan's prudence, he descended the mountain without incident, and, once home, promptly closed the door, presenting the snow fox before his wife and child. Upon seeing such a pristine white fox, their eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment of careful observation, they finally accepted the truth. Huang Wanyun, trembling with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Nian, is this truly a snow fox? A living snow fox is extremely rare. Can we finally gather enough for the winter hunting tax? Wow, father, you are amazing. This fox is so white and beautiful." Observing the joy of his wife and child, Zhao Fengyan felt a wave of relief. The burden of the winter hunting tax had made their lives difficult, and his family had been filled with worry. Now, successfully meeting the tax would not only improve their living conditions, but also ease their minds. Moreover, having witnessed Little Black's tracking abilities, Zhao Fengyan was confident that his future hunts would yield even greater results. Life would undoubtedly improve. Yes, this is indeed a snow fox. Wanyun, do not fret about the winter hunting tax any longer. Stay at home while I head to the county to sell the snow fox and pay the tax. Wait for my return with peace of mind. Brother Nian, please be safe. With his family's hopeful gazes upon him, Zhao Fengyan departed with the snow fox and a gray rabbit from the hen house. He left Little Black behind, trusting him to guard the home. Though Little Black was somewhat lean, he was quite formidable and could hold his own in a fight. The path to the county was fraught with difficulties, and he would likely return after dark. Concerned for his wife and child, Zhao Fengyan felt reassured having Little Black watch over them. In the biting cold, with not a soul in sight along the road, Zhao Fengyan remained vigilant. The past 2 years had been hard on the common folk, leading some to resort to banditry. For safety's sake, he chose to travel the official road. After approximately 2 hours, he finally arrived at the county town. Ping'an County was relatively bustling, surrounded by imposing walls over 2 zhang high, with guards stationed at the gates. After paying 3 coins to enter the town, Zhao Fengyan stepped inside. The streets were paved with blue stone, bustling with shops and vendors of all sorts. Meat shops, rice stores, apothecaries, taverns, tea houses, inns, and fabric shops were plentiful. Witnessing this vibrant scene, Zhao Fengyan felt a surge of hope. His greatest aspiration was to shed his identity as a hunter and become a landlord or merchant. Perhaps he could open a meat shop or rice store in the county, leading to a better life. Without further ado, Zhao Fengyan made his way to a meat shop named Zhang's Meat Shop. The owner, known as Zhang Yidao, was a renowned butcher. As a hunter, Zhao Fengyan often sold game to him, and Zhang Yidao offered fair prices, leading to a familiar rapport over time. "Old Zhang, I'm here to make a delivery." "Oh, it's Brother Fengyan. What game have you brought today? Show me." Zhang Yidao, a robust man with a hearty demeanor, welcomed Zhao Fengyan into the shop, wiping his greasy hands in the process. However, upon entering, Zhao Fengyan did not immediately unveil his package but instead continued toward the back room. Noticing this, Zhang Yidao's brows arched, immediately realizing that Zhao Fengyan must have something substantial. Once inside, Zhang Yidao rubbed his hands together. "Brother Fengyan, what have you caught that is so mysterious?" Zhao Fengyan smiled slightly, remaining silent as he loosened a corner of the wrap to reveal the struggling head of the snow fox. Upon sighting the snow fox, Zhang Yidao erupted with excitement. "Good heavens, a snow fox, and it's alive. Brother, you've struck gold this time." "Oh, it's merely luck. Count this gray rabbit in as well." "And what is your offer, old Zhang?" "Well, since this snow fox is alive and uninjured, with its fur intact, it's worth quite a bit. Let us say together, 15 taels." Hearing this, Zhao Fengyan frowned, not because he found the price low, but rather because he suspected it was too high. As a hunter, he understood the snow fox's worth. Even in perfect condition, it would fetch at most 12 taels, so 15 was certainly excessive. "Old Zhang, what is going on? Why such a high price?" With a good relationship between them, Zhao Fengyan was reluctant to take undue advantage. Zhang Yidao chuckled, offering an explanation. "Haha, Brother Fengyan, there is a reason for my generous offer. You see, I've heard that the Wang family is planning to enter the meat business. I'm offering a fair price to ensure you hunters continue to bring your game to me. After all, I depend on you for my livelihood." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan understood the situation. Old Zhang was facing competition. The Wang family, of course, was the same family that Li Yutian had been courting. They had claimed a significant portion of the hunting grounds in Mongshan, so it was only natural they would consider entering the meat market. With this revelation, Zhao Fengyan nodded in agreement. "Old Zhang, rest assured, I will never take my game to the Wang family's meat shop." Zhang Yidao handed over 15 taels to Zhao Fengyan, and the two completed their transaction. Holding the hefty sum of 15 taels, Zhao Fengyan first headed to the county office. The county office not only dealt with legal matters, but also managed household registration and tax affairs. He was there to pay the winter hunting tax. Initially, the chief clerk showed little interest in Zhao Fengyan, but upon learning he was there to pay the tax, he greeted him with a smile. After all, in these times, it was a relief not to have to chase after taxpayers. Zhao Fengyan, hunter from Mang Village, 10 tales of winter hunting tax duly submitted, recorded. Very well. Such an honest and upright hunter as yourself is a rarity indeed. Henceforth, you must diligently uphold these virtues. Go on now. The clerk, having collected the tax silver, immediately resumed his former lofty demeanor. Zhao Fengyan was not surprised. After all, it has been the custom since time immemorial for officials to exhibit such airs, a sight he was not unfamiliar with. After settling the winter hunting tax, he finally laid to rest a significant concern. Exiting the county office, Zhao Fengyan intended to utilize the remaining 5 taels of silver to procure provisions for his household in the county town. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a deep voice resonated in his mind once more. Having submitted the winter hunting tax, the grave crisis facing the family is alleviated, and a thread of familial brilliance is bestowed. Upon hearing the voice again, Zhao Fengyan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that this familial brilliance would manifest not only during the family's prosperity, but also upon the resolution of a crisis. Submitting the winter hunting tax had indeed averted a potential catastrophe that could have shattered the family, and it had also garnered a thread of brilliance. Furthermore, this crisis was no trifling matter, and the brilliance awarded was substantial, an entire thread. With renewed brilliance bestowed upon him, Zhao Fengyan felt an urge to see if he could continue to enlighten Little Black. Unfortunately, Little Black was not by his side, and he had to forego that thought. Subsequently, Zhao Fengyan hurriedly made his purchases in the county town before heading home. Chapter 5. Enlightening the Hen. By the time Zhao Fengyan left the county town, night had already fallen. He rushed home, and it was well past midnight. Fortunately, the moonlight was abundant, casting a clear glow over the white snow, allowing for visibility. As soon as he entered the village, Zhao Fengyan heard Little Black scurrying out of the yard, eagerly running toward him with a wagging tail. He affectionately patted its head and then retrieved a small bundle from his waist, opening it to reveal some scraps of bone. These were provisions he had obtained from Zhang Yidao specifically to feed Little Black. Upon entering the house, he tossed the bones into the doghouse, and Little Black began to gnaw on them voraciously. As the most essential companion of a hunter, Zhao Fengyan took great care of Little Black. Concurrently, he focused his attention on Little Black once more, hoping to see if any enlightening prompts would appear above its head again. However, after a prolonged observation, nothing emerged. Upon delving into the realm of 10,000 beasts, the incomplete 10,000 beast steel indeed indicated that the family's brilliance was now one thread strong. Was it that he could only enlighten once, or was it due to insufficient brilliance? Zhao Fengyan pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. Regrettably, with the family's brilliance being scarce, he could not verify his suspicions. Whether Little Black could be further enlightened would have to wait until the family amassed more brilliance in the future. However, the inability to continue enlightening Little Black did not imply that the family brilliance lacked other potential uses. With a thought in mind, Zhao Fengyan slowly rose and walked to the chicken coop. Upon gazing at the hens huddled together for warmth, he was taken aback by an anomaly. 3 hens bore ancient script upon their heads, all identical. Common hen, plump and prolific, consuming one thread of family brilliance, can transform into a spirit beast, with selectable transformation directions, avian or production. Indeed, Zhao Fengyan's conjecture was correct. The 10,000 beast steel could enlighten not only hunting dogs, but also other beasts. The old hens in his household could likewise absorb a thread of brilliance for transformation. The direction of transformation was similarly twofold, prompting Zhao Fengyan to reflect. The avian direction would presumably enhance the hen's ability to fly or fight, while the production direction would improve its egg-laying capabilities. Given that hens possess far lesser intelligence than hunting dogs and hold no inclination towards servitude, should they gain the ability to fly and some degree of combat prowess, they might very well take flight or even become aggressive. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fengyan dismissed that direction. However, the prospect of enhancing egg production intrigued him. In the frigid winter, although the hens still laid eggs, it was a rarity to find even one a day. Sometimes, several days would pass without a single egg. An enhancement could significantly improve the diet of his wife and children. Since he could no longer enlighten Little Black, it would be prudent to try enlightening this hen instead. Having made his decision, Zhao Fengyan focused his thoughts, and a thread of brilliance wafted from his fingertip, merging into the hen's body. As the brilliance entered, the hen quivered slightly but exhibited no further anomalies, continuing to snuggle with the other 2 hens for warmth. Realizing that enlightenment would not immediately yield incessant egg-laying, Zhao Fengyan turned and entered the house. "Brother Nian, is that you?" Inside, Zhao Jingze had already fallen asleep, while Zhao Jingchuan had just finished his milk and was in a deep slumber. Huang Wanyun, hearing the movement, rose to inquire and felt reassured upon seeing Zhao Fengyan's figure. "It is I, Wanyan. Brother Nian, you've only just returned after such a long day. You must be weary. Hurry and wash up, then rest." Having been married to Zhao Fangyan for many years, their relationship had always been strong. Huang Wanyun, upon seeing Zhao Fangyan's late return, was more concerned about his well-being than the winter hunting tax. Hearing her words, Zhao Fangyan smiled and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Oh dear, the children are still awake. No worries, they are fast asleep." After refreshing himself, Zhao Fangyan removed his clothing and climbed into bed. Informing Huang Wanyun about the completion of the winter hunting tax, he then shared the items he had purchased that day, which included not only firewood, rice, and salt, but also some traditional medicine to replenish her strength. With the winter hunting tax settled, Huang Wanyun felt a great sense of relief. Upon hearing that her husband had bought her some restorative medicine, she was deeply touched. Nestling into Zhao Fangyan's embrace, she said with contentment, "Brother Nian, it's truly thanks to you that our family is well. You must have felt quite anxious during my confinement. I shall take good care of you today." "Oh dear, the children are still awake. No worries, they are fast asleep." As dawn approached, Zhao Fangyan found himself unusually reluctant to rise, dawdling in bed. His eldest son, Zhao Jingze, was quite sensible and took the initiative to get up and start a fire to cook porridge. As was his routine, he then went to check the hen house for eggs. But upon his arrival, he was suddenly startled and began to shout, "Father! Mother! Come quickly! Our hen has gone mad." Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Fangyan understood that the hen he had enlightened the previous night must have undergone some changes. He swiftly approached the hen house and was astonished to discover 5 eggs within the nest. Typically, it was a challenge to find even 3 eggs in a day. Yet today there were 5. It was evident that these eggs were produced by the newly enlightened hen. After carefully retrieving all 5 eggs, Zhao Fangyan noticed that 4 of them bore faint golden patterns on their shells. It seemed that these 4 eggs were indeed the product of the transformed hen. 4 eggs in one night was truly remarkable. Moreover, they appeared to be distinct. He wondered what substantive differences might exist. Even if the transformed hen laid eggs that were still mere chicken eggs, they surely would not be toxic. With this thought in mind, Zhao Fangyan consoled the excited Zhao Jingze and proceeded to boil 3 of the eggs adorned with golden patterns. When these eggs were placed on the table, Huang Wanyun expressed her surprise. "Brother Nian, why did our hen lay so many eggs today? And these eggs look peculiar, with golden threads on them. Haha, perhaps our hen has become a spirit and is laying golden eggs." Zhao Fangyan had no intention of divulging the matters concerning the 10,000 Beasts Cave and the 10,000 Beasts Steel to his family. After jesting lightly, he deftly changed the subject. "Well, it may seem peculiar, but our hen can lay eggs, which is beneficial for us. Let's indulge." He skillfully peeled the eggs and handed one to each person. As he swallowed the egg and chewed, Zhao Fangyan was immediately enveloped by a rich, savory flavor. Once the egg was swallowed, a warm current began to spread through his stomach. This is the power of vitality? Surprised by the sensation of warmth within him, Zhao Fangyan reflected on his earlier years when he had just traversed into this world. Initially enamored with the pursuit of immortality, after failing to find a path to transcendence, he had turned his attention to martial prowess. When his father was alive, Zhao Fangyan had briefly attended a martial arts school for a month, during which he had consumed various tonics designed to replenish vitality. However, after the untimely death of his father in the mountains, the family lost its source of income, forcing him to withdraw from the martial school and return to the life of a hunter. In a world where the learned were often impoverished while the martial were wealthy, practicing martial arts required not only proper nutrition, but also a continuous supply of medicinal supplements. Returning to his role as a hunter left Zhao Fangyan barely able to sustain himself, leading him to abandon the martial arts he had once pursued due to a lack of resources. The medicinal ingredients rich in vitality were not only capable of fortifying the body, but also instrumental for martial artists seeking breakthroughs to cultivate their inner strength and become true warriors. Thus, such tonics were exorbitantly priced, far beyond the means of an ordinary family. To his astonishment, the eggs laid by the hen, now imbued with the essence of the 10,000 Beast Steel, not only had an increased yield, but also possessed the remarkable ability to replenish vitality. This revelation was indeed a delightful surprise for Zhao Fangyan. During his brief month at the martial arts school, Zhao Fangyan had not mastered any profound martial secrets, but he had retained knowledge of a fundamental technique known as the rock-solid stance. Although this stance was commonly practiced, it was easily comprehensible and accessible. Once perfected, it provided a solid foundation for further development. It was said that achieving mastery in this stance could enable a practitioner to cultivate their physical essence and become a martial artist, while lacking advanced techniques or offensive maneuvers. Possessing physical strength nonetheless endowed one with a certain level of combat capability. Now, feeling the warm currents within him, Zhao Fengyan was eager to seize the moment and revisit the practice of the rock-solid stance. With the hen continuously laying eggs enriched with vitality, he believed the possibility of mastering this stance was within reach. With this thought in mind, he set aside his bowl and chopsticks and ventured into the courtyard to practice. Chapter 6. The Power of Vitality. Zhao Fengyan stepped into the courtyard and grounded his energy in his dantian, his arms encircling as he assumed the stance. The rock-solid stance emphasized maintaining a posture as steadfast as a boulder in a river, unyielding against the winds and waves. Paired with controlled breathing, it gradually enhanced the power of vitality. While ordinary individuals could achieve some benefits from practicing the stance without vitality supplements, it would only yield modest physical conditioning, leaving them largely comparable to others. This was precisely why Zhao Fengyan had previously abandoned the practice, without any supplements. He felt that the labor of hunting in the mountains sufficed for his physical fitness. However, with the presence of vitality-rich ingredients, the efficacy of the rock-solid stance would be dramatically enhanced. As Zhao Fengyan engaged in his breathing exercises, he distinctly felt the vitality coursing through him, slowly integrating into the blood vessels of his limbs. In a matter of moments, he could subtly sense an increase in his strength. The eggs laid by his extraordinary hen were indeed remarkable. The vitality contained within rivaled that of tonics, costing a substantial amount of silver at the apothecary. As his strength surged, Zhao Fengyan marveled internally. He had not anticipated the extraordinary potency of the eggs from his hen, and he believed that with continued consumption, mastery of the rock-solid stance would soon be within his grasp. Moreover, selling these eggs in the county town would undoubtedly provide him with a steady source of income. If one egg equated to the value of a medicinal tonic worth a tael of silver, then with their hen laying 4 special eggs daily, that amounted to 4 taels of silver. This would yield a substantial monthly income. However, after a moment's contemplation, Zhao Fengyan resolved that the eggs should be reserved for his family's consumption for now. While the eggs' vitality could be explained in the context of their mountainous surroundings, where many beasts had transformed, if he were to sell them, he might attract unwanted attention. After all, he was merely a hunter from a mountain village, and possessing a hen that laid golden eggs would surely incite envy. Therefore, he decided to utilize these eggs to enhance his own abilities, aspiring to become a martial artist before considering the sale of such extraordinary eggs. After practicing for half an hour in the courtyard, Zhao Fengyan finally felt that the vitality within him had been fully absorbed. Satisfied, he rose without the intention of consuming more eggs. While the vitality-enhancing substance was beneficial, it was essential to approach supplementation gradually. Excessive intake could burden the body. Upon seeing Zhao Fengyan stand, Huang Wanyun and Zhao Zhengze, who had been watching from the doorway, hurried over. "Father, what are you doing? You look so impressive." Zhao Zhengze, confused, was held back by Huang Wanyun from getting too close. Meanwhile, Huang Wanyun, aware of Zhao Fengyan's prior training at the martial school, smiled and remarked, "Brother Nian, what has prompted this sudden interest in martial arts? Could it be the eggs we just consumed? It's curious. I felt as though they were akin to tonics." Intrigued, Huang Wanyun approached, even leaning in to peer at the chicken coop. Zhao Fengyan quickly assisted her back inside. "Wanyun, you are still in confinement. You must not expose yourself to the wind. Do not venture out again." After a brief pause, he continued solemnly, "Wanyun, you have noticed that our hen's eggs seem to have changed, haven't you? I have trained in martial arts and can assure you that they undoubtedly possess the power of vitality." "The power of vitality?" "Indeed. It seems our hen has attained a certain level of sentience." Realizing he could not keep this secret any longer, Zhao Fengyan revealed the transformation of the hen, though he refrained from explaining the reasons behind it, attributing it to a natural evolution. Huang Wanyun's initial reaction was one of surprise, followed by a hint of concern. She understood that as ordinary hunters, possessing such an extraordinary hen could invite misfortune. Therefore, Wanyun, you must keep this matter strictly confidential, and ensure Zhengze does not boast about it. Once your husband becomes a martial artist, we shall have no cause for worry. Huang Wanyun nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I understand. Wanyun, since we cannot sell these eggs for now, I cannot consume them all alone. Our family of 3 must share. You should eat to regain your strength. And as for Zhengze, let him practice the stance with me. If he shows talent, we can eventually send him to a martial school." Glancing at Zhao Zhengze, who was now playfully wielding a stick in the courtyard, Zhao Fengyan recognized his son's budding interest in martial arts and began to formulate a plan. A parent's love for their child compels them to think ahead. If Zhao Fengyan were to remain merely an ordinary hunter, he could only hope for Zhao Zhengze to follow in his footsteps. However, given the opportunities before him, he naturally wished for his son to advance further. Huang Wanyun did not oppose this notion and suggested, "Isn't the martial school in the county town only accepting students aged 8 and above? Zhengze is still young. Perhaps we should first send him to a private school for a couple of years to study. allowing him to explore his talents in both academics and martial arts. Agreed. In the village of Mang, there resided an elderly scholar to whom several families entrusted their children for the pursuit of literacy. However, the tuition fees were rather steep, making it unaffordable for most villagers. With the prospect of better days ahead, Zhao Fengyan naturally wished to send his own son for education. He envisioned a schedule of morning lessons followed by afternoon martial arts training, a 2-year trial period. Alas, with 2 sons, one must balance the demands of education and martial prowess. As a father, he could not afford to remain idle at home. With a light chuckle, Zhao Fengyan refrained from lingering, seizing his short blade and bow, and setting off into the mountains with Little Black to hunt. Since the nutrient-rich eggs could not be sold for the time being, their household income relied heavily on hunting. Despite the heavy snow blanketing the mountains, Little Black's enhanced tracking abilities rendered him undeterred by the prospect of returning empty-handed. Shortly after their ascent, Little Black barked excitedly, darting towards a patch of dry brush. In its pursuit, a mountain chicken took flight. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Fengyan swiftly drew his bow. An arrow was nocked, and with a resounding twang, it flew forth, striking the airborne chicken. With a thud, the creature fell, and Little Black proudly retrieved it, presenting it to Zhao Fengyan. As a hunter, Zhao Fengyan possessed some skill. Archery was a fundamental craft for him. While he wouldn't boast of his prowess at greater distances, within 50 paces, his accuracy was nearly infallible. Well done, Little Black. Let us continue. Having successfully caught a mountain chicken shortly after entering the forest, this boded well for their outing. He patted Little Black affectionately and ventured deeper into the woods. With the assistance of his remarkably improved companion, Zhao Fengyan's hunting yield during this frigid winter surpassed even that of the usual spring and autumn seasons. As dusk approached, he returned home with 2 mountain chickens, a gray rabbit, and a hedgehog. While he had not encountered any large beasts that day, the combined haul was still substantial. Compared to the sporadic gains of other hunters in Mang, Zhao Fengyan had certainly enjoyed a bountiful day. Chapter 7. Distant Kin in the Village. After settling the winter hunting tax, and with the hens in the household once again producing the nourishing, blood-boosting eggs, Zhao Fengyan's life had improved significantly compared to before. Each morning, he ascended the mountains with Little Black, returning by evening with a bountiful catch, followed by indulging in a blood-boosting egg and practicing the rock-steady posture with his eldest son, Zhao Zhengzi. Evenings were reserved for spending time with Huang Wanyun and entertaining his youngest son, Zhao Zhengchuan. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. During this period, Zhao Fengyan had ventured to the county town twice to sell his game to Zhang Yidao, amassing a total of 20 taels of silver from his recent successes. Although this was less lucrative than the initial windfall from the snow fox, he was nonetheless pleased with the income over the past 10 days. Given his previous struggles for basic sustenance, this new situation was a marked improvement. With the 20 taels of silver, he allocated 5 taels for provisions and crafted garments for his wife and sons, thus addressing his prior shortcomings. He also spent 3 taels to repair his home, mending the leaky roof and enlarging the chicken and dog pens. Additionally, Zhao Fengyan had made notable progress in his practice of the rock-steady posture. Fueled by the consumption of the eggs he had aptly named golden-veined eggs. After consuming a golden-veined egg each day and practicing for 2 hours, he felt his strength surging. Previously, he had possessed around 200 gene of strength. Now, he estimated it to be at least 400 gene. Even while hunting and shooting, he found his bow felt unusually pliable. It seemed prudent to consider acquiring a stronger bow in the future. The most evident marker of becoming a martial artist was the attainment of 1,000 gene of strength. It appeared that Zhao Fengyan was not far from achieving this goal. With the improvement of his family's circumstances, the repairs to their home, and his own martial prowess on the rise, the family's spiritual vitality had also seen an increase. As indicated by the Beast Stone tablet, Zhao Fengyan was pleasantly surprised to discover that acquiring family spiritual vitality was not as arduous as he had anticipated. This spiritual essence held boundless potential and would undoubtedly become a pivotal asset in enhancing his family's standing in the future. With the addition of another strand of spiritual vitality, Zhao Fengyan contemplated the possibility of further empowering one of his hens to boost the production of golden-veined eggs. However, upon reflection, he decided against it, recognizing that the current supply sufficed for his family's consumption, and any excess could spoil. He planned instead to wait until he had gathered 2 strands of spiritual vitality to see if he could further enhance the capabilities of Little Black, who had already exhibited remarkable prowess. If he could elevate Little Black's combat skills, he would be more confident in confronting larger beasts. One evening, upon returning early from a hunting expedition, Zhao Fengyan stewed a mountain chicken and began practicing the posture with Zhao Zhengzi. Lower your stance, keep your back straight, and focus on your breathing, Zhao Fengyan instructed earnestly, and Zhao Zhengzi understood his father's good intentions, enduring the training without complaint. over the past weeks. Even at the tender age of 5, Zhao Jingze had shown some improvement, his strength noticeably increasing, and he seemed to have grown taller. The father and son practiced together for over an hour until the energy of the golden-veined egg was depleted, at which point they concluded their session. Jingze, go check on your mother. Tell her to prepare for dinner. All right, father. Zhao Fengyan entered the kitchen and brought forth the well-stewed mountain chicken. Accompanied by potatoes and a sprinkle of green garlic, the dish was mouth-watering. As he entered the room, Zhao Jingze's eyes gleamed with delight. Brother, you have truly borne the brunt of our hardships these days, hunting and cooking to care for me. Once I have recovered, I promise not to burden you so. Huang Wanyun, looking much healthier, rose from the bed, covering their youngest son with a blanket, her gaze towards Zhao Fengyan filled with a hint of guilt. We are husband and wife. There is no need for such talk. You have provided for our 2 sons, and your contributions are the most significant. Enough of that. Let us eat. Zhao Fengyan was unfazed by such accolades. To him, the division of labor between spouses mattered little. Yet, he did not grasp how his actions resonated deeply with Huang Wanyun, who perceived them as incredibly thoughtful. In her heart, Huang Wanyun silently vowed, I shall grow old with you, dear brother, through life and death, never to part. With that, the 3 of them began their meal. The fragrant white rice drenched in savory gravy, followed by bites of chicken, made for a delightful repast. However, just as they were enjoying their meal, Little Black suddenly began barking fiercely outside. Zhao Fengyan stepped out to investigate, and was taken aback to find a lean middle-aged man standing at the door. Recognizing the visitor, his brow furrowed. The man was Qian Ergu, also a hunter from the village. Interestingly, he was a distant relative, being Zhao Fengyan's mother's cousin, and thus his uncle by extension. However, when Zhao Fengyan's father had passed away, leaving him without even the means for burial, he had sought assistance from this uncle, only to be met with avoidance. Ultimately, young Zhao Fengyan had been compelled to risk his life by hunting in the mountains for several days to gather the necessary funds. From that point onward, their paths had diverged, and even after marrying Huang Wanyun, Zhao Fengyan had not invited him. Now, the reason for this man's visit was uncertain. Zhao Fengyan gestured for Little Black to be quiet, then inquired, What brings you here? Qian Ergu grinned, unceremoniously stepping into the main room as he replied, Ah, dear nephew, is it not permissible for me to come and see you? My, what a delightful aroma. Have you prepared a chicken stew today? It has been ages since I last caught a mountain chicken. It smells exquisite. It seems as if Qian Ergu, akin to a dog with its nose pressed against the table, is unable to resist the temptation of reaching out for a piece. Such a sight prompts Huang Wanyun to furrow her brow. Zhao Fengyan, not one to be overly polite, swiftly seizes him and drags him outside. Let us discuss matters out here. The second brother has only just fallen asleep. Noticing Zhao Fengyan's irritation, Qian Ergu refrains from advancing further and instead forces a smile. Nephew, I truly have a matter to discuss. Tomorrow marks the final deadline for the winter hunting tax. I have gathered for quite some time, yet I still find myself short of 5 taels of silver. Do you think you could lend a hand to your uncle and help me through this predicament? Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan comprehends the true intention behind the visit. This man has come to borrow money. It is no surprise, given the government's sudden imposition of the winter hunting tax, which has placed immense pressure on the village's hunters. Although Qian Ergu is an experienced hunter, his penchant for gambling leaves him with little silver to spare. Faced with an unexpected tax and the current heavy snowfall that has rendered hunting futile, he finds himself in dire straits. Recalling how this man had refused to assist during his father's demise, Zhao Fengyan feels no inclination to help him now that he is shamelessly presenting himself as an uncle in need. He casually responds, I have just settled my own winter hunting tax and have no spare funds. You ought to find another way. Do not jest. Dear nephew, Qian Ergu exclaims in feigned astonishment. You have been quite successful in your hunting endeavors as of late, and your home is even simmering with mountain chicken. How could you possibly lack silver? I understand you may still harbor a grudge for my past inaction, but I implore you to show mercy and extend your assistance. I assure you, I shall remember this kindness in the future. Kindness. Zhao Fengyan has no desire for favors from a gambler. Enough. I have no money, and that is that. Sensing the firmness in Zhao Fengyan's words, a shadow crosses Qian Ergu's face. His gaze shifts to the small black dog at the door and the 3 hens in the coop. With a glimmer of scheming in his eyes, he continues to smile disingenuously. Well then, dear nephew, if you lack silver, might I borrow your 3 hens for the time being? Once I navigate through this crisis, I promise to return them to you. To ask for hens? Such audacity is truly laughable. Even if one of those hens were to lay golden eggs, Zhao Fengyan would not acquiesce. Witnessing such shamelessness, Zhao Fengyan's anger surges. Qian Ergu, do not overstep your bounds. Leave at once. With those words, Qian Ergu's expression darkens instantly. Realizing that he would not secure any funds today, he huffs in displeasure and departs with a scowl. Brother Nian, your uncle has long ceased to have any connections with our family, and yet he dares to come and ask for money. Truly, he has lost all sense of shame. Huang Wanyun, typically gentle in nature, expresses her disdain for Qian Ergo's brazen behavior. However, her concern soon arises. I noticed a glint of resentment in his eyes as he left. Brother Nian, do you think he may harbor ill intentions towards our family? Zhao Fengnian, having already contemplated this possibility, furrows his brow in thought. It seems that the recent successes in hunting have drawn unwanted attention. Despite his efforts to avoid the other hunters in the village over the past 10 days, they are all neighbors, and it is nearly impossible to remain unnoticed. As time passes, it becomes evident to others that Zhao Fengnian has been yielding a bountiful harvest, with heavy snow sealing off the mountains. While others struggle to gather their winter hunting taxes, Zhao Fengnian's daily success only serves to incite envy. It is clear that his uncle has come seeking assistance due to this very circumstance. Nevertheless, life must continue. With 2 hungry children at home, Zhao Fengnian knows he must persist in his hunting endeavors. It appears he must quickly accumulate a sum of money and explore other stable means of livelihood. Although hunting has its merits, it also draws too much attention. If he could secure a steady yet discreet source of income, he would no longer need to worry about inciting envy. Zhao Fengnian now contemplates the need to gather sufficient funds to acquire some land. In doing so, he could prioritize farming while still hunting on the side, which would likely reduce the jealousy directed towards him. For now, he must continue hunting. Dismissing further thoughts, Zhao Fengnian turns to comfort his wife. Wanyun, do not fret. Even if Qian Ergo harbors ulterior motives, he lacks the courage to act upon them. The laws of Jin are strict, theft of chickens and dogs are serious offenses, and this village is filled with witnesses. What could he possibly do? Furthermore, your husband is now half a warrior. Dealing with such individuals is within my capabilities. Hearing Zhao Fengnian's reassurances, Huang Wanyun feels a wave of relief wash over her. Father, mother, no need to concern yourselves with that shameless individual. Let us continue our meal. I am still hungry. Zhao Zhengzhe, having been delayed from eating for so long, eagerly urges his parents to resume their meal. The couple exchanges a knowing smile before returning to the table to enjoy the mountain chicken. Meanwhile, outside the village, Qian Ergo, having just been expelled by Zhao Fengnian, spits on the ground in resentment as he glares at Zhao Fengnian's small courtyard. Humph. What is there for that little brat to be so proud of? Has he merely been lucky enough to catch a few animals? Once this winter passes, I will surpass him in hunting. Muttering under his breath, Qian Ergo trudges home. He briefly considers the audacious idea of stealing Zhao Fengnian's hens under the cover of night, but the thought of the large guard dog dissuades him, and he reluctantly abandons the notion. As for any other more malevolent intentions, a mere hunter from the mountain village dares not entertain such thoughts. Having vented his frustrations, upon returning to his dilapidated hut, Qian Ergo's expression darkens once more, still 5 taels short. How on earth will I gather the winter hunting tax? Once a family man with a loving wife and daughter, Qian Ergo's gambling addiction has led to his current state of despair. His wife perished from overwork while trying to repay debts, and he had sold his daughter into the brothel. His present circumstances are indeed a consequence of his own actions, if all else fails. I shall venture into the county tomorrow and take a gamble. I refuse to believe that my luck can remain so dismal. Early the next morning, Qian Ergo arrives in the county town, armed with his entire fortune of 5 taels of silver, determined to storm the gambling den. Today, I shall wreak havoc and leave you all penniless. After his boastful declaration, he plunges into the smoky chaos of the casino. Initially, fortune smiles upon him, and he wins a considerable amount. However, arrogance clouds his judgment, and he fails to rein in his luck, eventually losing all his winnings and the original 5 taels of silver. Only when he realizes he has no capital left does despair wash over him, leaving him cold and shaken. Beads of sweat form on his forehead as panic sets in. If I do not pay my winter hunting tax today, the county clerk will surely come for me tomorrow. Should I be conscripted, my life will be forfeit. What can I do? What can I do? Trembling at the entrance of the gambling den, he yearns to continue but finds himself bereft of funds. Yet, leaving without a resolution fills him with frustration. At that moment, a figure emerges from the depths of the casino, striding directly toward him. It is none other than Liu Tian, the former hunter from Mang village, who now ingratiates himself with the Wang family. Ah, if it isn't my brother Go, you appear to be trembling and sweating. Whatever could be the matter? Liu Tian, having spent his days serving the Wang family and leveraging their influence to find employment in the county, approaches with a casual demeanor. This casino serves as one of his means of generating income. Whenever he spots some gamblers who have lost everything, he makes his appearance, offering them a loan at exorbitant interest rates, far worse than contemporary usury. Qian Ergu looked up to find Li Yutian, and a wave of revulsion washed over him instinctively. He yearned to curse that traitorous Li, but the words stuck in his throat. Yutian, what brings you here? Li Yutian, however, had no time for idle chatter and got straight to the point. Brother, are you completely broke? Would you like me to lend you some? Having frequented the casino for years, Qian Ergu was well aware that Li Yutian was offering him a loan with steep interest. He understood the terrifying nature of such loans and knew better than to provoke Li Yutian, so he contemplated refusing and leaving. Yet, as he turned to depart, he found himself grimacing and retracing his steps. There was no alternative. As dreadful as the loan was, it paled in comparison to the terror of conscription. What is the interest? As per the usual terms, it's 9 out of 13, with a month's deadline. Since you and I are acquainted, there's no need for collateral. Upon witnessing the interest in Qian Ergu, Li Yutian beamed with delight. 9 out of 13 may sound low, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed dreadful. Borrowing 10 meant repaying 9, and after a month, the total would be 13. If one failed to repay by the deadline, the new principal would be 13, and by the second month, the debt would balloon to nearly 19. Should one be unable to repay, the consequences would be dire. Qian Ergu shrank back, inwardly cursing Li Yutian as a heartless scoundrel. However, there were no other options. It was likely that only this fellow villager would be willing to lend him money. I'll borrow to get through this tough time, and later I can hunt in the mountains more diligently. He thought of how Zhao Fengnian consistently returned with impressive catches. As an experienced hunter himself, he believed he could match Zhao's success. Fine, I'll borrow 12 taels. Excellent. 12 taels it is. I'll give you 10 taels and 8 xian. Due in a month. Sign here. Li Yutian was quite thrilled, swiftly drafting the loan agreement and prompting Qian Ergu to sign. Once the transaction was completed, Li Yutian left with a smile, ready to identify his next target. Meanwhile, Qian Ergu, deterred from further gambling, exited the casino and headed to the county office to pay the winter hunting tax. Chapter 9. The Golden Pattern Chicken Breeding Plan. The increased taxes felt as though the citizens had been skinned alive. Although the populace grumbled about the burdensome taxes, once they endured this period, they would eventually find a semblance of stability. Most villagers in Mang village tightened their belts, scraping together the necessary funds for the taxes. Those who could not gather enough money had no choice but to send a family member to endure hard labor. Some were dispatched to the mines, while others faced conscription. With their fates uncertain, following the tax imposition, life became arduous for every household. Some tenants, lacking winter employment, resorted to hunting in the mountains like the local hunters. Although tenants were forbidden from hunting, and the county office imposed additional hunting taxes if discovered, during the harsh winter, the officials turned a blind eye. However, many hunters returning from the mountains found their bags disappointingly empty. One evening a month later, numerous hunters returned to the village in succession. Some carried rabbits, while others bore mountain chickens, yet many returned empty-handed. As these hunters gathered at the village entrance to chat, a robust man descended from the mountain. Dressed in a leather coat, his towering figure was accompanied by a glossy black dog, and he bore a deer weighing around 100 pounds on his shoulder. Compared to the hunters clutching only a few chickens, rabbits, or nothing at all, this man's haul was indeed bountiful. Wow, that deer must weigh over 100 pounds. Are there still deer in Mang Mountain? I haven't seen one in ages. That must be Zhao Fengnian. He has caught another big one. It's unbelievable that only he seems to be bringing home game, while we seasoned hunters are outdone by a youth. I bet Zhao Fengnian owes his success to that black dog of his. Look at it. Its coat shines, its legs are sturdy, and its eyes gleam with a hint of green. If only I had a hunting dog like that. The returning hunter was indeed Zhao Fengnian. He had successfully hunted a sizable deer and intended to return to the village discreetly, but the throng made that impossible. Acknowledging the admiration and comments from the villagers, he graciously attributed his success to luck. After dealing with the envious gazes of the villagers, Zhao Fengnian wasted no time and headed home with his prize and his dog. A month after the winter hunting tax, Zhao Fengnian continued to hunt daily, consuming golden-patterned eggs to practice his stances. Over the course of a month, his strength had increased to about 600 pounds, and his hunting had earned him over 40 taels of silver. With more than 50 taels saved at home, he felt considerably lighter in spirit. Not only him, but his black dog had also undergone significant changes during this time. Ever since Zhao Fengnian had enlightened it, its diet had improved considerably, and it occasionally enjoyed a golden-patterned egg. Consequently, its coat had become glossy, its size had increased, and it even reached Zhao Fengnian's waist. Moreover, upon closer inspection, a faint green glimmer could be seen in its pupils. Zhao Fengnian recognized that these changes were a result of its transformation, and although he initially felt some concern, the dog's unwavering loyalty reassured him, and he chose not to intervene further. As for the villagers' attention, Zhao Fengnian harbored some reservations, but he did not dwell on them excessively. He was now on the cusp of becoming a martial artist, and felt little fear of ill intentions from others. Zhao Fangyan soon returned home, where Zhao Zhengze eagerly awaited him at the door. From a distance, he waved excitedly at Zhao Fangyan and rushed inside to call for Huang Wanyan. Mother, mother, father is back. Look, he has brought a huge deer. As Zhao Fangyan entered the courtyard, Huang Wanyan came out to greet him, holding their second son, Zhao Zhengchuan, with a radiant smile. Brother Nian, that has quite a catch today. You've worked hard. If you're tired, you should rest for a few days. Not at all. It's just a deer. It's nothing strenuous. After tossing the deer aside, Zhao Fangyan did not immediately engage Zhao Zhengze in stance practice, but instead walked over to inspect the chicken coop. A month prior, on a whim, he had purchased a rooster from the county town. With the rooster, the golden pattern hen could now hatch chicks from its eggs. This approach was also Zhao Fangyan's attempt to discern any differences between the chicks hatched from golden patterned eggs and ordinary chicks. Over half a month ago, more than 10 chicks had hatched, 8 of which were from the golden patterned eggs. In just 20 days, the golden patterned chicks had grown significantly larger than regular chicks, weighing over 3 pounds and nearing market readiness. These chicks grew remarkably fast. If raised extensively, they could potentially become a lucrative venture. Recognizing this opportunity for wealth, Zhao Fangyan promptly caught one and handed it to Huang Wanyun, instructing her to stew it for dinner to test its flavor. After practicing stances with Zhao Zhengze for 2 hours, he finally enjoyed a meal of the golden patterned chicken. With the first bite, the meat was tender and juicy, accompanied by a unique savory aroma. Most importantly, it contained a subtle hint of vitality. The piece of meat was thus, and Zhao Fangyan estimated that the vitality contained within an entire chicken surpassed that of a single golden pattern egg by nearly half. The chicks hatched from these golden pattern eggs are indeed remarkable. By hatching golden pattern eggs and breeding golden pattern chickens, it is certain that the vitality of the golden pattern eggs can be maximized. With an increased abundance of vitality, coupled with a delectable flavor, the price will undoubtedly soar. In the future, this will undoubtedly become a unique industry for the Zhao family. Zhao Fangyan was resolute in his thoughts and secretly devised plans on how to breed these golden pattern chickens on a large scale. His small courtyard was far too limited. He required a larger expanse of woodland. However, one cannot simply take over woodland at will. Although Mang Mountain is vast, it is not unclaimed. Should Zhao Fangyan wish to utilize it, he must approach the village chief to negotiate the acquisition of a tract of woodland from the county office. The cost, of course, would not be trifling. It is said that an uncultivated acre of woodland demands 15 taels of silver. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhao Fangyan planned to gather more money before embarking on this endeavor. Presently, the family's spiritual light within the 10,000 beast steel had yet to increase. Acquiring the woodland would undoubtedly enhance their family's spiritual light. At that time, whether to continue nurturing Little Black or to cultivate more hens would not pose a problem. Once the breeding of golden pattern chickens is successfully established, it would certainly yield a tidy profit while also providing a stable source of income for the family. With this in mind, Zhao Fangyan resolved to make another trip to the county town the following day to sell the game he had hunted over the last couple of days. He believed the game from these days to be quite valuable, especially today's roe deer, which was plump and meaty. This single catch could fetch over 10 taels of silver. Wanyun, I shall visit the county town tomorrow to sell goods and also procure some fine wine. It is time to celebrate the full moon for our second son. All right, Brother Nian, return early. Chapter 10, Debt Collection. The next day at noon, Zhao Fangyan rode back to the village on an ox cart. He had rented the cart for 101 in the county town, and it was laden with several jars of premium sorghum wine. This wine was, of course, intended for the full moon celebration of his second son. He planned to invite the nearby villagers to join in the festivities. As the ox cart entered the village, many villagers spotted it, and upon seeing Zhao Fangyan seated atop the cart with jars of wine, they quickly deduced his intentions. Fangyan, that wine looks splendid. When will the full moon celebration be? Don't forget to invite us. Several jars of wine. This will be delightful. Fangyan, merely having wine is insufficient, given your impressive hunting skills. You must provide some meat to accompany it. Numerous villagers gathered around, cheerfully greeting him. In Mang Village, full moon celebrations are generally a matter of joy, characterized by reciprocity, with little emphasis on personal obligation. However, due to the recent harsh tax burdens, many villagers struggle just to make ends meet, resulting in a scarcity of celebrations. Zhao Fangyan's full moon celebration would undoubtedly attract a crowd. He was unconcerned about their contributions. He merely sought merriment and responded with a smile. Hee. The date is set for the day after tomorrow. All are welcome to join. There will be plenty of fine wine and meat. After greeting the villagers, Zhao Fangyan continued on his way home, pondering to himself. It appeared he must reserve some game from the hunt over the next couple of days to prepare for the full moon celebration, ensuring he would have something presentable. He would head up the mountain tomorrow to see what he could procure. As he continued home, he happened to glance at his uncle Qian Ergu's house and noticed Li Yutian. Li Yutian was at the door with 2 others, knocking persistently. Yet no response came from within. Since Li Matzi had latched onto the Wang family's fortune and the villagers shunned him, he rarely returned to the village. Zhao Fangyan found it puzzling that he had come to seek Qian Ergu today. However, it was of no consequence to him. After a brief glance, he moved on. Upon returning home, after settling the cart hire, he was welcomed by Little Black as he carried the wine inside. Wan Yun, Zhengzhe, come out and take a look. At Qian Ergu's doorstep, Li Yutian, frustrated after knocking for some time without a reply, finally kicked the door open with a determined shove. The wooden door swung wide, and he dashed inside, only to find no one present. You, Qian Ergu, dare to hide from me on the day the debt is due. He fumed. Li Yutian had lent Qian Ergu money over a month ago, and it was indeed time for repayment. With no sign of Qian Ergu, he realized the latter was deliberately avoiding him. Initially contemplating a destructive rampage, he abandoned the idea as the dilapidated hut was already in disarray. Making a mess would be no different from cleaning it. With a cold snort, Li Yutian left with his companions. Later that night, a figure stealthily entered the village. Surveying the surroundings before slipping into the hut, none other than Qian Ergu. Lighting an oil lamp, he gazed at the door that had been kicked open, shaking his head in exasperation. That bastard Li Yutian actually dared to break my door. He shall not escape unscathed. Sighing, he reflected on the past month. He had not only lost the 13 taels of silver, but had also squandered the 5 taels earned from hunting. How am I to repay Li Matzi's loan now? I must avoid him as much as possible, despite having hunted a modest amount. Qian Ergu's inherent tendencies led him to gamble away his meager earnings, hoping for a turnaround. However, one cannot expect a winning gambler. He ended up with nothing. Knowing that Li Matzi would come to collect the debt soon, he deliberately avoided returning home. As the debt compounded, Qian Ergu understood that without a stroke of luck in gambling, he would never be able to repay it. Moreover, Li Yutian was a martial artist with backing. He could not contend with him. After much deliberation, he had resigned himself to a life of evasion. Having avoided detection until now, Qian Ergu felt utterly exhausted and went straight to bed to rest. Yet, before he could lie down, 3 shadowy figures entered through the door. Ah, brother dog, were you about to sleep? Hearing the voice, Qian Ergu jumped up in surprise, and upon recognizing the intruders, he was drenched in cold sweat. Yutian, why are you here so late? So late? I came during the day. Were you around? The visitor was indeed Li Yutian. He was no fool and would not easily relent. Having failed to find Qian Ergu during the day, he naturally returned to search again at night. Hee. I won't waste time with you, Ergu. You cannot escape this. Pay up quickly. I have no money. Yutian, please grant me a few more days. A few more days? The interest on this loan is considerable. By the time you gather the money, it will be even higher. We are from the same village. I do not wish to push you to your end. While the interest has not yet escalated, I must collect. No money, is it? Simple enough. This hut of yours holds some value. Tomorrow, bring the deed to the village chief, and I shall not make things difficult for you. Li Yutian was a clever man. He understood that allowing the debt to linger while it accumulated significantly would only result in a bad debt. Collecting at the right moment was the mark of a wise individual. Qian Ergu's hut was worth no less than 20 taels of silver. Upon hearing that Li Yutian had set his sights on his only valuable possession, Qian Ergu was filled with panic. Yutian, brother Yutian, you cannot take away my home. This is my only refuge. Without a home, he would become a wanderer. According to Jin state laws, those without land would lose their household registration and be deemed vagrants. A status far beneath that of hunters and tenants, and Qian Ergu wished to avoid such a fate at all costs. Despite Qian Ergu's desperate pleas, Li Yutian remained unmoved. Who was Li Yutian? His ascension to this point was solely attributable to his unscrupulous methods and the oppression of the weak. What did the plight of the refugees matter to him? If you were unwilling, I would ensure you suffer the consequences. With that, Li Yutian delivered a powerful kick to Qian Ergu, causing him to emit a muffled groan, writhing in pain. After a considerable pause, Qian Ergu finally caught his breath. As if struck by a sudden thought, he hurriedly exclaimed, "This place won't do, Yutian. Don't force me. I still have avenues. Tomorrow, I shall borrow money from my cousin. Recently, he has had a bountiful hunt and is sure to have funds to assist me." Upon hearing this, Li Yutian scoffed. "I know your cousin, Zhao Fangyan, right? I, too, am from this village, and everyone knows the nature of your relationship with him. You think you can borrow money from him? Dream on. If I can't borrow, I will resort to theft. By the way, his recent successes in hunting are all thanks to that extraordinary black dog of his, which many villagers have witnessed. That hunting dog possesses remarkable skills. If I steal it and sell it, it will surely fetch a handsome sum, enough to repay your debt." As Qian Ergu spoke, Li Yutian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The young master of the Wang family, whom he sought to curry favor with, had a keen interest in hunting. Therefore, he had been on the lookout for a fine hunting dog to impress him. If what Qian Ergu claimed was true, it might indeed serve his purpose. After pondering for a moment, Li Yutian spoke in a low voice. I am currently in need of a superior hunting dog. If you can procure one that satisfies me, we shall consider our debt settled. Is that truly the case? Indeed. However, dogs recognize their masters. I require the hunting dog for the purpose of hunting in Mongshan. I do not wish for it to return to its owner later. Therefore, once the dog is acquired, its original owner must vanish. What? Chapter 11. Traps in the mountains. In the early morning, Zhao Fengyan's family gathered in the main room, where a pot of rice porridge and 10 steaming meat buns lay on the table. Zhao Fengyan was not a miser. Today, there was some money in the house, and he and Zhao Jingze resumed their martial training. Although they had the golden pattern egg and occasionally a golden pattern chicken to replenish their vitality, they could not afford to neglect their meals. While not extravagant, there had to be meat every day. As a result, the family's complexion visibly improved. Even though Zhao Fengyan wore a thick leather coat, it could not conceal his robust physique. As he moved through the village, he drew the attention of the widows at the village entrance. Zhao Jingze, unlike Zhao Fengyan, had merely shot up in height, growing about an inch in just over a month. Huang Wanyan had fully recovered, showing no signs of being gaunt. Even their youngest son, Zhao Zhengchuan, was plump and adorable. Father, are you going hunting in the mountains today? When can I go with you? Zhao Jingze, swallowing a large meat bun, gazed at Zhao Fengyan with admiration, as if accompanying his father on a hunting expedition was a remarkable feat. Tell me, why do you want to hunt with your father? Everyone in the village says you are formidable, and those who used to ignore me have started to play with me. I think you are very impressive, father. Zhao Jingze's innocent words brought a smile to Zhao Fengyan's face. He was aware that his recent achievements had drawn considerable attention, inadvertently elevating Zhao Jingze's status among his peers. Without dwelling on these details, Zhao Fengyan looked at his son seriously. Jingze, do not rush. You must wait until you are a bit older. When spring arrives, I will send you to a private school to learn to read and write, and you shall also train with me. If you show talent in martial arts, I will allow you to go hunting. Okay. Huang Wanyan watched the two, her face beaming with happiness. Brother Nyan, are you going to the mountains again today? I spoke with the villagers, and we are having a full-month celebration for Zhengchuan the day after tomorrow. We need a decent game to present. Yes, return early. Be careful. After finishing breakfast, Zhao Fengyan, as usual, took Xiaohong up the mountain. About half an hour later, Xiaohong lay on the ground, sniffing intensely, then barked at Zhao Fengyan. This indicated that something had been discovered. Zhao Fengyan approached, searching in the area where Xiaohong was fervently sniffing, and soon found a thick strand of fur. Is this wild boar? Wild boars were generally sizable and notoriously aggressive. Ordinary hunters would not dare to hunt them without assistance, for a careless misstep could lead to serious injuries from a charge or a bite. In earlier times, Zhao Fengyan would have hesitated, but now he was half a martial artist, strong enough to handle a common wild boar with ease. Just the right game for his full-month celebration. Let us go. Xiaohong, lead the way. Woof. Upon hearing Zhao Fengyan's call, Xiaohong barked excitedly and took off running. For an ordinary hunting dog, tracking a wild boar based on a single strand of fur would be exceedingly difficult. However, for Xiaohong, as long as the boar hadn't fled too far or the fur hadn't been shed for long, it was confident in its ability to find it. The man and dog raced through the forest, quickly disappearing from sight. Not long after Zhao Fengyan left, Qian Ergu's figure appeared in the same spot. He glanced around the forest and hesitated. It seems he came up this path. He will likely return this way as well. Let us set a trap here. With that, he began to busy himself with the pickaxe in his hands. Though Qian Ergu was a gambler, he was undeniably an experienced hunter. After a short while, he had dug a relatively deep pit and proceeded to sharpen some branches to place upside down in the pit. He covered the opening with thin twigs and finally layered it with leaves and a light dusting of snow. At this point, it appeared indistinguishable from the surrounding terrain. Once finished, he sighed in relief, sat down to rest, and waited quietly. Fengyan, do not hold it against me. Li Yutian has pushed me too hard for too long, leaving me with no choice. Rest assured, after taking the lives of your family of 3, I will spare your youngest son. I want to let the Zhao family die out. Qian Ergu muttered incessantly, occasionally pulling out a wine gourd to take a few swigs, evidently flustered. At noon, deep within Mongshan, Zhao Fengyan lay on the ground, his gaze fixed intently on the distance. There, a plump wild boar was foraging in the snow. Finally found it. Xiaohong ran over 30 miles. This wild boar can really run. Zhao Fengyan thought to himself, marveling again at Xiaohong's tracking abilities. The wild boar had run over 30 miles, and Xiaohong could still catch up. It truly was remarkable. Not wanting to dwell on it any longer, Zhao Fengyan recognized that the wild boar was in a relaxed state, making it the perfect opportunity to strike. Drawing back his bowstring, he aimed at the wild boar over 50 paces away. At this distance, Zhao Fengyan was confident in his shot. With a swift whoosh, the arrow shot forth. The wild boar, startled, bolted away. Yet, it was too late. With a soft thud, the arrow struck its neck. The arrow penetrated merely 3 inches, and for a boar of such considerable size, it could only be deemed a minor injury. The pain was excruciating, and the boar bellowed furiously, scanning its surroundings until it spotted Zhao Fengyan, a solitary figure in the distance, and charged towards him in a fit of rage. With a thunderous roar, this massive beast, weighing no less than 600 pounds, barreled forward with terrifying force. However, upon witnessing this, Zhao Fengyan felt a surge of elation. The arrow had not embedded deeply, and while he had been troubled by the feebleness of his wooden bow, he had also feared that the boar might flee in terror. Yet, its fury propelled it toward him, sparing him the need to pursue. With a fierce shout, Zhao Fengyan sidestepped the boar's assault, then delivered a powerful blow to its temple with his enormous fist. Empowered, he reacted swiftly, and his punch carried formidable strength. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to evade the boar's charge so effortlessly. A resounding thud echoed as his fist struck. The boar was sent crashing to the ground. Observing this, the dog, Xiaohei, leaped forward to sink its teeth into the creature's neck. Nevertheless, the boar did not succumb instantly. It merely lay dazed and unable to rise. Seizing the moment, Zhao Fengyan leaped atop the boar, plunging his dagger into its heart. With the coordinated effort of the man and his dog, the colossal boar soon lay still. At last, I've secured a substantial prize. Xiaohei, you shall have an extra meal. Come home with me, barked Zhao Fengyan joyfully. He then retrieved a length of rope to bind the boar. Weighing no less than 600 pounds, carrying it back was impractical, so he fashioned a makeshift sled from branches and laid the boar upon it, dragging it back with relative ease, thanks to the lingering snow in the mountains. As he descended the mountain, his spirits soared with the day's impressive haul. However, as he neared the mountain's edge, he suddenly spotted a figure lurking in the woods. It was none other than Qian Ergu. Upon witnessing Zhao Fengyan return with the boar, Qian Ergu's initial shock quickly morphed into enthusiastic praise. Nephew, my goodness, you've captured such a magnificent boar. Remarkable. Chapter 12. Consequences of one's own actions. Qian Ergu had waited for quite some time, growing increasingly anxious as afternoon slipped away without sight of Zhao Fengyan. Although he felt intimidated by Li Youtian's threats to kill him, he feared even more the prospect of being driven to desperation. Just as he prepared to take drastic measures against Zhao Fengyan under the cover of night, Zhao Fengyan finally appeared, accompanied by his dog and the enormous boar. Upon seeing the boar, Qian Ergu's initial flattery was swiftly overshadowed by jealousy. A boar of such size, weighing at least 600 pounds, commanded a high price, especially when food was scarce. With the price of boar meat soaring to around 100 won per pound, this creature could fetch no less than 50 taels of silver after processing. The thought of being cornered by a mere 10 taels, while Zhao Fengyan effortlessly reaped such rewards, filled Qian Ergu with resentment. Zhao Fengyan, in his eyes, truly deserved his fate. As Qian Ergu's murderous intent simmered beneath a facade of cordiality, he approached Zhao Fengyan, feigning an offer to assist in hauling the boar. Initially in high spirits, Zhao Fengyan's mood soured upon encountering Qian Ergu. Seeing his obsequious grin, Zhao Fengyan furrowed his brow, aware of the man's duplicitous nature. No need for your help. I can manage on my own. Keep your distance. Zhao Fengyan's words were a clear declaration of enmity. Most would retreat at such a rebuff. But Qian Ergu, momentarily taken aback, allowed anger to flash in his eyes before masking it with a smile. Nephew, you're being too distant. Rest assured, I won't borrow money from you this time, nor do I want your boar. I merely wish to assist you in bringing it back. With that, Qian Ergu stepped closer. However, Xiaohei, sensing its master's fury, bared its teeth as a warning, poised to attack if necessary. Seeing the dog's fierce demeanor, Qian Ergu hesitated awkwardly. If you have the strength, then I won't insist on helping. Zhao Fengyan ignored him and continued dragging the boar back. Yet, as they descended, Qian Ergu trailed behind, his excitement building as he observed Zhao Fengyan approaching a trap he had set. Quickly, hurry, you'll fall in and be left shivering, he thought, envisioning using Zhao Fengyan's hunting dog to repay his debts and sell the boar for profit. With each step, Zhao Fengyan drew nearer to the concealed pit. The snow-covered ground showed no signs of danger, and even as a hunter, he remained oblivious to the impending threat. 100 paces, 50 paces, 10 paces, just 3 paces away. At this moment, Zhao Fengyan stood on the brink of disaster, poised to fall into the trap and be impaled by the concealed spikes below. Yet, in this critical moment, Xiaohei suddenly sniffed the air, its demeanor shifting to one of alertness. It positioned itself in front of Zhao Fengyan, preventing him from advancing. Xiao He. Zhao Fengyan was taken aback, glancing down at his dog. Woof woof. Xiao He emitted a low growl, cautiously sniffing the ground a few steps ahead. Understanding that something was amiss, Zhao Fengyan realized Xiao He had detected the trap. The pristine snow revealed no signs of disturbance. But he recognized that Xiao He's heightened senses indicated danger. Realizing there were no prey nearby, he surmised it must be a trap, as the dog could likely smell the disturbed earth. Suddenly, Zhao Fengyan recalled Qian Erge's overly eager demeanor earlier. With the trap ahead, it became clear that Qian Erge's arrival was suspicious. Could it be that this scoundrel had set his sights on my catch, intending to ensnare me here? Alarmed, Zhao Fengyan prepared to turn back. However, at that moment, Qian Erge, in a fit of madness, charged toward him. You shall meet your end, he shouted. Furious that Zhao Fengyan's dog had thwarted his plans just as the trap was about to be sprung. Ignoring any sense of caution, Qian Erge lunged forward, intent on shoving Zhao Fengyan into the pit. The distance between them was minimal, and Qian Erge, having plotted this scheme, was quick. Any ordinary hunter would have fallen victim to his trickery. Yet, Zhao Fengyan had honed his skills and was no longer merely an ordinary man. Sensing Qian Erge's furious approach, Zhao Fengyan remained calm. He stepped aside, pulling Xiao He back with him. Qian Erge, caught off guard, stumbled forward. His foot landing on the treacherous snow. The ground collapsed beneath him, and he fell into a massive pit, where a multitude of spikes awaited him. A series of muffled thuds echoed as he was impaled by the hidden spikes. Ah, my mother! Qian Erge was gushing blood, writhing in agony. Yet, within mere moments, he succumbed to his injuries, his head tilting to the side as he lay motionless. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Fengyan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the trap within the pit was so nefarious. He stood in a daze for a while before regaining his composure. It was no wonder he reacted so strongly. He truly did not foresee that Qian Erge would devise such a cruel trap in an attempt to ensnare him. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Xiao He, even with his considerable increase in strength, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim to this peril. You sought to harm me, yet met your end in your own snare. Such is the consequence of your actions. This bears no connection to me. Having uttered these thoughts, Zhao Fengyan pressed on, dragging the wild boar down the mountain. Meanwhile, Qian Erge's corpse would soon be devoured by wild beasts, leaving little trace behind. This incident heightened Zhao Fengyan's vigilance. Having recently enjoyed a bountiful hunting season, he had attracted the malevolent designs of distant relatives intent on assassination. Should his family prosper in the future, who knew what other nefarious individuals might set their sights upon him? He resolved to strengthen himself swiftly. Once he became a martial artist, even if someone coveted his success, they would dare not harbor malicious intent. With a deep sigh, Zhao Fengyan was grateful for his earlier decision not to sell the Jinwen eggs and Jinwen chickens. In silence, Zhao Fengyan soon returned to the village. As expected, his substantial catch of the wild boar stirred quite a commotion among the villagers. He generously informed them that he would be using the boar for his son's upcoming full-month banquet. The villagers expressed their congratulations, eagerly anticipating the feast. Upon returning home, the sight of the enormous wild boar startled Huang Wanyun and Zhao Jingze. Oh my, brother Nian, why is this wild boar so enormous? It's quite frightening. Wow. A wild boar. So much meat. Even if the entire village came, we couldn't finish it all. Faced with his wife and child's astonishment and excitement, Zhao Fengyan smiled. He refrained from disclosing the matter of Qian Erge's machinations against him. The news of Qian Erge's death would undoubtedly spread through the village soon enough. Although he had perished by his own hand, it was ultimately due to Zhao Fengyan that he had met his demise. Zhao Fengyan preferred that the details remain obscure. The fewer who knew, the safer he would be. Today has indeed been fortuitous. Such a large wild boar. Half will be reserved for the banquet, and the other half sold in the county. Chapter 13. A hasty conclusion. The following day, Zhao Fengyan did not venture back up the mountain. Having enjoyed a fruitful day prior, and with the banquet approaching, he decided to busy himself at home. In the morning, he processed the wild boar and transported half to Zhang Yidao in the county. The half-boar weighed over 200 pounds, bringing great delight to Zhang Yidao. After praising Zhao Fengyan's exceptional hunting skills, he promptly paid him 25 taels of silver. During this period, Zhao Fengyan had frequently delivered game to Zhang Yidao, and the variety of wild delicacies had significantly boosted Zhang Yidao's butcher shop's business, earning it a modest reputation in the county. Consequently, Zhang Yidao was immensely grateful to Zhao Fengyan, offering him fairer prices for his game. Their relationship deepened considerably. Brother Fengyan, I shall be relying on you more for my shop in the future. Be sure to bring your goods. Zhang Yidao wiped his greasy hands and handed Zhao Fengyan a large parcel wrapped in oiled paper. Upon looking down, Zhao Fengyan was astonished to find a leg of lamb. Brother Zhang, is this really necessary? Zhao Fengyan understood Zhang Yidao's intentions, but he was not one to take advantage, promptly declining. Brother Fengyan, please do not refuse. I heard your youngest son is soon to celebrate his full month. I am swamped with business and cannot attend. So consider this my gift to nourish your son and sister-in-law. Zhang Yidao insisted, placing the parcel firmly in Zhao Fengyan's embrace. Although both were polite, they inadvertently exerted some strength. In that moment, Zhao Fengyan realized that Zhang Yidao possessed greater strength than himself, easily exceeding 800 or 900 pounds. And that was without exerting his full force. If he did, he would surely surpass 1,000 pounds. Such strength was characteristic of a martial artist. Zhao Fengyan was taken aback. He had not suspected that the seemingly ordinary butcher was, in fact, a martial artist. A martial artist choosing to dwell among the common folk must have had a compelling reason. Yet, Zhao Fengyan would not pry. Acknowledging Zhang Yidao's generous gesture, he accepted the leg of lamb. Then, I shall accept this gift gratefully. With that, Zhao Fengyan took his leave. As he departed, he contemplated the implications. Zhang Yidao was a martial artist, albeit with secrets. Nonetheless, he was someone worth forging a close alliance with. In the future, when selling genuine chickens, perhaps they could collaborate. However, that would have to wait until he himself became a martial artist. For now, he needed to secure a large tract of forest for raising chickens. The silver was nearly sufficient. Returning to Mang village with the leg of lamb, Zhao Fengyan noticed a considerable gathering of people at the village entrance. Their expressions varied. Some anxious, others curious. Among them was the village head, Li Jutsai, a man in his 40s with over 100 acres of fertile land, a true landlord. Curious about the commotion, Zhao Fengyan approached to see. In the center of the crowd lay a corpse, so mangled by animal bites that it was unrecognizable. From the numerous blood holes, it was evident that the body belonged to Qian Ergu. He had not expected his corpse to be discovered the very next day. It was no surprise. He had died not deep within Mang Mountain, and the village's hunters traversed these paths frequently, soon uncovering his remains. Who is this? The wild beasts have mangled him beyond recognition. They say he died in a trap up in the mountains, one quite large. From his clothing, it seems to be Qian Ergu. Though he was a hunter, how could he have perished in a trap? Just yesterday, I saw him digging a significant pit. He died in his own trap. How strange. The villagers debated the peculiar circumstances, and some suggested notifying the authorities. Hearing this, Zhao Fengyan furrowed his brow. Although he had not killed the man, if the officials linked him to the incident, trouble could arise. Just as he pondered how to navigate this situation, Li Jutsai spoke up. Report to the authorities? For what? Qian Ergu's cause of death is unremarkable. He merely fell into a trap of his own making. The officials are too busy to concern themselves with such trivial matters. All right, disperse. He has no family. I will cover the costs of his burial. With just a few words, Li Jutsai sent the onlookers away and hastily concluded the matter. Zhao Fengyan, upon hearing this, could only shake his head in silence. As the village head, Li Jutsai was technically under the jurisdiction of the county office. Should a murder occur in the village, he would bear the brunt of the blame. It was likely that he hastily resolved the matter for this very reason. Moreover, with no one left to claim Qian Ergu's estate, his land would naturally fall into Li Jutsai's possession. Seeing that Li Jutsai's actions had perfectly alleviated his concerns, Zhao Fengyan smiled faintly. He was about to take his leave when Li Yutian hurriedly approached from the village entrance. As he drew near, he cast a glance at Zhao Fengyan, then moved closer to the corpse. Upon confirming it was Qian Ergu, he suddenly lifted his head and gazed deeply at Zhao Fengyan. Noticing his penetrating stare, Zhao Fengyan furrowed his brow. The circumstances surrounding Qian Ergu's death were known only to a select few. Yet Li Yotian's meaningful look suggested that there was more to it. Could it be that Qian Ergu's confrontation with him had something to do with Li Yutian? Zhao Fengyan pondered, harboring suspicions, yet lacking any concrete evidence. He could only speculate in silence. Nonetheless, even speculation was enough to instill within him a heightened wariness towards Li Yutian. He chose not to linger, blending into the crowd before vanishing from sight. The wretched Qian Ergu had met his end just like that. What a useless fellow. With his demise, who was to settle my debts? Li Yutian had not anticipated that Qian Ergu, a seasoned hunter, would fail to carry out the assassination of Zhao Fengyan. Now that Qian Ergu was dead, not only had his investments gone up in smoke, but Zhao Fengyan's dog was still unclaimed. With a fierce kick to Qian Ergu's lifeless body, Li Yutian departed. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he intentionally passed by Zhao Fengyan's home. Upon spotting a large black dog at the entrance, his eyes gleamed with delight. Qian Ergu, despite being a good-for-nothing, had not been entirely mistaken. Zhao Fengyan's hunting dog was indeed impressive. Its glossy fur, sturdy build, and robust paws would surely bring joy to the young master if gifted to him. Zhao Fengyan, I had no idea you possessed such prowess. Since you have eliminated Qian Ergu, It is only fitting that the debt he owed me be repaid by you. That black dog shall be mine. However, given that a life had just been lost in Mang village, it would be unwise to act hastily. If I were to attract the attention of the authorities, my escape would be difficult. This fellow is hosting a full-month banquet for his son. I shall return to claim what is mine then. With that thought, Li Yutian fell into contemplation, and after a moment of reflection, he exited the village, making his way towards the county town. Chapter 14. The Mastery of the Stone Pile Technique and the Full-Month Banquet. As steadfast as a rock, drawing strength from the earth, breathing in harmony, and cultivating vital energy. The next day, in the courtyard, Zhao Fengyan was diligently practicing the stone pile technique with Zhao Jingze. Though this technique was commonplace, it served as an excellent means for ordinary folk to enhance their strength. Provided one had sufficient nourishment to replenish their vital energy, its efficacy was commendable. Zhao Fengyan had been training rigorously each day, supplemented with vital energy restoratives and nourishing meals, leading to a rapid increase in his strength. While the pace of improvement had slowed compared to the initial stages, the threshold of 1,000 pounds of strength was now within reach. Jingze, pay close attention to the synchronization of your breath and body. The essence of vital energy lies in the rhythm of inhalation and exhalation. I understand, father. The 5-year-old Zhao Jingze, though still young, was practicing earnestly alongside Zhao Fengyan. The father and son duo trained for over an hour. As they approached the end of their session, Huang Wanyun emerged from the kitchen, intending to inquire when they would be finished for dinner. However, just as she was about to speak, she noticed Zhao Fengyan with his eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed, showing no signs of stopping. Zhao Jingze, feeling fatigued, plopped down on the ground. Observing his father's intense focus, he curiously asked, "Father, what's wrong?" Zhao Fengyan remained unresponsive, seemingly oblivious to everything. Sensing something amiss, Huang Wanyun quickly pulled Zhao Jingze aside and whispered, "Let us not disturb your father. It seems he is at a crucial moment in his training. We should wait quietly." The two sat in silence. Before long, half an hour passed, yet Zhao Fengyan was still engrossed in his practice. At that moment, his mind was completely immersed in the surge of strength flowing through his body. His entire being felt taut, and waves of power surged forth continuously. Today felt particularly strange. His strength was suddenly agitated, as if rolling within him. Is it possible that I have achieved mastery in the stone pile technique? Zhao Fengyan's intuition proved correct. After another incense stick's worth of time, his strength finally settled, and his body felt normal again. Yet he felt an exhilarating sensation, as if he possessed boundless energy. Unable to contain himself, he impulsively lifted the heavy stone mill in the courtyard. This action startled both mother and child, even causing the small black dog at the door to spring up with a confused grunt, as if questioning its master's sudden behavior. The stone mill was exceedingly heavy, weighing at least 800 pounds, yet Zhao Fengyan lifted it effortlessly, showcasing strength beyond 1,000 pounds. I have mastered the stone pile technique. I can now consider myself a martial artist. Zhao Fengyan was elated. After enduring rigorous training for so long, he had finally taken the first step towards realizing his long-held aspiration of becoming a martial artist. Brother Nian, quickly put it down. You might hurt yourself. Wow, father is amazing. Hearing the voices of his wife and child, Zhao Fengyan suppressed his joy, gently lowering the stone mill and restoring his composure. The earlier outburst had merely been a momentary breakthrough that he could not restrain. Brother Nian, have you become a martial artist? Indeed, but this is just the beginning. The path of a martial artist is long and arduous. Once calm, Zhao Fengyan reflected on the formidable challenges that lay ahead in the realm of martial arts. A martial artist cultivates their vital energy, which serves as the foundation, while manuals and weapons act as supplementary aids, leading to varying degrees of skill. Possessing a strength of 1,000 pounds, one may still only be considered a third-rate martial artist. Levels of strength are further categorized. Those with 5,000 pounds are second-rate, while first-rate martial artists boast a strength of 10,000 pounds. Ultimately, innate martial artists possess a staggering 30,000 pounds of strength, coupled with various martial arts techniques. Even mortal martial artists hold considerable combat prowess. It is said that even newly initiated immortals do not dare to underestimate innate martial artists. Zhao Fengyan had merely taken the first step. The journey ahead was still long. In the future, he must seek out martial arts manuals. For strength alone, without skill, is insufficient. However, even the most ordinary manuals are worth 1,000 taels. He must continue to earn money. Now that he has become a martial artist, he can expedite the sale of the golden feather chickens. After the full-month banquet, he shall acquire a forest for large-scale breeding of golden feather chickens. Muttering to himself, Zhao Fengyan wrapped an arm around Huang Wanyun and headed indoors for a meal. Tomorrow marked the full-month banquet for their youngest son, Zhao Zhengchuan, and today he had successfully broken through to become a martial artist. It was indeed a double celebration. Zhao Fengyan was in high spirits, prompting Huang Wanyun to pour him 2 taels of liquor, which he savored with delight. Brother Nian, do not indulge too much today. There will be a grand feast tomorrow, and I promise you can drink to your heart's content. With a light laugh, Huang Wanyun poured another cup for Zhao Fengyan, genuinely pleased to see her husband thriving. As he accepted the cup and drained it in one gulp, he felt an intense spiciness. Though Ping'an County was large, fine wines were scarce. Zhao Fengyan had sampled many, yet thoughts of the exquisite wines from his past life left him somewhat unsatisfied. However, he was merely seeking a sensation in this moment, so he paid little heed to the quality. After finishing one cup, Zhao Fengyan glanced at Huang Wanyun. Despite having borne him 2 sons and being 25 years old, she still retained her alluring figure, and her ample bosom captivated Zhao Fengyan's attention. With his vital energy restored, her already lovely face appeared even more enchanting. Zhao Fengyan raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. Wanyun, be sure to lull the children to sleep early tonight. I have pressing matters to attend to with you. What pressing matters, father? Can I assist? You should rest early. Matters of adults are not for children to inquire about. Upon hearing this, Huang Wanyun immediately grasped his meaning, casting him a shy glance before gently patting Zhao Jingza's little head. Behave, Jingza. Your mother will help you sleep early tonight. As night fell, the 2 children drifted into slumber, the flickering candlelight casting dancing shadows. The following morning, the Zhao family busied themselves early. Huang Wanyun, appearing even more radiant than the previous day, brought forth the spoils Zhao Fengyan had gathered over the past few days. It was still winter, and the meat was frozen solid. There was an abundance: wild boar, mountain chickens, hares, and even lamb legs. Additionally, a plentiful supply of vegetables, all freshly grown in the village, though limited in variety. Today marked the celebration of Zhao Fengyan's son's full moon banquet, a fact he had long communicated to the villagers. Though he did not invite everyone, nearly the entire village had come. The villagers, struggling through a harsh winter, were eager for a feast. As they were all neighbors, Zhao Fengyan did not mind their presence. Anyone who arrived was a guest. In times of joy, the community came together to lend a hand. Early on, several women arrived spontaneously, eager to assist Huang Wanyun. Upon entering the courtyard and witnessing the heap of ingredients, they gasped in astonishment. My goodness, Sister Wanyun, the provisions you've prepared today are more than my family consumes in a year. Wild boar, hares, mountain chickens, goodness. And lamb legs too. Do not be envious. After all, Sister Wanyun is fortunate to have a husband skilled in hunting. Haha, not only that. Look at Sister Wanyun's rosy complexion. I dare say she must have been well cared for last night. Perhaps Brother Fengyan excels not just in hunting, but also in other pursuits. A group of women gathered, their laughter ringing through the air, causing Huang Wanyun to blush and lower her head, almost fleeing from their teasing. They toiled until noon, and families began to bring tables and chairs, with many even sitting outside the courtyard. Although the villagers lacked extravagant gifts, they brought various items, such as handmade clothing and wooden carts, which were rather unique. Everyone, today we celebrate my son's full moon banquet. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. I want to say much more. Please enjoy the food and drink. Zhao Fengyan raised his cup, and with that, the banquet officially commenced. The villagers, unable to contain their excitement, rushed to offer their congratulations and began to indulge in the feast. The atmosphere was indeed lively. However, the revelry was interrupted when a figure approached from the village entrance. Upon seeing him, the villagers' expressions soured. The reason was simple. The approaching individual was none other than Li Yutian, a man despised by the villagers yet impossible to avoid. Why am I not welcome? After all, I am from Mang village too. Can I not join in a glass of wine for Brother Fengyan's son's full moon celebration? Li Yutian drew near, observing the villagers' reactions with keen interest. However, he seemed unfazed, stepping into the courtyard with a smile for Zhao Fengyan. Seeing him, Zhao Fengyan was taken aback, but felt more vigilant. Just days ago, when the body of Qian Ergu was discovered, Li Yutian's gaze had been unsettlingly suggestive, as if he were aware of the connection between Qian Ergu's death and Zhao Fengyan. Thus, Zhao Fengyan understood that Li Yutian's visit today bore ill intentions. Nevertheless, as Li Yutian was now a lackey for the Wang family, Zhao Fengyan knew he had to tread carefully. Confronting him openly would be unwise. Not at all. You are indeed a guest. Since you have come, how could there be no wine? Please, take a seat. Zhao Fengyan extended a gesture of hospitality, allowing Li Yutian to sit beside him. Now a martial artist himself, Zhao Fengyan felt a measure of confidence and was not intimidated by Li Yutian. Li Yutian smiled and settled down, and the banquet continued. Though the atmosphere was somewhat tense, no overt conflict arose. Brother Fengyan, you have changed remarkably. I still recall when you first started your family. Now you are an adept hunter, living quite prosperously. Li Yutian scanned the table, eyeing the meat with implied compliments. Indeed, I owe it all to my father's teachings in hunting. Otherwise, I would have starved long ago. Zhao Fengyan was well aware that Li Yutian had ulterior motives for his visit, yet he chose to engage in circumlocution. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Yutian's gaze fell upon the small black dog wandering beneath the table. After a moment's hesitation, he leaned closer to Zhao Fengyan and whispered, "Brother Fengyan, as you know, I work for the Wang family. Their eldest son has taken a liking to hunting, frequently traversing Mang Mountain. However, he lacks a good hunting dog. I noticed your black dog is quite remarkable. Would you be willing to part with it?" After a roundabout approach, Li Yutian finally broached the subject. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan's expression turned sharp. The small black dog was raised by him from a young age and had been imbued with his family's spiritual essence, making it an invaluable companion. How dare Li Yutian covet it? Zhao Fengyan even speculated that Qian Ergu's attempt on his life might have been motivated by Li Yutian's desire for his hunting dog. This realization darkened Zhao Fengyan's countenance. "I'm afraid I cannot part with my hunting dog. It is essential to my livelihood. Do not be hasty in your refusal. Perhaps after I finish speaking, you might reconsider." Li Yutian, having anticipated Zhao Fengyan's reaction, smiled slyly. "Just the other day, Qian Ergu met his demise, and I believe it is not without connection to you. If you are wise, you will relinquish this black dog. Otherwise, I will have to summon the county officials, and the consequences could be dire." Such a threat ignited a surge of murderous intent within Zhao Fengyan. Indeed, Li Yutian's words confirmed that Qian Ergu's assassination attempt was undoubtedly linked to him, and their ultimate aim was, without a doubt, his hunting dog. Glaring at Li Yutian, who wore a smug grin, Zhao Fengyan felt an overwhelming urge to strike down this man who sought his life. However, with so many witnesses and Li Yutian's connections backing him, such an action would be unwise. As for Li Yutian's threats, Zhao Fengyan considered them and felt no fear. "Li Yutian, do not attempt to intimidate me. If you are aware of our connection, it only proves you are the mastermind behind this. You incited Qian Ergu to kill me, and should this reach the county office, you will not be able to escape unscathed. Want my hunting dog? Not a chance. If you wish to report me, feel free." Li Yutian was taken aback by this response. He had intended to intimidate Zhao Fengyan. Typically, a common villager would crumble under such threats, but Zhao Fengyan's attitude left him at a loss. Zhao Fengyan was correct. Li Yutian was indeed the puppet master. If this matter escalated to the officials, he would not be able to distance himself from it. Although the Wang family was powerful, as a mere lackey, they would not necessarily intervene on his behalf with the authorities. Struggling to regain his composure after being thwarted by Zhao Fengyan's words, Li Yutian's face flushed with anger. After a moment of silence, he pressed a hand on Zhao Fengyan's shoulder, applying pressure. Li Yutian, a martial artist of considerable strength, despite being somewhat weakened by indulgence, was still far stronger than an ordinary hunter. "Zhao Fengyan, do not provoke me. You are courting disaster. You have provoked my ire. Your days will not be pleasant from here on." The exchange between the two was muted, audible only to them. At that moment, Li Yutian placed his hand firmly on Zhao Fengyan's shoulder, ostensibly merely a casual gesture. Sensing the weight upon his shoulder, Zhao Fengyan quickly discerned that Li Yutian was at his wit's end, prepared to resort to force. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Zhao Fengyan had already transcended to the rank of a martial artist the previous day, his strength surpassing 1,000 pounds. Realizing that Li Yutian's power was rather limited, Zhao Fengyan offered a cold smile. Suddenly, he sat up with vigor and effortlessly lifted Li Yutian. He then boisterously declared, "Li Yutian, since you have pressing matters, I shall not see you off." With that, he dragged him towards the door. To Li Yutian's astonishment, Zhao Fengyan appeared utterly unfazed by his intimidation, even going so far as to lift him with ease. It was evident that in terms of strength, Zhao Fengyan was superior. At that moment, his words clearly conveyed his intent to usher Li Yutian away. Li Yutian was taken aback, never having anticipated that this seemingly ordinary hunter was, in fact, a martial artist of equal, if not greater, prowess. Recognizing this, even as Zhao Fengyan expelled him, Li Yutian dared not retaliate on the spot. Standing outside the courtyard, his complexion oscillated between shades of red and green. He said nothing further and turned to leave. Observers of the exchange between Zhao Fengyan and Li Yutian could easily discern the underlying tension. Witnessing the once dominant Li Yutian departing in disgrace greatly delighted many villagers. "Huh, look at that shameless Li Yutian. How dare he return to Mang Village? Humph, Mang Mountain rightfully belongs to Mang Village. If it weren't for him persuading the Wang family to purchase vast tracts of forest under his household registration, our hunters would not find themselves in such straits. Scoundrel, you are a worthless creature." Li Yutian's presence at the banquet was merely a fleeting incident, failing to stir significant unrest. After his departure, the festivities continued with great merriment, and the villagers, having feasted, returned home satisfied. Thus concluded the day's banquet. However, late into the night, Huang Wanyan expressed her deep concern regarding Li Youtian's arrival, recognizing that such a reckless individual would not come without intent. In light of this, Zhao Fengyan conveyed his desire for Xiao He. Brother, that insufferable Li Youtian wishes to forcibly acquire our hunting dogs, jeopardizing our livelihood, an affront greater than that of slaying one's parents. How can he dare utter such words? Do not be vexed, my dear. I shall pay him no mind. This Li Youtian is backed by the Wang family. What if he seeks revenge in the future? Rest assured, I am now a bona fide martial artist. Should he harbor any ill intentions, he will think twice. Wan Yun, do not dwell on it. Let us retire early. Chapter 16, The Agreement Reached. After the banquet celebrating the full moon, Mang village returned to its tranquil state. Zhao Fengyan's family experienced no upheaval. With Li Youtian's attempt to forcibly claim a hunting dog thwarted, Zhao Fengyan remained vigilant at home for the next few days, concerned that Li Youtian might retaliate. Yet, as 3 days passed without incident, Zhao Fengyan realized that even if Li Youtian harbored vengeful thoughts, he would hesitate to act openly against a martial artist. Thus, he found little reason for undue anxiety. At present, his focus remained on expanding his agricultural endeavors, particularly the large-scale breeding of golden-patterned chickens. On a bright morning, Zhao Fengyan crouched before the chicken coop, observing its lively inhabitants. Within, there were 1 male and 3 females, along with a notable number of robust golden-patterned chickens. Upon closer inspection, he counted 16 in total. These chickens, birthed from exceptionally vigorous hens, not only possessed remarkable vitality, but also exhibited rapid growth. The golden-patterned chickens were now ready for sale. However, Zhao Fengyan had no immediate plans to sell, preferring to nurture them further. Moreover, for large-scale breeding, the current number was insufficient. He needed to expand the breeding area to provide ample space for their activity. His preliminary plan involved acquiring a tract of forest for chicken farming. Thus far, Zhao Fengyan had accrued some silver through hunting, and at 15 taels per moo, purchasing 5 moo would not pose a problem. This would suffice for chicken rearing. However, before the chickens could be raised, he needed to establish a sales channel. And Zhang Yidao in the county town would be an excellent collaborator. Today, he resolved to visit the county town to discuss potential cooperation with Zhang Yidao. Having made up his mind, Zhao Fengyan caught one of the golden-patterned chickens, bound it, and bid farewell to his wife and children before heading towards the county town. At noon, he arrived at Zhang's meat shop in the county town. As lunchtime approached, business had slowed considerably. Zhang Yidao gazed at his shop with a hint of frustration directed towards the kitchen. Curiously, he called out, "Brother Fengyan, if you seek to drink with me, there's no need to cook yourself. I can still afford to treat you at the tavern. Brother Zhang, spare me the banter. Today, I must have you sample my own chicken." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yidao shrugged, allowing Zhao Fengyan to proceed with his culinary endeavor. Moments later, Zhao Fengyan emerged from the kitchen with a basin of braised chicken, its enticing color and savory aroma wafting through the air. The delightful scent made Zhang Yidao gulp, prompting him to close the shop and fetch a jug of fine wine. "Brother Fengyan, I had no idea you possessed such culinary skills. Let me have a taste." Zhao Fengyan remained silent, pouring himself a glass of wine and waiting for Zhang Yidao's reaction. His intention was to establish a partnership centered around the golden-patterned chickens, and it was far more effective for Zhang Yidao to experience the inherent vitality of the chickens firsthand rather than through mere words. Zhang Yidao took a piece of chicken leg and savored it, initially relishing the flavor. Yet, moments later, his eyes widened in surprise. This chicken? How can it possess such vitality? Though Zhang Yidao presented himself as a butcher, he was, in truth, a martial artist well acquainted with the concept of vitality. Zhao Fengyan did not rush to explain, but instead gestured towards the dish. "Brother Zhang, do not inquire yet. Finish it all." In response, Zhang Yidao patiently consumed every last morsel. Upon finishing, his complexion flushed, and a surge of vitality coursed through him, indicative of having replenished considerable energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yidao rose to practice his stances, eager to assimilate the vitality he had just ingested. After half an hour, he stood, casting a meaningful glance at Zhao Fengyan. "Brother Fengyan, your visit today was not merely for a drink. The focus lies on this vitality-rich chicken, does it not? Are you looking to sell it to me?" Zhang Yidao, robust yet astute, quickly deduced Zhao Fengyan's intentions. "Indeed, I have come today with the purpose of selling chickens. These are golden-patterned chickens, of which I am confident in breeding, and I seek your collaboration. What say you, Brother Zhang?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yidao's eyes sparkled with interest. As a martial artist and a butcher, he was acutely aware of the value of meat imbued with vitality. While medicinal herbs could replenish energy, their bitter taste made them hard to consume. Common mountain chickens were palatable and filling but lacked vitality. The combination of both advantages would undoubtedly create a product that would fly off the shelves in the county town. Any martial artist would find it irresistible. Zhang Yidao was acutely aware of the burgeoning business opportunities before him. With astute management, his butcher shop would likely flourish in no time. The worries he once harbored about surviving under the pressure of the newly established Wang family's butcher shop would soon be a thing of the past. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Yidao spoke solemnly. Brother Fangyan, should you be able to supply me with this golden patterned chicken on a large scale, we shall undoubtedly amass a considerable fortune together. However, I am curious as to why you have chosen me. Observing the perplexity in Zhang Yidao's eyes, Zhao Fangyan offered a slight smile. It is simply because I trust you. Very well. With your word, I shall ensure you do not incur any losses. The vitality and energy of this golden patterned chicken surpass that of medicinal supplements priced at a tale of silver, and with its delectable taste and satiating properties. I shall set the price at 3 taels of silver, not excessive, I believe. Zhang Yidao, being a savvy businessman, was quick to engage in price negotiations. Since you hold such faith in me, I will take as many chickens as you can provide, at the price of 2 taels and 8 coins each. What do you think? The price Zhang Yidao offered was indeed fair. Although he would earn merely 2 coins per chicken, it felt akin to pulling a fast one. However, one must not forget that selling in the county town required business registration and a storefront. Without him, Zhao Fangyan had no means to market his product, and approaching others might provoke envy and greed. All according to your words, Brother Zhang. However, I do have a small condition. Please, do not hesitate to speak. Brother Zhang, you are to solely sell the golden patterned chickens. Should anyone inquire, I kindly ask that you do not disclose their origin. Zhao Fangyan, placing his trust solely in Zhang Yidao, wished to keep his possession of the golden patterned chickens a secret. He understood that raising these chickens would undoubtedly be lucrative, and he sought to avoid any complications that could arise, ensuring others would only know them as products of Zhang's butcher shop. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yidao seemed to ponder before nodding in understanding. Rest assured, in the future, the source of the golden patterned chickens in my shop shall remain undisclosed. Moreover, I have no desire for others to cut off my supply. Thank you for your consideration, Brother Zhang. Tomorrow, I will deliver the first batch of golden patterned chickens, approximately a dozen. The second batch will arrive in a month's time. The collaboration between Zhao Fangyan and Zhang Yidao was thus established, and it was a pleasure to work with an astute partner. Zhang Yidao understood the uniqueness of the golden patterned chickens, but refrained from probing into their origin or breeding methods. Aware that Zhang Yidao was a martial artist, Zhao Fangyan did not question how he acquired such skills. After finalizing the arrangements, Zhao Fangyan made his way to Mang village. But instead of heading home, he visited the village chief, Li Jutsai. His purpose was to seek his endorsement for a document, allowing him to purchase forest land in the county the following day. Chapter 17. Xiao Hei's Enlightenment once more. Upon learning that Zhao Fangyan intended to purchase 5 acres of forest land, village chief Li Jutsai was quite taken aback. In his view, Zhao Fangyan's family was among the more impoverished in the village. Even with a recent bountiful hunting yield, it hardly sufficed for acquiring land. Nonetheless, since Zhao Fangyan had such aspirations, he had no right to interfere and merely drafted a letter of endorsement in his capacity as village chief. Thank you, chief. There is no need for gratitude. It is my duty to support the villagers. However, as village chief, I must offer you a word of caution. Please, go ahead. You are still quite young. Even if you have earned some wealth, do not be hasty in your pursuits. The land you intend to purchase is barren and will require considerable effort to cultivate, leading to high costs. It would be wiser to invest in 1 or 2 acres of arable land, which would yield some produce. While it may not suffice for your family of 3, your hunting endeavors should supplement your needs adequately. I have 2 acres of land at the eastern edge of the village that I am indifferent to managing. Would you be interested in taking it over? As the village chief, Li Jutsai was also a wealthy landowner, possessing numerous fertile lands. However, he was not above exploiting his power for personal gain, having previously taken possession of the estate left behind by Qian Ergu after his demise. Although his current offer appeared to be in favor of Zhao Fangyan, the land he mentioned was well known to Zhao Fangyan, being full of rocky debris, making it difficult to cultivate. It was evident that he intended to deceive Zhao Fangyan. Thank you for your kind offer, but precisely because I am young and strong, I believe I can manage the 5 acres of forest land, even if it is barren. Zhao Fangyan was naturally disinclined to entertain Li Jutsai's proposition. But given the latter's influence in Mang village, rumored to have a son working within the county office, he felt compelled to refrain from outright rejection. Upon sensing Zhao Fangyan's reluctance, Li Jutsai scoffed, ingrate. He then handed the document to Zhao Fangyan, waving him off. Zhao Fangyan was not perturbed. After all, he only sought Li Jutsai's assistance in drafting the document, with no further entanglements. Having obtained the document, the next day Zhao Fangyan brought over a dozen golden patterned chickens to Zhang's butcher shop for delivery. For 14 golden patterned chickens, he received a total of 39 taels and 2 coins. He then proceeded to the county office to purchase the forest land from the clerk responsible for collecting taxes. Zhao Fengyan of Mang Village, how much forest land do you wish to acquire? Your Excellency, I wish to purchase 5 acres. Very well. 5 acres of forest land will cost 75 taels. Once the payment is made, I will draft the land deed for you. Zhao Fengyan promptly paid the 75 taels, and the land deed for the 5 acres was duly prepared. With the transaction completed, Zhao Fengyan did not linger. Upon returning to Mang Village, he located the designated area of his forest land based on the description in the deed. The 5 acres were situated at the foot of Mang Mountain in the southern part of the village. The terrain was uneven and strewn with rocks. Cultivating this land would undoubtedly require substantial labor, rendering it less than ideal. It was hardly surprising that if the land were flat and devoid of stones, it could fetch a price of 30 taels per acre. Zhao Fengyan was not overly concerned about the difficulties of cultivation. His primary intent was to raise chickens rather than to farm. Ultimately, he only needed to enclose the forest area and allow the golden-patterned chickens to roam freely. Furthermore, this forest land was somewhat remote, while his home was on the village's edge, making it quite convenient for him. Moreover, in the future, he might even plant fruit trees in this forest, providing an additional source of income. Determined, Zhao Fengyan quickly gathered tools and began constructing a fence around the perimeter of the 5 acres. He drove wooden stakes into the ground and used fishing nets to enclose the entire area. Fortunately, the 5 acres were not overly vast, and he managed to complete the task before nightfall. Acquiring land, the family experiences growth, enhancing the family's spiritual light by 2 strands. In his mind, the beast monument indicated that the family's spiritual light had once again increased. Zhao Fengyan smiled. His decision had indeed been fortuitous. The acquisition of forest land marked a significant advancement for the family, leading to an increase in their spiritual light. This time, the addition was substantial, 2 strands, bringing the total to 3. Having long desired to further enlighten Xiaohe, he promptly made his way home. Upon returning to his courtyard, he observed Xiaohe wagging its tail in greeting, and indeed, ancient characters appeared once more above its head. Low-tier spirit beast hunting dog, adept at swift movement and possessing weak defenses. Consuming 3 strands of family spiritual light can enhance it to a high-tier spirit beast. Available enhancement options: Diamond Body, Gale Stride. Xiaohe could finally continue its enhancement, and it seemed that the previous inability to do so was merely due to insufficient family spiritual light. Zhao Fengyan had not anticipated that the next enhancement would require 3 strands of spiritual light, a considerable expenditure indeed. He had painstakingly accumulated for a long time, and at last, he manifested 3 beams of spiritual light, only to discover that it was merely sufficient to enlighten Little Black once more. However, since he had the opportunity to bestow enlightenment, Zhao Fengyan naturally decided to proceed. After all, Little Black was an essential companion in his hunting endeavors, and he intended to have Little Black guard the chicken-raising forest in the future. Thus, the stronger its abilities, the better. The direction of enlightenment this time took Zhao Fengyan by surprise. The options of Diamond Body and Gale Steps sounded significantly more complex than the tracking and combat capabilities of the first enlightenment. Yet, from a literal standpoint, Diamond Body seemed to emphasize physical strength and combat prowess, while Gale Steps focused on speed and agility. Having only recently transformed into a low-tier spirit creature, Little Black had already attracted the covetous gaze of ill-intentioned individuals. Should it evolve into a high-tier spirit creature, it would undoubtedly draw even more attention, potentially leading to future troubles. Hence, Zhao Fengyan placed greater emphasis on its strength. Thus, choosing Diamond Body was a decision well-founded. With a thought, the family's spiritual light flickered and drifted from his fingertips into Little Black's body. As the spiritual light dissipated, Little Black let out a mournful howl and then collapsed onto the ground. It suddenly began to thrash about, as if in great agony. Zhao Fengyan felt a jolt of alarm and hurried to assess its condition. Before his eyes, Little Black's body visibly thickened, its bones grew sturdier, and its fur became glossier. Even its teeth sharpened considerably. After a brief moment, the transformation finally ceased, and Little Black stood up, gazing curiously at Zhao Fengyan. It seemed to comprehend that its transformation was the result of its master's actions. Realizing that Little Black was unharmed, merely experiencing some discomfort from the physical changes, Zhao Fengyan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Observing the now noticeably larger Little Black, he began to muse. With its limbs strengthened and teeth sharpened, it appeared that Little Black's combat capabilities had received a substantial enhancement. However, without witnessing it in action, he could not ascertain its true strength or compare it against various martial practitioners. There would be opportunities to put it to the test. With Little Black's enlightenment completed, Zhao Fengyan felt a sense of accomplishment. He affectionately patted Little Black's head and then approached the chicken coop, relocating all the chickens to the well-fenced forest. Given the egg-laying speed of the enlightened hens, he believed it wouldn't be long before numerous golden feather chickens would grace the forest. Little Black. This forest shall be our family's estate in the future. You must come here often, ensuring that the golden feather chickens don't escape and preventing anyone from stealing our chickens. Zhao Fengyan chattered away to Little Black. To his astonishment, Little Black seemed to have gained a surge of intelligence, as it appeared to understand his words and even let out a soft grunt in acknowledgement, nodding its head. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Fengyan felt a sense of wonder. Not lingering any longer, he headed home. Although Little Black followed him back, it would periodically wander through the forest. It seemed that it indeed had taken Zhao Fengyan's words to heart. Chapter 18. The Chicken Thief. The 5 acres of forest designated for raising chickens on the mountain were somewhat peculiar in the eyes of the villagers of Mang Village. But it was not deemed a matter of great significance. Some villagers jested, concluding that Zhao Fengyan, finding farming hopeless, had opted to raise chickens instead. This news reached Li Jutsai's ears, who mocked Zhao Fengyan, claiming that the profits from raising chickens on 5 acres of forest could not possibly surpass those from his 2 acres of barren land. In response to the villagers' jests, Zhao Fengyan offered no defense. Rather, he felt their misconceptions were quite beneficial. After all, if they knew the true value of the golden feather chickens he was raising, they might develop covetous intentions. Thus, their lack of attention toward the golden feather chickens was a blessing. Unbeknownst to him, more than 20 days had slipped by. On that clear morning, Zhao Fengyan did not ascend the mountain to hunt, but instead practiced stances with his eldest son. Since raising the golden feather chickens, Zhao Fengyan recognized that they would undoubtedly become a stable source of income for the family. Thus his focus was entirely devoted to this endeavor. Hunting on the mountain was an occasional pursuit when he found the time. Zhao Jingze, after practicing the stone stance for this period, had made considerable progress. However, at merely 5 years of age, his physical strength was still limited. Consequently, mastering the stance would require him more time than it did Zhao Fengyan. Zhao Fengyan pinched his son's limbs and muttered, "Indeed, in another year, he will likely possess over 300 pounds of strength. In a year or two, Jingze will undoubtedly become a third-tier martial artist." His son's aptitude for martial arts was quite commendable, with a solid foundation. It appeared that sending him to a private school for 2 to 3 years to gain knowledge and wisdom, followed by enrollment in a martial arts academy, would be the appropriate course of action. After their practice session concluded, Zhao Fengyan prepared to head out. "Brother Nian, you're not going hunting today?" Huang Wanyun observed Zhao Fengyan preparing to leave, her brow furrowed with concern. "No, why?" "Oh, haven't you heard? Recently, a notorious criminal has fled to our Mang Mountain. It's said that some hunters who ascended the mountain have fallen victim to him. This matter has caused quite a stir. You should refrain from going up the mountain for the time being." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan's expression faltered momentarily before he nodded in acknowledgement. He was already aware of this situation. Over 10 days prior, officials had informed the villagers of Mang Village about the fugitive on Mang Mountain, who was reportedly a formidable third-tier martial artist. Due to the mountain's vastness and the insufficiency of the county officials, their search yielded no results after 3 days and was subsequently abandoned. Regrettably, the hunters from Mang Village had refrained from venturing up the mountain since then. However, despite the danger posed by the fugitive, life must go on. After more than 10 days without food, the hunters had no choice but to ascend the mountain. Just the day before, a hunter had perished on the mountain. When his body was returned, it was found severed in 2 at the waist. Clearly the work of the fugitive. As a result, the villagers of Mang Village were in a state of panic, seeking assistance, but no one responded. "Yes, I am aware of this matter. I shall refrain from going for now. I will check on our chicken coop." The fugitive, being a martial artist, even if a third-tier one like Zhao Fengyan, did not inspire overconfidence. After all, Zhao Fengyan, despite being a third-tier martial artist, possessed no formidable martial techniques. In terms of combat capability, he was undoubtedly inferior to the bloodthirsty third-tier martial artists. Regardless, there was no shortage of provisions at home, so there was no need to venture up the mountain. With that, Zhao Fengyan set off with Little Black towards the chicken coop. Before long, the pair arrived at the forest cloaked in a vast fishing net, where numerous golden feather chickens were visible. The enlightened hens laid eggs rapidly, and the golden feather chickens grew swiftly after hatching. Over the past 20 days, there were already more than 10 golden feather chickens. This yield was indeed substantial. Of course, with an increase in the number of golden feather chickens, their consumption also escalated. The insects and ants in the forest were nearly depleted. Consequently, Zhao Fengyan had to procure some grain to feed the chickens. However, even with the added investment, the profits from the golden feather chickens were quite promising. Had it not been for the family's insufficient spiritual light, Zhao Fengyan would have considered enlightening 2 more hens to increase production. Such thoughts would have to wait until the family's spiritual light was more abundant. 1, 2, 3 as Zhao Fengyan scattered the grain. The golden feather chickens flocked eagerly toward him, allowing him to keep count. In just a few days, he would need to go to the county to deliver goods to Zhang Yidao. However, as he completed his count, Zhao Fengyan's expression suddenly shifted. After recounting, he spoke in a hushed tone. Something's amiss. We're short 1 chicken. Over these many days, whenever he fed them, the golden feather chickens would invariably come to this spot. They certainly would not be hiding in the forest. The discrepancy in numbers indicated that something was indeed amiss. After finishing his meal, he began to lead the little black dog around the chicken coop. Before long, he noticed a section of the fishing net had been torn open. The damage was remarkably clean, as if sliced by a sharp blade. Has someone been stealing chickens? Zhao Fengyan was initially taken aback, but soon his heart was filled with murderous intent. The golden patterned chicken was his greatest secret, second only to the little black dog. If others were to discover the blood and flesh secrets of the golden patterned chicken, it would spell endless trouble. With a heart full of malice, Zhao Fengyan began to speculate on the identity of the chicken thief. The villagers of Meng village were mostly simple folk, and every household raised chickens. In all these years, he had never seen anyone lose a chicken. Thus, it was highly likely that the culprit was an outsider. And that sole outsider was most likely the fugitive who had fled into Meng Mountain. This was dire. This person was a martial artist. And if he consumed the golden patterned chicken, he would undoubtedly sense the vitality within it, which would certainly lead to complications. A single chicken was of little concern to Zhao Fengyan. What mattered to him was the secret of the golden patterned chicken, which absolutely could not be exposed. He had no desire to become entangled with this fugitive, but the thief's actions posed a significant threat, leaving him no choice but to devise a plan to deal with this scoundrel. Little Black, you were supposed to guard the house. Is this how you keep watch? Hurry and sniff out the scent. You must find this thief. Zhao Fengyan exclaimed, a hint of irritation in his voice as he patted Little Black on the head. Upon hearing this, Little Black let out a whimper of grievance, then resumed its diligent search for the scent. It was not entirely Little Black's fault. The chicken coop was somewhat distant from home, and the dog had been quite diligent in its patrols. It was merely unfortunate that the chicken thief had come at a time when Little Black was absent. Woof! After a thorough investigation, Little Black suddenly barked with a tone filled with fury. Clearly, Zhao Fengyan's reproach had ignited its hatred for the chicken thief. Have you found him? Good. Lead me to him. Remember, this person might be the fugitive and is quite dangerous, so do not make a sound along the way. Knowing that the chicken thief was likely the fugitive, Zhao Fengyan remained cautious. After mending the chicken coop, he tightened the quiver, holding his bow and short knife before setting off with Little Black. As they raced through the mountains, with Little Black tracking the scent, it was inevitable they would find the culprit. An hour later, Zhao Fengyan finally made a discovery. Little Black suddenly crouched low, its entire body tense, its gaze fixed intently on a particular spot in the forest ahead. Zhao Fengyan understood that this was a sign of detection, following Little Black's line of sight. He indeed noticed some activity. Ahead, there was a campfire, and a figure was slightly swaying, as if roasting a chicken. The rich aroma wafted through the air. It was him. Upon spotting the target, a fierce glint shone in Zhao Fengyan's eyes, the kind of terrifying gaze that emerged when he identified his prey. The individual was likely the martial artist fugitive, so Zhao Fengyan dared not be careless. He carefully withdrew his bow and arrow, drawing the string taut before releasing the arrow with a swift motion. With the enemy unaware and him concealed in the shadows, Zhao Fengyan executed a surprise attack, which had a high chance of success. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth towards the figure. But at that moment, the figure sensed something amiss and suddenly leapt aside to evade the arrow, then dashed toward Zhao Fengyan's direction. Who is this hunter? Seeking death. As the words left his mouth, a fierce-looking man wielding a steel knife charged toward him. Chapter 19, The Wild Blade Technique. Seeing this situation, Zhao Fengyan was taken aback. He had not expected that his surprise attack would be detected and evaded. Clearly, this individual, even if merely a third-rate martial artist, was no novice. He might not be far from the realm of a second-rate martial artist with a strength of 5,000 pounds. Furthermore, wielding a steel knife, the man charged with an ominous glimmer emanating from the blade, exuding an unspoken aura of lethal intent. Under these circumstances, it was evident that this man would prove to be quite troublesome. However, having already arrived at this point, Zhao Fengyan had no time for regrets. After failing to hit his target, he decisively retreated. Engaging in close combat would be exceedingly unwise given the man's evident superiority. Little Black, Zhao Fengyan shouted, simultaneously gesturing to one side. Little Black, understanding his intent thanks to their strong bond and increased intelligence, quickly darted to the side, disappearing into the forest. Meanwhile, as Zhao Fengyan retreated, he did not cease firing arrows. The sound of arrows being loosed filled the air. He had upgraded his bow to one capable of drawing 800 pounds, and the arrows flew forth with incredible speed and force. the man with the knife. Upon seeing this, merely chuckled coldly, sneering, "Huh? I never expected a hunter from a mountain village to be a martial artist. Each arrow possesses considerable strength. However, today is your unlucky day for crossing paths with me. The wild blade technique, 1,000 layers of waves." With a chilling laugh, he bellowed, his steel knife swirling like tumultuous waves. The arrows aimed at his face were effortlessly swatted away. It was apparent that this man possessed a formidable blade technique. Not only that, he maintained his speed, continuing to close the distance. The gap between Zhao Fengyan and him was narrowing rapidly. Should he close in, Zhao Fengyan's meager combat skills would be utterly inadequate. As the distance shrank to mere steps, the fierce glint in the man's eyes intensified. Yet Zhao Fengyan remained unfazed, his gaze keenly scanning his surroundings. "Prepare to die?" The fugitive roared, his steel knife flashing with a cold gleam, aimed to sever Zhao Fengyan's head. In the blink of an eye, a large black figure suddenly sprang forth from the bushes to the side. It was none other than Little Black. The reason it had run off earlier was intentional on Zhao Fengyan's part. In the eyes of the fugitive, a hunting dog was of limited combat capability, and it was entirely normal for it to flee in fear. He would never have anticipated that Little Black would possess such cunning. Feigning retreat only to launch a sudden attack. Dog. Seeking death. The fugitive did not regard Little Black as a threat, ignoring the dog as it charged to attack. Solely focused on killing Zhao Fengyan and then disposing of Little Black. In the next moment, Little Black sank its teeth into the man's arm. The tremendous force sending him reeling, fracturing bones and joints, causing the steel knife to slip from his grasp. "What?" the fugitive exclaimed in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Fengyan did not hesitate to advance, plunging his short knife deep into the man's heart. With a swift thrust, the deed was done. Life ebbed away, and the fugitive's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that he would be thwarted by a black dog, which had disrupted his prideful blade technique. Once the fugitive lay lifeless, Zhao Fengyan kicked him away and let out a sigh of relief. Killing this fugitive had truly been perilous. Had it not been for Little Black's assistance, the consequences would have been dire. Reflecting on this, Zhao Fengyan called Little Black to his side, stroking its head while silently expressing admiration. After 2 rounds of enlightenment, Little Black's strength had surged dramatically, especially after choosing the Diamond Body enhancement. Its combat prowess had become formidable. It was likely that even Zhao Fengyan himself was no match for Little Black. Fortunately, Little Black recognized its master, alleviating any concerns Zhao Fengyan had about it harboring ill intentions towards him. "Tonight, I shall treat you to an extra chicken leg." Upon hearing this, Little Black wagged its tail joyfully, though its blood-soaked muzzle rendered it even more fearsome. Without further ado, Zhao Fengyan began to examine the corpse of the fugitive. It is said that the fugitive was once a bodyguard recruited by a wealthy family in the county town. Dissatisfied with the head of the household, he slaughtered the entire family and has been on the run ever since. Zhao Fengyan searched through his belongings but found nothing of note. However, not far from the campfire, he stumbled upon a parcel. Upon opening it, he discovered several land deeds alongside a book entitled Frenzied Blade Technique. These land deeds pertained to fertile fields surrounding the county town and held significant value. Yet, Zhao Fengyan merely glanced at them before losing interest. The deeds had owners, and the county office kept records. If he dared to present these deeds at the county office to alter the household registration or to sell them, he would likely find himself imprisoned immediately. Without extraordinary means, these deeds were merely a hot potato. While he dared not meddle with the deeds, the frenzied blade technique piqued his interest immensely. Ever since mastering the stone pillar technique, Zhao Fengyan had longed for a martial arts manual to enhance his strength. Although such manuals were available in the county town, their prices started at a minimum of 1,000 taels of silver, far beyond his means. He had planned to save up over the next couple of years to purchase one, yet unexpectedly, this slain fugitive possessed one. After a brief perusal, Zhao Fengyan found the frenzied blade technique quite commendable, as it was a superior martial arts manual. It contained a meditation method for enhancing vital energy and a series of techniques for external practice. Mastery of these techniques would grant one the prowess of a top-tier martial artist. No wonder people say that killing and arson are worth their weight in gold. Who wouldn't be tempted by such benefits? With a sigh of admiration, Zhao Fengyan tucked the manual into his bosom to study it thoroughly later. He then buried the fugitive's corpse. Although there was a bounty of 100 taels for the capture of the fugitive, as a mere mountain hunter, claiming the reward would only bring him endless trouble. Moreover, the bounty was not substantial enough to entice him. As for the land deeds and the fugitive's steel knife, Zhao Fengyan relocated and buried them elsewhere. These items were too burdensome. It was best to conceal them and revisit the matter later. After completing these tasks, he returned to the chicken coop with Little Black. After tending to the golden-feathered chickens, he made his way back to his small courtyard. "Brother Nyan, how did it go at the chicken coop?" Huang Wanyun, seeing Zhao Fengyan return safely, felt a sense of relief. Little did she know that her husband had just slain a wanted criminal in the mountains. Fear not. All the golden-feathered chickens are doing well. That's good to hear. Brother Nien, hurry and come to dinner. The meal is ready. On the table today lay a platter of beef, a dish of greens, 3 golden-feathered eggs, and a large bowl of meat soup. One must admit that Zhao Fengyan's household enjoyed quite a fine meal. After a hearty feast, Zhao Fengyan digested his vital energy and turned his gaze towards Huang Wanyan. In recent days, she had also consumed the golden-feathered eggs, replenishing her vitality. However, as she did not practice martial arts, this replenishment merely strengthened her physique, which felt like a waste. After some contemplation, Zhao Fengyan made a resolute decision. Wanyan, starting tomorrow, you shall train in martial arts alongside me. Me, a mere woman, practicing martial arts? What of it? With our circumstances, you would not be inferior to any man in your training. Now that he possessed the frenzied blade technique, Zhao Fengyan was determined to practice it. With the replenishment of vital energy available at home, should Huang Wanyan also train? Once she mastered the foundational techniques, she could practice the frenzied blade technique as well, potentially becoming a significant ally in the future. Chapter 20. The Demon Dog. The fugitive slain by Zhao Fengyan in Mang Mountain remained unknown to the villagers of Mang Village. Consequently, after a fatal incident in Mang Mountain, no hunter dared to venture into the woods for some time. However, several days later, a number of hungry hunters, desperate for food, braved the mountain again. With the fugitive dead, the risk seemed minimal, and after some time, the hunters felt reassured, believing the fugitive had vanished without a trace. Thus, the matter of the fugitive seemed to come to a close. Nevertheless, while the villagers gradually forgot about the fugitive, the county office had not. The constable responsible for overseeing Mang Village was none other than Li Jutsai's son, Li Hu. Since the fugitive had escaped under his jurisdiction, he could not report back until the fugitive was captured. In the days that followed, he often wandered through Mang Village, hoping to apprehend the fugitive and claim credit for the capture. However, with the fugitive likely decayed, he feared he would be unable to fulfill his duty. One evening, over 10 days later, Zhao Fengyan stood in his small courtyard, wielding a crude wooden knife. He swung it continuously with vigor, though rough in appearance. It was significantly more effective than his previous clumsy punches. Frenzied blade technique. It emphasizes accumulation and explosive power, with the blade's momentum akin to surging waves, unceasing and relentless. With no teacher to guide him, Zhao Fengyan relied solely on his instincts to explore the external techniques, making slow progress. The technique consisted of 3 forms. The first, waves rising without wind, took him over 10 days to grasp the basics. After practicing for a while, he sheathed the knife and began to murmur to himself. Ever since acquiring the frenzied blade technique, he had delved into its study. Although his foundational training was solid, mastering martial arts without guidance proved to be a challenge. While the external techniques were difficult, the internal cultivation progressed satisfactorily. The frenzied blade technique, when combined with breathing exercises and the intake of vital energy, could enhance one's vitality. According to the manual, upon reaching minor mastery, one could generate internal strength within, significantly increasing one's power, at least 5,000 pounds of strength. At that point, one would attain the level of a second-tier martial artist. Over these past days, Zhao Fengyan's strength had slightly increased, reaching around 1,200 pounds. One could not deny the effectiveness of the frenzied blade technique, which Zhao Fengyan greatly appreciated. Once he achieved a modest level of mastery, he planned to purchase a high-quality broadsword. After a brief rest, Zhao Fengyan resumed practice, with his wife Huang Wanyan and eldest son Zhao Zhengzi following suit. However, their foundational training was not yet complete. They remained focused on their stances. Just as the 3 were diligently training, a couple in the village began calling out in distress. From the sound of it, they seemed to be searching for their child. Mang Village was large, and children often wandered off while playing, frequently forgetting to return home. However, it was rare for a child to be out so late, causing their parents to worry. This couple roamed the village calling out, even coming to inquire at Zhao Fengyan's home, yet ultimately, there was still no news of their child. As night fell, this couple grew frantic, pleading throughout the village and enlisting many others to help search. Sanguzi, where are you? Come back quickly. Don't scare your mother. Hearing their plight, Zhao Fengyan and his wife felt a pang of sympathy. Brother Nian, the parents searching for their child are from the Wang family. They have 3 sons. The eldest died young, the second was conscripted and barely survived. If they lose this 3rd son, it would drive her mad. Huang Wanyun, unable to contain herself, rose to glance out the window at the shadows of passers-by, her eyes filled with helplessness. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan's expression darkened. He said nothing further, merely patting Huang Wanyun's shoulder to suggest she should rest. In these times, it was commendable enough to look after oneself. There was little they could do for others. The couple did not receive much assistance, But shortly thereafter, Little Black at their gate began barking furiously, his voice brimming with alarm and anger. Simultaneously, murmurs from several villagers reached their ears. Wangani, stop searching. I saw your child being devoured by a large black dog on the mountain. The largest black dog in the village belonged to Zhao Fengyan. Hurry and go check. Perhaps you can find remnants of your child in the dog's den. Look, it's that black dog. Behold its formidable stature. Devouring a child would be a trivial endeavor. Zhao Fengyan, summon him forth. The villagers' cries echoed. And Zhao Fengyan discerned their intentions with clarity. Brother Nian, what is happening? Do not fret. I shall first ascertain the situation. Realizing the villagers were evidently approaching him, Zhao Fengyan donned his outer garment and stepped outside. At that moment, more than a dozen villagers had gathered at the gate, brandishing torches as they pointed and jeered at the large black dog. Good heavens! That fierce black dog could certainly devour a child without hesitation. Indeed, it is that very creature. I saw it clearly. It is this black dog. Zhao Fengyan, return my son's life. Upon hearing a fellow villager's accusation, Aunt Wang's composure shattered, and she fell to the ground, wailing uncontrollably. Her husband, in a fit of rage, brandished a hoe and aimed a strike at the dog's head. The villagers were intent on slaying the creature. However, with their meager capabilities, they stood no chance against the formidable black dog. As the villagers launched their assault, the dog revealed its ferocity, barking fiercely and preparing to lunge at its aggressor. Yet, at that critical moment, Zhao Fengyan's voice rang out, Xiaohei, retreat. Obeying the command, the dog sidestepped the attack and dashed back to Zhao Fengyan's side. What does this mean, Zhao Fengyan? Your black dog has consumed a child. It has become a demon. Do you intend to protect it? Step aside. We shall slay this demonic dog. Frustrated by Zhao Fengyan's defense of the creature, several villagers disregarded all else and charged forward. Weapons in hand, Zhao Fengyan understood that the claims of the dog consuming a child were utterly unfounded. Someone was surely inciting the masses with deceit. He quickly scanned the crowd and spotted a familiar figure lurking at the back. It was Li Yutian, the man who had previously attempted to seize the dog. Li Yutian observed the commotion with a smirk, clearly reveling in the chaos he had orchestrated. Zhao Fengyan grasped the situation. It was highly probable that Li Yutian was the mastermind behind the current uproar regarding the demonic dog. What a despicable individual, still harboring malicious intent. Yet, with the villagers now in a frenzy, Zhao Fengyan had no time to spare on other matters. He needed to quell their unrest without resorting to violence, for any injuries inflicted could lead to complications with the county officials. Suddenly, Zhao Fengyan surged forward and snatched a stick from a villager. First form of the wild wave blade technique, the rising tide. Although unarmed, the technique remained intact, coupled with Zhao Fengyan's immense strength. The stick swept through the crowd like a torrent, sending weapons flying and toppling several villagers to the ground. With a single decisive move, he subdued multiple villagers, instilling a sense of awe among those present. Even Li Yutian, standing at the back, looked on in disbelief, astonished by Zhao Fengyan's prowess. When did this fellow acquire such skill? Thankfully, I refrained from confronting him last time. Li Yutian thought, relieved, yet simultaneously gleeful at the unfolding drama. So what if he possesses great ability? Let him strike down a villager or two. I would relish witnessing his downfall. As the villagers recoiled in fear, they found themselves at a loss, utterly unprepared for Zhao Fengyan's unexpected display of strength. Dear villagers, you claim that my hunting dog has devoured Aunt Wang's child. Yet you present no evidence. Should you produce proof, I shall submit to your judgment. However, if you lack substantiation, I implore you to depart and cease your baseless accusations. Seizing the moment, Zhao Fengyan reprimanded them. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang and her husband hurried to inspect the doghouse, but found nothing amiss. Just as doubt began to creep in, the villager who had first accused Xiaohei spoke up again. The absence of evidence in the doghouse does not imply innocence. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Humph. Zhao Fengyan, you may be formidable, but we are not your match. However, I have already informed Constable Li Hu. He will arrive shortly, and then we shall see how you defend yourself. Your demonic dog is destined to perish, and you shall find yourself imprisoned. At this, Aunt Wang and her husband once again descended into despair, convinced that their child had indeed fallen victim to Xiaohei. They collapsed to the ground, weeping inconsolably. Before long, a man clad in black, wielding a standard-issue blade, approached. It was Constable Li Hu. Clear the way. Step aside. Upon his arrival, the villagers parted, clamoring to inform him of the so-called dog that had consumed a child. Li Hu, visibly irritated, barked, enough. I am already aware of the situation. His commanding voice silenced the villagers, and he strode over to Zhao Fengyan, regarding Xiaohei with an indifferent gaze. Is this your dog? Indeed, it is my hunting dog. Zhao Fengyan replied, bowing slightly. Li Hu was an official of the county. One must always show respect to authority. Moreover, Li Hu was a third-rate martial artist. no weakling himself. They claim your black dog has taken a life. Is this true? Such accusations lack substantiation and are therefore unfounded. I implore you, Constable, to exercise discernment. Whether true or false, your word alone is insufficient, as the child from the Wong family has yet to be found, and there are witnesses attesting to this claim. You and your black dog must accompany me to the county jail. If it is proven that your dog is innocent, you shall be released. Without allowing Zhao Fengyan a moment to argue, Li Hu reached out to seize him. Seeing this unfold, Zhao Fengyan's brow furrowed. Li Hu's actions were indeed tyrannical, attempting to apprehend him with little regard for due process. According to his words, if the child remained missing, Zhao Fengyan would become a scapegoat. The laws of Jin were stringent. Even with mere suspicion, the county would likely convict him to fulfill their obligations, and should a life be lost, execution would be the likely outcome. In such a scenario, Zhao Fengyan could very well find himself in grave peril. My lord, this course of action may be ill-advised. Naturally reluctant, Zhao Fengyan took a step back, while Xiao He bared its teeth in warning. Humph, do you dare to resist? Li Hu scoffed and swiftly drew his blade. Its cold gleam chilling. As a third-rate martial artist trained in the court's techniques, Li Hu was not to be underestimated. Zhao Fengyan had only just begun to grasp the wild wave blade technique, and engaging him alone would be precarious. However, with Xiao He by his side, they could undoubtedly prevail. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, Zhao Fengyan refrained from striking, for Li Hu was draped in the guise of authority. At that moment, Huang Wanyun emerged from the house, her eyes blazing with fury upon witnessing Li Hu brandishing chains. My lord, this is absolutely not the doing of my hunting dog. I beseech you to release my husband. Do not speak further. This matter will be resolved by the county magistrate. Unmoved, Li Hu proceeded to bind Zhao Fengyan in chains. As the villagers witnessed Zhao Fengyan's impending capture, many applauded, and Li Yutian reveled in triumph. Foolish creature, had you surrendered the dog to me sooner, this would not have been necessary. Now that the dog is beyond my reach, you shall not live to see another day. Li Yutian harbored a cold smile within, as if envisioning the day Zhao Fengyan would meet his demise by the guillotine. Bound by icy chains, Zhao Fengyan remained unperturbed, and after a moment of contemplation, he resolutely proclaimed, Officer Li, hold your horses. I possess a means to prove my innocence. Upon hearing these words, curiosity sparked in Li Hu, who chuckled softly. Oh, you have a method? Pray, enlighten us. Officer Li, with the child of the Wong family missing and witnesses to corroborate, I find myself ensnared in suspicion. However, should I manage to locate her child, would that not resolve this matter? Li Hu nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, if you can find the child, we shall ascertain the connection to you based on the situation surrounding that child. No sooner had Li Hu spoken than a villager voiced skepticism. Can you truly find the child? We scoured for an entire night without success, and you think you can simply locate him? Another chimed in, to my mind. He is merely attempting to buy time. Officer Li, do not heed his nonsense. Take him to the dungeon. If he can find the child, let him give it a try. The crowd buzzed with chatter, yet Li Hu paid no heed, turning to Zhao Fengyan with a question. How do you intend to search? In response, Officer Li, my hunting dog, though not a demon, possesses a unique ability. Its sense of smell is extraordinarily acute. I have relied on it for hunting these past days with great success. If I can acquire a personal item belonging to the child, I am confident I can locate him. With that, Zhao Fengyan called upon Aunt Wang to procure an item belonging to the child. Soon, she returned with a piece of clothing. Zhao Fengyan took it and placed it before the nose of the black hound. Xiao He, find him. At this command, Xiao He sniffed vigorously before lowering its head and following the scent. Zhao Fengyan trailed closely behind, and Li Hu, along with a throng of villagers, felt a sense of the extraordinary, following suit in the search. Only Li Yutian lingered at the back, his eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment and concern. Zhao Fengyan had no doubt regarding Xiao He's tracking prowess. Upon noticing the hound had caught a clue, he knew it was merely a matter of time before they found their target. The group ascended the mountain, and soon Xiao He halted at a ravine, digging fervently at the earth beneath a tree. Seeing this, Zhao Fengyan's heart raced. He had initially believed that Aunt Wang's child had merely been hidden by Li Yutian. However, Xiao He's discovery indicated that the child was likely already deceased. Officer Li, there is a strong possibility that the child lies beneath this earth. If so, he is undoubtedly dead, and the murderer may very well be among us. I urge you to keep a vigilant watch over everyone present. Do not allow anyone to slip away in the chaos. Zhao Fengyan's warning prompted a nod from Li Hu, who commanded, Bring me more torches. I will remain here on guard. Should anyone attempt to flee, they shall not escape the blade of my wrath. The flickering flames cast an eerie glow, illuminating the pallid faces of two individuals, sweat cascading down their brows. None other than Li Yutian and the villager who had accused Xiao He of being a man-eater. In no time, The earth was unearthed, revealing the lifeless body of a youth. Ah, Sanguzi, my son, Aunt Wang and her husband, upon discovering their son among the soil, immediately fell into a fit of grief, clinging to the corpse and refusing to let go. Li Hu approached, prying the couple away and swiftly identifying the cause of death. His complexion darkened, revealing signs of strangulation around the boy's neck. Zhao Fengyan, while the body is intact and shows no signs of being devoured by the black dog, your ability to locate it does not absolve you of guilt. Rather, it intensifies your suspicion. If you cannot reveal the true murderer, I fear you shall still accompany me. Li Hu's resolute demeanor made it clear to Zhao Fengyan that the county magistrate's officers had limited investigative skills, often resorting to torture and interrogation. Should they truly uncover a criminal, it was likely that confessions would be extracted under duress, leading to a hasty conclusion. He was unwilling to end up in a dungeon, where truths could easily be twisted. Zhao Fengyan understood that this matter was inextricably linked to Li Yutian, who was still present at the scene. He then pointed to the youth's body, patting Xiaohei's head. Xiaohei, go and sniff around. See if there are any scents similar to those of the others present. Xiaohei lowered its head and approached the corpse, sniffing the neck and fingernails for a moment. Within the nails, traces of blood and skin flakes were evident, left behind by the murderer. Moments later, Xiaohei abruptly turned and began barking furiously at one of the villagers. Zhao Fengyan turned to see that it was indeed the villager who had previously accused Xiaohei of being a man-eater, and on the back of his hand were several bloody scratches. It was clear that this individual was the true culprit. Chapter 22. Li Hu's Demands. Identified by Xiaohei. The villager immediately turned pale, his eyes darting nervously as he met the gazes of the crowd. He shrank his sleeves and forced a smile. Why is this black dog barking? Am I truly the murderer? It must have lost its mind. As he spoke, the villager could not help but step back. Xiaohei, relying on its sense of smell, would not make a mistake, and Zhao Fengyan was certain this man was the killer. He regarded the villager with a hint of surprise, having initially suspected Li Yutian was the murderer and believing this villager merely a pawn. However, it now appeared that Li Yutian had orchestrated the murder while remaining hands-off. Before Zhao Fengyan could speak, Li Hu lunged forward, seizing the villager by the collar and tearing open his sleeve to reveal several bloodstains. Still deny it? Where did those bloodstains on your hand come from? I was scratched by prey. He stammered. Humph. Just moments ago, someone was strangled, and you just happened to get injured? Are you jesting with me? If you have grievances, bring them to the magistrate. Li Hu was indeed decisive, dismissing the villager's protests and apprehending him on the spot. With his skills as a third-rate martial artist, subduing a villager was akin to catching a chicken. Sir, Master Hu, please don't take me. I am well acquainted with your father, Li Jutsai. The villager pleaded. Familiarity matters not. A life has been lost, and someone must bear the responsibility. Otherwise, how can I justify this? Li Hu showed no mercy. The chains were already secured, and he prepared to escort the villager back to town, seemingly realizing his imminent demise. The villager grew frantic, glancing desperately toward Li Yutian for assistance. Yet, would Li Yutian ever speak up? He was merely a lackey of the Wang family, and even if he were of their blood, it would be challenging to escape the law. Since ancient times, commoners had never triumphed over officials. Even if Li Hu was not particularly formidable, donning the guise of authority made him untouchable to second-rate martial artists. Realizing Li Yutian had no intention of rescuing him, the villager's expression hardened as if he were about to speak. Zhao Fengyan observed him closely, sensing he might divulge Li Yutian's involvement. If that were the case, it would be fortuitous. Li Yutian had plotted against Zhao Fengyan on multiple occasions, and he too had developed a murderous intent towards him. On the other side, Li Yutian, witnessing the villager's demeanor, comprehended that should he be exposed, the consequences would be dire. Though the Wang family wielded considerable power, they would not intervene in matters concerning the county magistrate. With a swift glance, he hissed, "You wretched beast! How could you harm such a young child? You shall be executed. What will happen to your parents and children?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan felt a pang of unease. Li Yutian's outward curse was, in reality, a veiled warning to the villager's family. Indeed, after hearing those words, the villager merely glared at Li Yutian with bloodshot eyes, falling silent. Before long, Li Hu was ready to escort the murderer away, while Aunt Wang's family was left in anguish to reclaim their son's body. Meanwhile, Li Yutian cast a cold glance at Zhao Fengyan before turning to depart. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Fengyan furrowed his brow, resolutely steeling his resolve. The actions of Li Yutian today surely heralded further malicious schemes in the future. It would not do. This man must be eliminated, or I shall know no rest. Fixing his gaze upon the departing figure of Li Yutian, Zhao Fengyan pondered how best to deal with him. After much contemplation, he concluded that, supported by the Wang family, it would indeed be difficult to act against him openly. He decided, after considerable thought, to wait for an opportunity when Li Yutian returned to the village and resolve the matter en route. However, given that a murder had just occurred, it would be prudent to refrain from causing any further fatalities in the near term to avoid scrutiny from the county office. Li Yutian was merely a third-rate warrior, drained by wine and lust. Dealing with him would not pose a significant challenge, especially with the assistance of Little Black. Resolving not to dwell on this further, Zhao Fengyan set off homeward with Little Black in tow. At that moment, however, Li Hu approached, leading a villager. Zhao Fengyan, wait, what further instructions do you have? Constable Li, come with me. I have something to discuss. Confused, Zhao Fengyan wondered why Li Hu would still seek him out now that the murderer had been apprehended. Reluctantly, he followed Li Hu away from the crowd, soon arriving at a secluded spot. This black dog of yours is truly remarkable, possessing such keen senses that ordinary hunting dogs cannot compare. It must have attained a certain level of spiritual awareness, yes? At this remark, Zhao Fengyan raised an eyebrow, surprised that Li Hu had discerned Little Black's extraordinary nature. Could it be that he harbored similar intentions towards Li Yutian? Just as Zhao Fengyan contemplated how to respond, Li Hu chuckled lightly. Fear not, I have seen many things in my tenure in Ping'an County. While it is rare for beasts to attain spiritual sentience, it is not unheard of. So long as it does not harm anyone, the county office will not intervene. Your black dog is simply gifted with a keen nose. It is not a matter of great significance. Li Hu assumed that Little Black's exceptional olfactory abilities were the extent of its talents. Were he aware that Little Black was actually stronger than he, his demeanor might have been quite different. Zhao Fengyan, however, was wise enough not to disclose too much. Since Li Hu did not seem to covet Little Black, he felt no compulsion to conceal its abilities excessively. Constable Li, please note that my hunting dog underwent a sudden change recently. It has likely become a low-level spirit creature. Indeed, that could be your fortune, muttered Li Hu before shifting to the matter at hand. I sought you out not for trivialities, but regarding the fugitive in the mountains. Surely, you are aware of this fugitive. He has been holed up in the mountains, refusing to show himself, and he has taken refuge within my jurisdiction, drawing criticism from above. Since your black dog possesses such an acute sense of smell, I hope you might assist me in locating this fugitive. At this revelation, Zhao Fengyan finally grasped Li Hu's intentions. He wished to harness Little Black's tracking prowess to find the fugitive. However, the fugitive had already been slain by Zhao Fengyan. Finding him would be a futile endeavor. Zhao Fengyan understood that if Little Black were to locate the fugitive's corpse, it would only bring him trouble, as there were still traces of Little Black's bites on the body. Thus, after a moment's deliberation, Zhao Fengyan devised an excuse to decline. However, Constable Li, my black dog's capabilities are limited if we do not achieve results. I hope you will not hold it against me. Seeing Zhao Fengyan's acquiescence, Li Hu was quite pleased. He understood that having a hunting dog track was not a guarantee of success, but it was certainly better than having no leads at all. Your agreement is all that matters. The outcome will not be held against you. I must escort this murderer back to the city tonight, and I shall return to find you in the morning, and we will ascend the mountain together. Excellent. However, do you have any personal belongings of the fugitive to assist the dog in tracking? Of course, I will bring those tomorrow. Just wait for me. Travel safely, Constable Li. After bidding farewell to Li Hu, Zhao Fengyan turned to Little Black, a plan forming in his mind. Li Hu's investigative skills were nearly non-existent. He only cared for apprehending the perpetrator. Thus, if Zhao Fengyan could provide him with a target, he would surely exert himself to secure a conviction. The fugitive was dead, so he would be impossible to find. However, it was entirely feasible to seek out a scapegoat. It seemed that dealing with Li Yutian would not require Zhao Fengyan to sully his own hands. With that thought, Zhao Fengyan turned away, not heading home, but rather up the mountain to the location where the fugitive's goods were buried. Chapter 23, Framing and Entrapment. The following morning, Zhao Fengyan prepared early, awaiting Li Hu's arrival. Brother Nian, as you accompany Li Hu up the mountain today, do exercise caution. That fugitive is no common foe. Huang Wanyun, having learned of the previous night's events from Zhao Fengyan, realized that his ascent into the mountains was a foregone conclusion, and thus, she was quite anxious. Yet, she remained unaware that the fugitive was already dead. For Zhao Fengyan, this venture posed no danger whatsoever. Fear not, I am merely assisting Constable Li in his search. Should it come to a confrontation, I will certainly flee. Father, return swiftly. Mother and I will await your return at home. After reassuring his wife and child, Li Hu finally arrived, not alone but accompanied by 2 colleagues, all of whom were of mediocre skill. Zhao Fengyan, here are the fugitive's personal effects. Though some time has passed, with your hunting dog's keen sense of smell, it should still be able to uncover something. Li Hu produced a piece of clothing, his brow furrowed with concern over its age. Zhao Fengyan feigned reluctance, stating, the fugitive has been in the mountains for over half a month. After such a duration, The chances of the hunting dog finding anything are slim. With that, he took the clothing and presented it before Little Black. In truth, even after so many days, Little Black still had a high likelihood of locating it. However, it was unwise to exhibit excessive confidence. No matter, just do your best. Consider this a personal favor owed to me. Li Hu waved his hand dismissively, not particularly concerned. After taking a moment to sniff, Little Black sprang into action, racing up the mountain. Zhao Fengyan and Li Hu, along with his 2 colleagues, hurriedly followed behind. The quartet and their canine companion traversed the mountain for 3 hours, unknowingly passing the time. Li Hu, is this black dog truly competent? I fear it may be leading us in circles without any scent to follow. Indeed, as we run about this mountainside, my confidence wanes. At this, Li Hu cast an anxious glance at Zhao Fengyan. Zhao Fengyan, what is the matter with your black dog? Zhao Fengyan turned and clasped his hands in greeting. Gentlemen, do not be impatient. The scent has lingered for some time. Even with my hunting dog's acute sense of smell, it requires a moment to process. Li Hu and his colleagues, resigned, could only continue their search. At that moment, Zhao Fengyan found the situation quite amusing, as Little Black meandered through the mountains, acting on Zhao Fengyan's deliberate instructions, aiming to make the search appear more authentic. Once he deemed the timing appropriate, Zhao Fengyan patted Little Black on the back, signaling the moment they had discussed the previous night. Little Black, now considerably more astute, possessed intelligence akin to that of a young child. Understanding Zhao Fengyan's intent, it began heading down the mountain, increasing its speed. What is this black dog doing? Why is it descending the mountain? Noticing Little Black's changed demeanor, Li Hu did not impede its progress, but instead called to the others, "Let us follow." The group hastily made their way back to Mang Village, ultimately arriving at a quaint brick and tile house. Little Black barked excitedly at the entrance, clearly agitated. Observant eyes could easily discern that it had made a discovery. Li Hu, seeing this, was filled with exhilaration. Could it be that the fugitive is hiding within? Gentlemen, let us proceed. The 3 constables grew tense, swiftly drawing their long knives from their waists. With a powerful kick, Li Hu flung open the door and was the first to charge inside. The other 2 followed closely behind, prepared for a fierce battle. However, after a thorough search of the room, they found no trace of anyone. Just as Li Hu and his companions were expressing their bewilderment, a small black dog dashed into the room, barking furiously beneath the bed. Observing this, Li Hu bent down and retrieved a wooden box from beneath the bed. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find a steel dagger and several land deeds. This is the weapon of the fugitive and the stolen land deeds. Recognizing the items, Li Hu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, finding these possessions alone was insufficient. Where was the fugitive? Hearing his colleague's remark, Li Hu turned to Zhao Fengyan. Brother Zhao, can your black dog track the fugitive using the items in this box? In response, Constable Li, it has been quite some time. The tracking effectiveness has diminished significantly. As you have seen today, locating this place using the fugitive's clothing was no easy feat. Continuing the search would likely yield no results. The contents of this box were indeed unearthed by Zhao Fengyan yesterday and placed here deliberately. His intent was to divert Li Hu's attention to this location, and thus, he would not continue the pursuit of the fugitive alongside Li Hu. Realizing the futility of further tracking, Li Hu furrowed his brow in frustration. They were so close to capturing the fugitive, yet still fell short, leaving him agitated. After a moment of contemplation, he asked solemnly, "Whose residence is this?" This appears to be the home of Li Yutian, but he usually resides in the Wang family estate in the county and does not live here. Li Yutian? The Wang family? Li Hu stroked his chin thoughtfully. After a brief silence, he decisively took the box and called his 2 colleagues to leave. Given that the fugitive's belongings were found here, it was evident that Li Yutian was inextricably linked to the matter. Perhaps Li Yutian is an accomplice. Come, let us go to the Wang family and apprehend him. With that, the 3 exited the room, mounted their horses, and made their way toward the county town. Watching the departing figures of the trio, Zhao Fengyan smiled faintly. Events were unfolding according to his plan. He had gone to great lengths to conceal the fugitive's belongings in Li Yutian's home, intending to misdirect blame towards Li Yutian, even if the rationale was tenuous. Li Hu's urgency to capture the fugitive and close the case would necessitate a perpetrator. At that time, regardless of how Li Yutian might protest, as long as he could not produce evidence unrelated to this affair, he would be unable to extricate himself. Ah, Li Yutian, we shall see if the Wang family you rely upon will come to your aid. However, given the gravity of the fugitive's crimes, even the Wang family's influence would likely not extend itself for such a lackey. With a cold chuckle, Zhao Fengyan turned away, patiently awaiting news of Li Yutian's fate. Shortly thereafter, the 3 constables arrived at a residence in the county town. Gazing at the imposing plaque inscribed with Wang Mansion, Li Hu approached and addressed the guards at the entrance. "I am a constable from the county office. Inform your master that Li Yutian is connected to a wanted criminal, and he must be brought forth for my inquiry. Li Hu did not barge in recklessly. Rather, he approached with decorum, indicating the Wang family's significant standing in the county, as even the county officials were compelled to show respect. After the servants relayed the message, the trio was granted entry. Before long, Li Yutian was seen in a state of panic, standing beside a young man with striking eyebrows and sharp features. He had presumed the constables were there because the villagers had implicated him, but he could hardly fathom that it was concerning a fugitive who had committed multiple murders. If he were truly connected to the fugitive, his fate would surely be dire. Young master, save me, young master. I have no ties to that fugitive. Listening to Li Yotian's pleas, the young master of the Wang family remained unperturbed, casually toying with the bow and arrows in his hands before addressing Li Hu. Constable Li, is what you say truly the case? This matter is beyond doubt. I hope young Master Wang will not interfere, for it would be difficult for me to explain to the county magistrate. Li Hu maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Li Yutian. Upon hearing this, the Wang family's young master nodded with indifference. Very well, Li Yutian. You shall accompany Constable Li to the county office, where the magistrate's methods will surely clear your name. With this statement, young Master Wang clearly displayed his lack of concern for Li Yotian's predicament. It seemed that despite Li Yotian's attempts to ingratiate himself over the years, he had not garnered much regard from the Wang family. Young master, please, you cannot abandon me. Li Yutian pleaded desperately, but the approaching Li Hu paid no heed. He and his two colleagues seized Li Yutian, shackled him, and took him away. Once they departed, the young master of the Wang family showed no signs of concern, instead savoring a sip of fine wine while continuing to practice his archery skills. Chapter 24. The Resolution of Grievances. 3 days later, within the confines of the county jail, Li Yutian was bound to a wooden post, appearing utterly despondent. His body bore numerous lash marks, his clothing was in tatters, and it was stained with blood. Clearly, after being imprisoned, Li Yutian had endured considerable torment. When he was first incarcerated 3 days prior, although he had been flustered, he did not anticipate descending into such dire straits. Li Hu had merely suspected him of being connected to the fugitive. He believed he did not even know what the fugitive looked like, and therefore felt no immediate anxiety. Furthermore, with the Wang family's backing, he assumed that even if imprisoned, he would only be held for a short time. However, once he entered the jail, he realized that matters were no longer within his control. Li Yutian had not even laid eyes on the magistrate before being subjected to a beating at the hands of Li Hu. Li Hu wasted no words, relentlessly interrogating him about his supposed collaboration with the fugitive in committing murder. Poor Li Yutian was left utterly bewildered, unable to respond, and endured considerable physical suffering. After being tormented for an extended period yesterday, he had yet to recover when Li Hu entered the room again today with 2 others. Li Yutian, have you recalled anything yet? Or do you require another round of lashes to jog your memory regarding your connection to the fugitive? Upon seeing Li Hu, Li Yutian trembled, shaking his head in terror. Lord Li, I have no connection to that fugitive. You must believe me. After 3 days of relentless questioning, Li Yutian steadfastly refused to divulge anything, which caused Li Hu to harbor some doubts. Yet, recalling the incriminating evidence found in Li Yotian's home, he spoke with a stern countenance. Humph, still attempting to argue? It seems you will not relent until I present some evidence. With that, he opened the box behind him, revealing the steel dagger and land deeds within. These are the fugitive's belongings, discovered at your residence in Mang Village. Do you still dare claim you have no connection to the fugitive? Speak quickly. What is your relationship with the fugitive, and where is he now? Seeing these items only heightened Li Yotian's confusion. My lord, I have never seen these items. How could they possibly be found in my dwelling? Someone must be framing me. Framing you? This is the hunting hound of Zhao Fengyan, who tracked these items based on what I provided. How could this possibly be pinned on you? Still daring to argue? Watch as I beat you to death. Witnessing Li Yotian's state, Li Hu's anger surged within him. He seized a nearby whip and began to lash Li Yutian mercilessly. Crack, crack, crack. Each stroke inflicted excruciating pain, leaving Li Yotian's skin torn and raw, with old wounds exacerbated by new ones, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. However, amidst the physical agony, his heart burned with an even greater fury. Zhao Fengyan. It was he. Ignoring his own suffering, Li Yutian hurriedly interrupted Li Hu. My lord, I harbored a personal grudge against Zhao Fengyan. His hunting dog, having discovered the scene, surely indicates that he had covertly placed the fugitive's stolen goods in my abode, a matter in which I have no involvement. As Li Yutian articulated this, it momentarily halted Li Hu in his tracks. After a brief contemplation, he seemed to find a semblance of plausibility in the assertion. Yet, upon further reflection, he scoffed derisively. Are you suggesting that Zhao Fengyan is connected to the fugitive? Humph. How could a mere hunter from a mountain village possibly forge ties with such a rogue? Even if they shared an acquaintance, would the fugitive entrust him with his treasured blade and land deeds? Zhao Fengyan possesses no martial prowess. Could it be that he vanquished the fugitive and then framed you for it? Indeed, my lord, that Zhao Fengyan is but a third-rate warrior. He must have been the one to slay the fugitive. Preposterous. That fugitive is nearing the level of a second-rate warrior with extraordinary strength. Even I would not stand a chance against him. Even if Zhao Fengyan had some measure of skill, it is utterly inconceivable. How dare you continue to argue? I shall not hesitate to beat you into submission. After a moment's contemplation, Li Hu concluded that Li Youtian's claims were nothing but fabrications. Enraged, he struck without mercy. And before long, Li Youtian was rendered unconscious from the relentless blows. Only then did Li Hu cease his assault. Brotherly, this Li Youtian is so obstinate. As long as he refuses to confess, we cannot provide satisfactory answers. The county magistrate is quite invested in this matter. If we do not resolve it soon, our futures may be bleak. A colleague of Li Hu could no longer contain his concern. In response, Li Hu violently discarded his whip and sought out a heated branding iron. Humph. I refuse to believe that this wretch's resolve can withstand the heat of my iron. Today, I shall compel him to confess. With that, he abruptly pressed the branding iron against Li Youtian's chest. The sizzle accompanied by the agonized cries of the awakening Li Youtian only added to the oppressive atmosphere of the prison. Li Hu, you are torturing me into a false confession. I shall report this to the county magistrate and ensure you are punished. Still defiant, are you? More heat for you. Ah, I am of the Wang family. I assure you that they will not let this matter rest. Humph. For a full 2 hours, Li Hu tormented Li Youtian, who, despite being a warrior, still retained a flicker of consciousness. Observing that Li Hu showed no signs of relenting, the barely conscious Li Youtian ultimately succumbed to despair and confessed. Please, no more branding. I confess. I confess to everything. Upon hearing this, Li Hu's face lit up with joy, and he took a seat nearby to draft the confession. In the end, he had Li Youtian affix his signature. Li Youtian, you conspired with the fugitive to commit heinous crimes, and afterward, due to a dispute over the spoils, you took the opportunity to slay him, concealing the stolen goods within your own yard. This is the sequence of events. Sign here. Despite Li Hu's relentless questioning, he could glean no information regarding the fugitive's whereabouts from Li Youtian, and he understood that locating the fugitive was likely a lost cause. Thus, he modified the confession accordingly. With no alternative, Li Youtian, summoning his last ounce of strength, pressed his hand against the document. Once I report this, the matter will be settled. Witnessing Li Youtian finally confess, Li Hu was filled with satisfaction. At this moment, a colleague, unable to contain himself, murmured, Brotherly, this affair appears rather suspicious. Are we truly closing the case just like this? If we do not close it, neither of us will have a favorable outcome. So be it. 3 days later at Kaishiku, the news of the notorious criminal's execution drew a large crowd. In the center of the throng, Li Youtian and the villager who had slain the child were pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized. Both bore ashen faces and vacant stares, their terror reaching its zenith. At the appointed hour, the execution was to commence. With the judge's decree, the executioner approached, blade in hand. A splash of hot wine upon the blade revealed its chilling gleam. In a swift motion, the executioner struck, and 2 heads rolled onto the ground. Crimson blood seeped through the cracks in the earth, prompting several ignorant villagers to dip their buns into it. From beyond the raucous crowd, Zhao Fengyan observed the scene with a sense of detachment. Li Hu has acted with remarkable decisiveness. He has resolved this matter swiftly, rendering my efforts worthwhile. With this thought, Zhao Fengyan turned and disappeared without delay. After enduring repeated grievances from Li Youtian, he had ultimately orchestrated his demise, thus eliminating a significant source of trouble. The feud between Li Youtian and himself was finally concluded. Chapter 25. The conclusion on the night following Li Youtian's execution. In a study within the Wang family's villa, the eldest son of the Wang family was conversing with an elder who appeared to be a steward. Master, today Li Youtian was executed. I had intended to visit him in prison, but the constable, Li Hu, did not permit me entry. There seems to be something amiss. The young master sipped his tea, his expression as calm as a placid lake. It is somewhat regrettable that Li Youtian has died. As I often hunt, I have lost a competent servant. Master, should we investigate this matter? I fear there may be someone scheming against him. Investigate? What is there to uncover? It is evident that someone has deliberately targeted Li Youtian. However, he was merely a villager. While his demise is unfortunate, it does not warrant vengeance on behalf of the Wang family. The young master's words, cold and indifferent, left the elder slightly taken aback, though he merely nodded in agreement afterward. After a moment, the elder seemed to recall something. Master, when our family originally acquired the forests of Mongshan, it was under Li Youtian's name. With his death, what shall become of the land deeds? There is no cause for concern. The Wang family holds considerable influence in Ping'an County. Even in Li Youtian's absence, no one would dare claim the Mongshan territory. I will seek my father's assistance to resolve this matter satisfactorily. A month later, as the early spring of March arrived, the desolation of Mongshan had vanished entirely. In its place bloomed a gentle emerald landscape. The forest revived, and various small creatures became increasingly active. The hunters of Mang village no longer returned empty-handed as in winter. Most were able to bring home a bountiful harvest. Life improved for the villagers, and smiles became a common sight as they roamed the village. With the execution of Li Youtian, the individual despised by the villagers, their joy was further amplified. One noon, Zhao Fengyan busied himself within his chicken coop nestled in the woods. After a month's time, the number of golden-patterned chickens had significantly increased, now exceeding 30. Even after he had sold 2 batches to Zhang Yidao. Had he not done so, the coop would likely have housed even more. Concerned that the fishing nets outside the coop might not contain them, Zhao Fengyan had taken to gathering bamboo to craft a fence, encircling the entire coop. Today, he finally completed the task. The fence, standing a height of 10 feet, not only contained the golden-patterned chickens, but also shielded them from prying eyes. Observing the chickens frolicking within, Zhao Fengyan mused, "These golden-patterned chickens are maturing swiftly. It seems that before long, I shall need to further acquire more woodland to expand the coop." Presently, Zhang Yidao's butcher shop can manage the supply, but in a few years, he may struggle to keep up with the demand. At that point, should he fail to expand his business, I may have to seek alternatives or even open my own butcher shop in the county. The venture into golden-patterned chickens has proven highly lucrative within a mere few months. Zhao Fengyan's savings had amassed to over 200 taels. In the days to come, as his family flourished and more hens were bred, earning 100 taels monthly would not be an insurmountable challenge. Having completed his duties in the chicken coop, Zhao Fengyan made his way home, and along the path, he noticed several children from the village carrying cloth bags, heading towards a small courtyard. The owner of this modest abode was a scholar, who had recently resumed his teaching at his private school with the arrival of spring. Contemplating this, Zhao Fengyan returned home and called for his eldest son, Zhao Jingze. "Jingze, you are now 5 years old. I intend to send you to the private school to learn reading and writing. Do you agree?" For some time, Jingze had been training in martial arts under Zhao Fengyan's tutelage, experiencing remarkable growth in both stature and strength. Consequently, he had become somewhat of a leader among the village children, receiving much admiration. Hence, the little lad had developed a fervent passion for martial arts, and initially, he showed little interest upon hearing about the school. However, when Zhao Fengyan presented his proposal, he immediately shook his head in refusal. "No, father. I want to continue learning martial arts with you and become a great general in the future." Hearing this, Zhao Fengyan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Ah, Jingze, let me enlighten you. Through reading and writing, one learns the principles of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor. If you only understand martial skills, you will merely be a brute. Be obedient and attend the private school for a few years. If, after that, you still have no interest, I will send you to a martial arts academy at the age of 8. There, you will learn from masters even more skilled than I, and your knowledge will surely expand." After this lengthy discourse, Zhengze's attitude changed remarkably. He looked at Zhao Fengyan with excitement. "Really, father? You will truly send me to the martial arts academy? Great. I will definitely go to the private school, starting tomorrow." With that, the exuberant boy dashed back into the house to share the news with Huang Wanyun. Listening to his eldest son's enthusiastic chatter, Zhao Fengyan shook his head in mild exasperation. He recognized that his previous reasoning had not registered with Zhengze at all. The only reason for his compliance in going to the school was the promise of future martial arts training. Well, it mattered little that Zhengze held no interest in academics. After all, he possessed considerable talent for martial arts. Without further ado, Zhao Fengyan began preparing the customary tribute for the teacher. The so-called tribute was a form of respect for the mentor. In Mang village, unlike in the county town, such tributes need not be overly elaborate. A few dried meats and some grains would suffice. Given the recent prosperity of his household, Zhao Fengyan was not one to be stingy, wishing to ensure Jingze was well received. Early the next morning, Zhao Fengyan took Jingze to the entrance of the scholar's courtyard. "I have long heard of the esteemed Wang Xiaocai. My son has reached the proper age, and today we come to pay our respects," Zhao Fengyan called out, and soon a frail old man emerged from within. With a soft smile, he approached. "Sir, this is my son Zhao Jingze. I hope you will guide him well in the future." After introducing Jingze, he nudged his son. "Jingze, do not forget to pay your respects." "Oh, I, Zhao Jingze, pay my respects to you, sir." Following this, Zhao Fengyan presented the 10 pounds of dried meat intended as tribute. Although Wang Xiaocai was merely a village teacher, His knowledge was ample for instructing children in reading and writing. To make a living, he welcomed all students seeking education, and with the generous offering from Zhao Fengyan, he was more than willing to overlook any shortcomings. Seeing the tribute, Wang Xiaocai was exceedingly pleased, promptly lifting the Bao Jingzi. This child is bright and spirited. I shall ensure to impart my knowledge with utmost diligence. Little Zhao, you need not worry. Having completed the formalities, Zhao Fengyan took his leave as Zhengzi entered the courtyard with his writing materials. For the ensuing days, Zhengzi spent his mornings studying and writing, while in the afternoons, he trained in martial arts under Zhao Fengyan's guidance. Amidst nurturing his son and Huang Wanyun in their martial pursuits, Zhao Fengyan also delved into the study of the wild wave sword technique. With no disturbances from Li Yutian, life for the Zhao family was quite stable. Chapter 26. 3 years later, time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye. It had been 3 years since Zhao Fengyan sent Zhao Jingzi to the private school to learn reading and writing. Over these 3 years, Zhengzi's progress in literacy had been underwhelming. Initially, he had shown diligence due to Zhao Fengyan's expectations. However, it soon became apparent that he lacked both the talent and interest for academics. After a while, his true colors emerged. He exhibited little patience for studying and frequently skipped classes. Wang Xiaocai, though often complaining about this behavior, chose to overlook it, as the tribute from Zhao Fengyan was generous, allowing him to turn a blind eye while occasionally informing Zhao Fengyan about Jingzi's antics. Upon learning of this, Zhao Fengyan was quite furious and gave Jingzi a sound thrashing. After the punishment, the boy became somewhat more compliant. Subsequently, despite his disinterest, he refrained from skipping classes. Nonetheless, having trained in martial arts from a young age, his strength surpassed that of his peers, even those older than him. Consequently, he emerged as a leader among the children at the private school, causing quite a ruckus. By the second year, under Zhao Fengyan's instruction, he had achieved remarkable proficiency in stances and, at the age of 7, had already become a third-rate martial artist, demonstrating his considerable aptitude for martial arts. Therefore, Zhao Fengyan planned to send him to a martial arts academy after 3 years of schooling to further his development. This year marked Zhengzi's final year of study. In just a month, he would be sent to the county's martial arts academy. One afternoon, Zhengzi hurriedly returned home from the private school. Though only 8 years old, he had grown to the same height as Huang Wanyun and was quite sturdy. Father, mother, Zhengchuan, I'm back. Mother, is dinner ready? I'm starving. Upon his return, he clamored for food. Over the 3 years, the once humble thatched cottage had been replaced by 3 brick and tile rooms and a spacious courtyard. In the yard, Zhao Fengyan wielded a broad-backed blade, demonstrating his prowess with impressive flair. Meanwhile, Huang Wanyun and Zhao Zhengchuan were busy preparing the meal in the main room. Why the rush? Wash your hands first. Wait for your father to finish practicing before we eat. Huang Wanyun stepped out, her demeanor exuding a sense of competence, reflecting her training in martial arts over the years alongside Zhao Fengyan. Now, she too had become a third-rate martial artist. However, her noticeably protruding abdomen indicated that she was expecting again. Exactly. Brother, why are you in such a hurry? Chimed in a lively little boy who had emerged beside Huang Wanyun, his cherubic features and quick wit making him quite endearing. This was Zhao Fengyan's second son, Zhao Zhengchuan, now 3 years old, who was articulate and quick-tongued. Unlike his elder brother, who was disinterested in academics, this younger son often clutched a book, babbling away, potentially leaning towards a literary inclination in the future. Upon hearing his mother and younger brother's calls, Zhao Jingzi chuckled and ceased his urgent pleas for food, instead focusing intently on his father, Zhao Fengyan. At that moment, Zhao Fengyan was practicing the wild wave sword technique, each strike resonating with a powerful clang that sent shivers down the spine. For the martial arts enthusiast, Zhengzi found this display far more captivating than any meal. In the courtyard, Zhao Fengyan continued to execute one strike after another, each movement accompanied by varying rhythms of breath. Second form of the wild wave sword technique. Waves rising in layers. With a mental command, the momentum of his great sword surged with ferocity, creating an awe-inspiring presence. As he dashed forward, the great blade in his hand cleaved through the air with resounding force, each swing resonating with the sharp sound of metal slicing through the atmosphere, an unrelenting offensive barrage. Before him lay stout tree trunks, which Zhao Fengyan furiously struck down. After a series of powerful slashes, the trunks splintered apart, shards of wood flying violently before settling in a neat pile. Zhao Fengyan sheathed his blade and stood, surveying the scattered debris with a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Having practiced the wild wave blade technique for 3 years, he had mastered the first form, windswept waves, in the first year, and, at last, today, he had successfully cultivated the second form, waves rising in layers. The completion of this second form was a testament to Zhao Fengyan's progress in mastering this martial art to a considerable degree. The technique of waves rising in layers emphasizes a continuous offensive, a relentless succession of strikes, amounting to dozens of powerful blows. Achieving such an effect demands an extraordinary level of strength from the practitioner. Zhao Fengyan's ability to accomplish this feat was largely due to his recent cultivation of internal energy through the wild wave blade technique, granting him a formidable strength exceeding 5,000 pounds, thus elevating him to the rank of a genuine second-tier martial artist. For ordinary practitioners, cultivating their vital energy is no simple task, even with the continuous supplementation of vitality-enhancing elixirs. It generally takes around 5 years for a third-tier martial artist to ascend to the second tier. Zhao Fengyan's ability to achieve this in just 3 years can be attributed not only to the benefits of the golden feathered chicken, but also to his inherent talent. With a commendable aptitude for martial arts, he intends to delve deeper into the wild wave blade technique, aspiring to reach the status of a first-tier martial artist and eventually an innate martial artist. Upon witnessing Zhao Fengyan conclude his practice, Zhao Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Father, what kind of blade technique is this? It's absolutely formidable. I want to learn it." Hearing these words, Zhao Fengyan maintained a stoic expression, yet he harbored no intention of instructing Zhao Jingzi. The wild wave blade technique was acquired from a fugitive years ago and was not something to be shared openly. He could practice it himself or potentially allow Huang Wanyan to learn it in the future, but Zhao Jingzi was not a suitable candidate. His youth posed a risk. Should he be unable to restrain himself and boast about the technique, it could invite trouble. Placing the great blade aside, Zhao Fengyan affectionately ruffled Zhao Jingzi's hair and smiled. "Jingzi, you possess remarkable talent for martial arts, but this blade technique is merely a rudimentary skill. Next month, as you celebrate your 8th birthday, I shall take you to the martial arts school in the county city. The techniques taught there surpass mine, and you shall receive a more comprehensive education." Upon hearing that Zhao Fengyan would take him to the county city to learn from a master next month, Zhao Jingzi was overjoyed, promptly forgetting about the blade technique. "Wonderful. I won't have to study anymore." With a hearty laugh, he dashed into the main room to eat. Zhao Fengyan and Huang Wanyan exchanged smiles, both feeling a mix of exasperation and affection for the child. Meanwhile, their younger son, Zhao Zhengchuan, teased, "Brother, you are truly foolish. Do you not know that books contain treasures and beauty? Oh, I don't care about that. Don't delay me from my meal." After the meal, Zhao Jingzi rushed outside to play, while the younger son nestled in a room, flipping through books. Zhao Fengyan gently placed a hand on Huang Wanyan's belly. "Wanyan, you are 7 months pregnant. Do not overexert yourself. Please rest well. I shall head to the mountain chicken coop and catch some golden feathered chickens to deliver to Zhang's meat shop today, as it is the appointed day." "Yes, brother. Do return early." After exchanging a few words with his wife, Zhao Fengyan stepped outside. As he exited the courtyard, Xiaohong, the dog, darted out from its kennel and followed closely behind. Upon seeing Xiaohong, Zhao Fengyan smiled, patting its head as he made his way toward the chicken coop. 3 years had passed, and Zhao Fengyan had rebuilt his small courtyard, expanding the chicken coop as well. With the family's spiritual essence revitalized, he had once again acquired 10 strands of it. With these 10 strands, Zhao Fengyan initially intended to further enhance Xiaohong's abilities. However, not long ago, while observing Xiaohong, he received a prompt from the beast tablet that left him at a loss. High-grade spirit hound, robust physique, adept at tracking, requires 10 strands of spiritual essence. Can be transformed into a demon with a first-tier earthly spiritual object. Transformation influenced by the earthly spiritual object. Chapter 27. The so-called demon beasts, spirit monsters, and crows. The transformation of Xiaohong would require 10 strands of family spiritual essence. After discovering this requirement, Zhao Fengyan prepared to proceed with the transformation of Xiaohong into a demon. What constitutes a demon beast? Any beast influenced by earthly spiritual energy may exhibit unique abilities, thereby becoming a spirit monster. These abilities vary, enhancing combat prowess or bestowing special effects, such as Xiaohong's initial tracking ability and the subsequent indestructible physique. Nevertheless, these abilities are not overwhelmingly powerful and would not significantly elevate the spirit monster's standing. An ordinary person alone may not suffice, but with companions, they could still defeat a spirit monster. For martial artists, spirit monsters are not particularly formidable. However, demon beasts are an entirely different matter, further nurtured by earthly spiritual energy. The abilities of spirit monsters are enhanced, allowing them to become demon beasts. Not to mention ordinary people. Even first-tier martial artists or those who have just begun to learn celestial techniques may find themselves outmatched. It is said that demon beasts can later autonomously absorb earthly spiritual energy and the essence of the sun and moon, further enhancing themselves, awakening their intelligence, and being able to cultivate independently like celestial beings. Zhao Fengyan, with the beast tablet in his mind, was eager to transform Xiaohong into a demon. As an essential companion, Xiaohong was indispensable for guarding the home and joining him in battle. Moreover, its strength had already surpassed Zhao Fengyan's own. Once it becomes a demon beast, its combat capabilities would undoubtedly exceed those of ordinary martial artists, likely making it formidable even against first-tier martialists. In the future, as the family develops and grows stronger, establishing a firm foothold would become increasingly attainable. However, this time, the requirements for transformation indicated by the Beast Tablet were not limited to family spiritual essence alone. It surprisingly included a condition for a first-tier earthly spiritual object. Such objects are not ordinary herbs. Zhao Fengyan had heard from his father long ago that deep within Mang Mountain, where entry is difficult, certain earthly objects, over time, gradually acquire spiritual energy. Examples include spiritual herbs or fruits aged over 1,000 years, springs nourished by moonlight for a millennium, and unique minerals found within the mountains, all of which may qualify as earthly spiritual objects. If a spirit monster is fortunate enough to obtain these spiritual objects, whether through consumption or nurturing, it may potentially become a demon. Furthermore, after becoming a demon, its special abilities are often related to the earthly spiritual object it consumed. However, within the Jin Kingdom, demon beasts are exceedingly rare. This scarcity is due to two reasons: the rarity of earthly spiritual objects and the arduous nature of a spirit monster becoming a demon, which seems to depend heavily on the innate talent of the spirit monster, making success difficult to achieve. After Xiaohong became a spirit monster, Zhao Fengyan had indeed contemplated allowing it to transform into a demon. However, having heard of the stringent conditions and low success rates for such transformations, he did not hold high hopes for the Beast Tablet to facilitate its metamorphosis. Yet, unexpectedly, the Beast Tablet presented him with this prompt. Given its emergence and the indications within the prompt, as long as Zhao Fengyan possesses 10 strands of family spiritual essence and a first-tier earthly spiritual object, he could successfully transform Xiaohong into a demon. This realization filled Zhao Fengyan with a sense of awe. The Beast Tablet within his Beast Cave was indeed a remarkable artifact. Even if the spirit monster's innate quality was lacking, it could forcibly facilitate the transformation. In the future, Zhao Fengyan would undoubtedly strive to seek out earthly spiritual objects to facilitate Xiaohong's transformation and bolster the family's strength. However, he also comprehended that the spiritual treasures of this world were exceedingly rare. Although first-tier spiritual items appeared to be the most rudimentary of nature's treasures, they were not something an ordinary mortal like himself could easily procure. They might be found in Mang Mountain, but the depths of the mountain were fraught with peril, teeming with ferocious beasts and man-eating tigers. Even a first-rate martial artist would hesitate to venture deep within, let alone him. Thus, Zhao Fengyan could only proceed step by step, awaiting future opportunities. With a mind swirling with myriad thoughts, Zhao Fengyan arrived before his family's chicken coop. At this moment, the chicken coop was vastly different from what it had been 3 years ago. Initially a modest 5-acre plot, it had now expanded to 20 acres. The perimeter was enclosed by a fence to prevent prying eyes. Within, golden-patterned chickens roamed freely, numbering at least 500, mostly chicks, with only a few ready for market. Each month, Zhao Fengyan would send over 200 golden-patterned chickens to Zhang's butcher shop, and he and his family had consumed quite a bit, though it was still not excessive. Additionally, he had planted pear saplings within the enclosure, which would yield extra income in a few years. The 10 strands of familial spiritual light on the Beast Monument were largely sustained by this chicken coop. As Zhao Fengyan prepared to feed his golden-patterned chickens as per his usual routine, he realized that although the forest was vast, it was insufficient for the chickens to forage and satisfy their hunger independently. Come here, come here, Zhao Fengyan called out while scattering grain. The golden-patterned chickens, accustomed to this sound, flocked eagerly to the ground, squabbling for the feed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Fengyan herded some of the chickens into a smaller enclosure beside the fence, destined for the county town. After a brief while, having selected the chickens for market, Zhao Fengyan's gaze shifted to the fence surrounding the coop. With a meaningful expression, he approached, clutching half a bag of grain. Perched atop the high fence was a raven, its feathers a deep black that shimmered with iridescent hues under the sunlight. The raven was notably astute. As Zhao Fengyan drew near, it did not take flight as a typical raven would, but tilted its head, seemingly intrigued and waiting. Once close enough, Zhao Fengyan poured the grain onto the ground and stood still, waiting. However, the raven showed no inclination to descend. Observing this, he slowly retreated, prompting the raven to finally hop down and peck at the grain. Even as it fed, it frequently glanced up at Zhao Fengyan. If he made any move to approach, it would surely take flight. This clever little creature truly was astute. He pondered how long it would take to tame it. With a sigh of resignation, he muttered to himself. Indeed, his intention in feeding the raven was to train it. A year prior, While feeding the golden-patterned chickens, he had noticed the raven frequently coming to the coop to snatch grain. Had it been an ordinary raven, Zhao Fengyan would have chased it away long ago. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered a prompt on the beast monument. Low-level spirit creature raven, with a sharp and pointed beak. Consuming 3 strands of familial spiritual light can refine it into a high-level spirit creature, with selectable traits, sharpness, and swiftness. The beast monument indicated that this raven was indeed a low-level spirit creature. Since Xiao He and the family hen had been refined into spirits, this was Zhao Fengyan's first encounter with a wild spirit creature. The raven's beak was exceptionally sharp. During a feeding frenzy, it had fought with a golden-patterned chicken, killing it outright with a brutal peck. Consequently, the remaining chickens no longer dared to approach. Zhao Fengyan was elated at the prospect of taming it, envisioning the advantage of having a flying spirit creature without the costs of raising one from scratch. Yet, despite a year of continuous feeding, the raven remained aloof and extremely wary. At this moment, Zhao Fengyan resolved that if it continued to ignore him, he might as well shoot it down. Moreover, since Xiao He could not advance due to the lack of first-tier spiritual treasures, his accumulated familial spiritual light would also be rendered temporarily useless. In this case, Zhao Fengyan could continue to refine more hens to increase the yield of golden-patterned chickens. Concurrently, he could also rear more hunting dogs for further enhancement of his family's strength. Having made his plans, Zhao Fengyan ceased his musings, capturing the market-ready golden-patterned chickens and loading them onto the ox cart he had recently purchased. After herding Xiao He back home, he set off alone towards the county town. Chapter 28. The Butcher Shop Business in Ping'an County. Zhang's butcher shop had transformed considerably in the past 3 years. Once a small establishment on a side street, it had relocated to the main thoroughfare and expanded several-fold in size. Typical butcher shops primarily sold local pigs and poultry, offering a limited variety and quantity, particularly in an era where meat was scarce and highly coveted. However, Zhang's butcher shop was anything but ordinary. It boasted a wide array of meats and substantial quantities. Notably, within the shop, a special type of live chicken was sold, golden-patterned chickens, which not only had excellent flavor, but also imparted a strong vitality when cooked. Such delicacies were naturally favored by affluent families, martial artists, and martial arts schools, impacting the business of pharmacies selling vitality tonics in the county. Over the past few years, Zhang's butcher shop had a limited daily supply of golden-patterned chickens, often selling out within moments of opening. This clearly indicated the thriving nature of its business. Today marked 1 month since the shop's relocation. Business had only intensified since the new opening. Behind the counter, Zhang Yidao commanded the shop's assistants loudly, instructing them to slaughter poultry and prepare cuts for sale. Tasks he once performed personally could now be delegated with ease, affording him a comfortable position. The bustling activity within the shop was mirrored outside, where a throng of customers had gathered, clamoring for the golden-patterned chickens. Give me 1. No, 2 golden-patterned chickens. Don't kill them. The chicken blood is nourishing. I'll take them home. I want 1 too. What? Only 2 golden-patterned chickens left? You only sell 7 or 8 a day? Who can get enough? Damn it. I was hoping to get 1 to replenish my vitality this year. I'll have to come early tomorrow. For now, cut me 2 pounds of pork. The majority of Zhang's butcher shop's clientele came primarily for the golden-patterned chickens. However, Zhao Fengyan's supply was limited. He could only deliver over 200 each month, which was far from sufficient given their burgeoning reputation. Zhang Yidao was quite shrewd and limited sales to 8 chickens per day, ensuring a constant stream of customers. Even if they couldn't purchase the coveted golden-patterned chickens, patrons would often buy other meats. Indeed, the success of Zhang's butcher shop could be attributed to 2 factors: the appeal of the golden-patterned chickens and Zhang Yidao's astute business acumen. Meanwhile, across the street, the Wang family butcher shop was experiencing a starkly contrasting fate, its business unusually lackluster. The entrance was devoid of customers, swarmed instead by flies buzzing around the meat on display. The shop staff observed Zhang's shop from a distance, consumed by jealousy. This Wang family butcher shop was established by the eldest son of the Wang family. As afternoon approached, the Wang family's eldest son, Wang Shipong, arrived at the shop accompanied by his steward. Upon witnessing the shop's dismal state, a frown marred his handsome features. The Wang family wields considerable influence in Ping'an County, a stature earned through the illustrious military career of its patriarch, who once served as an 8th-rank military officer in his youth. As time passed, he retired and returned to his hometown, settling in Ping'an County. Despite his retirement, Wang the Elder maintained connections with the county magistrate due to his past military exploits and the family's thriving business ventures, thus solidifying their powerful standing. However, with the elder's advancing age and the presence of 3 sons, the stage was set for a fierce competition over the family fortune. The elder, exhibiting fairness, decreed that each son should strive independently, with the inheritance divided based on who could amass the most wealth within 2 years. Consequently, Wang Shipong had, several years prior, devised a plan to acquire a substantial portion of the mountainous terrain in Mang Village, intending to establish a meat shop specializing in wild game. One must not underestimate the meat trade. In Ping'an County, meat is a precious commodity, and a well-run business can yield significant profits. Unfortunately, since the inception of the Wang family meat shop, business had not flourished as anticipated, primarily due to the burgeoning success of Zhang's meat shop. Particularly after the introduction of their prized golden pattern chicken, the Wang shop's clientele dwindled alarmingly. Today, as Wang Shipong surveyed the thriving Zhang's meat shop, his countenance turned pale with envy and frustration. He cast a scornful glance toward his rival's establishment, filled with a resolute determination. If my meat shop fails, my father will undoubtedly favor my second and third brothers. I refuse to concede even a fraction of the family estate. Upon uttering these words, an elderly companion at his side furrowed his brow and began to strategize. Young master, if the meat shop is not viable, perhaps we should pivot to another business. The elder seems to be in relatively good health. There is no need for haste. Absolutely not. Wang Shipong retorted vehemently. That old man has suffered severe injuries on the battlefield, bearing hidden ailments that could claim him at any moment. I cannot afford to wait. He clenched his fists, his voice resolute. It is too late to switch businesses. I have already invested the majority of my savings in acquiring the mountain and the storefront. I lack the resources to start anew. Thus, I must persist with this meat shop endeavor. However, with Zhang's meat shop flourishing and enjoying an impeccable reputation, the prospect of competing remained daunting. A towering mountain indeed, he exclaimed. He thrives. Yet I shall discreetly plant some substances in his shop and witness how well he fares then. The malevolent glint in his eyes betrayed his ruthless intentions. Yet the elderly figure shook his head vehemently. No, young master, that is out of the question. Zhang's meat shop caters to affluent households, martial artists, and even the county magistrate. Any hint of trouble could have dire repercussions. If we were to be implicated, the consequences would be catastrophic. Poisoning is off the table, and we cannot outdo him in sales. What, then, shall we do? Do not be hasty, young master. I have heard that the success of Zhang's meat shop is primarily due to their offering of a medicinal chicken known as the golden pattern chicken. Its exquisite flavor and invigorating properties have made it highly sought after. If we can intercept their supply chain or eliminate it entirely, how could Zhang's meat shop compete with the Wang family, which possesses a vast hunting ground? Upon absorbing the elder's insights, Wang Shipong nodded vigorously, excitement illuminating his features. You speak wisely. Let us proceed with this plan. Dispatch someone to investigate Zhang's meat shop. If the owner steps out, we must follow and uncover the source of the golden pattern chicken. If we cannot ascertain its origin, we shall seize an opportunity to eliminate the proprietor of Zhang's meat shop. Wang Shipong embraced the elder's counsel, albeit with a newfound, sinister approach. The elder, taken aback yet resigned, nodded in agreement and set about orchestrating the scheme. As dusk approached, the streets grew deserted. Despite the thriving business of Zhang's meat shop, the flow of customers had dwindled. With the meat sold out, the shop's staff departed. After securing the finances within the establishment, Zhang Yidao muttered to himself. Today is the day I collect from Brother Fong. I must hurry and not tarry. With that, he hastened away towards the end of the street. However, shortly after Zhang Yidao's departure, a furtive middle-aged man emerged, trailing closely behind him. His robust physique suggested he was also a martial artist. Zhang Yidao proceeded down the street, navigating a lengthy detour until he arrived at a secluded courtyard within the city. After dispatching a cart, he set forth towards the outskirts. Once outside the city, as darkness enveloped the landscape, he traveled down a narrow path, scanning his surroundings before continuing his journey. A short while later, the muscular man emerged from the thicket. Observing Zhang Yidao's cautious demeanor, unable to contain his frustration, he muttered, "This wretch runs so far and remains so vigilant. Yet, such caution may indicate something significant is afoot. I must uncover the truth." With that, the man fell silent, continuing to trail Zhang Yidao while maintaining a safe distance. After some time, the night had fully descended. Zhang Yidao guided his cart to a desolate area where he paused to await his contact. Before long, the sound of an approaching cart reached his ears, prompting him to look up and see another vehicle laden with 200 to 300 golden pattern chickens, accompanied by a driver. Zhang Yidao's face broke into a smile as the newcomer drew near. "Brother Fong, this month's supply of golden pattern chickens looks splendid, plump, and numerous. Next month, I shall avoid the ire of customers lamenting scarcity." The arrival was none other than Zhao Fengyan, and upon meeting, Zhang Yidao vented his frustrations while urging him to increase production. Zhao Fengyan, smiling slightly, replied, "Do not fret, Brother Zhang. The yield of golden pattern chickens will soon rise. I estimate a delivery of 400 to 500 each month. Just ensure you manage your business well. I fear you may struggle to keep up. As they unloaded the chickens from the cart, Zhang Yidao grinned, his eyes gleaming with delight as he regarded the chickens as treasures. Once the unloading was complete, he inquired, Brother Fong, I understand the need for caution in our transactions, yet why choose such a remote location? Running out here each time seems overly cautious. The trading location was indeed chosen by Zhao Fengyan. Initially, he had delivered directly to Zhang Yidao, but as the golden pattern chickens gained popularity in the county, he insisted on conducting transactions in the wilderness outside the city. Unmoved by Zhang Yidao's complaints, Zhao Fengyan continued with their business. Brother Zhang, do not fret. My caution stems from prudence. Your butcher shop thrives, and should others discover the source of your goods, who knows what ill intentions they might harbor. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yidao pondered for a moment, then silently nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Brother Fengyan, I have 268 golden patterned chickens, each weighing in full measure. Here are 750 taels of silver. Please accept it. As Zhao Fengyan accepted the silver, he did not bother to count it. Over the years, Zhang Yidao had indeed never wronged him in financial matters, and a certain trust existed between them. With the transaction settled, Zhang Yidao prepared to depart. Brother Fengyan, I shall return to the city shortly. By the way, I have heard that your eldest son possesses a talent for martial arts. I am acquainted with a martial arts school in the county and can introduce you. In that case, I am most grateful, Brother Zhang. The two exchanged no further words, and Zhao Fengyan turned to leave. Regarding Zhang Yidao's overly cautious remarks, Zhao Fengyan could not entirely agree. His golden patterned chickens were quite the sensation, growing rapidly and generating a commendable income of over 700 taels this month, with prospects only improving. Although Zhao Fengyan had attained the status of a secondary martial artist and had the formidable Xiaohong by his side, the earnings he accrued were still beyond his current capacity to safeguard. Such a lucrative venture was best kept under wraps. Hence he wished for Zhang Yidao to handle the sales of the golden patterned chickens, with all associated risks resting on Zhang's shoulders. After all, if he were to change his household registration to commercial status and sell in the county, wouldn't he earn even more? Dismissing these thoughts, Zhao Fengyan hurried homeward. However, he had not ventured far when his brow furrowed. He sensed a faint rustling behind him, his ears attuned to the slightest sound, honed from years of hunting. In the wilderness, even the softest sound would not escape his notice. Suddenly, he heard a faint set of footsteps. Both he and Zhang Yidao had been traveling by cart, with only the sound of the wheels. Thus, the presence of footsteps indicated someone was tracking him. Uncertain of the identity of the pursuers, he surmised they were likely connected to the golden patterned chickens. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he drove the cart forward, his hand resting on the large blade beneath. He could not afford to bring anyone back to Mang Village, nor did he know the assailant's identity or strength. Therefore, he pivoted the cart, chasing after Zhang Yidao. Zhao Fengyan hoped the pursuer would mistakenly think he was still conversing with Zhang and had not detected their intent. Yet, not long after the cart turned, a robust man emerged from the wilderness, blocking the path ahead. This fellow exhibited impressive physique, with pronounced temples indicating he was a martial arts adept. He held a broad sword against his chest. Observing Zhao Fengyan with keen interest, the young master tasked me with investigating the origin of those golden patterned chickens. To my surprise, they come from a mere villager. He muttered softly before stepping forward, casting a condescending glance at Zhao Fengyan. You, villager, do you truly raise these golden patterned chickens? In his eyes, Zhao Fengyan was nothing more than an unarmed villager, and thus his tone dripped with arrogance. When Zhao Fengyan realized there was no need for pretense and directly inquired about the golden patterned chickens, a weight fell upon his heart. He understood that this man must have followed Zhang Yidao to find him. With no time to blame Zhang for his lack of caution, Zhao Fengyan addressed the man. What concern is it of yours whether I raise the golden patterned chickens? Upon hearing this, the man sneered, his gaze toward Zhao Fengyan filled with murderous intent. A mere villager dared to speak to him thus. Had it not been for the task at hand, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Zhao Fengyan. If they are indeed your chickens, then let me make this clear. From now on, your golden patterned chickens shall only be supplied to Wang's butcher shop in the county, and you are to sever all ties with Zhang's shop. As for the price, Wang's shop shall not shortchange you. Each chicken will fetch you 1 tael of silver. Should you dare to defy this, The man's tone carried an unmistakable air of finality, as if he was not negotiating but merely informing Zhao Fengyan. The price of 1 tael per chicken was akin to robbery. If Zhao Fengyan refused, it was likely he would not hesitate to take his life. At this moment, Zhao Fengyan was not concerned with the man's attitude or the price. His gaze sharpened. He recognized that this man belonged to the Wang butcher shop. He had known of the Wang family for over 2 years. Aware of their dominance over vast tracts of Mang Mountain, Zhao Fengyan had never held any goodwill toward the Wang family. and given their domineering behavior now, he was resolute in his refusal, since they had made it clear that resistance would lead to violence, and knowing the Wang family scion was no virtuous individual. Zhao Fengyan fell silent for a brief moment before decisively drawing the large blade from beneath the cart. With a leap, he charged toward the man, shouting, "Prepare to meet your end. Humph, you insolent peasant. You truly seek death." Chapter 30. Grasshoppers on the same rope. Upon witnessing Zhao Fengyan audaciously charge at him, the martial artist was taken aback but quickly filled with ire and disdain. A mere villager, even if somewhat robust and wielding an imposing blade, posed little threat. Unless one was a martial artist, an ordinary person could never contend with a trained fighter. With this thought, the martial artist unsheathed his broadsword, ready to engage. "I, Sun Ergu, am a secondary martial artist. If I were to fear you, a mere villager, how could I hold my head high among others?" The murderous intent was clear in Sun Ergu's eyes as he charged, his sword poised to strike. The blade glimmered ominously in the dark of night. The two closed the distance rapidly, and when Zhao Fengyan's large blade clashed against the broadsword, an astonishing event unfolded. Sun Ergu had anticipated that Zhao Fengyan's blade would be easily deflected, but to his astonishment, an overwhelming force surged from the blade. As a secondary martial artist, he was acutely aware of the dynamics of strength. The clang of metal resounded, and his sword was sent careening away, forcing him to retreat 8 steps to narrowly evade the blade's edge. 6,000 jin. This strength must be at least 6,000 jin. Sun Ergu exclaimed in disbelief. Yet Zhao Fengyan, resolute in his actions, had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He understood that the martial artist knew the golden-patterned chickens were his and was connected to the Wang family. To eliminate future threats, he had to kill him. In this wilderness, Zhao Fengyan had no fear of official scrutiny. Having assessed the situation from their brief encounter, he discerned that the martial artist was merely a novice secondary level with a strength of about 5,000 jin. Compared to him, he posed no real danger. With this realization, Zhao Fengyan pressed his advantage, the large blade trembling in his grip as he charged once more. First form of the wild wave blade technique. No wind. No waves. The blade vibrated incessantly in Zhao Fengyan's hands, its force seemingly amplified. This was the effect of his training in the wild wave blade technique. The first form, no wind, no waves, exploited the weight of the blade in conjunction with its rotational motion to magnify the power of the strike. At this moment, Zhao Fengyan unleashed a tremendous force with the great sword in his hand, which was no less than 6,000 pounds. As he swung his blade, Sun Ergu had no time for contemplation and swiftly raised his sword to parry. Instantly, the two became embroiled in a fierce battle amidst the wilderness. The glimmer of blades and the shadows of swords flickered ceaselessly, each clash infused with lethal intent. Although Sun Ergu was an adept martial artist, he found himself outmatched by Zhao Fengyan's overwhelming strength. After a series of exchanges, Zhao Fengyan had clearly gained the upper hand. Second move of the wild wave sword technique. 1,000 layers of waves. With another sweeping strike, Zhao Fengyan's sword resembled an unending surge of ocean waves. Each attack was accompanied by a rotation of his body, further enhancing the power of his strikes through unconventional angles. Such technique, force, and aggression were formidable indeed. Soon, under the relentless onslaught of Zhao Fengyan's swordplay, Sun Ergu began to falter. He had initially believed that subduing a mere villager would be an easy task, but now he found himself not only unsuccessful, but also facing a threat to his very life. Clenching his teeth, Sun Ergu cast aside his humiliation and, with all his might, swung his sword to deflect Zhao Fengyan's blade. Without hesitation, he turned to flee into the forest. Zhao Fengyan was taken aback upon seeing his opponent attempt to escape. Should Sun Ergu succeed in fleeing, he could undoubtedly inform the Wang family of today's events. With their resources, it would be trivial for them to dispatch more martial artists, and should a top-tier fighter join the fray, Zhao Fengyan would stand no chance. In a state of urgency, Zhao Fengyan realized that despite having suppressed his opponent, delivering a fatal blow was proving to be exceptionally challenging. With no other recourse, he tightened his grip on the great sword and pursued Sun Ergu. Today he cannot escape. The chase unfolded with both parties sprinting at remarkable speeds. Sun Ergu dashed toward the county town without a moment's pause, while Zhao Fengyan followed closely behind. However, both were merely second-rate martial artists, lacking any extraordinary agility, resulting in a negligible difference in speed that made it difficult for Zhao Fengyan to catch up. If this continued, Sun Ergu would slip into the county town, where the local officials would be on guard, and Zhao Fengyan would not dare to strike. Had Xiao He been present, with his capabilities, Sun Ergu would assuredly not have evaded capture. Yet, recalling the decision to leave Xiao He at home for protection, Zhao Fengyan felt a surge of regret. At this moment, his desire to cultivate another hunting dog reached its zenith. However, dwelling on it further would yield no benefit. So he pressed on in relentless pursuit. Just as Zhao Fengyan was engulfed in frustration, a towering figure suddenly came rushing toward him from ahead, clutching a butcher's knife and exuding an aura of menace. It was none other than Zhang Yidao. Brother Fengyan, I have come to assist you. With Zhang Yidao's arrival, the two men effectively cornered Sun Ergu. Unable to evade left or right, Sun Ergu, with no other option, charged at Zhang Yidao in an attempt to break through. The two engaged fiercely, and Zhang Yidao's butcher's knife descended with tremendous force, surpassing even Sun Ergu's strength. One stroke was enough to sever the wide sword in Sun Ergu's grasp. Clearly, Zhang Yidao's prowess far exceeded that of a second-rate martial artist. He was likely on the cusp of reaching the first tier. With a decisive strike, a glint of ferocity flashed in Zhang Yidao's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he brought his knife down upon the prostrate Sun Ergu. With a sickening thud, the head rolled away, and Sun Ergu fell lifelessly to the ground. Zhao Fengyan and Zhang Yidao stood opposite each other, neither speaking, the only sound in the wilderness being their heavy breaths. After a prolonged silence, it was Zhang Yidao who broke the quiet. Brother Fengyan, I sensed movement behind us and surmised something was amiss. I didn't anticipate this fellow was engaging you. He must have followed me from the county town. Zhao Fengyan regarded Zhang Yidao intently, having anticipated his formidable strength, yet he was astounded by the sheer might displayed in dispatching a second-rate martial artist with such ease. Feeling a twinge of caution, Zhao Fengyan spoke solemnly. Brother Zhang, you have been rather careless. This man is affiliated with the Wang family's butcher shop, and his pursuit of us likely stems from a desire for the golden-patterned chickens. Had I not detected him early, our precious chickens would undoubtedly have been compromised. The Wang family? The butcher shop? The revelation ignited a sense of urgency on Zhang Yidao's rugged countenance. Having spent many years in the county town, he was well aware of the Wang family's formidable influence. After a brief contemplation, he replied, We cannot afford to provoke the Wang family. Today's events must remain concealed. With that, he began to methodically address the scene, concealing the bloodstains and dismembering the corpse for burial. In due course, their task was completed. We must change our trading location henceforth. This spot is no longer safe. Furthermore, Brother Zhang, exercise caution in the county town. The Wang family has set their sights on you. Proceed with utmost care. Zhang Yidao nodded in understanding. I comprehend, but rest assured, Brother Fengyan. While the Wang family is powerful, they dare not openly defy the law in the county town. Additionally, they remain unaware that I am the one who dispatched this man, so we should be safe. Through this ordeal, Zhang Yidao finally grasped the significance of Zhao Fengyan's cautious approach. After completing their tasks, the two decided not to linger, exchanging warnings to remain discreet, setting a new meeting place for their next transaction and parting ways. The demise of Sun Ergu marked a significant collaboration between Zhao Fengyan and Zhang Yidao. Should the authorities or the Wang family uncover the truth, the repercussions would indeed be dire. Following this incident, both men found themselves irrevocably bound together in mutual complicity. Chapter 31. The addition of a hunting dog. Zhao Fengyan drove his ox cart back to Mang village, making several stops along the way to ascertain whether anyone was trailing him. Upon confirming the absence of any disturbances, he took a circuitous route back to the village. After today's events, Zhao Fengyan understood that his golden-patterned chickens had caught the attention of the Wang family. Henceforth, he would need to exercise even greater caution in his dealings with Zhang Yidao. The incident of being followed reaffirmed Zhao Fengyan's belief in the wisdom of his discreet approach. Fortunately, he had only entrusted Zhang Yidao with the sale of the golden-patterned chickens. Had he attempted to sell them himself in the county town, the danger would have been significantly greater. By allowing Zhang Yidao to handle the transactions, Zhao Fengyan had accumulated a considerable sum over the past 3 years. After accounting for daily expenses and the costs of expanding the forest and raising the golden-patterned chickens, he estimated his savings to be around 4,000 taels. Despite such a handsome amount, Zhao Fengyan refrained from making any extravagant moves. After all, as a humble hunter from a mountain village, his ability to rebuild his home and establish a poultry farm over the past 2 years was already quite impressive. To act more ostentatiously would only draw unwanted attention. Moreover, Zhang Yidao had proven to be a man of hidden depths. Zhao Fengyan had initially perceived him as merely a second-rate martial artist, but it now seemed he was nearing the first tier. A first-tier martial artist would be qualified to open a martial arts school. It puzzled Zhao Fengyan why someone so capable would choose to run a butcher shop. Clearly, Zhang Yidao harbored significant secrets. Nevertheless, Zhao Fengyan felt no need to pry. Their partnership had been mutually beneficial, and Zhang Yidao provided a safeguard against potential threats, which sufficed for Zhao Fengyan. As he pondered these thoughts, he arrived home to find his wife and children, along with Xiao He, awaiting him. A smile broke across Zhao Fengyan's face, as if the day had not been marked by a fierce battle for survival. He soon retired with his family to rest. Later that night, Lying in bed, Zhao Fengyan resolved to expedite the cultivation of additional hunting dogs to bolster his own strength. In a family blessed by the enlightenment of the Beast Monument, the potential to nurture multiple warriors of second-rate caliber akin to the remarkable Xiao He is within reach. 10 days later, in the quaint courtyard of their home, Zhao Fengyan, along with his wife and children, gathered around the doghouse, where Xiao He found itself cornered and flustered. Before it, 3 one-month-old hunting puppies lay, recently acquired by Zhao Fengyan from the county town. Do not underestimate these hounds. They are rare breeds carefully selected by Zhao Fengyan, each costing 100 taels of silver. Unlike Xiao He, these 3 puppies are known as white dragon dogs, modern-day Shih Tzu, their fur as white as snow. Although they will not grow particularly large, they possess sturdy limbs and an innate prowess for hunting and combat. Father, these puppies are so adorable, Zhao Zhengchuan exclaimed, leaning over the doghouse, his voice sweet and innocent as he caressed the little creatures. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhengzi laughed heartily, directing his gaze toward Xiao He. Ha ha, mother and father. Look at Xiao He, how timid it has become. Huang Wanyan smiled gently. Xiao He is quite clever. It knows these puppies are fragile and fears it might accidentally harm them. Yes, Xiao He, you must take good care of them, Zhao Fengyan said, patting Xiao He on the head and assigning it a daunting task. As a male dog, a typical hunting dog might pose a threat to the puppies, potentially harming them during feeding. Yet, Xiao He, being a higher-level spirit creature endowed with considerable intelligence, understood Zhao Fengyan's intent. With a resigned glance at him, it let out a whimper and continued to huddle in the corner. This sight elicited laughter from the entire family. Once his wife and children departed, Zhao Fengyan gazed at the 3 white dragon dogs with a sense of anticipation. Initially, he had intended to utilize the family's spiritual light to further enhance Xiao He, elevating it to the status of a beast. However, as he currently lacked the first-tier earthly spirit materials necessary for such an endeavor, he resolved to expend the accumulated family's spiritual light to its fullest potential. In the future, he would seek out the first-tier earthly spirit materials to enhance Xiao He. In the chicken coop, he planned to further enlighten 2 hens, doubling the production of golden feather chickens. As for the 3 white dragon dogs, Zhao Fengyan intended to wait until they matured, assessing which one exhibited greater strength before proceeding with its enlightenment. After all, hunting dogs possess varying degrees of innate talent. In truth, Zhao Fengyan harbored aspirations of enlightening other types of beasts. However, in terms of loyalty, canines are unparalleled. If he were to enlighten other creatures, there was a risk they might flee once their strength increased, or worse, turn against their master. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned this notion. There were rumors in the gene state of immortals capable of commanding various spirit beasts, including white tigers and celestial cranes, surely possessing some arcane methods to tame such beasts. Unfortunately, he lacked such knowledge. Otherwise, in conjunction with the beast monument that enhances creatures, he could undoubtedly grow even stronger in the days to come. Murmuring to himself, Zhao Fengyan felt an increasing yearning for the immortals. Yet, as a mere villager, he could only suppress these thoughts deep within. After feeding the 3 tiny puppies, he took Xiao He to the chicken coop. Upon arrival, he quickly spotted a number of hens. One enlightened hen could ensure the continuous breeding of golden feather chickens, and he planned to enlighten 2 more, which would undoubtedly enhance their output significantly. He selected 2 mature hens, and, with a focused thought, expended a thread of spiritual light from the beast monument to enlighten them. Henceforth, he would possess 3 enlightened hens. He believed it would not be long before he would need to expand his chicken coop once again. After the enlightenment process was complete, Zhao Fengyan, as was his custom, brought some bran to feed the chickens. With the exponential increase in the golden feather chicken population, their appetite had soared, leading to a significant consumption of bran. Despite Zhao Fengyan's considerable earnings each month, a substantial portion was allocated to feeding the chickens. Once he had scattered a cartload of bran, the golden feather chickens gathered excitedly to feast. At that moment, a familiar enlightened crow returned, alighting on the fence outside the coop, its keen eyes fixated on the bran, clearly desiring a taste. However, mindful of Zhao Fengyan's presence, it hesitated to descend. Zhao Fengyan had long taken an interest in this crow, wishing for it to obey him like Xiao He. After all, having a bird at his command would be quite advantageous. Regrettably, this crow was not a canine and was less inclined to heed human commands. Zhao Fengyan stepped forward and tossed some bran toward the crow. After he retreated, it indeed swooped down to peck at the food. However, once it had its fill, it took flight again, returning to the fence and leaving Zhao Fengyan with no chance to approach. Feeling a sense of helplessness, Zhao Fengyan contemplated leaving, but as he casually glanced back, he noticed the crow's gaze fixed intently on the golden feather eggs beneath the enlightened hen. Realizing this, Zhao Fengyan understood that the crow was likely coveting the golden feather chickens. Crows are omnivorous and consume various types of eggs, This one had a discerning eye. For the golden feather eggs were rich in vital energy, beneficial to its kind. However, while it could bully ordinary golden feather chickens without issue, any attempt to approach the enlightened hen would result in a frenzied pecking. Had it not been for its ability to fly away, it might have suffered injuries from the hen's wrath. Thus, the crow remained unable to seize the golden feather eggs. Witnessing this unfold, Zhao Fengyan's mind sparked with inspiration. He approached the hen and, disregarding its protests, kicked it aside, retrieving 2 golden feather eggs to bring to the fence. Upon seeing Zhao Fengyan approaching with the eggs, the crow's eyes widened with anticipation. Chapter 32. Taming the Crow, naming it Shao Kai. The crow perched high on the fence, repeatedly raising and lowering its feet, seemingly eager to descend. Having been fed by Zhao Fengyan numerous times, it sensed that this individual bore no ill will. Yet, he was an imposing figure, and despite the crow's strength, it remained wary of ordinary mortals. Even a high-level spirit like Xiao He would face grave danger if confronted by a multitude of ordinary people or second-rate warriors. This crow, being a lower-tier spirit and relatively small, naturally harbored trepidation toward Zhao Fengyan. Despite its intense longing, it remained perched, hesitant to descend. Observing its anxious demeanor, Zhao Fengyan decided to crack open an egg, holding it in his palm. The shimmering yolk quivered in his hand, causing the crow to tremble with excitement. Unable to restrain itself any longer, it flapped its wings and alighted on Zhao Fengyan's wrist, eagerly pecking at the egg liquid. With this, Zhao Fengyan felt a surge of joy. He knew this was the first step toward taming the crow. While the crow indulged itself, Zhao Fengyan gently stroked its small head with his other hand. It flinched at first, but soon realized he meant no harm and continued to feast. Before long, the egg liquid was entirely consumed. The crow then took flight once more, returning to the fence, its gaze fixed longingly on Zhao Fengyan, as if still craving more. Seeing this, Zhao Fengyan smiled slightly. He refrained from continuing to feed it. Instead, in its presence, he tucked the remaining golden feather eggs into his clothing. This action was meant to convey that the eggs belonged to him, Zhao Fengyan, and if the crow wished to partake, it must heed his command. Moreover, regardless of the creature being tamed, one must never allow it to be fully sated at the outset. It should be kept partially hungry to pique its appetite. With the crow looking on expectantly, Zhao Fengyan exited the chicken coop, leading Xiao He away. Upon witnessing the scene, the raven cawed incessantly, emitting a series of sharp and discordant cries. It was only after Zhao Fengyan completely vanished from sight that it begrudgingly took its leave. The following day, when Zhao Fengyan returned, the raven was poised to greet him once more, perched on the fence, eagerly awaiting his arrival. After feeding the raven, Zhao Fengyan presented it with a golden patterned egg. Once the raven consumed the egg, it soared away, prompting Zhao Fengyan to promptly retract another golden patterned egg. Since the raven remained wary of him, Zhao Fengyan resolved not to allow it to be fully satisfied. For several consecutive days, he employed the same strategy, enticing the raven with golden patterned eggs. Ultimately, on the 10th day, after devouring the first egg, the raven refused to depart, instead hopping restlessly on his wrist. Yearning for a second. Observing this, Zhao Fengyan realized the raven's wariness had finally dissipated. Next, he intended to secure its allegiance through the golden patterned eggs, making it aware of the numerous advantages of following him. Little creature, from now on, accompany me, and there will be an endless supply of these eggs. Do you understand? Zhao Fengyan waved a golden patterned egg before the raven. The little creature's head bobbed in tandem with the egg, and to Zhao Fengyan's astonishment, it even nodded twice in response to his words. This display indicated that the raven possessed a considerable intellect, capable of comprehending his intentions. However, it was not surprising. As ravens are inherently clever, their intelligence often enhances significantly upon becoming spiritual entities. Without further ado, Zhao Fengyan cracked open the egg, allowing the raven to indulge. After consuming one, then another, and finally a third, the little creature squinted in satisfaction before taking its perch on Zhao Fengyan's shoulder to rest. At this juncture, Zhao Fengyan was confident that he had completely tamed the raven. Should he continue to frequently nourish it with golden patterned eggs, it would likely refuse to leave. Once the raven had forged a deeper bond with him, Zhao Fengyan planned to expend 3 strands of family spirit light to elevate it to a higher spiritual entity. Having successfully tamed this lesser spiritual raven, Zhao Fengyan felt elated. You, with your resplendently dark plumage, shall henceforth be called Little Kai. After muttering this, he prepared to return home with Little Kai and Little He. However, after taking a few steps, he noticed that Little He had not followed. Instead, it gazed longingly at the golden patterned egg, its expression one of discontent towards Zhao Fengyan. It appeared to be quite dissatisfied, seemingly feeling neglected, having received no golden patterned egg. In the past, it had never exhibited such behavior, whether accompanying Zhao Fangyan on hunts or safeguarding the household. It had never complained about poor meals. Yet, in Zhao Fangyan's efforts to tame little Kai, he had indulged it with delightful treats, which likely stirred feelings of imbalance within little He, whose intelligence had also increased. Amused, Zhao Fangyan laughed heartily. I almost forgot about you. Do not fixate on the golden patterned egg when we return home. I shall ensure that you and the 3 little ones are treated to a golden patterned chicken every couple of days. Hearing this, little He wagged its tail and followed Zhao Fangyan home. Upon taming little Kai, his family was filled with curiosity, particularly his youngest son, Zhao Zhengchuan. Spent his days chasing after little Kai incessantly. Were it not for little Kai's newfound attachment to Zhao Fangyan, it might have flown away long ago. After Zhao Zhengchuan also fed little Kai several golden patterned eggs, the creature became quite attached, often perching on Zhao Zhengchuan's shoulder, neglecting Zhao Fangyan's. Fortunately, it understood human speech and obeyed Zhao Fangyan's commands. Time passed swiftly, and 20 days soon elapsed. After this period, the 3 white dragon hounds could now dash joyfully about. Having consumed ample golden patterned chicken meat, growing at a pace far exceeding ordinary hunting dogs, all robust and well-fed, it appeared that in another half-year's time, Zhao Fangyan would be able to select one based on its innate abilities for further cultivation. Meanwhile, little Kai's bond with Zhao Fangyan deepened considerably, having fully submitted to him. In the absence of life-threatening circumstances, it seemed unlikely that it would ever depart. Recognizing little Kai's high loyalty, Zhao Fangyan decided to expend family spirit light to further enhance it. That evening, as his family slumbered, Zhao Fangyan ventured into the courtyard, gazing at little Kai resting beneath the eaves. With a focused intent, the family spirit light wafted forth. Originally possessing 8 strands of family spirit light, he expended 3. As the light flowed into little Kai's being, it shuddered, its essence transforming. The beast monument indicated that the direction of little Kai's enhancement could be chosen, sharpness or swiftness. These 2 paths represented combat prowess and flight capability, respectively. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Fangyan reached a decision. Given that little Kai, like little He, belonged to the class of high spiritual entities, it was likely that its combat power would not be significantly formidable due to its size. Thus, in nurturing little Kai, Zhao Fangyan aimed to amplify its advantages. Flight, without a doubt, would be its greatest asset. Should he choose swiftness, its speed would be greatly enhanced. In the future, this would make little Kai an invaluable companion for reconnaissance. Upon selecting the path of swiftness, little Kai's form elongated, and its wings grew considerably more robust. Upon awakening, little Kai sensed the changes within itself and tilted its head, gazing curiously at Zhao Fangyan, as if it understood that its transformation was a result of his influence. Seeing this, Zhao Fangyan called it down to stroke it gently before allowing it to return to rest. Henceforth, he had gained a remarkable high spiritual entity partner. Chapter 33, The Qingzhou Martial Arts School. 2 days later, at dawn, Zhao Fangyan drove his ox cart slowly towards the county town. The cart was laden with a bounty of golden patterned chickens. Beside him sat his eldest son, Zhao Jingze. If one were to observe closely, they might catch sight of a dark raven occasionally soaring overhead. Today marked the day Zhao Fangyan had arranged to deliver goods to Zhang Yidao. The golden patterned chickens, being offspring of spiritual entities, exhibited remarkable changes. They were not only rich in vitality, but also grew at an astonishing rate, provided their nourishment was adequate. Excluding the incubation time of the golden patterned eggs, they typically required only about a month to reach market readiness. This time, Zhao Fangyan had captured over 200. Similar to the previous month, though he had also enhanced 2 hens, with the 3 spiritual hens frequently laying eggs. The golden patterned chickens hatched from the previous month had exceeded 500. Zhao Fangyan was confident that the quantity of golden patterned chickens next month would astonish Zhang Yidao. Dad, can little Kai fly so high that it can find you? Zhao Jingze looked up at the sky, where little Kai's silhouette had vanished, expressing a hint of concern. Rest assured, little Kai's eyesight is exceptional. It will certainly locate us. Zhao Fangyan was unperturbed. Little Kai had now evolved into a high spiritual entity. Possessing keen vision and high intelligence, even while flying above, it merely circled around the vicinity. Zhao Fangyan had brought little Kai to the county town to serve as a lookout, to ascertain whether anyone was spying on him and Zhang Yidao. Additionally, he had brought Zhao Jingze along as he had reached the appropriate age for training, and Zhao Fangyan intended to enroll him at the martial arts school in the county town. After a leisurely journey of 2 hours, the ox cart finally arrived at another desolate area outside the county town. Following the previous incident of being tracked, Zhao Fangyan chose a more discreet location for the delivery. He certainly did not want anyone, especially the Wang family, to discover that the prized golden patterned chicken originated from him. Zhao Fangyan had arrived early that day. waiting for over half an hour before Zhang Yidao hurriedly made his appearance. Upon meeting, he began to scold Zhao with a hint of annoyance. Brother Fengyan, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I wouldn't have delayed if it weren't for two tails following me in the county town. I had to outsmart them. As Zhang Yidao spoke, he glanced over his shoulder, seemingly anxious about being followed. Seeing this, Zhao Fengyan chuckled. Brother Zhang, there is no need for concern. I believe we are alone now. Let us swiftly complete the transaction and not linger. Zhao Fengyan felt no apprehension. He knew that if anyone were still tracking them, Xiao Kai would undoubtedly come to warn him. Without further ado, Zhang Yidao quickly finished the exchange with Zhao Fengyan, then turned his gaze towards Zhao Jingze with a beaming smile. Ah, Brother Fengyan, is this your son? He is quite the handsome lad. Strong and sturdy, certainly possesses the makings of a martial artist. Indeed, he is my son. From a young age, he has shown a preference for martial arts. Today, I plan to take him into the city to visit a martial arts school and see if he can enroll, Zhao Fengyan said, ruffling Zhao Jingze's hair with pride shimmering in his eyes. As for Zhao Jingze, he was indeed not lacking in martial talent. While the county town boasted many martial arts experts, it was rare for a child of 8 to achieve the level of a third-rate martial artist. However, the county town had several martial arts schools with varying levels of competence, the most renowned being the Qingzhou Martial Arts School. It was said that the head of the Qingzhou Martial Arts School was a first-rate martial artist, famous for his formidable iron armor technique, making him nearly impervious to blades and weapons. Due to his extraordinary prowess, even the powerful Wang family treated him with utmost respect within Pingan County. Naturally, Zhao Fengyan wished for Zhao Jingze to join the Qingzhou Martial Arts School, but entry was not easily granted. The school had a plethora of disciples and accepted only a few students each year. Without connections, even great talent would be of little value. Brother Fengyan, if you have the inclination, you could certainly try enrolling Zhao Jingze at the Qingzhou Martial Arts School. I know the headmaster. Just mention that Zhang Yidao referred you. If your son's talent is commendable, there is a high chance he will be accepted, Zhang Yidao remarked with a light chuckle, leaving Zhao Fengyan astonished. The Qingzhou Martial Arts School was quite prestigious, and for a butcher like Zhang Yidao to have any connection there surely indicated something significant. However, Zhao Fengyan felt no need to pry further. Since Zhang had a way in, it would be worth a try. Nevertheless, if successful, he would certainly owe Zhang Yidao a considerable favor. In that case, I must thank you, Brother Zhang. After concluding the transaction with Zhang Yidao, Zhao Fengyan took his son toward the county town. He was wise enough not to enter alongside Zhang, instead waiting until Zhang had been inside for quite some time before making his own entrance. Upon entering the county town, Zhao Jingze was filled with excitement. Gazing around in wonder, for having grown up in Mang Village, he had seldom visited the county town. Observing the bustling streets, his curiosity was piqued. Zhao Fengyan generously treated his son to a delightful meal at an inn and then took him to a fabric shop to have a set of fine clothing made. After that, they proceeded to the Qingzhou Martial Arts School to prepare for enrollment. At the easternmost part of the county town stood a large courtyard, its grand entrance adorned with the 4 prominent characters, Qingzhou Martial Arts School. As Zhao Fengyan approached with his son, he noticed 2 guards stationed at the entrance. Only those bearing the school's identification jade tokens were permitted entry. Zhao Fengyan stepped forward with his son, but had not spoken when one of the guards raised a hand to stop them. You too. Unless you are disciples of this school, you cannot enter. Zhao Fengyan clasped his hands together respectfully. Good sir, I have come to seek apprenticeship and learn the art. I kindly ask you to relay my request. Hearing this, the guard nodded slightly and did not press the matter further, promptly going to announce their arrival. Before long, a robust martial artist emerged. Here to register, are we? Let me assess your physique. He led Zhao Fengyan and his son into a side room within the courtyard and began to examine Zhao Jingze. At 8 years of age, this child is indeed promising. He likely possesses the strength of a third-rate martial artist. The martial artist, skilled in his craft, quickly discerned Zhao Jingze's potential, affirming his talent. Just as Zhao Jingze gazed eagerly at the man, believing he was about to be successfully admitted to the martial arts school, the man shook his head regretfully. Your child's talent is commendable. However, this year the school is at full capacity for new disciples. If you are interested, please return to register in the spring of next year. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingze felt a pang of urgency, and Zhao Fengyan furrowed his brow. While the man had agreed to consider enrollment, waiting an entire year seemed excessively long. It was well known that a child of Zhao Jingze's age, guided by a first-rate martial artist, would have immense advantages in mastering profound techniques. Zhao Fengyan, unwilling to wait, pondered momentarily before whispering to the martial artist, esteemed master. I must confess, I was referred by my friend Zhang Yidao, who is well acquainted with the headmaster. I kindly ask you to relay this information. Upon hearing this, the martial artist appeared slightly taken aback, but nodded and went to convey the message. Shortly thereafter, he returned. The headmaster has agreed. You may bring your son to register. The monthly tuition is 20 taels of silver, along with an additional 20 taels for meals and medicine. Chapter 34, Direct Disciple. Upon hearing that Zhao Jingze was accepted, Zhao Fengyan was taken aback. He had merely mentioned Zhang Yidao's name as a trial, but had not expected the Qingzhou Martial Arts School to actually enroll him. It appeared that Zhang Yidao truly had some connection to the headmaster of the school. The Qingzhou Martial Arts School boasted a first-rate martial artist as its leader, suggesting that Zhang Yidao was likely a formidable individual himself. With such strength, his dealings involving the sale of golden-patterned chickens would surely be unassailable by the Wang family. Having successfully enrolled Zhao Jingze in the Qingzhou Martial Arts School thanks to Zhang Yidao, Zhao Fengyan realized he owed him a significant favor. In the future, perhaps he would find an opportunity to repay it. Zhao Fengyan mused, yet he was unsure how he could express his gratitude to someone of Zhang Yidao's caliber. Setting aside thoughts of Zhang Yidao, Zhao Fengyan was also astonished by the martial artist's previous statements. The tuition fee for the Qingzhou Martial Arts School was 20 taels of silver per month, plus an additional 20 taels for meals and medicine. Such costs were undeniably steep. While the tuition was justifiable, given the quality of instruction from a martial arts expert, Zhao Fengyan accepted that. However, 20 taels for meals and medicine seemed excessive. Even if a martial artist were to feast on meat at every meal, monthly expenses would barely amount to a few taels. The high cost likely stemmed from the medicine, which was presumably intended to replenish vitality and energy. Zhao Fengyan had originally intended for Zhao Jingze to consume the golden-patterned chicken for enhanced results. However, considering the necessity of residing at the Qingzhou Martial Arts School, where students would only return home once a month, it was prudent not to disrupt the school's regulations. Therefore, Zhao Fengyan said nothing further and promptly handed over 40 taels of silver to the martial artist. Thus, Zhao Jingze officially became a disciple of the Qingzhou Martial Arts School. Jingze, focus on your martial studies here. Do not exhibit the habits of your past schooling. Take this 10 taels. I shall come to fetch you next month. Having successfully apprenticed himself, Zhao Fengyan felt no need to linger. After leaving a modest sum of silver for Zhao Jingze, he turned and departed. It was only after Zhao Fengyan had truly left the Qingzhou Martial Arts School that Zhao Jingze realized he must remain alone within the confines of the dojo. Watching the departing figure of Zhao Fengyan, his eyes gradually welled with tears, and he silently resolved, "Father, I will study diligently and ensure that your silver is not spent in vain. All right, your father is leaving now. Let me first show you the place where you will reside and help you acclimate to your new surroundings." The martial artist, noticing the young Zhao Jingze's discomfort, was unconcerned. After all, the Qingzhou Martial Arts School was home to numerous disciples, and every newcomer had to endure this initiation. He had long since come to terms with it. Zhao Jingze followed him, beginning to familiarize himself with the daily life at the dojo. 20 days later, at noon, the training ground of the Qingzhou Martial Arts School was bustling with disciples practicing their martial arts. In the center of the arena, however, 100 or so children, around 8 or 9 years old, stood under the scorching sun, practicing their stance. Having spent over 20 days here, Zhao Jingze had learned a new stance under the tutelage of an ordinary martial instructor. These children, all beginners, started their training with the foundational stance. Yet, how much patience and stamina can an 8 or 9-year-old possess? It wasn't long before they began to complain, drawing the attention of older disciples who gathered to watch the spectacle. At the back of the training ground, a group of martial instructors observed the children. When they noticed any who could not endure, they would scold them. Among these instructors, a robust, middle-aged warrior, exuding authority, surveyed the children below. This man was Yang Qingzhou, the master of the Qingzhou Martial Arts School, renowned for his exceptional martial prowess. Witnessing child after child collapse, unwilling to continue even under reprimand, he shook his head slightly, disappointment flickering in his eyes. This year's batch of students doesn't seem promising, he mused. Others nearby nodded in agreement. Yang Qingzhou had them practice their stances not only to assess their talent, but also their temperament. Only those who excelled in both would be considered for his personal mentorship. As the multitude of children struggled to maintain their stances, soon only a few remained standing. An hour later, merely a dozen children were still persevering. At this point, Yang Qingzhou nodded slightly. These few seemed acceptable, and he decided to observe them further. Most of these children had some foundational skills. The dojo's admission requirement was 8 years of age, as younger children were often too immature to learn martial arts effectively. Those with means could establish a foundation before this age, much like Zhao Jingze. After some time, one by one, the remaining children began to falter, until only Zhao Jingze remained, steadfast in his determination. After standing for the better part of the day, even Zhao Jingze, a third-tier martial artist, found it increasingly difficult to endure. After all, he was still just an 8-year-old child, capable of exerting tremendous strength but unable to maintain it indefinitely. His endurance was driven solely by the fierce determination within him. Father, I will not disappoint you. Seeing Zhao Jingze as the last child standing, Yang Qingzhou's spirits lifted. His eyes sparkled with admiration as he inquired of a nearby instructor. This child possesses remarkable talent. At such a young age, he is already a third-tier martial artist. His temperament is exceptional as well. What is his name, and what is his background? The instructor responded, Master, this boy is the son of an ordinary hunter. Named Zhao Jingze. He has no notable background. Initially, we had filled our quota for disciples, but his father invoked your name, and you graciously accepted him. Oh, it is he. Yang Qingzhou recalled the matter with a thoughtful expression and then summoned Zhao Jingze to approach. Zhao Jingze, from this day forth, do you wish to train under my guidance, with my personal instruction? Taken aback by the question, Zhao Jingze stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. Having spent over 20 days at the dojo, he had grown familiar with its practices, understanding that today's stance training was a test for the new disciples. He knew he had to endure, believing that persistence would yield rewards, though he remained unaware of what those rewards might be. Noticing Zhao Jingze's hesitation, an instructor promptly urged him, Why are you still standing there? The master wishes to take you as his personal disciple. You should bow and express your gratitude. Personal disciple? Zhao Jingze's eyes widened in astonishment. He had heard other disciples speak of this matter. While the Qingzhou Martial Arts School actively recruited students, there were few personal disciples, as Yang Qingzhou held high standards, preferring not to accept those he deemed unworthy. Mastering Yang Qingzhou's famed iron armor technique would render one nearly invulnerable, even among peers of equal standing. Many disciples dreamt of becoming his personal student, but few achieved that honor. Having long aspired to be a great hero, Zhao Jingze excitedly knelt and prostrated himself. Disciple pays respects to the master. As he proclaimed his homage, he silently added, Father, I have brought you honor. Haha, excellent. From now on, you shall be my 5th personal disciple. I will also teach you the iron armor technique. Yang Qingzhou declared with enthusiasm. However, let me make one thing clear. The iron armor technique is a closely guarded secret of the Qingzhou Martial Arts School. You may practice it, but should you divulge its secrets, do not blame me for expelling you. Disciple will remember. Thus, Zhao Jingze officially became a personal disciple of the master of the Qingzhou Martial Arts School. Chapter 35. The Cost of Endeavors. Days later marked the monthly holiday at the Qingzhou Martial Arts School, a day when disciples could return home to reunite with their families. On this day, Xiao Fangyan arrived in the county town. After delivering goods to Zhang Yidao, he hurried to the dojo to fetch Zhao Jingze and bring him home. Zhao Jingze, being quick-tempered, immediately informed Xiao Fangyan of his acceptance as a personal disciple of Yang Qingzhou. Xiao Fangyan was taken aback. He knew his son possessed talent, but he had not anticipated that he would be taken under the master's wing so soon after joining the dojo. Understanding the distinction between personal and ordinary disciples, Xiao Fangyan felt genuine joy for his son. Yang Qingzhou was a first-rate martial artist, renowned throughout Pingan County. Although other dojo masters in the area were also first-rate, their strengths varied due to differences in strength and techniques. Yang Qingzhou was undoubtedly the best among them. If Zhao Jingze could gain his true teachings, he would surely soar to great heights in the future. Moreover, with Zhao Jingze now a personal disciple of Yang Qingzhou, their relationship would surely deepen, potentially bringing benefits to the entire Zhao family. On the way home, Zhao Jingze couldn't help but boast to Zhao Fangyan, Father, I've truly brought you honor this time. Your money has not been wasted. Indeed, the money was well spent. From now on, you must heed Master Yang's teachings, practice diligently, and refrain from mischief. Zhao Fangyan ruffled his son's hair, pride shining in his eyes. Of course, though only 8, Zhao Jingze had cultivated a sense of responsibility due to Zhao Fangyan and Huang Wanyan's strict upbringing over the years. Taking his father's words to heart, he nodded earnestly before continuing to recount his experiences at the dojo. Father, are you aware that my master's renowned secret technique, the iron armor skill, when cultivated to perfection, enables one to become a top-tier martial artist? When this skill is in use, one's flesh and skin resemble impenetrable armor. I have only just begun my training, but if I were to receive the true teachings, I could one day open a martial arts academy and earn more money, sparing you and mother from hardship. My boy, you are ambitious. Is your iron armor skill truly that formidable? I would love to witness it. Of course it is. Father, you wouldn't want me to teach you, would you? That simply cannot happen. If my master were to find out, he would not spare me. You little rascal. Even guarding against your own father. Did you know, I also have 5 senior brothers, one of whom is my master's daughter? She is quite lovely. The father and son exchanged lively banter and soon returned to Mang village. Zhao Jingze and Zhao Fangyan had a conversation that seemed less than satisfactory, and upon returning home, he pulled Huang Wanyan and Zhao Zhengchuan into another lengthy discussion. Although they were pleased that Zhao Jingze had been accepted as a direct disciple by the master of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy, being drawn into an hour-long conversation left them feeling quite helpless. Huang Wanyun could no longer resist and sought an excuse to leave. Jingze, you talk to your brother first. I'll go make dinner. All right, mother. You go ahead. Today I want to eat 3 of our chickens. Zheng Chuan, mother has left. Let me speak to you. Brother. I just remembered I haven't used the restroom today. I'll go first. Oh, then you go ahead. I will wait for you by the toilet door. In the courtyard, preparing to practice, Zhao Fengyan watched as Huang Wanyun and Zhao Zhengchuan fled in fright, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, he silently pondered. The raging wave blade technique he acquired from his days as a fugitive ultimately felt too shallow. Even if he mastered the 3rd move, it would only elevate him to the level of a top-tier second-rate martial artist. To achieve the status of a first-rate martial artist, he still needed more. Therefore, to continue enhancing his martial prowess, he must seek out a formidable martial arts manual. With a fair amount of money remaining at home, a standard martial arts manual would cost around 1,000 taels. However, for superior manuals, akin to Yang Qingzhou's iron armor skill, the price might soar beyond 10,000 taels. Thus, Zhao Fengyan realized that acquiring a quality martial arts technique and advancing to the level of a first-rate or even innate martial artist would require a significant stroke of fortune. If only there were some celestial cultivation methods available, there would be no need to delve into martial arts. It is said that those who master celestial techniques can move mountains and fill seas and even achieve immortality, treasures that all mortals covet. However, such celestial techniques are rumored to require rare spiritual roots for cultivation, and most mortals will never become immortals in their lifetimes. Dismissing such thoughts, Zhao Fengyan cast aside distractions and continued to practice the raging wave blade technique. Meanwhile, the little rascal, Zhao Jingze, was not content after speaking with Huang Wanyun and Zhao Zhengchuan. He even ran into the village to share the news with other children his age. His status as a direct disciple of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy quickly spread throughout the village, earning him the envy of many villagers, who praised Zhao Fengyan for having such a good son. Late at night, in the chamber of Wang Shipong, the eldest son of the Wang family, the room was occupied by him, his old servant, and 2 men clad in tight-fitting attire. Wang Shipong regarded the two with evident dissatisfaction. What? You both lost track of him? Is Zhang Yidao really that formidable? Wang Shipong found it hard to believe. 2 months prior, he had dispatched a second-rate martial artist to follow Zhang Yidao, intending to uncover the source of the golden pattern chickens he sold. He had thought that a second-rate martial artist would easily track a butcher. However, with more than half a month gone by, the dispatched second-rate martial artist had yet to report back. This individual was a casual martial artist found by his old servant, and Wang Shipong had assumed he had given up on the task, so he sent a guard from the Wang family. This guard was also a second-rate martial artist. Yet he too lost track of Zhang Yidao while following him last month. Undeterred, Wang Shipong sent another guard, who initially tracked well within the county but lost sight of Zhang Yidao once they left the county. Naturally, Wang Shipong was furious upon learning this. Seeing his ire, the old servant gestured for the 2 martial artists to leave and then spoke with grave caution to the agitated Wang Shipong. Young master, I believe Zhang Yidao is no ordinary individual. To have evaded 2 second-rate martial artists, he is likely a top-tier second-rate martial artist, if not a first-rate one. Thus, it would be wise to abandon this pursuit and avoid making an enemy of him. Upon hearing the old man's advice, Wang Shipong did not calm down. Rather, his fury intensified. His expression twisted with rage, and his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. No, I rely on this butcher shop business to contend for the family fortune. With such a character standing in my way, how can I compete in the future? Since I cannot uncover the source of his golden patterned chickens, I shall simply eliminate him. If I kill him, his shop will naturally cease to exist. The old servant was taken aback by this declaration and immediately urged him to reconsider. Young master, you absolutely must not. That man possesses considerable strength. If things go awry, the repercussions could be dire. Go awry? Humph. If second-rate martial artists want to do, I'll find a first-rate martial artist to kill him. I refuse to believe a first-rate martial artist cannot take him down. ISNT, the most powerful first-rate martial artist in Ping and County, the master of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy, Yang Qingzhou. I will hire him to assassinate Zhang Yidao. It is bound to succeed. Seeing Wang Shipong's resolve, the old servant sighed and reluctantly nodded. Since the young master insists on this course of action, I can only offer my full support. However, it won't do to ask Yang Qingzhou. He is quite principled and surely wouldn't engage in unlawful activities for money. However, I have heard that the heads of other martial arts academies have been short on disciples and funds lately. Perhaps we could persuade one of them to take on this task. Very well, then find him. I shall spare no expense to ensure this is done. Chapter 36, Celestial Methods. On a night several days later, Outside the residence where Zhang Yidao ordinarily dwelled, three figures cloaked in black were concealed in an alley, quietly observing the premises. The trio wore dark garments, and their faces were concealed by black cloths, rendering them unrecognizable. After watching the residence for some time and finding that the lights had not yet gone out, the three, though restless, continued to wait. Before long, one of them turned to the leader and asked, "Master, why is our fierce tiger martial arts academy accepting assassination contracts like this? Are you truly going to involve yourself personally?" At this, the man referred to as the master suddenly grew angry and reprimanded in a low voice, "Fool, don't utter the name of our academy at this time, nor call me master." Noticing the others fell silent, he let out an exasperated sigh. "Oh, we have recruited too few disciples this year. Ordinary families are sending their children to the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy. If I don't secure some funds soon, our academy may very well go under." Today's target is Zhang Yidao, the owner of that butcher shop. It is rumored he might actually be a top-tier second-rate martial artist. Even a lion must use its full strength to catch a rabbit, even as a first-rate martial artist. I cannot underestimate my target. If he escapes, our money will be lost. Enough with the chatter. Wait until he extinguishes his lights and goes to bed. Then we strike together. We must ensure he is swiftly eliminated without causing too much commotion. Otherwise, attracting the officials would be troublesome. This master of the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts Academy was evidently a shrewd individual. Even when accepting the Wang family's task, he did not belittle Zhang Yidao's strength. With two accomplices at his side, he proceeded with utmost caution, indicating his meticulous nature. As the night deepened, the lights in the distant residence finally extinguished. The three continued to wait for another hour, at which point the master finally hissed, "Let us move." With a sudden leap, he effortlessly vaulted into the courtyard. Though the other two lagged slightly behind, they soon followed suit. Without exchanging a word, the trio drew their weapons, and at a glance from their leader, they charged into the room, intent on slaying the occupant within. Zhang Yidao had closed his shop early that day, and after settling his accounts at home, he had retired to bed. However, he had scarcely drifted into slumber when the sound of a door being shattered jolted him awake. Three shadowy figures, brandishing glimmering blades, surged towards him, causing Zhang Yidao's heart to race. He sprang from his bed, letting out a furious roar. Who dares? The assailants, however, offered him no reply. The foremost attacker, eyes gleaming with lethal intent, thrust a short sword directly at Zhang Yidao's throat. Judging by the speed of his strike, this individual possessed formidable strength. Still groggy from sleep, Zhang Yidao had little time to evade. In a moment of desperation, he managed to sidestep, throwing a punch in an attempt to repel his assailant. A sickening sound pierced the air as the short sword plunged into Zhang Yidao's shoulder, slicing through muscle and sinew. Ignoring the searing pain, he unleashed a powerful blow, but his opponent deftly parried, retreating while withdrawing his blade. In that brief encounter, Zhang Yidao discerned the strength of his foe, an elite warrior. He was taken aback to discover that his assailant was indeed an elite fighter. Zhang Yidao himself was merely a top-tier second-rate warrior. Despite having a few tricks up his sleeve, he knew he stood no chance against an elite warrior, especially while injured and unarmed. Moreover, the other two attackers were already closing in. Two blades glinted ominously, aimed at Zhang Yidao's vital points from cunning angles. Left with no options, he could only evade with all his might, using his bare hands to defend himself. With each piercing sound, the blades found their mark, and another wound adorned Zhang Yidao's side. Letting out a muffled groan, he suddenly hurled himself against the nearby window, his robust frame crashing through as he jumped into the courtyard. The likelihood that the assailants were sent by the Wang family was overwhelmingly high. How audacious of them to hire assassins within the county town. There was no time to linger. He needed to escape to a place teeming with people. If he could summon the authorities, he might yet be saved. Despite his rugged exterior, Zhang Yidao possessed a keen mind, and he quickly devised a plan for his escape. However, he underestimated the prowess of his three attackers. No sooner had he landed in the courtyard than they surged forth. The master of the Tiger Martial Arts School, with a physique as formidable as a tiger, leaped as if descending from a cliff, landing directly in front of Zhang Yidao. The trio surrounded him, trapping him within the courtyard. At this moment, even if Zhang Yidao sprouted wings, escape was utterly impossible. Without uttering a single word, the three assailants lunged at him once more. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yidao felt his vision narrow with fury. Aware of the imminent peril, he let out a furious roar and charged at the weakest among them, resembling a cornered beast fighting for survival. Yet, upon closer inspection, a faint red glow began to emanate from his right hand. As time passed, the red light intensified, albeit at a painfully slow pace. The trio, upon witnessing the glow, froze in shock, momentarily forgetting their assault. The two second-rate warriors gasped in astonishment. A celestial being, a celestial technique? Is he an immortal? Their eyes reflected sheer terror, revealing their profound fear of the legendary immortal. Zhang Yidao's display of red light bore an uncanny resemblance to the celestial techniques spoken of in legends. It was evident that he must indeed be an immortal. The two second-rate warriors were filled with dread, and even the elite warrior's master was taken aback. Recognizing Zhang Yidao as the fabled immortal, a sense of regret welled within him. Yet, realizing that leaving this immortal alive would pose a future threat, he steeled himself. Do not fear. He must have only recently acquired this technique, or his cultivation is still low. We must act swiftly before he fully manifests his power. The master quickly regained his composure and lunged forward once more, this time with increased speed. The other two second-rate warriors gritted their teeth and followed suit, charging with all their might. Just as they closed in, mere yards away from Zhang Yidao, the red light in his hand surged to a formidable brilliance. Upon closer inspection, a fireball, no larger than a thumb, materialized in his grasp. The moment the fireball appeared, a wave of scorching heat radiated outward. Zhang Yidao, his face pale and drenched in sweat, clearly exhausted from channeling this celestial technique, prepared for the impending confrontation. As the three assailants charged, Zhang Yidao unleashed a frenzied roar. Fireball technique. Simultaneously, he hurled the fireball towards the elite warrior. Though the fireball was small, its intensity was overwhelming. Even before it made contact, the elite warrior felt as if he were being seared by flames. He realized that if the fireball struck him, he would surely suffer grievous injuries, if not death. Fear etched across the master's face. He attempted to retreat. However, having committed fully to his advance, there was no turning back. Zhang Yidao harbored a particular vendetta against him, and the fireball sped toward him with alarming swiftness. In a flash, the fireball collided with the warrior's ankle. At the moment of impact, the diminutive fireball erupted, flames surging upward in an instant. A deafening roar filled the air as the inferno engulfed the master. "Ah, save me! Help!" The agonizing pain overwhelmed him. Even an elite warrior was unable to stifle his cries of despair. Yet, his screams were short-lived, abruptly silenced as his form disintegrated into a cascade of black ash. A single elite warrior, reduced to cinders by a mere fireball, with not even a chance to retaliate. The sight sent the two remaining second-rate warriors into a state of sheer panic, their hearts racing with terror. The celestial fireball was indeed fearsome. The two warriors halted in their tracks, paralyzed with fear, unwilling to advance against Zhang Yidao. Observing the demise of the elite warrior and the terror-stricken expressions of the two second-rate fighters, Zhang Yidao felt a moment of relief. Despite the blood flowing from his wounds, he stood firm, coldly regarding the remaining two. "Leave now, or I shall be forced to eliminate you both." At that moment, Zhang Yidao emanated a terrifying aura, as if he were truly the immortal he had been mistaken for. Had it not been for his pale complexion and unsteady stance, he might have never thought to drive away the two individuals before him. Upon hearing Zhang Yidao's threats, these two second-rate martial artists nodded repeatedly, seemingly paralyzed by fear as they made their way toward the exit. Yet, once outside, they exchanged glances, and in their eyes, fear mingled with avarice. An immortal? This was none other than the legendary celestial being. Under normal circumstances, mortals would never have the fortune to behold any immortal. Even those who had just begun to grasp the ways of the immortals could easily obliterate a first-rate martial artist when adequately prepared. It was conceivable that even innate powerhouses could be vanquished by such beings. In the eyes of the immortals, the prowess of martial artists was scarcely more significant than that of ants. Their fear stemmed from the dread of Zhang Yidao exacting vengeance upon them. However, the greed reflected in their eyes was a yearning for the treasures of the immortal. Although mortals required spiritual roots to cultivate immortal arts, and most lacked such roots, how could one ascertain their absence without attempting to cultivate? At this moment, Zhang Yidao was gravely injured, and judging by his appearance, he seemed incapable of further resistance. If they did not act to eliminate him and seize the immortal arts now, when would they? These two second-rate martial artists were instructors within their martial hall and had spent considerable time together. With just a glance, they understood each other's intentions. Standing at the entrance, they hesitated for a moment before, in perfect unison, they drew their blades and charged into the courtyard. Inside, Zhang Yidao was acutely aware that he was at the end of his tether, and his earlier threats had merely been an attempt to intimidate them. He understood that once the two regained their composure, they would undoubtedly return to finish him off. Thus, he resolved to escape through the back door. However, he could not have anticipated their swift return. Seeing the greed etched upon their faces, he disregarded his injuries and fled with all his strength. Alas, he could not outrun them. Before he could reach the door, they had closed in on him. Little thief. Zhang Yidao's eyes brimmed with bitterness. He attempted to conjure a fireball once more, but the crimson glow that gathered in his palm dissipated almost instantaneously. This spectacle only served to embolden the two second-rate martial artists, their predatory instincts fully awakened. In a swift motion, one struck from the left while the other from the right, their blades plunging into Zhang Yidao's already wounded chest. With a sickening sound, they withdrew their blades, and crimson blood gushed forth. Zhang Yidao collapsed, whispering, after enduring countless hardships to obtain the immortal arts, it has ultimately come to naught. Moments later, he lay still, appearing as a lifeless corpse. The two second-rate martial artists, witnessing this, were overcome with joy and hastily began to rummage through his belongings. After an extensive search, they found nothing of value. He had only just settled in for the night, and naturally possessed no items. We should search the house, one of them exclaimed excitedly, and they began to scour the premises. However, after a lengthy search, they uncovered merely 3,000 taels of scattered silver notes and some accounts, but nothing else. Finding no sign of the so-called immortal treasures, they exchanged puzzled glances. He couldn't possibly be without treasures. They must be hidden elsewhere, one said. We can't search further. Our commotion might attract the authorities. We must leave. How unfortunate. What shall we do now that the master is dead? Since the master has perished, our fierce tiger martial hall will naturally disband. We needn't return. Today, we have acquired 3,000 taels, and after collecting the bounty from the Wang family, we will part ways happily. As for the master's corpse, it will turn to dust. No one will trace it back to us. What of the immortal treasures? We shall deal with that later. Agreed. Let us retreat. After a brief discussion, the two vanished into the night. Before long, the sounds of their struggle attracted the attention of nearby residents. When someone ventured into the open courtyard and stumbled upon Zhang Yidao's lifeless body, the authorities were swiftly summoned. Unbeknownst to Zhao Fengyan of Mang village, Zhang Yidao had been killed. In the county town, Zhang's meat shop, now without its owner, would close its doors within a few days. With Zhang's meat shop out of business, Wang's meat shop naturally flourished. Wang Shipong, noticing the improvement in his shop's fortunes, often lauded the wisdom of the assassination of Zhang Yidao. However, he was only aware of Zhang's demise and remained oblivious to the death of the master of the fierce tiger hall. The two second-rate martial artists who had slain Zhang Yidao remained silent, disappearing after collecting their bounty. The only regret for Wang Shipong was that he had not discovered the source of the golden feathered chick. Had he done so, his meat shop's success would undoubtedly rival that of Zhang's. Time flew by, and 1 month later, on a clear morning, Zhao Fengyan, as usual, ventured to the wilderness outside the county town to await Zhang Yidao, ready to make a delivery. Yet today, he waited until the sun was high in the sky, but still saw no sign of Zhang Yidao. High above, Shao Kai soared in vigilant circles, having detected no approaching presence. Sensing something amiss, Zhao Fengyan's heart sank. He knew that something was not right. He quickly concealed the ox cart in the wilderness and instructed Shao Kai to remain on guard. He then made his way to the county town, intending to visit Zhang's meat shop to ascertain the situation. Chapter 38. The Grudge of Untimely Death. The streets of Pingan County were bustling, as usual. Upon reaching the center of the street, Zhao Fengyan was alarmed to find that the once thriving Zhang's meat shop had vanished, replaced by a tea house. His heart tightened at the sight, and he approached a server. Young man, wasn't this a meat shop not long ago? How did it become a tea house? I was hoping to purchase some meat. The server replied animatedly, Oh, you're unaware? Although this was once Zhang's meat shop, the owner met a tragic end at home a month ago, and the murderer has yet to be found. Naturally, my master has taken over the shop. Zhang Yidao is dead. Zhao Fengyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Though he had sensed something was amiss, he had not anticipated Zhang Yidao's demise. Thank you for the information. Young man, I shall check other meat shops. With a seemingly calm demeanor, he dismissed the server and turned away. Inside, his mind raced with speculation regarding the reasons for Zhang Yidao's untimely death. It was highly likely that his death was linked to the golden feathered chick. The prime suspect, of course, was the proprietor of Wang's meat shop. Zhao Fengyan recalled Zhang Yidao mentioning that Wang's meat shop was owned by Wang Shipong, the eldest son of the Wang family. Rumor had it that he was not in need of money. He opened the meat shop merely to gain favor in his father's eyes. 3 months prior, he had coveted the golden feathered chick sold by Zhang Yidao and even sent people to follow him, only to be defeated by Zhao Fengyan and Zhang Yidao in unison. Zhao Fengyan had warned Zhang Yidao to be cautious, yet he never imagined that such a formidable martial artist would meet his end at home. Clearly, the individuals sent by Wang Shipong were not to be underestimated. With Zhang Yidao's death, Zhao Fengyan naturally could not openly sell the golden feathered chick anymore. After all, someone as trustworthy as Zhang Yidao was gone. Moreover, he could not possibly deliver the golden feathered chick to Wang's meat shop. Wang Shipong had long ago seized the hunting grounds of Mang village through the machinations of Li Youtian. After Li Youtian's fate had been sealed, Wang Shipong had shown no inclination to assist. This demonstrated his cold-hearted nature and treacherous disposition. If Zhao Fengyan were to collaborate with him, it would likely lead to dire consequences. After much contemplation, Zhao Fengyan decided to refrain from selling the golden-feathered chickens for the time being. At worst, he could keep them on the mountain, as he was not particularly in need of silver at the moment. Brother Zhang, my eldest son's admission into the Qingzhou martial arts school is thanks to your benevolence, and yet you have suffered a most untimely demise because of me. I vow to avenge your wrongful death. Zhao Fengyan was not one to be overly righteous. However, the death of a dear friend compelled him to seek retribution. Nonetheless, given the formidable influence of the Wang family, he could only do his utmost. If circumstances dictated otherwise, he would be left with no choice. After lingering in the county town for a while, Zhao Fengyan prepared to visit Zhang Yidao's residence before retrieving his eldest son. Moments later, he arrived near Zhang Yidao's estate. He lingered at the street's end, observing from a distance that a seal was affixed to the large gate, and the vicinity was deserted. Clearly, the recent events had instilled great fear in the local residents. Noticing this, Zhao Fengyan's gaze flickered. He understood that the Wang family might still have sent people to lie in wait, searching for clues about the golden-feathered chickens. Therefore, he refrained from approaching, choosing instead to remain watchful for a time before departing. As dusk approached, Zhao Fengyan had collected Zhao Zhengze from the school. As they boarded the ox cart outside the county town, Zhao Zhengze regarded his father with curiosity. Father, why didn't you deliver the golden-feathered chickens to Uncle Zhang today? After a moment's deliberation, Zhao Fengyan chose not to conceal the truth from Zhao Zhengze and replied solemnly, Zhengze, the Wang family has set their sights on our golden-feathered chickens, and your Uncle Zhang has already fallen victim to their schemes. For the time being, we must refrain from sending our chickens to the county to avoid attracting their attention. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengze's fists clenched in anger. Father, the Wang family is so despicable. Why don't we report them to the authorities? Without evidence, reporting them would be futile. Moreover, even if we had proof, given the Wang family's influence, they could easily suppress any allegations. How infuriating. Uncle Zhang has perished just like that? Must our golden-feathered chickens remain at home? At the age of 8, Zhao Zhengze had gained considerable insight during his 2 months in the county. Though still young, he grasped many principles. The notion of the Wang family's bullying made him wish he were a first-rate martial artist, capable of seeking justice from them. Do not concern yourself with this matter. Keep the golden-feathered chickens to yourself and do not speak of it. I shall devise another means for their sale. Understood. The two swayed and jostled as they finally made their way home. Upon seeing that Zhao Fengyan had failed to deliver the goods, Huang Wanyan was quite surprised. Upon learning of Zhang Yidao's untimely death, she became increasingly worried. Zhao Fengyan reassured her, explaining that he would not be selling the golden-feathered chickens in the near future to avoid further calamity. Only then did she feel a measure of relief. The following day, Zhao Fengyan drove the ox cart, returning Zhao Zhengze to the Qingzhou martial arts school. However, this time, he brought along both Xiaohong and Xiaokai. As they neared the county town, Zhao Fengyan found a secluded area where he instructed Xiaohong to guard the cart, while Xiaokai flew alongside him. Upon reaching the Qingzhou martial arts school, after watching Zhao Zhengze disappear through the gate, a chilling glimmer shone in Zhao Fengyan's gentle gaze. He then sought out a secluded corner, donned simple attire, and placed a bamboo hat atop his head, ensuring that his features were obscured before making his way towards Zhang Yidao's residence. Upon returning to the vicinity of the estate, this time, Zhao Fengyan did not linger at a distance, but instead swiftly approached the small courtyard. As he arrived at the side of the courtyard, he leaped effortlessly over the wall. Just as he landed within the yard, a figure atop a taller pavilion not far away was intently watching. Someone has entered the immortal's courtyard. Upon hearing this exclamation, another person quickly approached. These two were the second-rate martial artists who had accompanied the owner of the Fierce Tiger martial arts school. They had slain Zhang Yidao and hastily fled after seizing his family's silver. To their surprise, they had not left but remained nearby. Keeping watch over Zhang Yidao's courtyard after the county officials' investigation yielded no results. It seemed Zhang Yidao's identity as an immortal held considerable allure for the two of them. Someone has come. After waiting for a month, we finally have a visitor. This person might also be an immortal. Let us observe for a while and confirm before taking action. With that, the two hurried down to the courtyard. Meanwhile, after searching the yard, Zhao Fengyan ultimately found only a butcher's knife that belonged to Zhang Yidao. Finding no further clues, he contemplated using the knife to erect a modest grave marker for Zhang Yidao, thus providing him a semblance of peace and death. After securing the knife, Zhao Fengyan leaped out of the yard and made his way towards the outskirts of the city. Once he departed, the two second-rate martial artists appeared in the alley. Fixating on his retreating figure, this person is robust and walks steadily. He is merely a martial artist, not an immortal. Indeed, he is only a novice second-rate martial artist. Since he is not an immortal, we need not be overly cautious. Let us follow him and find an opportunity to capture him for interrogation. Perhaps we can extract some clues about the immortal. Let us go." With that, the two followed Zhao Fengyan out of the city. Chapter 39, The Clash. After exiting the county town, Zhao Fengyan made his way toward a desolate wilderness. However, it was not long before a crow flew into the forest, eventually landing upon his shoulder. Xiaokai gently pecked at Zhao Fengyan's cheek twice. This was the agreed-upon signal. A single peck indicated one follower, while two indicated two. It appeared they had indeed drawn someone out. Now, let me see what manner of individuals these two are. A fierce light flickered in Zhao Fengyan's eyes. He instructed Xiaokai to fly off again while he continued to feign ignorance, walking forward. His purpose in visiting Zhang Yidao's residence was to find something to honor him with a modest grave marker. Anticipating the possibility of being followed, he had prepared accordingly. Now that they had indeed followed him, Zhao Fengyan was resolute in ensuring that these two would not return. It would serve as a form of early interest for Zhang Yidao. Zhao Fengyan's previous visit to the estate was brief, and those tailing him would undoubtedly be unable to notify others in time and would have to pursue him personally. The individuals who had remained outside the estate, keeping watch, were certainly not formidable adversaries. Zhao Fengyan felt no excessive concern. Moreover, he had Xiaohong and Xiaokai by his side during this outing. Continuing along the forest path, the two followers seemed to perceive the surrounding desolation and ceased their stealthy pursuit, instead hastening to catch up with Zhao Fengyan. It was not long before they flanked him. Encircling him, one of them, with a cold gaze, demanded, "Speak. What is your relationship with Zhang Yidao? Why did you sneak into his residence?" The other threatened sharply, "You had best be honest. We are aware you are a second-rate martial artist, but we have both been in this tier for many years and can easily handle you." Gazing at the unfriendly duo, Zhao Fengyan placed a hand on the knife at his waist, his expression betraying no sign of alarm. "It appears you are the very ones who murdered my friend Zhang Yidao. Before I answer your questions, might I inquire on whose orders you acted against him?" Upon hearing this, the two men immediately displayed hostile expressions. "Humph, you think you can extract information from us? How naive. Since you refuse to acknowledge my prowess, I shall first subdue you, and then, through coercion, ascertain your confessions." The two adversaries ceased their banter, drawing their sharp blades, and lunged toward Zhao Fengyan, one from the left, the other from the right. Their claims were indeed valid. Both were formidable second-tier warriors. In their swift advance, they resembled ferocious tigers descending from the mountains, exuding an intimidating aura. In the blink of an eye, they had closed the distance, prompting Zhao Fengyan to narrow his eyes and swiftly unsheath his massive blade. With the first form of the wild wave blade technique, waves rising without wind, the swirling blade mirrored the ocean's tumult, conjuring surging waves before him. This technique, effective for both group assaults and defensive maneuvers, swept aside their menacing blades in a single stroke. However, in the instant of close combat, two formidable forces surged forth, propelling Zhao Fengyan through the air. Though he sustained no serious injuries, the disparity in strength was starkly evident. Alone, he was no match for their combined might. "Humph, a mere 6,000 pounds of force, and yet you dare to be so arrogant. I shall sever your limbs." With the advantage in their favor, their onslaught intensified. Zhao Fengyan furrowed his brow, opting not to press the attack, but instead leveraging their force to retreat. This maneuver incited their relentless pursuit. As they closed in, a massive black dog suddenly burst from the underbrush, overwhelming one of the second-tier warriors with a ferocious leap. Its sharp fangs clamped down on the man's arm, and with a sickening crunch, a significant chunk of flesh was torn away. "Ah, where did this black dog come from? Help me." In agony, he attempted to strike at the beast with his blade, but the black dog, agile and cunning, evaded his attacks and lunged again. Now wounded, he was no match for the creature, which pinned him down, and it was merely a matter of time before he was fatally bitten. The unexpected arrival of the black dog was none other than Little Black. Zhao Fengyan had instructed Little Black to remain there as a contingency. Having transformed into a higher-order creature, Little Black was now large and imposing, capable of instilling fear not only in the city but also deterring pursuers. With strength surpassing that of an ordinary second-tier warrior, it easily subdued and killed one of the attackers. Upon witnessing Little Black's ferocity, the other warrior abandoned his pursuit of Zhao Fengyan to assist his companion. Zhao Fengyan, however, smirked coldly, declaring, "Your opponent is me." With that, he unleashed the second form of the wild wave blade technique, waves rising in layers, executing a relentless assault against the man. Damn it! The warrior, left with no choice, had to forego his rescue attempt and became embroiled in a relentless struggle with Zhao Fengyan. Moments later, under the relentless pressure from Little Black, the other warrior was gravely injured, his breath shallow and labored, nearing death. At this juncture, the warrior entangled with Zhao Fengyan grew visibly anxious. He recognized that the black dog was undoubtedly Zhao Fengyan's ally. Once his companion perished, he would be utterly defenseless against both Zhao Fengyan and the dog. Casting a venomous glare at Zhao Fengyan, he made a decisive leap and fled with the speed of a tiger, his limbs propelling him swiftly over the uneven mountain path as if it were flat ground. Zhao Fengyan was taken aback, muttering to himself, "This man must have mastered some remarkable agility technique. His speed far exceeds mine." The adversary's rapid escape left Zhao Fengyan unable to pursue. Yet, he remained composed, simply pinching his thumb and forefinger together, bringing them to his mouth. With a sharp whistle, a crow suddenly swooped down from the sky with the swiftness of an arrow, aiming directly at the fleeing warrior. Little Kai, like Little Black, was also a high-order creature. Although diminutive in size and lacking in combat prowess, it possessed the ability to inflict harm, its strength eclipsing that of a second-tier warrior. As Little Kai darted toward the fleeing man, he was too preoccupied with escape to notice. With a swift motion, Little Kai landed before him, its sharp beak piercing into his eye socket. As it took flight, a large eyeball rolled onto the ground. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, the warrior could no longer flee, collapsing to the ground in agony. Following closely behind, Zhao Fengyan seized the opportunity, delivering a swift strike that severed the man's calf, rendering him incapable of resistance or escape. Meanwhile, Little Black approached, having already ripped apart the throat of the other second-tier warrior. The sight of Zhao Fengyan, fierce and bloodied, alongside the menacing black dog, filled the dismembered warrior with terror. "Why you? Don't come any closer," he pleaded. Unmoved, Zhao Fengyan's voice was cold and commanding. "Explain the circumstances surrounding your assassination of Zhang Yidao, and I may grant you a more merciful end. Otherwise, I shall ensure your suffering is prolonged." Chapter 40. The Legacy of the Immortal. An hour later, Zhao Fengyan ended the life of the dismembered warrior, granting him a swift release. The man's face was etched with disbelief, for he had come to understand the true story behind the assassination of Zhang Yidao. He learned that Zhang Yidao was not an ordinary man, but rather a legendary immortal. Upon realizing he was doomed after losing his leg, the warrior initially resisted revealing the truth to Zhao Fengyan. However, when Zhao Fengyan heated his blade to cauterize the wound, the man could no longer endure the agony, his consciousness fading. Whatever Zhao Fengyan asked, he divulged without reservation. The mastermind behind the hired assassination of Zhang Yidao was Wang Shipong, whose aim was to eliminate Zhang's meat shop while coveting the prized Jinwen chicken. Zhao Fengyan's suspicions were confirmed, yet he was taken aback to learn that Wang Shipong had enlisted the help of the head of the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School, a first-tier warrior, along with 2 second-tier warriors. Even so, Zhang Yidao had fought valiantly, ultimately killing the first-tier warrior in his final moments. What astonished Zhao Fengyan the most was the revelation that Zhang Yidao was indeed an immortal. He had forged a brotherly bond with an immortal and collaborated with him for several years. Despite Zhao Fengyan's usual composure, he found it difficult to remain calm. There was a time when he yearned for the path of cultivation and the pursuit of immortality. Alas, Zhang Yidao was now dead. The 2 assassins had scoured the courtyard but found nothing. To search again would likely yield no results. It was precisely because Zhang Yidao had revealed his mystical powers that the 2 had lingered near his residence, reluctant to depart. It was unexpected that the Wang family had not stationed anyone there to keep watch. With the 2 now deceased, this chapter had come to a close. However, since Zhang Yidao was an immortal, he must have possessed a legacy of his mystical arts. If not hidden in his residence, it could very well be concealed elsewhere. Thus, I can send Little Black to seek it out. With his trusty butcher's knife, he can track the scent. Zhao Fengyan murmured to himself, resolved to search for Zhang Yidao's legacy of mystical arts. After all, the path of cultivation was one that no mortal could refuse. Whether or not he had the potential to cultivate or the requisite spiritual roots would only become a concern after acquiring the mystical arts. Thereafter, Zhao Fengyan set about dealing with the bodies of the 2 warriors. He dragged them together and, after a thorough search, discovered a wealth of items hidden within their garments. Several banknotes of varying denominations, totaling 4,200 taels. 2 short swords of remarkable quality. Additionally, there are 2 secret manuals titled The Tiger Descends the Mountain Technique and Stabbing Sword Art. With the death of the Tiger Martial Arts School's master, the school naturally fell into disarray, and these 2 individuals, burdened with lives taken, would undoubtedly carry their entire fortunes with them for a swift escape. Little did they anticipate that all would fall into the hands of Zhao Fengyan. Zhao Fengyan was not particularly concerned with the silver or the short swords. Instead, he clutched the 2 manuals with eager anticipation. Although his wild wave blade technique was commendable, it ultimately failed to propel him to the next level. He had long desired a superior manual to facilitate his advancement to first-rate and even innate martial artist. He could only hope that these 2 manuals from the Tiger Martial Arts School would meet his expectations. Without haste, Zhao Fangyan first buried the bodies before departing with Xiaohong and Xiaokai. Once he reached a desolate area, he meticulously examined the two manuals. After a thorough study, his eyes sparkled with excitement. To his astonishment, both manuals were exceptional. Stabbing sword art was a sword technique that, although lacking internal cultivation methods, possessed fierce and incisive moves that ranked among the elite within the same level of martial artists when mastered. However, since Zhao Fangyan had already practiced the wild wave blade technique, delving into the stabbing sword art would be a case of overreaching. He decided it would be more suitable as a resource for his descendants. Conversely, the tiger descends the mountain technique was a body technique that included internal cultivation methods. By visualizing the tiger's training, honing one's muscles and bones, and supplementing with health tonics, one could significantly enhance their physical strength. Achieving the status of an innate martial artist was not out of reach. Moreover, as a body technique, once mastered, the tiger descends the mountain technique would naturally confer an impressive agility. When employed, one's speed would surge, allowing for effortless navigation across rugged terrain. Had it not been for Xiaokai pecking the eyes of a martial artist today, Zhao Fangyan might have struggled to retain him. Zhao Fangyan planned to practice both the tiger descends the mountain technique and the wild wave blade technique concurrently, believing that this combination would undoubtedly elevate his prowess. He stowed the two manuals and immediately summoned Xiaohong to his side. Xiaohong, remember this scent. We shall search for it in the county town shortly. Upon hearing Zhao Fangyan's command, Xiaohong approached, sniffing the butcher's knife in Zhao Fangyan's hand. The knife, having carved through flesh and bone, bore a mingled scent. After a prolonged examination, Xiaohong nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Zhao Fangyan instructed Xiaohong to leap onto the ox cart. He then covered the cart with some cloth to avoid attracting undue attention, and they made their way toward the county town. Since Xiaohong had transformed into a high-level spirit creature, his appearance had changed significantly. Thus, this precaution was necessary to prevent unwanted scrutiny. Upon entering the county town, Zhao Fangyan waited until the deep of night when the streets were deserted. Only then did he allow Xiaohong to begin tracking. This was Zhao Fangyan's way of attempting to locate the immortal inheritance of Zhang Yidao. Xiaohong possessed an exceptional ability to track if the two second-rate martial artists were elusive. Perhaps he could succeed where they had failed. In the depths of night, Xiaohong prowled the city. Even when a few passers-by appeared, the darkness rendered him invisible, and he went unnoticed. After lingering in the county town for 3 full hours, as dawn approached, Xiaohong finally made a discovery. He led Zhao Fangyan to a tree behind a shop, where he began to dig at the earth beneath it. This shop was none other than Zhang Yidao's former butcher shop. Xiaohong's excavation indicated he had found something significant. Whatever lay buried beneath this tree was surely remarkable. Feeling a surge of excitement, Zhao Fangyan took out his short sword and began to dig alongside Xiaohong. Moments later, the sword struck something solid. Clearing the soil revealed a wooden box. Zhao Fangyan raised an eyebrow and opened it to find several jade stones, a book titled Miscellaneous Records of Immortal Fortunes, and a rough map. To have tracked down something belonging to Zhang Yidao was indeed fortuitous. While the jade stones and the map intrigued Zhao Fangyan, he felt no particular desire towards them. However, the Miscellaneous Records of Immortal Fortunes was clearly a text on cultivation. Suppressing his inner excitement, he placed everything back into the box, filling in the earth afterward. He then drove the ox cart away from Pingan County. Chapter 41, Fundamentals of Cultivation. Acquired Immortal Fortune. Adding 10 threads of spiritual light to the family. The ox cart arrived slowly at Mang Village, signifying Zhao Fangyan's safe return home. Upon securing the cart and stepping inside, a resounding voice echoed within his mind from the Beast Monument. The family's spiritual light had increased by 10 threads. This was equivalent to the spiritual light Zhao Fangyan had accumulated over 3 years. Henceforth, the potential for further enlightening more spirits would not pose a challenge. It was evident that the immortal fortune Zhao Fangyan had gained represented a monumental opportunity for his family, and in the future, the Zhao clan might rise to formidable prominence. As the night deepened, his wife and children had already retired to bed. Zhao Fangyan dismissed Xiaohong and Xiaokai, then lit an oil lamp in the main room and retrieved the wooden box he had unearthed from the county town. Although he had glanced at its contents before, he hesitated to investigate further in the presence of others. Now that he was home, even in the dead of night, he felt compelled to examine it closely. Otherwise, sleep would elude him. He first took out the jade stones from the box. Each stone glimmered brilliantly, casting a faint glow in the dimly lit room. Zhao Fangyan had never encountered such exquisite jade before, and he suspected these special stones might be related to immortals. Setting several aside, he then picked up the rough map. The hand-drawn map indicated cardinal directions and marked the locations of Pingan County and the Mang Mountains. Notably, a red that was drawn approximately 300 miles east of the Mang Mountains. This suggested it was a unique map, and the site marked by the red that was significant. The fact that this map was found alongside an immortal's possessions implied the marked location surely held some mystery. However, just 50 miles east of the Mang Mountains lay a desolate wilderness, rife with ferocious beasts and spirits, a domain that even first-rate martial artists would hesitate to enter. Even if he knew something extraordinary lay there, he could not venture forth. Zhao Fengyan sighed helplessly and set the map and jade stones aside, choosing not to dwell on them further. Finally, he picked up the miscellaneous records of immortal fortunes and began to study it intently. I am but a solitary cultivator, a fifth-layer chi refinement practitioner, with mediocre spiritual roots and a lifespan expiring, devoid of hope for foundation establishment. I found a secluded area in the wilderness of Gene State to sit in meditation, leaving behind my life's techniques, spells, and cultivation experiences for those fated to encounter them. Upon opening the first page of the miscellaneous records of immortal fortunes, Zhao Fengyan was struck by these words. In that moment, he realized that this manual had been left behind by a long-deceased immortal. Zhang Yidao must have been the fortunate recipient of this immortal method, perhaps possessing spiritual roots that enabled him to embark on the path of cultivation. From what the second-rate martial artist, whom Zhao Fengyan had slain, had mentioned, Zhang Yidao's use of the immortal technique was exceedingly time-consuming, and after one use, he would be rendered powerless. This indicated that his spiritual roots were likely poor, and despite years of practice, he had made little progress. Do I possess spiritual roots? Zhao Fengyan pondered aloud, then resumed his study of the manual. In the realm of immortality, only those with spiritual roots may cultivate, while those without such roots are destined to remain stagnant. Among mortals, spiritual roots are as scarce as 1 in 1,000, and even when present, they vary in quality. The attributes of spiritual roots are classified into 5 types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The more singular the attribute, the greater the spiritual root, with a singular attribute being referred to as a heavenly spiritual root. Such individuals experience rapid progress in both cultivation techniques and spells. Conversely, those with dual or triple spiritual roots are of lesser potential, yet still possess the hope of establishing a foundation, attaining golden core, or even reaching the Yuan stage. However, those with 4 or 5 spiritual roots often find it exceedingly challenging to establish a foundation, frequently exhausting their lives in pursuit of such a goal. Beyond these common spiritual roots exist various mutated types, such as wind and thunder spiritual roots, which are singular and even superior to heavenly spiritual roots. Cultivation is divided into realms, encompassing 10 layers of chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, yuan and divine transformation, each with 3 stages. The chronicles of immortal fate are replete with knowledge, initially outlining merely the distinctions of spiritual roots and realms, but subsequently delving into greater detail. For instance, a cultivator must absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Desolate lands yield no opportunity for cultivation, while locations rich in spiritual veins are where immortals congregate. In the absence of such places, one must resort to collecting spirit stones imbued with spiritual energy for cultivation purposes. Furthermore, these chronicles elucidate the myriad techniques employed by cultivators, enabling them to wield flying swords to slay foes from miles away, as well as to establish various formations with capabilities to trap, kill, or isolate. There are also unpredictable talismans and elixirs with diverse effects. Of paramount importance, however, is the variance in lifespan corresponding to cultivation levels. The lifespan during the chi refinement period exceeds 100 years, while foundation establishment grants 200, golden core 500, yuan 1,000, and divine transformation 2,000. Upon learning this, Zhao Fengyan's yearning for immortality peaked, for who could resist the allure of eternal life? The author of these chronicles, a wandering cultivator rather than a great master, possessed significant knowledge of cultivation, yet lacked formidable abilities. The chronicles conclude with a treatise entitled Spirit Absorption and Exhalation Technique, alongside several spells with distinct purposes, including object manipulation, wind control, chi observation, breath concealment, fireball, water escape, sand technique, golden light, and wood acceleration. The spirit absorption and exhalation technique necessitates the inhalation of spiritual energy, directing it along a unique pathway to gradually enhance one's spiritual power. The chronicles indicate that cultivation techniques vary in attributes, leading to different outcomes. For instance, mastering a fire attribute technique grants one the ability to wield extraordinary flames. This particular technique, while rather commonplace, serves solely to enhance chi refinement, lacking any extraordinary effects. Yet, due to this simplicity, it imposes no requirements on spiritual roots. Any individual possessing a spiritual root may practice it. This offers an opportunity for mortals uncertain of their spiritual roots to embark on their cultivation journey. As for the aforementioned spells, their functions differ remarkably. The object manipulation spell allows one to retrieve items from afar and control weapons to eliminate enemies. This fundamental technique enables immortals to wield flying swords from great distances. The Chi observation spell facilitates the perception of the spiritual energy in the world and the cultivation level of other practitioners. The breath concealment technique allows one to mask their presence, rendering them undetectable to peers of the same cultivation level. The fireball, water escape, sand technique, golden light, and wood acceleration spells represent 5 elemental techniques, each requiring the corresponding spiritual root for execution. It must be said that the wandering cultivator who left these chronicles was indeed thoughtful. For someone like Zhao Fengyan, utterly ignorant of the cultivation path, the acquisition of this chronicle provided a means for self-cultivation. However, the chronicles further note that within the Jin Kingdom, there are no rich sources of spiritual energy. Only the resting places of wandering cultivators possess a trace of spiritual energy. Thus, for Zhao Fengyan to cultivate, he would likely have to rely on spirit stones rich in spiritual energy. Upon reaching this conclusion, Zhao Fengyan mused quietly. The jade stone within this wooden box must indeed be the spirit stone brimming with spiritual energy. Such stones are exceedingly rare and often purchased at high prices when they occasionally appear in the county town. Brother Zhang, in managing the meat shop over the years, must have sought to profit from acquiring these spirit stones. Furthermore, the resting place of the wandering cultivator, where the chronicles were penned, could very well be the location depicted in that rough sketch. It would be an excellent site for cultivation. Alas, it lies within the untamed wilderness, teeming with beasts and spirits, making it utterly inaccessible to ordinary mortals. Thus, I have no means to pursue cultivation there. With a resigned sigh, Zhao Fengyan abandoned the idea of venturing to the wandering cultivator's resting place. After thoroughly reading the chronicles of immortal fate, he devised a plan. In the days to come, he would begin attempting to cultivate the spirit absorption and exhalation technique, while simultaneously striving to earn money to acquire spirit stones rich in spiritual energy for his practice. Naturally, whether he could succeed would depend on whether Zhao Fengyan possessed a spiritual root. Chapter 42. Spiritual Roots. The death of Zhang Yidao did not incite much of a stir in the county town. It merely added another unsolved case to the county office. However, his demise significantly impacted Zhao Fengyan's life. Firstly, the golden pattern chick lost its market due to the closure of Zhang's meat shop, leaving Zhao Fengyan with no choice but to let the chicks roam freely in the mountains for the time being. Fortunately, Zhao Fengyan had acquired ample forest land, allowing him to raise thousands without issue. He would have to find a new market to sell them in the future. Moreover, after obtaining the cultivation method from Zhang Yidao, Zhao Fengyan intended to commence his training. One noon, as Zhao Fengyan's family gathered for a meal, his young son Zhao Zhengchuan, having finished his portion, clutched a book and headed back to his room. Mother and father, I'm done eating, you take your time. I'm going back to read. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Huang Wanyun, observing this, could not help but express her thoughts. Brother Nian, Zhengchuan is truly the opposite of Zhengza. Zhengza favors martial arts, while he prefers reading. It seems we shall need to find him a good teacher in the future. In response, Zhao Fengyan nodded slightly. Regardless of whether his two sons favored reading or martial arts, as long as they exhibited talent, he, as their father, would undoubtedly support them wholeheartedly. Casting a glance at Huang Wanyun's visibly rounded belly, Zhao Fengyan expressed his concern. Wanyun, you should be giving birth in a few days. Do not exert yourself, and focus on your delivery. I have already contacted the midwife. Yes, I trust you to handle it. After ensuring Huang Wanyun was settled to rest, Zhao Fengyan made his way into the West Room. Today, he did not practice martial arts. Instead, he began his cultivation of the spirit absorption and exhalation technique. Holding a spirit stone in one hand, he recited incantations softly. With his tongue against the roof of his mouth and his heart as clear as a mirror, he sought to feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The first step of the spirit absorption and exhalation technique is to perceive the spiritual energy in the environment, allowing for its inhalation and exhalation. Only then can one circulate it through their meridians along a unique pathway. Zhao Fengyan had been practicing this technique for several days, striving to feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In this desolate village, devoid of spiritual veins, he could only utilize spirit stones for his cultivation. After several days of effort, he had made no progress. Zhao Fengyan, however, remained patient, understanding that cultivation is not akin to mundane martial arts, even with a spiritual root. Success does not come easily. Therefore, he knew he must proceed gradually. After sitting quietly for an entire afternoon, his legs numb, Zhao Fengyan finally rose. No results today. I shall try again tomorrow. The following day, he practiced once more, yet still saw no advancement. In the days that followed, Zhao Fengyan rarely left the house. Aside from attending to his wife and awaiting her delivery, devoting himself to the silent practice of the spirit absorption and exhalation technique. More than 10 days later, Huang Wanyun's water broke, and she was finally in labor. This time, Zhao Fengyan was well prepared. Having arranged for a midwife and acquired various medicinal herbs to replenish vitality and blood. Fortunately, the delivery proceeded exceptionally smoothly, and Huang Wanyun successfully bore him a daughter. Zhao Fengyan named her Zhao Zhongling, and he cherished her dearly. The joy of having a daughter brought great happiness to Zhao Fengyan. However, his inability to master the nailing tushi skill left him feeling somewhat helpless. The days that followed were rather tranquil, as Zhao Fengyan tended to his wife and daughter. Zhao Zhongling, his eldest son, Zhao Zhongchuan, was sent to a private tutor in the village, while Zhao Jingze returned home only once a month. Nevertheless, Zhao Fengyan had not abandoned his pursuit of the nailing tushi skill. Time flew by, and before long, a year had passed. During that year, Zhao Fengyan neither ventured out to hunt nor sold the golden patterned chickens. Yet, his household savings amounted to over 7,000 taels of silver, allowing for a comfortable existence for several decades to come. His eldest son, Zhao Jingze, exhibited remarkable talent in martial arts and was greatly valued by Yang Qingzhou at the Qingzhou Martial Arts School. He had begun training in Yang Qingzhou's unique skill, the iron armor technique. This boy, not yet 10 years old, was not only robust in stature but also possessed astonishing strength. Zhao Fengyan estimated he could lift over 3,000 jin, placing him on the brink of becoming a second-tier martial artist. Zhao Zhongchuan, his second son, was excelling in his studies at the private school, demonstrating exceptional intelligence and a clear mind. He quickly memorized the 1,000-character classic and developed his own insights into Confucian teachings, astonishing his teacher. Meanwhile, little Zhao Zhongling, just 1 year old, could only babble incoherently and had yet to learn to walk. However, she was exceptionally well-behaved and bore a resemblance to Huang Wanyun, appearing quite delicate and lovely. After a year of rest, Huang Wanyun had fully recovered her health, and Zhao Fengyan continued to encourage her to practice martial arts. She had made substantial progress with the wild wave blade technique, nearing the threshold of a second-tier martial artist. As for Zhao Fengyan himself, he had not delved into martial arts over the past year, focusing solely on the nailing tushi skill. Yet, despite his efforts, he had not even begun to sense spiritual energy, let alone grasp the skill. This outcome, even for someone as composed as Zhao Fengyan, was a source of frustration. Initially, he suspected that the issue lay with the spiritual stones and replaced several of them, experimenting with every jade stone left behind by Zhang Yidao. Unfortunately, he still encountered no success. At this point, Zhao Fengyan finally determined that he lacked spiritual roots and was therefore destined to be estranged from the path of immortality. One deep night, as his family slept soundly, Zhao Fengyan sat cross-legged in the west chamber, practicing diligently. After yet another fruitless session, he put away the nailing tushi skill and sighed deeply. After much contemplation, the realization that he lacked spiritual roots was disheartening. He had envisioned attaining the path of immortality, mastering the skills of an immortal, and, with the aid of the 10,000 beasts steel within the myriad beast cave, becoming a practitioner capable of commanding spiritual beasts, ultimately transforming his family into a lineage of beast-controlling immortals. To his dismay, he found himself devoid of spiritual roots. Thus, his aspirations crumbled into mere illusions. However, a thought struck him. Even if he lacked spiritual roots, it did not mean his descendants would. Once his 3 children matured, he could guide them in the pursuit of the path of immortality. If they too lacked spiritual roots, they would still be able to procreate, and eventually, a descendant might inherit the path of immortality and become an immortal themselves. The nailing tushi skill could serve as a treasured heirloom, passed down through generations. The thought of not achieving immortality was indeed regretful. Had he been able to cultivate, the 10,000 beast steel in his mind would surely have proven invaluable. With this in mind, he resolved to lay a solid foundation for the Zhao family during his lifetime. Tomorrow, he would cease his pursuit of the path of immortality and instead focus on mastering the ferocious tiger descends the mountain technique to enhance his martial prowess. Simultaneously, he would seek ways to continue selling golden patterned chickens within the county, thereby strengthening his family and acquiring special spiritual stones for the benefit of his descendants. With a renewed spirit, Zhao Fengyan put away the nailing tushi skill, his eyes sparkling with determination. He had decided that even if he could not cultivate to become an immortal, he would pave the way for his future descendants. Selling golden patterned chickens was undoubtedly the best avenue for bolstering his family's fortunes. However, he suspected that Wang Shipong might still covet the golden patterned chickens, so Zhao Fengyan needed to devise a clever plan for their sale. Chapter 43, The 100 Flavors Pavilion. The following morning, Zhao Fengyan arrived early at the chicken coop situated in the family's forest. As soon as he approached, 3 swift, pristine white hunting dogs dashed out from their kennel. These were the 3 white dragon hounds that Zhao Fengyan had trained over a year ago. After a year of growth, the dogs were lively and exuded an extraordinary presence. 6 months prior, Zhao Fengyan had infused them with spiritual energy, transforming them into low-tier spirit beasts. All 3 white dragon hounds shared the same breed, and the direction of their transformation through the 10,000 beast steel was consistent, focusing on hearing and combat prowess. Unlike the little black dog, the 3 hounds did not exhibit enhanced tracking abilities through smell. Instead, they developed superior hearing. After careful consideration, Zhao Fengyan decided to designate 1 hound for hearing enhancement and the other 2 for combat enhancement, with their strength surpassing that of third-tier martial artists. The 3 white dragon hounds had effectively safeguarded the chicken coop without incident. Occasionally, village children would approach, but the presence of the hounds frightened them away. At this moment, the 3 hounds circled around Zhao Fengyan affectionately, and he took the time to soothe them. You possess remarkable intelligence and potential. In due course, I shall elevate you all to high-tier spirit beasts, ensuring this coop remains secure. Having dismissed the hounds, Zhao Fengyan took a stroll around the chicken coop. After a year without selling the golden-patterned chickens, their numbers had swelled to over 3,000. Such a quantity required a staggering amount of feed daily, making continued care increasingly costly. With his aspirations for the path of immortality dashed, Zhao Fengyan resolved to expand his family's wealth, necessitating the sale of golden-patterned chickens to mitigate the feed expenses. Given that the Wang family butcher shop had likely lost interest in the golden-patterned chickens over the past year, he could venture into the city to seek out new sales avenues, albeit with caution regarding the Wang family. After muttering this to himself, Zhao Fengyan turned and exited the chicken coop, accompanied by Xiao Kai, making their way toward the county city. Pingyang County City was vast, teeming with countless shops. Presently, the Wang family butcher shop enjoyed the most prosperous business, yet it could not monopolize the entire meat trade. Surrounding the county city, numerous small butcher shops remained, and Zhao Fengyan's aim was to find these shops and explore the possibility of having them sell on his behalf. After wandering through the city for quite some time, Zhao Fengyan encountered several butcher shops. However, he found that he did not need to inquire. He could clearly see the reluctance of the shop owners to entertain the idea of selling the golden-patterned chickens. The reason was simple. These small butcher shop owners were mostly common folk, lacking both influence and martial prowess. Even in the rare case that a butcher shop owner practiced martial arts, they were typically only third-tier martial artists. If Zhao Fengyan approached them to sell golden-patterned chickens, they would likely be too intimidated to agree. Even if some were bold enough to accept, they might find themselves targeted by Wang Shipong. The potential consequences of a confrontation with Wang Shipong were minor, yet should they betray Zhao Fengyan, it would lead to significant trouble. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon the idea of approaching these butcher shops and seek alternative avenues. After wandering aimlessly for half a day, Zhao Fengyan, having achieved nothing by evening, resolved to seek out a tavern for a meal and rest. Before long, he found himself in a bustling section of the town, arriving at an establishment called the 100 Flavors Pavilion. This tavern boasted 3 stories, adorned with intricate carvings and a grand atmosphere, and was frequented by a steady stream of patrons. The mere existence of such a sizable tavern in the county town indicated that its proprietor possessed considerable acumen. Without further ado, Zhao Fengyan approached the entrance, eager to satisfy his hunger. "Welcome, esteemed guest." A server at the door greeted him warmly, leading Zhao Fengyan to a cozy corner inside the tavern. "A half-pound of fine wine and a selection of meats, please," he ordered. "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on a moment." Watching the server depart, Zhao Fengyan began to observe the other diners. Most were clad in luxurious attire, with some robust warriors among them. It seemed that those dining here were of relatively affluent backgrounds. Soon, his food and drink arrived, and he savored them with delight, while also listening to the conversations of nearby patrons, which proved quite intriguing. The fare at the 100 Flavors Pavilion was indeed delectable, yet devoid of any restorative properties. Zhao Fengyan considered it merely a means to fill his stomach, planning to return home later for a dish of golden-patterned chicken to replenish his vitality and continue his martial training. As he enjoyed his meal, a discussion between 2 warriors caught his attention. The meats here at the 100 Flavors Pavilion are quite good, but alas, they lack the revitalizing effects of the golden-patterned chicken. Golden-patterned chicken? ISNT that sold at the now-closed Zhang's butcher shop? It's a pity that the owner Zhang met an untimely death, severing our access to it. Otherwise, we warriors would surely flock to it. Sigh. ISNT this 100 Flavors Pavilion owned by our county magistrate. With his capabilities, why doesn't he procure some golden-patterned chicken for preparation? If he did, the business here would surely flourish even more. This line of thinking was not without merit. However, the origins of the golden-patterned chicken remained a mystery to all. Even if the magistrate entertained the thought, he likely wouldn't concern himself with such trivial matters. Indeed, You have a point. Let us eat for now, and in the future, we shall continue to consume those unpalatable medicinal tonics. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing that the 100 Flavors Pavilion was indeed owned by the county magistrate. No wonder its location and scale were so impressive. Although the laws of the Jin dynasty forbade officials from engaging in commerce, the remoteness of Ping and county allowed the magistrate to exercise some discretion without fear of scrutiny. Zhao Fengyan was unconcerned with such matters. Instead, an idea took root in his mind. If he could supply the golden patterned chicken to the 100 Flavors Pavilion, the magistrate's status would likely deter any covetousness from the Wang family. The more he contemplated this, the more feasible it seemed. Yet, there remained a significant obstacle. As a commoner, how could he approach the magistrate and discuss potential collaboration? It would be absurd to ask the tavern server to relay his intentions. As he mulled over this conundrum, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Perhaps there was someone who could introduce him and facilitate a meeting with the magistrate. With that thought, Zhao Fengyan settled his bill and hurriedly departed, making his way to the county office. As dusk fell, guards were stationed at the entrance of the county office. Upon seeing Zhao Fengyan approach, one of the guards barked, "No idle folk are allowed near. If you have business, return tomorrow." The guards at the county office were typically brusque, but Zhao Fengyan remained unfazed. He reached into his pocket, producing 2 taels of silver, discreetly slipping them into the guard's hand. "Esteemed sir, I am not here to report anything. I merely wish to seek out Constable Li Hu. I am a fellow villager, Zhao Fengyan." Upon receiving the silver and learning that Zhao Fengyan sought merely to find someone, the guard's expression softened. He tucked the silver away and replied with a chuckle, "Very well, wait here." After the guard went inside to relay the message, it wasn't long before Constable Li Hu emerged, his face a mask of surprise upon seeing Zhao Fengyan. He was puzzled as to why a mere hunter would seek him out. Initially reluctant to meet, he recalled how Zhao Fengyan had once helped him resolve a case and felt he owed him a favor. "Zhao Fengyan, what brings you here?" Li Hu inquired. Leading Zhao Fengyan to a secluded corner within the office, his curiosity piqued. Zhao Fengyan wasted no time in stating his purpose. "Constable Li, I have come to request your assistance in introducing me to the county magistrate." "Meet the magistrate? What is your intention?" Upon hearing this, Li Hu furrowed his brow. It was well known that the magistrate was the head of the county, not someone easily accessible to common folk. Typically, even in matters of crime, the county deputy or the head constable would handle affairs, and the magistrate would only intervene in significant cases. Zhao Fengyan's desire to meet him was not something he could facilitate lightly. Realizing his request might be a bit presumptuous, Zhao Fengyan quickly clarified, "Constable Li, please don't misunderstand. I have no grand matters to discuss with the magistrate. I recently learned that the 100 Flavors Pavilion is his establishment, and I happen to have had a bountiful hunting day. I merely wish to inquire if he would be interested in purchasing some game from the mountains." Zhao Fengyan crafted this excuse without revealing the golden patterned chicken's significance, as he preferred not to expose his intentions before securing the deal. However, Li Hu's expression turned disdainful upon hearing this. "Humph, the magistrate is a busy man. Do you really think he would meet with you over such trivial matters? I suggest you abandon this notion and seek out a butcher in town instead." With that, Li Hu waved his hand dismissively, indicating Zhao Fengyan should leave. "Constable Li, you may not be aware, but my exceptional hunting dog has proven its worth over the years. I have had considerable success in hunting, and I have previously sold my game in town. Until recently, only Zhang's butcher shop offered fair prices, but with its closure, the only shop willing to take my game is the Wang family's. Unfortunately, their prices are utterly unacceptable. The 100 Flavors Pavilion, being prosperous, surely requires supplies. If I could supply directly to the magistrate, bypassing the Wang family, wouldn't that be a win-win situation? I would greatly appreciate your help." Zhao Fengyan understood Li Hu's reluctance to trouble the magistrate over such a minor affair, considering he himself was just a low-ranking official in the county office. Thus, he provided a reasonable justification. After speaking, he didn't forget to produce a silver note worth 100 taels from his pocket. Seeing Zhao Fengyan willingly slip the note into his sleeve, Li Hu feigned confusion, but his demeanor revealed no intention of refusal. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his voice and said, "Since you have this intention, I will assist you this once. However, remember, after this matter, the debt of gratitude I owe you will be settled. Constable Li, how could you owe me a favor? After this, I will owe you a significant debt of gratitude." Zhao Fengyan's words brought a smile to Li Hu's face, who internally acknowledged Zhao Fengyan's thoughtfulness. He then whispered, "I want to directly introduce you, but I can tell you that at the end of each month, the magistrate goes to the 100 Flavors Pavilion to review the accounts. You can find him there." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan felt a sense of clarity. Although Li Hu had not made a direct introduction, he had nonetheless provided valuable information, granting Zhao Fengyan an opportunity to approach the magistrate. With gratitude, Zhao Fengyan clasped his hands in thanks and turned to leave. On the last day of the month, Zhao Fengyan arrived early at the 100 Flavors Tavern, carrying a bamboo cage draped in black cloth, within which resided a prized golden-feathered chicken. As evening descended, a splendid carriage finally approached the tavern. The driver, a robust man with prominent temples, clearly exuded the aura of a formidable warrior. Given such a strong figure as a driver, it was evident that the occupant of the carriage was of no ordinary stature. The curtains of the carriage were drawn back, revealing a stern-looking middle-aged gentleman who, despite lacking any visible signs of martial prowess, carried an undeniable air of authority that commanded respect. Zhao Fengyan surmised that this man was likely the county magistrate. The 100 Flavors Tavern was indeed owned by the magistrate, a fact known to many. Yet the laws of Jin State prohibited officials from engaging in commerce. Thus, the magistrate's visit was relatively discreet. Seeing this, Zhao Fengyan hastened to approach, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. "May I inquire, sir, are you the proprietor of the 100 Flavors Tavern?" As he stepped forward, the warrior driver appeared taken aback, instinctively placing a hand on the dagger at his side, prepared for any eventuality. Noticing that Zhao Fengyan bore no ill intentions, he refrained from taking action. The magistrate, surprised by Zhao Fengyan's approach and recognition of his identity as the tavern's owner, regarded him with curiosity. "Who are you? And what is it that you seek?" Zhao Fengyan replied, "I am but a humble hunter from the mountains. Hearing of the thriving business of the 100 Flavors Tavern, I have come to inquire whether you might be interested in purchasing some wild game. Rest assured, my prices will be lower than those at the butcher's, and the quality and quantity of the game will surely satisfy you." Zhao Fengyan was direct in his proposition, yet the magistrate's initial astonishment faded to indifference. As the leader of the county, he hardly concerned himself with such trifles. Zhao Fengyan was merely a commoner, and what could he possibly offer? Rather than engage further, the magistrate chose to proceed into the tavern, while the driver cast a warning glance at Zhao Fengyan, signaling him to keep his distance. However, Zhao Fengyan had anticipated the magistrate's dismissive demeanor and remained unperturbed. As the magistrate passed by him, he quietly remarked, "My lord, might I ask if you have any interest in golden feather chickens?" At this, the magistrate halted, a look of astonishment crossing his face. "You have golden feathered chickens?" The popularity of these chickens in Pingan County was well known to him, and although he had previously purchased several from Zhang's butcher, their scarcity had prevented him from featuring them prominently on the tavern's menu. Had he been able to procure more, the tavern's business would surely flourish even further. Indifferent to ordinary game, the magistrate could not overlook the prospect of acquiring golden feathered chickens. Zhao Fengyan, sensing the magistrate's interest, lifted a corner of the bamboo cage for him to see. "Follow me," the magistrate commanded, leading Zhao Fengyan into a private room within the tavern. There, he instructed his staff to prepare the golden feathered chickens for cooking. Once the authenticity of the chickens was confirmed, the magistrate engaged in detailed discussions with Zhao Fengyan. After half an hour, an agreement was reached, and Zhao Fengyan exited the 100 Flavors Tavern with a look of elation, making his way home. Chapter 45. The Resale of Golden Feathered Chickens. Zhao Fengyan's decision to approach the county magistrate for the purchase of golden feathered chickens proved to be astute. Following their negotiations, the magistrate displayed considerable interest in the chickens. Known for their ability to replenish vitality, golden feathered chickens would undoubtedly enhance the tavern's appeal and profitability. The magistrate, Chen Shan, had served in his position for a decade and was a shrewd and seasoned official. Upon learning of Zhao Fengyan's golden feathered chickens, he initially inquired about their source. However, Zhao Fengyan, not one to divulge secrets easily, offered a fabricated account of a family tradition in raising the birds. Recognizing Zhao Fengyan's caution, and aware of his role as the tavern's discreet proprietor rather than a county magistrate, Chen Shan opted not to press further about the chicken's origin. Instead, he shifted the conversation to pricing and daily supply quantities. Zhao Fengyan sought to leverage the magistrate's influence to avoid potential troubles with the Wang family. Thus, he was prepared to offer a modest profit margin, aware that the golden feathered chickens had previously sold for around 3 taels of silver each. Chen Shan proposed a price of 3 taels. Zhao Fengyan, however, countered with an offer of 2.5 taels, guaranteeing a monthly supply of at least 500 chickens. Though this was less than what he had sold to Zhang Yidao, the increased yield of golden feathered chickens allowed for a strategy of lower prices and higher sales volume, ultimately resulting in greater overall profit. Chen Shan, taken aback by Zhao Fengyan's offer, regarded him with newfound respect. The two then finalized the specifics of their arrangement, whereby the magistrate would send someone to meet Zhao Fengyan at a designated location outside the city at the beginning of each month. This arrangement was deliberately crafted by Zhao Fengyan to maintain his anonymity. After all, Chen Shan, as the magistrate, would not harbor ill intentions for such a small gain, whereas other factions, particularly the Wang family, might pose a threat should they become aware of his dealings. By having the magistrate's men conduct the acquisition, Zhao Fengyan could avoid drawing attention to himself and eliminate the risk of being followed. Should this arrangement prove fruitful over time, it might also foster a beneficial relationship between him and the magistrate. Upon returning home, Zhao Fengyan quickly prepared for the next day's transaction, bringing a batch of golden-feathered chickens to the agreed-upon meeting spot outside the county. Even during this initial transaction, he remained vigilant, with Xiao Kai circling overhead to ensure no one was tailing him. Fortunately, the exchange proceeded without incident, and Zhao Fengyan returned home with over 1,200 taels in hand. Although many golden-feathered chickens remained in his coop, the tavern could not absorb them as swiftly as a butcher shop might. Thus, a supply of 500 per month was an appropriate quantity. Additionally, selling fewer chickens would help prevent a decline in their market value. Coincidentally, the day marked the return of his eldest son, and after concluding the transaction, Zhao Fengyan made his way to the Qingzhou Martial Arts School to bring Zhao Jingze home. To Zhao Fengyan's surprise, his son bore unexpected news. What? You say your master wishes to purchase golden-feathered chickens as well? Have you informed him of our chickens? Zhao Fengyan had been eager to continue selling the golden-feathered chickens, and his family was already aware of this endeavor. However, due to his apprehension regarding the Wang family, he had refrained from making widespread announcements, preferring to engage only with influential figures like the magistrate. Realizing his father's concern, Zhao Jingze quickly reassured him, "Father, there is no need for alarm. Over the past year, my master has come to value me greatly, treating me as his own. I have only disclosed our possession of golden-feathered chickens to him, and I have made it clear that this matter must not be shared with anyone else. The master comprehends the significance of the golden-patterned chickens to martial artists. Thus he will dispatch trusted associates to procure them from us." Upon hearing his son's words, Zhao Fengyan furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. He was not well acquainted with Yang Qingzhou, only having heard that this individual acted with integrity and possessed commendable martial skills. Ever since he took Zhao Jingze as his personal disciple, he had indeed treated him well. In just over a year, Zhao Jingze had made considerable progress in his training of the iron armor technique, having already grasped the basics. Given that the other party was bold enough to make such a guarantee, it was not out of the question to engage in trade for the golden-patterned chickens. However, having already supplied the Baiwei Pavilion, he could not provide too many to the Qingzhou Martial Academy, lest he provoke Qinshan's ire. Jingze, in the future, matters of this nature must be discussed with me before you make any decisions. Do not act recklessly again. With that, I have consented. Tomorrow, when you return to the Martial Academy, you may inform your master that I will supply the Qingzhou Martial Academy with 100 golden-patterned chickens each month. But it must be made clear that this matter must remain a secret. Observing his father's solemn expression, Zhao Jingze understood that he had indeed acted somewhat rashly this time. He nodded earnestly in agreement. The father and son exchanged no further words and headed directly towards Mang Village. In the following period, Zhao Fengyan supplied both the Baiwei Pavilion and the Qingzhou Martial Academy with golden-patterned chickens. Most of the chickens destined for the Qingzhou Martial Academy were consumed internally, causing little disturbance. However, the golden-patterned chickens at the Baiwei Pavilion became a signature dish, generating quite a stir in Ping'an County. The golden-patterned chickens, which had been raised for an adequate duration, were imbued with even greater vitality compared to those freshly harvested. After their introduction at the Baiwei Pavilion, they attracted numerous martial artists eager to savor their taste. Despite each chicken being priced at 5 taels of silver, many patrons were undeterred, leading to a significant increase in business for the Baiwei Pavilion, which saw its profits soar by 30% within just 2 months. The county magistrate was exceptionally pleased with this development and even took the opportunity to drink and revel with Zhao Fengyan on one occasion. Zhao Fengyan recognized that his association with the magistrate would serve as a strong ally moving forward. Nevertheless, even with the magistrate's backing, Zhao Fengyan sought only to smoothly sell his golden-patterned chickens and amass wealth for his family. He remained disinclined to seek the limelight at this juncture. After all, the Wang family's influence was formidable, capable of commanding top-tier martial artists, and should they discover Zhao Fengyan's possession of golden-patterned chickens, it was conceivable that they might send elite assassins to eliminate him, much like they had done with Zhang Yidao. Thus, Zhao Fengyan resolved to continue discreetly selling the chickens until his own strength reached that of a top-tier martial artist. Thereafter, Zhao Fengyan dedicated himself to raising golden-patterned chickens at home, while simultaneously training in the Fierce Tiger, Descending the Mountain technique, and the Frenzied Wave Blade technique. As for the Celestial technique, the Spirit Absorption breathing method, he refrained from engaging with it, planning to introduce it to his children only once the family's influence had grown significantly and their temperaments matured. In the county town, the golden-patterned chickens made another appearance, thereby impacting the business of certain butcher shops. This development reignited the wariness of Wang Shipong from the Wang meat shop. One night, in a fit of rage, He confronted his old servant in his chamber. Have you found out the source of those golden-patterned chickens after all this time? Upon witnessing Wang Shipeng's furious demeanor, the old servant felt a surge of trepidation. He stammered in explanation. Young master, I sent someone to investigate, but our martial artists have yielded no results. The individuals with the golden-patterned chickens are from the Byway Pavilion and the Qingzhou Martial Academy. One is under the jurisdiction of the Pingan County Magistrate, and the other is the master of the Qingzhou Martial Academy. We cannot afford to offend either. The old servant felt helpless. Having learned over a month ago that golden-patterned chickens were once again making an appearance in the county town, such a source of nourishment that replenished vitality was undoubtedly a means for Wang Shipeng to rapidly elevate his butcher shop's business. It could also allow him to stand out among the three brothers of the Wang family, thereby seizing a significant portion of the family fortune. Consequently, the old servant quickly relayed this information to Wang Shipeng. Intrigued, Wang Shipeng immediately dispatched individuals to investigate the matter, eager to uncover the provenance of the golden-patterned chickens. However, upon discovering that they were solely in the possession of the Byway Pavilion and the Qingzhou Martial Academy, he felt a sense of trouble brewing. The reason was simple. Neither of these factions was inferior to the Wang family, and it could even be said that both were entities the Wang family dared not provoke. Initially, Wang Shipeng sent emissaries to inquire about the origin of the golden-patterned chickens, hoping to carve out a piece of the pie for himself. Yet, Zhao Fengyan had already conferred with Yang Qingzhou and the county magistrate, and it was clear they would not permit any outsiders to profit from their endeavors. Thus, Wang Shipeng's efforts bore no fruit. Unwilling to accept this defeat, he instructed his old servant to summon the family's guards and continue discreetly investigating the matter. However, the exchanges of golden-patterned chickens between the Byway Pavilion and the Qingzhou Martial Academy always took place outside the city, with their personnel being formidable martial artists. It was inherently challenging for Wang Shipeng's men to shadow them, and he was also apprehensive about drawing the ire of the Qingzhou Martial Academy or the county magistrate. Consequently, up until now, Wang Shipeng had been unable to uncover the mastermind behind Zhao Fengyan. We cannot afford to offend them. We absolutely cannot. His expression turned sinister as his once handsome visage contorted in frustration. The old servant, trembling with fear, cautioned him, "Young master, perhaps it would be best to let this go. Our Wang family's butcher shop is doing well enough, and even without those golden-patterned chickens, we can still thrive in Pingan County. Surely, in the future, the family fortune will include your share." Your share? Humph. I want it all. Wang Shipeng's expression was ruthless. And the old servant finally grasped that the eldest son of the Wang family he served was far more merciless than he had imagined. After a moment of silence, Wang Shipeng ultimately regained his composure. As for the golden-patterned chickens, we shall continue our discreet investigations without alarming the Qingzhou Martial Academy or the Byway Pavilion. I refuse to believe that the rat raising those golden-patterned chickens can hide indefinitely. Yes, young master. Wang Shipeng's fixation on the golden-patterned chickens indicated that he would not relinquish this pursuit anytime soon. Meanwhile, Zhao Fengyan acted with extreme caution during subsequent exchanges with the Byway Pavilion and the Qingzhou Martial Academy. Therefore, regardless of how Wang Shipeng deployed his men to investigate, he consistently found no results. The silver Zhao Fengyan earned through the trade of golden-patterned chickens steadily increased, and he simultaneously honed his martial arts skills. Only as his martial prowess grew did Zhao Fengyan consider spending some of his accumulated wealth on constructing a residence, expanding his chicken coops, and enhancing his farming operations. Thus, even if someone in Mang Village harbored ulterior motives, upon discovering Zhao Fengyan's status as a formidable second-tier martial artist, they would think twice before acting. Time flew, and before long, 5 years had passed. In the depths of autumn, a season typically associated with harvest, a great calamity struck this year. Months of drought resulted in a meager yield, leaving the common folk of Jin Kingdom in dire straits. Although the government claimed to distribute grain for disaster relief, the food intended for the people had been siphoned off at every level of bureaucracy, leaving scant provisions for those in need. Consequently, many regions within the Jin Kingdom saw their denizens struggling to fill their bellies, leading to widespread displacement and the emergence of refugees. Pingan County felt some impact, yet due to its considerable hunting population, life remained relatively bearable. However, this very circumstance attracted a surge of refugees from surrounding areas. Recently, the county's law enforcement had increased patrols, yet even so, it remained difficult to manage the entirety of Pingan County. One evening, outside Mang Village, a disheveled man arrived. The man in question is Zhang Fuqiang, once a prosperous farmer from Lin County, who had a solid foundation and thus practiced martial arts, attaining the level of a second-rate warrior. However, this year's calamity has rendered him destitute, stripping him of his crops and plunging him into debt he could not repay, forcing him to become a wandering refugee. Along his journey, he He relied on his martial skills and a few newly acquainted warrior refugees, committing numerous heinous acts, including theft and robbery. Today, he arrived in Mang village with the intent to scout for wealthy households. Upon entering the village, Zhang Fuqiang made no immediate discoveries, but the villagers regarded him with suspicion. Approaching a residence at the village's edge, he was met with vehement shouts from the homeowner to depart, warning him not to linger. Hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Zhang Fuqiang's eyes. He surveyed his surroundings to ensure no one was watching, then seized the man by the throat, silencing him, and thrust him into the house. As a second-rate warrior, dealing with an ordinary person was a trivial task for him. The homeowner, sensing the overwhelming strength gripping his neck, immediately recognized that this man was no ordinary individual and felt a surge of panic. Once Zhang Fuqiang pinned him to the floor, he released his grip, prompting the man to plead for mercy. "Please, noble warrior, do not harm me. If it's money you seek, we have none, but feel free to search for food." Zhang Fuqiang let out a cold laugh, unimpressed by the few buns on the table. With a sneer, he drew a dagger from his waist and pressed it to the man's throat, demanding, "Tell me, which family in your village is the wealthiest?" The homeowner, already filled with dread, became even more frightened upon feeling the dagger's cold touch, causing him to lose control of his bladder and respond hastily. "Noble warrior, there are two prosperous families in Mang village. One is the village chief, Li Jutsai. His family possesses extensive land and likely has 1,000 taels of silver. The other is Zhao Fangyan. He is quite capable. Over the years, he has raised numerous fowl and earned a fortune, building several houses. He is the wealthiest in our village, and I estimate he has at least 5,000 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of greed sparkled in Zhang Fuqiang's eyes. Even a mere 100 taels would be worth his effort. It seemed he had indeed come to the right place. How many people reside in Zhao Fangyan's household? Are there any warriors among them? Noble warrior, it would be best not to provoke him. He is said to be a second-rate warrior, and his eldest son, training at the county's martial arts school, is also a second-rate warrior. Two second-rate warriors, one of whom is away. Quite formidable indeed. Zhang Fuqiang mumbled to himself, contemplating his next move as the homeowner forced a smile. "Noble warrior, I have told you all I know. Please leave quickly." "Very well, I shall take my leave." Zhang Fuqiang snapped back, grinning maliciously. Just as the homeowner sighed in relief, the dagger plunged into his throat. Bright crimson blood gushed forth, yet Zhang Fuqiang felt a thrill of excitement. Do not fear. Do not fear. Dizziness is normal. It will pass shortly." Once the man lay lifeless, Zhang Fuqiang exited, closing the door behind him, disappearing into the night. Chapter 47. Refugees stirring trouble to the east of Mang village. A grand estate has recently been constructed. The estate features walls of blue bricks and marble flooring, with a meticulously designed layout comprising a front and backyard and 8 auxiliary rooms. Such a residence in this remote village is indeed a rare sight, rivaling even the estate of the village chief, Li Jutsai. This estate belongs to Zhao Fangyan, built 2 years prior. 2 years ago, Zhao Fangyan had made significant strides in his martial arts, mastering the tiger descending the mountain technique and achieving proficiency in the raging wave blade style. Not only had he acquired impressive agility, but he had also developed a new blade technique akin to a tempest. Furthermore, his strength had considerably enhanced, placing him among the top second-rate warriors. With his wife and children also improving their skills, Zhao Fangyan decided to expand his estate to reflect his current prowess. The estate's construction was also a reflection of Zhao Fangyan's ambition to build a prosperous family. His eldest son, Zhao Jingze, was already in his teenage years and would soon marry. Following him, the second son and younger daughter would grow up, ensuring the family's continued prosperity. Thus, the larger estate served as a foundation for the future expansion of the Zhao family. Moreover, Zhao Fangyan had made significant changes in his poultry farming. He acquired more woodland and dug ponds to raise fish. After transforming several ordinary grass carp into low-grade spirit creatures, he discovered that their offspring also provided health benefits akin to the golden-feathered chickens. Consequently, he replicated this success, raising geese and ducks to diversify his farming operations, which naturally increased his family's wealth. As of today, the Zhao family had undoubtedly become the wealthiest household in Mang village. As dusk approached, a horse-drawn carriage made its way towards Mang village, eventually coming to a halt in front of Zhao's estate. At the entrance stood a gentle-looking woman, accompanied by a charming little girl resembling a porcelain doll, both eagerly watching the approaching carriage. "Mother, my elder brother has returned." "It's my elder brother," the girl exclaimed excitedly, her round eyes fixed on the carriage. She was Zhao Fangyan's youngest daughter, Zhao Zhengling. 5 years had passed, and the little girl had grown considerably, her playful nature endearing her to all. The woman beside her was none other than Huang Wanyun. Having trained alongside Zhao Fangyan for years, She exuded a certain grace and vigor. The two were eagerly awaiting someone. Soon, a boy of about 7 or 8 jumped down from the carriage. With a handsome face and the demeanor of a scholar, he was Zhao Fengyan's second son, Zhao Zhengquan. Though only 8 years old, Zhao Zhengquan had already demonstrated extraordinary talent in his studies. His intelligence and quick comprehension allowed him to grasp typical literary works within mere days, leaving many older scholars feeling inadequate. Recognizing his potential, Zhao Fengyan arranged for him to study under a renowned teacher in the county. When he came of age, he might even sit for the county examination to pursue an official career. Like Zhao Jingze, he lived in the city, returning home once a month. However, Zhao Zhengquan had little interest in martial arts. Although Zhao Fengyan initially hoped he would train in combat, he found no inclination for it, so Zhao Fengyan did not insist. Upon dismounting and spotting his mother and sister, Zhao Zhengquan greeted them with joy. "Mother, sister, why are you standing here? I told you not to wait for me. I just wanted to wait for my elder brother. Did you bring me something delicious?" Zhao Zhengling playfully rummaged through Zhao Zhengquan's satchel, finding only books. Just as she felt disappointed, Zhao Zhengquan revealed a candied hawthorn skewer hidden behind his back. Seeing the treat, Zhao Zhengling's eyes squinted in delight as she happily accepted the skewer. "Thank you, elder brother. You're the best. Unlike elder brother, who always makes me hit his head to test his iron armor skill." At this, both Zhao Zhengquan and Huang Wanyan couldn't help but chuckle. Whoever has treats is the best. Now go play. Okay, I'm going to the forest to check on the fish. Huang Wanyan playfully tapped Zhao Zhengling's nose. As the young girl, clutching a candied hawthorn, scampered off with the little black dog into the depths of the forest. Perched upon the back of the little black dog, the porcelain doll-like girl and the fearsome creature made for a rather peculiar sight. "Mother, where's father? I must tell him when he returns today." "No need to inform him. Your father is currently immersed in crucial training, sequestered in his practice chamber. You should return to your room and refrain from disturbing him." "All right." After a brief reply, Zhao Zhengquan dismissed the stableman and then gestured toward the sky, prompting a pitch-black crow to suddenly alight upon his shoulder. This bird was none other than Xiao Kai. At merely 9 years of age and untrained in martial arts, Zhao Zhengquan traversed between the county town and Meng village. Naturally, Zhao Fengyan was apprehensive about leaving him unattended, thus he had Xiao Kai substitute for him in escorting Zhao Zhengquan. Although Zhao Jingze had not returned today, the family remained harmonious and content. As dusk descended, 5 figures clad in black, their faces obscured, loomed on a hillside not far from the Zhao residence. The leader among them was none other than Zhang Fuqiang, the very man responsible for the mayhem in Meng village earlier that day. In the pale moonlight, the 5 men gazed greedily at the imposing estate before them. "Brother, your reconnaissance skills are truly remarkable. This household's residence is so grand, they must possess a substantial fortune." "Indeed, today, as I scouted the vicinity, I discovered a family raising poultry about a mile to the east. Though I couldn't see clearly due to the fence, there seemed to be quite a number, not to mention 3 fierce white dogs. I hesitated to investigate further for fear of causing a ruckus. In this year of calamity, such a prosperous household is akin to a fattened pig awaiting slaughter. Brother, when shall we make our move?" As the others marveled at the Zhao family's wealth, their gazes turned expectantly toward Zhang Fuqiang, awaiting his commands. These 5 individuals had traversed far and wide, engaging in countless acts of theft. Yet they were cautious around formidable households. Encountering such a seemingly vulnerable, yet affluent family naturally stirred their covetous ambitions. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Fuqiang's avarice was laid bare. "Now that we have arrived, this family cannot escape our grasp. There is no need for haste. The hour is still early. We shall act once the night deepens. I have heard that the head of this household is merely a second-rate martial artist. So we must strike together and swiftly eliminate him to avoid unforeseen complications. Once he is dispatched, the rest of the family will pose no threat. We will then plunder their riches and seize all the poultry they have raised." Upon hearing this, the other 4 men exchanged sinister smiles, settling into a tense anticipation. As they awaited their moment, the night finally deepened. Observing the dim and silent courtyard, Zhang Fuqiang unsheathed his weapon and signaled to the others. Subsequently, the 5 men stealthily approached the estate's outer wall and leaped over. However, as they entered, a deep, mournful bark suddenly echoed through the courtyard, as a massive black dog appeared before them. Chapter 48, a first-class martial artist. The imposing black dog was striking, and even in the dim moonlight, the 5 could clearly discern its fierce visage. Though taken aback, they were all second-rate martial artists, and, despite the dog's formidable size and fearsome appearance, they felt no fear. Only concerned that the dog might alert the household's owner, causing unnecessary complications. Just as they readied themselves to confront the dog, it abruptly threw its head back and let out a piercing howl. A chilling sound reverberated throughout the estate, carrying far beyond its confines. Such a commotion would undoubtedly rouse the entire household. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Fuqiang cursed in frustration, "Damn dog. This is troublesome. The household has certainly been alerted. First, we must eliminate this black dog, then act swiftly. If it's alive, cut it down." Zhang Fuqiang commanded the others. And they quickly complied, raising their blades to charge at the black dog. This black dog was none other than Xiaohe, whom Zhao Fengyan had nurtured for many years. Although Xiaohe had not been able to transform into a demon beast due to the absence of a first-tier celestial spirit, it did not mean that its own strength could not continue to grow. Over the years, Zhao Fengyan had consistently fed it golden pattern chickens to replenish its vitality, and thus, Xiaohe's power had risen to a level rivaling that of Zhao Fengyan himself. It was now likely the strongest force within the Zhao family, second only to Zhao Fengyan. With keen intelligence, Xiaohe sensed the ill intent of the 5 intruders, its eyes brimming with ferocity. In an instant, it leapt forward, lunging at the nearest assailant. A shadow flashed, and a gust of wind surged. The man felt a coldness at his neck, realizing too late that a chunk of flesh was missing. As pain coursed through him, he collapsed to the ground, unable to utter a sound. Xiaohe's sudden strike had taken down one of the men in an instant, leaving the remaining 4 trembling in shock. They had never anticipated that a seemingly fierce black dog would possess such lethal prowess. Zhang Fuqiang shouted in alarm, "This black dog is no ordinary creature. Gather close together. Do not spread out." At this point, he had abandoned any thoughts of alerting the household's owner, focusing solely on how to eliminate the threatening canine. The remaining 4, being martial artists, quickly regrouped, warily eyeing Xiaohe. In response, Xiaohe remained unhurried, circling with a hint of mischievousness in its gaze. Before long, 3 barks rang out from outside the courtyard, and 3 large white dogs burst through the dog door. These 3 white dogs were the white dragon hounds guarding the chicken coop a mile away, having rushed to respond to Xiaohe's call. Upon spotting the 4 intruders, they quickly surrounded them, awaiting the command from Xiaohe to unleash their fury. Having been trained and nurtured by Zhao Fengyan over the years, the 3 white dragon hounds had significantly improved in strength, now standing as formidable creatures in their own right. Though they might not surpass Xiaohe, they were not far behind. Finding themselves encircled by the 4 ferocious dogs, the would-be assailants felt their confidence evaporate, each breaking into a cold sweat. They realized that not only was their plan to ambush the Zhao family in jeopardy, but even their escape now seemed like a distant dream. At that moment, as the standoff between man and dog unfolded, a flicker of firelight appeared from within the estate. Huang Wanyun emerged with Zhao Zhengchuan and Zhao Zhengling, observing the 4 men, their weapons, and tattered clothing, immediately discerning that they were desperate vagabonds. Zhao Fengyan had previously warned her of the numerous refugees engaging in theft and violence nearby. Today, they had undoubtedly targeted the Zhao family. According to the laws of the Jin state, anyone who engages in burglary may be dealt with by any citizen. Thus, Huang Wanyun felt no pangs of mercy and promptly urged Xiaohe, "Xiaohe, swiftly deal with them." Hearing her command, Xiaohe let out a growl, preparing to act. However, at that moment, Zhao Fengyan's figure suddenly surged forth from the rear courtyard, appearing atop the roof. "Xiaohe, hold on. Let me handle them." Zhao Fengyan had not been resting. Instead, he had been diligently researching martial arts in the backyard. For several months, he had made no progress with his tiger descending the mountain technique, which had left him quite vexed. Despite his continuous consumption of vitality-boosting substances, he still found himself at an impasse. Zhao Fengyan suspected that the tiger descending the mountain technique required visualizing a tiger during practice, and that beyond personal training. One must also experience life and death battles. However, he had always lacked a suitable opponent, and the desire for a breakthrough felt insurmountable. Today, an unusual opportunity presented itself with the arrival of 4 bandits. How could such a chance be squandered? Although Little Black obeyed Huang Wanyun's commands, in its heart, Zhao Fengyan's status would forever remain supreme. At his command, Little Black immediately halted in its tracks. "Brother Nian, let Little Black take action. You mustn't get hurt," Huang Wanyun said, her brow furrowed as she regarded the 4 armed men before her. Zhao Fengyan, however, was brimming with excitement. "Wanyun, you take the children back home. Leave this to me." Upon hearing this, Huang Wanyun recognized Zhao Fengyan's resolve and said no more, leading the 2 children back inside. Zhao Fengyan turned, keenly assessing the 4 men before him. Zhang Fuqiang, forcing a smile, clasped his hands in greeting. "Brother, in this year of calamity, we are left with no choice but to offend you this day. Since you possess remarkable strength, we shall not trouble you further. We have already lost one of our own. We beseech you to spare our lives and let us leave. Otherwise, we 4 are formidable second-rate warriors. And if we were to retaliate in desperation, the consequences could be dire." Hearing the bandits' words, Zhao Fengyan let out a cold laugh. If you wish to leave, you must first ask the blade in my hand. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Fengyan swiftly drew the large blade from his back. His movements were remarkably swift, akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. This was the unique technique of the tiger descending mountain style, now partially mastered. Having attained this level of skill, his speed and agility far surpassed that of an average second-rate warrior. Closing in, Zhao Fengyan struck with lethal intent. Unleashing the third form of the wild wave blade technique, the blade surged like a turbulent wave. The silver blade shimmered ominously as it cleaved downward, resembling a ferocious wave from the sea. Zhang Fuqiang and his companions had initially believed that their 4 second-rate warriors would intimidate Zhao Fengyan into caution. However, they were taken aback by his immediate aggression, leaving them momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Zhao Fengyan was upon them. The fierce blade descended, and the unfortunate recipient could only raise his weapon in a futile attempt to defend himself, utterly powerless to withstand the onslaught. A sharp clang echoed as Zhao Fengyan's overwhelming strength, measured at 8,000 pounds, severed the man's weapon with ease. The blade continued its relentless arc, cleaving the man's head in two, akin to a watermelon split open. Like a tiger descending the mountain, his momentum was unstoppable. Yes, this is the very feeling. With one stroke, he had slain a man, and Zhao Fengyan felt no other thoughts. He was exhilarated beyond measure. Years of training had not granted him a taste of battle until today, igniting the fervor within his heart. The essence of the tiger descending mountain style crystallized in that moment. Kill, kill, kill. Zhao Fengyan seemed to enter a transcendent state, his blood surging as his strength rapidly escalated. His internal energy surged uncontrollably. This was the sign of a second-rate warrior on the cusp of breaking into the realm of first-rate warriors. The remaining Zhang Fuqiang had never encountered such a foe. Disagreements escalated into an all-out brawl. They sought to flee, but 4 ferocious dogs surrounded them. With no retreat possible and nowhere to escape, the 3 could only fight back with all their might. You bastard! I'll fight you to the death. The 3 men engaged Zhao Fengyan in a fierce melee. The flurry of blade and sword danced in a relentless storm of light. These 3 were merely ordinary second-rate warriors, their strengths ranging from 5 to 7,000 pounds. Against Zhao Fengyan, who was on the verge of breaking through to first-rate status, they were utterly outmatched. Ultimately, the 3 men became mere stepping stones for Zhao Fengyan, aiding him in his ascent to first-rate warrior status. Moments later, the clashing sounds ceased abruptly. Zhao Fengyan stood still, while the other bandits lay lifeless in a pool of blood. At that moment, he comprehended the essence of the tiger descending mountain style, experiencing a remarkable leap in his cultivation, and he had become a first-rate warrior. Chapter 49, A Modest Reputation. His internal energy surged dramatically. Now, his strength was no less than 12,000 pounds. Thus, I may now rightfully consider myself a first-rate warrior. Coupled with the mastery of the wild wave blade technique and partial mastery of the tiger descending mountain style, I would not be deemed the least among first-rate warriors. Zhao Fengyan paid no mind to the corpses on the ground. Instead, he reveled in the sensation of his newfound strength. After musing for a moment, the voice from the beast tablet within his mind echoed once more. Martial arts have made significant progress, adding 5 strands of family spirit light. Having cultivated martial arts for several years, today he successfully broke through with the aid of these bandits, ultimately becoming a first-rate warrior. And he had once again gained 5 strands of spiritual light. The beast tablet now held a total of 20 strands of family spirit light. Zhao Fengyan had no intention of expending this spiritual light on poultry or hunting dogs. The enlightenment of the poultry had already sufficed. Any more would only overwhelm the Zhao family. Moreover, Little Black, Little Color, and the 3 white dragon dogs lacked the heavenly spiritual materials necessary for further enlightenment. Thus, it was prudent to continue accumulating this family spirit light for future use. Today, Zhao Fengyan's ascension to warrior status marked a significant milestone. For an ordinary warrior, reaching the first-rate realm would typically require at least 20 years of dedication, even with decent talent. That Zhao Fengyan could achieve this in a mere 10 years was a testament not only to his martial prowess, but also to the daily nourishment provided by the golden patterned chickens, which replenished his vitality. Otherwise, he might have needed an additional 7 or 8 years to fulfill his aspirations. Having become a first-rate warrior, he now possessed the confidence to establish a sect in the county town and impart martial arts. However, Zhao Fengyan's ambitions did not lie in this direction, as the profits from breeding poultry far exceeded those from running a martial arts school. Furthermore, the wild wave blade technique and the tiger descending mountain style were not orthodox practices. While they served well for self-defense, teaching them to others could lead to complications. Regardless, with his breakthrough to first-rate warrior status, the Zhao family would undoubtedly secure a place in the county town. Thus, Zhao Fengyan began to formulate plans. realizing that he need not overly fear the Wang family. Selling golden-patterned chickens and similar poultry that replenished vitality could be done openly and boldly. Not only did he intend to sell generously, but he also aspired to establish a meat shop specializing in exotic beasts in the county town, further expanding the Zhao family's business. Suppressing the myriad of plans swirling in his mind, Zhao Fengyan understood that he needed to address the aftermath of the bandit encounter. He turned to Little Black. Little Black, remain vigilant in case there are other bandits lurking. You three, head to the hills where we raise poultry. With so many refugees about, we must ensure no one covets the Zhao family's livelihood. Upon hearing Zhao Fengyan's instructions, Little Black whined softly and lay at the entrance. The three white dragon dogs then scampered through the dog hole, disappearing from sight. Wanyun, take the children to sleep. I will handle things here. Huang Wanyun, noticing the stillness outside, peeked her head out and, seeing that her husband had vanquished the bandits, felt a wave of relief wash over her. After hearing him, she led the curious but apprehensive Zhao Zhengchuan and Zhao Zhengling back to their room to rest. Zhao Fengyan, meanwhile, stepped out of the courtyard and made his way to the village chief Li Jutsai's home. Although the bandits had appeared and everyone was eager for their demise, it was still necessary to report the incident to the authorities. By the following morning, news of the previous night's bandit attack had spread throughout the village, and many villagers gathered outside the Zhao family's residence. They peered in, and had it not been for Little Black standing guard, they might have rushed inside. Have you heard? Zhao Fengyan's family was attacked by several warriors last night. They sought to rob and kill. I learned about it early this morning from the village chief. Among the refugees, there are indeed remarkable individuals. It is said that 5 second-rate martial artists launched a nocturnal raid. What? These refugees are truly despicable. With so many martial artists, can Zhao Fengyan contend with them? Not only contend, but Li Tsuanjing stated that all 5 second-rate martial artists were slain by Zhao Fengyan, and their corpses remain in his home. Goodness. Zhao Fengyan single-handedly killed 5 second-rate martial artists? Is he truly that formidable? Could it be that he is a first-rate martial artist? To vanquish 5, he is most likely a first-rate martial artist. Over the years, I have only seen him hunting and raising chickens. I have never witnessed him practicing martial arts. This transformation is indeed astonishing. Zhao Fengyan's eldest son has become a direct disciple at the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy, and his second son seems like a celestial scholar descended from the heavens. As for himself, he is undoubtedly a first-rate martial artist. Henceforth, the Zhao family shall prosper. Amidst the villagers' astonishment, Li Jutsai and a constable hurriedly approached from a distance. The constable was none other than Li Hu, an official of the county office. Today, Li Jutsai had sent someone to inform the county office of the incident. And Mongtsuan falls under Li Hu's jurisdiction, thus the matter has landed squarely on his shoulders. When he learned that 5 second-rate martial artists had turned into bandits, committing robbery and murder only to be killed in retaliation, he was particularly taken aback. His astonishment grew even more upon discovering that the one who had slain the bandits was none other than Zhao Fengyan, who had previously sought his assistance. Li Hu, merely a third-rate martial artist, would surely meet a tragic end if he were to confront those 5 bandits. Today he must reassess Zhao Fengyan's capabilities. Accompanying Li Jutsai, the two arrived at the Zhao family estate. Upon witnessing the grandeur of the residence, Li Hu felt a jolt of surprise and immediately called out courteously from the entrance. Brother Zhao, I am Li Hu, a constable from the county office, here to investigate the matter regarding the bandits. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Fengyan's figure appeared. Gentlemen, please come in for the inspection. The two followed Zhao Fengyan into the courtyard. When Li Hu discovered the straightforward manner in which the several second-rate martial artists had met their demise, all having been decisively subdued, he was utterly astounded. Zhao Fengyan, indeed, is a master of concealment. With such prowess, he must undoubtedly be a first-rate martial artist. I have also heard that he has a close relationship with the county magistrate. It seems prudent to cultivate a friendship with him moving forward. Contemplating this, Li Hu quickly clasped his hands and offered a smile. These 5 were all refugees and have been wanted by the county. The evidence is irrefutable, and there is no need for further investigation. Brother Zhao, you have rid the people of a great scourge. When I return to the office today, I shall report to the magistrate and seek a reward for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan clasped his hands in return. Then I thank you, Constable Li. It is merely my duty, Brother Zhao. There is no need for such formality. Should you wish in the future, do not hesitate to speak a good word for me before the magistrate. At this, Zhao Fengyan understood Li Hu's intentions. This fellow is also aware of Zhao Fengyan's current relationship with the magistrate and recognizes that now, with Zhao Fengyan having become a first-rate martial artist, he is destined for greatness. It is clear that he is already attempting to ingratiate himself. Zhao Fengyan shared a casual camaraderie with Li Hu and merely nodded politely in acknowledgement. Before long, Li Hu summoned assistants to transport the corpses back to the office. As for the reward he mentioned, it amounted to merely a few hundred taels, which Zhao Fengyan cared little about. A few days later, the county office dispatched someone to deliver 300 taels of reward to the Zhao family and publicize the matter throughout the county, creating quite a stir regarding the emergence of a first-rate martial artist from Monsoon. The county office sought to use this to strike fear into the hearts of the many refugees fleeing to Ping'an County to prevent further mischief. Consequently, the Zhao family gained a measure of renown within the county. From this day forth, the Zhao family would no longer be merely a small farming household in Monsoon. Chapter 50. The family's transcendent technique. After the Zhao family garnered a reputation in the county, it wasn't long before numerous affluent families came to pay their respects, eager to cultivate connections. Although these individuals could not compare to the Wang family or the powerful Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy, they were still well-to-do households. Zhao Fengyan treated each visitor with courtesy, thereby enhancing his own reputation. Nearly a month had passed since the incident involving the bandits, and the Zhao household had finally settled into a semblance of tranquility. On this day, the Zhao family enjoyed a rare gathering, seated together in the main hall for dinner. The two sons and daughter occasionally exchanged banter, filling the atmosphere with warmth and joy. After a hearty meal, the three planned to retire to their respective rooms, with the two sons needing to tidy up before returning to the county the next day. However, Zhao Fengyan called out to them just before their departure, leaving only his youngest daughter, Zhao Zhenling, to ride out on the black horse for some leisure. The two sons, unsure of their father's intentions, remained waiting. Observing this, Zhao Fengyan promptly closed the door, adopting a serious expression as he addressed his sons and wife. Today, I have called you three here for an important matter. As you are aware, now that I have become a first-rate martial artist, the Zhao family has gained a measure of self-defense. Zhengze, Zhengchuan, you both are old enough to understand. There are certain matters I can now disclose to you. With that, Zhao Fengyan reached into his robe and retrieved a book inscribed with the characters nailing to Shigong. This was a technique he had transcribed from a collection of immortal cultivation notes. Father, what is this? Zhao Zhengze was the first to speak. Recognizing Zhao Fengyan's serious demeanor signaled something significant. Upon seeing the book titled Nailing to Shigong, he discerned its extraordinary nature. Noticing the trio's rapt attention, Zhao Fengyan simply stated, "This is a technique of the immortal sect," leaving the three speechless. What? An immortal technique? Zhao Zhengchuan, who typically had little interest in martial arts, was greatly astonished to learn of its origin and exhibited considerable curiosity. Brother, how did you come into possession of an immortal technique? Huang Wanyun covered her mouth in astonishment. The fact that her husband had reached the level of a first-rate martial artist was already enough to leave her in awe. But she was now utterly taken aback by the existence of such an immortal technique. In the Jin Kingdom, immortals were not mere legends. In prosperous regions, they occasionally made appearances. Once an immortal was sighted, they would be courted by various factions and treated as esteemed guests, even by the imperial court. The reason for this was simple. The abilities of immortals far surpassed those of ordinary martial artists, wreaking havoc on the battlefield as if wolves among sheep. Countless mortal families and factions in the Jin Kingdom sought to acquire immortal techniques, aspiring to become legendary immortals themselves. Thus, how could Zhao Fengyan's revelation of an immortal cultivation technique fail to astonish the trio? Zhao Fengyan had long anticipated their reactions, which is why he had not included the youngest Zhao Zhenling, intending only to inform the others. Signaling for the three to calm themselves, Zhao Fengyan continued, "Do not concern yourselves with the origins of this immortal technique. Simply understand that it is indeed an immortal technique. From this day forth, all three of you must practice this technique, and under no circumstances should you divulge it to outsiders, lest the Zhao family face dire consequences. However, practicing this technique requires spiritual roots. I have labored for years without success, which suggests I lack the requisite spiritual roots to cultivate it. Thus, I wish for you to give it a try. If none of you succeed, this technique shall be passed down for future generations of the Zhao family to utilize. Should any of you succeed, it could propel our family to unprecedented heights." Upon hearing Zhao Fengyan's words, the three understood the gravity of the situation. After a prolonged silence, they finally nodded solemnly. "Father, rest assured, this matter will remain known only to our Zhao family. I shall not reveal a single word, not even to my master." Zhao Zhengze quickly patted his chest, his expression earnest. Although Zhao Zhengchuan remained silent, his expression unmistakably conveyed that he had absorbed Zhao Fengyan's words. As for Huang Wanyun, being the one who understood Zhao Fengyan's thoughts best, she too silently committed them to memory. "You must remember your father's words. They pertain to the survival of our Zhao family." Subsequently, Zhao Fengyan instructed the three of them to diligently study the preliminary verses of the nascent spirit breathing technique, focusing on comprehending the essence of the heavenly spiritual energy. Once they had firmly memorized the earlier passages, he bestowed upon each of them a spirit stone for future cultivation. However, Zhao Fengyan would not allow them to take the handwritten manuscript to prevent any potential loss or trouble. By guiding his wife and children in the cultivation of the celestial arts, Zhao Fengyan felt a sense of relief regarding one of his concerns. Whether they would succeed in their cultivation ultimately depended on fate. Of course, mastering the celestial arts is not an endeavor that can be achieved overnight. Zhao Fengyan himself had spent an entire year confirming that he lacked a spiritual root and thus could not cultivate. If, after a year, they showed no progress, it would be best to wait until Zhao Zhenling matured a bit more or until the next generation. Early the next morning, Zhao Fengyan led a magnificent steed from the stable and harnessed it to a cart. He then set off towards the county town with his 2 sons, for they needed to attend the martial arts school and private academy. Upon arriving in the county town, Zhao Fengyan bid farewell to his sons and did not return home. Instead, he drove the cart to the county government office. Upon reaching the entrance of the office, the guards did not hinder Zhao Fengyan but greeted him with warm smiles. "Zhao brother, back to see the county magistrate again today?" "Indeed," Zhao Fengyan responded with a smile, walking straight in without the need for any announcement. Over the years, Zhao Fengyan had cultivated a growing familiarity with the county magistrate, Chen Shan. He often visited the county office, thus becoming a familiar face. However, while the office staff recognized the close rapport between him and the magistrate, they remained unaware of the true nature of their connection. The county office was expansive, with the front courtyard housing the trial hall and the dungeons flanking either side. The rear courtyard served as the residence of the county magistrate. Upon entering the rear courtyard and notifying the maid at the entrance, Zhao Fengyan proceeded inside. In the reception room, Chen Shan was engrossed in a volume of obscure historical tales. Upon noticing Zhao Fengyan's arrival, he looked up with a smile and remarked, "Zhao Fengyan, I never expected that over the years, you have become a first-rate martial artist. Quite impressive. Had it not been for your report about dispatching the bandits, I would have remained unaware of this." Hearing this, Zhao Fengyan cupped his fist in salute. "Your praise is unwarranted. My success is merely a stroke of luck." Understanding Zhao Fengyan's humility, Chen Shan did not pursue the topic further and instead inquired directly, "All right, tell me, what brings you here today?" Each time Zhao Fengyan visited the magistrate, it was either to recommend his newly raised fish or other poultry. Thus, Chen Shan was well aware that Zhao Fengyan had matters to discuss. Without further pleasantries, Zhao Fengyan spoke candidly, "Your Excellency, I have come today with a request for your assistance." "Oh, do tell." "Your Excellency, in recent years, the poultry I have raised has increased significantly. Besides supplying the 100 Flavors restaurant, I also have a surplus. Therefore, I wish to engage in commerce within the town and establish a meat shop for livestock. I would be grateful for your assistance." Upon hearing this, Chen Shan was not surprised. Over the years, Zhao Fengyan had indeed increased his supply of golden-patterned chickens and other poultry. Even with the thriving business of the 100 Flavors restaurant, it could not consume all of it. Thus, he anticipated that Zhao Fengyan would eventually consider commercial endeavors. However, he was somewhat puzzled as to why Zhao Fengyan sought his help in this matter. "Zhao Fengyan, if you wish to engage in business, simply alter your household registration and find a suitable storefront in the town. Why come to me?" "Your Excellency, I am aware that establishing a meat shop in the town is not a daunting task, but the reason I seek your assistance is that I would like your help in facilitating connections for supplying goods to Lin County. You certainly have grand ambitions." Chapter 51, Vitality and Nourishment. Chen Shan spoke rightly. The reason Zhao Fengyan sought his help was indeed due to his considerable aspirations. Ping'an County was merely a small county town. In such a locale, the number of martial artists was limited, and thus the demand for meat that replenished vitality was also restricted. After all, golden-patterned chickens could be substituted with restorative herbs. Most martial artists, constrained by finances, would likely not make long-term choices. Zhao Fengyan's accumulation of poultry had become quite substantial. Should he sell them in the county town, he would undoubtedly meet the local demand and even have a significant surplus. To maximize his profits, expanding the sales channels for golden-patterned chickens was crucial. Surrounding Ping'an County were other counties, and if he could successfully market golden-patterned chickens as a source of vitality, wealth would surely follow. However, selling to Lin County was not a simple task. Within the Jin Kingdom, commerce was fraught with difficulties. Transporting goods across counties required official permits, without which success was unattainable. Furthermore, selling in Lin County necessitated establishing connections. Lastly, the journey was long, and there was always the risk of banditry along the way. Hence, Zhao Fengyan sought Chen Shan's assistance. As the county magistrate, Chen Shan's approval would facilitate the necessary permits. With his connections, securing sales channels in Lin County would likely not pose a significant challenge. As for the logistics of long-distance transport and safeguarding against bandits, that would be Zhao Fengyan's responsibility. In the reception room, Qinshan, surprised yet intrigued, did not immediately respond. Zhao Fengyan raised his gaze to meet Qinshan's playful expression, fully aware of his implications. He understood Qinshan's character, after years of collaboration. Despite their seemingly cordial relationship, Qinshan ultimately regarded Zhao Fengyan merely as a commoner, not as a confidant. Their relationship was one entangled in mutual benefit. If Zhao Fengyan could not provide him with profit, it was unlikely that Qinshan would pay him any heed. Now that Zhao Fengyan sought assistance, Qinshan remained silent, waiting for Zhao Fengyan to offer some form of compensation. This fellow was indeed one who would not show his cards until the last moment. Zhao Fengyan, while inwardly begrudging, maintained a smile on his face. Your Excellency, I do have quite the appetite. I apologize for the trouble this may cause you. As a token of my gratitude, please accept these pastries for your enjoyment. Moreover, in the future, whenever I deliver goods to the 100 Flavors restaurant, I shall do so at half price. Zhao Fengyan presented the wooden box he had been carrying, placing it on the table before Qinshan. He claimed it contained pastries, but the dull thud it made upon landing suggested its contents were far from simple. Observing Zhao Fengyan's gesture, Qinshan remained composed. He slightly lifted the wooden box and discovered it contained 3 substantial gold ingots, worth no less than 3,000 taels of silver. A smile began to form on his lips. Fengyan, after all these years, I have come to know you well. Since you dare to entertain the idea of selling to Lin County, you must possess the capability to make it happen. Thus, I shall grant my approval. I will speak to the clerk about drafting the necessary permits for you. Hearing this, Zhao Fengyan felt a surge of relief and promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Your Excellency. Just as he was about to take his leave, Qinshan interjected once more. By the way, as your business grows, I presume you have a substantial number of poultry. Therefore, I propose that in the future, when you supply the 100 Flavors restaurant, consider it as a favor to me. Zhao Fengyan understood Qinshan's implication. He was essentially requesting Zhao Fengyan to provide free supplies to the 100 Flavors restaurant in the future. Not long ago, he presented a gold ingot valued at 3,000 taels of silver, along with a promise to supply goods at half price in the future. To his astonishment, Chundan was still not satisfied. It is worth noting that Zhao Fengyan had requested Chundan's assistance in selling within Lin County, and Ping'an County would also demand taxes from him. Moreover, these taxes were not insignificant, comprising nearly half of the profits. Thus, it was evident that Chundan was exhibiting insatiable greed. However, as the county magistrate, Zhao Fengyan had no choice but to engage with him if he wished to conduct business. The reason behind Zhao Fengyan's relentless pursuit of commerce, even extending his reach into Lin County, was ultimately to amass capital for a future venture in jade and gemstone trading. With the presence of celestial arts in his family, it was only natural for future generations to explore cultivation. Through generations of inheritance, it was inevitable that descendants would possess spiritual roots. Therefore, Zhao Fengyan had to plan early and gather spirit stones. These mystical stones, though their effects may be unknown to common folk, were universally acknowledged for their considerable value. Thus, Zhao Fengyan deemed it most suitable to stabilize his acquisitions and delve into the jade and gemstone business. After much contemplation, he could not help but curse Chundan's extreme avarice in his heart. You jest, my lord. You have always taken care of me. It was I who failed to consider adequately. In the future, I shall supply goods to the 100 Flavors Pavilion without charging a single coin, so please do not decline. Zhao Fengyan's words elicited a broad smile from Chundan, who nodded repeatedly in agreement. Upon leaving the back courtyard of the county office, he proceeded to the front courtyard to find the chief clerk, instructing him to draft a customs clearance document and affix the county seal. Thus, Zhao Fengyan would be able to conduct business in Lin County without hindrance. A month later, in a bustling area of Ping'an County, a new butcher shop named Vitality Meat opened its doors. This establishment caused quite a stir within just 3 days of its inauguration. The reason for this commotion was that Vitality Meat did not offer ordinary meat, but specialized in various types of poultry that replenished vitality and blood. They sold golden patterned chickens, blood yuan fish, vitality ducks, and elder geese known for their blood-enhancing properties. With a diverse array of offerings, each with its unique benefits. The elder goose was particularly esteemed. One such goose contained more vitality than the finest tonics sold in apothecaries. The exceptional quality of nourishment attracted the attention of martial artists in the city. Many were already aware of the benefits of the golden patterned chicken and, upon discovering that it was available elsewhere besides the 100 Flavors Pavilion, flocked to the new shop. 3 days later, the Vitality Meat shop was bustling with a steady stream of customers. With business thriving, the silver earned was substantial. Naturally, this prosperous venture was orchestrated by Zhao Fengyan, who had anticipated such success. In addition to operating the butcher shop, he also recruited several laborers to transport various poultry to Lin County, hiring bodyguards to ensure their safety from bandits. From this day forward, he intended to use Ping'an County as the starting point for the Zhao family's commercial endeavors. As vitality meat flourished and the meat trade in Ping'an County remained limited, the Wang family's butcher shop, which had previously dominated the market, began to suffer losses. It wasn't long before Wang Shipong, the mastermind behind the Wang shop, caught wind of the situation. Initially dismissive, he regarded Vitality Meat as an ordinary establishment. However, upon learning that it sold meat with vitality-enhancing effects, particularly the coveted golden pattern chicken, he could no longer remain indifferent. Subsequently, he dispatched someone to investigate the origins of Zhao Fengyan, the man behind Vitality Meat, seeking to uncover his background. Chapter 52. The Wang family pays a visit. One morning, Zhao Fengyan drove a bullock cart loaded with poultry into the county town, accompanied by 5 honest-looking middle-aged men. These 5 were helpers he had recruited from Mang village, earning 1 tael of silver each month to transport goods back and forth between the county town and the village, as well as assist at Vitality Meat. Although 1 tael may seem modest, it was a considerable wage for ordinary villagers. In today's world, rural villagers labor extensively for landowners, barely scraping by, often earning less than 1.5 taels a month. To work alongside Zhao Fengyan, with light duties and a monthly wage of 1 tael, was a coveted opportunity for many. Time was of the essence, and the group quickly unloaded the cart and prepared the shop. Zhao Fengyan jumped down from the bullock cart and gave a command, and soon the 5 men busied themselves. Before long, Vitality Meat was ready for business. As noon approached, the number of customers seeking meat gradually increased. Even with 5 workers bustling about, they found themselves overwhelmed. Realizing this, Zhao Fengyan had no choice but to rise from his chair and personally assist with the sales. He toiled until mealtime, when the rush finally subsided. It was then that he found a moment to rest. Meanwhile, he pondered to himself, with Zhao family now operating this nourishing meat shop, the business of Vitality Meat could only flourish. However, 5 workers were indeed insufficient. It seemed I must seek additional help. Furthermore, I need to delve into martial arts. Remaining here at the shop is a waste of time. In the future, I will need to find a trustworthy manager to oversee the store. After muttering to himself, Zhao Fengyan quickly had a simple lunch at the shop. Though modest, his meal consisted of the vitality-enhancing meat. After a busy afternoon, once the meat was sold out, he prepared to close the shop and return home. Just then, he noticed an elderly man and a handsome middle-aged man standing at the entrance. Upon seeing them, Zhao Fengyan furrowed his brow, inwardly thinking, Wang Shipong, after all, could not sit idly by. The visitors were none other than Wang Shipong, the eldest son of the Wang family, and his servant. Zhao Fengyan had anticipated that, given his open and honest sale of golden patterned chickens, the Wang family, also in the meat business, would inevitably take notice and seek to partake in the profits. After all, Wang Shipong had long coveted the golden patterned chicken. However, Zhao Fengyan, having opened the shop, was unafraid of him. His prowess as a first-rate martial artist was no laughing matter, even with the Wang family's influence in the county. They would not dare to provoke a first-rate martial artist. Zhao Fengyan pretended not to see the two and continued tidying up his belongings, preparing to leave. Wang Shipong had initially expected Zhao Fengyan to initiate conversation, but after waiting for a while with no response from him, his expression darkened. However, after a moment of contemplation, he refrained from lashing out and discreetly signaled to his old servant. Zhao boss. I presume this gentleman is Zhao boss. The old servant approached Zhao Fengyan with a beaming smile. Hearing this, Zhao Fengyan cast a glance at him and replied sternly, Who are you? And what do you want from me? Zhao Fengyan recognized him, but given the past grievances with the Wang family, he needed to maintain a facade. Ah, Zhao boss, you are truly young and accomplished. Not only have you opened a thriving shop, but you are also a first-rate martial artist. It is indeed enviable. I am a servant of the Wang family, and this is my young master, Wang Shipong. We have come today to establish a connection. After the servant finished speaking, Wang Shipong stepped forward. Zhao boss, this place is not suitable for conversation. Why don't we find a tea house to sit and talk? The intentions of Wang Shipong and his companion were clear, but Zhao Fengyan did not fear them. On this day, fearing the annoyance of lingering guests, Zhao Fengyan chose not to dismiss them hastily. He allowed a few servants to depart before accompanying Wang Shipong to a nearby tea house. The 3 men settled into a private room within the establishment, where Zhao Fengyan cast a meaningful glance at the strikingly handsome Wang Shipong. Having long been acquainted with the illustrious Wang family, he pondered the reason for the young master's visit today. Wang Shipong responded with a charming smile, exuding an aura of elegance and charisma. Had Zhao Fengyan not been aware of his true nature, he might have been easily deceived by the young man's outward appearance. Boss Zhao, he began, I apologize for the intrusion, but my purpose here is rather trivial. I wish to procure a method of raising those splendid poultry you cultivate, rich in vitality. As Wang Shipong spoke, there was a resolute glimmer in his eyes, suggesting that he considered this matter a foregone conclusion. Zhao Fengyan, upon hearing this, understood that his ostentatious sales of golden-patterned chickens had not gone unnoticed. It seemed Wang Shipong had deduced his involvement in the breeding of such fowl. It followed, then, that he must also be aware of the fact that the man Zhao Fengyan had previously assassinated, Zhang Yidao, had once been a collaborator of his. A cold smile crept across Zhao Fengyan's face as he contemplated this. Young Master Wang, you truly are quite obstinate. In my earlier days, when I discreetly sold golden-patterned chickens, you employed others to investigate, even going so far as to eliminate the owner of Zhang's meat shop. It was only when I began supplying the Baiwei restaurant and Qingzhou martial arts school that you ceased your pursuit. Now that I am a first-rate martial artist, selling these chickens independently, you still intend to seize my breeding methods? Do you not comprehend that obstructing one's livelihood is a graver sin than killing one's parents? With that, a murderous intent flashed in Zhao Fengyan's eyes, and he crushed the teacup in his hand with a fierce grip. His open display of hostility took both men by surprise. Wang Shipong had assumed that due to his family's considerable influence, Zhao Fengyan, despite being a first-rate martial artist, would hesitate to act against him. However, he had not anticipated such a fierce reaction, nor that Zhao Fengyan would turn hostile so swiftly. Though Wang Shipong had trained in martial arts, his efforts were lackluster, placing him at merely a second-rate level. Faced with Zhao Fengyan's piercing glare, he was rendered speechless. Caught between fear and anger, observing the situation, the elderly servant beside him hastily intervened. Boss Zhao, please do not take offense. We are unaware of the matters you speak of. Do not hold us accountable. Furthermore, my young master's intentions stem from the fact that we also own a meat shop. Purchasing your breeding methods will not disadvantage you. We shall certainly offer a satisfactory price. I implore you to reconsider. Even if you are reluctant, we shall not press the issue, so there is no need for anger. The old servant spoke quickly, anxious that Zhao Fengyan might act impulsively. Although the laws of the Jin state were stringent, should Zhao Fengyan disregard the consequences and strike, the two men would stand no chance against him. Gazing at the pale-faced Wang Shipong and the visibly frightened servant, Zhao Fengyan felt a cold amusement. The old servant's words were but empty platitudes, denying the truths laid out before him. Were these two not in the town, but rather in the wilderness? He would not have wasted his breath. He would have dispatched them with a single stroke. Years prior, the Wang family had monopolized the Mongshan hunting grounds and sought to forcefully purchase golden-patterned chickens at a low price, ultimately leading to the demise of his friend, Zhang Yidao. Such actions had stoked Zhao Fengyan's animosity toward the Wang family to its zenith. Now, they dared to covet the very breeding methods that were the foundation of the Zhao family's livelihood. Zhao Fengyan refrained from direct confrontation. All thanks to the laws of Jin. The breeding methods are the cornerstone of the Zhao family's existence. As for past grievances, I care not whether you acknowledge them, but I advise you to refrain from harboring any designs against me in the future. Otherwise, he concluded with a chilling hum, slamming his fist down onto the wooden table with such force that it splintered, causing both men to recoil in alarm. With that, he stood and departed, leaving the two in a state of trepidation. Chapter 53. I want him dead. Today, with Wang Shipong coveting his breeding methods, Zhao Fengyan had no intention of acquiescing to his demands, even if these methods were not the bedrock of the Zhao family's ascendance. The past enmity between himself and Wang Shipong rendered any agreement impossible. To do so would be to betray the carefulness with which he had conducted himself in the past and the tragic fate that befell Zhang Yidao. After their confrontation, Zhao Fengyan exited the tea house and made his way home. On the journey, his thoughts were consumed by the implications of Wang Shipong's character. The young man was narrow-minded and ruthless. Having been denied today, he would undoubtedly seek to complicate matters further, perhaps even resorting to employing martial artists to assassinate him, just as they had done to Zhang Yidao. Yet, Zhao Fengyan felt no fear. Regardless of his own prowess, he had allies in the form of Xiaohong, the three white dragons, and Shao Kai, who would provide ample protection against first-rate martial artists. Moreover, Pingan County was remote, making such elite fighters a rare sight. No matter how extensive the Wang family's influence, they could do little against him now. He merely needed to remain vigilant. Should they attempt an assassination, he would respond with overwhelming force, striking fear into their hearts. If Wang Shipong continued his reckless pursuit, he must seize the opportunity to eliminate him, ensuring that future threats were extinguished. While the Wang family boasted numerous guards, even dispatching a cunning creature like Shao Kai would prove insufficient to eliminate him. Should Zhao Fengyan act himself, he risked exposure, drawing the attention of the county magistrate. Thus, it appeared that he must bide his time until a suitable moment arose. Seated in his carriage, a glint of cold determination sparkled in Zhao Fengyan's eyes. Having reached the pinnacle of first-rate martial prowess, he no longer needed to tread cautiously as he once had. Now, He harbored a desire for Wang Shipong's demise, merely awaiting the opportune moment. Meanwhile, within the tea house, as Zhao Fengyan's figure vanished from sight, Wang Shipong and his companion regained their composure. Accustomed to a life of privilege, Wang Shipong could hardly bear to be treated with such disdain. The fear he had felt moments ago now boiled over into rage. Damn that wretch. I am the eldest son of the Wang family. No one dares to intimidate me, yet he has the audacity to treat me this way. His voice echoed loudly, prompting the old servant to intervene lest they attract the attention of other patrons. Young master, please calm yourself. Be wary of your health. That Zhao Fengyan is but a martial artist, ignorant of his station. There is no need for you to stoop to his level. Humph, a mere martial artist? Were it not for his first-rate skills, I would not have shown him any courtesy. I approached him today to negotiate a purchase. Yet this scoundrel not only rebuffed my offer, but also humiliated me. How can I swallow this insult? Though his voice was lower, the fire in his eyes only intensified. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, this Zhao Fengyan must die. Young master, this is unwise. Zhao Fengyan recently dispatched 5 second-rate martial artists, causing quite a stir in the city. His strength is formidable. To kill him, one must engage a first-rate martial artist, preferably a top-tier one, or at least 2 first-rate fighters. While our family has first-rate martial artists for protection, they are the personal guards of my father and cannot be commanded. Even seeking a first-rate martial artist in the city, as we did before, would be futile. I have heard that the renowned Tiger Martial Arts School has been disbanded, with its master missing, and Yang Qingzhou of the Qingzhou Martial Arts School is an upstanding man who would not engage in such treachery. Other first-rate martial artists are few and far between, and none would risk engaging in life-and-death battles with someone of equal standing. Thus, seeking external help is impractical. We are utterly powerless to kill him. Upon hearing the servant's words, Wang Shipong's eyes flickered with thought. Although the servant's reasoning was sound, he remained unwilling to concede. It must be said that Wang Shipong is indeed a most sinister individual. After pondering for a moment, he spoke again in a low voice. Zhao Fengyan's influence in the city is currently at its zenith. As long as he remains, my butcher shop's business will never flourish. And how can I contend for my family's fortune? Thus, regardless of the challenges, this man must meet his demise. Since the guards at home cannot be mobilized and the martial artists in the city cannot be summoned, I shall have to seek assistance from those outside Pingan County. Outside the county? Who can be found there? I have heard that 200 miles east of Pingan County lies a mountain called Tiger Head Mountain, where a stronghold exists that serves as a gathering place for notorious criminals. Young master, you intend to enlist the help of bandits? This is reckless. Bandits are capricious. Should they take offense, it could endanger us. Moreover, they cannot be commanded at will. What is there to fear? Are we, the Wang family, to be intimidated by a mere bandit? Furthermore, as long as the price is right, they will heed my commands. You are to take charge of this matter and hasten their actions. Once Zhao Fengyan's family is brought to ruin, we shall see how arrogant he remains. After the confrontation with Wang Shipong, Zhao Fengyan did not encounter any troubles for 3 consecutive days. The business of blood essence in the city continued to flourish, and Zhao Fengyan had engaged a shopkeeper skilled in arithmetic to oversee the shop on his behalf. He himself remained in Mang Village, spending his days feeding the poultry with his wife, hiring a few laborers to tend to the woodlands, and occasionally taking Xiaohong to hunt in the mountains. Most of his time, however, was devoted to the study of martial arts, striving to enhance his strength further. Since Wang Shipong had not come looking for trouble and had not departed the county, leaving Zhao Fengyan an opportunity for assassination, he temporarily set him aside, choosing not to dwell on the matter. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, for he understood Wang Shipong's nature. It was highly probable that he would resort to some underhanded means. Today, with no pressing matters at home, Zhao Fengyan rose early to practice the fierce tiger descending the mountain technique in his training room. The path of martial arts becomes increasingly arduous after reaching the first tier. An innate martial artist possesses a strength of 30,000 pounds, 3 times that of a first-tier martial artist. Such a vast chasm is, of course, difficult to bridge. Ordinary blood essence items yield slow progress. Only 1,000-year spiritual herbs or the flesh and blood of mythical beasts can significantly shorten the arduous path of cultivation. However, such treasures are rare even among immortals. And where can an ordinary mortal hope to find them? Zhao Fengyan's future training, it seems, will be a slow and laborious endeavor. In the training room, Zhao Fengyan's limbs were pressed against the ground, his back arched, his entire body taut, his visage fierce and intimidating, resembling a ferocious tiger of the mountains. As he moved forward, albeit slowly, he exuded an undeniable aura of ferocity. Coupled with the white mist exhaled from his nostrils, he seemed a true tiger, instilling fear in those who beheld him. It was evident that Zhao Fengyan's mastery of the fierce tiger descending the mountain technique had reached a commendable level. As noon approached, Zhao Fengyan concluded his practice and prepared for a meal. Upon stepping outside, he spotted his eldest son, Zhao Jingze, returning home. At that moment, Zhao Fengyan recalled that today marked Zhao Jingze's monthly day off. Father, mother, is dinner ready? I am starving. Moreover, I have something to discuss with you today. Having trained in the iron armor technique for several years, Zhao Jingze, though only 14 years old, possessed the stature and appearance of a young man. To the untrained eye, it was hard to believe he was merely a boy of such tender years. Upon his exuberant return home, he raised his voice, calling out in the courtyard with a rugged demeanor. At the dining table, Huang Wanyun observed her robust son with a hint of exasperation in her eyes. Jingze, ever since you began your martial training, your temperament has become increasingly reckless. While it is acceptable at home, you must exercise discretion before your masters at the martial arts school. Do not provoke their ire. Upon hearing his mother's admonitions, Zhao Zhongling, his younger sister, nodded in agreement while shoveling rice into her mouth. Yes, yes, big brother, you should not behave like this. Second brother is much more courteous. Understanding that his mother and sister were displeased with his boisterous return, Zhao Jingze merely chuckled and affectionately ruffled Zhao Jingling's hair. Mother, I understand. I will behave at home. I know how to conduct myself at the martial arts school. After saying this, he pinched Zhao Jingling's cheek and murmured, Little one, you only like second brother and not your elder brother. Humph, who told you not to bring me any treats? I shall bring you some pastries next time. Big brother is the best. Watching his playful children, Zhao Fengyan smiled gently. He harbored no objections to Zhao Jingze's character. Rather, he believed such straightforwardness was well suited for a martial artist, and it would serve him well in the future. Jingze, you mentioned you have something to discuss with us today. Please, share your thoughts. At Zhao Fengyan's prompting, Zhao Jingze promptly straightened in his seat. He held great respect for his father. Father, I wish to inquire whether you have not only opened a butcher shop in the city, but also procured a pass to sell our poultry in the neighboring county. Indeed, that is the case. How did you come to know this? Zhao Fengyan's establishment of a butcher shop was common knowledge among the family, but the sale to the neighboring county was known only to Huang Wanyun. Zhao Jingze, who spent his days training at the martial arts school, should not have been privy to such information. I learned of it from my fellow disciples at the martial arts school. When they achieve success in their training, they seek work at the city's escort agency. Oh, I see. Zhao Fengyan nodded. The poultry sold to the neighboring county was of considerable value, necessitating the hiring of martial artists from the escort agency for protection. What is your inquiry regarding this matter? It is like this. I would like to request that in the future, you entrust the task of escorting the golden-feathered chickens to the Qingzhou Martial Arts School. Although Qingzhou Martial Arts School is not an escort agency, they often take on escort and protective duties to earn some silver. Rest assured, the martial artists from Qingzhou Martial Arts School are quite capable and will not be inferior to those from the escort agency, and they will not charge exorbitant fees. What do you think? As Zhao Jingze spoke, he looked anxiously at Zhao Fengyan. At that moment, Zhao Fengyan was taken aback. It was unusual for Zhao Jingze, who usually devoted himself to martial training, to concern himself with such matters. Is this your own idea, or did your master suggest it? No, it was not my master. It was my own thought. Your master is the head of the school. He would not bother you with such trivialities. Provide me with a reasonable justification, and I will acquiesce. Zhao Fengyan was indifferent regarding who escorted their poultry, as long as it was done safely. What concerned him was why Zhao Jingze had made such a request. Seeing Zhao Fengyan gazing at him with a teasing expression, Zhao Jingze hesitated for a moment before finally stammering out his thoughts. After he spoke, his rugged demeanor vanished, replaced by a bashful countenance. It turned out that the boy's intention in making this request was to enhance his standing within the Qingzhou Martial Arts School and among his fellow disciples by procuring work for the school. Of course, that was not the sole reason. He also wished to have the opportunity to escort the daughter of Yang Qingzhou, fostering a chance for the two of them to spend time together. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan could not help but understand that the lad was experiencing the stirrings of youthful infatuation, having developed feelings for Yang Qingzhou's daughter. In the kingdom of Jin, there are no laws governing marriageable age. In ordinary families, most individuals marry by the age of 15 or 16. Zhao Jingze, now 14, finding himself with such thoughts was entirely normal. Jingze, my dear son, the graceful and virtuous lady is indeed a worthy match for a gentleman, a notion that I, as your father, fully comprehend. However, when it comes to matters of marriage between men and women, the principle of social status and compatibility cannot be overlooked. Though the Zhao family has experienced a notable rise, we still stand somewhat apart from the esteemed Qingzhou Martial Arts School. Are you truly enamored with the daughter of Yang Qingzhou? Zhao Fengyan's inquiry was not born of concern that his son would be unworthy of such a match, but rather an earnest desire to ascertain the sincerity of Zhao Jingze's intentions. Should his affections be genuine, then even if the Zhao family is not on par with the Qingzhou Martial Arts School at present, the The tides of fortune may shift in the years to come, and the balance of strength may yet be uncertain. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Jingze exhibited a moment of hesitation. Clearly a boy in his teens who had yet to ponder such profound matters. Nevertheless, after a brief contemplation, he earnestly nodded. Father, I truly harbor feelings for her, and it seems she may have some affection for me as well. Furthermore, even if it does not come to fruition, I still wish for you to pursue this. As my status within the martial arts school rises, it will facilitate my chances of inheriting my master's teachings. I have yet to learn the subsequent techniques of the iron armor skill. The task of escorting goods, while not lucrative per trip, was significant given the Zhao family's burgeoning poultry business, necessitating deliveries to Lin County almost every 3 days. Over time, the earnings from this endeavor would surely accumulate to a respectable sum. Even the Qingzhou Martial Arts School would not dismiss such work lightly. Thus, upon hearing his son's declaration, the father was naturally inclined to offer his full support. Very well, return and consult your master. If he is amenable, we shall enlist his assistance with our deliveries to Lin County, and the price can be negotiated. Thank you, father. After Zhao Fengyan's acquiescence, Zhao Jingze was filled with exhilaration, eager to finish his meal and return to the martial arts school without delay. However, as he could only return home once a month, Huang Wanyan insisted that he spend at least one night at home. In the stillness of night, Huang Wanyan nestled against Zhao Fengyan's shoulder, her expression tinged with worry. Brother Nian, it seems our eldest son has grown so much, nearing the age for marriage. Do you think it truly possible for him to win the heart of the daughter of the schoolmaster? What? Are you concerned that my son, Zhao Fengyan, is unworthy of the daughter of the Qingzhou Martial Arts School's master? I, your husband, am now a first-rate martial artist, and our business continues to prosper. In time, we may even eclipse the Qingzhou Martial Arts School in influence. How could Jingze be deemed unworthy? Do not overthink it. Children will find their own destinies. I sense you are burdened with too many thoughts. Perhaps we should consider having another child to alleviate your worries. Oh dear, at my age, have another child? Do you take me for a sow in the pen? What are you doing, Nian? Be gentle, the children are asleep. In the quiet of the night, as the lights dimmed, the Zhao household was mostly silent, save for the occasional noise from Zhao Fengyan's quarters. After a couple of hours, the sound subsided, and tranquility enveloped the estate. However, in the stillness of the night, a thunderous clamor approached from the west of Mang village, heralding the arrival of a dozen galloping horses. The riders, wielding torches and armed with weapons, bore fierce visages and resolute expressions, revealing their nefarious intentions. As they neared Mang village, they halted temporarily. One among them spoke to what appeared to be their leader, second in command. Ahead lies Mang village. That first-rate martial artist, Zhao Fengyan, resides there. Should we charge in directly, or dismount and approach stealthily? Upon hearing this, the fearsome leader scoffed. Humph, merely a novice first-rate martial artist. Does our Huodo gang fear him? Listen well. We shall charge into the village, eliminate Zhao Fengyan, claim the bounty of 5,000 taels of silver, and then slaughter the entire village. With that, he lashed his whip upon the horse's flank. With a sharp cry, the group surged forward, racing towards the Zhao residence on the eastern side of Mang village. Chapter 55. The bandits arrive in the stillness of the night. As the villagers slept soundly, an ominous tremor began to ripple through Mang village. Inside the Zhao residence, the family dog, Xiao He, abruptly lifted its head, eyes filled with alarm and fury, having sensed the impending danger. Without hesitation, it dashed from its nest, barking incessantly in alarm. The cacophony soon summoned 3 nearby white hounds, simultaneously awakening Zhao Fengyan and his family. Lanterns flickered to life as the Zhao family emerged, cloaked in their outer garments. Brother Nian, what is happening? Why is Xiao He barking so anxiously? Huang Wanyan inquired, a note of concern in her voice as she observed the agitated dog pacing and baring its teeth. She was a novice second-rate martial artist, lacking the strength to perceive the faint tremors beneath her feet. Not only she, but Zhao Jingze and Zhao Zhongling wore expressions of confusion as well. Zhao Fengyan, however, furrowed his brow, his ears attuned to the sounds of the night. He understood that Xiao He was perceptive, and such a reaction indicated a significant threat. Indeed, within moments, Zhao Fengyan's keen hearing discerned an unusual sound. Jingze, Wanyan, arm yourselves. There are horse hooves approaching, at least 10 riders. Upon hearing Zhao Fengyan's words, their expressions turned grave. In the dead of night, the arrival of over 10 horsemen could bode no good. Huang Wanyan and Zhao Jingze rushed to retrieve their weapons, ensuring Zhao Zhongling remained safely inside. In the courtyard, Zhao Fengyan gripped his broad blade firmly, instructing his 4 hounds, if anyone dares to breach the courtyard, defend us with all your might. The hounds, fierce and ready, awaited the enemy's advance. The Zhao family readied themselves for confrontation. While the sound of galloping hooves grew increasingly distinct, Zhao Fengyan extinguished the lanterns, preparing for battle, all the while pondering the implications. The rapid and powerful thundering of hooves suggested that this group was comprised of martial artists. The presence of such martial artists in this remote village could only mean one of two things. Either they were soldiers, or they were bandits. Given the ongoing turmoil at the border of Jean, it was improbable that soldiers would be present here. Thus, it was highly likely that these individuals were indeed brigands. These bandits were not to be underestimated, for their prowess far surpassed that of the 5 vagrants from before. While Mang village lay in a secluded area, although the Zhao family had grown prosperous, they had not yet reached a point of attracting bandits. If these individuals were merely passing through, then I was mistaken. However, if they had targeted the Zhao family specifically, it was likely that they were linked to the eldest son of the Wang family. Should that be the case, once I have dealt with these bandits, I must also hasten to resolve matters with Wang Shipong. In a brief moment, Zhao Fengyan formed his conjecture. Just then, the sound of hooves finally reached Mang village. As the Zhao residence was located on the eastern edge, the official road would naturally lead them through the village. The bandits charged into the village with great fanfare, startling many villagers awake. Villagers, bearing lanterns, emerged to investigate, and upon discovering the presence of the marauders, they erupted into panic. With cries of bandits are here, the slaughter commenced. The dozen riders, armed with blades, wreaked havoc throughout Mang village. Though their aim was solely the Zhao residence, they encountered frantic villagers fleeing their homes along the way, and showed no mercy, striking down anyone in their path. Though some villagers were hunters, they were mere commoners, utterly no match for these martial bandits. In an instant, the village was filled with the sounds of screams and wailing, echoing throughout the settlement. Hearing the commotion, those in nearby homes hastily gathered their belongings, fleeing in haste. The band of over 10 marauders paid no heed to anything else as they hastened towards the Zhao residence. Upon arriving at the courtyard, the leader of the bandits surveyed the tranquil abode without a hint of hesitation. Boys, break in. Whoever manages to behead Zhao Fengyan shall be rewarded with 300 taels of silver. With his commanding shout, the bandits surged towards the entrance of Zhao's home. Among them was one who appeared to be a mediocre martial artist, wielding a massive meteor hammer. As he approached the door, he swung it down with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the heavy wooden door was blasted off its hinges. The door flew open, and the bandits streamed inside. At that moment, several figures suddenly emerged from the courtyard. A dark silhouette, brandishing a gleaming silver blade, charged forth with the ferocity of a tiger, striking terror in the hearts of those who beheld him. This was none other than the long-awaited Zhao Fengyan, accompanied by his 4 loyal hounds. The marauder who had just breached the door, now at the forefront, felt his courage falter upon witnessing Zhao's fierce advance. He had no time to turn his mount around. The blade descended like a mountain, forcing him to defend himself. He raised his meteor hammer, attempting to shield his face. Then, the silver blade came crashing down, producing a resounding clang as it overwhelmed the meteor hammer. Although the force did not cleave the hammer in two, it caused it to plunge downwards, striking the bandit. The man fell from his horse, his skull shattered, blood and brains splattering, clearly lifeless. The other 2 mediocre martial artists, also at the front, were swiftly brought down by the 4 hounds, their flesh torn apart amidst their agonized wails. Witnessing this scene, the leader of the bandits was incensed. "How dare you slay my men from Tigerhead village? You seek death." With that, he leapt from his horse, drawing a dark long spear from behind him. "Come and face me." Accompanied by a furious roar, the spear sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Zhao Fengyan's face. Sensing the onslaught, Zhao's brow furrowed, his heart racing. A first-rate martial artist? As the spear approached, Zhao raised his blade to meet the challenge, and the two immediately became embroiled in a fierce tussle at the entrance. After several exchanges, Zhao discerned that the spear-wielding bandit was no weaker than himself. Exerting a force of approximately 12,000 pounds, his strikes equally formidable. The spear was domineering, even subtly suppressing Zhao Fengyan. Yet, Zhao remained composed. He had 4 hounds to assist him. At that moment, the hounds were engaged in tearing apart the 2 mediocre martial artists on either side. Once they could provide assistance, this bandit would pose little threat. However, at that moment, another bandit brandishing a pair of short blades charged in. This man was slender, and with his short knives, he seemed of little consequence. Yet, he came at Zhao with sudden ferocity, his blades striking like venomous serpents, targeting Zhao's vital points. Had Zhao not been quick-witted and agile, deflecting with his blade, he might have already succumbed to the ambush. Judging from the intensity of their clash, this man was also a first-rate martial artist. To have 2 first-rate adversaries was indeed troublesome. A sense of foreboding enveloped Zhao Fengyan. Although the 2 first-rate bandits were not significantly stronger than him, being attacked from both sides rendered him vulnerable. Prolonging this entanglement would be perilous. He could very well perish here today. To find a path to survival, He needed a change in strategy. Resolutely, Zhao commanded his 4 hounds, guard the entrance. With a decisive swing of his blade, he unleashed a technique that created a gust of wind, momentarily pushing back the 2 first-rate martial artists. Seizing the opportunity, he broke free from the fray and sprinted towards the eastern forest, moving with the swiftness of a mountain tiger. Simultaneously, he taunted, 2 first-rate fools. If you wish to kill me, then follow. Upon hearing this, the 2 first-rate bandits seethed with rage, their leader growling, "Humph. Aside from the second in command, the rest shall stay here to slay these hounds, and then slaughter the Zhao family." With that, the 2 pursued Zhao into the mountains. Chapter 56. Ambush in the Forest. Zhao Fengyan fled into the forest, knowing full well that he was no match for the 2 first-rate martial artists outside his home. To attain victory, he had to leverage his advantages. As a hunter, he was intimately familiar with the terrain of the wild mountains. Coupled with his training in the tiger's agile technique, his prowess would be maximized within the forest. In contrast, the 2 first-rate bandits, judging by their prior brief engagement, exhibited only ferocious attack techniques, lacking any agility. Once in the forest, their movements would be hindered, and unfamiliar with the surroundings, their chances of killing Zhao Fengyan were far from certain. As for the safety of his wife and children, Zhao was not overly concerned. As long as he could successfully draw the 2 first-rate martial artists away, the remaining mediocre and inferior martial artists, despite their numbers, posed no immediate threat to the Zhao family. The 4 hounds were each of top-tier second-rate prowess, while Zhao Jingze and Huang Wanyun were both nascent second-rate martial artists. Holding off the remaining 10 bandits would not be a daunting task. The crux lay in the outcome of Zhao Fengyan's confrontation with the 2 first-rate bandits. Once the 2 pursued Zhao, only about 10 bandits remained at the Zhao residence. These marauders were indeed bloodthirsty, having just witnessed one of their own brutally slain by Zhao Fengyan, and 2 more torn apart by the hounds. Yet, the remaining bandits bore no signs of fear. Their faces were alight with ferocity and a bloodlust. "Brothers, let us slay these 4 hounds, then finish off the family inside. When the second and third in command return, we shall claim our rewards." Among the crowd, a small bandit leader stoked the flames of their enthusiasm. Subsequently, the 10 brandished their weapons and charged towards the 4 hounds. Most were second-rate martial artists, with only 3 being third-rate. They closed in, surrounding the hounds. And despite the hounds' considerable strength, they were not immune to injury. Indeed, after a brief skirmish, the 4 hounds bore numerous grievous wounds from blades and swords. The injuries were severe, with the most critical areas showing torn fur and blood flowing freely. Had the hounds not been vigorous high-tier creatures, they might have already succumbed. As the hounds were injured, the 10 bandits also suffered casualties. In a matter of moments, 2 were torn apart and 3 sustained injuries. The battle was indeed brutal. However, seeing the hounds injured only fueled the bandits' excitement, and they relentlessly pressed their attack. Just then, Huang Wanyun and Zhao Jingze emerged. Upon witnessing their hounds in such a dire state, Zhao Jingze was immediately consumed with rage. He seized a long stick and charged into the fray, striking down with great force. Having trained at the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy for many years, although Zhao Jingze's strength had not significantly increased, he had recently entered the second-rate realm, and his foundation was exceptionally solid. Not only had he mastered the iron armor technique, but he had also learned a set of offensive and defensive staff techniques. Zhao Jingze wielded his staff with remarkable skill, striking down upon the bandits with each blow designed to suppress them. Despite being outnumbered, he showed no inclination to evade the incoming blades. As a long sword lunged towards him, it found its mark against Zhao Jingze's waist. The assailant, a bandit, believed he had succeeded. Yet the sword's tip merely penetrated the flesh by a mere inch, barely breaking the skin. How could this be? The attacker exclaimed in disbelief, while Zhao Jingze merely smirked. Over the years, he had diligently practiced the iron armor technique, fortifying his body with special herbs, rendering his skin almost impervious, remarkably resilient. Ordinary warriors could not breach his defenses. This was the very confidence that emboldened him to charge recklessly into battle. Seizing the moment of the bandits' bewilderment, Zhao Jingze swung his staff with great force, striking the bandit's face with a resounding thud, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. "Jingze, mother is here to aid you." At that moment, Huang Wanyun arrived, brandishing a long sword. In her early years, she had trained under Zhao Fengyan in the furious wave sword technique, but it had not suited her. She later switched to the thrusting sword style, honing her skills to a commendable level. By Zhao Jingze's side, bolstered by 4 hunting dogs, she matched the bandits blow for blow. After a brief skirmish, the bandits exhibited signs of faltering. Following the demise of 2 more of their number, Huang Wanyun, sensing their advantage, commanded Xiaohe, "There is no danger here. Go find Brother Nian." Upon hearing this, Xiaohe pondered for a moment. then swiftly tore a piece of flesh from the arm of a fallen bandit, disregarding the gruesome wound upon his back, and dashed into the mountains. Within the forest, Zhao Fengyan, utilizing his agile movements, had reached a narrow gorge. The two first-rate warriors pursuing him had yet to catch up. In truth, even if he were to retreat, these two would not be able to kill him. However, he understood that if he did not eliminate them, they might return to threaten his wife and children. Today, it was imperative to determine life or death. This gorge, flanked by steep cliffs, allowed passage only for a single person. Zhao Fengyan had come here to leverage the terrain against the formidable bandits, while also ensuring he would not be attacked from behind. Hearing the hurried footsteps approaching from behind, he knew the two bandits were closing in. At that moment, Zhao Fengyan dropped to the ground, rolling aside to conceal himself in a crevice below. Having traversed this forest countless times, he was intimately familiar with every tree and crevice. As a hunter, he knew this landscape well. Now, he awaited their arrival. Holding his breath, he gripped his long knife tightly, waiting in silence. Soon, the footsteps drew nearer, accompanied by the sound of their conversation. "Second brother, this terrain is too narrow for your gun techniques. That man must have intended to lure us here. We must tread carefully, lest we suffer a misstep. This fellow has some wits about him. But as the second-in-command of the Tiger Head camp, I shall not be limited to mere firearms." With that, the second-in-command plunged his spear into a nearby rock and drew a dagger from his waist. The two proceeded cautiously through the gorge, pursuing Zhao Fengyan. Before long, the passage became even more constricted, forcing them to advance one behind the other. The night was dark, and even with the faint moonlight, visibility was severely hampered by the dense foliage. As they traversed a particularly shadowy area, a sudden sound of slicing air erupted from below. Buzz! Swoosh! The sound of a blade slicing through flesh followed immediately after. The shorter of the two first-rate warriors looked down to find that a section of his calf had been severed from his thigh. The pain is unbearable. Second brother, that bastard is hiding below. He cried out in agony, and at that moment, Zhao Fengyan rolled out from his hiding place, swinging his large knife in rapid succession. Furious Wave Sword Technique, Second Form. Wave Surge in Layers. Having successfully ambushed, Zhao Fengyan was determined not to retreat. He would seize the opportunity to launch a fierce assault, aiming to eliminate one bandit before the other could intervene. Only in this manner could he hope to vanquish both bandits entirely. Chapter 57, Slaying Two in Succession. Zhao Fengyan, emerging from his concealed position, struck under the cover of night, catching the two bandits completely off guard. As they beheld Zhao Fengyan, resembling a ferocious tiger pouncing, fear and rage gripped them. The injured bandit, unable to endure the pain of his severed leg, realized that he was no match for Zhao Fengyan. After a startled cry, he attempted to retreat behind his companion. The second-in-command, desperate, wielded his dagger as if he would thrust it directly into Zhao Fengyan's face. However, the presence of his comrade obstructed any chance to reposition, and the narrowness of the cliffs further limited their options. In that critical moment, Zhao Fengyan's formidable blade surged forward. In a panic, the second-in-command leaped, intending to vault over his partner and attack Zhao Fengyan from above. Observing this, Zhao Fengyan snorted coldly, unperturbed. In a confrontation between first-rate warriors, the dynamics shifted rapidly. Whether by leaping or assisting from the side, mere seconds could dictate the outcome. With a flash of silver, Zhao Fengyan's blade glimmered, slicing through the air and finding its mark at the neck of the injured bandit, who was still airborne. It is said that if a blade moves swiftly enough, the wound may not bleed. Zhao Fengyan's strike was fueled by overwhelming force, nearly impossible for the eye to perceive. The disoriented bandit was utterly unprepared to defend himself. His eyes widened in shock, frozen in place as if turned to wood, rendered immobile. At this moment, the second-in-command finally descended upon Zhao Fengyan, who raised his blade in a defensive maneuver. Their weapons clashed, and the sheer force of their encounter propelled both backwards. The second-in-command, realizing his attack had failed, turned to look at his companion, only to find him lifeless on the ground. The gaping wound in the bandit's neck gushed forth blood as his body crumpled. Third brother, you scoundrel, you dare to slay my younger brother." The second-in-command of the Tiger Head camp erupted in furious rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Fengyan after discarding the lifeless body. "Humph, you sought to kill me. What is wrong with me returning the favor? There is no need for further words. Prepare to meet your end." Zhao Fengyan showed no fear, with only one adversary remaining. The second-in-command's renowned marksmanship could not be utilized in such close quarters, rendering him no match for Zhao Fengyan. As the last syllable left his lips, the two engaged in a silent understanding, discarding any pretense of conversation, and launched into a fierce melee. In the narrow confines, visibility was almost non-existent. Yet the sparks flying from their clashing weapons illuminated their surroundings, revealing their fierce visages. With each strike, the rocks on either side shattered, amidst flashes of lethal intent. Danger loomed at every turn. After a few moments, Zhao Fengyin was secretly astonished. The second-in-command of Tiger Head Camp, devoid of his favored weaponry, was still able to hold his ground with just a dagger, demonstrating considerable prowess. Following a flurry of exchanges, the two momentarily separated, and Zhao Fengyin coldly inquired, "Who sent you to kill me? Speak, and I may grant you a complete corpse." "Humph, you think you can intimidate me?" The second-in-command scoffed. He acknowledged Zhao Fengyin's strength, yet believed it impossible for him to defeat him. He was convinced that even if he were to falter, he could ultimately escape. As long as he returned alive, he could return to the camp and, accompanied by his elder brother, a top-tier warrior, ensure that Zhao Fengyin would wish he had never been born. The two combatants exchanged no words, continuing their fierce struggle within the narrow confines. After a protracted bout, neither could gain the upper hand, and the stalemate persisted. Observing this, the second-in-command began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Seizing the moment when their confrontation reached a peak, he distanced himself and adeptly scrambled up a nearby slope using both hands and feet. "You've proven your mettle today, young one. I shall return to my stronghold to recuperate, and I will come back to hunt you down," he declared defiantly. "Thinking of escaping? I cannot allow that." Zhao Fengyin had no intention of letting the tiger return to its den, for he had long heard tales of the notorious Tiger Head village. It was said that this band of brigands was no trifling matter, with 3 formidable leaders, all of whom were first-rate warriors, wreaking havoc in the region. Among them, the chief was at the pinnacle of martial prowess, boasting a strength of no less than 20,000 pounds, a challenge even for the most seasoned warriors. The other 2 leaders were also no less remarkable. Zhao Fengyin's confrontation with these bandits would surely sow the seeds of enmity. While the chief's might was formidable, Zhao Fengyin felt no fear in facing him alone. However, if he were to have first-rate allies, Zhao Fengyin would find himself in a precarious situation. Thus, he resolved that he must slay the second-in-command today. As the second-in-command fled through the forest, Zhao Fengyin couldn't help but smirk. Perhaps he was outmatched in weaponry and techniques. But when it came to agility, the second-in-command was at a significant disadvantage. Zhao Fengyin dropped to all fours, moving with the swiftness of a tiger in pursuit. Easily closing the gap, the second-in-command, realizing he could not outrun his pursuer, made a desperate dash towards the spot where he had discarded his spear. Yet, Zhao Fengyin would not grant him that satisfaction, and they engaged in a fierce chase and skirmish across the rugged terrain. In no time, the second-in-command endured 2 of Zhao Fengyin's strikes before reaching the site of his abandoned weapon. Just as he was about to retrieve it, a dark shadow lunged at him from ahead. The stench of blood and sharp teeth heralded the arrival of Little Black. "Beast, seeking death," the second-in-command roared, preparing to stab at Little Black. However, Zhao Fengyin had also arrived from behind. Seeing Little Black rush in to assist, he knew that the bandit was doomed. As the second-in-command aimed for Little Black's heart, Zhao Fengyin would not allow his success. With a fierce swing of his long knife, he aimed for the man's nape. "Thief, meet your end." A chilling aura of death enveloped the second-in-command as he turned to see the blade hurtling towards him, causing his heart to race with dread. With no other option, he attempted to block the strike. He had yet to reclaim his spear, and in the contest of blade versus dagger, the knife held the advantage. Furthermore, with the second-in-command's hasty defense, he lacked the power to counter effectively. With a resounding clang, he staggered back 3 paces. At that moment, Little Black lunged, its jaws clamping down on his throat. With a violent shake, the creature's sharp fangs tore through flesh, and crimson blood gushed forth, staining Little Black's fur. The second-in-command, now utterly powerless to resist, soon found his head wrenched from his body, rolling away into the distance. With the brigand dispatched, Zhao Fengyin felt a surge of satisfaction. He summoned Little Black, embracing the creature affectionately despite its bloodied coat. "With a companion like you, Little Black, the Zhao family possesses the greatest ally." Without Little Black's formidable assistance, Zhao Fengyin might have struggled to defeat this bandit. With such a high-ranking creature by his side, he could easily vanquish any adversary of equal strength. With the 2 foes vanquished, Zhao Fengyin was eager to return home, unaware of the situation awaiting him. He quickly rummaged through their corpses, retrieving a modest amount of silver notes before strapping their weapons to his back. "Little Black, let us hurry home." Chapter 58, 2 Reasons. On his way home, Zhao Fengyin caught sight of the gruesome wound on Little Black's back. The injury was deep, exposing bone, but fortunately, Little Black's vitality was robust, ensuring it would survive. At that moment, Zhao Fengyin's desire for vengeance against the bandits intensified. Simultaneously, he realized that the attack on his home was likely orchestrated by Wang Shipong. Zhao Fengyin had anticipated such retribution from Wang and had prepared for the ensuing troubles. His actions today could be seen as a warning to the Wang family, dissuading them from further aggression. The strength of the warriors from Tiger Head Village was likely the best that Wang could muster against him. With today's threat neutralized, Zhao Fengyan was confident that Wang Shipong would think twice before making another move. However, Zhao Fengyan was resolute. He could not let this matter rest. He intended to eliminate Wang and his entire family to eradicate any future threats. Wang Shipong, hiding within the county town, had deep roots in the area, making his removal a complex task. Once the current matter was resolved, Zhao Fengyan would devise a comprehensive plan. Suppressing his turbulent thoughts, Zhao Fengyan's concern for his wife and children fueled his speed as he unleashed the full extent of the tiger descending from the mountain technique. Moving so swiftly that even Little Black struggled to keep up. In mere moments, he returned to Mang Village, only to find that most of the second-rate bandits had already been dealt with by Zhao Jingze and Huang Wanyan. The remaining 2 brigands were cornered by the 2 of them and 3 white hounds, with no chance of escape. Zhao Fengyan leaped into the air, hurling the second-in-command spear with remarkable force. The weapon flew through the air with a whoosh, piercing one brigand's chest and causing him to drop lifelessly. The last remaining bandit fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. As the 3 white hounds surrounded him, Zhao Fengyan was soon joined by Huang Wanyan and Zhao Jingze. "Father, are you unharmed? Brother Nian, are you injured?" Zhao Fengyan approached, reassuring them. "I am fine. I sustained no injuries. I have slain the 2 brigands. Are you both unscathed?" "We are well, but the 4 hunting dogs have suffered serious injuries. It's all due to these wretched bandits." Huang Wanyan, relieved to hear that Zhao Fengyan was safe, turned to see the 4 hounds bruised and battered, her heart heavy with sorrow. Zhao Fengyan gently patted her back to comfort her before walking towards the begging bandit. "You there. I am merely a lowly minion of Tiger Head Village. I had no intention of harming you. I beg for your mercy." Ignoring the bandit's pleas, Zhao Fengyan pressed, "Speak. Who sent you to ambush my home in the dead of night?" I don't know. It was all the second-in-command's idea." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan's brow furrowed. With a swift motion of his long knife, he dispatched the man. The brigand's words rang true, and Zhao Fengyan had found his answer. With the matter settled, further discussion was futile. He struck down the bandit without hesitation. "Now that this is resolved, we shall return to recuperate and ensure the hounds recover swiftly. There remains another leader in Tiger Head Village who may seek revenge." The nighttime assault on Mang Village stirred quite a commotion in Pingan County. In a year already fraught with calamities, the populace was suffering, and the incident threatened to escalate into a larger crisis. Should the matter be reported up the chain of command, the county magistrate, Chen Shan, could find his career jeopardized. Thus, to protect his interests, Chen Shan feigned outrage upon learning of the incident and immediately dispatched officials to bolster patrols. He also assigned constables to guard the outskirts against further brigand incursions. However, the constables were primarily second-rate warriors, with the captain being merely a second-rate fighter, and first-rate warriors were a rarity. Moreover, due to a lack of manpower, the grand display of measures taken to guard against bandits was merely superficial. Chen Dan seemed to believe that such actions were insufficient to win the hearts of the people, and 2 days later, he made a grand visit to Mang Village to offer relief and to pay a visit to Zhao Fengyan. When questioned by Chen Dan about the bandits, Zhao Fengyan pretended to be ignorant, attributing the events merely to random acts of robbery. Simultaneously, he feigned severe injuries, wrapping his wrist and chest in bandages, presenting a most pitiful sight that convinced the county magistrate, Chen Dan, thoroughly. As Chen Dan departed, he even assured Zhao Fengyan not to worry about the sale of livestock. He would send someone to assist. Thus, the news of Zhao Fengyan's purported injuries spread to the county town. 3 days later, Zhao Zhengchuan, who was studying in the city, hurried back home with Xiao Kai. Upon entering, he rushed into Zhao Fengyan's chamber. "Father, what has happened to you? I heard in town that our home was attacked by bandits, and you were gravely injured." Although merely 9 years old, Zhao Zhengchuan usually appeared composed. Yet today he was undeniably frantic. He threw himself beside Zhao Fengyan, gazing at the bandages wrapped around him, and tears welled up in his eyes. Zhao Jingze had refrained from returning to the martial arts school for fear of further bandit attacks, and upon seeing Zhao Zhengchuan's distress, he could not resist teasing. "Zhengchuan, what is the matter? I have never seen you in such a state before. Brother, have you truly turned a blind eye? Father is in such a condition, and you still have the heart to jest." Upon witnessing this, Zhao Fengyan could no longer bear to deceive Zhao Zhengchuan. He pulled him close and unwrapped the bandages to reveal his unscathed torso. Zhao Zhengchuan, seeing this, was filled with confusion. "Father, if you are unharmed, why pretend to be gravely injured?" As Zhao Fengyan began to explain, Zhao Jingze could not contain himself and interjected, "Ahem, Zhengchuan, allow me to enlighten you." He then proceeded to elucidate the reasons behind Zhao Fengyan's deliberate pretense. On the very night the bandits were eliminated, Zhao Fengyan had resolved to inform his wife and children of his intention to feign serious injury. He understood that the bandit raid on Mang village would undoubtedly stir considerable unrest in Pingan County, prompting officials to arrive. By pretending to be gravely wounded, the news could be disseminated through the officials' accounts. This approach served two purposes. Firstly, Zhao Fengyan aimed to lure the chief of Tiger Head Stronghold, a formidable warrior of exceptional skill. Engaging him directly would be unwise, as Zhao Fengyan would surely be outmatched. However, one must not forget that the strength of the Zhao family lies in the 5 exquisite creatures they possess. These 5 beings surpassed second-rate warriors in prowess, and with their assistance, Zhao Fengyan was confident he could vanquish the chief should he dare to come. Conversely, if he refrained from showing up, it could prove troublesome if 1 or 2 more first-rate warriors emerged in the future. Secondly, Zhao Fengyan wished to convey to others that he was nearly devoid of combat capability in recent times. This way, if he were to confront Wang Shipong, despite any suspicions the Wang family might harbor, they would find no evidence to implicate him. Thus, the rationale behind his feigned injuries became clear. Upon understanding this, Zhao Zhengchuan furrowed his brow. "Father, that Wang Shipong is utterly despicable. Do you possess a plan to deal with him?" His voice was low, and despite his tender age, the revelation of an enemy plotting against his family ignited a fierce glint in his eyes. Zhao Fengyan felt a stirring in his heart upon witnessing this. His eldest son was straightforward and forthright, while his second son exhibited a more ruthless nature. The contrast was indeed significant. "Zhengchuan, do not worry about this matter. I have already devised a plan, and I am confident that Wang Shipong will meet his end unexpectedly, without implicating our family." Upon hearing this, the brothers exchanged glances, unsure of their father's scheme, but choosing not to pry further. Relieved to learn of his father's well-being, Zhao Zhengchuan suddenly remembered something and excitedly exclaimed, "Father, I almost forgot to tell you. I have been perceiving the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth for some time, and just 5 days ago, I finally sensed its presence." At this, Zhao Fengyan sprang to his feet, his eyes alight with excitement. "Zhengchuan, are you speaking the truth?" "Father, this is absolutely true." "Excellent, excellent." Zhao Fengyan exclaimed thrice, joyfully grasping Zhao Zhengchuan's shoulders, his face brimming with delight. To be able to sense spiritual energy through the techniques of the spirit absorption breath indicates that Zhao Zhengchuan must possess a spirit root. In the future, he would be able to absorb spiritual energy and attain immortality. Once his cultivation deepened, the Zhao family could soar to great heights. This small Pingan County would be but a stepping stone, and perhaps even the entire Jin Kingdom would recognize their presence. However, Zhao Fengyan was acutely aware that even immortals were quite vulnerable before attaining their full strength. For instance, his friend Zhang Yidao, despite having obtained initial mastery of celestial techniques, had still fallen to the hands of a martial artist. Therefore, Zhao Fengyan immediately regarded Zhao Zhengchuan with solemnity. "Zhengchuan, although you possess a spirit root, this world is fraught with treachery. Until you have cultivated formidable celestial techniques, you must refrain from disclosing your spirit root to others, lest you invite calamity upon yourself." Zhao Zhengchuan, observing his father's grave demeanor, nodded earnestly. "Father, rest assured, I shall never reveal a word to outsiders." Satisfied, Zhao Fengyan then turned to Zhao Zhengza. "Zhengza, while I trust Zhengchuan's steady nature, you must not allow your reckless disposition to compromise this matter." Zhao Zhengza scratched his head in exasperation. "Father, you need not worry. I would not dare to speak carelessly about something that concerns our family's very survival. By the way, Father, is it truly impossible to cultivate without a spirit root?" Zhao Zhengza's face bore a hint of disappointment, for it was evident that his attempts at cultivating celestial techniques had yielded no success, and he understood that he lacked a spirit root. Observing this, Zhao Fengyan maintained a calm expression. "Zhengza, do not dwell on it. Even without a spirit root, a mortal can achieve remarkable prowess in martial arts. In the future, you shall train alongside me to strengthen our Zhao family." Upon learning of Zhao Zhengchuan's spirit root, Zhao Fengyan entrusted him with the spiritual stones he had obtained from Zhang Yidao's possessions. Pingan County was a place of meager spiritual energy, and without spiritual stones, cultivation would be arduous. Only through the consumption of spiritual stones could one swiftly embark on the path of immortality and break through to the first realm of qi refinement. However, the number of spiritual stones given to Zhao Zhengchuan was limited, and it would not be long before they were depleted. Zhao Fengyan's previous plans to engage in the trade of jade and gemstones needed to be expedited. As for the other members of the Zhao family, none had yet sensed spiritual energy, likely indicating they too lacked spirit roots and need not continue their endeavors. After informing his family of Zhao Zhengchuan's spirit root, the Zhao household returned to tranquility. Zhao Fengyan, having feigned serious injuries for nearly a month, found Mang village still at peace, with no unusual occurrences. This scene left Zhao Fengyan quite astonished. He had anticipated that the news of his injuries would spread, and the chief of Tiger Head Stronghold would almost certainly come seeking vengeance. Yet a month had passed without his arrival, revealing that this individual was indeed exceedingly cautious. Having witnessed two first-rate warriors fall to Zhao Fengyan, he likely understood the latter's formidable strength and refrained from taking unnecessary risks. This, in turn, made Zhao Fengyan increasingly anxious. The leader of the Tiger Head village exhibits an extraordinary level of caution, while the Zhao family is currently embroiled in enmity with them, suggesting that future complications are inevitable. However, when faced with adversity, a first-rate outlaw should not instill excessive fear in Zhao Fengyan. He simply awaits a more opportune moment to address this matter. Furthermore, there has been no significant activity from Wang Shipong. Zhao Fengyan has already instructed his two sons to return to the county town to pursue their studies and martial training. Simultaneously, he has tasked Zhao Zhengchuan with discreetly monitoring Wang Shipong's situation through Shaokai. Wang Shipong predominantly remains at home, occasionally visiting the butcher's shop, with no other notable engagements. Upon receiving this information, Zhao Fengyan speculates that it may be due to the demise of the two leaders of the Tiger Head village, and he fears that the bandits might seek retribution against him, which has prompted him to refrain from leaving the city. Nonetheless, remaining within the city also renders it impossible for Zhao Fengyan to eliminate Wang Shipong silently. Given that Wang Shipong dares to conspire with bandits against him, such a grievance is irreconcilable. Even if the Zhao family remains unharmed, Zhao Fengyan has no intention of sparing him. After a month of anticipation, Zhao Fengyan finally resolves to take action. On this particular night, he dons a black outfit and ventures alone into the forest, making his way toward the summit of Mang Mountain. At the peak of Mang Mountain lies the vast hunting grounds that Wang Shipong has unlawfully seized from Liu Tian. The periphery of the hunting grounds is marked conspicuously to delineate territory. Typically, the Wang family's guards patrol the area to deter any intruders. In the past, when Zhao Fengyan was not yet a martial artist, he had been scorned and driven away by Liu Tian merely for approaching this hunting ground, revealing Wang Shipong's tyrannical and greedy nature. As Zhao Fengyan nears the hunting grounds, he can faintly hear the sounds of patrolling martial artists. Unperturbed, he suddenly drops to all fours, stealthily crawling like a fierce tiger. Subsequently, he swiftly navigates through the forest with astonishing speed, maintaining complete silence. The patrolling martial artists remain oblivious to his presence. In a matter of moments, Zhao Fengyan has infiltrated the heart of the hunting grounds. The hunting grounds dominated by Wang Shipong are vast, almost encompassing the entire peak of Mang Mountain, rich in diverse prey and resources. As Zhao Fengyan traverses the area, his exceptional hearing and seasoned hunting acumen soon lead him to discover a resting brown bear within a cave. The bear, colossal in size, causes Zhao Fengyan to tense upon sighting it. Such beasts are exceedingly rare in Mang Mountain, and he had not anticipated encountering one here. An adult bear possesses immense strength, and even a first-rate martial artist would not dare to underestimate it. Although Zhao Fengyan is cautious, he recognizes that dispatching this brown bear is not overly challenging. However, his purpose for infiltrating Wang Shipong's hunting grounds tonight is not to hunt the local wildlife. He extends his finger toward the slumbering brown bear, feeling a stirring within him. An adult brown bear is adept at combat, possessing enduring stamina. By expending a trace of spiritual essence, it can be transformed into a low-tier spirit beast, with potential directions being ferocity or intelligence. Indeed, Zhao Fengyan's intention for this nocturnal venture is to transform a fierce beast within Wang Shipong's hunting grounds into a formidable low-tier spirit beast. The inherent ferocity and combat prowess of the brown bear would amplify significantly upon transformation. Once unleashed, the rampage of this spirit beast within the hunting grounds would undoubtedly create considerable turmoil, leading to heavy casualties among Wang Shipong's subordinates. Moreover, it is widely acknowledged that spirit beasts are rare and their flesh is highly nourishing. Even a low-tier spirit beast can attract numerous martial artists. Should Zhao Fengyan disseminate the news, many would flock to Mang Mountain to hunt this low-tier spirit bear. Wang Shipong, who considers the hunting grounds his exclusive domain, would inevitably feel compelled to intervene and personally hunt the beast. At that moment, with Wang Shipong away from the county and amidst the chaos, it would present the perfect opportunity for Zhao Fengyan to act. He could strike in the shadows and later feign injury, thereby absolving himself of any suspicion. This has been the meticulously devised plan he has contemplated for quite some time. Without further deliberation, Zhao Fengyan gazes at the brown bear before him, pondering the direction of its transformation. Excessive intelligence would be of no benefit. The more foolish the bear, the more havoc it would wreak. Opting for a transformation into ferocity would surely yield superior results. Wang Shipong, for your sake, I shall expend a trace of our family's spiritual essence. I hope you relish this hunt. With a mental focus, Zhao Fengyan channels a fragment of spiritual essence from the incomplete beast tablet, which suddenly diminishes by one trace, manifesting in his hand before drifting into the sleeping brown bear. Upon the infusion of spiritual essence, the bear trembles, its already massive body swelling even further. Not only that, but its fangs and claws become increasingly menacing. With a roar, the brown bear abruptly awakens. Zhao Fengyan, seizing the moment, hurls a stone at its head with a swift motion. By the time the bear turns around, Zhao Fengyan has vanished without a trace. Subsequently, the bear, consumed by rage, begins to wreak havoc upon the peak of Mang Mountain. The following day at noon, a startling rumor spreads throughout the county town of Pingan, igniting fervent conversations among patrons in various taverns and tea houses. Have you heard? A transformed bear has emerged on the remote Mang Mountain. Is that so? It is said that beasts that become spirit beasts possess formidable abilities, be it in combat or intelligence. Most importantly, their flesh is immensely beneficial to martial artists. Beneficial to martial artists? Aren't the meats sold in the city also effective in replenishing vitality? Could it be that those shops are selling spirit beast meat? Vitality food? Humph. While those meats may restore some vitality, they are merely poultry raised through secretive methods, far inferior to spirit beasts. It is said that even low-tier spirit beasts possess blood and flesh that can dramatically enhance the strength of a second-rate martial artist, and for top-tier second-rate martial artists, it could even facilitate a breakthrough to first-rate status. Goodness, the flesh of spirit beasts possesses such effects. What are we waiting for? Let us rush to the mountains for a hunt. Huh? Hunt a spirit beast? Have you lost your mind? Spirit beasts are extraordinary. The one on Mang Mountain is a bear, renowned for its combat prowess. Only second-rate or even first-rate martial artists would stand a chance against such a creature. Indeed, we, as mere third-rate martial artists, are hardly fit for the hunt. It would be best to abandon such notions. While you may hesitate, I have heard that many second-rate and first-rate martial artists from the city are already on their way. I wonder which of them will ultimately claim the low-tier bear spirit. The news of the bear spirit emerging from Mang Mountain spread rapidly through the county town, undoubtedly due to Zhao Fengyan's machinations. Early on, he had rushed to the county town, concealed his identity, and spent some silver to enlist beggars to circulate this information. Without such measures, the news would likely have been suppressed by the Wang family. As the buzz intensified in the town, the Wang family was, of course, already aware of the matter. In the Wang family's courtyard, within a side room, Wang Shipong gazes at a bloodied and shaken martial artist before him. What? The bear spirit is that formidable? The more than 10 third-rate martial artists I left at the hunting grounds have suffered heavy casualties, and you are the only one who returned? Yes, young master. The bear spirit possesses immense strength, a massive body, and thick hide. We third-rate martial artists are simply no match for it. Enough. I understand the situation. You may leave now. Wang Shipong waves his hand, signaling for the individual to depart. He then furrows his brow and turns his attention to an elderly servant beside him. In the morning, upon hearing the rumors of a bear spirit emerging from Mang Mountain, Wang Shipong was initially skeptical. However, the situation proved to be true, leaving him in a state of perplexity. He had heard the news early on, but only took it seriously when his family's guardian returned to confirm the tale. Young master, such a rare creature holds immense value, especially in our Wang family's hunting grounds. Regardless of the circumstances, we must ensure its capture. It may even bolster your meat shop business, the guardian urged. Yet, the fervor surrounding this matter is inexplicable. Had it not escalated, we could have methodically surrounded and hunted it down. I've heard that numerous martial artists are heading to Mang Mountain for the hunt. Although it is your hunting ground, these warriors possess formidable skills and likely will not be deterred. Wang Shipong nodded in agreement, yet after a moment, he furrowed his brow, seemingly troubled. The old servant, noticing his unease, inquired, Young master, are you concerned about the bandits from Tiger Head Village, or is it Zhao Fengyan? Indeed, Wang Shipong's recent seclusion was due to the death of the two bandit leaders at the hands of Zhao Fengyan. With the demise of the Tiger Head bandits, he knew the remaining members would inevitably seek retribution against him, as he was the catalyst for their downfall. Furthermore, the fact that he had enlisted bandits and yet failed to eliminate Zhao Fengyan left him astonished. He understood that Zhao Fengyan likely suspected him as the mastermind behind these events. Thus, even though Zhao Fengyan appeared gravely injured, Wang Shipong dared not act rashly. County Magistrate Chen Shan had recently declared a crackdown on the lawlessness in Pingan County. Should further disturbances arise, it would likely draw Chen Shan's scrutiny. Alas, the bandits from Tiger Head Village are one concern, and Zhao Fengyan is another. I never anticipated that by hiring a bandit, I would offend both parties. The old servant, with a glint of wisdom in his eyes, reassured him, Young master, do not fret. Magistrate Chen Shan has been enforcing order, and no one dares to stir trouble during this period. If they do, Shan might escalate matters to the court and summon troops. Just look. The bandits from Tiger Head Village have refrained from any actions lately. As for Zhao Fengyan, he has not shown himself for 2 months. It seems he has indeed sustained serious injuries. Therefore, we need not worry excessively. Let us recruit more guards and swiftly ascend the mountain to hunt that bear spirit. It would be a pity to let it slip away to others. The old servant's words resonated deeply with Wang Shipong. After a moment's hesitation, he finally nodded. Very well. You shall mobilize the men on my behalf. We will ascend the mountain immediately. By evening, a multitude of individuals gathered at the foot of Mang Mountain, making their way up in groups or alone. Most of them were martial artists, their purpose clear, to hunt the awakened bear spirit. However, they were not the only ones with eyes on the creature. Before long, Wang Shipong arrived at the mountaintop with a contingent of his own men. Standing at the edge of his family's hunting grounds, he bellowed to the approaching warriors, "Halt! This is the Wang family's hunting ground, and no outsiders are permitted to trespass." The surrounding martial artists paused, momentarily taken aback. Then, one among them scoffed, "Huh? The Wang family truly has a grand air about them. While it may be acceptable to bully the villagers, do you dare insult us martial artists today? Do you really believe we are unaware that Mang Mountain is the hunting ground of Mang Village at the foot?" Upon hearing this, many martial artists chimed in agreement, enraging Wang Shipong further. However, on this day, he was accompanied by several formidable guards, including a top-tier martial artist he had summoned from his father, instilling confidence in him against the defiant crowd. Regardless, this is indeed the Wang family's hunting ground. If you dare to enter, you are opposing the Wang family, Wang Shipong declared, knowing that the Wang family's influence in Ping'an County was substantial, causing the surrounding warriors to hesitate. Yet, not all among the martial artists were affiliated with powerful families. Some stood alone and had little to fear from a county family like the Wangs. For these individuals, offending the Wang family meant little. They could simply find another place to thrive. Suddenly, one of the martial artists shouted a defiant insult towards the Wang family, declaring, "I will venture in and see for myself." With that, he charged into the hunting grounds, disappearing from sight. As darkness fell, the guards left behind by the Wang family had already suffered heavy losses at the hands of the bear spirit. With one individual having already entered, the others erupted in excitement and laughter, following suit into the hunting grounds. Wang Shipong could only curse in fury as he rushed to lead his men into the hunting grounds. Thus began a fervent hunt for the bear spirit among the multitude of martial artists. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, a figure stealthily ascended the mountain under the cover of night. It was Zhao Fengyan, with Xiao Kai perched on his shoulder and Xiao He at his side, moving with remarkable speed and secrecy. Wang Shipong, today we shall settle old scores. Chapter 61, An Ambush Amidst the Chaos. Zhao Fengyan hastened towards the summit of Mang Mountain. Upon reaching the peak, he often spotted martial artists arriving with bows, arrows, and long blades, and the number was substantial. Witnessing this scene brought Zhao Fengyan a sense of satisfaction. Clearly, his investment of silver in spreading rumors about the spirit had yielded fruitful results. The more martial artists that gathered, the more chaotic the situation would become. When the time came for him to eliminate Wang Shipong, it would undoubtedly complicate matters for the Wang family in their pursuit of retribution. Without further contemplation, Zhao Fengyan gently nudged Xiao Kai's wings. "Little one, it is time to work. Fly high and keep watch for me. Come down at the slightest hint of movement." Xiao Kai, having closely followed Zhao Zhengchuan, still held affection for Zhao Fengyan despite their long separation. Upon receiving the command, Xiao Kai chirped in acknowledgement and took flight, disappearing into the night sky. Not wanting Xiao He to remain idle, Zhao Fengyan produced a handful of brown fur he had retrieved from the bear's den. "Xiao He, help me locate the bear spirit." With a bark, Xiao He sniffed the air, quickly finding a direction and leading Zhao Fengyan through the forest. Zhao Fengyan did not head straight for Wang Shipong. Instead, he sought the bear spirit, knowing that countless martial artists had already surrounded Mang Mountain. It wouldn't be long before they discovered the spirit's whereabouts. Once they did, a fierce battle would ensue, and Wang Shipong would certainly be involved. Thus, Zhao Fengyan needed only to find the bear spirit and wait patiently. As Zhao Fengyan dashed through the woods, just over half an hour had passed when Xiao He picked up a scent and alerted him. Zhao Fengyan looked up to see the bear spirit sprawled atop a massive rock, resting. Its blood-stained maw indicated that it had engaged in numerous battles against the wild beasts of the mountaintop and the warriors of the Wang family. Zhao Fengyan chose not to disturb it. Instead, he lifted Xiao He and climbed a nearby tree, settling in to wait quietly. As time flowed by, after approximately an hour, the little colorful bird suddenly landed on Zhao Fengyan's shoulder. Zhao Fengyan understood that someone was approaching. Indeed, moments later, two martial artists arrived nearby. Utilizing the moonlight, they spotted the resting bear spirit upon the massive rock. From his vantage point in the tree, Zhao Fengyan could clearly see the duo's excitement as they drew their bows, preparing to shoot. This audacious action nearly elicited a laugh from Zhao Fengyan. The two men were not particularly stout, their temples were not bulging, and they appeared to possess the skills of third-rate martial artists. Rather than considering a trap for the hunt, they opted for a direct assault, leaving Zhao Fengyan bewildered by their audacity. Once the bear's spirit erupted in fury, they would surely regret their recklessness. With a swift whoosh, an arrow was released, striking the brown bear's back. However, it did not penetrate deeply, embedding itself only an inch. This provocation immediately roused the bear's spirit, which sprang to its feet with a series of furious roars. It scanned its surroundings and quickly spotted the two men in the distance. In an instant, the bear's spirit charged forward, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. The two martial artists, initially contemplating a melee, were thrown into disarray when the bear's spirit swatted one of them aside with a single blow, leaving the other terror-stricken. He fled through the mountains, screaming for help. The commotion echoed through the tranquil forest, drawing more martial artists who were still searching in the vicinity. Unfortunately, the fleeing martial artist did not escape, ultimately losing his head to the bear spirit's jaws. Before long, the arriving martial artists began to discover the bear spirit. Heavens! This brown bear has transformed into a spirit, and its size is astonishing, truly terrifying. With such massive proportions and abundant flesh, this bear spirit holds immense value. Don't even think of competing with me for it. This brown bear is mine. Nonsense. Whoever kills this brown bear claims it. In an instant, the martial artists who rushed over erupted in excited shouts, employing various means to assault the bear spirit. Zhao Fengyan observed closely, noting that among these martial artists were indeed some of considerable prowess. There were numerous second-rate martial artists, and even 3 first-rate warriors. With such a formidable assembly, the hunt for the bear spirit would undoubtedly be successful, and it would likely not be long before it met its demise. However, the main intrigue of the day was not the hunt itself, but rather the ensuing scramble for the bear spirit's flesh once it was slain. That would be the true spectacle. In the forest, the martial artists shouted fiercely, their hands equally formidable. The majority wielded bows, unleashing arrows like a torrential downpour, while a few others brandished weapons, seeking opportunities to strike as the brown bear dodged the rain of arrows. Initially, the bear's spirit held its ground, utilizing its massive physique and enduring stamina to engage the martial artists in fierce combat, inflicting injuries and even claiming the lives of several. Yet, as time passed and more martial artists arrived, Zhao Fengyan even spotted Wang Shipong and his subordinates making their entrance. At this juncture, the bear spirit began to falter, sustaining more and more wounds. You rabble. This is the hunting ground of the Wang family. This bear spirit belongs to my Wang family. Who dares to seize it today shall be at odds with us. Upon witnessing the bear spirit's impending demise, Wang Shipong bellowed, invoking his family name in an attempt to instill fear in the gathered martial artists. Indeed, many from the town harbored trepidation towards the Wang family, and his proclamation did cause some to display apprehension. However, a significant number of capable martial artists scoffed at his words, continuing their assault on the brown bear. Disregarding Wang Shipong entirely, perched in the tree, Zhao Fengyan wore a cold smile, recognizing Wang Shipong's obliviousness to his own peril while biding his time. The moment chaos erupted among the martial artists in their scramble for the bear spirit's flesh would be his opportunity to strike. The battle raged on, and Wang Shipong dispatched a first-rate martial artist to engage. Moments later, the bear spirit let out a final, unwilling roar, its massive, wounded body finally collapsing, motionless. The bear spirit is dead. It's dead. Quick, seize it. It's mine. Its flesh is mine. If I secure it, I shall be wealthy. Someone shouted, leading the charge towards the bear's carcass. Subsequently, those who had previously feared the Wang family could no longer contain themselves and joined the fray. However, the bear's massive body weighed over 2,000 pounds, making it a challenge even for first-rate martial artists to carry away easily. Thus, the nearest martial artists resorted to using their weapons to carve up the carcass, intending to escape with their spoils. Amidst the chaos surrounding the bear's remains, martial artists fought fiercely, and those who were unable to obtain any became increasingly frantic, lashing out at their neighbors in frustration. The scene descended into utter bedlam. From his perch, Zhao Fengyan observed the turmoil with keen interest. He glanced at Wang Shipong, noting that he was surrounded only by second-rate martial artists, while his first-rate bodyguard was entangled in the chaos over the bear's corpse. It was then that Zhao Fengyan resolved to act. He retrieved his bow and arrow, knocking an arrow with precision, the bowstring drawn taut like a crescent moon. A palpable intent to kill accompanied the tension of the bowstring, concealed within the chaos. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Wang Shipong, sensing a disturbance, instinctively looked up just in time to see the arrow hurtling towards him. In a frantic bid for survival, he attempted to evade, but as merely a second-rate martial artist, he could not escape the lethal strike of a first-rate assassin. With a swift whoosh, the arrow struck his forehead and pierced through, leaving a gaping wound. Witnessing this, Zhao Fengyan smirked coldly and leaped away, vanishing from sight. Moments later, a mournful wail echoed from atop the mountain. "Young master, how could you have perished? How shall I explain this to the master?" Chapter 62. The search ends in vain. Qi refinement at level 1. With Wang Shipeng's skull pierced by the arrow, his death was inevitable. Thus, Zhao Fengyan did not linger to observe, departing from Mang Mountain immediately after the arrow struck. Despite the cacophony of outrage behind him, he did not pause for a moment. As he approached Mang village, he changed into a black outfit and burned his previous attire to eliminate any trace. Once assured of his safety, he returned home, instructing Xiao He to guard the entrance while he retired to his room for rest. However, while Zhao Fengyan lay down to sleep, chaos reigned upon the mountain. With Wang Shipeng's death, the previously tumultuous battle momentarily ceased. The martial artists turned their gazes towards Wang Shipeng's lifeless body, their faces etched with disbelief. As residents of Ping'an County, they were well aware that Wang Shipeng was the eldest son of the Wang family, a family of considerable influence. His death would not go unavenged, and at that moment, they were uncertain who had committed the act, leaving them all potentially implicated. The cries of Wang Shipeng's old servant rang out, and one of the first-rate martial artists serving the Wang family roared in fury. "Who dares to kill my family's young master? None of the martial artists present today are permitted to leave." With these words, the previously silent martial artist displayed varied expressions. Yet, moments later, one martial artist, without uttering a word, bolted down the mountain, disregarding the bear spirit's corpse entirely. With one leading the charge, others quickly followed suit in their frantic escape. "Run, run. Do not entangle yourselves in a murder case." The martial artists scattered like monkeys, and despite the first-rate warrior's attempts to shout them down, it proved largely ineffective. Ultimately, he only managed to capture 3 or 4 third-rate and second-rate martial artists. Thus, the hunt for the bear spirit this evening comes to a close. Early the next morning, the news of the bear spirit's slaying, along with the untimely demise of the young master of the Wang family on the mountain amidst the chaos, stirred a great uproar in the county town. Upon learning of this calamity, the Wang family promptly draped white silk at their entrance, marking the onset of their mourning. By noon, the grand courtyard of the Wang residence buzzed with a flurry of servants, while several family members wept inconsolably in the hall. Among them, an elderly woman lay over the coffin, wailing heart-wrenchingly, "My son. Oh, my dear son." It was evident that this grieving woman was none other than Wang Shipeng's mother. Meanwhile, a robust old man, his hair stark white, glared furiously at the numerous guards of the Wang family before him. This man was Wang Zhenlin, the patriarch of the Wang clan. "I care not what methods you employ. You must ascertain the identity of my son's murderer within 3 days. If not, I shall have you all pack your belongings and leave." After delivering this ultimatum, he turned his gaze to the younger men behind him. "Eldest second, your brother is dead. I cannot rely on the household guards. You two must dispatch men to investigate. Should any leads arise, you are to summon the county magistrate to apprehend the killer." "Yes, father," replied Wang Zhenlin's 2 sons, though their pupils flickered slightly, betraying an unknown mix of emotions, whether they were pleased by the prospect of fewer heirs to divide the family fortune or held other intentions. Just as Wang Zhenlin was assigning tasks, the elderly woman weeping over the coffin suddenly collapsed to the ground, her cries ceasing abruptly. When the crowd rushed to her side, they discovered she had succumbed to her grief, her spirit departing in sorrow. Merely a night apart, the Wang family had suffered yet another loss. The first funeral was not yet concluded when a second followed closely behind. With 2 deaths in the family, Wang Zhenlin's fury erupted, and he proclaimed throughout the town that he would capture the murderer. However, after 3 continuous days, the efforts of the Wang family yielded no leads. The multitude of martial artists present at the hunting grounds made the investigation exceedingly cumbersome. Despite the Wang family's immense influence, it was impossible to detain every martial artist from that day for private interrogation, even with the expenditure of considerable sums to enlist County Magistrate Chun Dan's assistance. The results were disheartening. Although Chun Dan was the authority of the county, the sheer number of individuals involved prevented him from resorting to severe measures, lest the repercussions be too great. With no resolution in sight, he could only impose fines on each participant as a penalty for infringing upon the Wang family's hunting grounds. Thereafter, the magistrate ceased to intervene further in the matter. Ultimately, Wang Zhenlin shifted his focus toward first-rate martial artists, recalling that he himself was once among their ranks in his youth. Though age had diminished his strength, his insight remained sharp, leading him to deduce that the one capable of slaying Wang Shipeng with a bow and arrow was likely a first-rate martial artist. With this hypothesis, The pool of suspects narrowed considerably, prompting Wang Zhenlin to send individuals to confront the first-rate martial artists who had been present at that time. However, there were only 2 or 3 such individuals, and regardless of his inquiries, they steadfastly denied any wrongdoing, leaving him powerless. After all, he possessed no concrete evidence and dared not offend a first-rate martial artist lightly. In addition to questioning those present, Wang Zhenlin also uncovered that Wang Shipong had previously enlisted bandits to deal with Zhao Fengyan. On the morning of the 5th day, he made a personal visit to Zhao Fengyan's home, inquiring whether he was aware of Wang Shipong's demise at Mang Mountain. Zhao Fengyan feigned ignorance, claiming to be gravely injured and confined to his home for recovery. Observing Zhao Fengyan's apparent state of injury, Wang Zhenlin refrained from probing further, wary of revealing any incriminating clues regarding the bandits' visit to Mang Village. With no fruitful leads from the investigation, the Wang family was compelled to shelve the matter for the time being, leaving it to be explored at a later date. That evening, once Zhao Fengyan saw Wang Zhenlin and his entourage depart, he promptly whistled, summoning Xiao He, who soon sprinted back from the woods. In his youth, Wang Zhenlin had been formidable, easily recognizing spirits. Given that Wang Shipong had perished due to a spirit, Zhao Fengyan would not allow Xiao He to reveal himself, lest it incite Wang Zhenlin's suspicion. With Wang Shipong dead, his meat shop was merely a personal venture, not a family business. Thus, starting today, the Zhao family would sell blood and meat in Ping'an County without hindrance. However, Wang Zhenlin appeared deeply affected by the death of his eldest son and would likely not relent in his pursuit of the truth. Therefore, as long as the Wang family existed, Zhao Fengyan remained at risk of exposure. To eliminate future threats, it seemed imperative that the Wang family be eradicated. Gently stroking Xiao He's head, Zhao Fengyan gazed in the direction of Wang Zhenlin's departure, a flicker of cold determination crossing his eyes. From the moment Wang Shipong had sought bandits to confront Zhao Fengyan, an enmity had been forged between the Zhao and Wang families that could only end in bloodshed. Thus, even if Wang Zhenlin could not uncover the mastermind behind the scenes, as long as his investigations persisted, no one could guarantee that Zhao Fengyan would remain undisclosed. This looming threat compelled Zhao Fengyan to resolve that he must eliminate every member of the Wang family. If the Wang family sought to blame anyone, they could only fault their own kin for bringing about their downfall. Nevertheless, since Wang Zhenlin had yet to uncover any leads, it indicated that Zhao Fengyan would not face immediate danger. Confronting the Wang family required careful planning. Suppressing his tumultuous thoughts, Zhao Fengyan intended to return home. Yet, just as he crossed the threshold, a sudden sound echoed within his mind. Upon hearing the sound, an unusual excitement illuminated Zhao Fengyan's countenance. Second son Zhao Zhengchuan has broken through to the first layer of qi refining, successfully embarking on the path to immortality, adding 20 strands of family spirit light. The family spirit light totals 59 strands. Should 50 strands be consumed to restore the beast monument, activate the beast mastery secret technique, and open the beast cave? Upon hearing these 2 announcements, Zhao Fengyan's heart stirred with joy. Since Zhao Zhengchuan had attuned to the world's spiritual energy, he had devoted himself to cultivation, spending his days reading and meditating on the essence within the spiritual stones. Now, merely a month later, he had broken through to the first layer of qi refining, indicating that Zhao Zhengchuan's spiritual root aptitude was certainly remarkable. Amidst his joy, Zhao Fengyan felt a swell of pride and anticipation. He pondered where Zhengchuan's journey might lead him in the future. Alas, lacking a spiritual root himself, he could not cultivate to become an immortal. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to witness the splendor of the immortal realm alongside Zhengchuan. After this moment of reflection, Zhao Fengyan regained his composure. Zhao Zhengchuan was still in the county town, likely having just achieved his breakthrough. Thus, Zhao Fengyan could not ascertain his condition and would have to wait for his return to inquire further. Setting aside his thoughts, Zhao Fengyan turned his attention to his own beast cave. The recent incomplete stone monument hinted that with Zhengchuan's advancement, the family's spirit light had surged by 20 strands. The mere attainment of the first layer had resulted in such a significant increase in family spirit light. It seemed that as Zhengchuan continued to progress, or if other family members embarked on the path to immortality, they would undoubtedly garner a substantial amount of family spirit light. Consequently, the pace of spirit light accumulation would far surpass Zhao Fengyan's gradual efforts. Once the family spirit light exceeded 50 strands, the beast monument hinted at the possibility of restoration, activation of the beast mastery secret techniques, and the unlocking of the beast cave. Zhao Fengyan pondered briefly, sensing that such an action would undoubtedly be extraordinary. In the past, the family spirit light had been insufficient, leaving the beast monument in a state of disrepair. Yet, even in its incomplete form, the beast monument possessed the ability to transform ordinary beasts into spirits and even demon beasts. Had it not been for Zhao Fengyan's lack of celestial spiritual entities, it is likely that Little Black would have long since transformed into a demonic beast. He pondered the extraordinary nature of the so-called Beast Taming secret technique in the Myriad Beasts cave, wondering what remarkable qualities they possessed. With a murmured thought, Zhao Fengyan made his way to the training room, seeking a secluded spot. Given that the Myriad Beast steel had provided a prompt, he knew he must expend spiritual light to restore it. After all, the family's spiritual light currently served no other purpose. Upon arriving at the training room, Zhao Fengyan silently intoned, "Restore the Myriad Beast steel." In response to this thought, the fragmented Myriad Beast steel within his mental space radiated with brilliant spiritual light, swiftly enveloping the damaged areas above. Soon after, the steel grew at a visible pace, and in a brief moment, it was restored to its original state, its edges perfectly defined. Just as the restoration of the Myriad Beast steel reached completion, the surface of the stone, aside from recording the remaining 9 threads of family spiritual light, suddenly revealed a dazzling array of golden characters inscribed upon the steel. Zhao Fengyan focused intently and discovered that these were the words of a text titled Blood Contract Beast Taming Technique. Utilizing essence blood as a conduit, it inscribed a spiritual formation that allowed for a shared consciousness and mutual existence, thereby creating the divine ability to tame beasts. As the text appeared, Zhao Fengyan found himself captivated and immediately began to absorb its contents. After spending an entire hour reading it several times, he was overwhelmed with joy. The reason for such elation was that he realized the blood contract beast taming technique was not an ordinary method, but rather a unique celestial art practiced by cultivators. Unlike the spirit absorption breathing technique, which refines spiritual energy to elevate cultivation, this technique was akin to the fireball technique in its nature. While the fireball technique was employed for combat, the blood contract beast taming technique was designed to command demonic beasts, transforming them into extensions of one's own strength. Unexpectedly, the restored Myriad Beast steel not only contained methods for transforming beasts into demonic entities, but also bore this remarkable beast taming technique. Had it been merely an ordinary method, Zhao Fengyan would not have felt such excitement, for commanding demonic beasts was not within the grasp of an ordinary mortal. The true power of this beast taming technique lay in its ability to allow an average person to gain a spiritual root through demonic beasts, thus enabling cultivation. The blood contract beast taming technique is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier, named Shared Spirit, requires no cultivation level but necessitates the expenditure of 10 threads of family spiritual light, along with essence blood as a catalyst, to form a blood contract with a spirit or demonic beast. Naturally, for the blood contract to succeed, the spirit or demonic beast must not resist, or they must lack the strength to do so. Any resistance would lead to failure. Additionally, the caster must possess a strong physique and vitality. Upon success, the caster can share thoughts and feelings with the spirit or demonic beast within 100 yards, enabling silent communication and complete control over the beast. The most astounding aspect is that even if the caster lacks a spiritual root, they can manifest a unique demonic beast spiritual root through this technique. The attributes of the spiritual root will align with that of the demonic beast. While the beast itself may not possess a spiritual root, it will have distinct innate attributes, with stronger talents yielding a superior spiritual root for the caster. However, once a spiritual root is manifested, it becomes fixed, and any future blood contracts with other beasts will not alter it. Furthermore, until the caster reaches foundational cultivation, they should only form a contract with a single demonic beast, as any additional contracts would severely deplete their lifespan. Upon reaching this point, Zhao Fengyan could no longer suppress his joy, having long since given up on the pursuit of cultivation due to his lack of a spiritual root. The emergence of such a unique celestial art within the Myriad Beast steel rekindled the possibility of realizing his desire for longevity. However, as he continued to read, he discovered that casting the blood contract beast taming technique was not guaranteed to succeed. The attempt would inflict intense mental anguish upon both the spirit or demonic beast and the caster, and if either party could not endure the pain, it would result in sudden death and failure of the technique. Additionally, while ordinary beasts and spirits could also be subjected to the technique, it would not grant the caster a spiritual root. Moreover, if the caster's vitality was insufficient, or if the ordinary beast was too feeble, the attempt would likely fail. Thus, to evolve a spiritual root, one could only form a blood contract with a demonic beast or spirit, transforming it into a demonic entity. Zhao Fengyan was undeterred by the potential pain of casting the technique. He feared the passage of time and the inevitability of aging far more. Thus, he resolved to employ the blood contract beast taming technique to obtain a spiritual root. As for the choice of spirit, he had already decided upon Little Black. Any other spirit or demonic beast he had not personally tamed would surely resist fiercely. Little Black was already a high-level spirit, merely a step away from becoming a demonic beast. And the bond he shared with Zhao Fengyan was far deeper than that with Shao Kai or the 3 white dragon hounds. Once he found a first-tier celestial spiritual entity, Zhao Fengyan could catalyze Little Black's transformation into a demonic beast. Hence, he planned to first cast the technique on Little Black, with the intention of later facilitating its evolution into a demonic entity, thereby manifesting a spiritual root. The first tier of the blood contract beast taming technique offered such remarkable effects, while the second and third tiers also boasted considerable prowess, enough for even Zhao Fengyan, despite being a mere mortal, to discern their terrifying capabilities. The second tier, known as 5 Elements Beast Refinement Seal, employs 5 special seals to enhance the combat capabilities of the demonic beasts, whether by augmenting their physical prowess or their mystical abilities. For instance, the Fire Refinement Seal strengthens the beast's physical form, rendering it as resilient as steel, while the Weak Water Seal amplifies its water-based mystical powers. In essence, it serves as a means to nurture demonic beasts and elevate their strength, with different seals required depending on the innate talents of the demonic beasts controlled. Although this method does not necessitate family spiritual light, it demands sufficient cultivation, at least at the foundational stage. Currently, Zhao Fengyan had no use for it. The third tier, termed Shared Existence, can only be enacted once one reaches the Golden Core stage. This technique allows the tamed demonic beast to be refined into a life-bound spiritual beast, thus achieving a state of shared existence. Upon achieving this, both entities support one another, exponentially increasing their strength. Should one thrive, so too does the other. Should one suffer harm, the other will likewise be affected. While this may seem somewhat cumbersome, there exists a remarkably powerful aspect. If one party dies utterly, the other, though gravely injured, can cast a spell to resurrect. Even if the master perishes, should the life-bound spiritual beast remain, with the passage of time, the master could be revived through it. The reverse is equally true. Thus, it is evident that the shared existence method is the most formidable aspect of the blood contract beast taming technique. Having comprehended the blood contract beast taming technique in its entirety, Zhao Fengyan marveled at the potency of the steel's secret arts while eagerly anticipating the opportunity to form a blood contract with Little Black, thereby acquiring a spiritual root. Furthermore, he contemplated having his family members also cultivate this technique, enabling more of his kin to gain spiritual roots and strengthen the family. However, given the technique's immense potential, it must remain a closely guarded secret. Should outsiders learn of it, the family would face catastrophic consequences. Additionally, the practice demands both parties endure significant pain, and a deep emotional bond is essential alongside the consumption of family spiritual light. Thus, Zhao Fengyan understood the necessity for caution and vigilance in the future, ensuring no hasty decisions were made. Should any family member display instability or impatience, he could not assist them in casting the technique. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Fengyan resolved to withdraw his consciousness from the blood contract beast taming technique. However, just as he intended to do so, he was once again taken aback by the changes he observed behind the myriad beast steel. How could the space behind the myriad beast steel have expanded so significantly? Chapter 64. The Expansion of the Cave, delving deeper into the mountains. From the moment Zhao Fengyan awakened the myriad beast's cave, he had meticulously surveyed the cave within his mind. Originally, it appeared as though a floating island amidst chaos, a realm known as the Beast Cave, was merely a circular platform, no larger than a grinding disc. Upon this modest disc rested a fragmented stone tablet of all beasts. At that time, Zhao Fengyan deemed it inappropriate to refer to this so-called Beast Cave as such. It was more fittingly described as a stone platform. However, after restoring the stone tablet, the once disc-sized Beast Cave dramatically expanded, its area multiplying by over 100-fold. Zhao Fengyan gazed upon it, and it now spanned at least an acre in size. To his astonishment, the restoration of the stone tablet not only unveiled the blood contract beast taming art, but also led to the enlargement of the Beast Cave. Yet, Zhao Fengyan remained unaware of the utility of this expansion. Could it possibly serve as a repository for items or a sanctuary for living beings? Pondering this, he cast a glance at the stone tablet at the cave's edge, only to discover that writing had also appeared on its reverse side. Beast Cave, 1 acre. Every 100 strands of family spiritual light consumed can expand the area by 1 acre. When the cave reaches 10 acres, it will give rise to a low-grade spiritual vein. As the cave expands and the spiritual vein advances, once it reaches 10 acres, 100 acres, the vein will evolve into a mid-tier low-grade vein, and so on. Within the cave, only beasts tamed through the blood contract beast taming art by family blood relatives may enter and exit. Other beings cannot, although inanimate objects may be stored. As the 3 lines of text manifested, Zhao Fengyin's pupils constricted in surprise. It turned out that the Beast Cave could indeed be expanded using family spiritual light, and with the enlargement, spiritual veins could be generated. Most crucially, the tier of these veins could continually be enhanced. Zhao Fengyin had gleaned considerable knowledge of cultivation from the miscellaneous notes on cultivation, and he understood that the existence of spiritual energy in the world was primarily due to the presence of spiritual veins. These veins, rich in spiritual energy, would continuously disperse into the surrounding environment, greatly benefiting cultivators who practiced nearby. It could be said that possessing a low-grade spiritual vein would sustain a family of qi refiners. Regrettably, entry into the Beast Cave was restricted solely to Zhao Fengyin and the beasts bound by blood contracts with his descendants. It seemed that even family members, including himself, would be unable to enter. Nonetheless, as the spiritual vein resided within the cave, and the cave was anchored in Zhao Fengyin's consciousness, it was conceivable that in the future, as the cave expanded and spiritual veins emerged, the energy might diffuse outward, benefiting the family. Even if that were not the case, allowing the beasts bound by blood contracts to enter the cave for enhancement would also bolster the family's strength. In any case, the emergence of such changes within the Beast Cave marked the most formidable support for the Zhao family on their path to becoming a cultivation family. Presently, the family still possessed 9 strands of spiritual light. Not only was it impossible to gather 100 strands to expand the Beast Cave, but even the blood contract with Little Black was insufficient. Therefore, for the time being, the Beast Cave would remain at its current size. Zhao Fengyin resolved to accumulate family spiritual light, solidify the blood contract with Little Black, and seek out celestial treasures to transform into beasts, thus evolving spiritual roots. After casting one last glance at the acre-sized Beast Cave, Zhao Fengyin felt a surge of anticipation. Upon withdrawing his consciousness, he recalled the stone tablet's indication that the Beast Cave could store inanimate objects. He promptly ventured into the courtyard to experiment with placing the firewood stacked there into the cave. After several attempts, he discovered that only upon direct contact with inanimate objects could they be stored in the cave. Once a distance was established, the attempt would fail. Although the acre within the cave did not appear vast, its 3-dimensional space could accommodate a considerable amount of inanimate objects. This would prove exceedingly useful for storage purposes in the future. Following the inanimate objects, Zhao Fengyin summoned Little Black and attempted to bring it into the cave. But regardless of how he coaxed Little Black, he could not succeed. This effort left Little Black quite perplexed. With the stone tablet restored, the cave opened. I still possess the Beast Taming secret art. Now, I await the family's spiritual light to reach 10 strands, so I may enlighten Little Black. When Zhengchuan returns, I shall inquire thoroughly about his cultivation progress, to ascertain when he might attain the 2nd layer of qi refinement. The Beast Cave and the stone tablet of all beasts constitute Zhao Fengyin's greatest secret, one he has not even disclosed to his wife and children. Thus, following the changes within the Beast Cave, he could not possibly reveal these secrets to them for fear of inadvertent disclosure and ensuing calamity. Zhao Fengyin intended to wait until he himself acquired a spiritual root and attained a certain level of cultivation before imparting the blood contract beast taming art to his family, enlightening more beasts through the stone tablet to fortify the family's strength. Harboring these thoughts deep within, the following morning, Zhao Fengyin summoned Zhao Zhengchuan back home. Upon his return, Zhao Zhengchuan eagerly informed Zhao Fengyin of his breakthrough to the 1st layer of qi refinement. Zhao Fengyin inquired naturally about the specifics of his breakthrough and how long he anticipated it would take to progress to the 2nd layer. Through their conversation, Zhao Fengyin discerned that his 2nd son indeed possessed remarkable talent. His absorption of spiritual energy was exceptionally smooth, and within just over a month, Zhao Fengyin had provided him with 5 spiritual stones, of which he had already utilized 4. It was precisely through the refinement of these stones that he had successfully achieved his breakthrough. However, this led to a predicament. Only 1 spiritual stone remained. And given that Pingyang County was remote and the spiritual energy was too sparse for further cultivation, Zhao Zhengchuan could not advance to the 2nd layer of qi refinement without access to the energy of heaven and earth. To continue his progress, he needed to acquire more spiritual stones. In recent times, the Zhao family's business in meat and provisions had flourished, yielding a considerable monthly income. Zhao Fengyin had even dispatched individuals to the county town to procure various rare jade stones, hoping to acquire spiritual stones. Yet, the efficiency of his agents was limited, and the exorbitant prices paid for these purchases yielded only ordinary jade stones, not spiritual stones, which proved to be a costly endeavor. If these jade stones and jewels were not resold, it would not be long before the Zhao family faced a financial shortfall, jeopardizing their continued operations. Thus, Zhao Fengyin realized that to procure jade stones in this mundane world, He must engage in commerce and allow the jade stones and jewels to serve as the lifeblood of his business. Only then could he secure rare spiritual stones for the future, ensuring the family's financial stability. This notion had long been on Zhao Fengyan's mind. However, he had refrained from implementing it due to the dominance of a single family in the jade and jewel trade within Ping'an County, the Wang family. The very family whose eldest son Zhao Fengyan had recently slain. In the past, Zhao Fengyan's dealings in the meat trade had only attracted the interference of Wang Shipeng. But should he dare encroach upon the jade business, it was likely that Wang Zhenlin, the head of the Wang family, would spare no effort to suppress him. Zhao Fengyan was not afraid. He simply found it to be a troublesome endeavor. After some contemplation, he resolved that rather than stir up trouble with the Wang family in the jade business, it would be wiser to first bolster his own strength. Once he had eradicated the Wang family, he could establish a jade industry for the Zhao family, ensuring absolute security. After Zhao Zhengchuan had spent a day at home, Zhao Fengyan urged him to return to the county town to continue his cultivation and to hasten his mastery of an offensive spell for self-defense. As for himself, the following morning, he set out with Little Black and Little Kai to venture into the depths of Mongshan. This time, Zhao Fengyan was not motivated by the pursuit of leisure or hunting. Rather, he was resolutely determined to explore the hermitage of the scattered cultivator referenced in the miscellaneous notes on cultivation, seeking to uncover its secrets. Although Zhang Yidao had previously investigated the area, he had done so as a mere mortal, and there might have been details overlooked. On this occasion, Zhao Fengyan sought to seize an opportunity, hoping to discover spiritual stones or celestial treasures. Should he indeed unearth such ethereal artifacts, it would no longer be a formidable challenge to transform the little black creature into a demon. Within the forest, Zhao Fengyan clutched a map, and upon determining his course, he vanished into the wilderness, accompanied by a dog and a crow. Chapter 65. The celestial abode and the enigmatic monkey beyond Mang Mountain lies an unbroken chain of mountains. Their verdant peaks resembling green waves, pulsating with vibrant life in the morning sun. Yet, concealed within this seemingly tranquil and picturesque landscape are countless perils. Mang Mountain, due to its proximity to human habitation, harbors relatively few dangers. Even the wild beasts can be managed by ordinary hunters. However, the farther one ventures from human settlements, the more treacherous the mountains become, rendering it nearly impossible for mortal warriors to survive within. The abundance of ferocious beasts is compounded by the fact that the deeper recesses of these mountains possess a slightly denser aura of spiritual energy, often giving rise to mystical creatures. Occasionally, warriors from Ping'an County covet the flesh of these creatures and venture into the depths of the mountains to hunt. Nevertheless, some lower-tier mystical beings possess the strength of third or even second-tier warriors, while higher-tier beings often match second-tier strength, with a rare few boasting first-tier or even elite first-tier prowess. The hunters who seek these creatures seldom return unscathed, underscoring the dangers that lurk in the heart of the mountains. Zhao Fengyan resolved to brave the depths of the mountains, believing that the current strength of the Zhao family was insufficient to challenge the Wang family. After all, the Wang family boasts 3 or 4 first-tier guardians, and should hostilities arise, Wang Zhenlin's tactics far surpass those of Wang Shipeng. Thus, Zhao Fengyan contemplated venturing into the mountains to seek out the remnants of celestial beings, as well as to search for spiritual treasures. If he could procure such artifacts to transform the little black creature into a demon, its power would undoubtedly exceed that of an ordinary first-tier warrior, thereby allowing Zhao Fengyan to harness its spiritual roots. This would ensure a foolproof strategy against the Wang family. Though the mountains present numerous hazards, Zhao Fengyan had already ascended to the realm of a first-tier warrior, and he brought along both the little black creature and the little colorful crow. With such strength, he believed that, with a modicum of caution, he would face little danger. The forest was thick with miasma, sunlight filtering through the dense canopy and illuminating the damp earth, where fallen leaves emanated a foul, putrid odor. The noxious air was not to be inhaled for long, prompting Zhao Fengyan to cover his mouth and nose with a cloth as he made his way toward the coordinates marked on the map. The destination was quite distant, requiring at least a full day's journey. Zhao Fengyan instructed the little colorful crow to remain vigilant in the skies, while the little black creature kept watch on the ground, ensuring that he would be alerted to any potential threats. Around midday, the little colorful crow suddenly descended, signaling an impending situation. Following the crow's indication, Zhao Fengyan beheld a languid yellow-furred tiger sprawled upon a rocky outcrop. The tiger's coat gleamed with an oily sheen, and its massive form rivaled that of a first-tier warrior in combat prowess, even if it were not a mystical creature. Upon spotting the tiger, Zhao Fengyan mused that if he could transform it into a demon, a blood pact could potentially yield an even superior spiritual root. However, such beasts would harbor no inclination to submit and would fiercely resist during the pact, rendering success unlikely. As the family head, Zhao Fengyan understood the necessity of caution and chose to prioritize the transformation of the little black creature to pave the way for his family. Recognizing the tiger's formidable strength, Zhao Fengyan deliberated for a moment but ultimately refrained from engaging. Instead, he quietly retreated, circumventing the tiger. Although he was confident in his ability to vanquish it, the act of combat in these mountains could easily attract even more ferocious beasts. His purpose lay in discovering the celestial abode, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, relying on the vigilance of the little colorful crow and the little black creature, Zhao Fengyan successfully evaded numerous wild beasts throughout the day. As evening descended and darkness enveloped the land, he finally arrived before a seemingly ordinary rock formation. This, he surmised, must be the celestial abode indicated on the map. Yet, from the exterior, there appeared to be no entrance. Zhao Fengyan circled the rock formation, but his search for an entrance proved fruitless. In desperation, he urged the little black creature to assist. With its keen sense of smell, the little black creature promptly began to circle the rock, and before long, it was barking incessantly at a colossal stone. Approaching the enormous rock, Zhao Fengyan observed that, while it appeared unremarkable, the little black creature's discovery suggested it was anything but ordinary. He then grasped the massive stone, unleashing a force exceeding 10,000 pounds, causing it to shift gradually. Once the stone was moved, a concealed entrance was revealed, and Zhao Fengyan stepped inside, finding a hidden paradise within. This cavern was quite expansive, with walls that seemed as if chiseled by a knife, appearing to have been meticulously crafted from the mountain itself. Lush greenery thrived within, and a small opening at the top allowed sunlight to filter in, illuminating a pool of serene, emerald water of unknown origins. Upon witnessing such a remarkable environment, Zhao Fengyan realized that this was indeed the abode left behind by the wandering cultivator. Suppressing his excitement, he began to search the area, hoping to discover any treasures that Zhang Yidao may have overlooked. However, after a thorough exploration, he found the cavern to be utterly devoid of any valuables. Even the plants within were scrutinized, as he feared they might be rare spiritual herbs. But alas, they proved to be mere ordinary flora. Just as Zhao Fengyan lamented Zhang Yidao's thoroughness, the little black creature suddenly began to dig in a corner of the cavern. The spot it was excavating was rich with greenery and concealed a significant amount of soil. Raising an eyebrow, Zhao Fengyan approached to find that the little black creature had unearthed 13 pieces of jade, each varying in color and roughly the size of a baby's fist, radiating a gentle spiritual light even in the dimming cavern. This phenomenon was strikingly reminiscent of the spiritual stones Zhao Fengyan had discovered among Zhang Yidao's belongings. Thus, he concluded that these jade pieces must indeed be spiritual stones. To his astonishment, Zhang Yidao had not completely scavenged the site, yielding a bountiful reward for Zhao Fengyan. Of course, finding these spiritual stones was largely due to the efforts of the little black creature. Without its keen senses, Zhao Fengyan might never have discovered the treasures buried within the stone crevices. Bringing the little black creature along had proven to be an astute decision. "Little black, you've done well," Zhao Fengyan exclaimed, rubbing the little black creature's head, prompting it to wag its tail in delight. Zhao Zhengxuan had consumed 4 spiritual stones to successfully reach the first layer of qi refinement, and with the acquisition of 13 spiritual stones, Zhao Fengyan might very well break through to the second layer. This would also enable him to cultivate after acquiring spiritual roots, acquiring the remnants of celestial beings, augmenting family spiritual essence by 2 strands. With the successful retrieval of the spiritual stones, the one beast monument chimed in, indicating that the family spiritual essence had reached 11 strands, sufficient for Zhao Fengyan to form a blood pact with the little black creature. After securing the spiritual stones in his possession, Zhao Fengyan instructed the little black creature to continue exploring the cavern, but ultimately, no further discoveries were made. It appeared that this cavern contained only the 13 spiritual stones. Nonetheless, this venture had not been in vain. As night fully descended, returning at this hour would be perilous. It would be wiser to rest here for the night and depart in the morning. With a mutter, Zhao Fengyan repositioned the massive stone at the entrance and prepared to rest within the cavern. He allowed the little colorful crow to perch at the ventilation opening at the top, while the little black creature stood guard at the entrance, granting him a sense of security as he drifted into slumber. Time passed, and soon it was the dead of night. Just as Zhao Fengyan succumbed to sleep, the little colorful crow suddenly descended. Caw-caw! Panic filled its eyes, a stark contrast to its usual demeanor when spotting a beast. It could hardly bother to peck Zhao Fengyan awake, even letting out cries of alarm. Zhao Fengyan, who was naturally a light sleeper, promptly rose to his feet. Observing his movements, the little black creature drew closer, baring its teeth in a grimace. "Shao Kai, have you perceived something?" Shao Kai, endowed with remarkable intelligence, even surpassing that of Little Black, understood Zhao's inquiry. However, it was incapable of verbal communication and could only express itself through gestures. The little creature incessantly pecked at the opening at the top, as if sensing an impending danger lurking beyond. Upon realizing this, Zhao Fengyan felt a pang of astonishment. This place was a celestial cave. What sort of peril could emerge from such an entrance? Unaware of the nature of the threat, he hastily moved a boulder aside. Prioritizing action over contemplation, he swiftly retreated with the two creatures to a secluded corner of the cave, concealing themselves behind a stone. Zhao was determined to observe what would intrude upon the sanctuary. After several breaths, a sudden sound emanated from the ventilation shaft above. Zhao glanced up and was taken aback to behold a red-furred ape. Moreover, through the information provided by the 10,000 Beasts Monument, he discerned that this monkey was not merely a wild beast, but a bona fide high-level spirit creature. Chapter 66. The Fire Elemental Monkey. High-level spirit creature Fire Elemental Monkey. Possessing immense strength and a body radiating heat, requiring the consumption of 10 strands of family spiritual light, a first-tier celestial spirit entity, capable of transforming into a demon. The 10,000 Beasts Monument indicated that the monkey at the cave's apex was indeed a high-level spirit creature. Unlike Little Black and Shao Kai, this spirit possessed a distinguished title. Given the name Fire Elemental Monkey and its inherent abilities, it was evident that this creature surpassed both Little Black and Shao Kai in prowess. No wonder Shao Kai had reacted with such alarm upon detecting its presence, hastily issuing a warning. Fortunately, the Fire Elemental Monkey, upon entering the cave, displayed no unusual demeanor, instead traversing the cave walls down to the ground, seemingly treating the cave as its own abode. Zhao Fengyan breathed a sigh of relief. This monkey, being stronger than both Little Black and Shao Kai and specializing in brute strength, could easily rival top-tier martial artists. Should it discover Zhao and his companions, a fierce confrontation would surely ensue. In the confines of this small cave, Zhao could not guarantee his own superiority over it, let alone his ability to vanquish it. Thus, he resolved to remain hidden, waiting for the Fire Elemental Monkey to depart before making his own exit. Just as Zhao was cautiously observing, the Fire Elemental Monkey retrieved a fiery red fruit from its dense underarm fur. Zhao was unfamiliar with this fruit, but as it was unveiled, an extraordinary aroma wafted through the air. Little Black and Shao Kai, sensing the enticing scent, grew visibly excited. Had it not been for the presence of the Fire Elemental Monkey, they might have rushed forward to snatch it. Clearly, this fruit was irresistibly alluring to them. Such an anomaly, could it be a celestial spirit entity? Indeed, it must be. Contemplating this further, Zhao Fengyan's conviction solidified. Little did he anticipate that his visit to the celestial cave would yield not only a few spiritual stones, but also such an opportunity. If he could acquire this celestial spirit fruit, it would undoubtedly allow him to transform Little Black into a demon. In turn, Zhao himself could evolve his spiritual roots and embark upon the path of immortality. With this resolve, he was determined to seize the spirit fruit from the Fire Elemental Monkey. However, given the monkey's formidable strength, he knew he had to wait for the right moment to act. Zhao's gaze remained fixed on the Fire Elemental Monkey, hoping it would stow the spirit fruit away and take its leave after resting until dawn. This way, he could effortlessly obtain it. In the center of the cave, the Fire Elemental Monkey, after extracting the spirit fruit, gazed at it with rapture. It rubbed the fruit against its cheeks, nearly provoking Zhao into a rash action, fearing it might swallow it whole. After a brief interval, the Fire Elemental Monkey finally placed the spirit fruit beside a water pool within the cave. As Zhao exhaled in relief, the monkey plunged its hand into the pool, rummaging about. This creature appeared to possess considerable intelligence. Zhao could not fathom its intentions in this watery endeavor. Growing increasingly curious, Zhao decided to continue observing the monkey's actions. Soon enough, the Fire Elemental Monkey emerged from the pool, clutching a narrow-mouthed ceramic jar. To Zhao's astonishment, there were indeed items within the pool, which he had overlooked in his earlier search, and Little Black had also failed to detect. It was likely that the jar's scent had been masked by the water. The jar was sealed with a wooden stopper. Upon retrieving it, the Fire Elemental Monkey uncorked the jar, releasing a wave of intoxicating fragrance that enveloped the cave, ensnaring Zhao in its allure. After indulging in the aromatic scent, the monkey swiftly grasped the spirit fruit, preparing to break it apart and mash it into the jar. The Fire Elemental Monkey had truly become sentient, even possessing the ability to brew alcohol. Zhao was astounded. He recognized that the monkey's actions were undoubtedly those of fermentation. Although the technique appeared rudimentary and the process remarkably simple, brewing with spirit fruit would likely yield what could be termed spirit wine. Records in the miscellaneous accounts of cultivation indicated that spirit wine was crafted from various spiritual grains and fruits, imbued with pure spiritual energy, far superior to spiritual stones for cultivation and restoration of magical power. Clearly, the monkey's quest for spirit fruit was motivated by its desire to cultivate and evolve into a demon. However, as Zhao witnessed the fire elemental monkey preparing to crush the spirit fruit, urgency surged within him. The 10,000 Beasts Monument stipulated that a complete celestial spirit entity was required for transformation. If the spirit fruit were to be pulverized and transformed into spirit wine, its efficacy in facilitating the transformation remained uncertain. Thus, in a moment of desperation, Zhao cast aside his caution and resolved to contest for the spirit fruit. Little Black. Xiao Kai. Engage. With a fierce roar, Zhao drew his long blade from his waist and leapt from his hiding spot. He charged forth like a ferocious tiger, the blade surging like a tempest toward the fire elemental monkey with a menacing aura. Although Little Black and Xiao Kai were slightly less formidable, they too launched their assaults from either side and above. Beside the water pool, the agile monkey, intending to crush the spirit fruit, was startled to discover the presence of intruders, nearly dropping the jar in its shock. Following its initial surprise came an onslaught of fury. With a deafening roar, the fire elemental monkey bellowed, its stature diminutive, yet its ferocity unparalleled. It had already begun to cultivate on its own, indicating its status as one of the top-tier spirit creatures, and it would not be long before it evolved into a demon beast. Yet, Zhao Fengyan paid no heed to its menacing demeanor as he swung his blade in anger. Ironically, though the fire elemental monkey initially showed no fear at the sight of the approaching blade, its apprehension grew upon recalling the spirit wine and fruit it held. With no other option, the monkey leaped aside to evade the strike. The fire elemental monkey, small and nimble, was remarkably swift. With a single bound, it deftly dodged Zhao's blade. Little Black and Xiao Kai, lacking Zhao's speed, were unable to keep pace. Thus, a frantic chase ensued within the confines of the cave. The more they pursued, the more alarmed Zhao became. Although the monkey's speed was inferior, it was incredibly agile, managing to evade Zhao's every attempt to close in. Had it not been for Xiao Kai's aerial blockades, the monkey would have surely escaped through the overhead opening by now. Of course, had it not been for its concern over the spirit wine and fruit, it would not have been driven into such a corner by Zhao. As the chase continued, Zhao did not manage to capture the monkey, yet he succeeded in forcing it into a state of disarray. The fire elemental monkey let out a furious howl, as if its rage had reached its zenith. Just as Zhao prepared for another strike, the monkey could no longer endure the mounting pressure. Suddenly, it lodged the ethereal liquor and the spirit fruit into a crevice on the cave wall, preventing Zhao Fengyan from retrieving them. Subsequently, it charged towards Zhao Fengyan. As the two approached one another, the fiery monkey abruptly raised its arms high, striking down towards Zhao Fengyan's chest like a hammer. With a whoosh, the fiery monkey's speed was astonishing. Zhao Fengyan sensed the imminent danger, hastily raising his blade to defend, yet ultimately revealing a slight opening, through which the fiery monkey's fist collided forcefully with his chest. A resounding thud echoed, and Zhao Fengyan was propelled backward, crashing against the stone wall behind him. Coughing, he swiftly regained his footing, his face paling. The fiery monkey's punch possessed an immense force, no less than 15,000 pounds. Moreover, the creature's body radiated an intense heat, and even a brief touch resulted in an oppressive burn. It was evident that Zhao Fengyan was no match for this monkey. On the other side, upon witnessing his master in peril, Little Black bared its teeth and rushed towards the fiery monkey, attempting to bite its body. However, if Zhao Fengyan was not a match, Little Black stood even less of a chance. As it approached, the fiery monkey unleashed another punch, sending Little Black flying to the other side. Little Black, do not be hasty, Zhao Fengyan called out as he once again raised his blade. Yet, at that moment, his pupils trembled, and his body began to move towards the boulder blocking the cave entrance, as if formulating a particular plan. Damn monkey, come again. Chapter 67, Ethereal Liquor and Spirit Fruit. In response to Zhao Fengyan's provocation, the fiery monkey, displaying a notable level of intelligence, became increasingly incensed. It let out a furious roar and charged recklessly at Zhao Fengyan. Observing this, Zhao Fengyan remained unmoved, seemingly frozen in place before the stone wall. Meanwhile, Little Black, sensing its master's danger, barked wildly and lunged at the fiery monkey in an attempt to obstruct it. However, its strength paled in comparison to that of the fiery monkey, and even with all its might, it could not keep pace. Just as the fiery monkey closed in within 10 feet of Zhao Fengyan, he suddenly sprang into action. A cold smirk appeared in his eyes, and instead of blocking with his long knife, he deftly sidestepped. As a result, the fiery monkey barreled directly towards the stone wall with tremendous force. When its colossal strength collided with the stone, the wall crumbled, revealing a large hole. It turned out that this wall was not an integral part of the cave, but merely a massive boulder blocking the exit. Realizing the extraordinary power of the fiery monkey, Zhao Fengyan decided against confronting it head-on. He knew moving the boulder would take time, making it impossible to do so in front of the fiery monkey. Therefore, he awaited the opportunity to utilize the fiery monkey to clear the boulder. With the boulder shattered, a substantial opening emerged. Noticing that the fiery monkey had not yet gathered its strength after its strike, Zhao Fengyan suddenly swung his blade towards its head. With a slicing sound, the fiery monkey attempted to block with its arm. Although its physique had undergone a transformation, rendering it remarkably durable, Zhao Fengyan's full-powered strike still inflicted a grievous wound that revealed bone beneath the flesh. Overwhelmed by pain, the fiery monkey became even more enraged. Zhao Fengyan had not intended to slay it with this maneuver. His aim was merely to temporarily repel the fiery monkey. He beckoned to Little Black, and together, they dashed through the cave entrance, fleeing into the pitch-black forest. The furious fiery monkey initially intended to pursue them, but upon recalling the ethereal liquor and spirit fruit within the cave, it let out a series of curses and halted in its tracks. It turned to scale the cave wall to retrieve the ethereal liquor and spirit fruit. However, upon glancing back, it saw a raven, entirely black, clutching the liquor jar in one claw and the spirit fruit in the other, soaring out from the ventilation opening above the cave. This was none other than Little Kai. Little Kai, exceptionally astute, recognized that it could not assist while Zhao Fengyan battled the fiery monkey. Seizing an opportune moment, it stealthily snatched the ethereal liquor and spirit fruit. Aware that once it made its move, the fiery monkey would immediately redirect its wrath towards it, Little Kai had remained patient. Only when Zhao Fengyan and the fiery monkey clashed at the cave entrance, with the fiery monkey at a distance, did it finally act. Witnessing this scene, the fiery monkey's eyes bulged with fury. It let out a series of furious roars and hastily pursued. But Little Kai's speed of flight was far beyond what the fiery monkey could match. By the time the fiery monkey climbed the cave wall, Little Kai had already escaped through the opening with the ethereal liquor and spirit fruit, vanishing into the sky. As the fiery monkey reached the cave entrance and observed Little Kai gradually disappearing into the heights above, it could only howl in impotent rage. In a fit of escalating fury, the fiery monkey leaped down the mountainside, determined to track Zhao Fengyan. Yet, in the dark forest, Zhao Fengyan had long since vanished from sight. Thus, the fiery monkey pounded its chest at the cave entrance, lamenting in despair. Half an hour later, deep within the shadowy forest, Zhao Fengyan and Little Black sat upon a stone, panting heavily. After sprinting for half an hour, even with Zhao Fengyan's exceptional agility, he felt thoroughly exhausted. Once he confirmed that the fiery monkey had not pursued them, he did not take the time to rest but instead kept gazing skyward, seemingly awaiting something. Moments later, a shadow suddenly shot down from the sky, landing beside Zhao Fengyan. Upon closer inspection, it was Little Kai, bearing the ethereal liquor and spirit fruit. Haha, Little Kai, you truly are immensely clever, Zhao Fengyan exclaimed joyfully, cradling Little Kai in his hands and affectionately stroking its little head. From the moment Zhao Fengyan had leveraged the fiery monkey to escape, he had subtly intended for Little Kai to seize the ethereal liquor and spirit fruit. However, he had not expressed this intention overtly, merely hoping that Little Kai would comprehend his meaning. He had not witnessed the situation inside the cave during his escape. Whether Little Kai had succeeded was entirely unknown to him. To his surprise, Little Kai had indeed grasped his intent and successfully reunited with him. Now that the spirit fruit and ethereal liquor were in hand, Zhao Fengyan promptly examined them. Under the envious gazes of Little Black and Little Kai, he first scrutinized the spirit fruit. Upon handling it, he felt an intense heat emanating from it. Had he not possessed exceptionally tough skin, he might have struggled to hold on. The spirit fruit was so fiery that it was likely a type of fire-attributed heavenly spirit fruit, though its exact nature remained a mystery. Regardless of its name, possessing such a spirit fruit would suffice to facilitate the transformation of beasts into spirits, which was more than enough. The monument of all beasts would instigate a change, given the perilous nature of this place. It was better to wait until he returned home to experiment. Carefully stowing the spirit fruit away, Zhao Fengyan then cradled the liquor jar in his arms. As he cautiously opened it, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. The ethereal liquor was indeed intoxicatingly fragrant. Who would have thought that the fiery monkey possessed such brewing skills? The key was that it could search for heavenly spirit materials to concoct it, demonstrating remarkable capability. For now, it was not his adversary, so he would temporarily disregard it. Once his strength increased, he could return to gather more. Perhaps he would yield even greater rewards. Muttering to himself, Zhao Fengyan began to contemplate the fiery monkey. He wondered how the creature would react if it were to learn of his intentions. The ethereal liquor, similarly brewed from spirit fruit, possessed a complex and unique fragrance, seemingly derived from a blend of various fire-attributed spirit fruits. Zhao Fengyan was uncertain whether this ethereal liquor could be classified as a heavenly spirit material, but it could potentially facilitate the transformation of beasts into spirits through the monument of all beasts. To discover the answer, he would have to wait until he returned to test it. Having ventured out, he had reaped significant rewards. This place was not suitable for prolonged stay. It would be best to return swiftly. With a thought, Zhao Fengyan placed the ethereal liquor and spirit fruit into the monolith of all beasts for safekeeping. He then retrieved 2 substantial pieces of jerky, which had restorative properties for vitality, and tossed them to Little Black and Little Kai. Although the jerky lacked the allure of spirit wine and spirit fruits, the 2 beasts were not picky and immediately indulged in it with great delight. Thus, it could be considered a reward from Zhao Fengyan to them. Subsequently, the trio of 1 human and 2 beasts set off without delay, journeying through the night towards Mang Mountain. Exercising caution along the way, they finally arrived at Mang Mountain just as dawn broke. Once at Mang Mountain, encountering any mystical creatures became nearly impossible, and the ferocious beasts dwelling within posed no threat to Zhao Fengyan. Therefore, the area was devoid of danger. Zhao Fengyan felt a sense of relief and, as the sun gradually ascended, he finally returned to his residence. Having spent a night away from home, Huang Wanyun and Zhao Zhongling were exceedingly worried. Upon seeing Zhao Fengyan's return, both wife and daughter rushed towards him. "Brother Nian, where have you been? Why did you not return overnight?" "Daddy, Linga missed you. Hug." Zhao Fengyan picked up the young Zhao Zhongling, a smile gracing his face. "No worries. I simply went hunting in the mountains last night, intending to catch a monkey, but it slipped away," not wanting his wife and daughter to fret. Zhao Fengyan casually fabricated an excuse. Upon hearing this, the 2 women visibly relaxed. Zhao Fengyan then placed his daughter into Huang Wanyun's arms. "Zhongling, go play with your mother. I have matters to attend to." Huang Wanyun, not giving it much thought, promptly took Zhao Zhongling and left. Zhao Fengyan instructed Xiao Kai to rest while he himself headed towards the secluded training room with Xiao He. Although he had not slept all night and felt fatigued, he was far more eager to see if he could successfully form a blood contract with Xiao He today, thereby transforming it into a demon and evolving his own spiritual root. Chapter 68. The Effects of the Blood Contract. In the training room, Xiao He sat on the ground, tilting its head in curiosity at Zhao Fengyan, uncertain of its master's intentions. When Zhao Fengyan looked at Xiao He, his eyes reflected deep contemplation. He had taken the risk of venturing into the deep mountains in search of celestial spiritual materials to facilitate the transformation of Xiao He into a demon, hoping to forge a blood contract that would allow him to develop a spiritual root. However, he hesitated at this moment, fearing that once Xiao He became a demon, its power would surge, potentially leading to unforeseen changes. If that were to happen, establishing the blood contract thereafter might prove challenging. According to the records of the blood contract beast control technique, even if a mystical creature was contracted first, it could still evolve into a demon and develop a spiritual root thereafter. Thus, Zhao Fengyan resolved to first form a blood contract with Xiao He before transforming it into a demon, considering this the most prudent course of action. Though the family possessed only 11 strands of spiritual light, and without a spiritual light to catalyze Xiao He's transformation into a demon, he would lose a powerful ally. It was still preferable to the scenario where Xiao He became a demon and Zhao Fengyan could not facilitate its evolution. With this decision made, Zhao Fengyan no longer hesitated and gently spoke to Xiao He. "No matter what happens next, remain calm and stay right where you are." Upon hearing this, Xiao He nodded in a manner that suggested a vague understanding, a hint of nervousness flickering in its eyes, as if it sensed that Zhao Fengyan was about to undertake something significant. Zhao Fengyan placed one hand on Xiao He's head while his mind focused intently. Blood contract. As Zhao Fengyan silently chanted, the monument of 10,000 beasts suddenly glimmered, 10 strands of spiritual light rapidly depleting and emanating from his body towards the front. Unlike previous occasions when the spiritual light merged directly into Xiao He's being, this time it slowly coalesced into a mysterious array before Zhao Fengyan. The gathering strands of spiritual light formed a complex array, leaving Zhao Fengyan utterly astonished. Moments later, the array had fully formed, yet it remained inactive. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Fengyan realized that his essence blood was now required. Otherwise, the blood contract beast control technique could not be executed. Unsure of the precise method, he bit his finger, lightly touching the wound to the array. Suddenly, a pulling force surged from within the array, causing Zhao Fengyan's heart to race violently as a surge of heart's blood was drawn from his chest, traveling through his arm and coalescing onto the array. The array, which had previously shimmered with spiritual light, erupted into a deep crimson hue. Following this, the array rapidly constricted, gradually enveloping Xiao He's head. Seeing this unfold, Xiao He instinctively attempted to evade, but recalling Zhao Fengyan's instructions, it ultimately remained still, offering no resistance. As the array enveloped its head, an intense sting penetrated deep into both their souls. This was not pain from flesh tearing, as the body felt no sensation. Rather, it was an anguish that pierced the heart. Even though Zhao Fengyan had been prepared for this, he was nonetheless overwhelmed by the excruciating pain and collapsed to the ground. Not only him, but Xiaohei also whimpered, prostrating itself on the ground. Hold on, Xiaohei. Zhao Fengyan understood that during the execution of the blood contract beast control technique, a bridge was being constructed between master and beast, establishing a soul connection. Pain was inevitable during this process, but should they succeed, they would be able to communicate mentally whenever they were in close proximity, fostering deeper understanding. Most importantly, once the mystical creature evolved into a demon, the master would develop a spiritual root. From that moment on, Zhao Fengyan remained silent, merely holding on to Xiaohei while silently enduring the torment. Approximately an incense stick's worth of time passed, and the pain persisted. At this moment, Zhao Fengyan reflected on the tremendous strain his body endured with the extraction of heart's blood, compounded by such piercing agony. Were it not for his current status as a first-rate martial artist and Xiaohei being a high-grade mystical creature with formidable physique, vitality, and willpower, the depths of this soul-wrenching pain could have easily shattered both their minds and bodies. Thus, Zhao Fengyan resolved that in the future, when assisting his family's descendants in forming blood contracts with mystical beast demons, they must first reach the level of first-rate martial artists. Otherwise, failure would be all but assured, placing their lives at great risk. With no further thoughts, Zhao Fengyan focused his mind and continued to endure this suffering. After an entire hour, the pain finally subsided, and the array that had gathered the essence blood and spiritual light dissipated completely. Seeing this, Zhao Fengyan understood that the blood contract had likely succeeded. Just then, he suddenly sensed a presence, akin to a sense of relief. As he turned to look, he was astonished to find Xiaohei slowly rising to its feet. In that moment, he comprehended that this presence was Xiaohei's own thoughts. Though Xiaohei could not articulate its thoughts as one would speak, Zhao Fengyan could still perceive some of its simpler sentiments. Without uttering a word, Zhao Fengyan mentally instructed Xiaohei to turn in a circle. Xiaohei glanced at Zhao Fengyan in surprise, feeling utterly bewildered, but eventually complied and turned obediently. Haha, the blood contract beast control technique is indeed remarkable. Xiaohei and I can now truly communicate with our minds. Zhao Fengyan burst into laughter, praising the marvels of the secret techniques inscribed upon the monument of 10,000 beasts. Of course, in addition to facilitating short-distance mental communication, the blood contract beast control technique possessed other remarkable benefits. Once a mystical beast was bound by a blood contract, it would forever relinquish any thoughts of rebellion or desertion. From this point forward, Zhao Fengyan could command Xiaohei without hesitation, even to the point of sacrificing its life, if necessary. Naturally, Xiaohei was an invaluable partner to Zhao Fengyan, and he could never bring himself to do such a thing. Regrettably, due to his foundational cultivation being limited, he could only form a blood contract with one mystical beast. Otherwise, had he been able to forge contracts with multiple mystical beasts, his strength would have significantly increased. Reflecting on this, Zhao Fengyan could not help but entertain the idea of forming a blood contract with Xiao Kai. However, he realized that if there was no need for mental communication or spiritual root evolution, the necessity of forming a blood contract was not overly critical. In the days to come, as Zhao Zhengchuan's cultivation ascends, and Zhao Zhengze, Huang Wanyun, and even Zhao Zhengling become first-rate warriors, it would be quite splendid for them to forge a blood pact together. Successfully forging a blood pact with an advanced spirit beast would allow them to command it with finesse, thereby enhancing the family's spiritual essence by tenfold. The hint from the beast monument reignited, causing Zhao Fengyan to raise an eyebrow in pleasant surprise. Initially, he had contemplated waiting until the family's spiritual essence was sufficient to refine Little Black. However, having now formed a blood pact with this advanced spirit beast, he could directly obtain familial spiritual essence. Consequently, he could immediately refine Little Black into a demon. Nevertheless, Zhao Fengyan decided against immediate refinement. Having just forged the blood pact, Little Black endured considerable pain. To prevent any unforeseen complications, it would be prudent to allow it to rest for another day. Even if Zhao Fengyan wished to manifest spiritual roots, there was no need to rush. Instead of refining, Zhao Fengyan placed a hand on Little Black's back, focusing his thoughts. In an instant, Little Black transformed into a streak of dark light and vanished from sight. At that moment, within the vast expanse of the beast cave, resembling an aerial floating island, Little Black abruptly materialized. Sudden immersion in such an unfamiliar environment, with its bizarre surroundings, sent Little Black into a state of panic. Fear not. Relax. Upon hearing Zhao Fengyan's voice, Little Black gradually calmed down and began to survey its surroundings in the Beast Cave. Little Black's presence here was orchestrated by Zhao Fengyan. Since the expansion of the Beast Cave, it could now accommodate lifeless entities, as well as the spirit beasts bound by blood pacts with Zhao Fengyan and his kin. Introducing Little Black into this space was an experiment Zhao Fengyan wished to conduct. For the moment, devoid of spiritual veins, Little Black could only regard this cave as a resting place. However, in the future, when Zhao Fengyan accompanied Little Black, they could utilize the Beast Cave to conceal their presence, which would be exceedingly convenient. After allowing Little Black to frolic for a while and testing the efficacy of the Beast Cave, Zhao Fengyan eventually released it. Subsequently, he said little, letting Little Black rest outside while he retired to his room for the night. The following morning, Zhao Fengyan awoke early and found Little Black at the courtyard gate, brimming with vitality. He then took it back to the training room. At this moment, he intended to refine Little Black into a demon and enable himself to manifest spiritual roots. Chapter 69, Level 1 Demon Hound. In the training room, Zhao Fengyan sat opposite Little Black. He did not speak, but communicated through his thoughts. And Little Black already understood that today Zhao Fengyan would assist it in advancing to become a demon beast. Little Black's intelligence had grown to the level of a 10-year-old child. Having encountered the fire element monkey during its time in the deep mountains, only a step away from becoming a demon, it was filled with a yearning to achieve this transformation. Thus, it awaited the moment with slight excitement. With a thought, Zhao Fengyan summoned the spiritual wine and fruits stored within the Beast Cave, which was indeed wondrous. Even in the absence of spiritual veins, it could accommodate Little Black and numerous items, proving exceedingly useful. With a moment of reflection, Zhao Fengyan focused on the spiritual fruits and wine before him. To refine Little Black into a demon, he required a first-tier, celestial spiritual item. The fire attribute spiritual fruit should meet the criteria, yet he was uncertain whether the spiritual wine would suffice. As there was an abundance of spiritual wine, if it could be utilized for Little Black's refinement, there might even be some left over for future use on other spirit beasts. Thus, Zhao Fengyan resolved to first experiment with the spiritual wine. Holding it in his hands, he concentrated and silently chanted the incantation for refinement. However, after a brief moment, the beast monument remained utterly still. With this, Zhao Fengyan came to understand that the spiritual wine could not refine a spirit beast into a demon. The complex composition of the spiritual wine and the incompleteness of the original spiritual item must have contributed to this outcome. Having formed this hypothesis, Zhao Fengyan was not disheartened. Although the spiritual wine could not facilitate the transformation, it would still prove beneficial for cultivation in the future. After securing the spiritual wine, he procured the spiritual fruit and proceeded with the refinement once more. With a mental command, the beast monument radiated brilliantly. 10 strands of spiritual light suddenly dissipating and converging into Zhao Fengyan's body. Subsequently, the spiritual light surged outward, enveloping the spiritual fruit. The fruit spiraled within the spiritual light, and in an instant, it merged into a cloud of ethereal spiritual energy. This cloud of energy swiftly entered Little Black's body. At that moment, Little Black began to undergo a rapid transformation. Its originally sleek black fur suddenly turned a fiery red, with waves of searing heat emanating from its form. Not only that, but Little Black's physique also grew further. Its limbs became sturdier, its stature increasing, and even its claws and teeth grew longer and thicker. Ultimately, the red spiritual light and searing warmth coalesced at its brow, forming a fiery emblem, while its fur returned to a deep black. Its height had soared to an impressive 6 feet, surpassing Zhao Fengyan himself. Thus, Little Black's transformation reached its conclusion. Observing the creature before him, Zhao Fengyan was left in awe. Although Little Black had been large before, it was not outlandishly so. Now, its size rivaled that of a formidable tiger, let alone an ordinary dog. With the fiery emblem adorning its forehead, if it were to stroll into a village, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. Thankfully, Zhao Fengyan had the beast cave to accommodate Little Black, allowing him to transport it there whenever he left home. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to manage its presence. While Zhao Fengyan marveled at Little Black, the latter was equally enthralled, spinning around and joyfully bouncing about. Occasionally, it would inadvertently collide with the walls, producing resonant thuds and cracks in the brickwork. Such playful antics exhibited immense power, leading Zhao Fengyan to estimate that Little Black's strength must exceed 15,000 pounds, surpassing even him, its master. From this moment forth, the strongest combat force in the Zhao family would no longer be Zhao Fengyan, but the magnificent Little Black before him. While the fire element monkey in the deep mountains continued to consume spiritual fruits without achieving demonhood, the beast monument required only a single spiritual fruit to successfully refine Little Black. Such a method was truly extraordinary. As Zhao Fengyan acquired more spiritual fruits in the future, the number of demon beasts within the Zhao family would undoubtedly multiply. After marveling at the prowess of the beast monument, Zhao Fengyan pondered testing the strength of the now transformed Little Black. It was said that once a spirit beast became a demon, it would possess innate supernatural abilities akin to the spells of cultivators. He was curious to discover what unique powers Little Black might possess. Little Black, attempt to unleash your supernatural abilities, Zhao Fengyan commanded in his mind. Upon sensing this, Little Black settled itself and began to experiment, albeit somewhat clumsily. Its body quivered slightly, and moments later, a surge of blazing spiritual light erupted from its surface, resembling roaring flames. In that instant, it truly transformed into a fire hound. Let me witness your might, Zhao Fengyan enthusiastically directed, and Little Black charged towards the wooden training dummy in the room. In a flash, a red figure darted past, and the wooden dummy was sent flying by its powerful frame, igniting fiercely midair. Upon landing, it shattered into countless splinters. Witnessing such a scene, Zhao Fengyan was elated. He could discern that Little Black's strength had now reached the pinnacle of first-rate martial prowess. Coupled with its fiery supernatural abilities, it was evident that it possessed the capacity to vanquish even the most elite warriors. However, Zhao Fengyan had yet to encounter innate martial artists, leaving him curious about how Little Black would fare against them. Xiao He possesses such formidable strength that Zhao Fengyan has begun to ponder whether he himself has evolved a spiritual root. However, after a thorough introspection, he feels no abnormalities within his body and remains uncertain about the existence of a spiritual root. It appears that he can only await the opportunity to sense spiritual energy through the spirit absorption breathing technique. If he is able to perceive it, then he must indeed possess a spiritual root. Setting aside the matter of the spiritual root for the time being, Zhao Fengyan turns his attention back to Xiao He. Curiosity stirring within him. After Xiao He's transformation into a demon, he wonders if the beast monument can continue to refine him. If so, what conditions would be necessary for this to occur? With his mind focused, ancient characters materialize above Xiao He's head. First level fire attribute demon dog, keen sense of smell, robust vitality, fire control supernatural ability, requires 100 strands of family spiritual light. Second level fire attribute earthly spirit object, can enhance its bloodline talent. Reflecting on the text, Zhao Fengyan's expression reveals deep contemplation. Historically, the beast monument has elevated ordinary beasts to a higher status by directly enhancing their vitality or granting them minor special abilities. However, it appears that the refinement of demon beasts does not enhance their strength. Rather, it augments their bloodline talent, necessitating a higher grade, same attribute, earthly spirit object. The bloodline talent of a demon beast is akin to a cultivator's spiritual root talent. Records in the miscellaneous notes of cultivation indicate that a cultivator's spiritual root is decreed by the heavens and cannot be altered. The same holds true for demon beasts. Although the beast monument may not continue to bolster the strength of demon beasts, the ability to enhance their bloodline talent is undoubtedly far more powerful. The quality of one's bloodline talent determines the upper limits of a demon beast's cultivation. A superior bloodline talent could enable extraordinary heights in cultivation. Moreover, since Xiao He is bound to Zhao Fengyan by a blood contract, Zhao Fengyan's own evolved spiritual root might also originate from Xiao He. Should Xiao He's talent improve in the future, it is possible that Zhao Fengyan's spiritual root quality could also be enhanced. Realizing the potential of the beast monument to refine demon beasts, Zhao Fengyan is filled with anticipation. However, at present, the family's spiritual light has been entirely consumed, and he lacks any second-level fire attribute, earthly spirit object. Furthermore, he himself possesses no cultivation, so the enhancement of the demon beast's talent must be postponed for the time being. As Xiao He undergoes significant changes, Zhao Fengyan cautions him to refrain from straying far from home and to avoid being seen by outsiders. He then sends Xiao He away and takes out a spirit stone, commencing his attempts to sense spiritual energy through the spirit absorption breathing technique. Chapter 70. The Awakening of Spiritual Sensitivity. Xiao He's transformation has been striking. He now resembles a mighty tiger, astonishing his family. Zhao Fengyan has not concealed the truth, informing his wife and children that Xiao He has transformed into a demon. His power greatly increased, yet his intelligence remains intact, treating the family with gentleness. However, with such a dramatic change in appearance, he cannot venture far from home. Simultaneously, Zhao Fengyan warns his family to keep Xiao He's transformation a secret. In Ping'an County, even the rarest of spirits seldom make an appearance should a demon arise. The authorities would undoubtedly intervene. At that point, safeguarding Xiao He would prove to be quite a challenge. Huang Wanyun understands the gravity of the situation and recognizes the formidable nature of Xiao He post-transformation. While she feels comforted by the improvement in their family's strength, she repeatedly advises her children, especially Zhao Zhongling, who is still young and spirited, making her the most prone to careless remarks. Fortunately, the clever little girl comprehends the seriousness of her mother's admonitions after multiple discussions. Previously, she delighted in riding Xiao Hei for play. Now, she refrains from such activities. In the following days, the Zhao family gradually settles into a state of tranquility. Zhao Fengyan dedicates himself to the spirit absorption breathing technique, seeking to explore his spiritual root. Meanwhile, Huang Wanyan balances her martial training with the care of their youngest daughter. Their eldest son, Zhao Jingze, busies himself at the Qingzhou Martial Arts School, now also managing the delivery of poultry sold to Lin County, accompanied by several martial artists for protection. The second son, Zhao Zhengchuan, naturally possesses a spiritual root and resides in the small courtyard Zhao Fengyan purchased within the city, diligently studying and cultivating. After acquiring over 10 spirit stones, Zhao Fengyan personally delivers 10 to Zhao Zhengchuan to ensure he can absorb enough spiritual energy to break through to the second level of qi refinement. With the secret art of blood contract beast control in his possession, Zhao Fengyan also contemplates guiding his wife and children, who lack spiritual roots, onto the path of immortality. However, due to insufficient family spiritual light and their martial prowess not yet reaching the first tier, establishing a blood contract is currently impractical. Thus, this matter must be set aside for the time being until they fulfill the necessary requirements. As time passes, Zhao Fengyan immerses himself in the study of immortal techniques, striving to comprehend spiritual energy and ascertain the existence of his spiritual root. Time flies, and before long, a month has passed. On this day, Zhao Fengyan sits cross-legged in his practice room, a hint of impatience in his eyes. Despite diligently practicing the spirit absorption breathing technique daily, neglecting his martial arts training, a month has elapsed without the slightest sensation of spiritual energy. Could it be that my spiritual root is non-existent? After a full month of rigorous practice yielding no results, Zhao Fengyan cannot help but feel anxious, especially when recalling that Zhao Zhengchuan developed a sense of spiritual energy within just a month. Contemplating the situation, he speculates that the evolution of spiritual roots described in the blood contract beast control technique must not be false. It is merely that the quality of the evolved spiritual root may not be as strong, resulting in a slower ability to sense spiritual energy compared to Zhao Zhengchuan. With this thought in mind, Zhao Fengyan continues to devote himself wholeheartedly to his practice. Aside from meals and sleep, he remains in the practice room, not stepping outside his home. Huang Wanyan manages household chores, including feeding the poultry, and fortunately, she has hired several temporary workers to assist with the tasks. Thus, another month passes swiftly. As the second month draws to a close, just as Zhao Fengyan begins to doubt the existence of his spiritual root, he finally makes a breakthrough one night. In the practice room, he forms a special posture with his hands, while his breathing rhythm fluctuates between slow and rapid. This peculiar mannerism is indicative of the spirit absorption breathing technique's method for sensing spiritual energy. In that moment, Zhao Fengyan, who had previously felt nothing, suddenly perceives a soft, warm current within him, gradually flowing into his fingertips and coursing through the meridians in his body. Holding a spirit stone, this newfound sensation confirms that Zhao Fengyan indeed possesses a spiritual root. Today, he has finally awakened his spiritual sensitivity. After a 2-month wait, Zhao Fengyan has succeeded. Although his progress may be slower than Zhao Zhengchuan's, the ability to cultivate is infinitely superior to lacking a spiritual root altogether. With the prospect of enhancing Xiao Hei's bloodline talent through the Beast Monument in the future, Zhao Fengyan's own spiritual root quality may also see improvement. Suppressing the excitement bubbling within him, Zhao Fengyan calms his mind and swiftly follows the method outlined in the spirit absorption breathing technique to channel the spiritual energy within his meridians. The technique is not overly complex. By guiding the spiritual energy through specific acupoints and circulating it for 8 small cycles, culminating in one large cycle, he can condense it into his dantian. Over time, as spiritual energy accumulates to a certain level within the dantian, he can attain the first level of qi refinement. 2 hours later, Zhao Fengyan successfully completes one large cycle of spiritual energy circulation, feeling a sense of soreness and fullness within his meridians. With a thin layer of spiritual energy now present in his dantian, he understands that moderation is essential in cultivation. Having only just awakened his spiritual sensitivity, his meridians remain fragile, and the amount of spiritual energy he can channel each day is limited. This level of spiritual energy is already his maximum capacity. Exceeding it could potentially harm his meridians. Cultivation, like martial arts, requires patience. Haste will only lead to setbacks. Thus, Zhao Fengyan resolves to dedicate 2 hours each day to practicing the immortal techniques while simultaneously continuing his martial arts training. After all, while the pursuit of immortality may grant one longevity, Those at the first and second levels of chi refinement remain weak, perhaps even inferior to first-rate martial artists. Thus, until one reaches the third or fourth levels of chi refinement, practicing martial arts becomes a means of self-preservation. With these thoughts cast aside, Zhao Fengyan retired to his chamber for rest. Today, Huang Wanyan had just coaxed Zhao Zhengling when she noticed Zhao Fengyan's arrival, her expression tinged with surprise. Brother Nian, why are you resting so early today? Aren't you practicing? Haha, I've made some breakthroughs and am quite pleased. I'll practice again tomorrow. With that, Zhao Fengyan stepped forward, embracing Huang Wanyan tenderly. Wanyun, it is still early. Shall we indulge in a deeper conversation? At these words, a smile danced upon Huang Wanyan's lips. Brother Nian, today, I'll take the lead. Several nights later, on the official road 50 miles south of Ping'an County, a caravan was encamped by the roadside, tending to a fire for rest. Within the train of carts, several horse-drawn wagons were laden with iron cages, each containing a variety of poultry ready for market. This caravan was none other than the Zhao family's team, transporting livestock to Lin County. At the center of the wagons, 7 or 8 individuals gathered around a bonfire, preparing a meal. Among them were 4 clad in identical black attire, their backs embroidered with a green character, the emblem of the Qingzhou martial arts school. One burly youth was roasting a golden-striped chicken, and as it neared completion, he tore off a leg and offered it to a delicately featured young woman beside him. Ronger, here. Seeing this, the young woman blushed slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the chicken leg. Jingza, thank you. This youth was none other than Zhao Jingza, and the others in Qingzhou martial arts attire were his brothers in arms. Zhao Fengyan had entrusted the task of escorting goods to Zhao Jingza, rewarding him with 200 taels of silver for each trip. Although Yang Qingzhou, the head of the Qingzhou martial arts school, was quite prosperous, he welcomed the opportunity to earn more and readily agreed to let his disciples undertake this task. As for Zhao Jingza, he had the authority to decide who would accompany him on these escort missions. The young woman, of course, was Yang Qingzhou's only daughter, Yang Ronger. Their frequent collaboration had fostered a growing affection between them over numerous trips. At that moment, their camaraderie attracted the teasing remarks of their fellow disciples. Yang Ronger felt a rush of shyness, but Zhao Zhengza, unabashed, reveled in the attention. Everyone, let us adhere to our usual practice of taking turns to keep watch tonight. We shall set off again early tomorrow, and should arrive by noon. After a simple meal, Zhao Jingza urged everyone to rest. The accommodations were rather rudimentary, confined to the interiors of the wagons. As night deepened and silence enveloped the caravan, a group of over 10 bandits stealthily approached from the mountain woods alongside the road. Brother, that group ahead seems to be the Zhao family's caravan. Excellent. Our leader has been investigating for days and has finally uncovered Zhao family's poultry business. Now that we have found their caravan, we must seize their goods, and from now on, we shall intercept every Zhao family convoy. We will make Zhao Fengyan understand the consequences of crossing our Tiger Head stronghold. Brothers, follow me to attack. In the stillness of the night, the bandits, illuminated by the faint moonlight, drew closer to the caravan, oblivious to the impending danger. As the distance shrank to mere 10 paces, the bandits, realizing they could no longer hide within the forest, swiftly drew their weapons and charged forth with malicious intent. The clash of weapons and shouts merged into a cacophony, and the sentinel among the caravan warriors felt a chill in his heart. Turning, he saw the bandits closing in and shouted in alarm. Bandits are coming! Bandits are coming! Inside the wagon, Zhao Jingza and Yang Ronger woke abruptly. Several warriors rushed out, but the bandits had already descended upon them. The gruesome sounds of weapons striking flesh echoed, and several ordinary workers met their untimely demise. The bandits quickly surrounded Zhao Jingza and the others. Who are these bandits? How dare they rob the Qingzhou martial arts school's escort? Zhao Jingza showed no fear, drawing forth his staff and striking a third-rate bandit squarely in the neck, causing him to drop lifelessly to the ground. His sudden roar momentarily stunned many of the bandits. The lead bandit frowned, raising his iron hammer with a cold sneer. Qingzhou martial arts school? Do you think I am intimidated? Today, I care not who you are. If this cargo belongs to the Zhao family, I shall seize it. You lads are simply out of luck. With a disdainful snort, the lead bandit prepared to speak no further as he brandished his twin iron hammers, exuding a fearsome aura. The other bandits, recognizing that Zhao Zhengza and his companions were no ordinary warriors, grew wary but maintained their encirclement to allow their leader to engage. Seeing the bandits close in, Zhao Jingza remained undaunted. He thrust his staff forward, advancing alongside it, and a fierce battle ensued. The sounds of their confrontation echoed as they exchanged blows, revealing that the bandit leader was indeed a second-rate martial artist. Yet, as the fight progressed, each of his strikes forced Zhao Jingza to retreat further, and on one occasion, a blow from the hammer struck him hard, eliciting a grunt of pain. Had he not cultivated the formidable iron armor technique, he might have succumbed within mere moments. Zhengze, I shall assist you. Witnessing Zhao Zhengze's struggle, Yang Ronger's concern was evident in her eyes. She swiftly drew her sword and joined him in the fray. The remaining warriors, seeing her resolve, also joined the fight. However, despite their efforts, Zhao Zhengze and his companions were merely inexperienced youths, and even though the number of second-rate bandits was few, they soon found themselves overwhelmed. Realizing the dire situation, Zhao Zhengze decisively shouted, "Retreat! Leave the goods behind." With that, he led the charge to break through, seizing an opportunity to sever the reins of the horse-drawn wagon and galloping towards the outskirts. As he passed Yang Ronger, he did not forget to pull her onto his back. The other warriors, witnessing this, followed suit. Though they lacked the strength of the bandits, each possessed some skill, and abandoning the cargo to flee made it difficult for the bandits to pursue them. Ultimately, Zhao Zhengze and his companions managed to escape, albeit injured, while the bandits, seeing their advantage, chose not to press their luck further. After all, this was the official road, and they dared not act too recklessly. The following morning, within the Zhao family residence, Zhao Zhengze lay upon his bed, bruised and battered, lost in slumber. Zhao Fengyan, Huang Wanyun, and Zhao Zhongling gathered by the window, their expressions filled with concern. "Brother Nian, what manner of banditry is this, to be so brazen as to rob along the official road? It's utterly reprehensible." Huang Wanyun's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed upon her injured son, her heart heavy with both anguish and fury. Observing her distress, Zhao Fengyan gently patted her back in comfort. "Wanyun, there is no need for excessive worry. I have examined him, and Zhengze is not gravely harmed. He merely has some bruising, which constitutes a minor injury. He is strong, and with a month of recuperation, he will surely recover." At his words, Huang Wanyun nodded, and Zhao Fengyan encouraged her to continue caring for Zhao Zhengze as he slowly exited the chamber. Even before dawn, Zhao Zhengze had returned home, battered and weary. Before succumbing to slumber, Zhao Fengyan learned the intricate details of the previous night's ambush on the convoy by bandits. Several individuals from the martial arts school had already returned, and Zhao Zhengze intended to recuperate at home. From his fragmented remarks, Zhao Fengyan discerned that these bandits appeared to be deliberately targeting the Zhao family. Thus, he was certain that these marauders hailed from the Tiger Head stronghold, intent on robbing the convoy to avenge the deaths of their two leaders. However, their cowardice in only daring to rob his family's convoy, yet refraining from confronting them directly in Mang village, filled Zhao Fengyan with disdain. The loss of goods was of little concern to him. Even with the loss of lives, he could simply compensate with silver. Yet, if the bandits were to return in the future, his trade route to Lin County would be severed, resulting in significant losses for the Zhao family. Coupled with the audacity they displayed in injuring his son, Zhao Fengyan was resolute in his intent to annihilate the bandits from the Tiger Head stronghold. According to past bounty notices from the county office, the bandits numbered in the hundreds, with over 100 being third-rate, dozens second-rate, and led by a formidable first-rate leader, quite a daunting challenge. Zhao Fengyan muttered to himself, promptly dispelling the notion of confronting Tiger Head Mountain alone. Despite being a first-rate martial artist and possessing the extraordinary first-level demon dog, Xiao He, capable of wreaking havoc within the stronghold, he could not guarantee the complete annihilation of all the bandits. If even one were to escape and disclose the existence of a demon beast, it would spell trouble. Therefore, Zhao Fengyan resolved to gradually eliminate the bandits from the Tiger Head stronghold, weakening their strength as the first step. "You wish to rob my Zhao family's goods? Very well. I shall personally escort them and see if you dare to attempt it again. If you come, I shall ensure that the bandits of the Tiger Head stronghold return empty-handed." With a plan forming in his mind, a fierce expression adorned his face. Determined, he set out early to gather manpower to load a batch of poultry onto the cart. After dismissing the laborers, he also secured Xiao He within the realm of the myriad beasts. Subsequently, he connected the convoy and, with a solitary escort of the goods, made his way toward Lin County. Pingan County was not far from Lin County. At most, it would take 2 days to arrive. Zhao Fengyan intended to draw the bandits' attention. Thus he took his time on the journey. As he ambled along the official road with the goods, darkness fell, and he stopped the convoy by the roadside, leisurely preparing a meal over a fire. The convoy carried a considerable amount of goods, and with Zhao Fengyan alone escorting it, coupled with his slow pace, it was impossible to avoid attracting the bandits' notice. Sure enough, as Zhao Fengyan savored the succulent golden-patterned chicken, a group of over 10 individuals swaggered out from the forest. Their expressions were fierce, and weapons glimmered in their hands. They were indeed a band of bandits. "Brother, these appear to be the unique blood poultry of the Zhao family. This must be their convoy. Ah, how amusing. Just yesterday, we chased them off in disarray, and today they return. Well, what a stroke of luck. The blood poultry we took yesterday was quite bountiful, and the leader praised it highly. Today, with even more, we can take it all. How ridiculous. He's escorting goods all alone, thinking we, the bandits of the Tiger Head stronghold, are easy prey? Humph. Eating chicken here. Soon, he'll be eating dirt. The bandits, engaged in banter, clearly dismissed Zhao Fengyan, sizing up the ample-blood poultry while preparing to confront him. Their audacity stemmed from the belief that Zhao Fengyan was but one man. Among them, they had a top-tier second-rate martial artist and 4 other competent second-rate fighters. Given such strength, they felt no fear, even if Zhao Fengyan was a first-rate martial artist. This was the source of their arrogance. As the bandits approached, Zhao Fengyan's eyes gleamed with a chilling light upon hearing their claim of being from the Tiger Head stronghold. Slowly, he drew his long knife, uttering not a word. With a sudden leap, he charged towards the bandits, his blade shimmering with cold light. Simultaneously, a massive black dog adorned with flame patterns materialized beside him. The moment it appeared, the black dog erupted with blazing flames, illuminating the night like a radiant sun. Zhao Fengyan made his move, and despite his imposing presence, the bandits were not overly intimidated. However, upon the sudden appearance of Xiao He, the bandits were thrown into a panic, their once menacing grins vanishing, replaced by sheer fear. Before they could react, Xiao He lunged ahead, targeting the nearest bandit who resembled a second-rate fighter, disregarding the sharp sword he wielded and pouncing to tear him apart. The surface of Xiao He was ablaze, and upon contact with the weapon, the sharp blade melted like ice in the sun, transforming into a puddle of molten iron. With a gaping maw, Xiao He devoured the bandit, leaving him unrecognizable. In mere moments, he had effortlessly dispatched a second-rate fighter. Sensing that the thrill was not yet satiated, Xiao He, with flames dancing in his eyes, continued to hunt down the surrounding bandits. Wherever he went, none could withstand his wrath. The bandits fell before him with ease. Observing this scene, Zhao Fengyan, who had intended to join the fray, chose to remain still and watch. Since Xiao He had become a first-level demon beast, Zhao Fengyan had never witnessed its true prowess in battle. Now that it was in high spirits, it was a perfect opportunity to test its strength. As Zhao Fengyan stood observing, the bandits were already paralyzed with terror. Their cries echoed in the night, their will to fight evaporating as they scattered in all directions. What in the world is that? How can it be so powerful? A demon. This must be a demon. Utter nonsense. A demon born of flames, immensely strong. This is undoubtedly a demon beast. They say demon beasts are not weaker than innate martial artists. My goodness, how could there be a demon here? Run. We must flee. We are no match for it. The bandits, beset by Xiao He, fled in terror, their cries ringing out as they scrambled for safety. However, with their strongest members being mere second-rate fighters, escaping from the now swift Xiao He was a fool's errand. Even as the group dispersed, Xiao He expended little effort, swiftly eliminating them all in the span of a single incense stick. Gazing upon the chaotic, charred remains before him, Zhao Fengyan pondered deeply. From Xiao He's earlier display, it was evident that its strength vastly surpassed that of second-rate fighters. Even ordinary first-rate martial artists stood no chance against it. Even a top-tier first-rate martial artist would likely struggle against Xiao He. As for the bandit who had shouted that Xiao He was comparable to innate martial artists, Zhao Fengyan could not wholly agree. After all, he had never witnessed an innate martial artist in action, making comparison impossible. Having formed a preliminary assessment of Xiao He's abilities, Zhao Fengyan felt a sense of satisfaction. With such a formidable ally at his side, he could confidently declare that within the confines of Pingan County, he had no fear of any adversary. However, Xiao He was, after all, a demon. Should its existence become widely known, it might attract the attention of experts from afar. Though the state of Jin was a mundane realm, there were tales of immortals lingering here, and he wished to avoid drawing their scrutiny. Therefore, it was prudent to keep Xiao He concealed. In the days to come, as long as there remained enemies that could not be entirely silenced, Zhao Fengyan would undoubtedly refrain from releasing Xiao He lightly. Just as he was about to summon Xiao He back, he suddenly observed the flames enveloping its body dissipating rapidly, ultimately converging upon its forehead. Furthermore, Xiao He appeared to be listless and dispirited, indicating that its exertion had taken a considerable toll on its vitality. It is said that the beasts possess a form of demonic energy akin to that of celestial beings. Should this energy be depleted, they would be unable to wield their supernatural abilities. Henceforth, the fiery manifestation upon its surface would need to be utilized judiciously. Nevertheless, Xiao He possesses the ability to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, so its future advancement in strength should not be a cause for excessive concern. After providing Xiao He with an aged goose rich in vitality, Zhao Fengyan tucked it away within the confines of the myriad beasts' cave for rest. Subsequently, he gathered the corpses of numerous bandits, dragged them together, and excavated a pit for their burial. Naturally, he did not neglect to search their remains, being desperate rogues. They were likely to possess some silver. After rummaging through their belongings, Zhao Fengyan found a considerable amount of silver, along with several wooden tokens adorned with tiger heads. These tokens were likely personal items of the Tiger Head Mountain Bandits, suggesting that their numbers were significant, and these tokens served as identification. Zhao Fengyan did not discard these wooden tokens, instead stowing them in his cart, for they might prove useful in the future. Once the corpses were disposed of, Zhao Fengyan rested until dawn before making his way towards Lin County. After delivering his goods, he leisurely made his return. On the way back, his pace was unhurried, as he pondered whether bandits from Tiger Head Mountain might ambush him. However, his return journey was uneventful, and nothing transpired. In Pingan County, the bandits were predominantly from Tiger Head Mountain. Thus, the rogues encountered along the road were likely to be them. Zhao Fengyan planned to continue delivering goods alone in the coming days, utilizing this method to weaken the strength of Tiger Head Mountain. Once their numbers were significantly diminished, it would be time for Zhao Fengyan to assault Tiger Head Mountain. However, his plans were soon thwarted. During his second delivery, despite moving slowly, no bandits appeared. Unfazed by his previous experience, he continued his solitary deliveries for nearly a month, yet still encountered not a single bandit. One day, while returning from Lin County, Zhao Fengyan noticed the day waning and decided to rest beside the official road. After a month without sighting any bandits, he realized that today was unlikely to be any different. Guarding his empty cart, he munched on dry rations, letting out a resigned sigh. The leader of Tiger Head Mountain was indeed a remarkable individual. After the demise of two of its leaders, he had refrained from seeking revenge, and now, with a batch of subordinates lost, he remained conspicuously absent, demonstrating utmost caution. After musing on this, Zhao Fengyan cast aside his original plans and contemplated new strategies to gradually eliminate the bandits of Tiger Head Mountain. Just as he was resting, a cart appeared slowly at the end of the official road. The sound of the wheels crunching against the ground drew Zhao Fengyan's attention. As he glanced over, he noted that although the cart bore few goods, it was accompanied by a considerable number of escorts. Counting carefully, he realized that there were 10 individuals surrounding the cart. Being a skilled martial artist, Zhao Fengyan's perceptive eye discerned that most of these individuals were not weaklings. The leader, with a gaze sharp as a blade and abundant vigor, was likely a first-rate martial artist. Understanding this, Zhao Fengyan surmised that the goods being transported were likely of considerable value. Having been in commerce for many years and possessing a wealthy background, he harbored no covetous thoughts. Moreover, he did not consider himself a virtuous person, but neither would he engage in acts of robbery. Thus, he remained at his cart, undisturbed. However, the approaching group, as they neared Zhao Fengyan, suddenly barked an order. "You there! This area is spacious, meant for our rest. Move your cart away and do not occupy such a large space alone." The place where Zhao Fengyan was resting was indeed a flat and relatively spacious area adjacent to the official road, which was ample for one person. However, the surrounding terrain was rugged and uneven, and Zhao Fengyan had no desire to relocate. "This space is quite ample. If you wish to rest, you may do so nearby." "Forcing me to leave seems rather overbearing," Zhao Fengyan retorted, maintaining a calm demeanor. He was reluctant to use force against ordinary folk, nor did he wish to be bullied. Yet upon hearing his words, the leader of the group let out a cold laugh. He glanced back at the cargo behind him, seemingly placing great importance on it, before turning his gaze back to Zhao Fengyan and reprimanding him. "We are the Wang family's convoy from Pingan County, and the goods we transport are of considerable value. Your presence here is quite bothersome. If you do not wish to suffer a beating and offend the Wang family, you had best leave immediately." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Fengyan's pupils constricted sharply, his face a mixture of surprise and excitement. Pingan County, the Wang family. This group was evidently anxious about Zhao Fengyan coveting their goods, attempting to drive him away by leveraging their status. However, rather than feeling intimidated or contemplating retreat, Zhao Fengyan found himself invigorated by the prospect. Having been entangled with the Wang family for several years, he had already resolved to eradicate them. Although he had yet to devise a suitable plan, he possessed extensive knowledge regarding the Wang family. The head of the Wang family, Wang Zhenlin, was rumored to be a retired marshal general due to injury, who leveraged his past military achievements to maintain connections with current officials. Thus, the Wang family wielded considerable influence in Pingan County and had recruited several first-rate martial artists for protection. With such power, the Wang family would naturally exploit their influence to amass wealth, with the trade of gemstones and jewelry being their primary business. Given that the Wang family frequently engaged in the trade of jade and jewelry, it was only logical that the cart before him, though carrying few goods, was accompanied by numerous martial escorts. Zhao Fengyan had initially intended to confront the Wang family, with the acquisition of gemstones serving as a means to gather spirit stones. Now that he had fortuitously encountered their cart transporting jade, and considering the rudeness of its escorts, he felt compelled to take action. Under these circumstances, he would seize this batch of goods and frame the bandits of Tiger Head Mountain for the theft. If he could instigate a conflict between the Wong family and Tiger Head Mountain, it would serve his purposes remarkably well. As such, Zhao Fengyan's mind raced with this newfound scheme. Having been engaged in transporting his own goods for an entire month without encountering the bandits of Tiger Head Mountain, his plan to gradually eliminate them seemed increasingly futile. If he could incite a rivalry between the Wong family and the bandits, perhaps he could force his two adversaries to turn on each other, sparing him the trouble of taking direct action himself. Of course, to succeed, he could not afford to let a single martial artist from this group escape, and his framing tactics would need to be executed with great finesse. Are you deaf? I'm speaking to you. Hurry up and leave. The first-rate martial artist from the Wong family, having lost patience with Zhao Fengyan's inaction, suddenly drew his sword, signaling a readiness to engage in combat. I advise you to recognize the situation and depart swiftly. This remote area means that even if I were to kill you, the authorities would not intervene. Came the threatening voices from behind the martial artist. As Zhao Fengyan listened, he was filled with no lingering doubts. Affecting an expression of trepidation, he quietly led the convoy toward the distance. Just as the martial artists around him displayed mocking smiles and began to relax, Zhao Fengyan suddenly erupted into action, simultaneously releasing Xiao He. Kill, kill, kill. Leave none alive. With a cold long knife in hand, Zhao Fengyan swiftly severed the head of a second-rate martial artist standing beside him. Enraged, a first-rate martial artist raised his sword and charged at Zhao Fengyan. However, before he could close the distance, Xiao He's form suddenly appeared. As a first-tier demon dog, its strength was at least on par with that of a top-tier martial artist. And coupled with its unique fiery abilities, the first-rate martial artist stood no chance against it. In a flash, Xiao He pounced, effortlessly tearing the martial artist apart and reducing him to charred remains. Subsequently, the cries of the remaining martial artists filled the air as Zhao Fengyan and Xiao He dispatched them mercilessly. They attempted to flee, but ultimately met their demise. Observing the chaotic scene of corpses, Zhao Fengyan showed no inclination to collect the bodies. He opened the cargo of the enemy's cart and immediately discovered a box of precious jade stones. After rummaging through, he found 2 spirit stones imbued with rich spiritual energy. A surge of joy filled his heart as he waved his hand, stowing the box directly into the Wansho cave heaven. Thereafter, he discarded a token belonging to the bandits of Tiger Head Village nearby and departed with his convoy under the cover of night. By seizing the jade stones intended for the Wong family and framing the bandits of Tiger Head Village, Zhao Fengyan had no concerns about exposing his involvement. The precious stones hidden within the Wansho cave heaven were imperceptible to anyone, and with the token of the nearby Tiger Head Village, others could only suspect the bandits as the culprits. Now, it remained to be seen whether the Wong family would dare to confront Tiger Head Village upon realizing the truth. After this delivery, Zhao Fengyan returned home safely. With some time until his next delivery, he continued to delve into the mysteries of celestial arts and diligently hone his martial skills. He already possessed 3 spirit stones, and with the 2 he had found among the jade cargo from the Wong family, he was nearly ready to break through to the first layer of qi refinement. Even if it fell short, he still had spirit wine to assist him. 2 days later, at the Wong family's guest house, Wang Jinlin listened intently to the report from his subordinate, his eyes laden with solemnity. Master, the batch of jewels we were escorting has been completely robbed, and none of the escorting martial artists returned alive. Subordinates found a special token nearby, suspecting it was the work of the bandits from Tiger Head Village. As he received the Tiger Head token from his subordinate, a complex expression washed over Wang Jinlin's aged face. After a brief moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Can we report this to the authorities?" "Master, the government is already aware, but the incident occurred at the border between Ping'an County and Lin County, and neither county's officials are willing to intervene." Humph. These government officials are nothing but shameless rogues, eager to collect taxes yet quick to deflect responsibility when trouble arises. "Master, what should our Wong family do? Should I gather men to attack Tiger Head Village?" The Wong family held considerable influence, with 3 or 4 first-rate martial artists within their ranks. If they invested some resources, they could also temporarily recruit additional muscle. Striking decisively against Tiger Head Village would not be an insurmountable task. However, after hearing his subordinate's words, Wang Jinlin appeared pensive and rejected the notion. "No, there is no need to gather men. My son, Shipong, once hired the bandits from Tiger Head Village for murder, and they did not retaliate even when 2 of their own were killed, indicating that the bandits have no intention of targeting our Wong family. Now, with our goods stolen and the evidence pointing so clearly to Tiger Head Village, this situation seems rather suspicious. It appears someone is deliberately inciting conflict between our Wang family and Tiger Head Village. For now, we shall set this matter aside and seek alternative routes for transporting our goods in the future. Wang Jinlin's words revealed his astuteness. If Zhao Fengyan were to hear this, he would undoubtedly be inclined to commend Wang Jinlin for his shrewdness. The martial artist in the room nodded in agreement and refrained from further discussion before departing. Meanwhile, Wang Jinlin sighed inwardly, his expression troubled. If there truly was someone targeting the Wang family, it was highly likely to be the Zhao family from Meng village. After all, my son had previously sent men to kill him. Given his strength, he could not possibly be unaware that my son was behind it all. I had my suspicions about his involvement in my son's death, yet regrettably, I lacked concrete evidence. Now, there are those who instigate conflict between my Wang family and Tiger Head village. It seems necessary to send someone to keep a close watch on Zhao Fengyan. If it is confirmed to be him, I shall spare no effort to eliminate him, regardless of the cost to my family. With that thought, a fierce determination settled into Wang Jinlin's aged features. Chapter 74. Stepping onto the celestial path, the grain transport team. A month later, within the Zhao residence, Zhao Fengyan was diligently practicing in the courtyard. He had set up multiple slender wooden stakes, each the thickness of a wrist, and was moving agilely around them, honing his skills in the fierce tiger descending the mountain technique. His movements were swift and adept, clearly indicating that he had made significant progress with this martial art. Naturally, while the body movements were secondary, the most formidable aspect of the fierce tiger descending the mountain technique lay in its internal training methods. Although Zhao Fengyan had been preoccupied with cultivating celestial arts, he had not neglected his martial training. Daily, he replenished his energy with qi and blood, and his physical strength had reached an impressive 15,000 pounds. While he was still far from the 30,000 pounds required for innate martial artists, if he continued on this path, he would surely reach that level within 5 to 10 years. As Zhao Fengyan practiced diligently, a pair of eyes gradually emerged from atop the courtyard wall. It was a lean man, intently observing Zhao Fengyan until nightfall. When Zhao Fengyan concluded his training and returned to his quarters to rest, only then did the man depart, judging by his graceful movements. It was clear that he too was a first-rate martial artist, and his strength appeared to be on par with Zhao Fengyan's. After the man left, Zhao Fengyan, having entered his room to rest, soon re-emerged. He leaped onto the roof of his house, gazing in the direction where the martial artist had vanished, a contemplative expression settling on his face. He had not anticipated that Wang Jinlin's cunning would lead him to suspect that he was the instigator. Indeed, he had underestimated him. It seemed that inciting a conflict between the Wang family and Tiger Head village was no longer feasible, and he would have to devise alternative strategies to deal with these two factions. The departing martial artist had been monitoring Zhao Fengyan for over 10 days. Long before the man's arrival, Zhao Fengyan had received a warning from Shao Kai, informing him of the presence of an observer. However, he had chosen not to act rashly. Instead, after the observer departed, he sent Shao Kai to follow him, quickly discovering that he was affiliated with the Wang family. Given that he was indeed a member of the Wang family, Zhao Fengyan surmised that his plan to instigate discord had failed, and Wang Jinlin, the head of the Wang family, had turned his suspicions toward him. While reflecting on Wang Jinlin's deep cunning, Zhao Fengyan also recognized the formidable challenge posed by the Wang family. Nevertheless, he had another course of action in mind. 2 days prior, during a delivery to Lin County, he had learned that the imperial court would soon distribute relief grain to every county as a response to the ongoing disaster. Lin County had already received its supplies, and given that Ping'an County was farther away, it was likely that the grain would arrive shortly. Despite the current year being one of calamity, the relief grain distributed by the court was considerable. However, the amount that actually reached the common people was woefully scarce, as local officials siphoned off the majority for themselves. Thus, Zhao Fengyan understood that the grain would most likely end up in the hands of the county magistrate, Chen Shan. With such a substantial quantity of valuable grain being distributed, Zhao Fengyan realized that if he could not incite conflict between the Wang family and Tiger Head village, he would have to shift his focus and draw the county magistrate into the fray. However, the county magistrate is an official, and even if there is a modicum of camaraderie between them, he cannot intercede on behalf of Zhao Fengyan against the Wang family. Thus, Zhao Fengyan was compelled to shift his focus to the relief grain, using it as leverage to coerce the magistrate into action. He deliberated on the particulars for several days before dispatching Shao Kai to the official road to gather intelligence night and day. Now, he awaited the arrival of the grain convoy. Without lingering in the courtyard, Zhao Fengyan proceeded to the training chamber. After completing his martial arts regimen for the day, he naturally turned his attention to cultivating the celestial arts. Seated cross-legged in his chamber, Zhao Fengyan adeptly grasped a spirit stone. Over the past 2 months, he had refined 4 spirit stones, converting their spiritual energy into magical power, which had accumulated in his dantian. Now, only this final spirit stone remained. Once depleted, he would have to resort to using spirit wine for his cultivation. Zhao Fengyan sensed that a breakthrough to the first level of qi refinement was not far off. Employing the spirit absorption breathing technique, he summoned the spiritual energy from the spirit stone, directing it to flow through his meridians. After circulating through a complete cycle for 2 hours, he felt a subtle tremor within his dantian. The magical power he had amassed seemed to reach a critical mass, surging tumultuously within his dantian like undulating waves. This state persisted for the duration of an incense stick, before ultimately stabilizing. At this moment, Zhao Fengyan felt invigorated. His senses sharpened. He carefully attuned himself to the serene night, perceiving the sounds of insects and falling leaves outside the courtyard with startling clarity. Even stepping outside, he could discern the texture of tree bark 100 meters away in the inky darkness. It was at this juncture that Zhao Fengyan could finally affirm his breakthrough to the first level of qi refinement. Simultaneously, a notification from the longevity monument promptly followed. The head of the family has broken through to the first level of qi refinement, embarking upon the path of immortality, and adding 20 strands of spiritual light to the family lineage. This transformation echoed his accomplishment in reaching the first level of qi refinement through the spirit absorption breathing technique. After more than 2 months of diligent cultivation, he had finally stepped onto the path of immortality. Zhao Fengyan's heart brimmed with elation. Although he had been a month slower than Zheng Chuan, achieving the first level of qi refinement signified that he had at last embarked on the journey of cultivation. His efforts had not been in vain. Suppressing his joy, Zhao Fengyan retrieved his notes on cultivation, which detailed various spells. The prerequisite for mastering these spells was to possess at least the foundational qi refinement level. Despite his newfound cultivation, the first level of qi refinement was still a rudimentary attainment, and in terms of combat prowess, he was still outmatched by ordinary warriors. It appeared that in addition to honing his martial skills and celestial techniques, he must also focus on mastering these spells. He pondered the efficacy of employing celestial spells in combat. While the cultivation of spells at the first level of qi refinement might be somewhat ambitious, once acquired, he would be able to cast them, albeit slowly and with significant consumption of magical power, often allowing for only a single casting. Nevertheless, the might of these celestial spells far surpassed that of conventional martial techniques, and should Zhao Fengyan come to master them, he would gain an invaluable secret weapon. Furthermore, among the spells, the basic manipulation and qi observation spells were essential for any cultivator. It was only prudent to begin their cultivation at the earliest opportunity. Following his successful breakthrough to the first level of qi refinement, Zhao Fengyan threw himself into his training with renewed vigor, dedicating his days entirely to cultivation. However, 2 days later, Xiaokai suddenly returned to the courtyard, alerting Zhao Fengyan with urgency. He understood that it had discovered the grain convoy en route to Ping'an County. With a plan already in place, Zhao Fengyan was determined not to relent. He exited the courtyard, confirming that there were no spies from the Wang family nearby, and instructed Xiaokai to lead the way as he vanished from his home. As dusk fell and darkness enveloped the land, a convoy was making its way along the official road towards Ping'an County. Unlike ordinary freight carriers, this convoy was notably larger, comprising over 20 individuals, all clad in official attire. Among them were 3 armored officials, indicating a martial prowess. The carts were laden with sacks of grain, amounting to no less than 50,000 caddies. In a year of calamity, such a quantity of grain was undoubtedly of great value. It could fetch upwards of 10,000 taels of silver if sold. It was no wonder that local officials engaged in rampant exploitation. As the grain convoy progressed steadily, Zhao Fengyan concealed himself behind a boulder on a distant hillside, observing intently. He knew that this grain would ultimately fall into Chundan's hands, and compelling Chundan to act against him by seizing this grain was the most effective course of action to undermine his financial gain. Furthermore, with the aid of the Wansho Cave Heaven, he could effortlessly store such a significant quantity of grain. Once secured, any household that received it would face dire consequences. As for the lives of these officials, Zhao Fengyan harbored no qualms. He bore no psychological burden in eliminating them. After years of interaction with officials, he had come to understand that most of the officials in the Jin Kingdom were not virtuous individuals. In times of disaster, the court consistently distributed grain for relief. Yet the populace remained hungry, echoing their grievances, a testament to the character of the officials. However, Zhao Fengyan realized that he would need to silence them entirely to shift the blame elsewhere, and with the formidable martialists present in the convoy, exterminating them all without leaving a single survivor posed a significant challenge. He refrained from acting hastily, instead trailing the convoy. As night deepened and the martialists within the convoy took their rest, he resolved to strike. Releasing Xiaohong from the Wansho Cave Heaven and summoning Xiaokai, he instructed them to prepare for action. Observing that most of the officials were fast asleep, with only one on watch, Zhao Fengyan deftly readied his bow and arrow, taking aim at the solitary guard. A swift whoosh pierced the air as the arrow flew 100 paces, successfully striking the guard in the throat. As the guard collapsed, a sudden roar erupted from the previously tranquil convoy. Who dares to attack our court's grain convoy? Chapter 75. A two birds with one stone strategy. The furious cry startled the resting officials, who quickly grasped their weapons and encircled the grain they were transporting. The night was pitch black, even with torches illuminating the area. Visibility beyond 10 meters was severely compromised. Concealed in the distance, Zhao Fengyan observed their alarmed demeanor with satisfaction. He refrained from summoning Xiaohong, opting instead to charge forth alone. Though Xiaohong possessed considerable strength, the multitude of elite martialists on the opposing side posed a risk. A reckless approach could lead to injury. Additionally, Xiaohong's unusual appearance might inadvertently frighten the officials away. Given their mission to transport grain, they were unlikely to flee unless faced with certain death. Thus, Zhao Fengyan decided to remain hidden, employing stealthy assassination tactics. With his enhanced night vision, this method of combat was most prudent. Moments later, seeing that the enemy remained stationary, Zhao Fengyan drew his bow once more. An arrow flew, but this time the enemy was evidently prepared. A seasoned martialist wielding a long sword stepped forward and deftly severed the arrow mid-flight. He then bellowed, "Thief, prepare to die," and led 3 others away from the convoy towards Zhao Fengyan's position. Rather than feeling intimidated, Zhao Fengyan wore a triumphant smile. The enemy's numbers worked to his advantage. If they separated, he was confident he could eliminate them one by one. He vanished into the shadowy forest, rendering himself invisible as they approached. As the 3 officials slightly dispersed, Zhao Fengyan sprang forth like a hunting tiger. With a flash of his gleaming blade, he swiftly beheaded one of them. As the sounds of battle echoed in the distance, the other 2 hastily made their way over. However, at this moment, Zhao Fengyan had once again vanished into the shadows. For mere mortals, vision is limited, with only a few paces visible in the darkness. Yet, Zhao Fengyan, now a celestial being, though lacking in magical prowess and possessing only the first layer of chi refinement, had experienced a significant enhancement in spiritual awareness, granting him exceptional sight. Concealed within the night, his stealthy strikes were as effortless as breathing. He did not even need to summon the little black dog. It was sufficient to avoid its fiery abilities, which would serve as a beacon in the darkness. As the remaining 2 searched, Zhao Fengyan executed his strategy with ghostly grace, his attacks fierce as a tiger. In a mere moment, both assailants met their demise at his hands. Following this, he turned his attention to the team guarding the provisions, launching a surprise attack with his bow and arrows. This time, the remaining 2 first-rate martial artists sprang into action, accompanied by a considerable number of subordinates, leaving only 2 or 3 behind to guard the supplies. Faced with such formidable opponents, Zhao Fengyan initially took advantage of their search, emerging suddenly to slay one before retreating. However, after dispatching 3, he found himself encircled. The leading officer, brandishing a long knife, pointed it at Zhao Fengyan's brow, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "You little thief. You dare to rob the provisions of our court all alone. This is a crime that warrants the annihilation of your entire lineage. Once I capture you, I shall subject you to rigorous torture to uncover your true identity." With that, the officers launched their assault in unison. Even though Zhao Fengyan was a formidable first-rate martial artist, facing so many, including 2 first-rate opponents, he was clearly outmatched. Thus, he decided to unleash his full strength, waving his hand to summon a massive black dog at his side. "Kill them. Leave no one alive." With the appearance of the little black dog, intense flames enveloped its body. Amidst the astonished gazes and frantic shouts of the officers, it slaughtered them with the precision of a butcher reaping livestock. Zhao Fengyan, fearing their escape, joined the fray alongside the little black dog. The once confident officers, who had felt assured of victory, soon found themselves fleeing in panic, but ultimately, Zhao Fengyan and the little black dog eradicated them entirely. Afterward, he returned to the convoy, eliminating the officers guarding the supplies as well. With that, the team was finally resolved. Surveying the vast quantities of provisions before him, Zhao Fengyan touched them one by one, and within a short time, he stored all the supplies into the Wan Beast Cave. "I have seized the provisions to frame the Wang family. I will store them in the cave, making it easy to conceal them within the Wang household later. The challenge lies in guiding Chun Dan to investigate the Wang family. If I am too direct, it would be rather abrupt, and with Chun Dan's intelligence, he might even suspect me. To lead him to naturally suspect the Wang family, I must provide subtle guidance. It would be best if he could uncover the relevant clues himself." After collecting all the provisions, Zhao Fengyan began to ponder. Moments later, an idea struck him. The only bandits in the area were from the Tiger Head stronghold, by leaving behind a token of the stronghold. Even if Chun Dan were to harbor suspicions like Wang Jinlin, he would undoubtedly become flustered due to the loss of provisions. At that point, regardless of how it unfolded, he would surely venture to the Tiger Head stronghold to eliminate the bandits in search of the truth. If I can leave some evidence of a deep connection between the Wang family and the Tiger Head stronghold, and Chun Dan fails to find the provisions there, he would most likely proceed to investigate the Wang family. Thus, it would be a plan that kills two birds with one stone. After careful consideration, Zhao Fengyan resolved to leave behind a token from the Tiger Head stronghold and then vanished without a trace. Upon departing, he did not return home, but instead made his way through the night to the Tiger Head stronghold. The bandits there had taken root on Tiger Head Mountain. Outside Ping'an County, Zhao Fengyan hurried through the night, employing the fierce tiger technique. When fatigue set in, he even summoned the little black dog for a ride. Finally, after 2 hours, he arrived. The Tiger Head stronghold was populated with numerous bandits. Although there was only one first-rate martial artist, many second-rate martial artists were present, their strength not to be underestimated. Moreover, since Zhao Fengyan intended to redirect the bandits' hostility towards the Wang family, he naturally could not allow them to detect his presence. Upon nearing the stronghold, Zhao Fengyan spotted the grand entrance guarded by martial artists. Unfazed, he leaped and climbed up a nearby cliff, effortlessly eluding the sentries and entering the stronghold. It was deep into the night, and the bandits were lax in their vigilance. Zhao Fengyan wandered through the expansive stronghold for a while until he found an unoccupied wooden cabin at the back. He pushed the door open and retrieved a wooden box from the Wan Beast cave. Within this box lay the jewelry and gems he had previously pilfered from the Wang family. The box bore the Wang family insignia, and the considerable weight of the jewels could only belong to them. Leaving these items behind would be sufficient to direct Chun Dan's suspicions towards the Wang family after the bandit extermination. Concealing the wooden box beneath the bed, Zhao Fengyan silently departed the Tiger Head stronghold and made his way to Ping'an County. Arriving in Ping'an County, he headed straight for the Wang family estate in the city. The Wang residence was vast, with numerous courtyards. In addition to the main living quarters within the city, there were also several idle properties owned by the Wang family. Zhao Fengyan, having previously gleaned this information through inquiries from the little colorful dog, invested considerable effort to locate an uninhabited Wang family courtyard. Subsequently, he concealed the stolen provisions within the Wang estate. Having completed these tasks, dawn broke, and Zhao Fengyan made his way to Mang village. Upon returning home, he planned to remain there, waiting for the situation to unfold. Zhao Fengyan's foresight proved accurate. By noon the following day, news of the demise of the grain convoy and the loss of provisions reached the ears of County Magistrate Chun Dan. That evening, a tense atmosphere enveloped the county office. Chun Dan ordered the gathering of numerous constables and captains, forbidding anyone from leaving, as if a storm was imminent. Meanwhile, officers from the county office also arrived at the Zhao household. Zhao Fengyan, the county magistrate summons you. Please come to the county office at once. There are urgent matters to discuss. Upon seeing the officer searching for him, Zhao Fengyan's first instinct was to suspect that his actions had been exposed. However, he quickly reconsidered. If Chun Dan had truly discovered his theft of the provisions, he would not have sent just one person, but would have surrounded him with a large force. Understanding that Chun Dan's summons likely had other intentions, he did not refuse but accompanied the officer to the county office. Upon arriving at the county office, he was astonished to find that not only had Chun Dan invited him, but he had also summoned Yang Qingzhou from the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy, along with 20 second-rate martial artists. In the courtyard of the county office, numerous martial artists and officials had gathered, all eyes fixed on Chun Dan, who stood elevated at the front. As Zhao Fengyan arrived, Chun Dan's gaze swept over him, but he did not engage in further conversation, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Observing the multitude of martial artists present, Zhao Fengyan became contemplative and chose not to rush, instead waiting in the courtyard. More and more martial artists continued to arrive, evidently summoned by Chun Dan. While Zhao Fengyan waited, a man approached slowly from a distance, regarding him with keen interest. May I ask if you are Zhao Fengyan, the head of the Zhao family? Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan looked up to find a robust, dark-skinned middle-aged man standing before him. Zhao Fengyan recognized the individual before him. He was Yang Qingzhou, the master of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy. In the past, he had sent Zhao Jingze to the academy and had glimpsed him from a distance on several occasions. Indeed, it is I. I have long heard of Master Yang's illustrious reputation, and seeing you today, it certainly lives up to the tales. Haha, brother Zhao, you flatter me, Yang remarked. Over these years, your son Jingze has been honing his skills in my academy, and his character and aptitude are remarkable. I have also heard that you have attained the status of a first-rate martial artist. Such accolades are unwarranted. My so-called first-rate skills are merely that of a farmer, while Master Yang's lineage is truly esteemed. My son is fortunate to have you as his mentor. The two began their conversation with a flurry of polite exchanges, each extolling the other's virtues. Naturally, Zhao Fengyan was eager to foster a connection with Zhao Jing's master. Moreover, given that the young lad had taken a liking to Yang's daughter, Zhao Fengyan found it imperative to establish this acquaintance. After a brief, yet meaningful dialogue, the two men had become familiar with one another. Yang Qingzhou then curiously inquired of Zhao Fengyan, "Brother Zhao, I have noticed that many martial artists have been summoned here by Magistrate Chen today. Most seem to have some acquaintance with him. What could be his intent?" Having lingered for a time, Zhao Fengyan surmised that Chen Shan must have been enraged after discovering that the supplies had been plundered, leading him to rally forces, most likely to eradicate the bandits at Hatuzhai. However, even with this understanding, he could only respond ambiguously, "Haha, I am unaware of Magistrate Chen's intentions. We shall see what he has to say shortly." As if on cue, Chen Shan finally spoke up, his expression grave and his voice resonating with authority. "Esteemed guests, I trust you are all puzzled as to why I have summoned you here today. Fear not, for I shall elucidate the matter at hand. Recently, I have been informed that bandits have been rampant along the official roads of Pingan County, committing heinous acts of murder, arson, and robbery, leaving the common folk in dire straits. Thus, I have resolved to eliminate the bandits at Hatuzhai. I have called upon you because the numbers of these bandits are vast, and my office is short-staffed. Each of you possesses considerable strength, and should you be willing to lend a hand, success is assured." Chen Shan's words were indeed eloquent. Yet Zhao Fengyan could not help but harbor his own thoughts of disdain. It was clear that the supply issue was a direct result of Chen's own mismanagement. Yet he feigned concern for the populace. In the past, when Zhao Fengyan had been attacked by bandits, he had never seen Chen advocate for their eradication. This display of shamelessness was truly astounding. As the martial artists began to comprehend Chen Shan's invitation to join in the fight against the bandits, they realized that such an endeavor was fraught with peril. Although they were martial artists, few were inclined to risk their lives to assist the magistrate in quelling the bandits. After all, this was primarily his responsibility. Consequently, discontent brewed among the attendees, with some even contemplating departure. Yet, at this moment, Chen Shan's voice rang out once more, commanding attention. "Honorable guests, it is the duty of martial artists to uphold justice. Furthermore, as long as the bandits at Hatuzhai remain unvanquished, peace shall elude Pingan County. I beseech you to grant me this favor and not decline my request." With that, Chen Shan's demeanor exuded the weight of authority. The martial artists present were acutely aware that he was leveraging his official status, and departing now would be tantamount to disrespecting him. While some might fade into obscurity, those who left would surely be remembered. Thus, many who had considered leaving now chose to remain. Zhao Fengyan raised an eyebrow, though he felt a twinge of displeasure. He refrained from departing. He needed to establish himself in the county, and it was unwise to offend Chen Shan. Besides, the prospect of confronting bandits did not seem excessively perilous, so he resolved to stay. Shortly thereafter, seeing that no one had chosen to leave, Chen Shan's expression brightened. "Thank you all on behalf of the townsfolk. Once the bandits at Hatuzhai have been eradicated, I shall ensure your contributions are duly recognized. As the day is waning, please refrain from returning home this evening. We shall rest here at the county office and set forth at dawn." The following morning, Chen Shan arrived early. "Let us depart for Hotu Mountain to exterminate the bandits." He personally led a formidable contingent towards Hatuzhai. This expedition boasted Zhao Fengyan, Yang Qingzhou, and 3 other first-rate martial artists from the county office, augmented by numerous second-rate martial artists and officials, thus forming a formidable force. The group moved swiftly, and by midday, they arrived at the foot of Hotu Mountain. The raucous approach of their troop did not go unnoticed by the bandits, who promptly dispatched a second-rate bandit to the summit to call out to the assembled heroes below. "Brave warriors, do not proceed further. This is the territory of Hatuzhai. If you have business, convey it to me." Hearing this, Zhao Fengyan couldn't suppress a smile. The bandits were indeed amusing, typically tyrannical. They would rain arrows upon any unfamiliar visitors. Yet, faced with such a multitude of martial artists, they dared not display their usual arrogance. At the front of the line, Chen Shan's countenance darkened with fury as he heard the bandits' taunts. "I am the magistrate of Pingan County. I have come here specifically to eradicate bandits. Go back and inform your leader to descend and accept responsibility, or I shall slay every last one of you." The bandit who had shouted was visibly enraged, but wasted no time in retreating down the mountain. After a considerable wait, however, there was no sign of movement from Hatuzhai. Chen Shan's patience waned, and he issued a command. "These bandits have committed countless atrocities and shown no remorse. All of you, heed my orders. Ascend the mountain and leave not a single one alive." With his words, the troops surged towards the bandit stronghold. As they approached the gates of Hatuzhai, the bandits recognized there was no escape. From atop the gate, several bandits armed with bows and arrows prepared to unleash a volley upon the approaching warriors. seeking to strike first. Foolhardy! How dare you raise arms against an official of the court? Chen Shan's 3 first-rate martial artists promptly shielded him. Under his watchful gaze, the warriors had no choice but to unsheath their weapons and charge towards Hatuzhai. Zhao Fengyan and Yang Qingzhou, as the foremost among the first-rate martial artists, exchanged knowing glances, as if sharing a silent understanding, and together they launched a powerful kick against the wooden gate. With a thunderous crash, the combined might of the 2 first-rate martial artists shattered the door, revealing the scene beyond. There stood a corpulent man, with a face riddled with excess, wielding 2 massive axes akin to door panels, flanked by a horde of bandits. This man was the pinnacle of first-rate martial prowess and the chief of Hatuzhai. Chen Shan. Though we of Hatuzhai claim this mountain as our domain, we have never dared to rob the goods of the government. What, pray tell, is your purpose here today? The chief of Hatuzhai, seeing the door breached, was filled with fury yet retained a semblance of composure, seeking to ascertain the reason for this intrusion. In response, Chen Shan scoffed disdainfully and retorted coldly, "Humph. You of Hatuzhai commit unspeakable acts, preying upon the innocent, perpetually robbing travelers and looting their homes, and recently, you have even dared to plunder supplies meant for the court. Tell me, why would I come here?" As Chun Dan's voice faded, the corpulent leader of the bandits trembled violently. Having terrorized this region for years, he was acutely aware of the rules of survival. Although he had committed numerous crimes, including robbery and murder, he understood that as long as he kept a low profile and refrained from touching the government's goods or harming officials, the authorities would turn a blind eye. Thus, upon hearing Chun Dan's words, he realized that the latter's visit was likely related to the grain transport issue. Without delay, he began to defend himself. County Magistrate Chun, there must be a misunderstanding regarding the grain transport. It is certainly not the doing of my Tiger Head camp. Not your doing? Humph. Once I eradicate you and your bandits, the truth will be revealed. Since Chun Dan had come today, accompanied by numerous outsiders, he could not afford to relent. Otherwise, the outsiders might think he was merely pursuing the grain matter, rather than genuinely seeking to eliminate threats to the common people. After making his declaration, he adopted a stern expression, signaling his men to act immediately. Soon, a multitude of officials and martial artists plunged into the fray without further ado. County Magistrate Chun Dan, there has been a misunderstanding, the leader bellowed, desperately attempting to halt Chun Dan's advance. Just as he was shouting, Zhao Fengyan suddenly charged forth, his sharp blade aimed directly at the leader's face. Under such a lethal assault, the leader had no choice but to engage Zhao Fengyan in combat. Zhao Fengyan was eager to act, fearing that the leader's incessant ramblings might arouse Chun Dan's suspicions and jeopardize their plan. Hence, swiftly dispatching him was the most prudent course of action. The leader, being an elite martial artist, managed to parry Zhao Fengyan's attacks and swung his massive axes with ferocity. Each clash sent shockwaves, the force of his blows exceeding 20,000 pounds. He wielded the enormous axes with astonishing speed, making them seem like windmills. And coupled with his massive physique, he was truly a terrifying opponent. Zhao Fengyan met him with his long blade, but found himself at a disadvantage. His fierce blade technique could not penetrate the leader's axes. Were it not for his agile tiger step, he would have already been defeated. Nevertheless, he remained in a precarious position. Zhao Fengyan was quietly alarmed, recognizing the leader's formidable strength. Fortunately, he was not alone. Of course, if he unleashed Xiaohe, even this powerful foe would be no match for him. However, given the number of onlookers, it was wise to keep Xiaohe hidden for now. At the moment Zhao Fengyan was being pushed back, a figure suddenly appeared, charging in with ferocity. It was Yang Qingzhou from the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy. Brother Zhao, I am here to assist you. Yang Qingzhou rushed in, unarmed, and struck at the leader's axe with his bare fists. Just as Zhao Fengyan feared for his safety, he witnessed the leader's axe being forcefully shaken by Yang Qingzhou's punch, the once formidable attack now rendered ineffective. This display immediately conveyed to Zhao Fengyan that Yang Qingzhou's strength surpassed that of the leader. The man was likely not far from reaching the innate level of martial prowess. Subsequently, Yang Qingzhou pressed forward, disregarding the descending axe, and blocked it with his arm. Remarkably, although the axe had previously damaged Zhao Fengyan's blade, when it struck Yang Qingzhou's arm, it merely tore his clothing, leaving him unscathed. This demonstrated that Yang Qingzhou's iron armor skill was indeed as formidable as rumored. Observing this, Zhao Fengyan wasted no time and joined the fray with his blade. The leader, already inferior to Yang Qingzhou, found himself at an even greater disadvantage with Zhao Fengyan's participation. The two pressed him from both sides, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. After a brief yet intense skirmish, Yang Qingzhou managed to send the leader's axe flying. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Fengyan leapt forward, unleashing his furious blade technique. The blade like a raging wave. With a sharp sound, the long blade struck the leader's forehead with precision. The leader's formidable physique was remarkable. Under Zhao Fengnian's powerful strike, the blade lodged into his skull, failing to cleave him in two. Nevertheless, it was a mortal wound. The leader's eyes rolled back, and his corpulent body thudded to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing this demise, Zhao Fengnian felt a cold satisfaction. Thus, the score was settled for the attack on his home by the Tiger Head Camp and the injury inflicted upon Jingza. Moreover, with the leader's death, the Tiger Head Camp would pose no further threat. The first bird of his 2-for-1 scheme had been taken care of. As Zhao Fengnian and Yang Qingzhou battled the leader, the remaining martial artists and officials engaged in fierce combat with the bandits. The bandits, already at a disadvantage, realized that the tide had turned with their leader's sudden death. Overwhelmed, they began to flee. In the midst of the onslaught, many bandits suffered casualties, while the survivors were mostly captured. Brother Zhao, teaming up to vanquish our foes was truly exhilarating. Once we return to the city, we must celebrate with wine, Yang Qingzhou remarked, approaching Zhao Fengnian to chat, evidently impressed by their collaboration in battle. Haha, you speak wisely, Master Yang. I shall certainly pay you a visit in the future. During their conversation, Chun Dan, having regained control of the situation, promptly dispatched men to search the entire stronghold. At that moment, Zhao Fengnian found himself increasingly eager to see Chun Dan's reaction when he discovered that the grain was missing, yet stumbled upon items belonging to the Wang family. Indeed, after an extensive search, the officials unearthed numerous valuable items from the stronghold, including gold, silver, and currency. These treasures amounted to a considerable sum, approximately 20,000 taels of silver. However, the court's disaster relief grain was nowhere to be found. Despite eliminating the bandits and acquiring substantial wealth, Chun Dan was understandably dissatisfied. He questioned his subordinate officials. Is there nothing else besides these? The official, aware that Chun Dan was inquiring about the grain, shook his head helplessly. My lord, we have searched Tiger Head Camp thoroughly. There is nothing else. Hearing this, Chun Dan's frustration grew palpable. He continued to sift through the loot before his gaze fell upon a wooden box marked with the Wang family emblem. From a distance, Zhao Fengnian, having noticed his focus, breathed a sigh of relief. He had been concerned that Chun Dan might overlook this box. Now that it had caught his attention, events could naturally unfold. Is this marking the unique transport emblem of the Wang family in the city? Chun Dan abruptly inquired of his subordinate. Indeed, my lord. It belongs to the Wang family. It must be something the bandits seized. As Chun Dan's mind raced, he pondered the implications. It could have been stolen, but it was also possible that the Wang family had delivered it willingly. Are you suggesting a collusion between the Wang family and the bandits? He asked. All personnel, return to the city immediately. We must search the Wang family, Chun Dan commanded, waving his hand decisively as everyone sprang into action. The officials collected all the seized gold and silver, showing no intention of distributing any to the martial artists. Subsequently, they set off towards Ping'an County. Zhao Fengnian, of course, cared little for whether Chun Dan would share any spoils. He was primarily concerned with whether Chun Dan's attention would shift to the Wang family due to the clues he left behind. With Chun Dan now taking the bait, he eagerly anticipated the reaction of Wang Jinlin when the grain was uncovered. Would his scheme of using others to do his dirty work succeed? Chapter 78, The Annihilation of the Wang Family. On the following day at noon, County Magistrate Chun Dan returned to Ping'an County with a multitude of men. Upon his arrival, he promptly dismissed the second-rate martial artists, retaining only his subordinate officers along with Zhao Fengnian and Yang Qingzhou. Subsequently, he issued a direct order to search the Wang family mansion. Naturally, all properties belonging to the Wang family within Ping'an County were subjected to thorough scrutiny under Chun Dan's directive. Under the blazing midday sun, within the confines of the Wang family estate, Chun Dan was accompanied by 3 elite martial artists, as well as Zhao Fengnian and Yang Qingzhou. With a total of 5 first-rate martial artists gathered, the Wang family was acutely aware that dire circumstances loomed. Upon Chun Dan's order to search, members of the Wang family hastily arrived at the scene. Wang Jinlin, in a flurry, approached Chun Dan with his 2 sons, clasping their fists in salute. As they drew near, Wang Jinlin cast a furtive glance at Zhao Fengnian, as if contemplating something. Your Excellency, I am at a loss to understand the crimes of my Wang family that necessitate such an investigation. The Wang family's influence was formidable, holding a dominant position in Ping'an County. Yet, despite their power, they ultimately could not rival the authority of a court official, even without any physical prowess. Chun Dan's mere status as a county magistrate was sufficient to extinguish any thoughts of rebellion among the Wang family's martial artists. Upon hearing the inquiry, Chun Dan regarded him with a cold glare and uttered a single word, wait. At his words, the Wang Jinlin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had no choice but to bide his time. Before long, a constable, who had been searching the Wang family estate for an extensive period, returned with a report. Your Excellency, no findings have been made within the Wang residence. Continue to wait. After a lengthy period of waiting, precisely 2 hours later, a constable hurriedly approached, none other than Constable Li Hu. Your Excellency, within the Wang household in the northern part of the city, we have uncovered a stockpile of 50,000 caddies of grain. From various markings, it is clear that this is the disaster relief grain dispatched by the court to Ping'an County. Upon hearing this, both the Wang family and Chun Dan's expressions shifted dramatically. However, while the members of the Wang family were engulfed in profound fear, Chun Dan experienced a tumult of joy and anger. Wang Zhenlin, you have conspired with the bandits of Hatuzhai, committing acts of robbery and murder, and now you dare to seize the court's disaster relief grain. You are truly seeking your own demise. Seize the Wang family, confiscate their assets, and imprison all family members and servants in the dungeons. They shall be executed 3 days hence at the Kaishirko. Chun Dan was elated that the grain had been recovered, incurring no loss, and even gaining a reward. Yet he was enraged that the Wang family had indeed dared to collude with bandits, with designs on his own wealth. Thus emboldened, he resolved to annihilate the Wang family without a trace. This decree of Chun Dan's elicited a desire for applause from Zhao Fengyan, who had orchestrated elaborate plans that had ultimately borne fruit. In that moment, the members of the Wang family stood frozen in disbelief, their faces etched with shock. After a brief interval, Wang Zhenlin was the first to kneel upon the ground. Your Excellency, this is an injustice. My Wang family has always adhered to the law, and we have never engaged in collusion with bandits. As for the seizure of the court's disaster grain, we would never dare. This must be the machinations of a nefarious individual seeking to frame us. Please do not let yourself be manipulated by such a rogue. Wang Zhenlin, cunning and astute, quickly regained his composure and began to articulate his defense with precision. After a moment of silence, he pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Fengyan. Your Excellency, this villain must be Zhao Fengyan. He has long harbored animosity towards my Wang family, and it is likely that my eldest son, Shipong, met his demise at his hands. Just days ago, a shipment of jade was also robbed, and I suspect it was his doing. I cannot fathom what means he has employed, but I implore you to see through his deceit. At this revelation, the onlookers were struck with astonishment. Yang Qingzhou looked on in disbelief, and even Chun Dan furrowed his brow in contemplation towards Zhao Fengyan. Zhao Fengyan's brow furrowed, inwardly chastising Wang Zhenlin for being a genuine nuisance. However, he did not falter in fear, instead retorting sharply, "Humph, truly, the wicked are the first to cry foul. Your Excellency, the Wang family has committed numerous atrocities. Over a decade ago, they monopolized the hunting grounds of Mang Village, and later their servants even falsely accused my hunting dogs of attacking people. Had it not been for Constable Li Hu's keen insight, I would have faced utter ruin. Subsequently, I partnered with my friend Zhang Yidao to sell our unique Jinwen chickens in the city, but not long after, Zhang Yidao was assassinated by the Wang family's eldest son. In my previous state of weakness, I was compelled to abandon that source of income and sought your protection. Later, having raised a considerable number of poultry and gained some strength, I reopened a butcher shop in the city. Who would have thought that Wang Shipong, unable to extort from me, would conspire with the bandits of Hatuzhai to assassinate me under the cover of night? This was well known to all. If you doubt my words, you may interrogate the remnants of Hatuzhai in the dungeons of the Yamen. The sins of the Wang family are numerous, and now they dare to turn the tables. Truly despicable. Zhao Fengyan spoke with conviction, laying bare the grievance between the Wang family and his own. Moreover, the collusion between Wang Shipong and the bandits was indeed substantiated. Wang Zhenlin's heart sank at this juncture, realizing the precariousness of his situation. After all, he was well aware of his son's collusion with the bandits. Now, with truth and deception intertwined, he found himself in an inextricable predicament. At that moment, Yang Qingzhou could scarcely believe his ears. What? Are you implying that Zhang Yidao met his end at the hands of the Wang family? Zhao Fengyan had previously sent Jingze to the Qingzhou Martial Arts School due to Zhang Yidao's favor, indicating a familiarity between Zhang Yidao and Yang Qingzhou. In the past, his investigations had yielded no results, but now, the revelation ignited a fierce resolve within him. At last, Chun Dan spoke. Wang Zhenlin, Zhao Fengyan speaks truthfully. Today, regardless of how you may attempt to wriggle out of this, the evidence of your collusion with bandits is incontrovertible. Moreover, with over 50,000 caddies of grain at stake, how could Zhao Fengyan possibly frame you? There is no need for further discussion. Execute him on the spot. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhenlin staggered back 3 steps, his face finally betraying a hint of panic. He glared venomously at Zhao Fengyan, and then, as if grasping at a lifeline, he exclaimed, "Your Excellency, the 7th-rank military official Fu Yurong is my sworn brother. I implore you to grant my Wang family 3 days to uncover the truth. If within 3 days I do not produce evidence, you may take my head without objection." Wang Zhenlin's remarks revealed his reliance on his powerful connections. Zhao Fengyan had long known that the Wang family was able to thrive in Ping'an County due to such backing. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a 7th-rank military official. With such a connection in play, Zhao Fengyan began to worry that Chun Dan might hesitate to act. Yet, as Zhao Fengyan's anxiety mounted, Chun Dan scoffed. Humph. 7th-rank military official Fu Yurong? Why should I regard his reputation? Must I, a mere 7th-rank civil official, allow him to interfere in my judgment? Guards, take them all away. Seemingly struck by a nerve, Chun Dan grew increasingly incensed, and without further ado, he commanded his men to take action. As the shackles approached, the Wang family erupted into wails of despair, with Wang Jinlin unable to contain himself any longer. He seized the large blade from a nearby officer and shouted, Chun Dan, you treacherous official, without discernment, you conspire with scoundrels to jeopardize the lives of my Wang family. When my brothers learn of this, they shall not spare you. With that, he charged at Chun Dan with the blade. It was evident that Wang Jinlin, aware that the annihilation of his family was irreversible, was consumed by anger and acted recklessly. However, being merely an aging martial artist, his strength fell short of even the top-tier second-rate martial artists. Before the assembly of elite martial artists, he had no hope of mounting any resistance. Before Chun Dan's subordinates could react, Zhao Fengyan suddenly charged forward. Bold and audacious ruffian, how dare you lay hands on the county magistrate? Prepare to meet your demise. With a swift whoosh, the blade gleamed, and the head of Wang Jinlin soared into the air. Chapter 79, Zhengzi's Wedding. With Wang Jinlin's death, the Wang family lost its cornerstone. His 2 sons, lacking in capability, along with their entire household and servants, were apprehended by the officials. 3 days later, the Kaishaku was bustling with a throng of citizens. Nearly the entire populace of the county had gathered, rendering the area impassable. Many people stood on tiptoes, eager to catch a glimpse of the numerous prisoners poised for execution atop the high platform. Naturally, these prisoners were members of the Wang family. How unpredictable the world can be. The Wang family was one of the most prominent households in Ping'an County. Who would have anticipated that they would fall to such a fate? Indeed, fate plays cruel tricks. What crime has the Wang family committed to warrant the magistrate's wrath and execution? Humph. I have heard that the Wang family colluded with bandits and even dared to seize disaster grain from the court. The Wang family is truly audacious, sacrificing the lives of the citizens of Ping'an County for their own gain. They deserve to perish. It serves them right. The Wang family has tyrannized Ping'an County for so many years. Their demise is long overdue. With Wang Jinlin dead, let us see if there are any remaining members of the Wang family. As the clock struck noon, the order for execution was given. On the high platform, Chun Dan hurled the command plaque, and his cold voice resonated like a death knell, causing the Wang family members kneeling in preparation for execution to weep uncontrollably. The executioner approached one by one, the blade rising and falling, heads rolling one after another. In a mere moment, blood flowed like a river, and every member of the Wang family, along with their servants, perished. Thus, the Wang family was utterly obliterated. In a nearby tavern, Zhao Fengyan sat in an elegant room on the upper floor, observing the heads falling in the distance, a smile gracing his face. The Wang family's downfall was a twofold gain. One obstacle had finally been removed. From this point onward, the Zhao family could operate without restraint, fully engaging in the business of blood food and jade stones in Ping'an County. Once we accumulate more spirit stones, both I and Zheng Chuan can advance in our cultivation, leading more kin onto the path of immortality. Murmuring to himself, Zhao Fengyan contemplated the future operations of the Zhao family's jade business. The jade and jewelry trade in Ping'an County had previously been dominated by the Wang family. Now that they were gone, Zhao Fengyan could seize the opportunity without hindrance. Although he had no substantial connections, one individual could prove to be immensely helpful: Chun Dan. Chun Dan, as the county chief, may not engage in the jade trade, but he possesses extensive networks. Zhao Fengyan's blood food business, which supplied the neighboring county, was facilitated by Chun Dan's guidance. This time, after leading Zhao Fengyan to eliminate bandits at Hatuzhai, Zhao Fengyan had helped him by slaying Wang Jinlin, allowing him to reap substantial rewards. Thus, Chun Dan undoubtedly owed Zhao Fengyan a favor. It would not be difficult for Zhao Fengyan to seek his assistance. As for the jade business, there was little to deliberate. Yet Zhao Fengyan had another concern. He recalled that before Wang Jinlin met his end, he had mentioned the 7th-rank military officer Fu Yurong from the frontier. A 7th-rank officer still held some weight in the state of Jin, at least comparable to Chun Dan. Now, with the ongoing conflicts at the frontier, Fu Yurong would likely struggle to extricate himself. However, once the war concluded, he would surely return. At that point, would he seek vengeance for his brother-in-arms Wang Jinlin? It was uncertain. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, Zhao Fengyan felt little fear. After all, this was ostensibly the doing of Chun Dan. He was merely the one who executed the order. Furthermore, Zhao Fengyan believed in his own strength, and in a few years, as he progressed further in his cultivation, achieving innate mastery and a profound understanding of immortal techniques, he would no longer harbor any apprehensions. Putting aside his thoughts, Zhao Fengyan downed his cup of fine wine, settled the bill, and returned home. Following the obliteration of the Wang family, Zhao Fengyan promptly sought out Chen Dan to solicit assistance in establishing his jade business. Aware of the favor he owed Zhao Fengyan and eager to gain some benefit from him, Chen Dan readily agreed to help. The two reached an agreement. Once Zhao Fengyan's jade business flourished, he would not only pay the standard taxes, but also provide a monthly tribute. Zhao Fengyan engaged in the jade trade primarily to amass spirit stones and was not overly concerned with profit. Thus, even though the county magistrate sought to exploit him, he could not refuse. Consequently, the jade trade in Ping'an County was swiftly taken over by Zhao Fengyan. He communicated with several surrounding counties, gradually expanding the jade business. Even the poultry blood food trade brought in due to the connections established through the jade business, reaching multiple locations. The Zhao family's enterprise thrived, rapidly growing in Ping'an County, becoming unstoppable. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. One day after 3 years, the Qingzhou Martial Arts School in Ping'an County was festooned with lights and decorations, bustling with activity. Outside the school gate, a throng of martial artists clad in agile attire awaited eagerly, seemingly anticipating someone's arrival. On the streets, many citizens gathered to observe and join in the festivities. Before long, the sound of suona, a traditional Chinese horn, echoed from the end of the street, and a procession carrying a red bridal sedan chair approached slowly. At the forefront of the procession was a robust man clad in red, exuding an air of grandeur. He was undoubtedly the groom of this wedding. Upon reaching the entrance, the groom swiftly entered the martial arts school, accompanied by a throng of martial artists, to fetch the bride. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside began to murmur incessantly. Who is this young master that can marry the daughter of Yang Qingzhou? Did you not recognize that groom? That is Zhao Jingze, the eldest son of the Zhao family. No wonder Yang Guanzhu would be willing to part with his daughter. It turns out he is the son of the Zhao family. The Zhao family has flourished in the past 2 years. It is said that the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Fengyan, is a top-tier martial artist, managing a lucrative blood food and jade business. Moreover, it is rumored that Zhao Jingze recently broke through to the ranks of a first-tier martial artist. Now the Zhao family boasts 2 first-tier martial artists and a thriving family business. They are bound to achieve great success in the future. With the Zhao family and Qingzhou Martial Arts School united in marriage, Ping'an County shall become the territory of the Zhao family and Qingzhou Martial Arts School. Even the Wang family, which was once powerful, may pale in comparison. As the citizens conversed, within the martial arts school, the groom had already escorted the bride out. Zhao Jingze beamed with joy, a smile illuminating his face as he playfully mingled with the martial artists, helping the bride into the bridal sedan chair. He then addressed the gathered martial artists. Brothers, my father has prepared a banquet at home. I invite you all to join and celebrate. Having said that, Zhao Jingze mounted his steed, leading the bride toward the Zhao family residence. The wedding procession, grand and imposing, swiftly arrived at the Zhao family estate in Mang Village. Although the Zhao family had not relocated to the city, they had significantly expanded their residence, now consisting of separate inner and outer courtyards. The inner courtyard served as the living quarters for the family, while the outer courtyard housed the servants and guards. Even with the arrival of hundreds of guests, the estate felt far from crowded. Before long, the banquet commenced, with Zhao Fengyan and Huang Wanyan seated at the head table, while Yang Qingzhou took a seat nearby. The wedding ceremony proceeded swiftly. After the 3 bows were completed, Zhao Fengyan wore a look of satisfaction, and Huang Wanyan nodded in agreement. It appears that they are exceedingly pleased with their eldest daughter-in-law. Once the banquet commenced, Zhao Fengyan and Yang Qingzhou engaged in a convivial exchange of toasts. My dear-in-laws, our Zhao family and the Qingzhou Martial Arts School have truly become one. Do not withhold your iron armor technique any longer. Zhao Fengyan jested, his eyes glinting with mischief. Over the years, Zhao Jingze and Yang Ronger had grown remarkably close, and naturally, he had also developed a stronger rapport with Yang Qingzhou. The two were already well acquainted, and exchanging playful banter was harmless. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingzhou chuckled with resignation. Zhao brother, you truly have a way with humor. I have but one daughter. Now that Jingze and Ronger are wed, I shall treat Jingze as my own son. Who else could I possibly pass on my iron armor technique to? He continued. Jingze broke through to become a first-tier martial artist a month ago. Thus, I can now impart the true essence of the iron armor technique without reservation. With that, the two resumed their drinking, and the festivities grew increasingly vibrant. As night fell, Jingze entered the bridal chamber, while Zheng Chuan and Zheng Ling continued their playful antics until late into the night, bringing a semblance of tranquility back to the Zhao household. Chapter 80. The Transformation Over 3 Years. In the deep of night, the guests at the Zhao residence had long departed. Zhao Jing's wedding banquet concluded successfully. After bidding farewell to Yang Qingzhou, who was reluctantly lingering due to his attachment to his daughter, Zhao Fengyan found the situation rather amusing. The feelings experienced by the elders during a marriage, be it marrying off a daughter or welcoming a son-in-law, were indeed different. Zhao Fengyan felt nothing but joy, while Yang Qingzhou's happiness seemed feigned, masking a more profound sense of reluctance. It was uncertain how Zhao Fengyan would feel when Zhengling grew up and married. He held a particular admiration for Yang Qingzhou. This man possessed remarkable martial skills, not far from becoming a congenital warrior. However, the Zhao family had already embarked on the path to immortality, rendering Yang Qingzhou's prowess merely ephemeral in Zhao Fengyan's eyes. His jest regarding Yang Qingzhou's iron armor technique was simply playful banter. Once all the guests had departed, Zhao Fengyan instructed the household servants to retreat to the outer courtyard, allowing his family to rest within the inner residence. Yet, he did not rest. Instead, he ventured alone to the training room to commence his cultivation of the immortal arts. As Zhao Fengyan closed the door, a large black dog materialized out of thin air, nuzzling affectionately against his arm. Over the past 3 years, Xiaohei had improved in strength by absorbing spiritual energy and devouring the essence of blood and flesh. Although it remained a first-tier demon beast, its strength had reached an impressive 28,000 gene, and its fire-based abilities could now be sustained for longer periods, easily extending for half an hour at full force. As was customary, Zhao Fengyan tossed a spirit stone to Xiaohei, allowing it to cultivate on its own, while he too began to silently cultivate with a spirit stone in hand. Under Zhao Fengyan's stewardship, the Zhao family's jade and stone business had flourished over the past 3 years. Throughout Ping'an County and several neighboring towns, he had established profitable connections. It could be said that the Zhao family had become the foremost merchants in Ping'an County, rivaling even the once mighty Wang family. With such extensive business dealings and the flow of jade and silver, Zhao Fengyan naturally amassed a greater number of spirit stones, acquiring around 10 each month. While this was not an excessive amount, it sufficed for his, Zhengchuan's, and Xiaohei's cultivation needs, even allowing for some surplus. With sufficient spirit stones for monthly cultivation, Zhao Fengyan's own cultivation had also progressed over the past 3 years. 6 months ago, he had broken through to the second layer of qi refinement and had mastered several fundamental spells: qi observation technique, wind control technique, and object manipulation technique. The qi observation technique could detect a practitioner's cultivation level and search for spiritual energy in the environment. The wind control technique allowed him to ride the winds, significantly enhancing his evasion speed, which, when combined with Zhao Fengyan's tiger body technique, was akin to adding wings to a tiger. The object manipulation technique was a basic spell for controlling magical tools and talismans. However, Zhao Fengyan had yet to even lay eyes on such artifacts. Thus, he could only employ this spell for limited control over mundane weapons. Nevertheless, the combination of the wind control technique and the object manipulation technique, along with his martial arts, had indeed enhanced Zhao Fengyan's strength considerably. After 3 years of diligent martial arts cultivation, Zhao Fengyan had become a top-tier martial artist, boasting a strength exceeding 20,000 gene. With the addition of spells, even Yang Qingzhou would find himself at a disadvantage. Should he join forces with Xiaohei, he would dare to confront even congenital warriors. Beyond those 3 spells, Zhao Fengyan had also dabbled in other magical techniques, such as fireball technique and quicksand technique. However, after 3 years, he had only just begun to grasp the fireball technique, while he had yet to make any headway with the quicksand technique or other elemental spells. The fireball technique was notoriously difficult to master. Even in its nascent form, he could only conjure a tiny flame in his palm, rendering it ineffective for combat, necessitating further practice. The inability to master other elemental spells led Zhao Fengyan to speculate that it might be related to his innate spiritual root attributes. The Chronicles of Immortal Cultivation recorded that various spiritual root attributes existed, and only those possessing corresponding roots could cultivate the relevant spells. Zhao Fengyan was certain he possessed a fire attribute spiritual root, yet he remained uncertain of any additional roots. Nonetheless, a more singular spiritual root should indicate superior aptitude, allowing for accelerated cultivation. However, over these years, he felt that his progress lagged behind that of Zhengchuan, leaving him perplexed about his own spiritual root situation. It seemed likely that his spiritual root had evolved through the blood contract Beast Taming technique with Xiaohei, thus not being a natural endowment, which was understandably peculiar. He resolved to investigate his spiritual roots in the future for a more thorough understanding. After 3 years, Zhao Fengyan's cultivation and martial prowess had significantly advanced, and the other family members had also seen improvement. Zhao Jingze had recently broken through to the first-tier martial artist realm. Zhao Fengyan planned to find a suitable spirit beast for him to form a blood contract soon after his marriage, aiming to help him evolve his spiritual roots and embark on the path to immortality. Zhao Jingchuan had now attained the third layer of qi refinement and had mastered several spells, with the golden light technique being the most formidable, indicating that he must possess a gold spiritual root. Moreover, he was the most enigmatic member of the Zhao family. A year ago, Zhao Fengyan had facilitated a blood contract with a high-tier spirit beast named Shao Kai for him. Shao Kai was no weakling, merely a step away from becoming a demon, thus providing him with an excellent means of defense. Zhao Zhengling, the little girl, was nearing 10 years of age, brimming with mischief and vivacity. Zhao Fengyan had previously encouraged her to attempt cultivating immortal arts, but to no avail, indicating she lacked a spiritual root. Consequently, he had to redirect her towards martial arts training, intending to assist her in forming a blood contract with a spirit beast after she achieved first-tier strength, thereby facilitating her evolution of spiritual roots. However, given her tender age and playful nature, she had only managed to attain the strength of a third-tier martial artist. As for Zhao Fengyan's wife, Huang Wanyun, she remained at the second-tier martial artist level, yet Zhao Fengyan noted that she had already amassed over 9,000 gene of strength, drawing her closer to the first-tier realm. Of course, these 3 years had not only witnessed familial growth and the advancement of martial prowess, but also significant developments in Zhao Fengyan's Myriad Beasts Cave Heaven and the Myriad Beasts Monument. The family's progress, flourishing business, improved capabilities of its members, and the marriage of his eldest son all contributed to enhancing the family's spiritual radiance. Over these years, the Myriad Beasts Monument had accumulated over 500 strands of spiritual light. Zhao Fengyan had not hoarded excessively, aiming instead to expand the cave heaven and derive a spiritual vein, thus consuming spiritual light to achieve this goal. He expended 500 strands of spiritual light, enlarging the Myriad Beasts Cave Heaven by 5 mu, bringing it to a total of 6 mu. With just 4 more mu, he could cultivate a spiritual vein. Remaining with over 60 strands, they may also be preserved for future enlightenment, serving the purposes of the blood pact and the peculiarities of the spirit. Once the realm of the myriad beasts reaches an expanse of 6 acres, it can be deemed exceedingly vast. Xiaobai, dwelling within, feels no sense of oppression whatsoever. Zhao Fengyan observed that the space within the myriad beasts realm is essentially a substantial flat stone, from which a considerable amount of earth has been excavated and relocated. He has also endeavored to cultivate grains within this celestial domain. A year prior, he successfully harvested a significant quantity of crops, thereby proving that agriculture within the myriad beasts realm is indeed viable and a promising avenue for wealth generation. Although the grains produced from these few acres are of little consequence to the Zhao family at present, the future expansion of the myriad beasts realm to a considerable area would lead to a different scenario. Furthermore, should spiritual veins emerge within the myriad beasts realm, the situation would be even more transformative. Zhao Fengyan understands that all naturally occurring spiritual entities in the world are influenced by these veins. Common fruit trees, medicinal herbs, and even mountains and metals can, upon absorbing sufficient spiritual energy or maturing over a certain period, undergo a metamorphosis, becoming true spiritual entities. Once the myriad beasts realm possesses spiritual veins, the cultivation of various herbs and fruit trees may yield a continuous supply of spiritual entities. In such a case, Zhao Fengyan would no longer have to worry about the tribulations of transforming beasts into demons. If the Zhao family could thus produce a multitude of spiritual entities, their family power would swiftly amplify. Of course, at present, the myriad beasts realm has yet to expand, and the spiritual veins have not yet manifested. Zhao Fengyan must toil diligently to achieve this. Chapter 81. Insatiable Greed. The following morning, the Zhao family was as lively as ever. The day after Zhao Jing's wedding marked the occasion for the newlyweds to pay their respects to their parents-in-law. Early in the morning, the Zhao family gathered together. Zhao Fengyan and Huang Wanyan occupied the main seats, while Zhao Zhengling and Zhao Zhengchuan remained to the side, their gazes fixated on the two newlyweds kneeling in the hall. Father, please enjoy the tea. Mother, please enjoy the tea. Yang Rong-er had styled her hair into a bun today, presenting herself in a manner befitting a wife. Having trained in martial arts from a young age, she now radiated a gentle demeanor post-marriage. Meanwhile, Zhao Jing's beamed at Yang Rong-er, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Wow, sister-in-law looks so beautiful today, unlike brother, who looks foolish. Zhao Zhengling could not suppress a teasing remark as she gazed at the two below. Her words elicited laughter from everyone present, even drawing a rare smile from the usually taciturn Zhao Zhengchuan. Little girl, be careful, or I'll give you a beating. Zhao Jingze grumbled darkly, attempting to intimidate Zhao Zhengling, who promptly clutched Zhao Zhengchuan's arm. Second brother, look, brother is scaring me again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengchuan gently ruffled her hair, saying, Ling, do not be mischievous. Only then did Zhao Zhengling settle down. Zhao Fengyan and Huang Wanyan accepted the teacups, exchanging glances filled with nostalgia. It seemed only yesterday that they witnessed Zhao Jingza at the tender age of 4 or 5. In the blink of an eye, the family had undergone tremendous changes, and he had now established his own household. Gently squeezing Huang Wanyan's hand, Zhao Fengyan noticed the faint wrinkles forming at the corners of her eyes, which solidified his resolve. He vowed to assist Huang Wanyan in embarking upon the path of immortality, pursuing the journey of eternal life together. All right, you may rise. Rong, you are now a couple. I hope you will support each other and soon bring new members into our Zhao family. This is my gift to both of you. With that, Zhao Fengyan retrieved an object from his waist and presented it to them. Upon seeing it, Zhao Jingza was taken aback. For the gift from Zhao Fengyan was neither gold nor silver, but rather an unremarkable brass key. Father, is this the key to the Qi and Blood Dining Hall? Indeed, I plan to entrust the management of the Qi and Blood Dining Hall to you in the future. What? Father, you are still young. And the Qi and Blood Dining Hall is one of our Zhao family's enterprises. I fear I may not bear such a responsibility. Zhao Fengyan's decision to hand over the Qi and Blood Dining Hall to his child was indeed a significant gesture. It is worth noting that the Qi and Blood Dining Hall has been thriving, and the profits to be earned in the future are sure to be considerable. Do not fret, manage it boldly. You are the eldest son of the Zhao family. Do not hesitate in your endeavors. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingza nodded in acceptance, while Yang Rong looked on with joy, clearly pleased with her father-in-law's gift. After a round of formalities, the Zhao family partook in a delightful breakfast together. However, just then, a servant arrived to announce that County Magistrate Chen Dan had come to pay a visit. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Fengyan felt a flicker of surprise. After all, Chen Dan had not attended Zhao Jingza's wedding the previous day. What could be the purpose of his visit today? Although uncertain of his specific intentions, Zhao Fengyan understood that his presence likely heralded ill tidings. In recent years, the Zhao family's enterprises had flourished, and County Magistrate Chen Dan had grown increasingly audacious, resembling a parasite, persistently seeking to extract benefits from the Zhao family. Over the past 3 years, he had likely siphoned off at least 30,000 taels of silver from them. Zhao Fengyan had refrained from confronting him, considering the assistance he once provided in connecting them with business opportunities, as well as his official status. While lost in thought, Chen Dan had already arrived. Upon seeing the gathering, he greeted them with a beaming smile. Haha, Master Zhao, my sudden visit surely disturbs you. Magistrate Chen, your esteemed presence is a great honor. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. If you do not mind, please take a seat and join us for breakfast. Chen Dan offered a brief exchange of pleasantries before waving his hand, his demeanor turning serious. Fengyan, I will not beat around the bush. I have come today with a pressing matter to request. Oh, please, do speak freely. Hearing that Chen Dan had a request for him, Zhao Fengyan found himself increasingly intrigued. You are aware that the kingdom of Jin has been embroiled in warfare with neighboring nations for over a decade, and the court has continuously dispatched troops to battle. The recent rise in taxes is primarily due to this. Indeed, this year, the conflict between Jin and the neighboring kingdom has intensified, and it is said that both sides have dispatched immortals to the battlefield. What? Immortals have joined the fray? At this revelation, Zhao Fengyan could hardly maintain his composure. He had always believed that immortals shunned worldly affairs, dedicating themselves solely to cultivation. He was astonished to learn that even on the mortal battlefield, the presence of immortals was not entirely absent. It appeared that even in mortal realms, they were not guaranteed absolute safety. Indeed, the methods of immortals are unpredictable. One can single-handedly withstand armies. However, this has resulted in tremendous casualties on both sides. I have come to seek your assistance because the court has issued another decree for the collection of silver. Yet the court is aware of the suffering of the common folk and recognizes that there is little profit to be found. So they have targeted the various counties and districts for tax collection. Ping'an County is situated in a remote area, and the county treasury is nearly depleted. The court's demands leave me with no alternative. Your Zhao family has prospered in business these past 2 years, so Brother Fengyan, I implore you to lend your support. I assure you that I will remember this favor in the future. At this point, Zhao Fengyan finally grasped Chen Dan's true intentions. It turned out that the court's demand for silver was being redirected to him. The claim of a depleted treasury was nothing more than a fabrication. Over the past few years, Chen Dan had reaped considerable benefits from the Zhao family, while also running the 100 Flavors restaurant, which yielded substantial profits. What pretense of financial hardship could there possibly be? His true motive was simply to avoid spending his own silver, seeking to make Zhao Fengyan the scapegoat. The Zhao family members were not naive. They understood his intentions well. Yet, at this moment, Zhao Fengyan remained silent, and the others could only refrain from speaking. Chen Dan's gaze was fixed intently on Zhao Fengyan, his eyes sharp as blades. With an expressionless demeanor, Zhao Fengyan pondered for a moment before suddenly breaking into a light chuckle. "Ah, I see that Lord Chun is in a difficult position. May I inquire how much you require?" "Not much, merely 50,000 taels." 50,000 taels. A considerable sum indeed. However, since you have a request, I shall naturally lend my full support. Even if it means depleting my entire fortune, I will assist you. Upon hearing this, the previously sharp-eyed Chen Shan erupted into hearty laughter. "Haha, Brother Fengyan, you truly are a good brother. In that case, I shall not impose any further. I bid you farewell. You may deliver the 50,000 taels to the Yamen at your convenience." With that, Chen Shan made a hasty exit, as if fearing that Zhao Fengyan might rescind his offer. Once he departed, the family finally voiced their indignation. Zhao Jingze slammed his fist on the table. "Father, Chen Shan has gone too far. He has been draining our Zhao family for years. Now that the court demands silver from him, he dares to ask our family for funds. 50,000 taels, how audacious. Indeed, father, this county magistrate is truly unscrupulous." Zhao Zhengling sniffed disdainfully, her face reflecting displeasure. Zhao Fengyan waved his hand, his expression inscrutable. "Do not be vexed. Since Chen Shan has come today, he has made up his mind to extract this 50,000 taels from our Zhao family. If I refuse, he will surely sever ties with us. He is the magistrate of a county. Should he decide to target our family, it will become exceedingly difficult for us to maintain our standing in Ping'an County." At this, Zhao Jingze, still seething, clenched his fists, while Yang Rong'er stepped forward to offer comfort. Huang Wanyun embraced Zhao Zhengling, shaking her head in resignation. In the corner, Zhao Zhengchuan, ever the provocateur, exclaimed, "Father, why not let me kill him?" At this utterance, everyone jumped in surprise. Yang Rong'er regarded her younger uncle with astonishment, as if seeing him anew. Besides her, Zhao Jingze and Huang Wanyun were aware that Zhao Zhengchuan had already attained a celestial status, and his audacity in speaking thus indicated he possessed the requisite strength. However, before they could react, Zhao Fengyan interjected firmly. "Zhengchuan, absolutely not. Your father is aware of your capabilities, but Chen Shan is a court official. If he were to die, the court would undoubtedly investigate. Moreover, if he perishes, they would dispatch another official, possibly one even more formidable than him. Therefore, for now, we must spare his life and settle accounts with him when our Zhao family's power is formidable." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengchuan nodded, his fierce expression dissipating. Subsequently, the family members resumed their respective tasks. The reason Zhao Fengyan acquiesced to Chen Shan's shameless demand was rooted in his own apprehensions. Although the Gene Kingdom was but a mortal realm, it housed numerous hidden immortals. The fact that the Gene Kingdom could locate and dispatch immortals to the battlefield indicated the court's considerable prowess. While the Zhao family boasted 2 cultivators, himself and Zhengchuan, they were merely at the initial stages of qi refinement, among the lowest tier of practitioners. Thus, Zhao Fengyan was reluctant to expose their celestial pursuits unless absolutely necessary, especially to avoid drawing the ire of other immortals. Chen Shan's greed would eventually necessitate a resolution, but certainly not at this moment. Zhao Fengyan was not particularly concerned for Chen Shan himself, but rather harbored a vague unease. Given that immortals had already engaged in battle at the borders of the Gene Kingdom, one had to wonder how long the kingdom could maintain its stability. Chapter 82. The Azure Sun Breaks Evil. Following Chen Shan's visit, Zhao Fengyan delivered the 50,000 taels in silver notes the very next day, thus dismissing Chen Shan. Afterward, the Zhao family enjoyed a measure of tranquility. Zhao Jingze took charge of the Qi blood food and began recruiting personnel at the Qingzhou Martial Arts School to oversee the transportation of the Zhao family's goods. Meanwhile, their second son, Zhao Zhengchuan, now in his teenage years, excelled in his studies. Zhao Fengyan had initially hoped to guide him toward an official career, but Zhao Zhengchuan, feeling he had already embarked on a celestial path, showed no interest in mundane pursuits. He had expressed to Zhao Fengyan on numerous occasions his desire to find a secluded place for focused cultivation. Zhao Fengyan, recognizing the lengthy journey of immortals in their quest for longevity, did not press the matter. Some cultivators exhaust their lifespans without ever forming a foundation. So perhaps Zhao Zhengchuan's avoidance of officialdom would ultimately benefit his cultivation. Thus, Zhao Fengyan entrusted him with the management of their shop, named Jadestone Workshop. By now, Zhao Zhengchuan had reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, and his skills in the art of gazing at qi had become proficient. He found it quite convenient to search for spiritual stones among the many ordinary jade stones in the shop, which would also aid in his cultivation. As for Zhao Fengyan, he remained at home, diligently honing his martial arts and celestial techniques, while supervising Huang Wanyun and Zhao Zhengling in their training. Time flew, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. As the month drew to a close, Zhao Jingze returned from a goods delivery, albeit with injuries. Upon receiving this news, Zhao Fengyan immediately went to his chamber to check on him. Inside the room, Huang Wanyun, Zhao Zhongling, and Yang Rong'er surrounded the bed, their eyes filled with concern and worry. Zhao Zhengze lay on the bed, his complexion slightly pale. Zhengze, how did you get injured? What is the extent of your wounds? Seeing Zhao Fengyan arrive, Zhao Zhengze hastily propped himself up, feigning nonchalance. Father, it's nothing serious, just some unknown bandits. On this trip to the county town, which is quite far from Ping'an County, I encountered a group of thieves who were rather formidable, boasting 2 first-rate martial artists. They had the audacity to rob our Zhao family's goods. My brothers and I joined forces and managed to eliminate the bandits. However, one of them was quite agile. While I successfully killed him in pursuit, he managed to counterattack at the last moment and struck me in the chest. As he spoke, Zhao Zhengze revealed a gruesome wound on his chest. Zhao Zhengze's iron armor technique had been imparted to him by Yang Qingzhou, providing him with excellent defensive capabilities. The fact that he had sustained an injury indicated that his assailants were not without skill. Seeing that Zhao Zhengze's injury was not life-threatening, Zhao Fengyan felt somewhat relieved. After contemplating for a moment, he spoke in a serious tone. Zhengze, take a few days to recuperate. Once you are able to move about normally, come find me. Understood. 10 days later, although Zhao Zhengze's wounds had not fully healed, they were no longer serious. He followed Zhao Fengyan's instructions and came to see him. In the practice room, Zhao Fengyan closed the door and then solemnly asked Zhao Zhengze, Zhengze, have you considered cultivating celestial techniques? What? Father, did you not say that without a spiritual root, one cannot cultivate immortality? Zhao Zhengze's face was a picture of astonishment, clearly taken aback by Zhao Fengyan's question. After acquiring the blood contract beast control technique, Zhao Fengyan had only helped himself and Zhao Zhengchuan evolve their spiritual roots. Zhao Zhengchuan, already possessing a spiritual root, was aware of the extraordinary nature of the blood contract technique, but was unaware that it could also evolve spiritual roots. It could be said that this knowledge was known only to Zhao Fengyan at present. Today, Zhao Fengyan summoned Zhao Zhengze with the intention of assisting him in forming a blood contract with a spirit beast, thereby enhancing his strength and ensuring greater security in future battles. Since he was to assist him in forming a blood contract, and Zhao Zhengze lacked a spiritual root, Zhao Fengyan chose not to withhold any information and explained that he had obtained the supreme celestial technique, the blood contract beast control technique, revealing its secrets to Zhao Zhengze. After Zhao Fengyan's explanation, Zhao Zhengze was left utterly dumbfounded. What? This celestial technique can actually help mortals evolve their spiritual roots through beast control? It is truly a heavenly secret. He understood that spiritual roots were predetermined by fate, and thus grasped the implications of this revelation. This technique is too powerful. In the future, it can only be practiced by the blood relatives of the Zhao family. It must not be disclosed to outsiders, not even to your wife, Yang Rong'er. Do you understand? Observing the solemn gaze of Zhao Fengyan, Zhao Zhengze promptly nodded with a serious demeanor. Subsequently, Zhao Fengyan began to inquire, Zhengze, I have previously mentioned that the blood contract beast mastery requires a robust vitality as well as a beast. However, in the absence of a beast, one may initially form a blood contract with a spirit creature, which could later evolve into a more formidable beast. What type of creature do you fancy? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengze donned a contemplative expression. He was acutely aware that once a blood contract was established, he would be unable to forge another until his cultivation reached the foundation establishment stage. Thus, the first beast he bonded with would accompany him through the late stages of qi refinement, making it particularly crucial. After a period of deep contemplation, Zhao Zhengze decisively declared, Father, I wish to form a blood contract with a horse. Do you have a method for this? A horse? Zhao Fengyan stroked his chin, pondering. Zhao Zhengze harbored his own thoughts. Having spent years on the road, the necessity of riding was quite natural. Although the Zhao family did not possess such spirit creatures, Zhao Fengyan could readily summon one with his thoughts. Very well, wait here while I procure a horse for you. With that, Zhao Fengyan made his way to the family stable. The Zhao family had recently acquired numerous steeds, and the stable was home to several fine horses. After a brief observation, his gaze settled on a robust steed of striking physique. Ordinary steed, adept at swift running, possesses commendable endurance. Consuming a trace of family spirit essence allows it to be transformed into a low-grade spirit creature with transformation attributes, endurance, and speed. The transformation of an ordinary beast consumed little family spirit essence, and given that this horse already exhibited remarkable endurance, Zhao Fengyan opted to enhance its speed, which would be more advantageous for Zhao Zhengze in battle. With a focused thought, the beast monument facilitated the transformation. Suddenly, the horse's limbs grew significantly sturdier, and its form became more graceful and elegant. Yet, Zhao Fengyan was not entirely satisfied with the initial transformation and examined it once more. leading to a change in the ancient script. Low-grade spirit creature horse possesses commendable endurance and explosive power. Consuming 5 traces of family spirit essence allows it to be transformed into a high-grade spirit creature. With transformation attributes, Qingyang's dispelling of evil and an old horse knows the way. The potential for transformation had now shifted, and this new direction was far more intriguing than the previous one. The attribute of the old horse knowing the way suggested a talent for navigation, which, while commendable, paled in comparison to the Qingyang's dispelling of evil. Zhao Fangyan speculated that this attribute might enable the horse, upon its eventual evolution into a beast, to possess the ability to suppress malevolent spirits. Without further hesitation, Zhao Fangyan chose the Qingyang's dispelling of evil and initiated the transformation. As a radiant aura enveloped the horse, its originally jet-black coat suddenly shimmered with a faint golden glow, exuding an extraordinary presence. Beyond this, there were no significant changes. Satisfied with the successful transformation, Zhao Fangyan led the horse to the entrance of the training chamber and summoned Zhao Jingze. Jingze, this horse has now become a spirit creature. Shortly, I shall assist you in forming a blood contract. You need only to remain calm and steady your mind. Zhao Jingze gazed at the horse before him, his eyes brimming with delight. Although he was oblivious to how Zhao Fangyan had acquired such a refined steed, he did not dwell on it. After all, Zhao Fangyan had already informed him of his cultivation, and it was only natural for him to possess certain abilities. Seeing Zhao Jingze sit cross-legged, Zhao Fangyan concentrated his thoughts and invoked the blood contract Beast Mastery. Soon, streams of spiritual light converged to form a magical array. Zhao Fangyan drew a dagger from his waist and pricked Zhao Jingze's fingertip, extracting a drop of his blood. However, as the blood-stained crimson array enveloped the horse's head, it began to thrash violently. This horse was not one that Zhao Fangyan had raised since childhood. It had attained intelligence through the transformation, and now it sensed danger. Unwilling to submit. Observing this, Zhao Fangyan let out a cold snort, his powerful hand pressing firmly upon its head. The high-grade spirit creature, possessing over 10,000 gene of strength, was effortlessly subdued and pinned to the ground, unable to move an inch. After a moment of struggle, during which Zhao Jingze and the horse endured considerable pain, the blood contract was finally completed. In that instant, Zhao Jingze felt an immediate connection with the steed. Haha, father, I can sense its thoughts. Your secret methods are truly wondrous. Witnessing the success of the blood contract, Zhao Fangyan nodded in satisfaction. In the future, when you escort goods, you shall ride it. It will undoubtedly become your invaluable aid. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingze eagerly mounted the steed and galloped away, reveling in its swiftness. As Zhao Fangyan watched his retreating figure, he muttered to himself, "It seems the time has come for another expedition to the depths of Mang Mountain. I must seek out more celestial treasures to enhance Jingze's horse into a beast, enabling its evolution into a spiritual root. I hope that fire elemental monkey remains. If it does, I could capture it to serve the Zhao family." Chapter 83, The Three Ding Conquest. Zhao Jingze, having forged a blood contract with a high-grade steed and learned of its potential to evolve into a spiritual root for cultivating immortal arts, was ecstatic. He also heeded Zhao Fangyan's admonition not to disclose this matter to outsiders, including his newly wedded wife. Eager to experience the capabilities of his spirit steed, Zhao Jingze did not wait for his injuries to fully heal and immediately returned to the family's transport duties, disappearing the following day. Zhao Fangyan had initially intended to inform him how to store the contracted spirit creatures in a spatial realm, but seeing that he had already departed, he had to abandon that thought. Long before, when Zhao Fangyan assisted Zhao Zhangquan in forming a blood contract with Xiao Kai, he had already researched how to store the contracted spirit creatures of other family members within the Wand Beast Cave. Although the Wand Beast Cave could not be entered or exited by himself or any family members, it could be accessed by the contracted spirit creatures or beasts of family blood relatives. In the future, as the cave generated spiritual veins, allowing spirit creatures and beasts to enter, they could absorb pure spiritual energy for cultivation, which would aid their cultivation. However, the Wand Beast Cave resided within Zhao Fangyan's consciousness, or one might say, it existed as an extension of his soul. Even family blood relatives could neither see nor touch it. Even if they wished to let their contracted spirit creatures enter, they would find it impossible to do so. After Zhao Zhangquan contracted Xiao Kai, Zhao Fangyan could collect her by touching her, but Zhao Zhangquan could not. As the family continued to grow, and descendants would not remain by Zhao Fangyan's side indefinitely, it was indeed quite inconvenient if only Zhao Fangyan could gather and command the beasts. Subsequently, Zhao Fangyan made several attempts and finally discovered some convenient methods. He experimented with extracting stones from the cave and later realized that as long as a family blood relative held such a special stone, they could also store their beasts within the Wand Beast Cave. However, Once a beast was stored through the stone, it would form a connection with the user, and in the future, it could only be summoned beside the stone used. Even Zhao Fengyan, despite having absolute control within the Wand Beast Cave, could only observe the beasts within the cave. He could not summon them to his side. Of course, Zhao Fengyan had the ability to forcibly expel the beasts from the space, but they would still end up beside the stone used prior to entering the cave. This meant that the beasts could not traverse through the cave to different locations. Additionally, Zhao Fengyan also inquired of Zhao Jingchuan, who confirmed that he could only summon and store beasts using the stone, without experiencing any unique spatial properties. Thus, other family members were unable to utilize the cave for storing items. After discerning these characteristics, Zhao Fengyan only informed Zhao Zhangchuan that the Wand Beast Cave was a special treasure for storing beasts, akin to the spirit beast bags documented in various cultivation texts. As for the remaining characteristics, he did not disclose them. In the future, when he informs other clan members, he can employ the same excuse. The Cave of 10,000 Beasts is the family's most profound secret. It is prudent to reveal it only when they possess greater strength and deeper cunning. Zhao Jingze has already departed, leaving Zhao Fengyan to await his return before presenting him with a shard of stone, enabling him to also master the art of beast taming. Following Zhao Jingze's bond with another mystical creature, 3 individuals within the Zhao family now possessed such a connection. Subsequently, Zhao Fengyan diligently urged Huang Wanyun and Zhao Zhengling to train daily alongside his own cultivation. Once they break through to become first-class warriors, they too will be able to forge blood contracts with demon beasts and evolve their spiritual roots. Given that the family possesses such transcendent techniques, Zhao Fengyan naturally would not squander this opportunity. Only when every member of the family possesses spiritual roots can the Zhao clan swiftly develop into a formidable sect of cultivators. Meanwhile, as the Zhao family steadily progresses, the conflicts between the kingdom of Jin and its neighboring territories intensify. The entire nation, from the emperor to the common folk, has recently turned their attention to the border skirmishes. Although no victors have emerged from the front lines, the populace is acutely aware that this protracted war, lasting over a decade, may soon reach its conclusion. Yet, the outcome remains uncertain. A month later, due to the urgency of the border conflicts, while substantial funds have been collected, the casualties among the soldiers have been severe. Consequently, the court, after raising taxes, has begun to enforce conscription, dispatching men to the front lines, a practice commonly referred to as corvée labor. Upon hearing this news, the people of Jin are thrown into a state of trepidation, worried for their fates. After all, the current state of the border war has escalated to a perilous level, and enlisting in the military is akin to courting death. Although there are incentives, such as tax exemptions and the chance for military honors, few citizens are willing to join voluntarily. However, compliance with the conscription order is mandatory. Recently, an announcement was posted in Ping'an County, stating that in 10 days, military officials from the border will arrive to recruit soldiers. Learning of this development, Zhao Fengyan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the war would escalate to such a dire extent that forced conscription would be implemented. In the past, it was the citizens who sought opportunities to gain military merit and volunteered for service. Now, with such a situation arising, he understood that the casualties at the border must be grievous. The conscription, enforced by the court, could not be evaded by any means, regardless of wealth. The law of the Kingdom of Jin mandates that all men aged 15 to 60 must serve, meaning the Zhao family is obliged to provide at least one male member. As Zhao Zhangchuan is too young, the only eligible candidates are Zhao Fengyan and Zhao Jingze. That evening, the Zhao family gathered for dinner, a supposed reunion. Yet no one wore a smile. A heavy silence enveloped the table, and Zhao Fengyan was no exception. After a moment, it was Huang Wanyun who broke the stillness. Her face filled with hope. Brother Nian, must we truly go to serve? That Chen Dan is merely greedy. Can't you enlist his help to exchange silver to avoid conscription? Upon hearing her words, the others raised their brows, as if a glimmer of hope had emerged. Yang Ronger, sitting beside Zhao Zhengze, felt her heart race. She desperately wished Huang Wanyun's suggestion were feasible, for she was the only daughter in her family, and her father, Yang Qingzhou, would likely be conscripted as well. Seeing the eager expressions around him, Zhao Fengyan set down his bowl and shook his head with resignation. I have already approached Chen Dan about this matter. Although he is indeed greedy and seeks to profit from this opportunity, he made it clear that the court has dispatched military officials to prevent any deceit in recruitment, meticulously checking household registrations. Thus, he is powerless to assist. With that, Zhao Fengyan declared, the Zhao family must provide one person. The moment these words escaped his lips, the hopeful expressions of the family members turned to despair. Yang Ronger's face drained of color. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. The border conflict was perilous, and the journey would likely be fraught with danger. Enough. Do not fret too much. While the border war is fierce, It is not an inevitable death sentence for martial artists, especially for first-class warriors. With a stroke of luck, one might even earn military honors. Therefore, I shall take up this conscription myself. Zhao Fengyan maintained his composure, resolutely deciding to enlist. However, before he could finish, Zhao Jingzi stood up. Father, no, you cannot go. If anyone should go, it should be me. Chapter 84. A Return to the Cave. Zhao Jingzi's sudden interjection drew the attention of the family. He continued without hesitation. Father, while I may not be as formidable as you, I am also a first-class warrior with considerable strength. Even if I go to serve, the dangers will not be insurmountable. As the head of the family, your presence is crucial for maintaining stability. Without you, the Zhao family will struggle to thrive. If Chun Dan is indeed as unscrupulous as he appears, without you to contend with him, our family may be left vulnerable. Zhao Jingzi's words silenced the room. Even Zhao Fengyan furrowing his brow, unable to counter his son's reasoning. He spoke the truth. The Zhao family's current prosperity was largely due to Zhao Fengyan's efforts. Should he venture to the border, the family would lack its cornerstone, hindering their growth. Furthermore, the Cave of 10,000 Beasts is intrinsically linked to Zhao Fengyan's existence. He is the foundation upon which the family's ascension to the realm of immortality rests, and any misstep would be catastrophic. From a broader perspective, it would be most fitting for Zhao Jingzi to go to war. However, Zhao Jingzi had just married. Such a decision would be a disservice to him. Zhao Fengyan was acutely aware of the stakes, but was reluctant to send his son into danger, torn between duty and affection. Huang Wanyun, Zhao Zhengchuan, and Zhao Zhengling wore expressions of helplessness. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Fengyan or Zhao Jingzi, both were dear to them, and none wished to see either harmed. Among them, only Yang Ronger bore the heaviest burden. Her father was fated to serve, and if Zhao Jingzi joined him, the two men she cherished most would be placed in peril. The dinner table remained shrouded in silence, but ultimately, it was decided that Zhao Jingzi would enlist. That night, Yang Ronger lay in Zhao Jingzi's embrace, her face awash with sorrow. Jingzi, if both you and my father go to war, how will I survive if anything happens to you? Seeing his tearful wife, Zhao Jingzi felt a pang of heartache, yet feigned ease. Ronger, do not worry. Both your father and I are first-class warriors, and your father is on the brink of becoming a congenital warrior. With such strength, we shall surely return safely. Upon hearing this, Yang Ronger appeared somewhat comforted, nodding slightly. Zhao Jingzi then smiled gently. Ronger, while I am away, should any troubles arise, you may seek assistance from my parents. Additionally, as I do not know how long I will be gone, I wish to leave you with something to hold on to. With that, Zhao Jingzi loosened his belt and turned to mount his horse. Yang Ronger blushed deeply. Meanwhile, in another chamber, Zhao Zhengchuan was alone with Zhao Fengyan, engaged in a serious discussion by the flickering light of a lamp. Father, regarding the conscription mandated by the court, should we not directly disclose our identities as cultivators? I have heard that the imperial court has always treated cultivators with great respect. If they were to discover that our Zhao family has a cultivator, they might very well honor us as esteemed guests. Brother, there would be no need for us to venture into the borderlands. Zhao Zhengchuan pondered thoughtfully and began to inquire. Previously, with Yang Ronger present, he hesitated to ask directly, waiting until others had retired before daring to approach Zhao Fengyan. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan merely shook his head slightly. Zhengchuan, you are underestimating the situation. Although the Jin Kingdom is a realm of mortals, its strength should not be disregarded. The fact that celestial beings are engaging in battle at the borders indicates that the court still possesses the means to command cultivators. If our Zhao family were to expose our identity as cultivators, we might be compelled by the court to join the fray at the borders. As it stands, we are merely at the second and third layers of chi refinement, our spells still unrefined, which would undoubtedly place us in grave danger. Therefore, until our Zhao family reaches the 10th layer of chi refinement, or even cultivators of foundation establishment, we must not draw attention to ourselves. Zhao Fengyan contemplated far more than Zhao Zhengchuan. He understood while the undercurrents swirling within the seemingly mundane Jin Kingdom. Recklessly revealing their family's identity as cultivators could lead to being coerced by the court, but more worrisome would be the potential coveting from other high-level cultivators. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengchuan comprehended the implications and could only nod helplessly before returning to his quarters to rest. After he departed, Zhao Fengyan muttered to himself, the military officials from the border will arrive in Ping'an County in a few days. Jin's time at home is short. Before he leaves, I must transform his spirit beast into a monster. That way, he will have an additional means of protection on the battlefield. Tomorrow, I shall venture once more into the depths of Mongshan to seek the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. Moreover, I wonder if that fire element monkey in the immortal cave is still around. At the break of dawn the next day, Zhao Fengyan bid farewell to his family and once again entered the depths of Mongshan. As he delved deeper, he immediately released Xiaohei. With his martial prowess having advanced and his cultivation reaching the second layer of qi refinement, alongside the assistance of the first-level monster Xiaohei, he felt considerably safer compared to his last expedition. Even in the absence of Xiao Kai, danger seemed minimal. Within the forest, Xiaohei was exuberant, darting around Zhao Fengyan's side. When it occasionally spotted small animals, it would chase after them, capturing them to feast upon. Clearly, having stayed in the cave for so long, it felt quite stifled. Xiaohei, it's pointless to vent your fury on these little creatures. Let us return to that immortal cave. If that insufferable monkey is still there, we shall teach it a lesson for the grievances of your. Upon hearing Zhao Fengyan's words, Xiaohei's pupils constricted, and it began to bark excitedly, evidently harboring resentment toward the fire element monkey that had easily defeated it in the past. Subsequently, the two pressed onward, making haste toward the immortal cave. Zhao Fengyan concentrated, and with a flick of his hands, he formed seals, channeling strands of magical energy from his dantian, which ultimately gathered beneath his feet. At that moment, he felt as light as a swallow, completely unencumbered. This was the effect of the wind control technique. Not only did the technique enhance his agility, but it also significantly improved his evasion speed. With a leap, Zhao Fengyan executed the tiger's body technique in conjunction with the wind control technique, shooting forth like a dart, even faster than Xiaohei. In just a couple of hours, Zhao Fengyan arrived at the immortal cave he had visited previously. It was midday. With the sun blazing high in the sky, Zhao Fengyan effortlessly pushed aside the boulders and entered the cave. Inside, it remained as empty as he had last seen, with no sign of the fire element monkey. Initially, Zhao Fengyan thought the monkey was absent, but then he recalled something and approached the water pool within the cave. Beginning to search, after a brief moment, he grasped something solid. Pulling it out, he discovered it was a gourd. Upon removing the wooden stopper from the gourd's mouth, a fragrant aroma of wine wafted forth. Realizing this, Zhao Fengyan suddenly understood that this was the spiritual wine brewed by the fire element monkey itself. Since there was spiritual wine present, the fire element monkey must still be around. If it was not present during the day, it would likely return at night. Good. This monkey, which suffered great losses when I seized its spiritual wine and fruits years ago, has not left. It seems we are fated. This monkey not only can locate spiritual fruits, but also possesses the skill to brew wine. Perhaps I can gain a significant opportunity from it. With a light chuckle, Zhao Fengyan placed the spiritual wine into the 10,000 beasts cave heaven. He then sat with Xiaohei in the cave, patiently awaiting the return of the fire element monkey. Chapter 85. Subduing the Monkey Demon. The fire element monkey had already been an advanced spirit beast, having consumed spiritual fruits on its own, and it was not far from breaking through to become a demon. After several years apart, Zhao Fengyan speculated that it had likely become a first-level monster, its power having increased. However, he was not particularly concerned. Xiaohei had been a demon for 3 years, and throughout that time, Zhao Fengyan had continuously provided it with spiritual stones for cultivation. Thus, in a direct comparison, Xiaohei's strength would undoubtedly surpass that of the fire element monkey. Coupled with Zhao Fengyan's own cultivation at the second layer of qi refinement, the fire element monkey posed little threat. They waited in the cave until deep into the night. And just as Zhao Fengyan began to think the fire element monkey might not come, a fully red monkey suddenly appeared at the cave's ventilation shaft, preparing to enter. Oh, it really has come. Zhao Fengyan looked up and immediately recognized it. This monkey was indeed the same fire element monkey from before. Upon noticing its presence, Zhao Fengyan formed seals with his fingers, casting the divination technique, which enveloped his eyes in a faint spiritual light, allowing him to perceive the demonic aura emanating from the fire element monkey. The monkey radiated a faint red demonic energy, clearly indicating it had become a first-level monster. However, its demonic energy was not particularly dense, even weaker than that of Xiaohei beside Zhao Fengyan. He also noted that it possessed a more concentrated spiritual energy under its armpit, likely another spiritual fruit. While Zhao Fengyan was assessing it, the monkey also became aware of his presence. The fire element monkey was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to believe there was someone in the cave. But, after a brief moment, its eyes widened in rage. It recalled that Zhao Fengyan was the one who had stolen its spiritual wine and fruits years ago. How? The fire element monkey immediately erupted in fury, howling incessantly. However, before it could take any action, Zhao Fengyan wore a mocking expression, raising the gourd he had retrieved from the pool. This scene provoked the fire element monkey into a frenzy. Its eyes turned a deep crimson, and its demonic energy surged. With a leap, it descended, its chest suddenly swelling as it opened its mouth to unleash a torrent of blazing flames directed at Zhao Fengyan. Zhao Fengyan's pupils contracted. He had initially thought that upon becoming a demon, the fire element monkey might have abilities similar to Xiaohei's fire control, but he did not expect it could actually spit fire. This technique was undoubtedly more agile than Xiaohei's ability. However, in comparison, Xiaohei's method of enveloping itself in flames also enhanced its close combat capabilities. Xiaohei, attack. Not dwelling on it further, Zhao Fengyan activated the wind control technique, effortlessly dodging the flames, and immediately charged alongside Xiaohei toward the fire element monkey. The two approached from opposite sides, with Xiaohei engulfed in flames, its massive form lunging forward with an intimidating presence. Meanwhile, Zhao Fengyan, in his rush, hurled his long knife. Yet the knife did not fly straight. Instead, it spun gracefully in the air, agilely slicing toward the fire element monkey. The transformation that has occurred is undoubtedly a manifestation of Zhao Fengyan's mastery of the object manipulation technique. Although he lacks magical artifacts, he is adept at wielding this technique even with ordinary weapons, allowing him to control them with remarkable agility and extend his attack range. As Zhao Fengyan and the little black creature advanced with fierce intent, the fire elemental monkey was evidently caught off guard by their newfound prowess. With a keen intellect, it quickly discerned that it was no match for the duo and promptly leaped towards the mountainside, attempting to escape through the cave's entrance. However, Zhao Fengyan's blade was swifter, delivering a decisive strike that the monkey could not evade, forcing it to block with its arm. The sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed as it fell to the ground. At this moment, it became apparent that the fire elemental monkey's ability to breathe fire paled in comparison to the innate flames of the little black creature. Had Zhao Fengyan attempted to confront the little black with such tactics, his blade would likely have been reduced to molten metal before it could find its mark. Realizing it was cornered, the fire elemental monkey scrambled to its feet and unleashed a torrent of flames towards Zhao Fengyan and the little black creature, desperately attempting to fight back. Yet, under the relentless onslaught of Zhao Fengyan's swordplay, it found itself unable to withstand the assault. When the little black creature lunged, it pinned the monkey down, rendering it immobile. Thus, the fire elemental monkey was effortlessly captured by Zhao Fengyan. Even while restrained beneath the little black creature, it continued to screech, seemingly intent on unleashing more flames. Zhao Fengyan, unfazed, stepped on its mouth to silence it and swiftly retrieved the spirit fruit concealed within its fur. In his grasp lay a spirit fruit imbued with considerable spiritual energy, a first-tier fire attribute fruit. Satisfied, Zhao Fengyan contemplated how this fruit could facilitate the transformation of another creature into a demon. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that the fire elemental monkey's ability to frequently locate spirit fruits indicated its knowledge of the surrounding areas rich in celestial treasures. Consequently, Zhao Fengyan interrogated the monkey, demanding, "Tell me, where did you acquire this spirit fruit?" His words were accompanied by gestures to emphasize his inquiry. The fire elemental monkey, possessing a certain level of intelligence as a first-tier demon beast, quickly grasped the question. Yet, having just been subdued and deprived of its spirit wine and fruit, compounded by past grievances, it was hardly inclined to cooperate. As Zhao Fengyan released his foot to observe its condition, the monkey retaliated with another burst of flames. Fortunately, Zhao Fengyan evaded the attack just in time, or he might have lost his hair. Amused by the turn of events, Zhao Fengyan smiled rather than express anger. He then produced a length of rope from the myriad beast's cave and securely bound the monkey, concerned that it might break free due to its considerable strength. He tied its limbs behind its back to prevent any chance of escape. Following this, he retrieved a whip and began to strike the fire elemental monkey. The sound of the whip cracking echoed throughout the cave. Initially, the monkey exhibited remarkable defiance, enduring over 100 lashes while still baring its teeth at Zhao Fengyan. However, after more than an hour of relentless striking, the monkey's gaze finally betrayed a flicker of fear. Zhao Fengyan wielded the whip with just enough force to inflict pain without delivering a fatal blow, leaving the monkey battered but alive. Noticing its newfound trepidation, Zhao Fengyan gestured toward the spirit fruit. "Lead me to where this fruit can be found, will you?" Upon hearing this, the fire elemental monkey nodded eagerly, its eyes devoid of anger, now filled with earnestness. "Heh, what a pity you had to endure a beating." Zhao Fengyan chuckled as he stowed away the whip and approached the monkey, lifting it into his grasp without releasing its bindings to prevent any escape attempts. Exiting the cave, he pointed towards the deep, shadowy forest ahead. "Little monkey, I will indicate the direction. If you know where the spirit fruit is, just nod." Zhao Fengyan raised his hand, gesturing towards a particular direction. When he pointed eastward, the fire elemental monkey gave a slight nod. Seeing this, Zhao Fengyan smiled faintly and set off towards the eastern path, accompanied by the monkey and the little black creature. After enduring a thorough scolding from Zhao Fengyan, the fire elemental monkey became considerably more compliant. Although it still displayed reluctance in guiding Zhao Fengyan, it did not resist. They journeyed through the night, and by dawn, they arrived at a mountainous region. As the sun rose, Zhao Fengyan's gaze fell upon a straight rock formation reminiscent of a colossal pillar thrusting into the earth. This sheer cliff stood over 100 feet tall, a testament to nature's craftsmanship. Captivated by the sight, Zhao Fengyan was interrupted by the incessant screeches of the fire elemental monkey, which seemed to indicate that the spirit fruit was located atop this mountain. Zhao Fengyan's expression shifted with intrigue. "Little monkey, are you suggesting the spirit fruit is at the summit?" The monkey nodded vigorously. The cliff, steep as a sword, posed a perilous ascent. He couldn't help but wonder if it were a ruse to lure him into a fatal misstep. "You wouldn't want me to fall to my demise, would you?" The monkey, comprehending the implication, fervently shook its head. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Fengyan reasoned that since the fire elemental monkey was bound and unable to move freely, it too would face danger should it deceive him. Hence, he dismissed the thought of treachery. Additionally, while the cliff appeared daunting, it was not insurmountable for him. Therefore, Zhao Fengyan secured the monkey's mouth with rope to prevent it from breathing fire during his ascent. He then placed the little black creature into the cave before launching himself towards the perilous cliff. Upon reaching the base of the rock, he invoked the wind technique, feeling a lightness fill his being, and began to scale the surface with both hands and feet. The sheer cliff, smooth and vertical, would pose a significant challenge for an ordinary person. However, for Zhao Fengyan, it was an opportunity. He extended his fingers, channeling his strength, which felt akin to steel claws as they dug into the rock. With a physical prowess exceeding 30,000 pounds, he was capable of breaking through the stone. Thus, he ascended the mountain like a nimble ape, navigating the treacherous climb without faltering. As he neared the summit, Zhao Fengyan paused to admire the golden rays of the rising sun before leaping onto the peak. The top of this steep rock was not expansive, measuring only about 3 yards in diameter. Upon his arrival, he was immediately drawn to a fruit tree standing a foot tall, captivating in its presence. Though not particularly grand in stature or adorned with lush foliage, Zhao Fengyan noted its abundant spiritual energy through his divination technique, indicating it was no ordinary tree. Furthermore, 3 unripe fruits hung from its branches, radiating a sense of intense heat. It was clear that this tree was the source of the special fire attribute spirit fruit the fire elemental monkey had procured. Zhao Fengyan had come in search of such a spirit fruit, yet the 3 fruits before him were not ripe, their spiritual essence insufficient for transforming a beast into a demon. After a moment of reflection, he considered departing and waiting for the fruits to mature before returning. However, upon reflection, he realized that the existence of this fruit tree until now was likely due to the vigilant guardianship of the fire primordial monkey. If he were to leave, he would undoubtedly have to take the fire primordial monkey with him for the sake of his family's blood pact. Once the fire primordial monkey departed, the other beasts in the mountains, particularly certain avian creatures, would surely devour this spiritual fruit. After much contemplation, Zhao Fengyan suddenly resolved upon a bold decision to transplant this fruit tree into the myriad beasts celestial realm. If it could thrive within the myriad beasts celestial realm, the Zhao family would gain a tree that would continuously bear fire-attributed spiritual fruits. This fruit tree was already a spiritual entity, requiring the absorption of the world's spiritual energy to flourish. Although this place was remote, Zhao Fengyan could still sense a faint trace of spiritual energy in the atmosphere. If it were to be transplanted into the myriad beasts celestial realm, which had yet to develop its own spiritual veins, the tree would most likely perish. However, there was a solution. Since the tree needed spiritual energy, Zhao Fengyan thought that placing some fire-attributed stones near it might suffice. With this thought, he set to work, immediately beginning to excavate the soil surrounding the fruit tree. The monkey behind him, witnessing his return, widened its eyes in evident reluctance. Moments later, as the roots of the tree were exposed, Zhao Fengyan discovered that the base of the fruit tree was entwined with a strikingly blue mineral. This mineral resembled iron but was extraordinarily hot, occasionally emitting flickers of electricity accompanied by glimmers of flame. Astonished by the extraordinary mineral, Zhao Fengyan's expression turned to one of disbelief. With its exterior radiating electrical and fiery energy, could this possibly be a product of a thunderstrike upon iron ore? He wondered if it was a spiritual entity of the world, capable of aiding in the transformation of beasts into demons. Considering the towering mountain peak beneath his feet, Zhao Fengyan speculated that this mineral was likely formed by a lightning strike. The lightning ignited a fire, and thus, the fruit tree above was probably influenced by it to bear fire-attributed spiritual fruits. Recognizing the preciousness of this mineral, Zhao Fengyan immediately reached out to seize it. Yet, as he approached, a spark of lightning erupted from the mineral, darting towards his palm. Unfazed, Zhao Fengyan skillfully evaded it and cast a repulsion spell, promptly securing the mineral within the myriad beasts celestial realm. He then repeated the process, bringing the fruit tree into the celestial realm and positioning it at the center of the space. Finally, he placed several fire-attributed spiritual stones beneath the tree, ensuring a prudent approach. He hoped fervently that the fruit tree would survive. As he murmured this to himself, Zhao Fengyan suddenly noticed that Little Black was already by the fruit tree, eyeing the few unripe spiritual fruits with great desire. Seeing this, Zhao Fengyan chuckled, "Little Black, you mustn't entertain thoughts of those spiritual fruits. Should any offspring of the family enter in the future, you must protect the tree and ensure it remains unharmed." Upon hearing this, Little Black let out a disappointed whimper and promptly laid down beside the fruit tree, no longer casting glances at it. Zhao Fengyan withdrew his consciousness from the celestial realm and gazed thoughtfully at the vast mountain range. Zhengzhou would be departing in just a few days. Continuing to search for spiritual entities in the deep mountains felt rather hasty. He decided to return home first to see if the extraordinary mineral could aid in the transformation of his horse. If not, he would resort to the fire-attributed spiritual fruit from the fire primordial monkey. Having made his decision, Zhao Fengyan no longer lingered. He leapt into the air, once more employing the wind control technique, utilizing his robust physique to safely descend the mountain. Without pausing, he made his way directly home. Of course, he did not release the fire primordial monkey, keeping it bound as he brought it with him. He hurried along until, by evening, Zhao Fengyan finally arrived home. Upon his return, he first procured a sturdy chain to secure the fire primordial monkey within the house, assigning Little Black to keep watch. Following this, he sought out Zhao Jingze, intending to assist him in the transformation of his horse. Moreover, Zhao Fengyan did not use the fire-attributed spiritual light for the transformation, but instead produced the special mineral formed by the lightning strike. He pondered whether this mineral could be classified as a spiritual entity of the world and what kind of powers it might grant the demon beasts, or what sort of spiritual route it would allow Zhao Jingze to evolve into. Chapter 87. Qingyang Horse. 3 hours prior to Zhao Fengyan's arrival home, within the Pingan County office, a soldier clad in armor, exuding an air of authority, was confronting Chen Dan, his expression grim. Chen Dan, you owe me an explanation. What crime did my brother Wang Jinlin commit to warrant the annihilation of his entire family? The speaker was the soldier, who had been dispatched by the imperial court from the border to recruit laborers in Pingan County. His name was Fu Yurong, and he was also the sworn brother of Wang Jinlin. In truth, Fu Yurong had not been assigned to Pingan County when the imperial decree was issued. However, upon learning that Wang Jinlin had remained in Pingan County after his retirement, he took it upon himself to lead the recruitment mission there, prioritizing his visit to an old friend. Yet, upon his swift arrival with his contingent, he was stunned to discover that the Wang family was no longer present. After some investigation, he learned that the Wang family had been exterminated 3 years prior. Thus, Fu Yurong found himself at the county office, demanding answers from Chen Dan. Observing Fu Yurong's hostile demeanor, Chen Dan remained unperturbed and replied coldly, "Humph, what explanation do you seek? Wang Jinlin colluded with bandits, committed acts of greed and murder, and even pilfered disaster relief supplies. Tell me, which of these charges does not warrant his death? You, as a military official, should concern yourself with border affairs. It would be best not to interfere with my judicial matters." Upon hearing this, Fu Yurong's face flushed with anger. He was tempted to slay the man before him, but considering that Chen Dan had a first-rate martial artist guarding him, and even if he didn't, they were of equal rank, he dared not take his life. Chen Dan, this matter is far from over. Once I uncover the truth, should I find that you have deliberately targeted the Wang family, I will certainly report you to the court for your lack of compassion as an official, for the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. With that, Fu Yurong stormed off, accompanied by over a dozen subordinates who vanished from sight. A mere 7th-rank lieutenant dares to act recklessly in my county office, Chen Dan muttered to himself, unfazed as he swept away. After leaving the county office, Fu Yurong immediately dispatched his subordinates. You all go camp outside the city and gather the new laborers. I will go into the city alone. I have important matters to investigate. The soldiers complied with bowed hands, and once they departed, Fu Yurong began his solitary inquiry within the city. The early arrival of the border military official caused a palpable tension among the citizens of the county town. After all, their arrival signaled that soon, many households would be losing their male members to conscription. Thus, in the days to come, the county town would likely witness heart-wrenching farewells among families. Back in the Zhao residence at Mang Village, Zhao Fengyan was unaware that the recruiting military official had already arrived, and that this official was none other than Fu Yurong, a close friend of Wang Jinlin. At this moment, he was in his training room, preparing to assist in the transformation of Zhao Jingze's beast. Father, can you truly help my horse break through to become a demon? Zhao Jingze approached with his beloved horse, a glimmer of hope on his face. Although he had yet to cultivate any celestial techniques, He understood that it was exceedingly difficult for ordinary spirits to evolve into demons. Given that Zhao Fengyan had claimed to be confident upon his return, Zhao Jingze found it hard to believe. Enough. If I say it can be done, then it will be done. Do not question further. Now go outside. Zhao Fengyan did not intend to reveal too many secrets to Jingze, merely waving him off. Once Jingze had left, Zhao Fengyan retrieved the extraordinary mineral, muttering incessantly. I hope this can facilitate the transformation. This extraordinary mineral might endow this steed with exceptional powers. With a thought, Zhao Fengyan summoned the brilliance of the beast monument, which shimmered and floated forth. In an instant, the radiant light enveloped the mineral, melting it into scintillating azure sparks that cascaded over the horse's head. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Fengyan felt a surge of joy within. This indicated that the peculiar mineral before him was indeed a first-tier spiritual entity, meeting the criteria for transformation. Now, it remained to be seen what changes would manifest in the horse post-transformation. The azure light swiftly penetrated the horse's form, prompting it to neigh excitedly. Moments later, the light dissipated, and the horse settled into tranquility. Zhao Fengyan examined it closely, noting that its physique appeared even more robust, yet he discerned no other peculiarities. Unable to perceive any outward signs, he concentrated his mind and employed the beast monument for further inspection. First-tier demonic beast, Qingyang horse, possessing strong sinews. Capable of unleashing thunder spirit to dispel evil, consuming 100 strands of spiritual light, a second-tier thunder attribute spiritual entity, which can enhance its bloodline talent. It turned out that after 2 rounds of transformation, this horse had become what was known as a Qingyang horse, and its newfound abilities seemed intertwined with the special mineral. Zhao Fengyan pointed to the wooden training dummy in the practice room and commanded the Qingyang horse, attempt to destroy that wooden post. Although the Qingyang horse had been following Zhao Jingze all day, it possessed considerable intelligence and recognized Zhao Jingze's obedience to Zhao Fengyan. Therefore, it complied readily. With a powerful neigh, a blue-red light flickered in its eyes, and moments later, it shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking the wooden dummy. With a resounding crash, the wooden post shattered into pieces. Observing this scene, Zhao Fengyan was filled with admiration. The Qingyang horse indeed exhibited remarkable strength, capable of long-range attacks. With its assistance, he believed that Zhao Jingze would possess a means of safeguarding his life when he ventured to the borders in the future. Just then, Zhao Jingze rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing the remnants of the shattered dummy, he was naturally filled with surprise and inquired, "Father, did my horse do this?" Indeed, this horse has become a first-tier demonic beast, known as the Qingyang horse, possessing thunderous magical abilities. In the future, you must treat it well. Unless in dire circumstances, do not allow it to reveal its powers lightly, lest it attract calamity. Zhao Fengyan firmly placed his hand on Zhao Jingze's shoulder, imparting this earnest caution. Understood, father. I will be mindful. Zhao Fengyan continued. Moreover, this beast has transformed into a demon, which signifies that you should possess a spiritual root. Here, take these spiritual stones. In the future, you can attempt to cultivate the spirit breath technique, striving to embark on the path of immortality as soon as possible. He handed Zhao Jingze a substantial number of spiritual stones, ensuring that he would have ample resources for cultivation while away from home. The two exchanged no further words. Zhao Jingze eagerly led the Qingyang horse, affectionately stroking its mane, and ultimately confined it within the beast cave. As the day of his military enlistment approached, Zhao Fengyan decided against allowing Zhao Jingze to leave home, urging him instead to spend more time with family. The following day at noon, as Zhao Jingze was packing his belongings, a number of armored soldiers arrived unexpectedly. Zhao Fengyan initially assumed they were there for conscription and thus paid little mind, rising to greet them. However, upon reaching the doorway, he noticed that among the soldiers, one individual donned particularly exquisite and heavy armor, distinguishable from ordinary troops, and appeared to be a top-tier warrior. Realizing this person must be a military officer, Zhao Fengyan understood that their visit to the Zhao residence likely held ulterior motives. Before he could inquire, the officer at the forefront sternly questioned, "Is this the Zhao residence, which conducts jade and stone business in the city?" Chapter 88. Jingze joins the army. Seeing the officer's unfriendly demeanor and the mention of the jade business, Zhao Fengyan's heart sank, sensing impending trouble. And a vague realization began to dawn upon him. This individual might very well be Fu Yorong, the friend of Wang Zhenlin, whose head Zhao Fengyan had severed. His visit today could very likely be in relation to Wang Zhenlin. Maintaining his composure, Zhao Fengyan replied with neither humility nor arrogance, "Indeed, this is the Zhao residence. I am Zhao Fengyan, a first-tier warrior and the head of the Zhao family. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting?" Zhao Fengyan could discern that the military officer also possessed first-tier strength, thus subtly asserting his own status as a means of intimidation. While military officers serve at the behest of the court, they lack the authority of civil officials and cannot act against common folk without cause. Zhao Fengyan's display of confidence was meant to convey that should the officer pursue a forceful approach, he should think twice. As anticipated, upon hearing Zhao Fengyan's words, the officer's expression shifted slightly before he spoke in a low tone. "Ah, so you are the head of the Zhao family. I come bearing two matters. The first is official. Upon reviewing the household registry, your Zhao family is required to send a male descendant for military service. After you have made your decision, ensure he is delivered to the encampment outside the city by tomorrow morning without delay." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan nodded. "I am already aware of this matter, and I assure you there will be no delays. The second matter is of a personal nature. Please, do not hesitate to speak. My name is Fu Yurong, and I am the sworn brother of Wang Zhenlin, the head of the Wang family, who was executed 3 years ago. I have come to inquire about the circumstances surrounding his death. Was it connected to you in any way?" As he spoke, the officer's eyes widened with fury, fixating on Zhao Fengyan as if seeking to unearth a truth from within his gaze. Upon hearing the officer identify himself as Fu Yurong, Zhao Fengyan confirmed that his suspicions had been correct. Meeting the officer's penetrating stare, Zhao Fengyan remained unfazed, showing no signs of fear. Had the officer been a congenital warrior or a highly skilled practitioner in the later stages of qi refinement, he might have felt intimidated. However, as the officer was merely a top-tier warrior, Zhao Fengyan felt no trepidation. "Sir, on that day, I was following Magistrate Chen's orders to accompany the raid on the Wang residence. It was only due to your friend's prior defiance and intent to cause harm that I was compelled to act, resulting in his immediate demise. If you seek trouble with me, it would be wiser to question Magistrate Chen at the county office." Upon hearing this, Fu Yurong's countenance darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Yet, he understood that while Zhao Fengyan had struck the blow, the enmity did not rest solely upon him. After a moment of silence, he pressed on. "I do not hold you accountable for your actions. If my brother truly colluded with bandits to seize relief grain, he reaped what he sowed. I only ask you this. Were you not coveting the jade and stone business in the county, thereby plotting his demise?" Fu Yurong's words struck a chord. Zhao Fengyan recognized that this man possessed some acumen. He was not entirely incorrect. Zhao Fengyan had indeed entertained such thoughts regarding the jade business, and it was evident that Fu Yurong had conducted his investigations within the city. He suspected that the Wang family's extermination was orchestrated by the Zhao family, who stood to gain the most. However, Zhao Fengyan was acutely aware that no matter how deep the suspicions ran, Fu Yurong had no substantial evidence. As long as he maintained his denial, Fu Yurong would find himself powerless. After all, Zhao Fengyan was also a top-tier warrior, and Fu Yurong would not dare to provoke him too severely. Not at all. Zhao Fengyan's succinct response left Fu Yurong in prolonged silence. His expression oscillated between dark and light, until he finally let out a cold snort, shaking the reins and leading his retinue away, uttering not a single word further. As Zhao Fengyan watched them depart, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The other party possesses no evidence. Their own strength is rather feeble, and they lack the civil authority over life and death regarding the common folk. Thus, they pose no significant threat to the Zhao family. However, this individual holds the rank of a 7th-grade officer at the border, wielding considerable power within the military. His eldest son, Zhao Jingze, is soon to enlist, and should he fall under this man's influence, he may become a target. Yet, in light of the circumstances, Zhao Fengyan could do nothing but offer further admonitions to Jingze, urging him to remain vigilant against this man. On the following morning, before dawn's light broke, the Zhao family gathered in unison, while Yang Qingzhou also arrived at the estate. Today marks the day when Yang Qingzhou and Zhao Jingze depart for military service together. Yang Qingzhou stood alone in the courtyard, bearing his travel pack, while Zhao Jingze, with a bulging satchel on his back, rode in on horseback amidst a tearful farewell from his family. "Jingze, once you are on the battlefield, do not let valor turn into recklessness. You must return safely." Huang Wanyun grasped Zhao Jingze's hand with reluctance, her eyes brimming with tears. Zhao Zhengchuan and Zhao Zhengling remained silent, yet their gazes reflected their sorrow as they watched Zhao Jingze depart. Meanwhile, Yang Rong-er observed the two men with a complex expression. One was her father, the other her husband, both heading to a perilous fate, leaving her heart heavy with grief. "Jingze, the time is drawing near. We must set off. Remember your father's words." Zhao Fengyan waved his hand, reiterating his caution. Having spoken at length to Zhao Jingze the night before about the potential threats posed by Fu Yurong, "Brother Yang, this farewell is uncertain. I do not know when we shall meet again. Please take care of Jingze in the days to come." Zhao Fengyan bowed respectfully to Yang Qingzhou. With a commendable martial lineage, he was not far from reaching innate mastery, and with his protection, Zhao Jingze would be considerably safer. Yang Qingzhou nodded in agreement. a light smile breaking across his face. Rest assured, Brother Zhao, Zhengze is my son-in-law. Even if I do not return, I will ensure his safe return. I do not wish for my daughter to live a life of widowhood. Furthermore, Brother Zhao, I entrust Rong to your care. With that, Yang Qingzhou did not hesitate. After offering Yang Rong a warm smile, he cracked the whip, spurring his horse forward. The steed neighed, and soon they galloped towards the gates, with Zhao Zhengze following closely behind. The two men exited the courtyard, leaving their family behind, watching with reluctant hearts. Yang Qingzhou and Zhao Zhengze rode swiftly, and as dawn broke, they finally arrived at the encampment of soldiers outside the city. By this time, the area was already bustling with thousands of individuals, comprising formidable warriors and ordinary civilians alike. Soldiers were diligently counting the personnel, and once the tally was complete, the commanding Fu Yorong bellowed his orders. From this day forth, you shall be soldiers under my command. Now, let us set forth to the military camp at the border. Following his command, the vast procession began to move. Zhao Zhengze and Yang Qingzhou joined the throng, and in a matter of moments, the entire convoy vanished from Ping'an City, heading towards the frontier. With over 1,000 departing from Ping'an County, one could only wonder how many would return safely when the war was over. Chapter 89. The addition of grandson Zhao Xingfeng. The border of the Jin Kingdom was in dire straits, compelling the conscription of laborers, and soldiers were hastily dispatched to the battlefield. Given the ferocity of the conflict, those enlisted had no opportunity to send letters home. Thus, Zhao Zhengze's departure would leave him shrouded in silence, and the Zhao family could do naught but wait in quiet anticipation, hoping for his safe return when the hostilities concluded. Time flew by, and a year later, in a side room of the Zhao family estate, Zhao Zhongling, a young girl, held a porcelain doll-like infant, making comical faces that elicited continuous giggles from the baby. Nearby, two gentle women watched her, their faces adorned with smiles. Ling be careful with him. Do not drop Xingfeng. The two women were Huang Wanyun and Yang Rong. The infant in Zhao Zhongling's arms was born to Yang Rong just 2 months prior. Thus Zhao Fangyan now had a biological grandson. It was unexpected that Zhao Zhengze's efforts before enlisting would lead to Yang Rong's pregnancy. One could only wonder how he would feel upon learning of his son's arrival upon his return. As Huang Wanyun's words faded, Yang Rong approached, gently taking the infant to soothe him to sleep. Mother, Xingfeng must be tired. Let him rest a while. With that, Yang Rong remained in the room with the child, while Huang Wanyun and Zhao Zhongling stepped outside. Meanwhile, Zhao Fangyan stood at the door, watching intently. As a grandfather, he felt it inappropriate to intrude while Yang Rong tended to the baby, so he could merely observe from the threshold. Once the baby fell asleep, Zhao Fangyan reluctantly rubbed his hands together and departed alongside his wife and daughter. Since Yang Rong had given birth to a son, Zhao Fangyan pondered deeply and eventually established a 20-character lineage poem for the Zhao family. As the family flourished, so too should their traditions. Upright and virtuous in conduct. Illuminate the heart with purity. Maintain loyalty and integrity through generations. Assist the world with enduring sincerity. Following this lineage, Zhao Zhengze's son was given the name Zhao Xingfeng. With the addition of this new member, the family's vitality increased, albeit slightly. Yet, as Zhao Xingfeng matures and gains strength, mastering the bond with beasts and cultivating his abilities, the family's vigor will surely enhance. Over the past year, the Zhao family underwent numerous changes. The most notable was the arrival of Zhao Xingfeng. Firstly, Zhao Fangyan, after a year, remained at the second level of qi refinement, but his mastery of spells had significantly advanced. He had even mastered the elusive fireball technique. Furthermore, he had also grasped the basics of the quicksand technique. Capable of conjuring a patch of sand the size of a bowl, Zhao Fangyan had initially believed himself to possess solely a fire attribute spirit root. Yet with his newfound ability in quicksand, he was left pondering the true nature of his spirit root attributes, awaiting the day he could test them more thoroughly. Secondly, Zhao Zhengchuan exhibited promising potential. After a year, he had ascended to the 4th level of qi refinement. Although Zhao Zhengling's martial prowess had not significantly improved, she had become more diligent and was now focusing on her training. As for Huang Wanyun, she had broken through to become a first-rate martial artist a month prior. And Zhao Fangyan subsequently helped her form a blood pact with the fire element monkey, a first-level demonic beast. The creature struggled fiercely during the binding, yet its power was limited. Ultimately, with the combined efforts of Zhao Fangyan and Xiao He, the binding was successful. From then on, Huang Wanyun possessed a spirit root and embarked on the path of cultivation, albeit lacking in actual prowess for the time being. After admiring his grandson, Zhao Fangyan, as per his usual routine, entered the training room to practice alone. He performed a series of the wild wave blade techniques and briefly honed his martial arts skills before dedicating his focus to the cultivation methods of immortality. Although his spirit root remained ambiguous, Xiao Hei's bloodline talent had yet to elevate, suggesting that Zhao Fengyan's spirit root aptitude might be inadequate. Consequently, his cultivation speed was considerably slow, and now nearing his 40s, he realized that if he did not diligently pursue his training, he might not reach the foundation-laying stage before his lifespan waned. Within the training room, Zhao Fengyan held a spirit stone, inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. He cycled through his techniques several times until the sky darkened, and he felt a sense of soreness in his meridians before finally concluding his session. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he did not depart, but rather closed his eyes, immersing his mind within the realm of 10,000 beasts. The realm had undergone a remarkable transformation, no longer a barren stone island, but a flourishing oasis with fertile soil, having expanded to 7 acres. The emergence of a spiritual vein was now within sight. On the fertile ground of the cave, vast expanses of grains flourished, a verdant sight to behold. At the heart of this verdure stood a fruit tree, its branches lush and laden with several bright red fruits. This tree was the sacred tree that Zhao Fengyan had transplanted from the Mongshan mountain range. After burying several fire attribute spirit stones beneath it, the fruit tree thrived. A year later, the previously unripe fruits had matured, and 3 additional green fruits had emerged. With this, Zhao Fengyan was assured that this tree would continuously provide the Zhao family with fire attribute spirit fruits, which could transform beasts into spirits. At this moment, several magical beasts were gathered near the fruit tree, including Little Black, Little Color, the fire element monkey, and the Qingyang horse. The Zhao family's beast tamers could house their beasts within the 10,000 beasts cave, so during idle times, the beasts resided within this space. These magical creatures gazed longingly at the fruit tree, each one filled with envy. However, Zhao Fengyan had instructed them not to pilfer the spirit fruits. No matter how much they craved the fruits, they could only watch in longing. The most distressed among them was the fire element monkey, which had once enjoyed the tree's bounties alone but could now only observe, unable to touch the fruits, causing it great discomfort. Sensing the fire element monkey's mood, Zhao Fengyan's voice resonated throughout the cave. Do not covet, my friends. In due time, when this tree bears more fruits, you shall have your share. Fire element monkey, you will be needed to brew the fruit wine, which may very well become a unique asset of the Zhao family. Zhao Fengyan's reluctance to allow the magical beasts to consume the fruits was driven by his own intentions. He wished to see if the fruits could grow larger on the tree, potentially evolving into second-tier spiritual items. If successful, this could further enhance the bloodline talents of the beasts at home, thereby elevating the spiritual root qualifications of their tamers. Thus, refraining from harvesting the fruits for the time being was indeed prudent. Upon hearing Zhao Fengyan's words, the magical beasts nodded in agreement, and the fire element monkey appeared considerably more cheerful. Zhao Fengyan's ability to communicate with the family's beasts within the cave was an effective strategy. After he spoke, he turned his attention to the Qingyang horse. How is Zheng Zhe faring these days? The Qingyang horse, having remained with Zheng Zhe, was seldom brought into the cave due to the attention they attracted from many during the skirmishes at the borders. Today, Zhao Fengyan took the opportunity to inquire about Zheng Zhe's situation. Though the Qingyang horse could not speak, it understood simple meanings and could express itself through gestures. Initially, it nodded in response, but after a moment of silence, it shook its head, its eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Observing this, Zhao Fengyan realized that Zheng Zhe's situation at the borders was likely not smooth sailing. You must stay by his side and protect him well, Zhao Fengyan said earnestly. However, just as he finished speaking, the Qingyang horse suddenly vanished from the cave, indicating it had been summoned by Zheng Zhe. Now deep into the night, Zhao Fengyan wondered what Zheng Zhe's purpose was in calling forth the Qingyang horse. Anxiety filled his heart, yet he had no means to intervene. Zheng Zhe had broken through to the first level of qi refining over half a year ago and had gained some cultivation. He must have also practiced some spells, so he should be fine. Zhao Fengyan was already aware through the 10,000 beast steel that Zheng Zhe had embarked on the path of immortality, so he was not overly worried. Dismissing his thoughts, Zhao Fengyan concentrated and withdrew his consciousness from the 10,000 beasts cave. Chapter 90. The border conflict under the cover of darkness. The cold winds howled at the borders of the Jin kingdom. It was now the 12th month, bitterly cold. Yet in an uninhabited ravine, a figure cautiously advanced. Sensing that no one was around, he grasped a piece of rubble and began to chant incantations. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent golden horse was summoned before him. I have moved cautiously and traveled far. No one should have noticed me. Now, riding the Qingyang horse, I can return to the Jin military camp. The figure muttered, then mounted the horse, galloping forward. This individual was none other than Zhao Jingze, who had served in the military for a year. Despite possessing the strength of a top-tier warrior, he was mandated by the court to begin as a common soldier. Regardless of his prowess, Thus, he and Yang Qingzhou had taken on the roles of the lowest-ranking soldiers. Zhao Fengyan's earlier concerns were validated. Fu Yurong had directly taken the two under his command and had constantly targeted them. Over the past year, whenever they participated in battles, they were dispatched to the most perilous locations. Fortunately, both were formidable warriors, and with Yang Qingzhou's exceptional strength, they had managed to navigate through dangers unscathed. Despite Fu Yurong's animosity, Zhao Zhengze, being young and impetuous, had long sought an opportunity to deal with him discreetly. However, Yang Qingzhou repeatedly warned him that among the border soldiers were not only innate warriors, but also legendary immortals. Should they dare confront a court official, the consequences would be dire. Faced with such a reality, Zhao Zhengze could only temporarily abandon his ambitions and focus on training and studying immortal arts during wartime. 3 days prior, Fu Yurong targeted them once more. Somehow, he had learned of the enemy's grain storage location and dispatched a strike force to raid it. This mission was exceedingly dangerous, requiring deep infiltration into enemy territory, with a high likelihood of death. When he proposed it, none of his soldiers dared to volunteer. Seeing this, Fu Yurong directly named Yang Qingzhou and Zhao Zhengze, along with 8 other soldiers, to undertake the task. In the military hierarchy, commands were absolute, and despite their strength surpassing Fu Yurong's, they had no choice but to obey. At this moment, Zhao Zhengze found himself in the ravine because he and Yang Qingzhou had previously located a portion of the enemy's grain an hour ago. They had then set the grain ablaze. However, this act had alerted the enemy, drawing a large contingent to pursue them. Surrounded by thousands of soldiers, Yang Qingzhou and Zhao Zhengze fought bravely to break free. However, they soon became separated. As Zhao Zhengze escaped the encirclement, he noticed that enemies were still pursuing him. Realizing that fleeing on horseback would be too conspicuous and too late, he summoned the Qingyang horse and hid in a ravine. Utilizing the rugged terrain, he managed to slip away unnoticed. Once he determined that he was no longer encircled, he summoned the Qingyang horse once again, planning to return to the military camp. As for Yang Qingzhou, Zhao Zhengze intended to check the camp for his return. If he hadn't, he would report to the military officer and request reinforcements. Urging his horse onward, Zhao Zhengze swiftly reached the boundary where the two armies clashed. This area was flat and typically devoid of encampments, making it a site for large-scale battles, and he assumed it would be empty. Once I charge through, I should be able to return safely, Zhao Zhengze thought to himself. But just as he rode swiftly toward the boundary, a group of figures suddenly emerged from the shadows. Haha, where do you think you're running, little thief? This group comprised more than 10 men, including 2 high-ranking officers clad in superior armor, both of whom were top-tier warriors. Upon seeing these figures, Zhao Zhengze's heart sank as he tightened his grip on the reins and halted his horse. The leading officer, noticing Zhao Zhengze was alone, coldly declared, "You little thief. Having burned our supplies, do you still wish to flee? I anticipated your return through this path and have awaited your arrival for some time. Now, prepare to pay with your lives." With that, he let out a furious roar and charged forward with a contingent of warriors. In an instant, over a dozen men surrounded Zhao Zhengze, encircling him completely. Such a display, regardless of the caliber of martial artist, would render any opponent powerless to resist. However, at this moment, Zhao Zhengze exhibited not the slightest hint of fear. Rather, he wore a look of disdain. Humph, just a handful of men, and they dare to make such threats? They are courting death. Were there hundreds or thousands of adversaries before him, Zhao Zhengze might have felt a twinge of trepidation. But with only a dozen foes, even if 2 were elite warriors, he remained unperturbed. After all, Zhao Zhengze had reached the first layer of qi refinement, mastered a few spells, and had the formidable Qingyang horse at his side. To him, these men posed no threat whatsoever. He merely needed to dispatch them swiftly, ensuring that no one discovered his identity as a cultivator. With a cold snort, Zhao Zhengze drew the spear from his back and hurled it at the leading elite warrior. The man, witnessing Zhao Zhengze's audacity and casting aside his weapon, sneered with derision. On the battlefield, to be without a weapon was akin to awaiting death. However, as he prepared to deflect the spear with his sword, he was taken aback to find that the spear nimbly evaded his blade in midair and struck directly at his face. Unable to dodge in time, the elite warrior met his demise on the spot. This display of skill left the others in a state of shock. Yet before they could fully comprehend the situation, Zhao Zhengze formed hand seals, and the spear soared back into the air, targeting another foe. This technique was a manifestation of his proficiency in object manipulation. In the midst of the border skirmish, with an immortal now participating, the soldiers quickly realized they were facing the powers of a celestial being. Thus, the very warriors who had just been clamoring to slay Zhao Zhengze now turned and fled in abject terror. Zhao Zhengze, wishing to keep his identity as a cultivator concealed to avoid attracting the gaze of other immortals, commanded the Qingyang horse, "Slay them all. leave none alive. The Qingyang horse neighed fiercely, and a bolt of lightning erupted from its eyes, effortlessly obliterating one foe's chest. In mere moments, man and steed showcased their prowess, and the dozen or so enemy soldiers were all vanquished. Sensing that it was unwise to linger, Zhao Jingze mounted the Qingyang horse and sped towards the military camp. Upon seeing the lights of his own camp, he finally felt a sense of relief. After revealing his identity, Zhao Jingze successfully entered the camp and intended to report the mission's outcome to the military officials. Within the camp, there were numerous military officers of varying ranks. Zhao Jingze did not seek out his superior, Fu Yorong, but instead planned to bypass the chain of command. Informing Fu Yorong would mean that the credit for the accomplishment would be usurped, and any request for him to dispatch troops to rescue Yang Qingzhou would be utterly futile. The border soldiers were overseen by a second-rank general who managed 10 battalions, each led by a third-rank general. Zhao Jingze made a beeline for the main camp, his target being the third-rank general in charge of one battalion. Though this course of action was somewhat reckless, Zhao Jingze felt compelled to act for the sake of rescuing Yang Qingzhou. If reprimanded, he could bear the consequences. Rushing to the tent, he was immediately obstructed by soldiers stationed outside. Just as Zhao Jingze was about to plead for passage, he heard a familiar voice from within the tent. "General, we have followed Lieutenant Fu Yorong's orders to infiltrate the enemy camp and have successfully burned a portion of their supplies. However, our unit was scattered during the retreat, and one person has yet to return. Please gather the troops to rescue him." The voice belonged to none other than Yang Qingzhou, and to Zhao Jingze's surprise, he had returned first. Moreover, Yang Qingzhou's actions mirrored Zhao Jingze's own. Chapter 91, Promotion to Third Rank. Upon hearing Yang Qingzhou's voice within the military tent, Zhao Jingze felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thus, he no longer needed to worry about Yang Qingzhou's safety. However, as Yang Qingzhou continued to implore the general for assistance, Zhao Jingze called out loudly, "I am Zhao Jingze, under Fu Yorong, seeking an audience with the general." Upon hearing this, Yang Qingzhou's face broke into a smile. He hastily bowed toward the imposing figure seated at the head of the table, whose expression was stern. "General, outside the tent is my comrade, Zhao Jingze. I beseech you to allow him entry." The general, a robust man whose demeanor radiated authority, maintained an inscrutable expression, his eyes betraying a depth of hidden significance. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand, "Let him in." Moments later, Zhao Jingze stepped inside. Exchanging a glance with Yang Qingzhou, both relieved to see the other unharmed. It was Yang Qingzhou who spoke again. "General, during our mission, our small team of 10 was ambushed while fleeing. All others perished, leaving only Zhao Jingze and myself alive. Now that he has safely returned, there is no need to dispatch a rescue party." Upon hearing this, the general stroked his thick beard and finally rose slowly. He began to pace the tent. Though he made no immediate move toward the two men, still, his gaze upon them was as sharp as a blade. Zhao Jingze felt an overwhelming pressure from just a brief exchange of glances. He had long been aware that the commanding general was a top-tier innate warrior, and those overseeing the 10 battalions were also innate warriors. While the strength among innate warriors varied, they vastly outclassed elite martial artists. The general overseeing Zhao Jingze's battalion was named Fu Dao, a formidable innate warrior in his own right. Zhao Jingze remained still, awaiting Fu Dao's response. After a short while, Fu Dao let out a cold snort. "Humph. In my camp, all soldiers must follow my orders. How could I be unaware of your incursion into the enemy's supply lines? You two have breached my military tent at night and reported out of order. That is a grave offense. And now you dare to misreport military information. Do you wish to court death?" Fu Dao's words were laced with disbelief regarding their account. At this moment, Zhao Jingze understood that Fu Yorong had orchestrated their mission, likely seeking to eliminate the two of them or monopolize the credit. Yet, he had not anticipated that they would actually succeed and return alive. "General Fu, this matter is absolutely true. We would never dare to speak falsely. If the general does not believe us, you may call Lieutenant Fu to inquire." Upon hearing this, Fu Dao narrowed his eyes and beckoned to his guards. "Summon Fu Yorong." Moments later, Fu Yorong hurried in. Upon seeing Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou kneeling within the tent, his face was one of astonishment. Zhao Jingze noted the unmistakable fear etched on Fu Yorong's countenance. It was evident that their appearance before Fu Dao had taken him by surprise. "Fu Yorong, I must ask you, did you truly send them to burn the enemy's supplies?" Fu Dao's voice was icy, causing the kneeling Fu Yorong to tremble. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he dared not lie, quickly responding, "General, that is indeed the case. My scouts inadvertently discovered the enemy's supplies, and in my haste, I did not report to you before taking it upon myself to send men to burn them. My actions were merely to secure a slight advantage. I beg the general to forgive me." Fu Yorong's eloquence was commendable, and his rationale appeared plausible. However, a third-rank innate warrior serving in the court, was no fool. He could easily discern Fu Yorong's ulterior motives. A flicker of murderous intent appeared in Fu Dao's eyes as he contemplated for a long moment before speaking coldly. Fu Yorong, you have taken it upon yourself to command troops without authorization, which is a capital offense. However, considering the current devastating casualties within the ranks, we shall spare your life this time. Nonetheless, while the death sentence may be avoided, you cannot escape punishment. You are to receive 50 strokes of the military rod and have a year's pay deducted. Begone. Upon hearing this, Fu Yorong did not express dissatisfaction. Instead, he nodded in relief and hurriedly exited the tent. However, before leaving, he cast a venomous glance at Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou. After dismissing Fu Yorong, the commander turned his attention to Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou. Zhao Jingze had anticipated a reprimand for trespassing into the main camp, but the words that followed filled both men with unexpected joy. You two are Yang Qingzhou and Zhao Jingze, correct? Yes, my lord. Excellent. To have struck back against the enemy proves your bravery and cunning. At this critical juncture, your act of incinerating the enemy's supplies has enabled our forces to advance, earning you both great merit. Thus, your reckless offense is hereby pardoned. You both possess commendable abilities, and I happen to have 2 vacancies for lieutenants. Effective immediately, I promote you both to the 3rd rank, making you 7th rank lieutenants under my command. In disbelief, Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou realized they had not only escaped punishment, but had also been elevated in rank. Warfare at the borders was fraught with peril, yet the prospect of earning military accolades and returning home in glory was enticing. This outcome was truly a delightful surprise. They exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they clasped their hands in gratitude. Thank you for your support, General. No need for thanks. In the future, you must strive to excel in battle. Yes. All right. Return to your respective tents. The commander waved his hand dismissively, and without further ado, Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou took their leave. Upon exiting the military tent, Zhao Jingze let out a joyous laugh. Haha, father-in-law, Fu Yorong has truly shot himself in the foot. Not only did he fail to gain any military merit, but he also faced considerable punishment while we, by misfortune, have found fortune rising to the same rank as him. Hearing this, Yang Qingzhou's spirits lifted. Indeed, this past year under Fu Yorong's command has been nothing short of vexing. Now that we are of equal standing, and our abilities surpass his, we need not hold back should he show any disrespect in the future. Their conversation continued, both reveling in the relief from the frustrations they had endured over the past year. The following day, upon learning that Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou had ascended to the same rank of 7th rank lieutenants, Fu Yorong was filled with resentment. Nevertheless, he understood that, despite his anger, they were now his equals, and as he was inferior in strength, he dared not harbor any further ill will. When they occasionally crossed paths, Fu Yorong adopted a markedly polite demeanor, casting aside any semblance of his former authoritative presence, much to the amusement of Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou, who noted his tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. However, despite Fu Yorong's apparent lack of hostility, Zhao Jingze remained vigilant and cautious. He had resolved that, should the opportunity arise, he would seek to eliminate Fu Yorong to avenge the grievances he had suffered. Chapter 92, The Final Battle. Ever since being appointed as a 7th rank lieutenant by the commander, Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou found themselves finally able to utilize their skills. The kingdom of Jin was embroiled in continuous conflict with neighboring states, and although both sides had reached a stalemate, the fighting persisted for 2 years. During this time, Zhao Jingze led thousands of soldiers, displaying valor and repeatedly achieving military accomplishments. His exceptional performance resulted in successive promotions, and he now held the rank of 4th rank deputy general commanding over 10,000 troops. Similarly, Yang Qingzhou's military exploits were notable, and he too rose to the rank of 4th rank deputy general, becoming the commander's right-hand man. Their ascent through the ranks, alongside their familial connection, became a legendary tale within the military. In stark contrast, the once resentful Fu Yorong remained a 7th rank lieutenant, now under Zhao Jingze's command. Despite his careful demeanor, Zhao Jingze had contemplated eliminating him, but had yet to find the opportunity. One evening, as the day waned, Zhao Jingze returned from a skirmish with the enemy. Clad in battle armor and riding his steed, the imposing figure of Zhao Jingze emanated an air of authority that caused the soldiers around him to tremble. Unwilling to meet his gaze, "Welcome, Deputy Zhao." Zhao Jingze dismounted and approached his tent, instructing his attendants, "Tend to my horse and guard the entrance. Do not allow anyone to disturb me." Yes. He then entered the tent to freshen up. After bathing and changing, Zhao Jingze let out a sigh and began rummaging through his personal belongings, retrieving a piece of spirit stone. With only 2 or 3 pieces remaining and the war still ongoing, he feared that soon he would be without spirit stones. "I truly wish to return home. I wonder how my parents are faring." With a heavy heart, he placed the spirit stone close to his chest and began to meditate. Having served in the military for 3 years, Zhao Jingze had broken through to the first layer of qi refinement over 2 years ago. However, he remembered the teachings of Zhao Fengyan, aware that immortals fought in the borders and therefore refrained from revealing his cultivation level to avoid their scrutiny. For years, he had practiced in secrecy, never disclosing his supernatural abilities before others. Although the immortals were present, they had not shown themselves in battle. A year prior, Zhao Jingze had observed flashes of spirit light amidst the clouds above the battlefield, realizing that immortals were engaged in combat high above. Knowing that these two immortals possessed extraordinary powers far exceeding his own, he resolved to hide himself even further. Fortunately, he had heard that the immortals resided within the general's tent and would not approach their camp, allowing Zhao Jingze to remain undetected. Pushing aside such thoughts, Zhao Jingze settled into a meditative position, channeling his energy and slowly commencing his cultivation. Over the course of 2 years, he had progressed to the second layer of qi refinement and had mastered several spells. However, with his supply of spirit stones dwindling, if the war did not conclude soon, his cultivation would stagnate. 3 days later, as Zhao Jingze was engaged in his usual practice, a long, resonant horn echoed throughout the camp. Upon hearing the sound, Zhao Jingze immediately opened his eyes, filled with a sense of seriousness. The final battle was upon them. This horn signified the intent to launch a full-scale assault. Both armies had reached a point of no return, each harboring a burning desire for vengeance, making the ultimate confrontation inevitable. However, both sides were gathering their strength, aiming to strike decisively and overwhelm the other. Today, the general of the Kingdom of Jin had finally made his decision. Without further contemplation, Zhao Jingze donned his armor, grasped his spear, and stepped outside his tent. His personal steed was already saddled and waiting, and Zhao Jingze mounted with determination, shouting, "All soldiers, quickly form ranks and join the main army." Under Zhao Jingze's leadership, 10,000 troops moved with precision, swiftly integrating into the larger force. Not long after, Yang Qingzhou arrived as well, and the two followed Fu Dao, leading the Grand Army as they surged towards the enemy's direction. Despite years of bloodshed, the ranks of the army remained substantial. Zhao Jingze glanced back, feeling the throng of soldiers, a palpable aura of grim determination enveloping them. The 10 battalions combined boasted a staggering force of 200,000 men. Such a mighty host, galloping forth, truly exuded an overwhelming and indomitable spirit. He and Yang Qingzhou positioned themselves on the right flank alongside Fu Dao, while the Grand General commanded from a war chariot situated at the heart of the army. From a distance, Zhao Jingze strained to catch a glimpse of the Grand General who commanded these 200,000 soldiers, eager to discern the visage of the formidable leader. However, as the army charged, dust billowed around them, obscuring his vision despite his keen sight. Casting aside further contemplation, Zhao Jingze tightened his grip on his spear, his gaze sharp as a blade, advancing with the army. The battle was on the cusp of beginning. Survival amidst the carnage would herald their triumphant return. The army pressed on, soon arriving at the battlefield, an expanse where the two armies had clashed for years. Here, Zhao Jingze could distinctly see the earth beneath him stained dark red with the remnants of countless battles. The atmosphere was saturated with a malevolent energy. Were it not for the robust vitality of seasoned warriors, ordinary folk lingering here would surely succumb to severe illness. In the distance, the enemy forces had also gathered, a tumultuous throng of at least 200,000. As both sides closed in, an uncanny stillness enveloped the battlefield. Yet, the intense bloodlust simmered beneath the surface, swirling overhead and staining the clouds a deep crimson hue. Zhao Jingze sensed this terrifying aura of death, his grip on the spear tightening instinctively. Although he possessed considerable strength and cultivation, it was still modest, leaving him to flow with the tide amidst such a multitude of warriors. Turning his head, Zhao Jingze caught sight of Yang Qingzhou's gaze resting upon him, as if assuring him of steadfast protection. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhao Jingze refrained from further words, awaiting the onset of battle. Contrary to the anticipated dialogue between the two military commanders, a sudden, commanding roar erupted from the center of the army, filled with murderous intent. Kill. It was the Grand General's order. With this single command, the soldiers erupted into a frenzy. The once tranquil battlefield transformed into a maelstrom of chaos. Zhao Jingze gripped his spear tightly, mounted on his Qingyang steed, leading his subordinates into the fray against the enemy. The two armies, resembling a torrent of steel, rapidly converged. As the black and gray waves collided, the fierce slaughter commenced instantaneously. Vivid crimson splattered forth, heralding the brutality of this conflict. The cacophony of roars, screams, and the clash of weapons intertwined with the blood-red aura, resonating across the entire battlefield. Chapter 93, the appearance of immortals. The two armies, totaling a staggering 400,000 soldiers, clashed violently. Even elite warriors were swept up in the tumultuous tide. A moment's carelessness could lead to a death beneath the chaotic blades. Zhao Jingze, unwilling to reveal his identity as a cultivator, resorted solely to martial techniques during the melee. While the enemy warriors were fierce, Zhao Jingze, with his Qingyang steed, extended spear, and formidable iron armor techniques, faced little significant danger. At this moment, Zhao Jingze wielded his spear like a dancing dragon, keeping the surrounding second and third-rate enemies at bay. As they approached within 10 feet, he dispatched them with a single thrust. Occasionally, a first-rate warrior would challenge him, seeking an opportunity to strike. However, their weapons, upon meeting his armor, lacked the lethality to penetrate his hardened physique. Meanwhile, Yang Qingzhou, amidst the chaos, drew nearer to Zhao Jingze, a first-rate warrior just a step away from the innate level. With him nearby, Zhao Jingze felt an added layer of security. The two fought valiantly, and in a brief span, dozens of enemy soldiers fell beneath their steeds, even vanquishing a first-rate warrior among the foe. The intensity of their slaughter accentuated the horrors of the innate warriors' clashes on the battlefield. Innate warriors, brimming with vitality, possess strength in the tens of thousands, their combat prowess far exceeding that of first-rate warriors. Thus, upon both armies' engagement, the innate warriors from each side instinctively sought out their counterparts, intent on curtailing one another to prevent rampant slaughter of the lower-ranked soldiers. After all, to innate warriors, those beneath the first-rate were mere insects. At the edge of the battlefield, the third-grade general, Fu Dao, was embroiled in a fierce struggle with an enemy innate warrior. Fu Dao wielded a long-handled saber, charging with his steed, leaving a trail of corpses within a radius of 30 feet. His movements lacked intricate technique, merely a relentless whirl of his weapon. Yet, the air shattered with the sheer force of his strikes, indicative of the tremendous power behind his swings. As Fu Dao dispatched numerous foes, another innate warrior from the enemy ranks approached. The two warriors clashed in a whirlwind of combat, the surrounding area echoing with the sounds of clashing steel. Farther away, Zhao Jingze stole a glance at Fu Dao and, witnessing his formidable prowess, felt a flicker of astonishment. This was the first time he had seen Fu Dao unleash his full potential. The sheer force of their exchanges seemed to transcend the realm of ordinary combat. With each encounter, the ground beneath them cracked, and the steeds beneath them bled from their mouths, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just as Zhao Jingze marveled at the spectacle, the intensity of their battle escalated further. The immense force of their strikes shattered their steeds beneath them, compelling them to dismount and continue the fight on foot. However, amidst their escalating conflict, a figure from the enemy ranks charged forth. This individual, seemingly of considerable standing, leaped, treading upon the heads of countless soldiers as they hastened towards Fu Dao. Upon nearing, they flicked their wrist, launching a flying dagger with deadly precision. A sneak attack? How despicable! Fu Dao promptly recognized the assault, cursing in fury as he swung his saber to intercept. A resounding crack echoed as the enemy's dagger knocked his long blade from his grasp. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have lost his weapon. Clearly, this newcomer was also an innate warrior. The two assailants flanked Fu Dao, surrounding him in a 2-on-1 scenario, swiftly tipping the scales against him. One adept in throwing daggers and the other skilled in close combat. Within moments, they inflicted wounds upon Fu Dao. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Fu Dao shouted decisively, "My soldiers, come to my aid." As he retreated into the ranks of his own troops while fending off attacks, the two adversaries, relentless as a disease, refused to allow his escape. Among the soldiers rushing to support him were several first-rate warriors, but they too fell swiftly, cut down in mere moments. From a distance, Zhao Jingze observed, initially intent on aiding, but Yang Qingzhou had already approached, placing a hand on his shoulder, signaling him to remain composed. Seeing this, Zhao Jingze regained his calm. Though General Fu Dao is an ally, it is evident that he faces certain death, and there is no need for him to march towards his demise. Jingze, General Fu cannot withstand much longer upon his fall. The two innate warriors of the enemy shall be left unopposed. We must retreat a considerable distance immediately. Yang Qingzhou, seasoned and perceptive, discerned the dire situation on the battlefield and promptly led Zhao Jingze towards the periphery. Before long, Zhao Jingze found himself 100 paces away from Fu Dao. At that very moment, Fu Dao, having sustained multiple injuries, could no longer endure, and a flying dagger struck his neck. Crimson blood gushed forth, sapping his strength further. Ultimately, as an innate warrior of the enemy delivered a fatal blow, Fu Dao's head was severed from his body. The sudden demise of a battalion leader dealt a significant blow to the morale of the soldiers, and as the two innate warriors rampaged, the troops on the right flank began to rout. Seeing this, Zhao Jingze fought while retreating, striving to distance himself from the innate warriors. Just as he stealthily withdrew, a shadowy figure surged forth from the enemy ranks, seemingly flying through the air. Indeed, this individual appeared to materialize from the void at an astonishing height. Shrouded in swirling black mist, unmistakably an extraordinary being. This figure sped directly towards the spot where Fu Dao had fallen. Upon arrival, he touched a small pouch at his waist and retrieved a pitch-black flag. He then cast the flag into the wind, and it expanded rapidly, transforming into a massive banner that billowed ominously. Strangely, as the flag unfurled, a wisp of gray mist emanated from Fu Dao's corpse, drawn into the banner's depths. With that, the shadowy figure erupted into wild laughter. Another innate warrior's essence. Among mortal cultivators, the essence of innate warriors significantly nourishes my soul banner. Alas, had this warrior's body not been damaged, I could have also crafted a corpse spirit. Saying this, he did not retract his flag, but gazed greedily at the surrounding soldiers. With a chilling scoff, he declared, On the day of the final battle, there are indeed many formidable warriors. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Today, I shall indulge in a grand slaughter to collect essences for my soul banner. He pointed with a single hand, and countless grotesque, pallid skulls erupted from the billowing banner. Each enormous skull opened and closed its mouth incessantly, then surged forth to attack the army of Jin. Wherever these skulls went, the mortal soldiers seemed utterly unresponsive, allowing their heads to be bitten off as the gray mist was siphoned from their bodies. As the shadowy figure unleashed a torrent of black skulls, the many soldiers around them instantly comprehended that this individual was none other than the rarely seen immortal of the enemy army. However, although referred to as an immortal, his methods were akin to those of a demon. Just as this immortal was wantonly reaping mortal lives, a furious shout suddenly erupted from the rear of the Jin army. Bold demonic cultivator, how dare you slaughter the mortals of Jin? I shall eradicate you. No sooner had the words been spoken than a white-clad immortal soared through the skies toward the Jin army. Chapter 94, A Duel of Magic. The immortal from the Jin army approached with an overwhelming aura radiating from him. As he sped through the air, he formed hand seals, reciting incantations, causing a cerulean sword to launch forth from a small pouch at his waist. This sword quickly expanded to become a one-zhang-long, handleless flying sword. The sword shimmered with brilliance, undulating in the air as if it were swimming through water, creating ripples all around. As this individual neared, he directed the flying sword towards the grotesque skulls that were wreaking havoc among the mortals. The sword flashed past, and the targeted skull emitted a wail before dissolving into a wisp of black smoke. Upon witnessing this, the black-clad immortal erupted with fury, roaring, Dare to extinguish my vengeful spirits. You seek death. Li Qingshan, how dare you show your face today? I will ensure your demise. With that, the cultivator grasped the massive black banner in his hand, and with a sudden motion, blood-red skulls began to emerge from it. These skulls appeared even more fearsome, instilling a sense of dread at first sight. Clearly, these blood-red skulls were far more formidable than the pallid ones from earlier. Upon seeing this, the Jin immortal, known as Li Qingshan, wore a grave expression. He silently urged the flying sword to spiral continuously, striking at the blood-red skulls. However, during their confrontation, the blood-red skulls were not vanquished by a single strike. Instead, they took the opportunity to bite at the flying sword. As the blood-red mist tainted the sword, it trembled as if sullied. Li Qingshan, do you truly believe my soul banner, nourished by the essences I've gathered over the past decade, is worthless? Previously, I merely toyed with you to continue collecting essences. Now that it is the decisive battle, I shall hold back not at all. Once I annihilate you, I will gather the essences of hundreds of thousands of Jin soldiers into my soul banner. Upon success, my soul banner shall undoubtedly ascend to the highest tier of magical artifacts. The black-clad immortal boasted, fervently channeling the so-called soul banner, while the surrounding blood-red skulls grew ever more powerful. 7 or 8 blood-red skulls encircled the flying sword, appearing to have it completely subdued. As the blood-red mist enveloped it, the sword's brilliance began to dim. Observing this, Li Qingshan's previously grave expression shifted to one of alarm. With a cold scoff, he bit his fingertip, expelling a drop of vital blood into the flying sword. Instantly, the sword blazed with renewed brilliance, matching the ferocity of the blood-red skulls. When the flying sword occasionally broke free from the encirclement of the blood-red skulls, Li Qingshan abruptly directed it to return, then promptly turned to flee. Li Qingshan, using the blood sword technique, a method that harms your lifespan, you seek to escape without engaging me in a life-and-death struggle? Do you not find that a pity? The black-clad immortal taunted, then urged the numerous blood skulls to pursue. The two engaged in a cat-and-mouse chase, soaring to a height of 100 paces, entangled in a relentless struggle. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan sought to evade, Yet the black-clad immortal clung to him tenaciously, preventing his escape. It was evident that Li Qingshan of Jin was not a match for the enemy immortal. The soldiers observed the unfolding battle with clarity. The enemy's morale surged, while the Jin army began to exhibit signs of rout. Nearby, the two innate warriors of the enemy exuded a terrifying presence, moving as though they were in a realm devoid of resistance. The soldiers could not withstand their onslaught. Moreover, while the two immortals battled in the skies, the pallid skulls summoned by the black-clad immortal remained, continuing their harvest among the mortal battlefield. If this continued, the defeat of the Jin army was inevitable. At that moment, Zhao Jingze was engaged in combat with Yang Qingzhou at the edge of the battlefield. Long before the two immortals appeared, Zhao Jingze had utilized his observational technique to discreetly assess their cultivation levels. In his estimation, as the two immortals clashed, their profound magical power far surpassed his own, exhibiting at least several times the disparity. Roughly assessing, they appeared to be at the 7th or 8th level of qi refinement. Naturally, not only were their cultivation levels remarkable, but their methods of combat were also beyond Zhao Jingze's prior knowledge. Consequently, he felt a tightening in his chest, daring not to unleash any spells for fear of attracting the attention of the two immortals. Witnessing the gradual collapse of their own forces, Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou exchanged a knowing glance, and with an unspoken understanding, they nodded in agreement. Without further ado, they retreated alongside the army towards the rear. However, at that very moment, two innate martial artists, their piercing gazes fixed upon the duo, made their intentions clear. One of them bellowed, "There lies an enemy general. A top-tier warrior, a necessity for the immortals. We must eliminate them." With that declaration, the two leaped into action, charging towards them with remarkable speed. As they approached, the surrounding pale skeletons swarmed like flies drawn to blood. Zhao Jingze felt a jolt of alarm. "Jingze, run," Yang Qingzhou urged. And together they hastened their retreat towards the rear of the army. Yet, they were not alone in their fear. Nearby soldiers, upon seeing the two innate martial artists and the horde of ghastly skeletons, were filled with dread. In that moment, a throng of soldiers frantically fell back. Nevertheless, despite being elite warriors, they could not match the pace of the innate martial artists. One of these innate beings, skilled in agility, soared through the air, covering 100 paces in mere moments, swiftly closing in on the ranks of the Jin army, with his gaze locked on Zhao Jingze. With a fierce glint in his eye, he flicked his sleeve, and a throwing knife shot forth, aimed directly at the back of Zhao Jingze's head. Noticing the imminent danger, Zhao Jingze had been vigilant, and as the knife was hurled, he sensed the threat instantly. The knife had the power to shatter weapons, indicating its terrifying force. Understanding that he could not withstand it head-on, he prepared to evade. Yet, before he could act, the knife was already mere paces away. It was moving too swiftly for him to dodge. "Jingze, be careful," Yang Qingzhou's warning echoed, but he was also unable to assist in that perilous moment. In the midst of this crisis, Zhao Jingze glanced back and noticed the wealthy rogue, who was behind him, perilously close to the knife. Fueled by resentment towards him, Zhao Jingze cast aside any concern for revealing his magical energy fluctuations and, with a swift gesture, unleashed a forceful spell. In an instant, the panicked rogue was yanked by an unseen force, positioning himself directly in the path of the flying knife. In his bewildered gaze, the knife pierced through his skull. As the knife's momentum waned, Zhao Jingze managed to deflect it with a thrust of his spear. Chapter 95, Counterattack against the Innate. With Rogue's demise, the surrounding pale skeletons eagerly swarmed towards him, their jaws parting to siphon a wisp of gray mist from his lifeless form. Subsequently, they darted towards other nearby corpses, demonstrating that the bodies of mortal warriors held a magnetic allure for these skeletal beings, particularly those of top-tier fighters, prompting a frenzied rush. Yet, amidst the chaos of battle, none paid heed to these details. Soldiers were preoccupied with pursuit and survival. Zhao Jingze, having used Rogue as a shield, narrowly escaped calamity. Although his action lacked morality, he felt no guilt, for he had unresolved grievances with Rogue. His only concern was the potential exposure of his magical energy from employing the spell. Raising his gaze, he noticed that the two qi refining cultivators were still fiercely engaged in battle above, oblivious to his presence. With a sigh of relief, he continued his flight. Having thwarted the innate warrior's knife, Zhao Jingze urged his steed, Qingyang, to hasten their escape. Soon, he and Yang Qingzhou drew closer, fleeing together. However, not far behind, the innate warrior who had thrown the knife observed Zhao Jingze's survival, coupled with the peculiar event of Rogue blocking the attack, igniting his interest. A sinister smile crept across his face as he beckoned to his companion, disregarding the surrounding enemies, and charged towards the two. At that moment, while Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou maintained a swift pace, they were still encumbered by a throng of soldiers behind them, unable to soar through the skies like immortals. thus inevitably slower than the innate warriors. In the blink of an eye, the two innate beings closed in. As they neared, the knife-wielding warrior began to unleash a flurry of small throwing knives, raining down like raindrops. Zhao Jing's eyes widened in terror. He knew that with his current abilities, he could not withstand such an onslaught. Prepared for the worst, he resolved to reveal his magical prowess to defend himself. Zhao Jing's formed a hand gesture, summoning a fireball the size of a thumb, radiating an intense heat that would surely melt the incoming knives upon contact. The fireball, though small, went unnoticed amidst the turmoil. Just as Zhao Jing's planned to launch it, Yang Qingzhou shouted, brandishing his weapon and positioning himself protectively in front of Zhao Jing's. Jing's, run! With a flourish, his spear danced like a dragon, deftly deflecting several of the incoming knives. This display of skill was indeed impressive. Yang Qingzhou had been a top-tier warrior for years, just a step away from the innate level. It was no surprise that he could fend off the innate warrior's knives. However, as Yang Qingzhou showcased his prowess, the attention of the two innate warriors swiftly shifted to him. One pressed forward while the other harassed from a distance. Engaged in close combat with the innate warrior, Yang Qingzhou found himself at a disadvantage, further compounded by the rain of knives. Within mere moments, one of the knives struck his body. Had it not been for the formidable defense of his armor, the blade would have shattered his bones rather than merely embedding itself within. Yet even so, it was only a matter of time before Yang Qingzhou would fall to their hands. Seeing this, Zhao Jingze felt a surge of anger. He could not abandon Yang Qingzhou. Without hesitation, he turned back, hurling the fireball towards the knife-wielding innate warrior. As the fireball soared forth, its scorching heat was unmistakable. The innate warrior, sensing the danger, exclaimed in alarm, "An immortal! Why is there yet another immortal?" In the midst of his panic, the innate warrior did not freeze in place. Having witnessed the might of immortals, he swiftly attempted to evade the fireball. With commendable agility, he narrowly avoided the attack. Having dodged the fireball, he noticed Zhao Jing's relatively shallow cultivation, and the fear in his eyes diminished considerably. Rather than retreating, he pressed the attack, launching a series of strikes. Zhao Jingze, no longer concealing his abilities, engaged fully, commanding Qingyang to battle fiercely against the innate warrior. Lightning and fire erupted from Qingyang, while Zhao Jingze occasionally hurled fireballs, creating a fierce exchange that remained evenly matched. Meanwhile, as the two grappled, Yang Qingzhou and the other innate warrior watched in astonishment. Yet, in this life-or-death moment, Yang Qingzhou could afford no more hesitation. He was determined to eliminate the enemy swiftly to avoid further complications. After all, high above them, two immortals were locked in combat, and it seemed their own immortal was at a disadvantage. Humph, what of an innate warrior? I shall see what you can do to me. With a roar, Yang Qingzhou charged forward, his mindset shifting as his offensive became increasingly ferocious and relentless. After a series of exchanges, Yang Qingzhou felt an overwhelming surge of energy within him. Akin to a gushing spring, relentless and unyielding, his vitality surged, and his blood boiled with fervor. At this moment, the shackles that had restrained him for years finally dissipated. And amidst this fierce battle spirit, he transcended into the innate realm, experiencing a remarkable boost in strength. Relying on his formidable iron armor skills and the newfound vigor, Yang Qingzhou swiftly turned the tide, beginning to suppress the opposing innate martial artist. Meanwhile, Zhao Jingze, in alliance with the Qingyang horse, unleashed a barrage of spells, compelling their adversary to evade incessantly, rendered incapable of retaliating. Moments later, the innate martial artist wielding flying knives sensed the peril and cried out, "Esteemed immortal, please cease your spells. Should you choose to submit to our forces, a future of glory and abundant resources awaits you. However, should you remain obstinate, once our immortal is free to act, your life will surely be forfeit." This individual employed both coercive and persuasive tactics, attempting to sway Zhao Jingze. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing's eyes gleamed with cold disdain. Setting aside the authenticity of the opponent's promises, it was evident that the enemy's immortal was not akin to righteous cultivators. Should he truly submit, Zhao Jingze would likely face a grim fate. Thus, he paid no heed to the plea and continued to unleash his full power. "Humph, weren't you rather pleased with your previous toss? Allow me to let you experience a taste of your own medicine." Zhao Jingze firmly grasped a spirit stone to replenish his depleting energy, launching fireballs that compelled his foe to leap and dodge. With a mere cultivation level of the second layer of chi refinement, this opponent quickly found his mana exhausted. Without spirit stones, he was incapable of countering. Nevertheless, Zhao Jingze was not alone in battle. The Qingyang horse, brimming with intelligence, remained still as it observed its master entangled with the enemy. After a brief moment, as the innate martial artist leaped to evade a fireball, he found himself without leverage in midair, making it difficult to escape. At that instant, The Qingyang horse let out a powerful neigh, unleashing a torrent of thunderfire that struck the innate martial artist squarely in the lower back. The force was tremendous, resulting in a resounding explosion that sent the lower half of the innate martial artist flying. His upper body crashed to the ground, writhing in agony and seizing the opportunity. Zhao Jingze hurled another fireball, reducing him to ashes. Finally, one innate martial artist had been slain. Without time to revel in victory, Zhao Jingze turned his attention to another innate martial artist who was being pressed by Yang Qingzhou and found it difficult to escape. Zhao Jingze unleashed his fireball technique, while the Qingyang horse summoned forth thunderfire. The trio of assaults overwhelmed the innate martial artist, who, upon being repelled by Yang Qingzhou, was struck by fireballs and thunderfire, ultimately meeting the same fiery demise. Thus, the two innate martial artists were vanquished by the combined efforts of Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou. In ordinary circumstances, encountering innate martial artists was a rare sight, yet in this battle, 3 had perished in an instant. However, before Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou could ponder the gravity of their victory, a multitude of pale skulls surged forth around them. These skulls, manifestations of the enemy's immortals' artifacts, bore immense power. Not even first-rate martial artists could withstand them, let alone innate warriors. The numerous skulls began to extract the gray mist from the bodies of the fallen innate martial artists, subsequently surrounding Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou. It appeared they had also set their sights on the two, likely intent on siphoning their corporeal essence, which the enemy immortal referred to as spiritual souls. Chapter 96, A Grand Victory. During the recent clash of the two immortals, Zhao Jingze observed keenly. Although these pale skulls were inferior to their blood-colored counterparts, they were more than capable of dealing with the late-stage Qi refinement practitioner, Li Qingshan. Against ordinary mortal warriors, they were effortlessly lethal. Even first-rate martial artists would find themselves powerless against the skulls, easily succumbing to their deadly grasp. It was evident that these skulls were beyond the capacity of mere mortals to confront. Although Zhao Jingze was a cultivator, his cultivation level was merely at the second layer of Qi refinement. For him to slay innate martial artists was only possible through his rudimentary spells. Faced with such bizarre skulls, he felt utterly unprepared. As the skulls drew closer, Yang Qingzhou spoke gravely. Jingze, do you have any confidence in confronting them? Although Yang Qingzhou was unaware of how Zhao Jingze possessed methods akin to those of the immortals, he had no choice but to place his hope in him at that moment. Zhao Jingze's expression turned grim, his tone heavy. Father-in-law, my cultivation is feeble. I possess no assurance. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingzhou's heart sank. Having just transcended into the innate realm, he was unwilling to meet his end at the hands of these eerie skulls. In that case, we shall fight with all our might. The two exchanged no further words. Promptly employing their respective techniques against the encroaching skulls, Yang Qingzhou wielded no intricate maneuvers. He merely picked up a weapon from the ground and hurled it with his immense strength of over 30,000 pounds. The overwhelming force propelled the weapon, creating a deafening sonic boom as it soared toward one of the skulls. However, upon impact, it merely passed through as if entering smoke, leaving the skull unscathed and undeterred. It was evident that mortal means could not harm it. Seeing this, Yang Qingzhou felt a sense of helplessness. Even after breaking through to the innate level, he could not withstand the means of an immortal. Zhao Jingze, recognizing the formidable nature of the skulls, summoned the scant mana remaining within him, conjuring another fireball in his palm to hurl at the skulls. As it approached, the skull seemed to display a look of disdain. And just when Zhao Jingze believed it might prove effective, the skull opened its gaping maw and swallowed the fireball whole. After a moment of chewing, the fireball dissipated into a plume of black smoke. This spectacle enlightened Zhao Jingze to the reality that his second-layer Qi refinement cultivation posed no threat in the face of late-stage practitioners' abilities. A wave of despair washed over him, and he resolved to make a desperate escape. Just then, the Qingyang horse beneath him neighed sharply, its eyes shimmering with bolts of thunderfire. Moments later, the thunderfire erupted. But instead of coalescing into a singular, powerful stream as before, it fragmented into numerous smaller arcs, scattering like raindrops. Though the azure thunderfire appeared diminutive and seemingly lacking in power, upon contact with the skulls, it ignited like sparks on dry hay, erupting into a fierce blaze. The multitude of skulls let out anguished wails, and in the blink of an eye, they were consumed by the blue flames, vanishing into thin air. This unexpected turn of events left Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. However, Zhao Jingze suddenly recalled that Zhao Fangyan had informed him of the Qingyang horse's inherent ability to dispel evil before its transformation. After becoming a demon, its power to dispel evil, now infused with thunderfire, had grown even more potent. The surrounding skulls, undoubtedly embodiments of malevolence, were thus easily vanquished by the Qingyang horse. Although the Qingyang horse was merely at the initial stage of its first realm, with cultivation comparable to the second or third layer of qi refinement, its unique abilities exerted such a powerful suppressive effect against malevolent forces. Amidst his astonishment, Zhao Jingzi felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, the fierce battle between the two immortals in the sky took a sudden turn. The multitude of pale skulls below was reduced to ashes, causing the black banner artifact wielded by the dark-clad cultivator to dim in brilliance. The numerous blood-colored skulls besieging Li Qingshan also experienced a significant decrease in power. Clearly, the annihilation of the pale skulls had drastically weakened the potency of the artifact. How is this possible? My vengeful spirits have vanished. The figure cloaked in black sensed a significant reduction in the power of his talisman. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that the ghastly white skulls scattered upon the ground had vanished. With a howl of despair, his eyes abruptly fixed upon Zhao Jingzi. Cursed be you, Li Qingshan. Have you found an ally? He spat in fury. With a swift gesture, the diminished black banner contracted rapidly and fell into his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled swiftly into the distance. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow, casting a surprised glance at Zhao Jingzi below before launching into a pursuit of the black-clad immortal. Attempting to escape? The tables have turned, and now it is I who shall hunt you down. Though he had been under tremendous pressure, feeling utterly fearful, the sudden shift in the enemy's vulnerability spurred him on. He would not squander the opportunity to strike a fallen adversary. After years of conflict with this black-clad cultivator, allowing him to escape would spell endless troubles in the future. Thus, Li Qingshan resolved to eliminate him once and for all. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight, chasing each other into the distance. Below, Zhao Jingzi's expression was complex. He had clearly perceived the gazes of the two immortals directed at him. He understood that his identity as a cultivator had inevitably been exposed. Even if he were to flee now, his identity could still be uncovered through military records in the future. It was evident to him that evasion was no longer an option. However, Zhao Jingzi also realized that his sudden intervention had seemingly aided the immortal from Jin. With Li Qingshan clearly holding the upper hand, it was highly likely that victory would be his. When he returned, he would probably not impede Zhao Jingzi. Recognizing that the immortal would most likely not pose a threat to him, and that his identity as a cultivator was already revealed, Zhao Jingzi decided to abandon any pretense. If he could leverage his own abilities to assist the Jin army in winning this decisive battle, his contributions would undoubtedly be significant. Without further contemplation, he quickly turned to Yang Qingzhou. Father-in-law, the enemy's immortal is in retreat. This is our golden opportunity to make a mark. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingzhou grasped Zhao Jingzi's intent. Excellent. Let us charge back and aid the Jin army to a resounding victory. With that, the two of them regrouped their forces and mounted their steeds to charge back into the fray. Following the death of Fu Dao, the nearby camp of 20,000 soldiers now took orders solely from the two of them. Under the leadership of Zhao Jingzi and Yang Qingzhou, the army shed its previous state of defeat and directly routed the enemy, whose innate warriors had been diminished. The entire force, as if guided by divine intervention, pierced like a dagger into the enemy's heartlands. In scarcely half an hour, the enemy's flank was shattered, and Zhao Jingzi, alongside Yang Qingzhou and their soldiers, encircled and annihilated the adversaries within their ranks. With the enemy bereft of immortal support, and with Zhao Jingzi, a cultivator, still fighting for Jin, the innate warriors were powerless to withstand the onslaught of his and Yang Qingzhou's combined might. As the sun set, its dying light fell upon the blood-soaked battlefield, and the enemy fled in utter defeat. Ultimately, Jin achieved a resounding victory. At that very moment, a graceful figure appeared in the distance. Soaring through the skies, it was Li Qingshan, holding aloft a gruesome, severed head, indicating that he had succeeded in his pursuit of the enemy's immortal. Chapter 97. Assessing Contributions and Bestowing Rewards. Following the resounding victory of Jin, after routing the enemy forces, the army paused at the border to recuperate. Once the battlefield was cleared and the remains of fallen comrades were attended to, the army would prepare to return home. The enemy suffered catastrophic losses and would likely be unable to wage war for decades to come. Thus, the prolonged bloodshed along Jin's border, which had persisted for over 10 years, finally came to an end. During this period of rest, the soldiers of Jin were aware that they would soon return home. Despite their faces still smeared with blood, smiles began to break through. Meanwhile, within the general's tent of Jin, numerous soldiers congregated. Those who had survived until the end of the great battle, particularly the military officers, had each earned varying degrees of merit. This gathering was specifically for the general to assess contributions and bestow rewards. Within the tent, a robust and imposing man occupied the central seat. He was the second-ranked military officer of Jin. The gathered military officials showed him great respect. Yet their gazes were filled with even greater reverence for the man clad in white beside him, who was none other than Li Qingshan. At the peak of the Qi refinement stage, it was due to his slaying of the enemy's immortal that they had achieved ultimate victory. The assembled soldiers fell silent, their eyes fixed upon the two men, awaiting their words. Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou, too, remained in anticipation. After a brief moment, the general suddenly rose. Esteemed comrades, in this battle, our forces have achieved a magnificent victory. Such a result would not have been possible without your valiant efforts on the battlefield. Therefore, today, I shall assess contributions and bestow rewards. At these words, the soldiers present erupted in excitement. After years of combat, this was the outcome they had fought for. As the crowd buzzed with speculation about the rewards they might receive, Li Qingshan unexpectedly rose and directed his gaze towards Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou. Upon seeing him stand, the collective murmurs hushed instantly. Li Qingshan had been long established in the military, and the soldiers were well aware that he held a position of higher status than even the general, despite not holding an official title. Rumors suggested he had become the national advisor. When Zhao Jingze looked up and met Li Qingshan's gaze, his heart raced. After revealing his identity as a cultivator, he had been met with great respect from the soldiers. After all, to mortals, the power of an immortal was terrifying, and having slain an innate warrior only amplified his esteem. However, his own cultivation was merely at the second layer of Qi refinement, and compared to Li Qingshan, who was at the peak, he felt woefully inadequate. Should Li Qingshan harbor any ill intentions, Zhao Jingze would be powerless to defend himself. Yet, upon Li Qingshan speaking, Zhao Jingze's apprehensions were swiftly alleviated. In this great battle, it was fortunate to have Zhao Jingze's assistance in vanquishing the enemy's demonic cultivators. Had it not been for him, I too might have fallen to that demonic practitioner. It can be said that the victory in this battle owes a substantial debt to Zhao Jingze's efforts. Therefore, I shall act on behalf of the emperor to bestow rewards. Zhao Jingze, Vice General, for your great contributions, you are hereby promoted to the rank of third-grade loyal and brave general, replacing the former position held by Fu Dao. Additionally, you shall be granted 1,000 acres of fertile land and 1,000 taels of gold. Upon our return, I shall petition His Majesty to appoint you as the governor of your region. Upon concluding, Li Qingshan softened his tone and smiled at Zhao Jingze. General Zhao, once you have the time, please do visit my tent for a discussion. I would be most eager to exchange thoughts with you. With that, Li Qingshan made no further delay and drifted away gracefully. At this moment, the soldiers were left agape, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. The reward bestowed upon Zhao Jingze by Li Qingshan was indeed monumental. While it was true that Zhao Jingze had played a critical role in turning the tide of battle, such a reward was likely also due to his identity as a cultivator. Many soldiers, though envious, dared not voice their dissent. Yang Qingzhou, pleased for Zhao Jingze, clapped him on the shoulder with increasing enthusiasm. Zhao Jingze, however, did not particularly care for the accolades. He merely understood that Li Qingshan's generous reward indicated no animosity towards him. At that moment, he silently let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, the general continued to distribute rewards, and every soldier received their due recognition. Yang Qingzhou, having broken through to the innate level, was also promoted to third-grade military officer. Though he received fewer additional rewards, only the 1,000 acres of fertile land. The assessment of contributions and rewards concluded swiftly, and recalling Li Qingshan's invitation, Zhao Jingze made his way to the general's tent. Upon reaching the entrance, Li Qingshan's voice echoed from within. Zhao, my friend, please do come in for a discussion. Upon hearing the sound, Zhao Jingze took a deep breath and stepped inside. Within the tent, Li Qingshan was seated cross-legged on a mat. A pot of tea brewed before him, the aroma wafting through the air. As Zhao Jingze caught a whiff, a look of surprise crossed his face. For within the tea lingered a faint trace of spiritual energy. Friend, please take a seat. Li Qingshan gestured for Zhao Jingze to join him. Zhao Jingze, not wishing to presume, clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior. Ah, Zhao friend, we are both cultivators and practitioners of Qi. There is no need for such formalities. Li Qingshan chuckled. Had it not been for your timely assistance, I might have met my end. Thus, I owe you my profound gratitude for saving my life. Li Qingshan appeared quite approachable, devoid of the ruthless demeanor he had previously displayed in battle. I had no idea there was another cultivator among our ranks. Zhao friend, you have kept this from me for quite some time. As a cultivator, and with a beast that possesses the ability to vanquish evil, why did you not reveal yourself sooner? Had we joined forces earlier, those demonic cultivators would have posed no threat. Hearing this, Zhao Jingze felt a sense of helplessness. Were it not for necessity, he would have preferred to keep his cultivation methods concealed. However, now that his abilities were laid bare, he could only offer a vague explanation. Li friend, while I possess some cultivation, I am without a mentor. I stumbled into this path by mere chance, and being aware of my limited prowess, I naturally hesitated to step forward. Li Qingshan nodded in understanding and chose not to press further. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. Zhao friend, now that you have embarked on the path of immortality, you need not worry excessively. You are now the governor of our Gene Kingdom and hold the status of an immortal. The court treats cultivators with great favor, offering not only generous salaries, but also annual gifts of spiritual stones and elixirs. Most importantly, within the palace lies a repository of books, housing numerous immortal techniques and spells. I surmise that since you can command a beast, you must have practiced some beast-taming methods. I believe the palace's repository contains exquisite techniques in that regard. If you are interested, I would be delighted to accompany you to meet the emperor when the army returns, so you may explore the repository. At this, Zhao Jingze felt a surge of astonishment. He had only learned from Zhao Fengyan that the Gene Court possessed means to control immortals, but he was unaware of the specifics. The fact that Li Qingshan mentioned a wealth of immortal techniques within the palace, particularly beast-taming methods, indicated that the Gene Court's resources were far from simple. Though he was greatly intrigued, Zhao Jingze recalled Zhao Fengyan's previous advice to act cautiously, and thus he refrained from displaying any eagerness, politely declining. Thank you, Li friend. But having served in the military for many years, I am reluctant to make my family worry. I would prefer to return home first. Regardless of what Li Qingshan had said, Zhao Jingze still wished to convey these discoveries to Zhao Fengyan. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan nodded in understanding. Indeed, though we are immortals, we are still subject to human emotions. It is only natural for you to wish to return home. Once the court sends the rewards and appointment documents to your doorstep, you may visit the court at your leisure. Then I am grateful to you, Li friend. Zhao Jingze replied. By the way, Zhao friend, you mentioned that you have cultivated on your own thus far. I presume you are not familiar with the situation of cultivators within the Gene Kingdom, nor the surrounding forces of cultivation. If you are interested, I could provide you with an introduction. Oh, I would appreciate that, Li friend. Chapter 98, Blood Fiend Sect and Golden Sword Sect. Having cultivated to this point, Zhao Jingze had encountered only a handful of immortals besides Li Qingshan, namely his father Zhao Fengyan and his brother Zhao Zhengchuan. Naturally, he was eager to understand more about the other cultivators within the Gene Kingdom and the surrounding powers of cultivation, as this knowledge would provide Zhao's family with a basis for future assessments. Zhao Jingze and Li Qingshan conversed for quite some time, with Li Qingshan beginning by discussing the number of immortals in the Gene Kingdom and their respective strengths. He also informed Zhao Jingze about the surrounding forces of cultivation. Whenever there was a point that was unclear, Zhao Jingze would inquire further. Their discussion lasted for over 2 hours as darkness descended, yet it showed no signs of concluding. From Li Qingshan, Zhao Jingze learned that the number of cultivators in the Gene Kingdom was not insignificant. The Gene Court valued the abilities of cultivators highly, and besides continuously recruiting them, they would also disseminate immortal techniques in flourishing county and town centers for those with spiritual roots to practice. However, individuals possessing spiritual roots were exceedingly rare. Even when found, many could not progress in their cultivation due to inferior roots or a lack of spiritual energy. In Pingan County, no immortal techniques were propagated, primarily due to its remote location and the scarcity of spiritual energy, leading to the gradual disappearance of such methods. According to Li Qingshan, the Gene Court was aware of approximately 8 cultivators. Among them, 6 were in the early stages of Qi refinement, encompassing the 1st to 3rd levels of cultivation. There was one at the mid-stage of the 5th level of Qi refinement, and only Li Qingshan himself reached the 7th level. As for Foundation Establishment cultivators, none existed. It was not that the transition from Qi refinement to Foundation Establishment was particularly difficult. Rather, the Gene Kingdom suffered from a dearth of spiritual energy and lacked a lineage of teachings, leaving its immortals to navigate their paths in isolation, making advancement challenging. Fortunately, the court placed importance on immortals and was willing to offer imperial support, which provided some resources for cultivators. Of course, enjoying the court's assistance came with the obligation to serve it. In the recent conflict with a neighboring nation, Li Qingshan was entrusted by the court to lend his aid. Other cultivators had attempted to assist, but the enemy's forces specialized in group attacks. Those cultivators, lacking sufficient strength, would only meet their demise. And 2 had already fallen in prior years. Zhao Jingze's ability to dispatch that enemy cultivator during the battle stemmed from the innate ability of his Qingyang horse to suppress evil forces. Had it not been for this natural advantage, he would have perished long ago at the hands of the skull-headed foe. While the number of cultivators in the Gene Kingdom was limited, the situation surrounding it was rather intricate. The territory of the Gene Kingdom was not extensive. Apart from this nation, there were over 100 mortal nations on the continent, making the Gene Kingdom a relatively small and weak presence. In the vicinity, there were about a dozen similar nations clustered together, and within this region, 2 powerful cultivation sects were entrenched, the Blood Fiend sect and the Golden Sword sect. It was said that both contained Foundation Establishment cultivators, and even Golden Core cultivators were rumored to be present. The Blood Fiend sect comprised practitioners of a unique and sinister cultivation method. They earned the title of demonic cultivators because their techniques often required the extraction of the essence and souls of mortals or the use of living corpses and blood in their malevolent practices. Such methods were viewed as heinous acts by mortals and righteous cultivators alike. The reason the neighboring nation had invaded the Gene Kingdom after more than a decade of conflict was due to the arrival of a 7th-level demonic cultivator from that nation over 10 years ago. This individual crafted a magical artifact known as the 10,000 Souls Banner, which required the extraction of mortal souls and the absorption of malevolent energy to enhance its power. Thus, he incited the two nations to clash until his demise finally brought the bloodshed to an end, resulting in the destruction of the 10,000 Souls Banner. Of course, were the Blood Fiend sect's demonic practitioners to act too recklessly, the nearby mortal nations would have long suffered great calamity. The other faction, the Golden Sword sect, represented a legitimate cultivation force that loathed demonic cultivators vehemently. The two sects engaged in continual conflict, mutually restraining one another, which allowed the surrounding mortal nations to exist in relative peace. The emergence of demonic cultivators from neighboring countries is often attributed to their insufficient strength, rendering the disciples of the Golden Sword sect too apathetic to confront them. When Zhao Jingze heard this, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. He was astonished to discover that the true cause of the prolonged conflict between two mortal nations was, in fact, a single demonic cultivator. This entity, amidst the two factions of immortal cultivators, was merely a relatively lowly presence. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Jingze inquired of Li Qingshan regarding the process of joining the Golden Sword sect. After all, any sect dedicated to cultivation must consistently recruit disciples to infuse fresh vitality into their ranks. Li Qingshan, far from being surprised by Zhao Jingze's aspirations, exhibited a profound understanding, for he himself had sought to join the Golden Sword sect over a decade ago. However, the sect imposed two stringent conditions for enrollment. One must possess a Tri-Spirit Root talent and be no older than 30 years of age. While age was somewhat negotiable, the Tri-Spirit Root was exceedingly rare. Among mortals, such roots existed in but 1 in 1,000, and even when one did appear, it was often a 4 or 5 spirit root. The likelihood of encountering someone with a Tri-Spirit Root who also possessed a modicum of cultivation knowledge was exceedingly slim. Although Li Qingshan had attained the 7th level of Qi refinement, he was nearly 50 years old and possessed a 4-spirit root. Zhao Jingze inquired about the typical cultivation speed for those with a Tri-Spirit Root under abundant spiritual energy, learning that they could achieve the 3rd level of Qi refinement within approximately a year. Naturally, this speed pertained to the initial stages of cultivation. As one progressed, the pace slowed significantly. Zhao Jingze, having only reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement thus far, likely possessed a 4 or even 5 spirit root talent, rendering his admission to the Golden Sword sect improbable. Though Zhao Jingze harbored little desire to join the sect, he was exceedingly curious about testing his spirit root. Aware that his spirit root was not predetermined and could potentially be enhanced in the future, he subsequently consulted Li Qingshan on methods to test it. Li Qingshan informed him that within the palace, a special array existed for testing spirit roots. By standing within it and expending spirit stones, one could ascertain their spirit root. Should Zhao Jingze wish to undergo the test, he could do so at the palace in due course. Not feeling an immediate urgency to venture to the palace, Zhao Jingze further inquired about other aspects of immortal cultivators, such as magical artifacts, spells, and cultivation techniques. After filling the gaps in his knowledge regarding cultivators, he prepared to depart, satisfied. Before parting, Li Qingshan advised him to return home and visit his family, assuring him that he had already sent someone to promptly inform them of the court's rewards. The documents pertaining to the rewards and appointments should arrive alongside him. That night, as he lay in his tent, Zhao Jingze was filled with profound reflection. After more than 3 years in the military, he had ascended from an anonymous soldier to a 3rd-grade general, an arduous journey indeed. Yet, these accomplishments were secondary. The crux of the matter was that he had finally grasped the circumstances surrounding the Gene Kingdom and its neighboring cultivators. Now, all he yearned for was to return home swiftly and share this invaluable information with his family. The following morning, the army commenced its orderly return, with soldiers permitted to visit their families. Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou, hearts ablaze with anticipation, sought the general's permission before hastening towards Ping'an County. Chapter 99, Innate Warriors. The news of the Gene Kingdom's resounding victory would soon reach the court, yet for it to permeate the entirety of the nation would require some time. A month later, in Ping'an County, following the imposition of forced labor, the county remained as dreary as ever. At noon, the 100 Flavors Pavilion, while not bustling as it once was, still welcomed a fair number of patrons indulging in food and drink. Naturally, the patrons engaged in lively conversations, boasting and exchanging tales. At one table, a group of diners animatedly discussed a topic that captured the attention of everyone in the pavilion. Have you heard? The original owner of the 100 Flavors Pavilion was none other than our county magistrate, Chen Shan. How intriguing. I had knowledge of this 10 years ago. What is there to discuss? Haha, there was little to say back then, but now the narrative has changed. It is said that Magistrate Chen transferred ownership of the pavilion to another party just days ago. Oh, the business of the pavilion was thriving. Why would he choose to transfer it? Ah, you are unaware. My distant cousin's second uncle's nephew is a constable at the county office. I learned from him a piece of insider information that prompted Magistrate Chen's decision to transfer. Pray share it. It appears that the court has appointed a new county governor for our Pingzhou prefecture. It seems Magistrate Chen has connections within the court and has been reassigned to serve as the deputy governor beneath the new appointee. With his departure, he is bound to settle in the prefectural city, rendering his county assets obsolete, and thus he must liquidate them. Our Pingzhou prefecture has been without a governor for over a year, and we are finally to receive a new one? I wonder who this new governor will be and what their character might be. Goodness, a governor is a third-grade official. Magistrate Chen has jumped straight to serve as the fourth-grade deputy governor, a true leap like a carp ascending the dragon's gate. Magistrate Chen has struck it rich. I wonder who will take up the magistrate's position in Ping'an County after his departure. The patrons discussed vigorously, their chatter resonating throughout the pavilion. What they spoke of held a kernel of truth, as Chen Shan, upon learning of this development, began to liquidate his assets in Ping'an County that he could not take with him, with the 100 Flavors Pavilion being among those. However, after this flurry of activity, Chen Shan seemed unsatisfied. He suddenly thought of someone, an individual who had long been engaged in trade and had amassed considerable wealth in Ping'an County, perhaps even surpassing the magistrate in affluence. This individual was none other than Zhao Fengyan of the Zhao family. That noon, outside the Zhao family estate, Chen Shan, accompanied by several subordinates, surrounded the residence. Upon Chen Shan's arrival, the Zhao family was quick to take notice. After the housekeeper relayed the news, Zhao Fengyan stepped outside to greet him personally. Master Chen, what brings you here today? Several years had passed, and Zhao Fengyan had grown increasingly composed. At this moment, his expression was grave, sensing a hint of unease in the air. He and Chen Shan shared some acquaintance, and in the past, Chen had visited discreetly. This time, however, he arrived with a sizable entourage, particularly 3 formidable martial artists, indicating that his intentions were far from benign. As anticipated, upon Zhao Fengyan's inquiry, Chen Shan let out a cold laugh. Zhao Fengyan, I have discovered that your Zhao family's jade and blood food businesses have been thriving, with significant dealings with neighboring counties. Yet, upon my examination, the taxes you have remitted amount to a mere 10% of what is owed. Tax evasion is a grave offense punishable by death. Considering our past acquaintance and your long-standing contributions to the county, I can spare you the death penalty, but the penalty for this offense is inescapable. You must make up the 10,000 taels of tax owed, plus an additional 20,000 taels in fines. Settle this matter, and it will be resolved. At these words, an uproar ensued in the courtyard. The subordinates who had accompanied Chen Shan appeared taken aback by their lord's audacity. To demand a total of 30,000 taels from the Zhao family was an outrageous sum. Chen Shan's appetite was indeed insatiable. At this moment, the Zhao family members emerged from the estate. Huang Wanyun, Zhao Zhengchuan, Yang Ronger, Zhao Zhengling, and Zhao Xingfeng, all astonished and enraged. 30,000 taels was an astronomical figure. While the Zhao family had prospered in business, their entire fortune was scarcely that amount. Chen Shan intended to strip the Zhao family of their entire wealth. In stark contrast to the others, Zhao Fengyan's expression remained unperturbed, seemingly devoid of any anger. The recent allegations of tax evasion made by Chun Dan were well understood by Zhao Fengyan. He not only had never engaged in such activities, but had, in fact, secretly provided Chun Dan with numerous benefits. Chun Dan's remarks were undoubtedly driven by his covetous gaze upon the Zhao family's fortune. After a brief silence, Zhao Fengyan chuckled lightly. Haha, Lord Chun, you jest. Although the Zhao family business is thriving, it hardly reaches such monumental heights. Your casual mention of my family owing 100,000 taels in taxes is truly beyond belief. However, since you have brought this up, I shall not quibble further. I offer you 100,000 taels to resolve this matter. What do you think, my lord? In truth, Zhao Fengyan had learned 2 days prior of Chun Dan's impending transfer, and he was acutely aware of this man's insatiable greed. It was likely that before departing, he would attempt to extort a sum from him. This statement was Zhao Fengyan's attempt to pacify the situation by silencing Chun Dan with a hefty sum. However, despite Zhao Fengyan's amicable persuasion, Chen Dan merely responded with a chilling smile. Humph. You think settling 100,000 taels will suffice for your tax evasion? If that were the case, who would ever pay taxes again? Zhao Fengyan, I shall repeat myself. Pay the full 300,000 taels, and this matter will be concluded. Otherwise, I will have your entire Zhao family executed. Upon hearing this, even Zhao Fengyan's usual composure began to waver. He had initially intended to concede a portion to rid himself of Chen Dan. But this man was so excessively greedy that he truly sought to drain the Zhao family's coffers. 300,000 taels was indeed within the Zhao family's means, but it represented the culmination of Zhao Fengyan's years of diligent management. Now, with Chen Dan fabricating baseless accusations to seize it, Zhao Fengyan resolutely refused to comply. After enduring for so long, his patience had finally reached its limit. Chen Dan, you truly have no shame. Have I not provided you with enough benefits over the years? Now that you are transferring away, you still wish to extract a profit from the Zhao family. Do you truly believe I am so easily bullied? Zhao Fengyan declared, his voice laden with fury. Today, I shall witness who among you dares to take away 300,000 taels from the Zhao family. As these words left his lips, Chen Dan, consumed by rage, broke into a mocking laughter and urged his subordinates forward. Haha, Zhao Fengyan, you've truly grown bold. You dare to speak to me in such a manner? Very well, I shall see what a mere first-tier martial artist can do against my authority. Listen up, everyone. Zhao Fengyan has committed a grave crime and defied orders. Execute him on the spot. With this command, numerous martial artists under Chen Dan sprang into action. 3 elite martial artists leading the charge. However, as one particularly swift warrior brandished his weapon and approached, Zhao Fengyan surged forward in response. His speed far surpassed that of the first-tier martial artists. Before they could even register his movement, Zhao Fengyan unleashed a seemingly effortless punch. The resounding crack echoed through the air as the elite martial artist's skull was crushed, resulting in instant death. A congenital martial artist. You are a congenital martial artist. The scene left the onlookers paralyzed, their intentions to attack extinguished by the sheer display of Zhao Fengyan's prowess. One of Chen Dan's martial artists, realizing the gravity of Zhao Fengyan's newfound strength, gasped in astonishment. Chen Dan's expression mirrored this shock. He had never anticipated that Zhao Fengyan had achieved the status of a congenital martial artist. With this revelation, none of his subordinates could hope to match him. Chen Dan had originally intended to exploit Zhao Fengyan as a golden goose, but now this goose had transformed into a phoenix, beyond his control. A sense of retreat began to take root in Chen Dan's heart as he recognized the overwhelming might of a congenital martial artist. Even within the entire Jin Kingdom, such individuals were rare. Yet, he had already given the order to attack and crafted a compelling narrative to vilify Zhao Fengyan. To withdraw now would only invite ridicule, especially as he was on the brink of promotion to the position of 4th-grade county deputy. In this moment, Chen Dan comprehended the true difficulty of his predicament. After a brief silence, he mustered his courage and shouted, Zhao Fengyan, do you believe that just because you've broken through to become a congenital martial artist, you can act with impunity? I am a 4th-grade county deputy of the court. You dare defy my command. The court shall surely send congenital martial artists to eliminate you. I advise you to surrender now to spare your family from suffering the consequences. Though he spoke with bravado, the slight tremor in his hands betrayed his anxiety. After all, if a congenital martial artist truly decided to act recklessly, all present would meet their demise. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the estate, Zhao Fengyan's eyes darkened with intense fury. Over the years, Chen Dan's greed had only escalated, and Zhao Fengyan had endured long enough. The fact that this man, on the verge of a transfer, would resort to such exploitative tactics was intolerable. Half a year prior, through diligent cultivation and the nourishment of vital energy, Zhao Fengyan had finally broken into the congenital realm. His strength now exceeded 35,000 Jin, placing him among the more formidable martial artists in the Jin Kingdom. Additionally, his skill had progressed to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, while his father, Zhao Zhangchuan, had reached the 6th level. Even Huang Wanyun had achieved the 1st level of Qi refinement. The family's strength had significantly improved, granting Zhao Fengyan the confidence to confront the court if it learned of today's events. Even if the court sought to protect Chen Dan and target the Zhao family, Zhao Fengyan was prepared to reveal his own cultivation level, confident that his identity as a celestial being would instill caution and respect within the court. Should it come to that, he had the means to relocate his entire family from the Jin Kingdom. Thus, today, he refused to be further oppressed by Chen Dan. After dispatching one of Chen Dan's men, Zhao Fengyan felt no trepidation but also did not wish to be overly aggressive. He coldly stated, Chen Dan, spare me your meaningless chatter. If you have the courage, feel free to send someone to confront me. If not, I suggest you remove yourself from my sight immediately. With these words, the mask of civility between Zhao Fengyan and Chen Dan was irrevocably torn away. The The bond they once shared dissipated in an instant. Chindan's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment upon hearing Zhao Fengyan's declaration. He yearned to retaliate, yet found himself unable to match Zhao Fengyan's strength. To flee would only deepen his humiliation. In a fit of desperation, Chindan resorted to threats, exclaiming, "Zhao Fengyan, you are obstinate. I will report this to the court. They will send congenital martial artists to deal with you." With that, Chindan intended to depart, his subordinates relieved to follow him out. However, just as Chindan turned to leave, the sound of galloping hooves thundered through the air. As everyone turned to see, they were met with the sight of a contingent of armored soldiers. At the forefront were two figures clad in military garb, their faces marked by resolve and the fierce glint of seasoned warriors. These two were none other than Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou, fresh from years on the battlefield and finally returning to the Zhao family estate. Zhao Jingze and his companions swiftly approached the entrance of the estate, and upon seeing them, the Zhao family members erupted with joy. "It's Jingze and my father. They have returned. They are all safe." The first to speak was Yang Ronger, who cradled Zhao Xingfeng in her arms, her face alight with excitement. With her husband and father both off to war, it was likely that she bore the greatest anxiety among the Zhao family. Now, sensing that both her husband and father had returned safely, her elation was nearly uncontrollable. Not only Yang Ronger, but also Huang Wanyun, Zhao Zhengchuan, and Zhao Zhengling all cast aside the anger brought by Chindan, their faces brimming with joy as they waved eagerly at Zhao Jingze, who had yet to approach. Even Zhao Fengyan wore a broad smile. Like the Zhao family, Chindan's gaze fell upon Zhao Jingze. However, after a mere glance, he felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. The reason was simple. He noticed that Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou were returning with a contingent of troops, appearing as military officers. Furthermore, their armor was distinctly superior to that of ordinary soldiers. Upon recalling, Chindan suddenly realized that the armor they wore was only donned by third-tier military officers. At this revelation, Chindan stood frozen in place, disbelief etched across his face. Impossible. How could they have ascended from mere soldiers to third-tier officers in just a few years? As Chindan grappled with his astonishment, Zhao Jingze finally arrived at the entrance. He dismounted with a flourish and knelt abruptly before Zhao Fengyan. "Father, I am an unfilial son. After over 3 years in the military, I have only just returned today." Upon Zhao Jingze's kneeling, the numerous soldiers who had followed him quickly dismounted and knelt in unison. The scene was indeed shocking. However, Yang Qingzhou's presence felt somewhat out of place. Zhao Fengyan, not paying attention to such details, felt his eyes moisten slightly. He had greatly worried for his eldest son during his long absence. Now that he had finally returned, his joy was immense. Good. It is wonderful that you have returned. Jingze, is your return due to the end of the war, or is it a temporary reprieve? Father, the great battle has concluded, and our Jin kingdom has achieved resounding victory. I have earned military merit alongside my father-in-law, and am now a third-tier military officer. Zhao Jingze excitedly recounted his years of military accomplishments to Zhao Fengyan. However, as he spoke, he occasionally glanced at Yang Rong, noticing the boy in her arms staring intently at him, which prompted him to hesitate and inquire, "Father, who is this child?" "Haha, Jingze, I never expected you to have become a third-tier officer. You have truly brought honor to the Zhao family. As for this boy, he is your son. His name is Zhao Xingfeng." Zhao Fengyan laughed heartily. His son had become a third-tier officer and a high-ranking official in court, leading to his father's overwhelming pride and excitement. Zhao Jingze's attention was entirely consumed by the child in Yang Ronger's arms, leaving little room for Zhao Fengyan's elation. With trembling hands and a heart racing with anxiety, he gently took the child from Yang Ronger and began to play with him. "Haha, I have a son now. I have a son. Xingfeng, Zhao Xingfeng. I am your father. Father, are you a general? Is that true? Indeed, I am a third-tier general, and soon, the court will appoint me as the third-tier governor of Pingzhou County. How about that? Your father is quite impressive." Zhao Jingze and Zhao Xingfeng engaged in playful banter, speaking candidly. Yet, just after he finished speaking, Chindan, who had been watching from a distance, suddenly fell to the ground in shock, his body turning weak. Chapter 101, On-the-Spot Execution. If Chindan had been filled with astonishment upon realizing that Zhao Jingze had become a third-tier officer, upon hearing Zhao Jingze declare his imminent appointment as the governor of Pingzhou County, he was now consumed by sheer terror. The reason was simple. His own promotion was to the position of deputy governor in Pingzhou County. The governor held the rank of third-tier official, while the deputy governor was a fourth-tier official. Of course, the difference of a single rank alone would not instill such fear in Chindan. What truly terrified him was that the deputy governor was subordinate to the governor. Typically, the deputy governor assisted the governor in handling governmental affairs and was directly overseen by him. Should any wrongdoing occur, the governor could even impose punishment. Furthermore, Chun Dan had just caused a ruckus at the Zhao family and had even threatened revenge upon his return. This act was undoubtedly a slap in the face of his superior, Zhao Jingze. Moreover, his accusations against the Zhao family regarding tax evasion were entirely fabricated. If Zhao Jingze chose to pursue the matter, he could directly punish Chun Dan based on his superior status. In a state of utter chaos, Chun Dan slowly rose with the support of his subordinates. It was precisely due to this commotion that Zhao Jingze's gaze was drawn towards him. He glanced at the pale-faced Chun Dan and then at the headless corpse on the ground, and only then did he remember to inquire about his father. Father, why is County Magistrate Chen here? And what of the corpse? Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan glanced at Chun Dan, then smiled slightly, opting not to answer directly. Instead, he patted Zhao Zhengchuan on the shoulder, signaling him to explain to Jingze. Zhao Zhengchuan had long harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Chun Dan. Had it not been for Zhao Fengyan's disapproval, he would have already sought to eliminate him using his cultivation abilities. Now that his elder brother had become a high-ranking official, he wished to leverage that position to punish this greedy Chun Dan. Zhao Zhengchuan then recounted how Chun Dan had wronged the Zhao family, attempted to extort their wealth, and threatened Zhao Fengyan. He painted Chun Dan as exceedingly tyrannical and shameless. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingze's expression darkened immediately. He struggled to contain his anger, ruffling Zhao Xingfeng's hair before returning him to Yang Ronger. Ronger, take the child and go back. Do not linger. Understanding the implication, Yang Ronger realized that Zhao Jingze was likely preparing for a bloodbath. She said nothing further and promptly left with the child. Huang Wenyan also took Zhao Zhengling back. Once they had departed, Zhao Jingze turned to face Chun Dan, his voice cold and demanding. Chun Dan, do you understand your crimes? These words echoed Chun Dan's earlier interrogation of Zhao Fengyan, now being turned back upon him by Zhao Jingze. Seeing the murderous intent radiating from Zhao Jingze, Chun Dan was rendered speechless, trembling uncontrollably. General Zhao, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Ultimately unable to withstand his inner terror, Chun Dan hastily put on a smiling face, his demeanor markedly more respectful. Even though he was uncertain whether Zhao Jingze would indeed be his superior in the future, there was no denying the authenticity of his third-tier military officer's armor. Regardless, the Zhao family was now beyond his reckoning. Chun Dan's demeanor only elicited disdain from Zhao Fengyan. Had he maintained a semblance of defiance, Zhao Fengyan might have regarded him with a measure of respect. However, witnessing his cowardly display, Zhao Fengyan merely shook his head. Jingze, handle this matter as you see fit, and then come find me. Nodding at Zhao Fengyan as he retreated into the courtyard, Zhao Jingze turned back to Chun Dan, scolding him fiercely. Humph, a misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there possibly be? My father has known you for many years. Do you think I am unaware of your true nature? Chun Dan, you have broken the law, exploited the populace, engaged in illicit trade, and misappropriated disaster relief funds. Your numerous misdeeds are too many to enumerate. Today, in my capacity as a third-tier loyal and valiant general and the third-tier governor of Pingzhou County, I hereby sentence you to death. You shall be executed on the spot. Long before Zhao Jingze had entered military service, he had harbored a deep dissatisfaction towards Chun Dan, who had acted like a parasite feeding off the Zhao family's resources. Now, having returned in glory and encountering this man once more, Zhao Jingze was determined not to let him off easily, bearing both old and new grievances. Chun Dan had clearly not anticipated that Zhao Jingze would directly convict him of death in his capacity as an official, and thus he was desperately trying to defend himself. Lord Zhao, I truly have not committed such a crime. I implore you to retract your decree. Furthermore, I am about to be appointed as the deputy of Pingzhou County. I ask you, Lord Zhao, to spare me this time, considering the past kindness I shared with your father and my future willingness to assist you. Chun Dan's words undoubtedly reflected his complete capitulation. However, he still underestimated Zhao Jingze's resolve to execute him. Zhao Jingze disregarded him entirely and turned to the soldiers at his side. All soldiers, heed my command. Execute Chun Dan on the spot. Should anyone attempt to intervene, they shall meet the same fate. These soldiers were all martial officials and troops who had fought alongside Zhao Jingze for a long time, naturally following his lead without question. At his command, they brandished their weapons, ready to slay Chun Dan. A mere civilian official, Chun Dan possessed no martial prowess. Upon seeing the gleaming blades approach, terror seized him, causing his heart to tremble with dread. Forgetting everything else, he bellowed, Zhao Jingze, you have not yet assumed your office. You lack the authority to kill me. Upon hearing this, the soldiers remained unfazed. Seeing this, Chun Dan could only urge his subordinates beside him. You must act swiftly and stop them. His subordinates exchanged glances, hesitating. Although they were under Chun Dan's command, they were not fools. With a third-grade martial official present and a congenital martial artist in the estate behind them, opposing them would likely lead to consequences beyond their capacity to bear. After a few exchanged looks, they silently retreated, offering no resistance whatsoever. You bunch of useless fools. After all these years of support, you dare not act now. No, you cannot kill me. I am about to be promoted to the position of 4th grade county deputy. I still have a bright future ahead. In the midst of Chun Dan's nearly frantic screams, a long blade suddenly descended, severing his head. At that moment, his cries were abruptly silenced. Thus, this man, on the verge of being appointed as a 4th grade county deputy, met his demise due to his own greed. Upon witnessing Chun Dan's death, Zhao Jingze let out a cold huff, signaling his soldiers to return. He issued another command: all soldiers, drag the corpse to the mountain for burial. Then set up camp at the entrance. When the court sends someone, we shall proceed to the capital together to pay our respects. Yes, the soldiers responded in unison, and they busily went about their tasks outside the Zhao residence. Zhao Jingze and Yang Qingzhou did not linger and turned back into the courtyard. At this moment, Chun Dan's subordinates, not daring to stay longer, fled in disarray. The matter of the day was thus concluded. However, it would not be long before news of Chun Dan's execution spread throughout the county town. Furthermore, the fact that the Zhao family had produced a 3rd grade general and appointed him as the county governor would undoubtedly cause a stir in the town. Chapter 102. A conversation between father and son. The execution of County Magistrate Chun Dan before his appointment as deputy, at the hands of the new county governor, who happened to be the son of a humble village merchant, sent shockwaves through Ping'an County. This news quickly circulated, leaving countless citizens aghast. Yet, the Zhao family, the instigators of this event, paid little heed to it. Upon returning home, Zhao Jingze hurriedly sought out his wife and child, neglecting even to engage in conversation with Zhao Fengyan. After being away for over 3 years, discovering that his son was now 3 years old filled Zhao Jingze with joy. Even Yang Qingzhou was delighted by the unexpected presence of his grandson. The two played with Zhao Xingfeng for a considerable time, entirely shedding their former fierceness from the battlefield. Only when darkness began to fall did they finally conclude their merriment. In anticipation of their return, Zhao Fengyan had specially arranged a feast. The family gathered around the table, joyfully listening to Zhao Jingze recount tales from the battlefield, creating a warm atmosphere. Yet, when they heard of the dangers faced and the various trials endured, even though Zhao Jingze was now safe, everyone felt a sense of unease. Moreover, when Zhao Jingze spoke of the techniques and powers of the celestial beings from the two armies, revealing his own identity as a cultivator, Zhao Fengyan was eager to learn about the court's attitude towards these celestial beings. However, he refrained from pressing further, intending to discuss it in detail after the meal. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Zhao Fengyan raised his cup and turned to Yang Qingzhou. Father-in-law, first and foremost, I congratulate you and your son-in-law on your safe return. Secondly, I must thank you for keeping Zhao Jingze safe during these 3 years. I shall not say much more. I toast to you. Zhao Fengyan's expression was serious, his eyes filled with gratitude. He understood that Zhao Jingze's safe return was largely due to Yang Qingzhou's efforts. Yang Qingzhou also stood and raised his cup. Brother Zhao, we are family, so there is no need for formalities. Since the day Jingze married Rong, I have regarded him as my own child. You need not thank me. This is merely my duty. The two raised their cups in a toast, their camaraderie evident in their shared drink. After the meal, Yang Qingzhou, unwilling to linger, took several personal guards and returned directly to the county town. Zhao Jingze, after spending some tender moments with Yang Ronger, followed Zhao Fengyan to the training room. Jingze, tell me what you know about the cultivators. Zhao Fengyan closed the door and immediately got to the point. Zhao Jingze, with no secrets to keep, recounted everything he had learned from Li Qingshan, including the situation of cultivators in the Jin Kingdom, how the court treated cultivators, provided them with spirit stones, various celestial techniques, and even the matter of Li Qingshan proposing the beast control technique. Additionally, he informed Zhao Fengyan about the two other major forces in the cultivation world outside the Jin Kingdom, the Bloodslaughter sect and the Golden Sword sect. After a lengthy discussion, Zhao Fengyan's brow furrowed, his face etched with contemplation. His expression reflected the unexpected nature of the information Zhao Jingze had shared. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Fengyan finally spoke. I did not expect that outside the Jin Kingdom, such formidable entities existed. It seems that the true cultivation world is full of turmoil and far from peaceful. Fortunately, there do not seem to be any overly powerful cultivators within the Jin Kingdom. The highest should be that Li Qingshan at the 7th level of Qi refinement. At this point, Zhao Fengyan shifted his focus. From your description, it appears that Li Qingshan harbors no ill will towards you. In fact, he even recognized your Qingyang horse and proactively informed you about the beast control technique. I find this action rather overly generous. Zhao Fengyan felt a subtle unease. To Li Qingshan, who was at the 7th level of Qi refinement, Zhao Jingze was merely a lowly 2nd-level cultivator. Even if he possessed the Qingyang horse, it was not particularly impressive, as the current strength of the Qingyang horse was not vastly different from that of a second or third level cultivator. The only notable ability it possessed was its power to suppress malevolence. Father, are you suggesting that Li Qingshan, or perhaps the court, has ulterior motives regarding me? Zhao Jingze furrowed his brow as well. Initially, he thought Li Qingshan acted out of gratitude. However, after Zhao Fengyan's analysis, he too began to sense something amiss. Zhao Fengyan shook his head slightly. It is too early to draw conclusions. We cannot discern the true intentions of the court and Li Qingshan at this moment. However, I must remind you to remain vigilant. One must always be cautious of those cultivators whose abilities far surpass your own. Zhao Fengyan is indeed a hunter who has ascended from the depths of society, acutely aware of the exploitation faced by common folk at the hands of the court. He harbors deep skepticism regarding the court's motivations for cultivating relationships with cultivators solely for the purpose of relying on the powers of immortals. Thus, he has taken it upon himself to caution Zhao Jingze. By the way, after Li Qingshan became aware of your identity as a cultivator, you did not divulge our family's connection to other cultivators, did you? Rest assured, Father, I am not a fool. Such matters are certainly best kept secret. After all, if it were known that every member of our family possesses spiritual roots, it would be utterly alarming. If Li Qingshan were to discover this, he would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly. Indeed, it is good that you understand. The fact that all members of our family are cultivators is the very foundation upon which the Zhao family stands strong. Father, now that my identity as a cultivator has been exposed, do you think that other cultivators might come to investigate? What if they were to discover that both you and Mother possess cultivation abilities? Haha, do not worry about that. Why not use your divination technique and see how my cultivation stands? Upon hearing Zhao Jingze's concerns, Zhao Fengyan wore a smile. Zhao Jingze then cast a spell, his eyes shimmering with spiritual light. However, upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find no trace of magical power emanating from Zhao Fengyan, who appeared to be an ordinary mortal. Father, why can I not perceive your cultivation, as if you are no different from a common person? Haha, have you only learned the techniques of divination, fireball, and object banishment from me over the past 2 years? Indeed, you cannot see my cultivation because I have employed a technique to conceal my aura. This particular spell allows one to mask their own magical power, rendering it imperceptible to fellow cultivators using divination techniques. I have long been concerned that our family members might begin cultivating and inadvertently expose our identities as cultivators. Therefore, 2 years ago, I instructed your mother and Zheng Xuan to practice this technique as well. With that, Zhao Fengyan formed a hand gesture, dispersing the spiritual light surrounding him, revealing the mastery of his aura-concealing technique. However, as Zhao Fengyan unveiled his hidden aura, Zhao Jingze was suddenly taken aback. Father, you have actually broken through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Observing Zhao Jingze's astonishment, Zhao Fengyan chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to calm his surprise. Do you think that I have made no progress over these years? Although both you and I have innate spiritual roots of lesser quality, through years of diligent practice, I have attained the 3rd layer of qi refinement, while your mother has reached the 1st layer. Your younger sister is still playing around and remains a second-rate warrior, unable to harness her spiritual roots. However, your younger brother Zheng Xuan possesses considerable talent and has already reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Zheng Xuan has reached the 6th layer? I had no idea he was so gifted. Father, if Zheng Xuan is willing, perhaps he should consider joining the Golden Sword sect. The Golden Sword sect is a formidable force. Having a member of the Zhao family within their ranks would provide us with a solid backing. Zhao Fengyan learned from Zhao Jingze about the general circumstances surrounding the Golden Sword sect. However, he remained uncertain of its exact whereabouts, whether it truly constituted a righteous sect, or if there were any malevolent cultivators along the journey. Therefore, until the specifics were clarified or their cultivation levels were sufficiently strong, Zhao Fengyan had no intention of permitting Zheng Xuan to join the Golden Sword sect. There is no need for haste. We shall deliberate on this matter further in the future. As for that Li Qingshan appointing you as the county magistrate of Pingzhou, I suspect news will arrive in the coming days. For now, remain at home and refrain from venturing out. Understood. By the way, if you no longer require the Qingyang horse, you may store it within that fragment of stone. It will assist in its cultivation. The fragment of stone Zhao Fengyan referred to was, of course, the one within the myriad beast cave. His intention was also to advise Zhao Jingze to place the Qingyang horse within the myriad beast cave whenever possible. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingze felt somewhat puzzled. Father, how does that enhance its cultivation? Do not question too much, just follow my instructions. Now, you have just returned and must be weary, so go and rest early. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingze ceased his inquiries and took his leave. As he looked at his father's retreating figure, he muttered to himself, Haha, The reason it can enhance the cultivation of beast tamers is undoubtedly because a first-tier spiritual vein has already manifested within the myriad beasts cave. Chapter 103. First-tier spiritual vein. Having been away from home for over 3 years, Zhao Jingze had undergone significant changes during his absence, and the Zhao family had also experienced considerable transformation. Aside from the majority of the Zhao family now possessing spiritual roots and the ability to cultivate immortal techniques, Zhao Fangyan's myriad beast cave had also undergone substantial alterations. As early as a month ago, Zhao Fangyan discovered that the family's spiritual light on the myriad beasts monument had continuously increased, now exceeding 300 strands. To accumulate such a number, it was not only due to the cultivation levels of family members, but also closely tied to the family's ongoing growth and prosperity. Of course, if one were to ponder who contributed the most, it would undoubtedly be Zhao Jingze. A month ago, the myriad beasts monument indicated that Zhao Jingze had accomplished a remarkable feat, leading to a significant elevation in his official rank. Although he had not been assigned a specific position, his spiritual light had increased by over 100 strands. With this, Zhao Fangyan understood that Zhao Jingze must have been in no danger, and he was mentally prepared. Thus, when Zhao Jingze returned to inform him of his impending appointment as a third-rank county magistrate, he was not overly astonished. With the family's spiritual light reaching over 300 strands, Zhao Fangyan was extremely eager to utilize it all to expand the myriad beasts cave. After expending 300 strands of spiritual light, the myriad beasts cave finally expanded to 10 acres. Upon achieving this 10-acre expansion, the myriad beasts cave experienced a sudden transformation. The once flat ground rapidly rose in the center, gradually forming a small hill. While the hill was not particularly large, standing at merely over 10 zhang high, it was quite conspicuous within the entire cave. Ever since the emergence of this small hill, the entire cave has been inundated with abundant spiritual energy. Zhao Jingze quickly realized that beneath this small hill lay the first-tier spiritual vein within the cave. The appearance of the spiritual vein was akin to a mountain rising abruptly. He speculated that as the spiritual vein continued to elevate in grade, it would likely grow taller and more imposing. Not paying heed to these details, Zhao Fangyan frequently immersed his mind within the space to observe the changes brought about by the emergence of the spiritual vein. After nearly a month of observation, he had gathered considerable insight. First and foremost, with the emergence of the spiritual vein, the cave became rich in spiritual energy. Each beast placed within it could freely absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Consequently, they no longer needed to consume spirit stones to enhance their cultivation. Remaining in this environment for an extended period would yield numerous benefits. Secondly, with the cave filled with spiritual energy, Zhao Fangyan astonishingly discovered that the grains and spirit fruit trees growing within the cave had flourished remarkably. The spirit fruit trees not only bore 2 additional fruits, but even the previously ripe fruits had seen an increase in their spiritual energy content. Therefore, it was not beyond possibility for these fruits to break through to the second tier of earthly spiritual items. Moreover, the vast fields within the cave had not only accelerated in growth, but were also becoming increasingly bountiful, infused with traces of spiritual energy. Once mature, they might very well transform into spiritual grains. Additionally, since ordinary grains could evolve into spiritual grains, if he were to plant medicinal herbs in the future, they might also metamorphose into spiritual herbs. Finally, Zhao Fangyan also attempted to have Little Black dig beneath the cave, only to discover that the spiritual vein below was now filled with spirit stones. The reason the spiritual vein is termed as such is that spirit stones accumulate together, coalescing into the vein. Furthermore, as the spiritual energy disperses from the vein, the surrounding rocks gradually form spirit stones, leading to their production. In this manner, mining could be conducted, and as long as a balance is maintained, spirit stones could be sourced indefinitely. Upon discovering this, Zhao Fangyan instructed the suitable mining beasts, Black and Fire Origin Monkey, to commence excavation. After a month, he estimated that extracting 100 spirit stones monthly would stabilize the balance of the spiritual vein. This quantity far surpassed the mere 10 spirit stones Zhao's family typically gathered in their jade trading business each month. Over time, the cumulative benefits would be substantial. With these revelations, Zhao Fangyan was overwhelmed with delight. As he embarked on his path to immortality, he learned that for cultivators, whether individuals or families, enhancing their cultivation and strengthening their power depended on 4 essential elements: wealth, companions, techniques, and a place for cultivation. As the Zhao family gradually expanded, the number of cultivators within the family would inevitably increase, and with the ability to command spirit beasts, the requirement for companions was naturally fulfilled. Though they currently lacked superior techniques, the blood contract beast control technique could lay a solid foundation for the family. Furthermore, the place for cultivation was not merely any desolate wilderness. A cultivator required abundant spiritual energy, which was to be found in a spiritual vein. Although the spiritual vein within the beast cave could only reside within the cave, it could yield spirit stones and provide a training ground for spirit beasts, thus barely satisfying the requirement for a cultivation site. As for wealth, the cave could cultivate spiritual grains, herbs, and fruit trees, ensuring that resources would not be lacking in due time. It can be said that the beast cave in Zhao Fengyan's mine provided a solid foundation for the Zhao family. As long as Zhao Fengyan could maintain a low profile and act cautiously, keeping the family's secrets concealed, the family's growth would merely be a matter of time. He instructed Zhao Jingze to keep the Qingyang horse within the cave whenever he was free, without disclosing the cave's details, which was also a prudent decision. As the head of the Zhao family, he deemed it sufficient for him alone to know the secrets of the beast cave, and others should not be overly aware to prevent any leaks. As night deepened, Zhao Fengyan, seeing that Zhao Jingze had departed, gradually began his cultivation. After his practice, he immersed his mind into the beast cave, checking on the status of the grains and fruit trees, and retrieving the spirit stones excavated by Black and Fire Origin Monkey that day. Subsequently, he exited the cave and returned to his quarters to rest. The next morning, the Zhao family appeared harmonious as ever. Regarding the previous day's incident with County Magistrate Chen Dan, although it caused quite a stir in the county, the fact that it was Zhao Jingze, who was soon to be appointed as the third-grade county magistrate, who executed him, meant that no one dared to voice any dissent. Zhao Fengyan discussed this matter with Zhao Jingze, speculating on the court's potential response upon learning of the incident. After some contemplation, they concluded that there should be no issues. Although Chen Dan was a court-appointed official, he was merely a 7th-grade county magistrate, and the evidence against him was irrefutable. Zhao Jingze's actions were entirely justifiable, and there was no reason to fear retribution from the court. Moreover, with Zhao Jingze's identity as a cultivator now revealed, and given the court's preferential treatment of cultivators, it was unlikely there would be any further repercussions. The Zhao family did not dwell excessively on the incident. While enjoying familial bliss, they quietly awaited the court's response. 3 days later, a contingent suddenly arrived in Ping'an County. This group consisted entirely of officials, led by a eunuch. Upon seeing this procession, the townsfolk engaged in fervent discussion. For a eunuch's presence indicated a direct imperial envoy, signifying great status. The entourage made its way directly to Mang village, halting before the Zhao family's residence. At this moment, before the Zhao household, there were not only the elite guards brought by Zhao Jingze, but also the court officials. Additionally, villagers from Mang village and onlookers from the county had gathered, making the scene quite lively. Just as Zhao Fengyan was about to step out with his family to greet them, the leading eunuch suddenly raised his sharp voice and proclaimed, "The imperial edict has arrived. Third-grade loyal and brave General Zhao Jingze is here to receive the decree." The eunuch's shrill voice instantly silenced the bustling Mang village. After all, the proclamation of an edict by a eunuch was akin to the emperor's personal visit. Any disturbance could result in immediate execution by the officials present. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, Zhao Jingze of Mang village, Ping'an County, has repeatedly achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield, aiding the army of the Jin state to significant victories. Therefore, he is granted rewards, 1,000 acres of fertile land and 1,000 taels of gold. He is promoted to the rank of third-grade loyal and brave general and concurrently appointed as the county magistrate of Pingzhou. After receiving the decree, proceed to register with the Ministry of Revenue at court and meet with His Majesty without delay. The eunuch spoke lightly and then gestured, as officials bearing a red silk-lined deed and gold stepped forward. 1,000 taels of gold and 1,000 acres of fertile land weighed heavily in the moment. Observing the rewards in the officials' hands, the previously quiet onlookers could no longer contain their excitement. Their expressions varied, but all eyes were fixated on the deed and the gold. It was no wonder their gazes were fervent. The rewards were simply too eye-catching. 1,000 acres of fertile land, 1,000 taels of gold. Oh my goodness. I've never seen so much money in my life. Never seen? Yet here it is. Unfortunately, we can only gaze from afar. Just recently, they had heard of Zhao Jingze slaying County Magistrate Chen Dan, and now rumors of his impending appointment as County Magistrate of Pingzhou had proven true. They never expected that even in the remote Ping'an County, a great general could emerge. Not just a general. Zhao Jingze is also our County Magistrate of Pingzhou. A great hero. A great hero. Zhao Jingze is indeed the great hero of Ping'an County. One person ascends, and all will rise. Surely the Zhao family will soar to great heights in the future. Haha. Zhao Jingze is one of us from Mang village. I, Li Jutsai, the village head, even held Zhao Jingze as a child years ago. What Zhao Jingze? He should be called Lord Zhao. As the crowd of common folk, villagers, and martial artists gazed at the bountiful rewards, they couldn't help but engage in discussion, though envy and admiration were palpable among their sentiments. They all understood that in the future, the Zhao family would be far from a mere presence that common folk or martial artists could provoke. Unlike the surrounding onlookers, Zhao Fengyan maintained a composed demeanor. He signaled discreetly to the slightly distracted Zhao Jingze. Zhao Jingze promptly rose and stepped forward to receive the decree. I accept the decree. Upon receiving the imperial edict and rewards, the eunuch courteously remarked, "Congratulations, Lord Zhao. His Majesty has specifically instructed that you should proceed to meet with him as soon as you receive the decree. Additionally, Lord Li Qingshan wishes to meet with you." Hearing this, Zhao Jingze's brow furrowed momentarily, deep in thought, before he nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, eunuch. I understand this matter well. Once I have settled my family affairs, I will certainly hasten to the palace to meet His Majesty. Eunuch, we have prepared a banquet at home. If it is not too much trouble, please join us for a meal and some rest." "Ah, that sounds splendid." With the imperial decree delivered, the Zhao family gained considerable renown in Ping'an County. From that day forward, the Zhao family would undoubtedly rank among the most prominent families in the entire county. Once Zhao Jingze establishes himself in Pingzhou, it is likely that the Zhao family will hold a significant position in the county town. After resting for a day, the officials returned to the imperial palace. Given Ping'an County's remote location, it was a journey of over half a month to the capital. Before departing, the eunuch repeatedly urged Zhao Jingze to meet with His Majesty promptly and not to delay. That very evening, after the officials' departure, Zhao Jingze sought out Zhao Fengyan to discuss the impending audience with the emperor. As night descended, within a chamber of the Zhao household, Zhao Jingze wore a furrowed brow. "Father, I am soon to travel to the capital to pay my respects to the emperor, and after that, I must hasten to take up my post in the county city. Consequently, I will need to establish my residence there. Although Ping'an County belongs to Pingzhou, the county seat is still 1,000 miles distant. The journey is long. Why not have our entire family relocate together to settle in the county city?" Zhao Jingze's expression was one of eager anticipation. He was on the verge of assuming his official duties in the county city and wished for his family to accompany him. A move to the county city would undoubtedly provide them with greater opportunities, allowing their family business to flourish, especially in the jade and stone trade, facilitating the collection of spiritual stones. However, after a moment of contemplation, Zhao Fengyan shook his head slightly. "Jingze, it is premature for the entire family to relocate." "Father, why not? In the county city, we could gather more spiritual stones. Indeed, the county city is more prosperous, and while spiritual stones are indeed easier to obtain there, they cannot compare to the 100 spiritual stones you collect each month from the myriad beasts cave. Moreover, I have an unsettling feeling that the court's favor towards you, Jingze, is rather excessive. A mere second-level chi refinement cultivator, even with a first-tier demon beast like the Qingyang horse, should not attract such attention. Something unusual is afoot, and I remain wary of the court's intentions. I prefer to observe a while longer. Jingze, with the emperor and Li Qingshan's motives still unclear, we shall refrain from moving to the county city until we ascertain their intentions. The county city is not far from the capital. Should the court choose to act against our Zhao family, even with celestial assistance, we would be powerless to resist. In contrast, Ping'an County is remote, surrounded by mountains. Should danger arise, we can retreat into the deep woods without concern. Therefore, for the time being, you shall proceed to the county city for your post, and we will not relocate. If you are worried, you may return each month. Despite the distance, riding the Qingyang horse allows for swift travel back and forth. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingze finally grasped his father's apprehensions. He ceased to press the matter, merely nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall heed father's wishes. By the way, Jingze, as you go to the capital to pay your respects, you must exercise utmost caution. The court can command 7th-level chi refinement cultivators and must possess extraordinary means. Do not let your guard down, and be sure to conceal our family secrets." "Understood, father. I shall remember your words." The following morning, Zhao Jingze mounted the Qingyang horse. Amidst the farewells of his family, accompanied by a contingent of troops and Yang Qingzhou, as they set off for the capital, the procession of soldiers was grand. And shortly thereafter, they vanished from sight, leaving only a cloud of dust in their wake. At the Zhao family gate, Zhao Xingfeng watched his departing father, crying uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Yang Rongger cradled him in her arms, gently soothing him. "Do not cry, Xingfeng, do not cry. Once your father reaches the capital, he will return to bring us to the county city together. For now, let us patiently await his return. Also, remember to train diligently with your grandfather to master the rock pillar technique." Under Yang Ronger's tender reassurances, Zhao Xingfeng gradually ceased his cries. He wriggled free from her embrace and dashed toward the courtyard, calling out as he ran, Aunt, come out quickly. Let us learn martial arts with grandfather." Before long, Zhao Zhenling, the little girl, was helplessly pulled along by Zhao Xingfeng to the training hall to practice martial arts with Zhao Fengyan. Chapter 105. Arrival at the Imperial Palace, the Library Pavilion. Zhao Jingze led his troops tirelessly, journeying day and night, and at last, after 10 days, they reached the capital of Jin. As Zhao Jingze marched his troops through the city gates, he became acutely aware of the capital's opulence. The streets, paved with blue stone, were broad enough for 5 horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side. Along the streets stood towering buildings, intricately carved and adorned, a veritable testament to the city's prosperity. Compared to this capital, Ping'an County was but a remote backwater. Though the capital was splendid, Zhao Jingze understood that his purpose for coming was not mere leisure. He made his way directly into the heart of the city, where the most fortified area lay, the imperial city of Jin. After a swift march, half an hour later, his contingent finally arrived. Zhao Jingze observed that outside the imperial city, there was an additional wall, patrolled by soldiers stationed every 10 paces. He did not linger but hurried to the city gate, where his identity was verified. Removing his helmet and armor, he stepped into the palace alone. Accompanied by the palace eunuchs, he traversed the inner city for another half hour before finally arriving at the emperor's private quarters. It was already afternoon, and the emperor was not in court. To find him, Zhao Jingze needed to head to the emperor's sleeping quarters. As he passed through multiple security checkpoints, he noted the presence of several first-rate martial artists at each station, with an occasional innate martial artist guarding the way, which filled him with silent admiration for the court's formidable strength. At long last, he reached the entrance to the sleeping quarters. After the eunuch announced him, Zhao Jingze was finally granted entry. Inside the spacious chamber, a faint scent of pine wafted through the air. Looking up, he was taken aback to see an elderly man seated upon a high platform, his countenance aged and his eyes clouded. Despite his advanced age, he radiated an air of authority that came from years in power. Beside him stood a man, none other than Li Qingshan. Zhao Jingze realized that the elderly man beside Li Qingshan was the current emperor of Jin. I, Zhao Jingze, humbly pay my respects, your majesty. It is an honor to meet you, Taoist Li. Zhao Jingze clasped his hands and was about to bow, but the frail emperor waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formalities, my dear minister. As a cultivator, you need not adhere to these trivial protocols. The emperor's voice was weak, lacking vigor, and he even seemed to struggle for breath after speaking. It was evident that he was nearing the end of his days. Thank you, your majesty. Although Zhao Jingze sensed the emperor's frailty, he refrained from commenting further, simply expressing his gratitude with respect. I have heard from Qingshan that you, my dear minister, have shown valor on the battlefield and employed celestial means to secure victories for our forces, even saving Qingshan's life in the process. Your youth and accomplishments warrant far greater rewards. Your majesty, I am unworthy of such praise. My cultivation is still shallow, and my strength limited. In this conflict, I have merely done my modest part. This reward is already an immense honor. Haha, you certainly know how to be modest. Now, my dear minister, I did not summon you here for mere pleasantries. Regardless of your martial prowess, as you are a cultivator, the Jin dynasty shall fully support you in advancing your cultivation. I hope that in the future, you will assist in fostering the great enterprise of our Jin and ensure the safety of our imperial lineage. The emperor appeared to see through Zhao Jingze's intentions, refraining from further formalities and speaking directly. He paused to catch his breath before continuing. My dear minister, your contributions are significant. In addition to the customary rewards of land, gold, and titles, I have further rewards for you. From this day forth, like other cultivators in the Jin, you shall receive an annual stipend of 100 spiritual stones, and as your cultivation improves, this stipend will increase, with the potential for elixirs as well. Moreover, acknowledging your military feats, I can grant you access to the library pavilion, where you may select 3 volumes of celestial techniques. It is my hope that with these teachings and the assistance of spiritual stones, your cultivation will progress rapidly, ensuring the safety of our great Jin in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingze raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated such additional rewards from the emperor. It was worth noting that the Zhao family's jade business yielded only 10 or so spiritual stones monthly. Each year, 100 spirit stones, which equates to the Zhao family's annual harvest, is indeed a considerable sum. Although Zhao Jingze felt a sense of joy, he remained composed, recalling Zhao Fengyan's warning that the court's kindness towards him was somewhat excessive. However, at present, the emperor had not shown any signs of animosity, and thus Zhao Jingze decided to let things unfold naturally. Thank you, your majesty. After expressing his gratitude, Zhao Jingze observed the emperor gesturing, and then the emperor addressed Li Qingshan. Qingshan, please escort Minister Zhao to the library pavilion. Once he has received the celestial arts, allow him to return to Pingzhou Prefecture to focus on his cultivation henceforth. Having said this, the emperor appeared quite fatigued, waving his hand to signal Li Qingshan to lead Zhao Jingze away, subsequently taking his leave with the assistance of palace maids. Li Qingshan led Zhao Zhengze out of the royal chambers, chuckling softly. Zhengze, come with me to the library pavilion. During your time on the frontier, were you not eager to discover the nature of your spiritual root? The library pavilion conveniently housed a formation for testing spiritual roots, allowing you to ascertain your attributes while selecting your techniques. That sounds splendid. Under Li Qingshan's guidance, Zhao Zhengze traversed through numerous checkpoints until they arrived at a concealed chamber beneath the imperial city. Before the chamber stood a faint blue spiritual light, which intrigued Zhao Zhengze greatly. Noticing Zhao Zhengze's astonishment, Li Qingshan smiled and explained, "Do not be surprised, Zhengze. This spiritual light is merely a rudimentary formation, effective in blocking entry and exit for mortals. While it may deter innate martial artists, it is insufficient against cultivators. This formation is simply in place to guard against ordinary individuals." With that, Li Qingshan suddenly produced a small flag, and upon its appearance, the spiritual light before them dissipated like a curtain of water, revealing the chamber. Zhengze, as you embark on your path to immortality, you may not be aware that within celestial arts, there exists a multitude of techniques. The most renowned among them are tools, elixirs, talismans, and formations. You have already witnessed a formation. The magical tools, elixirs, and talismans are all crafted through celestial techniques. I possess a modest understanding of tool refinement. The flying sword I use to combat demonic cultivators on the frontier is a mid-tier magical tool I refined myself. Should you be interested, the library pavilion contains tomes on such crafts, and after selecting your techniques, you may wish to experiment with one. However, I must caution you, as cultivators, our lifespans are finite. To pursue longevity, one must not be overly distracted. Cultivation is of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengze nodded slightly, contemplating the implications. Entering the chamber, Zhao Zhengze looked up and found that it was not particularly large, and the so-called collection was modest, consisting of only 2 rows of bookshelves, each adorned with palm-sized jade tablets. Zhengze, these are jade slips, used by us cultivators to record texts. By pressing one against your forehead, you can comprehend its contents. However, the Emperor has allowed you to take only 3 techniques, so you cannot take more. Once you identify the jade slips you wish to choose, and confirm with me for replication, you may then read them. Do not rush in selecting the jade slips. First, approach this formation and test your spiritual root. After introducing the jade slips, Li Qingshan pointed to a 3-inch high platform, which appeared to be the formation for testing spiritual roots. Zhao Zhengze had long been curious about his spiritual root. Just like Zhao Fengyan, his root had evolved through the family's secret blood contract beast-controlling technique. Knowing his root would help him inform Zhao Fengyan later for further research. Alright, after responding, Zhao Zhengze carefully examined the formation, confirming there were no anomalies, and then stepped upon it. Li Qingshan retrieved a spirit stone and placed it into the groove at the edge of the formation. Suddenly, the formation began to shimmer with spiritual light and slowly activated. Zhengze, steady your mind and relax. Li Qingshan's reminder followed, as colors began to manifest from the spiritual light. The initially transparent light gradually transformed into a crimson hue. Red spiritual light. Zhengze, it appears you possess a fire attribute spiritual root. However, the formation is still operating. Shortly, your other spiritual root attributes will be revealed. The varied attributes of spiritual roots were likely to be distinguished by color through this formation. Before long, following the appearance of the red light, a patch of earthy yellow light emerged, indicating that Zhao Zhengze also possessed an earth root. Subsequently, golden, green, and blue lights appeared simultaneously. The emergence of these 5 colors indicated that Zhao Zhengze was a mixed spiritual root with 5 attributes. The more diverse the spiritual roots, the more challenging it became to cultivate, and with 5 attributes, it was likely that he would never achieve foundation establishment in his lifetime. Fortunately, Zhao Zhengze understood that his roots had evolved from the blood contract beast-controlling technique, which was related to beast mastery. While the initial stage might be lacking, Zhao Fengyan had informed him that as his beast mastery bloodline talent improved, his spiritual root might also enhance. With this in mind, Zhao Zhengze felt less disheartened. I have 5 spiritual roots, which is comparable to my father's cultivation speed. It seems my father must also possess 5 roots, as well as my mother. I shall inform my father of this upon my return, so he is aware. Musing to himself, Zhao Zhengze stepped down from the formation. Upon glancing up, he noticed a hint of disappointment in Li Qingshan's gaze. Yet, moments later, Li Qingshan sported a smile again. Zhengze, your spiritual root talent is classified as 5 roots, which, although regarded as the weakest, with diligence and perseverance, you could still attain late-stage qi refinement. Li Qingshan's words of consolation, however, did not dampen Zhao Zhengze's spirits. There is no need for comfort, my friend. I have long suspected my talent to be lacking. To embark on the path of immortality is already a blessing I have cultivated. How could I harbor any complaints? Regardless of my cultivation level, I shall strive to serve the court with all my might. Indeed, it's good that you can see it this way. Now, the testing is complete. You may select your techniques. After Li Qingshan spoke, he settled onto a stone bench at the entrance, awaiting quietly. Zhao Jingze, not wishing to linger, began to examine the bookshelves. Each jade slip bore a brief description, making it clear what techniques they contained. Qi Refinement Stage Fire Attribute Technique, Flame Manipulation. Qi Refinement Stage Water Attribute Technique, Waves of the Deep. First Tier 5 Element Techniques, including Fireball Technique, Water Arrow Technique, Quicksand Technique, Golden Light Technique, and more. First Tier Technique Wind Blade Technique, with considerable power. First Tier Beast Mastery Technique Beast Suppression Technique, allowing control over several demon beasts weaker than oneself upon cultivation. Cultivation Compendium Miscellaneous Records of Spiritual Flora, detailing various first-tier spiritual plants, fruits, their effects, and cultivation methods. Refinement Insights Detailed Record of Tool Refinement, documenting methods for crafting several low-tier magical tools. Alchemy Insights Alchemy Techniques, recording recipes for the Pill of Abstinence and the Gathering Chi Pill. Though the jade slips in the library pavilion were few, they exhibited a commendable variety. Apart from the basic techniques of differing attributes, there were numerous first-tier spells and books related to cultivation techniques. While these spells were all first-tier, pertaining to Qi refinement cultivators, the magical tools, elixirs, and talismans they could craft were quite simple. Nevertheless, for Zhao Jingze at this stage, they were immensely valuable. Having swiftly scanned the selections, Zhao Jingze had a clear idea in mind, while also contemplating which techniques he should choose. Although he longed to take everything, the emperor only permitted him to select 3 types. Given this limitation, careful consideration was imperative. I am not alone. I have the entire Zhao family behind me. When choosing celestial techniques, the family's interests must take precedence. Our household already possesses a formless cultivation method. While the cultivation of these diverse techniques may yield some remarkable abilities, they are insufficient to warrant the expenditure of a precious slot. The Zhao family primarily employs beast taming as our main strategy. My father has informed me that our blood contract beast taming technique currently allows us to bind only one beast. Should we acquire additional beast taming techniques, we could potentially control more magical beasts, thereby significantly enhancing the Zhao family's power. Hence, the beast suppression art is a must for me. Furthermore, for the family's development, resources are fundamental, and celestial arts greatly aid in this regard. The threshold for artifact forging is exceedingly high, requiring the collection of various materials. It would be far more advantageous if my father were to procure spiritual fruits from the depths of Mang Mountain. So I shall select Compendium of Spiritual Plants and Alchemy Techniques instead. After much contemplation, Zhao Jingze resolved his selections and soon rose to present the 3 jade slips to Li Qingshan. Taoistly, I have made my choices. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan accepted the slips but furrowed his brow upon inspecting them. Jingze, I must remind you that your innate talent is lacking. You should focus on enhancing your cultivation. Therefore, I advise you to choose a more formidable technique and select some superior spells. Choosing these celestial arts consumes energy and is detrimental to your training. Do you not possess a magical beast? I believe it would be wiser for you to select a powerful fire attribute technique, a beast taming art, and a wind blade technique. That would be the proper path. Hearing this, Zhao Jingze smiled faintly, remaining unmoved. Li Qingshan was unaware that he had an entire family supporting him. Thank you for your advice, but I already have a technique and do not wish to change my cultivation. I also possess sufficient spells. This is all I require. Sensing the firmness in Zhao Jingze's words, Li Qingshan shook his head slightly, but ultimately refrained from further comment. He produced 3 blank jade slips, his hands shimmering with spiritual light, and recorded all the contents from the original slips into the new ones. Before long, the 3 jade slips were completed and handed to Zhao Jingze. Thank you. Zhao Jingze accepted them, his face alight with joy. Li Qingshan then escorted Zhao Jingze out of the library and into the open air. Jingze, you have met with His Majesty. You must set off immediately for Pingzhou County to take up your post. Yes. By the way, take these spirit stones. They are your salary for the year. The spiritual energy in Pingzhou County is thin, and you will need the spirit stones for cultivation. Moreover, you must diligently cultivate in the future. Additionally, take this jade pendant. With a swift motion, Li Qingshan retrieved a delicate jade pendant and a small pouch of spirit stones from his waist pouch. Zhao Jingze glanced at the pouch and recognized it as the storage bag Zhao Fangyin had mentioned. The storage bag is a spatial artifact, though of low grade. It is difficult to craft, making it rare for ordinary cultivators to possess. It is quite normal for Li Qingshan, having cultivated for many years and traveled extensively, to own such a storage bag. Without lingering on it, Zhao Jingze graciously accepted the spirit stones and began to examine the petite jade pendant. Daoistly, what is this? Hee. I occasionally dabble in some artifact forging techniques. While I cannot produce high-quality artifacts, I can manage to create some small trinkets. This is a spirit light jade, a low-grade defensive artifact. Once you infuse it with your spiritual power, you can manipulate it at will. It can project a barrier of spiritual light to protect its owner. While its power is modest, it is sufficient to withstand spells from cultivators at the 3rd level of artifact forging. This item is essentially a reward from the court for you cultivators. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingze was astonished to discover that the pendant in his hand was indeed a genuine artifact with defensive properties. Li Qingshan's generosity, providing both spirit stones and an artifact, was truly commendable. However, the more he received, the more Zhao Jingze felt the overwhelming kindness was excessive. Yet, at that moment, he deemed it inappropriate to voice such sentiments. So he simply bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Daoist. After their conversation concluded, Li Qingshan signaled his departure. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Jingze successfully exited the palace. He then made his way directly to Ping'an County, intending to inform Zhao Fangyan of today's events and to bring his wife and child to join him in his new position in Pingzhou County. Chapter 107. Conspiracy. On the night Zhao Jingze departed from the capital, in the emperor's chamber within the royal palace, Li Qingshan met with the aged emperor once more. Li Qingshan entered with an expression as inscrutable as a calm lake, betraying no emotion. Upon sensing his arrival, the emperor opened his murky eyes and inquired, "How did it go?" "Your Majesty, that Zhao Jingze possesses exceedingly poor talent, having only 5 spiritual roots. I have sent him away." Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression darkened, followed by a deep sigh. Perceiving the emperor's disappointment, Li Qingshan sought to assuage his concerns. "Your Majesty, while his innate talent is lacking, he is still young, and he has already attained the 2nd level of Qi refinement. I estimate that within 10 years, he will likely reach the 5th level of Qi refinement. This level is sufficient for the creation of corpse spirits, so your Majesty need not worry excessively." Should Zhao Jingze hear Li Qingshan's words, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. The corpse spirits he referred to are a common method employed by demonic cultivators. Li Qingshan's mention of the requirement of reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement for creating corpse spirits likely reveals the true reason the emperor values Zhao Jingze and is willing to provide him with resources for cultivation. It is evident that Zhao Fangyan's predictions were correct. The Jin court does not genuinely treat cultivators kindly, as there are ulterior motives lurking beneath the surface. Upon hearing Li Qingshan's words, the emperor's demeanor improved considerably. "That is excellent. Does Zhao Jingze harbor any suspicions? Will he attempt to flee?" "Rest assured, Your Majesty. I observe that Zhao Jingze does not seem to harbor any doubts. Moreover, I gifted him one of my crafted artifacts. While it possesses commendable defensive capabilities, its true purpose is to mark his location for my convenience in monitoring him. Therefore, Your Majesty need not worry about his escape." Li Qingshan spoke with unwavering composure, even elucidating the artifact's true purpose to the emperor. Upon hearing this, the emperor finally felt reassured. After a prolonged silence, a hint of worry returned to his countenance. "Qingshan, you have tirelessly sought out cultivators for me over the years, aiding them in their cultivation. I truly appreciate your efforts. However, can you assure me that the method for creating corpse spirits obtained from the demonic cultivators is indeed reliable?" Li Qingshan replied with confidence, "Your Majesty, you need not worry. Although this method derives from demonic arts, it does not require any specific techniques for its application. One only needs to gather a few demonic artifacts, along with the corpses of cultivators at the 5th level of Qi refinement or higher. If these conditions are met, success is guaranteed." "Very well. Now, how many cultivators currently reside within the Jin Kingdom, and what are their levels of cultivation?" "Alas, Your Majesty, the number of cultivators in the Jin Kingdom is acceptable. But besides myself, there is only one who has reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. One person may not suffice. My time is limited, and the Crown Prince lacks governance skills. We cannot allow the Jin Kingdom to fall. Therefore, we must create more corpse spirits. In the future, if neighboring countries invade, these corpse spirits will serve as our strongest trump card." As the emperor spoke, his tone grew more resolute, and a fierce determination illuminated his features. At that moment, he seemed less like a frail old man and more like a true sovereign. "Your Majesty, rest assured that Qingshan shall exert every effort to urge these cultivators to hasten their training, so they may swiftly attain the 5th layer of Qi refinement and produce more corpse spirits for our Jin Kingdom. Thus, I shall trouble you no longer. I am weary now. You may take your leave." The emperor waved his hand, his eyes heavy with fatigue. Li Qingshan nodded and, without further ado, exited the imperial chamber, vanishing from sight. After Li Qingshan had departed for quite some time, the emperor gazed into the direction he had gone, murmuring to himself, Who would have thought that the child I inadvertently saved back then would prove to be of such great utility to the Gene Kingdom? My decades of nurturing him were not in vain. With that, the Emperor ceased speaking, closed his eyes, and gradually drifted into slumber. The Gene Court treated cultivators with kindness. Yet unbeknownst to many, there lay a hidden conspiracy. This scheme, it seems, was known only to the Emperor and Li Qingshan, with no third party privy to its secrets. Even though Zhao Fengnian held a certain wariness towards the court, it had yet to reveal its true intentions, leaving even Zhao Fengnian unable to fathom the court's ulterior motives. Days later, Zhao Zhengzhe successfully returned to Ping'an County. Upon his arrival, he sought out Zhao Fengnian, engaging in a lengthy conversation. After divulging the entirety of his experiences within the imperial city and transcribing the contents of 3 jade slips, the two concluded their discussion. From the information Zhao Zhengzhe brought, Zhao Fengnian, while intrigued by the spiritual roots and the contents of the jade slips, was most concerned with the court's stance, particularly upon learning that the court would provide Zhao Zhengzhe with 100 spiritual stones annually, along with a valuable defensive artifact. Zhao Fengnian was left perplexed. He sensed that the court harbored deeper intentions, yet at present, it showed no further signs of action, merely urging Zhao Zhengzhe to assume his post swiftly. Consequently, Zhao Fengnian could only suppress his thoughts and advise Zhao Zhengzhe to exercise caution in the future. After Zhao Zhengzhe had conveyed his thoughts, desiring to take up his position promptly, he set off for Pingzhou County with Yang Rong and Zhao Xingfeng. Zhao Zhengzhe's new role in Pingzhou County required him to reside there long-term, bringing his wife and child to alleviate the pangs of separation and facilitate his parenting. However, Huang Wanyun felt an acute sense of sorrow at Zhao Xingfeng's departure. Reluctantly, Zhao Zhengzhe agreed to return with his family every month to ease her distress. Thus, Huang Wanyun consented. One early morning, Zhao Zhengzhe, accompanied by a retinue of personal guards, escorted Yang Rong and Zhao Xingfeng to the carriage. Observing the tearful faces of his family, he feigned ease, saying, "Haha, father, mother, Zheng Chuan, Zheng Ling, there is no need for such sorrow. I am not leaving forever. I shall return once a month, which is far better than being on the battlefield." Hearing this, the little girl Zhao Zhengling's eyes welled with tears. "Brother, you must keep your promise and come back once a month. And you must bring sister-in-law and Xingfeng with you." Zhao Jingchuan playfully thumped Zhao Zhengzhe's chest. "Eldest brother, be exceedingly cautious in Pingzhou County. Should you encounter any enemies, send a carrier pigeon, and I shall come to aid you." Zhao Zhengchuan had cultivated for many years and was now at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Had Zhao Fengnian not concealed his prowess, his fierce nature would have likely led him to slay numerous foes. He was now the most formidable cultivator within the Zhao family, remaining hidden at home as their ultimate trump card. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Zhengzhe had yet to respond when Huang Wanyun cast a disapproving glance at Zhao Zhengchuan. "Zhengchuan, you ought to temper your temperament. You are far more reckless than your father and brother." Chastised by Huang Wanyun, Zhao Zhengchuan could only sigh in resignation, lowering his head and refraining from retorting. Zhao Zhengzhe, observing his younger brother's demeanor, found it rather amusing. At that moment, Zhao Fengnian interjected, "Enough. Zhengzhe is off to become an esteemed official in the county. This is a fortuitous occasion, so there is no need for sadness. Zhengzhe, it is getting late. You must depart swiftly. Travel safely." With that, Zhao Zhengzhe no longer lingered, leading his family and personal guards away from Mang village. Once he had left, tranquility returned to the Zhao household. However, Zhao Fengnian could not remain idle thereafter. For the 3 types of celestial arts that Zhao Zhengzhe had brought back piqued his interest immensely. It seemed that for a considerable time to come, he would be engrossed in the study of these 3 arts: beast mastery, cultivation of spiritual plants, and alchemy. In the Zhao family cultivation chamber, Zhao Fengnian sat cross-legged, with the 3 jade slips laid out before him. From Zhao Zhengzhe, he learned that the contents of these slips pertained to beast mastery, spiritual plant cultivation, and alchemy. Zhao Fengnian held great admiration for Zhao Zhengzhe's ability to procure these 3 items from the imperial palace. However, the authenticity of these arts and their efficacy required thorough investigation and experimentation. With the profound secret of the 10,000 beasts cave in his heart, it was imperative for the family to prioritize beast mastery as their primary cultivation method. Currently, the family comprised only qi refinement cultivators, and without reaching the foundation establishment stage, they could not establish blood contracts with more formidable beasts using the blood contract beast mastery technique. Although unable to form blood contracts, Zhao Fengnian could continuously refine ordinary beasts through the 10,000 beast steel, transforming them into spirit creatures and subsequently into demon beasts. Yet, Zhao Fengnian had only managed to refine a mere 3 or 4 demon beasts thus far. Refraining from large-scale refinement due to the lack of means to control a greater number of demon beasts. After all, once refined into demon beasts, their intelligence would greatly increase, and they would possess considerable strength. Without a guaranteed method to ensure their submission, the risks of refining them were too great. Should they escape, it would be a minor inconvenience, but if they were to harm family members, it would spell disaster. Thus, the 3 white dragon hounds he had nurtured remained as high-level spirit creatures, not yet refined into demon beasts. The beast mastery technique brought back by Zhao Zhengzhe, if capable of controlling demon beasts on a larger scale, would undoubtedly enhance the Zhao family's strength significantly. In such a case, Zhao Fengyan would only need to utilize the natural spiritual materials to further refine and manifest demon beasts for the family. Contemplating this, Zhao Fengyan, filled with anticipation, brought the beast mastery technique close to his brow and began to study it earnestly. Beast suppression technique. Utilizing magical power as a guide. It condenses a method seal known as beast suppression, casting spells on ordinary beasts to imprint them with a mark, thereby ensuring their obedience. In the future, should these ordinary beasts absorb spiritual energy and evolve, consuming natural spiritual materials to become demon beasts, they may also be commanded. This suppression must be performed once a month to maintain control throughout the year. Remember, it cannot be cast on cultivators below the 3rd layer of chi refinement, nor on demon beasts stronger than oneself. Furthermore, it cannot be cast directly on demon beasts. If the distance between the beast master and the demon beasts becomes too great, control may easily be lost. The beast suppression technique begins with an introduction to methods for commanding demon beasts, followed by the necessary precautions, and concludes with the details of the cultivation technique. After a thorough reading, Zhao Fengyan gained a general understanding. Yet he frowned slightly, not out of a belief that it was unsuitable for cultivation, but rather because he found the beast suppression technique to be exceedingly rudimentary. Rather than a true beast mastery technique, it resembled a chain that merely confines demon beasts from a young age. First and foremost, the limitations of this technique are numerous. One must possess at least the 3rd layer of chi refinement to utilize it. Furthermore, after cultivation, one cannot directly cast spells on demon beasts, but must begin with ordinary beasts, gradually guiding them to absorb spiritual energy, transforming them into spirit creatures and eventually into demon beasts, before one can be deemed successful in beast mastery. Just based on this point, many cultivators would likely scoff at its premise. After all, ordinary cultivators hardly value the assistance of a mere mortal beast. Nurturing such a beast into a formidable demon beast is a venture fraught with considerable resource expenditure and an exceedingly low success rate, which dissuades the majority of cultivators. However, such limitations hold little significance for Zhao Fengyan. He can first cultivate this technique, then enlighten the mortal beast, subsequently transforming it into a spirit creature or demon beast. Furthermore, the beast suppression technique requires the demon beasts to remain within a close proximity, necessitating frequent application of the technique. Additionally, control must be executed solely through vocal commands, devoid of any mental communion. When compared to the blood contract beast mastery technique inscribed on the monument of 10,000 beasts, the deficiencies of the beast suppression technique are glaringly apparent. Nevertheless, it is not devoid of merits. Once the technique is mastered, and provided that one's spiritual power is sufficient, one can control a multitude of demon beasts. The technique describes that a cultivator at the 3rd level of chi refinement can utilize it to command 3 demon beasts weaker than themselves. As one's cultivation advances and spiritual power strengthens, the number of controllable demon beasts increases. It can be said that this technique is particularly advantageous for ordinary cultivators. But for Zhao Fengyan, who possesses the ability to transform beasts into demons, it serves as a substantial means of commanding a vast number of demon beasts. Upon realizing this, Zhao Fengyan resolved to first attempt to cultivate this technique himself. If the results align with the descriptions, he would encourage all members of his family to practice it. Once he attains the 3rd level of chi refinement, he could command several first-tier demon beasts, significantly enhancing his strength. The beast suppression technique is considerably more complex than attack spells like the fireball technique, and Zhao Fengyan estimated that it would take him at least a year and a half to fully master it. He thus planned to incorporate this technique into his daily training regimen. Having comprehended the art of beast mastery through the beast suppression technique, Zhao Fengyan subsequently cataloged it within the cave of 10,000 beasts, and then resumed his studies of miscellaneous records of spiritual plants and alchemy techniques. Speaking of alchemy, Zhao Fengyan found himself intrigued. He understood that cultivators could enhance their prowess by inhaling spiritual energy. Although the spiritual energy in the world is sparse, it can be substituted with spiritual stones. However, there exists another method that significantly amplifies a cultivator's efficiency beyond that of using spiritual stones, ingesting elixirs rich in spiritual energy. The spiritual energy contained within elixirs is far more gentle and concentrated than that found in spiritual stones. If one has access to elixirs, the efficiency of cultivation surpasses that of spiritual stones by a considerable margin. Of course, acquiring elixirs is no simple task. Elixirs are concocted from the spiritual materials of heaven and earth, and the methods of preparation are exceedingly intricate. Without years of dedicated research, success is likely elusive. Zhao Fengyan perused the alchemical texts and discovered two distinct formulas. The first, the grain-absorbing pill, allows the consumer to forego staple grains for an entire month, enabling focused cultivation. The second, the spirit-gathering pill, is rich in spiritual energy and greatly benefits those in the early to mid stages of qi refinement. These two formulas not only detail the required spiritual herbs, but also provide explicit preparation methods. Most crucially, they must be refined using spiritual fire. This spiritual fire can either be naturally occurring flames from the world, demon fire emitted by fire attribute demon beasts, or the fire generated by formations within an alchemical furnace. Within the Zhao family, only Little Black or the fire element monkey can attempt to produce such demon fire, but they possess none of the requisite materials for alchemy. Thus, alchemical endeavors seem presently unattainable. Shaking his head in resignation, Zhao Fengyan resumed his study of the miscellaneous records of spiritual plants. The records contained information on various first-tier spiritual plants, including jade dew grass, bloodvine, royal bloodgrass, spirit orchid, and crimson fruit, among others. Each plant entry detailed its cultivation methods, specific effects, and even included illustrations. Upon reading this, Zhao Fengyan's brow arched, and an idea sparked within him. Since he possessed these illustrations of spiritual plants, he could embark on a quest to locate them. The depths of Mang Mountain still harbored some faint spiritual energy, which might yield these plants. If he could find the spiritual herbs needed to concoct the grain-absorbing pill and the spirit-gathering pill, study alchemical techniques, and perhaps utilize demon fire for alchemy, he might succeed. Even if he did not acquire the specific herbs needed for the elixirs, discovering other spiritual herbs could allow him to transplant them within the cave of 10,000 beasts, ultimately enabling the Zhao family to cultivate more spiritual plants. Growing increasingly convinced of the feasibility of his plan, Zhao Fengyan resolved to explore the deep mountains in his spare time. Continuing to peruse the miscellaneous records of spiritual plants, he soon encountered a spiritual plant known as the crimson fruit. This particular fruit bore a striking resemblance to the fire attribute spiritual fruit he had transplanted into the cave of 10,000 beasts, suggesting that the spiritual fruit within the cave was likely the crimson fruit. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Fengyan discovered the cultivation methods and effects of the crimson fruit. As a first-tier fire attribute spiritual plant, once matured, it is abundant in fire attribute spiritual energy, suitable for direct consumption, brewing, or serving as a main ingredient for first-tier foundational elixirs. By leaving branches upon maturation and nurturing the fruit tree with a 6:4 ratio of fire attribute and earth attribute spiritual stones for 3 years, one could cultivate second-tier crimson fruits. Upon reading this, Zhao Fengyan's brow raised, and he erupted into laughter. It appeared that the crimson fruit could indeed be utilized to concoct the spirit-gathering pill. Moreover, he had been laboriously cultivating the crimson fruit for years without making progress. It turned out that a specific ratio of spiritual stones of different attributes was required. Chapter 109, The Method of Advancement. The formula for the spirit-gathering pill requires 3 materials: jade dew grass, spirit orchid, and a first-tier spiritual fruit rich in energy. Both the jade dew grass and spirit orchid are relatively mild in medicinal properties, serving as auxiliary herbs to balance the first-tier spiritual fruit. As for the first-tier spiritual fruit, it is not fixed. As long as it is non-toxic and abundant in spiritual energy, it can be used to refine the spirit-gathering pill. The recorded formula indicates that once the spirit-gathering pill is concocted, it can fully harness the spiritual energy within the fruit and even enhance it. Consuming the fruit directly results in a significant waste of the spiritual energy contained within. Less than half is utilized by the cultivator. Currently, the crimson fruit is suitable for refining the spirit-gathering pill, and as long as Zhao Fengyan can find the jade dew grass and spirit orchid, he will have all the materials needed for the elixir. Naturally, in order to engage in alchemy, he must further study the art of alchemy. The fact that the crimson fruit can be used to refine the spirit-gathering pill is a pleasant surprise. However, what truly delights Zhao Fengyan at this moment is that he has gleaned from the miscellaneous records of spiritual plants the method for advancing the crimson fruit to the second tier. In the realm of spiritual materials, cultivation techniques, spells, and artifacts, there exists a hierarchy. Among spiritual plants, first-tier species are relatively scarce, while second-tier varieties are rare and elusive. Zhao Fengyan has long desired to cultivate the crimson fruit to achieve second-tier quality. Only then could he utilize the crimson fruit to enlighten Little Black. enhancing its innate talent and potentially improving his own spiritual root quality. However, after more than 3 years of nurturing the crimson fruit tree within the cave of 10,000 beasts solely with fire attribute spiritual stones, although the fruit has successfully matured, it has not advanced in tier. Initially, Zhao Fengyan presumed it was due to insufficient spiritual energy, yet even after the emergence of the spiritual vein, the crimson fruit showed no change. At this point, he recognized that elevating its tier might not be as simple as he had imagined. Not long ago, Zhao Fengyan had contemplated harvesting the crimson fruit for the fire element monkey to brew liquor. However, now that he has learned the true cultivation methods from the miscellaneous records, he finally has a clear direction. With this in mind, Zhao Fengyan immediately focused his attention on the cave of 10,000 beasts to commence preparations. While the spiritual vein within the cave is rich in energy, Zhao Fengyan has observed that the spiritual stones present are purely spiritual stones, devoid of attribute distinctions. These stones are adequate for cultivation and foster the robust growth of spiritual plants. However, for cultivating certain special plants, such as the crimson fruit tree, which requires specific attributes, they are insufficient. The Zhuro tree, which Zhao Fengyan had consistently nurtured with fire attribute spirit plants buried at its roots, had led him to an unexpected revelation. It also required the cooperation of earth attribute spirit stones to facilitate its ascension to the second tier. Without further deliberation, Zhao Fengyan promptly placed the few earth attribute spirit stones he had just selected into the cave realm, mixing them with the fire attribute stones in a 6:4 ratio beneath the Zhuro tree. As the two types of spirit stones amalgamated, the Zhuro tree seemed to sense the change. Its branches and leaves trembled ever so slightly, and soon after, the mottled spiritual energy from the stones flowed into the trunk. The crimson Zhuro fruits at the treetop became increasingly enticing. Observing this, Zhao Fengyan felt a surge of joy within him, for he knew that with sustained nurturing using this combination of spirit stones, second-tier Zhuro fruits would certainly materialize within 3 years. At that time, both Xiao He and the fire element monkey could utilize the Zhuro fruits to enhance their innate talents. However, merely moments later, Zhao Fengyan noticed that the spirit stones beneath the Zhuro tree had dimmed somewhat. This indicated that once the spirit stone ratio was appropriately calibrated, the Zhuro tree's absorption of spiritual energy had significantly accelerated. As a fire species, the pure spiritual energy from the spiritual veins could only sustain its growth but could not propel it to advancement. It appeared that he would need to gather more fire and earth attribute spirit stones from the mundane world in the future. He would also remind Zhao Jingze to keep the fire and earth spirit stones from the court's allocated spirit stone salary at home. Muttering this to himself, Zhao Fengyan did not dwell on it further and withdrew his mind. Having thoroughly researched the 3 spells that Zhao Jingze had brought back, he found that apart from the miscellaneous notes on spirit plants, the other 2 spells would require extensive time for cultivation and study. There was no need to rush in the short term. He could focus on these 2 spells alongside his cultivation in the future. Consequently, the Zhao family settled into a routine of stability, with Zhao Fengyan remaining largely reclusive, dedicating his days primarily to the cultivation of immortal techniques. Of course, he did not neglect martial arts either. By chance, he discovered that the combination of martial arts techniques with immortal spells yielded remarkable power. Before acquiring magical artifacts, it was also a commendable means of defense. During this period of tranquility for the Zhao family, their business endeavors flourished immensely. With Zhao Jingze serving as a third-grade county magistrate, wealthy merchants from the county, neighboring counties, and even adjacent jurisdictions frequently visited, eager to curry favor with Zhao Jingze and establish connections. These affluent merchants, engaged in various trades, naturally sought to forge business relations with the Zhao family during their visits. Consequently, the Zhao family's dealings in foodstuffs, jade, and jewels began to circulate throughout the entire Pingzhou prefecture within a remarkably short span of time. Even the neighboring county cities became involved in trade with them. In the future, the Zhao family's bountiful harvest would likely lead to a thriving grain business as well. Within just 6 months, the Zhao family was earning as much as 3,000 taels of silver each month. However, despite the considerable wealth, what Zhao Fengyan valued the most was still the collection of spirit stones. In half a year's time, the thriving jade and stone business had increased their monthly acquisition of spirit stones from 10 to over 40. The sources of these spirit stones collected from the mundane world were diverse and peculiar, potentially sourced from the depths of mountain springs, within ores, or near volcanoes. Thus, the mundane minerals often held distinct attributes, allowing Zhao Fengyan to selectively procure fire and earth attribute spirit stones for nurturing the Zhuro tree. Maintaining this rhythm, 2 years swiftly passed. During these 2 years, Zhao Fengyan dedicated himself to the diligent study and cultivation of the spirit absorption technique and the beast suppression technique. With an ample supply of spirit stones and through arduous effort, he achieved notable progress. Now, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the third layer of chi refinement, and within a year or two, he would undoubtedly break through to the fourth layer. Additionally, he had successfully mastered the beast suppression technique. Zhao Fengyan planned to pass this technique on to his family once he confirmed its efficacy, allowing them to cultivate it collectively. One morning, Zhao Fengyan summoned the 3 white dragon hounds that had been in front of his chicken coop to the training room. These 3 white dragon hounds were already high-level spirits, robust and powerful, resembling wild wolves. At this moment, they sat obediently on the ground, displaying none of their fierce demeanor. This was, of course, due to their reverence for Zhao Fengyan. Over the years, several martial artists had attempted to steal the bloodline poultry from the Zhao family's chicken coop on the mountain, only to be discovered and severely bitten by the 3 white dragon hounds, with some even suffering grievous injuries or succumbing to the hounds' attacks. Observing the 3 fierce yet obedient white dragon hounds, Zhao Fengyan mused, "I have successfully mastered the beast suppression technique. Although this technique initially requires application on mundane beasts, these 3 hounds have been raised by me since childhood and are utterly subservient to me. Forcibly suppressing them with this technique should elicit minimal resistance. The outcome should be the same." With that thought, Zhao Fengyan formed a hand gesture, channeling his magical energy from his dantian and gathering it in his palm. Moments later, a unique magical seal materialized in his hand, composed of concentrated magical energy. Under Zhao Fengyan's guidance, this magical seal swiftly darted toward one of the white dragon hounds. Chapter 110, Beast Suppression Technique. The moment the arcane seal formed from magical energy appeared, the white dragon hound immediately tensed up. As a high-level spirit, it could distinctly sense danger. The luminous seal not only shimmered with brilliance, but also exuded a suppressive aura, triggering an instinctual desire to flee within the hound. Yet, just as it was about to become agitated, Zhao Fengyan's voice suddenly resonated, "Stay still, bear with it." Upon hearing this, the white dragon hound let out a whimper and obediently lay down, ceasing all movement. As the glimmering magical seal entered its head, the hound seemed to experience intense pain for an instant, thrashing about on the ground. It began to howl in anguish, demonstrating the terrifying suppressive power of the beast suppression technique over spirits. Witnessing the suffering of the white dragon hound, Zhao Fengyan's expression shifted to one of sympathy. After all, he had raised this hound from a young age, and naturally, he felt a pang of compassion. However, having reached this point, he could not halt the process and continued casting the spell, hoping for an early success. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the hound's struggles gradually diminished, and its howls became increasingly faint. Before long, it had recovered enough to stand, albeit looking somewhat listless. Seeing it unharmed, Zhao Fengyan felt relieved and closed his eyes, silently attuning himself to the connection he shared with the white dragon hound. After this period of attunement, Zhao Fengyan did not perceive any consciousness from the hound. Within his mind, there was only a faint sense of heaviness. It appeared that the effects of the beast suppression technique were indeed genuine. Once successfully cast, while the spirit beast would submit, it could only be commanded through actions and sounds. There was no possibility of the telepathic bond that a blood contract could provide. Furthermore, the beast suppression technique required periodic reapplication to prevent the seal from fading and the spirit beast from going out of control. Moreover, this technique imposed a certain burden on the caster. Now at the 3rd layer of chi refinement, Zhao Fengyan was not far from the 4th layer. He sensed that with his current cultivation, he could control up to 3 spirit beasts using this technique. Beyond that, he would experience significant discomfort. Nonetheless, 3 was no small number, and as his cultivation improved, he would be able to command even more. With the assistance of 3 loyal spirit beasts, Zhao Fengyan's own strength has significantly increased. Gazing upon the successfully conjured white dragon hound before him, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Although the white dragon hound currently exhibited docility towards him, the potential for it to transform into a demon and gain heightened intelligence posed a risk of losing control. The act of casting spells to exert control was, therefore, a necessary course of action. Now that the control had been successfully established, Zhao Fengyan contemplated hastening its transformation into a demon to further augment his own prowess. However, he did not intend to use the Zhu fruit for this purpose. After all, Little Black was already a fire attribute demon beast. There was no need to transform another hunting dog into a fire attribute hound. He planned to venture into the deep mountains with the 3 white dragons to seek out rare spiritual materials. Should he discover other elemental spiritual items, he could attempt to transform the white dragon hound, allowing it to evolve into different magical abilities. Additionally, he aimed to find formidable mundane beasts to subjugate and transform. In the past, to quickly obtain a spiritual root and lacking the means to control more powerful mundane beasts, he had no choice but to forge a blood pact with Little Black. Now equipped with the necessary methods, he was eager to attempt commanding even more formidable demon beasts. With this intention, Zhao Fengyan led the 3 white dragon hounds, along with Little Black from the cave realm, deeper into the Mongshan Mountains. At this point, the Mongshan truly felt like Zhao Fengyan's private garden. Though fierce beasts roamed within, their strength merely matched that of first-rate martial artists. Now possessing the power of an innate martial artist, with his cultivation at the 3rd layer of qi refining and having mastered several spells, traversing the Mongshan posed no risks for him. The only concern that weighed on his mind was how to locate the elusive spiritual herbs. By midday, Zhao Fengyan, accompanied by Little Black and the 3 hounds, had delved into the heart of the Mongshan. He exhibited no intention of stealth, boldly striding through the dense forest. This display was deliberate on his part. In the wilderness, beasts possess a sense of territory, and such a conspicuous entrance would inevitably provoke attacks from nearby creatures. Along this journey, Zhao Fengyan had already faced numerous wild beasts, including wolf packs, black bears, and fierce tigers. While many fearsome mundane beasts lurked about, none captivated his interest. He refrained from engaging directly, instead allowing the 4 hounds to dispatch these creatures with ease. Though Zhao Fengyan harbored thoughts of subjugating a fierce beast, he recognized the importance of discernment in his selection. The man and his 4 hounds continued to roam the mountains, and soon, the daylight began to fade, with moonlight filtering through the trees. After an entire day of searching, Zhao Fengyan had yet to find any of the spiritual herbs documented in the records. Unperturbed, he resolved to rest for the night and resume his search the following day. Finding a large boulder, he instructed Little Black and the 3 white dragon hounds to remain vigilant while he seated himself atop it, retrieving a spiritual stone to commence his slow cultivation. However, in the depths of the night, as Zhao Fengyan practiced in silence, a snow-white figure stealthily approached from 100 feet away. Its body bore mottled patterns of black and white, and its occasionally exposed eyes resembled copper bells, filled with a bloodthirsty intent. This was none other than a menacing white tiger. At that moment, it fixated its gaze upon the distant figure of Zhao Fengyan and his hounds, drooling with a foul, predatory hunger. Crouched low, the tiger silently advanced towards Zhao Fengyan, who remained oblivious, seated upon the boulder as if in a deep trance. The 4 hounds by his side appeared to be peacefully asleep. Noticing this, the white tiger's eyes sparkled with excitement. When it closed in to within 10 paces of Zhao Fengyan, it suddenly lunged forward with incredible swiftness, resembling a white streak. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived nearby. Yet, at that moment, the previously tranquil man and his hounds abruptly opened their eyes. A glimmer of amusement danced in Zhao Fengyan's gaze as he commanded, "Little Black, do not kill it. Leave it alive." At his call, the 4 hounds sprang into action. Little Black erupted in searing flames, while the 3 white dragon hounds dashed forth. They quickly encircled the white tiger, trapping it in their midst. The tiger, startled and furious by the sudden turn of events, halted in confusion, unable to comprehend why the man and hounds that had seemed to be resting had suddenly awakened. Furthermore, the 4 hounds now emanated an aura that instilled fear within it, especially the large dog engulfed in flames, towering over the tiger. With a fierce roar, the white tiger, realizing it was outmatched, attempted to break through the encirclement by charging towards one of the white dragon hounds. Yet, as it lunged forward, the hound collided with its robust frame, sending the tiger crashing back into the circle of hounds. As the white tiger landed, the 4 hounds pounced upon it, relentlessly battering its body. Merely the force of their impacts left the white tiger dazed and bleeding, its ferocity diminished. Had Zhao Fengyan not previously instructed restraint, the hounds would have surely torn the tiger to shreds with their fangs and claws. Now, the white tiger lay on the ground, battered and bruised, its eyes reflecting a sense of unwillingness, akin to a once mighty beast now humbled. Observing the tiger's lack of resistance, Zhao Fengyan leisurely approached. He knelt before the white tiger, gently stroking its forehead. This gesture, however, seemed to awaken the beast's primal arrogance. Suddenly, it opened its jaws wide, attempting to snap at Zhao Fengyan's head. Yet, as it did so, Zhao Fengyan merely smiled, placing a finger on its massive forehead, pinning it firmly to the ground, rendering it utterly immobile. Realizing that this man was far more formidable than the surrounding hounds, the white tiger finally succumbed to panic. A rare white-furred tiger, and quite large too. You would make an excellent candidate for transformation, Zhao Fengyan murmured, disregarding the tiger's struggles. He had been aware of the tiger's presence and had waited for it to approach to assess its strength and spirit. The tiger's fur was not particularly tough, indicating it was still young. However, its impressive size suggested exceptional talent. Zhao Fengyan had intended to select a fierce mundane beast for transformation, and the white tiger before him was perfectly suited. Subsequently, he employed a binding spell to immobilize the tiger, then formed a series of hand seals, concentrating his magical energy. Moments later, the beast-binding seal had coalesced, and Zhao Fengyan commanded, "Go." The seal swiftly entered the tiger's forehead. Upon impact, the tiger's eyes rolled back, and it collapsed. Unconscious. This unexpected outcome momentarily surprised Zhao Fengyan, but upon reflection, he realized the white dragon hound had not fainted when he cast a spell upon it, likely due to its existing spiritual nature. Given that the white tiger was merely a mundane beast, its frail body rendered it susceptible to fainting. Zhao Fengyan chose not to intervene further, opting to sit nearby and await the outcome. As the night passed in silence, the dawn broke, and the white tiger gradually regained consciousness. Upon awakening, its animosity towards Zhao Fengyan had dissipated, replaced instead by a profound sense of trepidation. The art of beast taming, known as the beast suppression technique, relies fundamentally on the method of suppression, making the emergence of such emotions in the white tiger entirely natural. Zhao Fengyan, without further contemplation, directed his thoughts, causing the spirit light of the 10,000 Beasts monument to flicker. Common beast, white tiger, with robust vitality. Consuming a strand of family spirit light can transform it into a low-level spirit creature. Direction, sinews and bones, swift winds. Having successfully established control, Zhao Fengyan intended to proceed with its transformation. The transformation into a low-level spirit creature would enhance its physical prowess and speed. For a beast like the tiger, he deemed physical strength to be of greater importance. Without hesitation, he opted for sinews and bones. A strand of spirit light dissipated onto the white tiger's form, and its physique began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Its body gradually expanded, and its limbs grew increasingly robust, soon matching the stature of the small black tiger. The change at such a low-level spirit creature highlighted the impressive innate talent of this white tiger. Sensing that its transformation was somehow linked to Zhao Fengyan, the tiger displayed a flicker of surprise in its eyes, and moments later, it affectionately nudged him, prompting Zhao Fengyan to exclaim about the creature's remarkable intelligence. Low-level spirit creature, white tiger, with formidable flesh and blood, immense strength. Consuming 5 strands of family spirit light can transform it into a high-level spirit creature. Direction, resilient fur, sharp claws. Zhao Fengyan did not hesitate and proceeded with the transformation. The second transformation, in essence, encompassed 2 directions, one for offense, the other for defense. Given the white tiger's commendable talents, Zhao Fengyan contemplated taming it and eventually binding it with a righteous spiritual blood contract, allowing for the evolution of a superior spiritual root. Thus, he leaned towards enhancing the tiger's defensive capabilities, ensuring it could protect the righteous spirit in the future. He selected the defensive option once more. Additional strands of spirit light cascaded into the white tiger's form, causing its pristine white fur to thicken and lengthen dramatically. From afar, it resembled a cluster of steel needles, remarkably resilient. By this point in the transformation, Zhao Fengyan estimated that the white tiger had attained the strength of a top-tier martial artist. After a period of nourishing it with blood and flesh to replenish its vitality, it would likely rival innate martial artists. This expedition into the deep mountains had indeed uncovered a treasure. From now on, you shall be named Xiaobai. Zhao Fengyan chuckled heartily, casually bestowing a name upon the white tiger before continuing deeper into the forest with his menagerie. The white tiger shook its head, its eyes betraying a hint of reluctance, seemingly displeased with its new name, yet it found itself powerless to change it. After taming a white tiger in the forest, Zhao Fengyan intended to seek out other ferocious beasts. However, despite encountering numerous wild animals, none matched the innate talent of Xiaobai. Currently, with his cultivation level not being particularly high, he could only command 3 beasts through the beast suppression technique. Since he could not find a suitable candidate for the time being, Zhao Fengyan chose not to rush and decided to wait until he discovered other formidable beasts in the future. Thus, he continued his search in the deep mountains. On the 3rd day, feeling he had lingered too long, he resolved to return. On the very day of his return, he fortuitously stumbled upon a seedling of the jade dew grass by a spring. The jade dew grass appeared undernourished, exceedingly tender. Zhao Fengyan handled it with great care to successfully transplant it into the 10,000 Beasts cave. The jade dew grass is one of the crucial auxiliary materials for concocting the spirit gathering pill. Once successfully cultivated, and with the future acquisition of the spirit orchid, he would have gathered all the necessary herbs for the spirit gathering pill. Naturally, to refine it, he must await the maturation of the spiritual herbs and hone his alchemical skills. Having made some gains in the deep mountains, Zhao Fengyan made his way back to the Zhao residence. Although the mountains were home to spiritual herbs and ferocious beasts, Zhao Fengyan could not remain there indefinitely. He needed to return to oversee his family and impart the beast suppression technique to other clan members. His journey back was smooth, and as it was noon, Accompanied by Xiao Bai, Zhao Fengyan was concerned about causing a panic in the village. He therefore took great care to enter his home through a secluded route. He instructed his 3 white dragon hounds to guard the chicken coop, brought the small black tiger into the 10,000 beasts cave, and then scaled the wall with Xiao Bai in tow. In the courtyard, Zhao Zhongling, the young girl, was leisurely basking in the sun on a lounge chair. With the family growing increasingly prosperous, she had reached her early teens and exhibited no sense of danger. Coupled with her somewhat willful personality, she often disregarded Zhao Fengyan's urgings to practice martial arts. Even to this day, she remained a second-rate martial artist, much to Zhao Fengyan's chagrin. Suddenly, as he and Xiao Bai landed in the courtyard, the slight commotion drew Zhao Zhengling's attention. Upon seeing the towering white tiger, her eyes widened in astonishment, and her mouth gaped in disbelief. Tiger," she stammered, exclaiming in shock, which quickly alerted Huang Wanyun from within the house. She rushed outside, and upon encountering the enormous white tiger, she failed to notice Zhao Fengyan lurking in the corner. Although Huang Wanyun typically exuded a gentle and calm demeanor, she became exceptionally decisive when faced with danger to her family. Drawing a long sword and casting a wind control spell upon herself, she charged forward. As she approached, she also conjured a fire elemental monkey from a shard of stone. Being a first-rate martial artist with a cultivation level of the second layer of qi refinement, her strength, while not on par with Zhao Fengyan, was sufficient to handle an ordinary innate martial artist. With the addition of the fire elemental monkey, she felt confident in confronting the white tiger. However, as she drew near, she finally noticed Zhao Fengyan, who was smiling at her beside the white tiger, and she quickly realized that the tiger was indeed brought back by him. Her initial concern transformed into relief, and Huang Wanyun promptly lowered her sword and recalled the fire elemental monkey, casting a reproachful glance at Zhao Fengyan. "Brother Nian, you bring back such a large tiger without even giving us a heads up. With Jingze and Zhengchuan not home, it's just us women here. You nearly scared us to death." Huang Wanyun expressed her mild grievances, while Zhao Zhongling rushed over, wrapping her arms around Huang Wanyun's waist, her face alight with wonder as she scrutinized the white tiger. Zhao Fengyan found amusement in the situation. "Haha, Wanyun, with your current prowess, I think the white tiger would be the one scared of you." With that, he affectionately ruffled the white tiger's head and softly instructed, "Go on, greet them." Upon receiving the command, the white tiger recognized that Huang Wanyun and Zhao Zhenling were not foes and promptly approached them, sitting gracefully before the two, swaying its head like a large white cat. However, even while seated, its stature surpassed that of an average human, which could indeed be intimidating. Observing the white tiger's amiable demeanor, Huang Wanyun relaxed, while Zhao Zhengling's eyes sparkled with delight. She dashed forward, ruffling its fur, but the white tiger, seemingly displeased, turned to Zhao Fengyan, only to find him watching with a warning gaze. Resigned, it lay down, allowing Zhao Zhongling to continue her playful antics. "Brother Nian, this white tiger must be a high-level spirit creature, right? Where did you find it, and how did you manage to tame it so well?" Huang Wanyun inquired, astonished. Zhao Fengyan, not intending to conceal the truth, replied, "Wanyun, I have my own methods to enable common beasts to surpass into spirit creatures. To avoid any misunderstandings in the future, let us leave that be. As for the taming process, it is no secret. Among the 3 techniques Jingze brought back 2 years ago was the beast suppression technique, which I employed to tame this white tiger. The Zhao family has long mastered the art of beast taming, and with the addition of the beast suppression technique, our ability to command an even greater number of beasts will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. I have already validated the effectiveness of the beast suppression technique, and in the future, all members of the Zhao family shall cultivate this skill." Huang Wanyun nodded in agreement. Naturally, she was eager to enhance the family's strength through such means. Zhao Fengyan turned his gaze towards Zhao Zhongling, who was still nestled against the white tiger, and recognized her fondness for it. He then spoke with a smile, "Zhongling, this white tiger is named Little Bai. Would you like it to heed your commands and become your beast companion, just as Little Hay is my beast and the fire elemental monkey is your mother's?" "I want it. I want Little Bai," Zhao Zhongling exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Very well, since you desire it. You must diligently cultivate your martial arts to strive for a breakthrough to become a first-rate martial artist. I shall assist you in forming a blood contract with Little Bai." Zhao Fengyan tamed Little by using the beast suppression technique, merely subduing it, while the blood contract beast taming method remains applicable. Thus, it posed no issue to allow Zhao Zhongling to establish a blood contract. The young girl had little interest in martial arts, her strength stagnating at the second-rate level, and Zhao Fengyan hoped that the allure of the white tiger would inspire her to work harder. Indeed, upon learning that she could tame Little Bai, Zhao Zhongling nodded enthusiastically. She promptly released her hold on Little Bai and began practicing her martial arts alone in the courtyard. With a slender sword in hand, Her swordsmanship was commendable. Observing her, Huang Wanyan and Zhao Fengyan exchanged satisfied glances. Zhao Fengyan gently patted Little Bai's head and said softly, "From now on, you shall accompany Zhongling. Remember to keep her safe." Although Little Bai was under Zhao Fengyan's command, it possessed considerable intelligence and would have no trouble following Zhao Zhongling. In the future, Zhao Fengyan merely needed to administer the beast suppression technique regularly, ensuring peace of mind. At present, Little Bai was still a high-level spirit creature, not a demon beast. And Zhao Zhongling had yet to reach the first-rate martial artist level to form a blood contract. Thus, Zhao Fengyan was in no rush to transform Little Bai into a demon. Moreover, currently, Zhao Fengyan possessed only the Zhu Gua, a type of celestial spirit material, which could only endow demon beasts with fire attribute abilities. Different types of demon beasts possess varying attributes and unique abilities. For instance, Zhengzi's Qingyang horse possesses a special ability to dispel evil with lightning. Zhao Fengyan was eager to witness the abilities of other attribute demon beasts. And he also needed the Zhugua for refining spirit-gathering pills. Unless absolutely necessary or in urgent circumstances, he would refrain from using the Zhugua to transform demon beasts. Additionally, the recently acquired Yulu grass had yet to mature and did not qualify as a spirit material. It would require time to mature and further experimentation. After Zhao Fengyan tested the beast suppression technique, all cultivators of the Zhao family began to experiment with it. Even Zhao Jingze, who returned once a month, was now aware of it. Zhao Jingze had just entered the 3rd layer of qi refining, while Zhao Zhengchuan was at the 6th layer. Together with Zhao Fengyan, the 3 could command demon beasts without a blood contract. And this technique allowed them to control 3 ordinary beasts. Of course, the 3 ordinary beasts were not fixed. Should they wish to change their beast companions, they could perform the spell to release them. Although Zhengze and Zhengchuan could only command ordinary beasts after practicing the technique, they merely needed to return to Zhao Fengyan to transform the ordinary beasts into high-level spirit creatures. In the future, with celestial spirit materials, they could directly turn them into demons. Subsequently, in addition to his cultivation, Zhao Fengyan frequently ventured into the depths of Mang Mountain. His purpose was simple: to seek celestial spirit materials, spirit herbs, and capable ordinary beasts. Time flew, and another year passed. During this year, Zhao Fengyan journeyed to the deep mountains multiple times and made remarkable gains. Within the mountains, he indeed discovered some spirit herbs. After a year of diligent searching, he found several varieties and successfully transplanted them into the Myriad Beasts Cave for cultivation. Presently, the cave contained Zhu Gua, Yulu grass, Linglong flowers, blood vines, royal bloodgrass, and a golden silk bamboo. Due to the thin spiritual energy, these spiritual plants were all seedlings when Zhao Fengyan discovered them, still immature. Had it not been for the meticulous records in the Spirit Plant Compendium detailing the states of these seedlings, Zhao Fengyan might not have recognized them. Among these, Zhugua, Yulu grass, and Linglong flowers could be used to concoct spirit-gathering pills, while blood vines and royal bloodgrass could be utilized for refining star-blocking pills. The materials for both types of pills were now assembled. Once these spiritual plants proliferated further and matured, they could be employed in pill refining. In addition to the medicinal plants, there was also a spiritual plant known as golden silk bamboo. The Spirit Plant Compendium noted that this bamboo required golden attribute spiritual stones for cultivation, and upon maturing, it would become an extraordinary spiritual plant like the Zhugua. Golden attribute spiritual plants, upon advancing to the 1st tier, would possess a sharp aura, far exceeding that of ordinary blades and swords, making them exceptionally valuable for artifact crafting. However, the Zhao family lacked artifact crafting methods, rendering it temporarily unusable. Nonetheless, Zhao Fengyan harbored an idea. After Zhao Zhengchuan formed a blood contract with Xiaokai, she had yet to be transformed. Once the golden silk bamboo matured, he could transform Xiaokai. The reason for selecting Xiaokai was Zhao Zhengchuan's exceptional talent in cultivating the golden attribute golden light technique, which wielded considerable power. Transforming Xiaokai into a golden attribute creature might prove beneficial for him. With numerous spiritual plants now thriving in the cave, Zhao Fengyan dedicated himself to their careful cultivation. Of course, over the year, he not only reaped a bountiful harvest of spiritual plants, but also encountered a remarkable ordinary beast, successfully taming it with the beast suppression technique and transforming it into a high-level spirit creature. Chapter 113, 2nd Tier Zhugua, Bloodline Transformation. Following Little Bai, the ordinary beast that Zhao Fengyan tamed was a jet-black, poison-coated snake with a length equal to an arm. When he encountered it in the forest, Zhao Fengyan realized he did not recognize the species of this snake. However, after subduing it, he tested its venom on a wild boar, discovering that its venom could swiftly bring the creature down within 3 breaths. Thus, Zhao Fengyan understood that this poisonous snake was highly toxic and possessed remarkable capabilities. Consequently, he felt compelled to tame it, directly utilizing the beast suppression technique to bring it under his control and naming it Little Deuce subsequently. He further refined this snake, enhancing its characteristics of toxicity and concealment, transforming it into a high-level spirit creature. From then on, a small but highly toxic snake resided within Zhao Fengyan's sleeve. He also planned to seek a celestial spirit material with potent venom in the future to transform Little Dew into a demon, thereby further enhancing its abilities. After Little Dew, Zhao Fengyan did not continue to tame any more ordinary beasts. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather the absence of suitable candidates. Moreover, even if he succeeded in taming one, he currently had no celestial spirit material to transform it into a demon. While spirit creatures might pose significant threats to ordinary martial artists, they were not particularly formidable against cultivators. Thereafter, Zhao Fengyan immersed himself in his cultivation, occasionally venturing deep into the mountains. However, he spent most of his time tending to the various spiritual plants and spiritual valleys within the myriad beast cave. Although the days were somewhat monotonous, witnessing the maturation of the spiritual valleys and the robust growth of the spiritual plants brought him a unique satisfaction. The spiritual plants within the cave still required time to mature and propagate, while the spiritual valleys, upon maturation, could be harvested and stored using the object control technique. The spiritual valleys also possessed a commendable amount of spiritual energy. Though it might not rival the richness of legendary pills, it certainly exceeded that of directly refining spiritual stones. Zhao Fengyan encouraged his family to consume the spiritual valleys, ceasing the refinement of spiritual stones for cultivation and instead storing them all away. The spiritual valleys grew slowly, requiring a year to mature, while other spiritual plants, even with spiritual energy nourishment, needed a prolonged growth period. In truth, Zhao Fengyan did not focus excessively on the growth conditions of the spiritual plants within the cave. However, one day a month later, Zhao Fengyan once again entered the cave and was astonished to discover that the crimson fruit tree within had undergone a remarkable transformation. What was once a tree merely the height of a person had now grown to an impressive stature of 10 feet. Nonetheless, the gradual nature of its growth was not the primary focus of Zhao Fengyan's attention. What truly captivated him were the numerous ripe crimson fruits adorning the tree, among which two were astonishingly radiating a vibrant red spiritual light. Such an indication heralded the imminent ascension of the crimson fruits to the second tier. Once elevated to this stage, the fruits would possess several times more spiritual energy, yielding remarkable effects in alchemy and brewing. Of course, Zhao Fengyan was indifferent to these benefits. His true concern lay in the fact that the second-tier crimson fruits could be used to enhance the innate bloodline talents of his companion, Little Black. At present, the crimson fruits had just begun to exhibit changes, and a certain period would elapse before they underwent complete metamorphosis. Consequently, Zhao Fengyan paid particular attention to their development, inspecting them multiple times each day. Finally, a month later, the spiritual light emanating from the fruits reached its zenith, as recorded in the Compendium of Spiritual Flora. And Zhao Fengyan realized that the crimson fruits had indeed achieved the status of a second-tier celestial spiritual entity. After nearly 3 years, the fruits had finally reached the second tier, and Zhao Fengyan was filled with joy as he promptly harvested both of them. Within the cave, several of his beast companions were nearby, drawn by the sight of the two glowing crimson fruits swirling in the air. Among them, Little Black and the fire elemental monkey exhibited the most fervent interest. As both were fire attribute beasts, their desire for the crimson fruits was particularly acute. Initially, Zhao Fengyan had intended to use the second-tier fruits to enhance Little Black, but given the presence of two, he decided to also empower the fire elemental monkey. Being Huang Wanyun's beast companion, an enhancement in its innate abilities would also benefit her. With this thought in mind, Zhao Fengyan summoned Little Black, and then coaxed the fire elemental monkey out of the cave to join him. In the training chamber, Zhao Fengyan sat cross-legged, cradling the two vividly red and exceptionally warm crimson fruits in his hands. Before him were the two eagerly awaiting beasts. Gazing at the fruits, Zhao Fengyan felt an overwhelming impulse to consume them himself. Suppressing this urge, he first addressed Little Black. "Sit still, Little Black." Once Little Black complied, Zhao Fengyan concentrated, and the monument of all beasts shimmered with spiritual light as 100 strands of spiritual energy were expended to initiate the enhancement. One of the crimson fruits was enveloped in spiritual light, transforming instantly into a crimson spiritual liquid, which then coalesced into a unique set of runes that penetrated Little Black's head. In that fleeting moment, Little Black trembled, flames suddenly erupting around its body, enveloping it in a fiery cocoon. The flames blazed fiercely, even intensifying further under the anxious gazes of Zhao Fengyan and the fire elemental monkey. The surging flames gradually coalesced, forming a tangible layer upon Little Black's surface. Moments later, a fiery armor constructed from the flames emerged, completely encasing Little Black. Thus, the transformation of Little Black finally concluded. At this moment, Zhao Fengyan hastily examined Little Black. Its armor was a deep crimson, although it was no longer a flame. One could still feel an intense heat when approaching it. Contemplating this, Zhao Fengyan drew a finely forged iron dagger and struck it against the armor's surface. The armor was extraordinarily hot, and as the dagger approached, it began to melt. However, Zhao Fengyan's formidable strength propelled the dagger at great speed, allowing it to strike the armor before it could fully liquefy. Upon impact, a resounding explosion echoed. The dagger shattered and melted, yet the armor remained unscathed. This demonstrated that Little Black's exterior armor not only retained its terrifying heat, but also possessed formidable defensive capabilities. First-tier Firehound, blazing bloodline, generates flames on its surface, forms fire armor, consumes 1,000 strands of family spiritual energy, can be enhanced by third-tier fire attribute, celestial spiritual entities, to elevate its bloodline talent. The monument of all beasts indicated that Little Black had successfully undergone enhancement, its bloodline elevated, now possessing the ability to generate fire armor. Over the past few years, Little Black had diligently absorbed spiritual energy and had attained the strength of the third layer of chi refinement. Now, with the addition of a defensively powerful ability, its prowess had significantly improved. After a beast has become a demon, the monument of all beasts can only facilitate enhancement through corresponding celestial spiritual entities, without any choice in direction. Thus, the nature of the abilities acquired depends entirely on the innate talents of the beast. Zhao Fengyan was quite pleased with Little Black's new ability. However, his primary concern remained whether there would be any changes to his own spiritual root following Little Black's bloodline enhancement. Naturally, he could not discern any immediate changes. He could only gauge them through the speed of his future cultivation. Upon the successful enhancement, Little Black was elated, playfully showing off its new abilities to the fire elemental monkey, baring its teeth in a teasing manner. The fire elemental monkey, seeing this, squawked in indignation before casting a pleading look at Zhao Fengyan. Witnessing this, Zhao Fengyan smiled faintly and then consumed the other crimson fruit to enhance the fire elemental monkey. Chapter 114. Fourth layer of chi refinement, maturation of spiritual flora. Unlike Little Black, the fire elemental monkey, while also a fire attribute beast, possessed entirely different fire-related abilities. Little Black generated flames on its surface, while the fire elemental monkey was capable of expelling fire. When Zhao Jingze had brought back the art of alchemy, Zhao Fengyan had learned that special flames were essential for the process. Lacking a furnace for celestial spiritual fire, he could only rely on the fire elemental monkey to produce flames. Hence, Zhao Fengyan hoped that with Little Black's newfound ability to generate fire armor, the fire elemental monkey's flame-spitting ability would also progress, making it more suitable for alchemical purposes. As Zhao Fengyan concentrated, another 100 strands of family spiritual energy were consumed from the monument of all beasts. Over the past 3 years, the family had flourished. The cultivation levels of its members had increased, and their businesses thrived, enhancing the family's spiritual energy. With over 200 strands of family spiritual energy accumulated, after Little Black consumed 100 strands remained for the fire elemental monkey. The spiritual energy, mingled with the crimson fruit's essence, formed a formation that swiftly entered the fire elemental monkey's head. At that moment, the fire elemental monkey began to change. Its chest became an intense crimson hue. As the color deepened, its chest swelled further, seemingly unable to contain itself. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of searing flames. Unlike before, when it would merely expel a stream, the flames now surged forth continuously, burning fiercely. Observing this, Zhao Fengyan was slightly taken aback and commanded, "Continue. Let me see how long you can sustain this, and if you possess any other abilities." Upon hearing this, the fire elemental monkey blinked its eyes and exerted itself to comply. The flames it expelled flowed forth ceaselessly, capable of varying in intensity and size at will. The fire transformed at its discretion, demonstrating remarkable endurance. The fire elemental monkey continued to spew flames for a full half-hour, appearing effortlessly capable. Zhao Fengyan waved his hand, signaling the fire elemental monkey to cease. Upon stopping, it promptly leaped onto Little Black's back, exuberantly howling as if to vent the frustration of being outshone by Little Black. The two beasts, now familiar with one another, began to frolic playfully. Zhao Fengyan observed intently. First-tier fire elemental monkey, considerable intelligence, capable of fire manipulation, enduring stamina, consumes 1,000 strands of family spiritual energy, can be enhanced by third-tier fire attribute, celestial spiritual entities, to elevate its bloodline talent. The fire elemental monkey had successfully undergone enhancement, and its flame-spitting ability had significantly improved, making it even more suitable for alchemical endeavors. Zhao Fengyan has resolutely decided that once the spiritual plants within the cave of 10,000 beasts reach maturity, he will diligently study the art of alchemy, striving to concoct both the spirit fasting pill and the spirit gathering pill. Having already enlightened 2 demonic beasts, he realizes that further enlightenment requires a third-tier fire attribute, celestial material, and 1,000 strands of familial spiritual essence. In the near term, it appears that Zhao Fengyan will be unable to continue the enlightenment process. Therefore, he plans to persist in nurturing the spiritual plants within the cave and to search for additional spiritual flora in the deep mountains. Once these plants grow to maturity, qualifying as first-tier celestial materials, they may be utilized for alchemy or for further transforming beasts into demons. After bringing Little Black into the cave, he instructed the fire element monkey to seek out Huang Wanyun, and then Zhao Fengyan settled into a meditative position for cultivation. His urgency stems from a desire to ascertain whether Little Black's enhanced talents have altered his spiritual root quality. For cultivators, the better the spiritual root, the quicker the conversion of spiritual energy, and consequently, the swifter the advancement in cultivation. Having cultivated for several years, Zhao Fengyan is well acquainted with the pace of his own progress. Should there be an acceleration, even slight, he would undoubtedly notice. As he inhaled and exhaled spiritual energy, circulating it through several cycles, he sensed a faint increase in the mana within his dantian. However, the duration of today's cultivation session was comparable to those of previous days. Zhao Fengyan resolved to continue his practice, believing that with time, his sensations would become clearer. Thus, apart from his daily cultivation, he dedicated himself to the study of alchemy. After a month of such diligence, he finally confirmed that his spiritual root aptitude had indeed improved somewhat. His cultivation speed had increased by approximately 20% compared to before. If he had previously possessed the aptitude of 5 spiritual roots, he now assessed his quality to be that of 4 spiritual roots. Regrettably, he lacks the means to test his spiritual root directly and must await a future opportunity to ascertain its true state. Nonetheless, even without definitive proof of the changes in his spiritual root, the enhancement in his cultivation speed is palpable. Zhao Fengyan also inquired of Huang Wanyun, who reported a similar increase in her cultivation speed. This mutual enhancement of the Zhao family's blood contract with demonic beasts indicates that the master's spiritual root quality will indeed improve in tandem. With such promising outcomes, the future talents of the Zhao family appeared destined to be extraordinary. One day, as usual, Zhao Fengyan engaged in his cultivation, first preparing a pot of spiritual grains to consume before settling into a meditative posture. However, today, as he circulated spiritual energy through several cycles, he suddenly felt a tremor emanating from his dantian. Noticing this change, Zhao Fengyan was not alarmed, but rather filled with joy. The sensations in his dantian mirrored those he experienced during previous breakthroughs to minor realms. This change signified that he was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th layer of qi refinement. After years of practice, he was finally about to step into the mid-stage of qi refinement, which stirred a sense of emotion within him. Yet, moments later, he feared that emotional fluctuations might hinder his breakthrough, so he promptly closed his eyes, calming his spirit, and concentrated on mobilizing his mana. Streams of mana coalesced within his dantian, eventually stabilizing, while the mana fluctuations surrounding Zhao Fengyan stirred the dust on the ground around him. After a considerable time, the mana finally settled into a state of equilibrium. Zhao Fengyan slowly rose, feeling the robust mana coursing through his body, his heart brimming with joy. The enhancement of his spiritual root and the acceleration of his cultivation speed were undeniably remarkable. Expressing his thoughts, Zhao Fengyan increasingly yearned for the day when his spiritual root might further elevate, leading to even swifter cultivation. The path of cultivation knows no bounds. Even though Zhao Fengyan's spiritual root now resembles that of 4 roots, he dared not relax his efforts. Approaching 50 years of age, with his lifespan dwindling, should he fail to break through to foundation establishment before his time runs out, even the best spiritual root would ultimately prove meaningless. Furthermore, without his pivotal presence, the Zhao family might find itself akin to a solitary leaf adrift in an ocean, ultimately succumbing to the depths. Thus, Zhao Fengyan resolved to intensify his cultivation, sparing no effort in his endeavors. Only in tending to the spiritual plants and studying alchemy did he allow himself a modicum of distraction. Time slipped away unnoticed, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. After this span, Zhao Fengyan had made some progress, now standing at the pinnacle of the 4th layer of qi refinement. The others in his family had also undergone significant transformations. Huang Wanyun had reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement, while Zhao Zhengchuan had advanced to the 7th layer. Zhao Zhengze had attained the 3rd layer, and Zhao Zhengling finally broke into the realm of 1st-tier warriors. Even the young Zhao Xingfeng had achieved the strength of a 3rd-tier warrior. 6 months prior, Zhao Fengyan had facilitated Zhao Zhongling's blood contract with Little White. However, he intended not to use the Zhu fruit to enlighten Little White, as he had yet to acquire suitable celestial materials, which had prevented Little White from advancing to demonhood. Moreover, Zhao Zhongling lacked a spiritual root of his own. In addition to their personal advancements, the family members had all successfully mastered the beast taming technique, each controlling several high-tier spirits and possessing multiple tamed beasts. Though the number of cultivators in the Zhao family remained limited, the presence of numerous demonic beasts and spirits had greatly increased. Provided they acquire the appropriate celestial materials, they would be able to enlighten these spirits into demons, thereby further augmenting the Zhao family's strength. This day was not far off. In the 12th month of the 3rd year, as frigid winds swept through the mountains, rendering the landscape devoid of greenery, the cave of 10,000 beasts, under Zhao Fengyan's care, thrived with vitality, reminiscent of spring. Aside from the Zhu fruit, the other spiritual plants he had diligently nurtured had finally matured. Reaching the 1st-tier celestial material classification, Zhao Fengyan set aside numerous seeds for propagation and collected the remaining spiritual plants. He planned to use a portion for attempting to concoct the spirit fasting pill and the spirit gathering pill, while another portion would be designated for enlightening Little White and Little Color. Chapter 115. Little White and Little Color transform into demons. The expanse of the cave of 10,000 beasts had once again expanded, now covering 15 acres. The additional 5 acres had been achieved through the temporary use of the family's spiritual essence. Zhao Fengyan discovered that as the cave enlarged, not only did the area for planting spiritual grains and herbs increase, but the quality of the spiritual veins also appeared to be gradually ascending. Although the spiritual veins within the cave remained at the 1st tier, the spiritual energy therein had slowly improved, with the monthly yield of spiritual stones increasing by over 10 pieces. The inscription on the monument of 10,000 beasts explained that the expansion of the cave's area would continue until it reached 1,000 acres, at which point it would advance to a 2nd-tier spiritual vein. Observing the spiritual energy within the cave, it became evident that the quality of the spiritual veins would gradually enhance between 100 and 1,000 acres, ultimately achieving 2nd-tier standards. Thus, Zhao Fengyan resolved that, in the future, as long as the family's spiritual essence remained abundant, it should be utilized to expand the cave's area. After all, the produced spiritual stones and cultivated spiritual grains and herbs are tangible resources. At this moment, Zhao Fengyan's consciousness immersed itself within the cave, surveying the entirety of the expanse. The center of the cave had risen, forming a prominent mountain range, while the surrounding areas remained flat. In these flat regions, Zhao Fengyan had cultivated spiritual grains, while the areas closer to the center, rich in spiritual energy, were dedicated to spiritual herbs. At the pinnacle stood the Zhu fruit tree, adorned with 3 1st-tier spiritual fruits. Through years of patient cultivation, the cave had yielded a considerable number of spiritual herbs, most of which had produced new seedlings. Among them, jade dew grass, spirit orchid, imperial bloodgrass, blood vine, and golden bamboo had all matured, with each variety yielding 1 or 2 mature specimens. Consequently, Zhao Fengyan intended to utilize these spiritual herbs to enlighten the spirits and experiment with alchemy. Among them, the jade dew grass and spirit orchid, combined with the Zhu fruit, were limited in quantity and could only be used for an attempt at concocting the spirit-gathering pill. The preparation of the fasting elixir is rather straightforward, with both the royal bloodgrass and blood vine suitable for its concoction. However, in comparison, the blood vine is notably more resilient. Imbued with a richer essence of blood energy, Zhao Fengyan intends to harness this unique spiritual herb to enlighten the demon beasts. The golden bamboo, an anomalous spirit plant of the metal attribute, serves the same purpose. Having made his decision, Zhao Fengyan, immersed in the celestial realm, suddenly executed a telekinesis spell, extracting the several spiritual herbs from the soil, and plucked a crimson fruit. Subsequently, he summoned Xiaokai and Xiaobai, who were absorbing spiritual energy within the spatial realm. To hasten their arrival, both beasts were bonded by a blood contract, serving as the mounts for Zhao Zhongling and Zhao Zhengchuan. Upon exiting the celestial realm, they swiftly joined their respective masters in search of Zhao Fengyan. Inside the chamber, Zhao Fengyan meticulously stored the extracted spiritual herbs in a jade box, striving to preserve their medicinal properties. He then settled into a meditative posture, patiently awaiting their arrival. Before long, Zhao Zhongling arrived promptly, while Zhao Zhengchuan followed a bit later. "Father, Xiaobai seemed to have a mind of its own, pulling me here. Were you looking for it?" Zhao Zhongling, now a graceful 16-year-old maiden, rode in on Xiaobai, exuding an air of spirited elegance. Zhao Zhengchuan, having noticed Xiaotsai's behavior, inferred Zhao Fengyan's intentions without further inquiry. Presently, Zhao Zhengchuan had reached the 7th layer of qi refinement, significantly surpassing Zhao Fengyan's strength. Over the years, although he had formed a blood bond with Xiao Kai, he had not relied on it, as Xiao Kai was still merely a minor spirit, offering limited assistance. The purpose of bringing them here was undoubtedly to facilitate their transformation into demon beasts. There was no need for further questions, just wait outside. Zhao Fengyan spoke calmly, gesturing for Zheng Ling and Zheng Xuan to exit. In recent years, numerous demon beasts had appeared in their household, first Xiaohong and later the fire elemental monkey and the Qingyang horse. Even the most oblivious Zhao family members had sensed something amiss. They were aware that this was Zhao Fengyan's doing, yet out of respect for his silence, they refrained from asking. Upon hearing their father's words, the siblings nodded and promptly exited the room. Meanwhile, Zhao Fengyan retrieved the blood vine, directing his gaze towards Xiaobai. As a fierce tiger spirit, Xiaobai possessed robust muscles and resilient fur. Thus, the infusion of the tenacious blood vine, rich in blood energy, was particularly fitting. With a thought, the spirit monument for all beasts shimmered with luminescence, suddenly refining the blood vine into strands of spiritual light that seamlessly merged into the slightly anxious head of Xiaobai. As the spiritual light flickered, Xiaobai's form began to gradually expand, becoming more massive, with its fur thickening and hardening. In a brief moment, the transformation concluded. Zhao Fengyan observed closely but did not discern any overt signs of supernatural abilities in Xiaobai. He then utilized the capabilities of the spirit monument to examine Xiaobai. First-level demon beast, earth attribute tiger, possessing abundant vitality, resilient fur, and a roar that shakes the ground. Requires second-tier earth attribute natural spirit materials. 100 strands of family spiritual light can enlighten and enhance bloodline talents. Following the transformation, Xiaobai successfully evolved into a first-level earth attribute demon beast, with a newfound ability seemingly capable of influencing the earth. However, given that they were still at home, it was inappropriate to test this ability. Thus, Zhao Fengyan decided to wait until Xiao Kai was also enlightened to try their abilities together. Next, Zhao Fengyan retrieved a segment of golden bamboo, and after a moment of contemplation, it transformed into strands of golden silk, which, accompanied by spiritual light, entered Xiaocai's head. Xiaocai's transformation was subtler. It merely developed a strand of golden spiritual silk on its wings, lacking any other notable characteristics. First-level demon beast, metal attribute crow, capable of rapid evasion, emitting golden silk. Requires second-tier metal attribute natural spirit materials. 100 strands of family spiritual light can enlighten and enhance bloodline talents. Xiaocai's transformation was thus completed, ensuring that, aside from the still youthful Zhao Xingfeng, every member of the family now possessed a spiritual root and could cultivate. Zhao Fengyan felt elated, contemplating the urgent need to cultivate more spiritual plants so as to enlighten additional demon beasts. After all family members had practiced the beast taming technique, and over the past 3 years, each had tamed 2 or 3 spirits to varying degrees. With further enlightenment, they could transform these beasts into demon forms and continually enhance their strength. Without further ado, Zhao Fengyan led Xiao Kai and Xiaobai outside to join Zhao Zhengling and Zhao Zhengxuan in a desolate forest. Xiao Kai, test your abilities. Upon receiving Zhao Fengyan's command, Xiao Kai took to the skies, soaring toward a tree as thick as a water barrel under Zhao Zhengxuan's watchful gaze. As it approached, Xiao Kai suddenly flapped its wings, unleashing strands of golden spiritual silk that struck the trunk. In an instant, the tree was riddled with numerous holes, and with a resounding crack, it collapsed, sending up a cloud of dust. Witnessing Xiaocai's prowess, Zhao Zhengxuan expressed mild astonishment. The might of the golden silk was formidable yet discreet. Thus, Xiaocai's power had significantly increased, making it a valuable ally for Zhao Zhengxuan in the future. Xiaobai, your turn. After testing Xiaocai, Zhao Fengyan turned his attention to Xiaobai, who promptly leaped onto a distant boulder. Under Zhao Zhengling's eager gaze, Xiaobai unleashed a thunderous roar. The earth-shaking sound reverberated, sending invisible ripples into the ground, causing the terrain within a Tinjiang radius to erupt violently. In an instant, the boulders and trees around Xiaobai were shattered, revealing the sheer strength of its earth attribute ability to tremble the ground. Zhao Zhengling, witnessing Xiaobai's capabilities, was instantly filled with excitement. She laughed heartily. Haha, Xiaobai, your abilities are astounding. With you around, who would dare to bully me again? Upon hearing her words, Zhao Fengyan affectionately ruffled Zhao Zhengling's hair. Zhengling, my intention in helping you form a blood bond with Xiaobai and enabling its transformation into a demon is not to incite trouble. You now possess a spiritual root. You must diligently cultivate and avoid indulgence in frivolities. Yes, father, I understand. Zhao Zhengling replied, her enthusiasm undeterred as she eagerly rode Xiaobai up the mountain. Zhao Fengyan recognized that the depths of the mountains posed little danger for her now, so he allowed her to go. Zhengxuan, I know your cultivation is commendable, and your spells are effective. However, Xiaokai has now transformed into a demon. With its considerable potential, nurture it well, and it will surely become a great ally for you. Father, I understand. Seeing the seriousness on Zhao Zhengchuan's face, Zhao Fengyan nodded in approval and subsequently sent him off with Xiaokai. At this moment, he couldn't help but reflect. Xiaokai, Xiaobai, and even Xiaohong and the fire elemental monkey had all been enlightened using natural spirit materials of gold, earth, and fire attributes, making it easier to find corresponding second-tier materials for further enhancement of their bloodlines in the future. However, Zhao Zheng's Qingyang horse had been refined using special or of the lightning attribute, which might pose some difficulty in sourcing later on. With a hint of concern in his heart, Zhao Fengyan decided to set this matter aside for now and ponder solutions gradually. Without further contemplation, he returned home, intending to summon the fire elemental monkey and experiment with the art of alchemy. Chapter 116, A Trial in Alchemy. Over the past few years, while cultivating spiritual herbs and honing his skills, Zhao Fengyan had also frequently delved into the study of alchemy. Initially, the so-called alchemical technique merely elucidated the methods for concocting first-tier ordinary elixirs, along with the recipes for the fasting elixir and the spirit-gathering elixir. The various grades of medicinal pills are distinctly categorized, with the first tier representing those of relatively low potency, which are simpler to concoct and suitable for chi-refining practitioners. The art of alchemy is, contrary to Zhao Fengyan's assumptions, not as formidable as he envisioned. In fact, the creation of first-tier pills shares similarities with the preparation of mundane medicinal tablets. In the realm of the ordinary, the process involves drying herbs, grinding them into powder, mixing them in precise proportions, and then boiling the mixture into a paste before shaping it into pills. However, for celestial elixirs, the materials utilized are spiritual herbs, and employing methods such as drying and grinding would significantly deplete their spiritual essence. Hence, it is imperative to utilize a special flame to swiftly dry and melt them into a spiritual liquid. Subsequently, the process bears a close resemblance to that of ordinary medicinal pill preparation. Nevertheless, while the procedure seems straightforward, the challenge lies in the flames and the timing of the drying process. Common fire lacks sufficient and stable temperature, failing to meet the melting requirements of the spiritual herbs. Thus, one must resort to a higher and more stable flame. Even with the flame available, a wealth of experience is needed to accurately control the heat during the melting of the spiritual herbs. Any slight miscalculation could result in their destruction. Furthermore, after blending different spiritual herb liquids, one must employ a spell to manipulate them, aiding in the pill formation. This necessitates a certain level of cultivation and patience, both of which are indispensable. Of course, there are shortcuts in the craft of alchemy. To facilitate the process, practitioners often forge alchemical furnaces inscribed with various formations. These furnaces can ignite flames and assist in the condensing of pills, significantly enhancing the success rate. However, crafting an alchemical furnace typically requires refined iron and intricate inscriptions, resources that Zhao Fengyan currently lacks. Thus, his only option for alchemy is the humble hearth used for cooking, supplemented at most by an iron pot for melting the herbs. Although Zhao Fengyan has not genuinely attempted alchemy in recent years, he has rehearsed the steps many times. Now that the spiritual herbs have matured, he can no longer suppress his eagerness to try his hand at pill concoction. In the dead of night, unable to sleep, Zhao Fengyan summoned Huang Wanyun to the kitchen. Wanyun, please call forth the fire elemental monkey. Having been informed of his intentions, Huang Wanyun was not taken aback. She merely waved her hand, and the fire elemental monkey sprang forth from its abode. The monkey, emerging with a disgruntled expression, seemed to have been disturbed from a pleasant dream. Yet, with a gentle scratch under its chin and a fruit offered by Huang Wanyun, it quickly calmed down. All right, little fire, no sulking now. You must work diligently for me later, or I shall not spare you, she teased, giving it a sweet date before playfully tapping it with a stick, prompting the fire elemental monkey to obediently sit by, awaiting Zhao Fengyan's command. Seeing this, Zhao Fengyan took a deep breath and retrieved the prepared royal blood herb. The royal blood herb, a material for refining the pill of abstinence, is simple enough to work with, making it ideal for practice. Zhao Fengyan took a small knife and divided one royal blood herb into 5 portions. In pill alchemy, one portion of material can often yield several pills, and seasoned practitioners can concoct them concurrently. For novices, however, it is advisable to divide the material into several portions to avoid ruining it in one attempt. Having cultivated a mature royal blood herb over nearly 3 years, Zhao Fengyan was understandably cautious. After portioning it out, he turned to the fire elemental monkey. Direct your flames towards this hearth. The intensity need not be great, just maintain stability. Upon hearing this, the fire elemental monkey inhaled deeply and subsequently exhaled a stream of flames into the hearth, causing a fire of arm's thickness to erupt from the opening. The flames burned steadily, unwavering, as if they were being forcefully expelled. Satisfied with this, Zhao Fengyan nodded in approval, then gestured with his fingers to cast a spell, directing a portion of the material to float towards the flames. However, despite Zhao Fengyan's careful approach, the royal blood herb withered and turned to char almost instantly upon contact with the flames. This signified a complete failure in the refining process. Zhao Fengyan furrowed his brows, feeling a pang of frustration. The heat was indeed perfect. It was merely my failure to gauge the distance between the material and the flames. Huang Wanyun, witnessing his dismay, softly consoled him. Do not fret, brother Nian. Let us try again. Acknowledging her words, Zhao Fengyan nodded and once more controlled a portion of the material, guiding it to hover above the flames. This time, his control proved commendable. The leaves of the royal blood herb did not blacken quickly, but instead gradually released their juices. Observing this, Zhao Fengyan deftly maneuvered the extracted liquid to the side to prevent it from being scorched. He then continued to manipulate the leaves, attempting to dry them further. Yet, after a brief moment, the leaves, having drifted too far from the fire, lost their spiritual essence and potency entirely. Recognizing this, Zhao Fengyan understood that his second attempt had also ended in failure. He remained silent, taking a moment to regulate his breath before proceeding. On the third attempt, as he dried the spiritual herb, he made an error while blending the powdered remnants with the juice, resulting in yet another failure. With consecutive failures, he had wasted more than half of the royal blood herb. Even though Zhao Fengyan had prepared himself for this, his mindset began to shift. At this moment, he finally grasped that the art of alchemy truly hinges on innate talent. While he could not claim to lack talent altogether, it was certainly lacking. Noticing Zhao Fengyan's prolonged hesitation, Huang Wanyun appeared to discern his distress. After a moment of contemplation, she tenderly caressed his face, wiping away the sweat. Brother Nian, I've observed your technique 3 times now. Would you allow me to give it a try? Taken aback by her proposal, Zhao Fengyan replied. I have diligently studied the art of alchemy for quite some time, and while the technique may appear simple, it is fraught with potential pitfalls. Are you certain you wish to attempt it? I sense no particular difficulty. It is merely a matter of managing the flames. Huang Wanyun's confidence sparked a thought in Zhao Fengyan. With 2 portions of herbs remaining, if she wished to try, then why not? Without further ado, he handed her a portion of the material. Huang Wanyun smiled gently and cast her spell, effortlessly guiding a portion of the material. Over the years, Huang Wanyun had reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Though she was still a novice, her command of spellcasting was proficient. With a single finger, she directed the spiritual herb to float above the flames. Zhao Fengyan watched intently as the fire flickered steadily. Moments later, he observed the juices being extracted from the herb and was about to caution Huang Wanyun to maneuver it further away to avoid scorching. However, Huang Wanyun did not need his guidance. She merely glanced at the fire elemental monkey beside her. As her familiar, the monkey was attuned to her thoughts. With a simple notion, it understood her intent. At that moment, the fire elemental monkey took a breath, and the flames diminished slightly. Thanks to this adjustment, the spiritual herb did not blacken. Within the span of a brief tea time, the material was successfully refined. Brother Nian, this seems rather uncomplicated. Witnessing the glistening spiritual liquid held in Huang Wanyun's palm, Zhao Fengyan, typically composed and steadfast, found himself unable to contain his astonishment, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. He had presumed that after countless mental rehearsals, even if he failed the initial extraction once or twice, it would merely require a few more attempts to succeed. However, not only was Zhao Fengyan unable to accomplish it himself, but he also had never practiced it even once. Having only witnessed Huang Wanyun succeed after observing her erroneous methods a few times, naturally, his heart was a tumult of emotions. Nevertheless, Huang Wanyun was a member of the Zhao family, and, more importantly, his wife. Her innate talent was undoubtedly a fortuitous blessing. It was certainly advantageous for their family to possess someone with a natural aptitude for alchemy. However, Wanyun, the refinement of spiritual herbs is merely the first step. The subsequent process of condensing them into pills must be completed within a vessel, requiring your skill in object manipulation and an adept control of the flames. After adjusting his mindset, Zhao Fengyan continued to instruct her, signaling Huang Wanyun to proceed. She nodded, then invoked her magic, guiding the spiritual liquid into the cauldron and utilizing her object manipulation technique to refine it, harmonizing with the flames of the fire elemental monkey. Huang Wanyun and the fire elemental monkey shared a profound connection. Sensing the changes in the spiritual liquid within the cauldron, she promptly directed the monkey to control the flames. Consequently, the flames responded as if they were an extension of her will, ebbing and flowing with grace. Even when the refinement process encountered occasional mishaps, she adeptly compensated by manipulating the flames. After an extended period of diligent crafting, Huang Wanyun remarkably made no errors, and the liquid gradually transformed into a viscous paste. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Fengyan felt a surge of emotion. With Huang Wanyun's innate talent, coupled with her ability to instantly control the heat, she was indeed taking a shortcut. Under the influence of these two factors, her alchemical endeavors seemed almost divinely assisted. Observing her progress, Zhao Fengyan chose to refrain from interruption, focusing instead on safeguarding her. At the same time, he contemplated that since Wanyun possessed such a gift for alchemy, it would be prudent to entrust her with the family's alchemical affairs in the future. Once they successfully concocted the pill of abstinence today, they could then attempt to refine the gathering spirit pill. Before they knew it, an hour had slipped by, and the liquid within the cauldron had thickened into a dense paste. At this moment, Zhao Fengyan spoke up, Wanyun. A single pill of abstinence should be about the size of a mung bean. Any less would render it ineffective, while any more would be a waste. You must divide this paste and finally condense it into pills. Upon hearing Zhao Fengyan's reminder, Huang Wanyun nodded slightly and then focused intently on her object manipulation technique, slowly condensing the paste into pills. After a stick of incense burned, the once viscous substance had been neatly divided into 10 portions, each fully solidified. When the lid of the cauldron was lifted, 10 round pills, each the size of a mung bean, appeared before them. Zhao Fengyan tossed a spirit stone to the fire elemental monkey, gesturing for it to take a break, before he and Huang Wanyun began to examine the pills. The pills were gleaming, brimming with potent medicinal energy, and of superior quality. Wanyun, your first attempt at alchemy, and using a mundane stove no less, has resulted in immediate success. You truly possess a gift for this craft. Zhao Fengyan praised generously, causing Huang Wanyun to blush slightly. She gently covered her lips with her hand and chuckled. Oh no, it is all thanks to your excellent guidance, Brother Nian. After exchanging pleasantries, Huang Wanyun inquired about the efficacy of the pills. Brother Nian, can the pill of abstinence really allow a cultivator to go a month without food? Indeed. That's what the formula states, but we will know the specifics once we consume it, Zhao Fengyan replied. Before reaching the foundation establishment stage, cultivators must eat to meet their bodily needs. However, eating can be quite inconvenient, often interrupting their cultivation or alchemical work. Therefore, using the pill of abstinence will allow for undistracted cultivation. After explaining, Zhao Fengyan turned his attention to the remaining material. Wanyun, if you are not fatigued, why not strike while the iron is hot and refine the last pill of abstinence? It will also help solidify your alchemical skills. All right, I'll follow your lead, Brother Nian. With that, Huang Wanyun set about replicating her previous success, and with her newfound experience, she felt no awkwardness this time, but rather an increasing ease. With a harmonious partnership with the fire elemental monkey, another hour later, 10 more pills of abstinence were successfully refined. Witnessing this, Zhao Fengyan's joy grew even more profound, and he promptly embraced Huang Wanyun. Ah, we are like an old married couple now. Let's not let the children see. What does it matter? Wanyun, you truly amaze me. Huang Wanyun's talent for alchemy was remarkable, but after 2 consecutive sessions, Zhao Fengyan allowed her several days of rest. Eventually, he brought her back to the kitchen, this time retrieving the 3 ingredients for the gathering spirit pill: jade dew grass, spirit orchid flower, and crimson fruit. Each of the 3 spiritual herbs was divided into 5 portions, allowing for 5 attempts at refinement. Huang Wanyun commenced her attempts without hesitation. Compared to the pill of abstinence, the process for the gathering spirit pill was exponentially more intricate. With the increase in materials, the need for focus during the condensation process was paramount. Her first attempt ended in failure. However, Zhao Fengyan did not express disappointment. He patiently waited. On her second attempt, she successfully produced 10 pills. At that moment, Zhao Fengyan finally felt a sense of relief. With Huang Wanyun's presence, the family would surely not face a scarcity of pills in the future. Over the course of nearly 10 days, Huang Wanyun completed the remaining 3 portions of materials. Although there were some failures, she ultimately succeeded in producing 3 sets of pills, totaling 30 pills. After her endeavors, Huang Wanyun's success rate for first-tier pills reached an impressive 60%, thus establishing her as a first-tier alchemist. However, within Zhao Fengyan's myriad beast cave, the mature spiritual plants had been depleted, and he would have to await the next harvest for further refinement. When Zhao Fengyan preserved the seeds, he cultivated over 10 plants of each type. Most of these spiritual plants matured in approximately 2 years. After 2 years, the Zhao family could commence formal alchemical work, and the resulting pills would adequately supply the family's cultivators. Given the limited quantity of pills this time, Zhao Fengyan refrained from immediate distribution. He intended to personally consume one to test its efficacy before deciding how to allocate the remainder. That night, Zhao Fengyan sat cross-legged within the training room. Before commencing his cultivation, he turned his palm, revealing a gathering spirit pill resting in his hand. It was said that pills maximized the spiritual energy of herbs and fruits, and even one pill held substantial power. Today, he would test its true potency. With a murmured thought, Zhao Fengyan promptly swallowed the gathering spirit pill. As the pill entered his stomach, pure and gentle spiritual energy rapidly dispersed within him. Perceiving this, Zhao Fengyan's eyes widened in astonishment. He discovered that this single gathering spirit pill contained the equivalent of 10% of the crimson fruit's spiritual energy. A single crimson fruit, combined with jade dew grass and spirit orchid flower, under optimal refining conditions, could yield 50 pills. Thus, one pill contained the spiritual energy of 10% of the materials. And consuming the pill provided 5 times the energy compared to ingesting the raw materials, in addition to being extraordinarily easy to refine. After this comparison, it became evident that consuming pills was indeed highly beneficial. 2 hours later, Zhao Fengyan completed the refinement process, and he realized that the cultivation benefits he had gained today were equivalent to 5 days of arduous effort consuming spiritual grains. This pill was truly extraordinary. Chapter 118, Mass Production of Pills and Batch Enlightenment. This time, with the spiritual herbs maturing, Huang Wanyun refined a total of 30 pills. The Zhao family currently had 5 cultivators, all of whom were family members. Zhao Fengyan did not show favoritism. Thus, he evenly distributed the 30 gathering spirit pills. Although the quantity was modest, these pills would significantly alleviate the arduous efforts of the qi refinement cultivators, particularly for Zhao Zhongling. Once she stepped into the first layer of qi refinement, she could swiftly break through to the second layer with the aid of the pills. Furthermore, Zhao Fengyan discovered that although consuming elixirs would largely refine their potency during direct cultivation, it would not exhaust all the medicinal energy immediately. Instead, it would take over 10 days, or even up to a month of continuous practice, for the energy to be completely refined. To avoid wastage, Zhao Fengyan advised his family that the lower their cultivation level, the longer the interval between elixir consumption should be. Only after the medicinal energy had been fully refined should they consume another. While wasting resources is a minor concern, the detrimental effects of accumulated medicinal energy on the meridians are far more significant. Nevertheless, even with infrequent elixir consumption, with each person receiving 6 elixirs, it would not suffice to last an entire year. Consequently, Zhao Fengyan could only await the ripening of the second batch of spiritual herbs. In the future, with more spiritual plants reserved for cultivation, the production of elixirs would increase. Spiritual plants such as yulu grass, linglong flower, huangshui grass, bloodvine, and golden bamboo do not require an extensive period to mature from seedlings to full-grown plants. Provided the spiritual energy is abundant, they can mature in just 2 years. Naturally, even without elixirs, the Zhao family can continue to cultivate using spiritual grains. Although the effects are considerably diminished, it is still far superior to refining spiritual stones. The scope of the Beast Cave is substantial, producing around 3,000 pounds of spiritual grains annually, which is more than sufficient for the family's consumption. With the availability of elixirs and spiritual grains, the Zhao family's cultivation levels have been steadily advancing. The first to show remarkable progress was Zhao Zhongling. With her commendable talent akin to that of the white tiger, her spiritual root aptitude was quite promising, allowing her to attain the first layer of qi refinement within 2 months. After consecutively consuming gathering spirit pills and spiritual grains, she reached the pinnacle of the second layer of qi refinement within 6 months. Following closely was Zhao Fengyan. With his bloodline talent enhanced, Zhao Fengyan's aptitude was now equivalent to that of a 4 spiritual root individual. Thus, within just a year, his cultivation had progressed to the pinnacle of the 4th layer of qi refinement. Next was Huang Wanyun, who similarly experienced an enhancement in her spiritual roots. After a year and a half, she stepped into the 4th layer of qi refinement, achieving the mid-stage of that realm. Lastly, Zhao Jingze also reached the 4th layer of qi refinement after a year and a half. As for Zhao Zhongchuan, his cultivation remained unchanged at the 7th layer of qi refinement. However, while his cultivation level did not advance, his magical power had indeed become remarkably pure. Within the Zhao family, apart from the elevation of individual cultivation levels, the strength of their respective spirit beasts had also seen considerable improvement. The classification of first-tier demon beasts is rather broad, with varying strengths within this major tier, akin to the distinctions among qi refinement practitioners in their initial, mid, and later stages. Hence, practitioners categorize the strength of each level of demon beasts into 3 phases: early, mid, and late. Currently, the likes of Little Black, Fire Yuan Monkey, and Qingyang Horse are all at the mid-tier of the first level, while Little White and Little Kai are at the early tier. Aside from them, the spirit beasts driven by the clan members have not surpassed the realm of demon beasts, merely being high-level spirits, thus warranting no further discussion. As time flowed, 2 years swiftly passed. After this period, the spiritual herbs within Zhao Fengyan's Beast Cave which had initially been mere seedlings, finally matured once again. After reserving seeds to cultivate the next batch of seedlings, Zhao Fangyan meticulously selected and counted the matured spiritual plants. Among them, there were 13 yulu grasses and linglong flowers, 14 huangshua grasses and blood vines. Zhao Fangyan did not harvest the golden bamboo, but continued its cultivation using a blend of metal and wood attribute spiritual stones, aiming for it to grow into a second-tier golden bamboo, which would later assist in refining little kai. As for the zhu fruit, which can only reach the second tier, Zhao Fangyan picked and preserved it once it attained that level. This fruit can be used for the fire yuan monkey to brew wine or to concoct gathering spirit pills. With a total of 15 fruits, that would prove sufficient. After this careful tally, Zhao Fangyan resolved to use 10 portions of medicinal materials to concoct both the pill of hunger suppression and the gathering spirit pill, leaving the surplus spiritual herbs for refining spirits. Each spiritual plant can be divided into 5 portions for pill production, yielding 10 pills per portion. With 50 portions of materials for the pill of hunger suppression, excluding the failure rate, they could produce 500 pills. The same applies to the gathering spirit pill. Thus, it is evident that with the increase in spiritual plants, a greater quantity of pills could be refined. However, only Huang Wanyun possessed the aptitude for alchemy within the family, and refining such a large number of pills would undoubtedly require considerable time and effort. Yet, Huang Wanyun had no objections. On the contrary, she felt immensely gratified to contribute to the family. 3 months later, after continuous refining by Huang Wanyun, the spiritual herbs were finally exhausted. After accounting for some losses due to failed attempts, the Zhao family once again reaped a significant harvest of pills, 310 pills of hunger suppression and 295 gathering spirit pills. Although Huang Wanyun's success rate for pill creation stood at 60%, which may seem modest, considering that the pills could quintuple the spiritual energy of the herbs, this percentage is certainly not negligible. Following the successful refinement of the pills, and given their substantial quantity, Zhao Fangyan did not distribute them equally right away. He understood that the higher one's cultivation level, the faster one could refine the pills. Therefore, he allowed family members to take them as needed. For instance, he and Huang Wanyun, along with Zhao Jingze, would require 2 to 3 pills per month, while Zhao Zhengchuan would need 5, and Zhao Zhengling would suffice with just 1 pill monthly. This meticulous distribution ensured that all practitioners within the Zhao family could leverage the pills to enhance their cultivation levels. With Zhao Fangyan's careful allocation, the cultivation levels within the family continued to rise in a stable and orderly manner. In this round of spiritual herb maturation, Zhao Fangyan also retained a few plants. The purpose of keeping these spiritual herbs was, of course, to refine spirits into demon beasts. Each practitioner in the family had trained 2 to 3 spirits using the beast taming technique. Even Zhao Fangyan had additionally trained a venomous snake and a koi. The venomous snake was selected for its potent toxicity and formidable combat abilities, as Zhao Fangyan intended to refine it later using toxic attribute spiritual materials to augment his own capabilities. The koi, discovered serendipitously in the depths of the mountains, sparked an idea in Zhao Fangyan. Being an aquatic beast, once tamed, it could potentially evolve into a remarkable demon beast with exceptional abilities. Having acquired numerous first-tier spiritual creatures, Zhao Fangyan was eager to experiment. On one particular day, he took a yulu grass to the pond in his courtyard. The vibrant red koi immediately swayed its body in a gesture of goodwill. With a surge of inspiration, Zhao Fangyan activated the beast tablet, merging the yulu grass to imbue it into the koi's head. Moments later, the koi transformed into a demon beast, and upon consulting the beast tablet, the inscription had altered. First tier would attribute demon koi, notable for its evasion speed, prolific in spawning, its flesh rich in the essence of flora. Consuming 100 strands of spiritual light can refine it into a second tier would attribute spiritual creature, enhancing its bloodline talent. This instance of refining the koi into a demon beast using a relatively ordinary would attribute spiritual material revealed to Zhao Fangyan that the resulting demon beast did not possess any extraordinary abilities. It appears that to cultivate demon beasts with remarkable powers, one would need to utilize more exceptional spiritual materials for the refining process. The koi's flesh, being rich in the essence of flora, is indeed more suitable for consumption. However, due to its rapid spawning rate, it could be farmed in the future, and perhaps the offspring would also be infused with the essence of flora. Over time, it might even develop into a type of meat industry akin to the golden pattern chicken. Naturally, this koi would serve as a spiritual delicacy for the practitioners. Since utilizing ordinary spiritual materials for refining did not yield exceptional talents in spirit beasts, Zhao Fangyan decided to abandon the idea of using common spiritual herbs to assist his family members in refining their beasts into demon beasts. In recent years, Due to the surplus of fire fruits, I assisted Huang Wanyun, Zhao Zhengze, Zhao Zhengchuan, and Zhao Zhengling in each summoning a fire attribute beast. Though these creatures are not bound by blood contracts, they can be commanded through the beast control technique, thus providing them with additional means of defense. The summoned beasts are a fire toad, a fire eagle, a fire bear, and a fire mouse. The fire toad, capable of breathing fire, will aid Huang Wanyun in her alchemical endeavors. The fire eagle, possessing formidable fiery claws, will assist Zhao Zhengze in contacting his family. The imposing fire bear, with its flame-imbued paws, will be of great assistance to Zhao Zhengchuan. Meanwhile, the small and adorable fire mouse, with its sharp, heated fangs, excels in stealth and assassination. A choice made insistently by Zhao Zhengling. Zhao Fangyan's willingness to summon such a multitude of beasts stems from the resources available to his family, which can support their growth. As the strength of these beasts increases, they may one day be employed by the family to prevent potential threats, and perhaps even become an asset to the family's enterprises. However, it should be noted that the true growth of these beasts will require a considerable amount of time. Chapter 119. The Emperor's Demise. Storm clouds gather while the Zhao family flourished in an orderly manner. Changes began to unfold within the palace of the Jin Kingdom. The emperor, already in the twilight of his life, had been clinging to existence for 6 years, yet his health deteriorated day by day. Although he had appointed a crown prince, it was widely known that the Jin crown prince was indulgent and reckless, having only known pleasure at the tender age of 18. By the time he reached 30, he had scandalously taken 3,000 concubines. Now, at 50, the crown prince was physically depleted, childless, and consumed solely by hedonistic desires, oblivious to the governance of the realm. Upon the old emperor's death, the ascension of the crown prince would likely plunge the Jin kingdom into chaos. With such a feckless ruler, it was inevitable that the various lords would rebel, and even if they refrained, the common folk might rise in insurrection. In such turmoil, neighboring nations would inevitably covet the Jin kingdom, and it seemed that peace would be a distant dream. However, as long as the emperor drew breath, the Jin kingdom remained intact. Regardless of the ambitions of various lords and neighboring states, none dared to act during this precarious time. The Jin kingdom endured 2 more years under this tense atmosphere. During this time, the emperor appeared to pave the way for the crown prince by placing great emphasis on military generals. He personally issued edicts to hold multiple grand martial competitions, mandating participation from all ranks of military officials to select the most capable warriors, promoting them accordingly. Zhao Zhengze, due to his identity as a celestial being, did not participate. However, his father-in-law, Yang Qingzhou, competed and, showcasing impressive strength, defeated even the Jin Kingdom's Grand General, thus rising to the rank of second-grade general. In addition to bolstering the military, the emperor also enhanced the imperial examination system, successfully selecting numerous civil officials for the court. The entire assembly of civil and military officials underwent a significant transformation. Just as the emperor intended to continue aiding the crown prince in governing the Jin kingdom with his frail body, 2 years later, he ultimately succumbed to his age and passed away. On that day, news of the emperor's death spread through the palace, and within a few days, it would echo throughout the entire Jin kingdom. At noon, within the emperor's sleeping quarters, a multitude of eunuchs and palace maids knelt in sorrow, while many concubines gathered, wailing in despair. The reason for their grief was clear. With the emperor's demise, they too were destined for the grave. Yet amidst the mourning, one individual stood apart from the others. Gazing at the lifeless emperor upon the bed, he burst into laughter, a sound that none of the concubines or officials dared to challenge. Ha! That old fool is finally dead. From this moment forth, the Jin kingdom is mine. After 30 years, I can finally shed this identity of a crown prince. This individual, pale-faced and emaciated, was none other than the Jin crown prince. In the wake of his father's death, he felt no sorrow, only an exhilarating anticipation of seizing power. Observing the weeping concubines, the crown prince raised an eyebrow, a smile illuminating his features. Why weep? Fear not, you shall not accompany him in death. Such beauty would be wasted. From this day forth, you remain my concubines. His words sent shockwaves through the room. Even the most fearful officials could not help but voice their objections, for his statements were profoundly blasphemous. Yet he paid them no heed, only laughing heartily as he exited. Once the crown prince had vanished, Li Qingshan, clad in white, slowly emerged from the shadows of the sleeping quarters. He had witnessed the crown princess' antics, but chose not to intervene, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Casting a glance at the cold corpse upon the bed, Li Qingshan murmured, "Your Majesty, once I fulfill your wish and forge 5 corpse spirits for the Jin kingdom, I shall be free from the mundane. In the future, I shall pursue the path of foundation establishment. Whether the Jin kingdom thrives or falters will no longer concern me." After his quiet musings, Li Qingshan suddenly turned to the gathered officials and commanded, "Convey the late emperor's edict. Following his demise, let all matters be simplified. We must immediately hold the coronation ceremony for the crown prince to stabilize the hearts of the people. Furthermore, summon all cultivators scattered across the Jin kingdom to protect the crown prince during his ascension, lest treachery arise." Upon hearing this, officials promptly set about their tasks. As the palace bustled with activity, Li Qingshan quietly slipped away. In the dead of night, within a deserted palace, Li Qingshan stood alone. He reached for the storage pouch at his waist, producing a circular disc that floated before him. Pointing at the disc, he infused it with the robust energy from his dantian. Had Zhao Fengyan been present, he would have recognized that Li Qingshan's cultivation had reached an impressive 9th level of qi refinement. The disc, shimmering with ethereal light, swiftly enveloped the entire palace. Subsequently, he tossed the disc onto the beams of the palace, where it vanished as its spiritual glow dissipated. With these preparations complete, Li Qingshan clapped his hands in satisfaction. The barrier had been established. Now he awaited the arrival of the cultivators, hoping that this time, at least some would reach the 5th level of qi refinement. He required only 2 more corpse spirits. With that, Li Qingshan departed, reassured. The news of the emperor's death and the crown prince's ascension spread rapidly, and soon the entire Jin kingdom was engulfed in anxiety and trepidation. On this day, at the residence of the governor of Pingzhou, Zhao Jingze returned home early after attending to his duties. Although he held a position of power, Zhao Jingze remained mindful of Zhao Fengyan's teachings, diligently pursuing his cultivation without delay. Each evening, he consumed spirit grains, occasionally supplementing his regimen with gathering spirit pills. In addition, he frequently trained Zhao Xingfeng in martial arts. After several years, he had finally reached the 5th level of qi refinement just a month prior, while Zhao Xingfeng had also achieved the pinnacle of a second-rate warrior. In the courtyard, Zhao Jingze watched with satisfaction as the youthful Zhao Xingfeng executed a set of staff techniques with remarkable vigor. "Jingze, the news of the emperor's death has spread like wildfire, and the crown prince is poised to ascend the throne. Rumor has it he is foolish and tyrannical. Who knows if peace will endure in the future?" Yang Rong-er approached gently, leaning beside Zhao Jingze, her eyes filled with concern. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Jingze sighed softly. The future remains an enigma, and none can articulate its course with certainty. I shall endeavor to safeguard my own well-being. Should unrest indeed arise within the state of Jin, Rong-er, you must return to Pingan County with Xingfeng. With your father there, your safety shall be assured. A sense of unease flickered within Zhao Jingze, who contemplated the notion of sending his wife and child back to Pingan County. Just as he uttered these words, a servant hurried in. "My lord, a message from the palace." Upon delivering this, the servant presented a sealed letter. Zhao Jingze opened it, and was taken aback to discover it was a missive from Li Qingshan, proclaiming the ascension of the crown prince and urging immediate protection against potential treachery. At this revelation, Zhao Jingze furrowed his brow. Throughout his tenure, the court had consistently provided him with a stipend of 100 spirit stones each month. Though he remained an official of Jin, he could not refuse Li Qingshan's command. Zhao Jingze turned to Yang Rong-er. "Rong-er, I have received a summons from the palace. I must attend. To avoid any disturbances, you must return to Pingan County with Xingfeng tomorrow. I shall arrange for my subordinates to escort you." Hearing this, Yang Rong-er felt a twinge of worry, yet understood Zhao Jingze's necessity to comply, and thus nodded in agreement with his plans. Early the next day, Zhao Jingze mounted his Qingyang steed and set forth toward the capital. Chapter 120. The Ascension Ceremony. Audience with Qingshan. Zhao Jingze traveled tirelessly, and despite the swiftness of his steed, it took him 3 days to reach the capital. While cultivators could utilize the wind manipulation technique for brief flights, such magic was immensely taxing and ill-suited for long journeys. Finally, after 3 days, Zhao Jingze arrived at the imperial city. Upon presenting his official insignia, he successfully entered the palace. Upon entering, Zhao Jingze was taken aback, contrary to his expectations of mourning for the late emperor. The entire palace bustled with preparations for the coronation ceremony. This realization stirred reflections within him. The late emperor had passed, and one would expect grand funeral rites. Yet the crown prince was preoccupied with his ascension. It appeared the rumors of the crown prince's incompetence were not without merit. Nevertheless, the affairs of the court held little significance for Zhao Jingze. After years of serving in government, he had grown disillusioned with worldly matters. The allure of power and wealth paled in comparison to his true pursuit, his cultivation. Were it not for the annual provision of spirit stones from the court, he would have long since abandoned his post. His presence today was solely due to the allure of those spirit stones. Resolving not to dwell further, Zhao Jingze decided to depart once the coronation concluded. He then followed the eunuch's guidance to a side hall to await the proceedings. 2 days later, All the necessary officials had assembled, and the palace was well prepared. At noon, civil and military officials gathered in the expansive courtyard before the Qianqing Palace. After days of preparation, the courtyard was adorned in opulence, featuring numerous floral displays and a variety of ceremonial instruments, including grand drums and chime bells. At the far end of the square, a golden dragon throne shimmered under the blazing sun, dazzling and inviting. Zhao Jingze, holding a respectable position, was assigned to stand at the end of the square. Turning his gaze, he spotted Yang Qingzhou not far from him. In haste, he approached, yet before they could exchange pleasantries, the ceremony was about to commence. And he could only nod in acknowledgement. After a brief wait, a eunuch's voice rang out. The auspicious hour has arrived. The coronation ceremony begins. Accompanied by the resounding clamor of ceremonial instruments, a deep and solemn melody filled the air. Zhao Jingze gazed toward the end of the square, where the crown prince strutted confidently toward the dragon throne. Under the watchful eyes of the assembled officials, the crown prince at last took his seat upon the throne. Following a series of elaborate rituals, the ceremony concluded by evening. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Jingze felt a sense of completion regarding his duty as protector during the ceremony. As the officials dispersed, he approached Yang Qingzhou. "Father-in-law, it has been too long. How have you fared?" Observing the increasingly matured Zhao Jingze, Yang Qingzhou, now a second-rank military officer, regarded him with admiration. "Jingze, I am as well as I have ever been. I have attained the realm of innate martial artists, the pinnacle of martial prowess. Though my strength may still grow, it is limited. You appear radiant. Your cultivation must have progressed significantly. How enviable for you cultivators." Yang Qingzhou had devoted his life to martial arts, embodying a true martial enthusiast. Upon learning of Zhao Jingze's ability to cultivate, he was filled with yearning. However, lacking spiritual roots, he was unable to practice, and thus suppressed his aspirations. Focusing solely on martial arts. After exchanging pleasantries and agreeing to reunite in Pingan County at year's end, Zhao Jingze prepared to take his leave. At that moment, a eunuch approached with a message. He conveyed that Li Qingshan had summoned all cultivators to a side hall for a discussion. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingze felt intrigued yet could only nod in agreement, bidding farewell to Yang Qingzhou and following the eunuch to the designated hall. Upon arrival, Zhao Jingze discovered several individuals had already gathered. Utilizing his divination technique, he discerned that all present were cultivators. Upon closer inspection, he noted that aside from himself, there were 6 others, 3 at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, 1 at the 4th layer, and 1 at the 5th layer. This revelation surprised Zhao Jingze. When he first assumed the role of governor, Li Qingshan had mentioned that few immortals existed within the state of Jin, with the highest cultivation being that of a 5th layer qi refinement practitioner. Why, then, were there now more cultivators present? Yet still, the highest cultivation remained at the 5th layer. Over the years, it was improbable that the 5th layer practitioners had stagnated. Thus, the current 5th layer practitioner could not possibly be the same as those from before. And the whereabouts of the original 5th layer practitioners remained a mystery. With numerous questions swirling in his mind, Zhao Jingze stepped into the gathering. As the gazes of the other cultivators turned toward him, they bowed in respect upon recognizing him as a 5th layer practitioner. Zhao Jingze returned their greetings and found a quiet corner to sit. He intended to wait for Li Qingshan's arrival, but unexpectedly, the 5th layer practitioner approached him first. This individual was an elderly woman with a kind demeanor. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am Qi Qinshi, a 5th layer practitioner. It is truly admirable that you have achieved such cultivation at a young age. May I ask your esteemed name?" Not wishing to rebuff her overture, Zhao Jingze graciously responded. "Ah, it is a pleasure to meet you, Taoist Qi. I am Zhao Jingze, a practitioner of Qi refinement. There is nothing to envy. Haha, you are indeed humble. Fellow Taoist." After a round of polite exchanges, the elderly woman inquired curiously, "Do you know why Taoist Qingshan has summoned us here?" As she spoke, her expression bore a hint of concern, suggesting she was troubled by something. Noticing her demeanor, Zhao Jingze furrowed his brow slightly. "I have spent many years in the mundane world, seldom crossing paths with Taoist Li, and thus I am unaware of the reasons. Do you harbor concerns, Taoist Qi?" "Oh, fellow Taoist, you flatter me. I have no particular worries, merely a sense of curiosity." Seeing that she could not extract any useful information from Zhao Jingze, Qi Qinshi ceased her inquiries, exchanged more pleasantries, and then departed. Observing the elderly woman's retreating figure, Zhao Jingze felt an inexplicable sense that she was no ordinary individual. However, he refrained from dwelling on it, intending to depart after meeting with Li Qingshan. After waiting for approximately the span of an incense stick, Li Qingshan approached the entrance. Upon his arrival, numerous cultivators respectfully clasped their hands in greeting, including Zhao Jingze himself. This show of reverence stemmed from the realization that Li Qingshan had now attained the 9th level of qi refinement. With such formidable prowess and a magical artifact at his side, Li Qingshan undoubtedly stood as the strongest among them. Dear friends, I apologize for the prolonged wait. Li Qingshan greeted them with a gentle smile, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. The glimmering light in his eyes indicated that he was employing the technique of qi observation to assess the cultivation levels of those present. Upon noticing the presence of qi refinement level 5 cultivators, Qi Qingshi and Zhao Jingzi, he could not help but smile with mild surprise. Li Qingshan, you flatter us. We, as cultivators of the Jin Kingdom, have all benefited from your kindness. Waiting a little longer is no trouble at all. Even if you were to ask us to traverse mountains of blades or seas of flames, we would not hesitate. Qi Qingshi was the first to speak, her face adorned with a wrinkled smile, clearly eager to curry favor with Li Qingshan. The other cultivators felt a pang of annoyance, having been preempted by her flattery. Li Qingshan smiled and waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such extreme measures. I have summoned you all today because I have a matter to discuss with you. Please, speak freely, Li Qingshan. With Qi Qingshi having broken the ice, Li Qingshan naturally continued. I have gathered you here today to ascertain your progress in cultivation and to request the assistance of those who have reached the 5th level of qi refinement in crafting a magical artifact. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at one another in surprise, while Qi Qingshi appeared somewhat puzzled. I recall that your skills in artifact crafting are quite impressive, Li Qingshan. And with your current 9th level cultivation, why do you require our assistance? At this, Li Qingshan's expression shifted slightly, a hint of discomfort crossing his face, which he quickly masked. Though I possess some knowledge of artifact crafting and my cultivation is at the 9th level, the artifact I wish to forge is of considerable rank, requiring a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Even with my own reserves, I fear it may be insufficient, hence my need for the assistance of qi refinement level 5 cultivators. With both you and Zhao here today, we can gather the necessary numbers. I humbly request your help. After explaining, Li Qingshan turned his gaze to Qi Qingshi and Zhao Jingzi. The two exchanged glances, and then looked back at Li Qingshan, whose earnest demeanor made it difficult for them to decline. After all, having received hundreds of spirit stones from him, it would be hard to refuse his request. Qi Qingshi spoke first. Li Qingshan, you speak too modestly. We are all cultivators of the Jin Kingdom, and since I have received your kindness, assisting you with this small task is certainly no burden. After Qi Qingshi spoke, Li Qingshan turned his gaze to Zhao Jingzi. At this moment, Zhao Jingzi felt a tinge of skepticism, uncertain about the veracity of Li Qingshan's words, yet he found himself unable to refuse, nodding in agreement. Seeing both of them acquiesce, Li Qingshan erupted into hearty laughter. Splendid. Upon the successful completion of this artifact, I assure you both will be honored guests in the Jin Kingdom. With that, Li Qingshan turned his attention to the lower-level qi refinement cultivators. You may return swiftly and continue your diligent cultivation. Subsequently, the other cultivators departed, leaving only Zhao Jingzi, Qi Qingshi, and Li Qingshan within the palace. Li Qingshan, may I inquire when we shall commence the artifact crafting? We need to prepare. Zhao Jingzi, recognizing the inevitability of the situation, began to make preparations. Li Qingshan, however, appeared somewhat impatient, responding, there is no need for preparation, Zhao. We shall begin at once. With that, he procured 3 cushions and invited Zhao Jingzi and Qi Qingshi to sit within the palace. Li Qingshan's expression grew solemn as he formed hand seals, casting a spell that ascended to the beams above. Soon, a circular disc manifested, vibrating rapidly. A radiant light burst forth from the disc, enveloping the entire palace, creating what resembled a confinement. Sensing this, Zhao Jingzi felt a pang of anxiety, and Qi Qingshi shared his discomfort. After all, being suddenly enclosed within a confined space would make anyone uneasy. Li Qingshan seemed to notice their trepidation and reassured them with a smile. Fear not, my friends. This is the Golden Light Formation, a formidable defensive array that effectively isolates the surroundings. As we undertake the crucial task of crafting the artifact, it is essential to prevent any disturbances. With that, Li Qingshan patted his storage bag, retrieving a palm-sized furnace. Once placed on the ground, it rapidly expanded, transforming into a furnace the size of a grinding mill. Li Qingshan then cast more than 10 spirit stones into the furnace, followed by a spell that activated the array within. The furnace erupted in a stable blaze of fire. This is the Fire Spirit Furnace, suitable for both artifact crafting and elixir refinement. I will utilize it to melt materials, but due to the peculiar nature of the materials involved, the furnace must operate at full capacity. As the spirit stones alone do not generate sufficient heat, I kindly ask that you both channel your spiritual energy into the furnace. With that, Li Qingshan retrieved several pieces of red and two-toned ore from his storage bag, placing them into the furnace for refinement. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Jingzi and Qi Qingshi ceased their passive observation, promptly directing their spiritual energy into the furnace. Under the combined influx of their energies, the furnace erupted into a fierce blaze, intensifying dramatically as the ore began to melt and impurities were gradually eliminated. This ore is second-tier red copper, and its refinement is quite cumbersome, so I ask for your understanding. Li Qingshan, you are too modest. We stand to lose nothing. Merely expending a bit of spiritual energy is all we require, as long as success is within reach. After a brief exchange with Qi Qingshan, Zhao Jingze remained silent. Time passed, and after approximately 3 hours, the impurities in the red copper ore had been largely eliminated, leaving only a mass of red copper liquid. Meanwhile, the continuous flow of spiritual energy had depleted Zhao Jingze and Qi Qingshan's reserves. At this moment, Li Qingshan suddenly produced a container, collecting the molten copper within. Observing the drained expressions on Zhao Jingze and Qi Qingshan, a subtle smile graced his face. My esteemed friends, we have completed the melting phase, and your assistance will no longer be required. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingze and Qi Qingshan nodded slightly, choosing not to meditate for recovery. Instead, they contemplated leaving immediately. Qi Qingshan pointed towards the golden spiritual light outside the palace. Since Li Qingshan no longer requires our aid, kindly dispel the formation so we may take our leave. I wish for your crafted artifact to succeed swiftly. After Qi Qingshan spoke, Zhao Jingze also rose, his silence echoing Qi Qingshan's sentiments. However, at that moment, Li Qingshan showed no intention of dispelling the formation. His gaze sharpened, and points of golden light coalesced at his fingertips, merging into the array disk embedded in the beams above. At this moment, golden spiritual threads suddenly emerged from the array, eventually forming a luminous golden dome resembling a giant water tank, instantly ensnaring Zhao Jingze and Qi Qingshan within. Upon realizing this, both were taken aback. Friend Qingshan, what is the meaning of this? Fellow Taoist Li, why have you imprisoned us? Chapter 122, The Ghost Refining Bowl. Observing the stark change in Zhao Jingze and Qi Qingshan's expressions, Li Qingshan's demeanor also darkened. After a moment of silence, he let out a soft sigh. Esteemed friends, this golden light formation not only serves to isolate, but also to confine enemies. However, rest assured, I do not intend to keep you trapped indefinitely. Once I am done with my arrangements, I shall release you. With that, Li Qingshan paid no heed to their protests, instead retrieving a pitch-black, ominous round bowl from his storage bag. As the bowl appeared, tendrils of dark, demonic energy surged forth, swiftly enveloping the surroundings in an eerie atmosphere. It was evident that this object was a demonic artifact. Li Qingshan seemed wary of the malevolent energy emanating from it, immediately enveloping himself in a layer of azure spiritual light to ward off its encroachment. He then placed the bowl upon the ground, forming hand seals and casting spells. Yet, his expression remained grave, and the process was intricate, indicating that the spell he intended to cast was anything but ordinary. Watching Li Qingshan's actions, the temporarily confined duo grew increasingly anxious. With Zhao Jingze and Qi Qingshan trapped, and Li Qingshan activating a demonic artifact, it was clear that his intentions were far from benevolent. In a moment of panic, Qi Qingshan implored, Friend Qingshan, what are you planning? Please enlighten us. Li Qingshan remained silent, fully engrossed in his spell. Meanwhile, Zhao Jingze's heart sank. He understood that Li Qingshan's actions today were likely aimed specifically at them. It seemed that his father's concerns regarding the court and Li Qingshan's ulterior motives were indeed justified. Muttering to himself, Zhao Jingze shifted his gaze to the spiritual light dome imprisoning him. He recognized that remaining here would only lead to Li Qingshan's manipulation. The situation appeared dire. Waiting any longer would surely result in their demise. However, having exhausted his spiritual power assisting Li Qingshan in refining the red copper ore, he found himself powerless to break through the golden light array and escape the clutches of Li Qingshan, who was at the 9th level of qi refining. Yet, Zhao Jingze did not succumb to panic. As he felt a gourd of wine within his robe, a sense of calm washed over him. He aimed to avoid drawing Li Qingshan's attention, merely picking up a spirit stone, settling into a meditative position to recover his spiritual energy. Observing this, Qi Qingshan hastily followed suit, retrieving her own spirit stone to restore her powers. Upon witnessing their actions, Li Qingshan finally spoke amidst his spellcasting. Friends, recovering your spiritual energy from spirit stones will take at least several hours. By then, you will already be mere corpses. Therefore, any struggle is futile. Hearing this, Zhao Jingze raised an eyebrow and cautiously inquired, Fellow Taoist Li, we believe we have not offended you. Why subject us to such treatment? Corpse demons? Do you possess the means of a demonic cultivator to turn us into corpse demons? Seemingly convinced of Zhao Jingze's inability to escape, and perhaps eager to expound his motives, Li Qingshan began to explain. Friends, the Crown Prince of Jin is incompetent and will struggle to maintain the empire. I have been entrusted by the late emperor to ensure his safety and preserve the Jin dynasty. However, I also seek the path of immortality and cannot linger in such a spiritually barren place. Years ago, I killed a demonic cultivator and acquired this demonic artifact, through which I learned the art of ghost refinement. Subsequently, I conferred with the late emperor and disseminated the celestial arts, awaiting cultivators who could meet the requirements for refining corpse demons. I pledged to create 5 corpse demons. Having succeeded in 3, transforming you will complete my mission, allowing me to withdraw in triumph. This artifact, known as the Ghost Refining Bowl, will soon unleash a torrent of demonic energy, corrupting your minds and gradually transforming you into corpse demons. In the future, you will serve the Ghost Refining Bowl, safeguarding the peace of the Jin dynasty. Do not blame me. Li Qingshan spoke at length, perhaps exhilarated by the prospect of completing his final task, seemingly convinced of Zhao Jingze and Qi Qingshi's inability to escape. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingze and Qi Qingshi finally comprehended the true intent behind Li Qingshan's and the court's benevolence towards cultivators. It became clear that the court aimed to cultivate cultivators, intending to reduce them to mere pawns obedient to commands. And Li Qingshan was but the court's henchman. The invitation extended to them was merely a pretext to assess their cultivation levels and identify those suitable for refining corpse demons. The act of refining artifacts was merely a guise to drain their spiritual energy, rendering them powerless to resist. Realizing this, Zhao Jingze's gaze turned as cold as steel, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. However, he recognized that he was no match for Li Qingshan at this moment and had no choice but to bide his time, waiting for an opportunity. Conversely, Qi Qingshi, upon grasping the entirety of the situation, was thrown into a state of panic. Tears streamed down her wrinkled face as she pleaded, "Friend Qingshan, please do not treat me this way. My cultivation has been arduous. I implore you to spare my life." Yet, instead of showing compassion, Li Qingshan responded coldly, "Friend Qi, both you and Zhao are of exceedingly poor talent, unlikely to attain the great Tao. Rather than becoming mere dust, it is better to make use of you, ensuring the peace of the Jin dynasty, thus justifying the spirit stones I have provided you over the years." With that, he completed his incantation. And as his hand gestures merged with the so-called Ghost Refining Bowl, a surge of thick, black demonic energy erupted from within. The oppressive demonic essence filled the formation, plunging the surroundings into darkness. "Friends, shortly I will lift the golden light formation's restraints. You will be powerless, so it is best to relinquish your resistance to avoid unnecessary suffering. Rest assured, the intensity of the demonic energy will not last long. Soon, you will be transformed into corpse demons, and the pain will be brief." With that, Li Qingshan waved his hand, creating an opening in the outer golden dome. Before stepping outside, it was evident he was wary of the demonic energy here. Once Li Qingshan departed, the golden light dome confining Zhao Jingze and Qi Qingshi vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, the surrounding demonic energy surged forth. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Jingze felt waves of dizziness and excruciating pain penetrate deep into his soul, making it difficult for him to remain standing. The invading demonic energy threatened to extinguish his consciousness, ultimately reducing him to a corpse demon. Zhao Jingze hastily summoned the scant spiritual energy remaining in his dantian, forming a protective layer of spiritual light around himself to temporarily fend off the demonic energy. However, the demonic energy did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to erode his spiritual power. As Zhao Jingze's energy waned, he found himself unable to withstand the onslaught any longer. With a heavy heart, he strode forward, only to be obstructed by the golden light dome once more. He attempted to unleash a fireball spell, but it merely created ripples upon striking the dome, leaving no further effect. Realizing the futility of his efforts, Zhao Jingze understood he could not break through the golden dome in the short term. Turning his attention to the Ghost Refining Bowl, he cast another fireball, but the swirling demonic energy above the bowl consumed it before it could even approach. It was evident that this Ghost Refining Bowl was even more formidable than the formation itself. Behind them, Qi Qingshi summoned her magical powers to momentarily shield against the encroaching demonic aura. The two of them combined their powers to resist, yet even with spiritual stones for recovery, the pace of consumption far outstripped their ability to replenish. It would not be long before their minds fell prey to the taint of demonic energy. In a state of panic, Qi Qingshi turned to Zhao Jingze for guidance. "Taoist Zhao, do you possess a solution? If we allow this demonic energy to rampage unchecked, our demise is assured." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Jingze felt a surge of agitation, yet he remained composed. He reached into his robes and produced 2 items, a shard of stone and a wine gourd. The shard was a fragment of the cave sky that summoned the Qingyang horse, while the gourd contained the spirit wine brewed by the fire elemental monkey. capable of swiftly restoring magical power. Chapter 123, A Certain Death Situation. Ignoring Qi Qinshe, Zhao Jingze hastily uncorked the gourd and gulped down a generous mouthful. This spirit wine, crafted from mature red fruits through fermentation, might not boast a refined flavor, yet its efficacy in restoring magical energy was astonishing. After the fire elemental monkey had brewed it, Zhao Fengyan had been reluctant to consume it himself, dividing it into portions for his family's potential needs. Now, in Zhao Jingze's moment of dire need, the spirit wine was akin to a timely gift from the heavens. With one gulp, his magical energy surged back, recovering 2 to 3 tenths in mere moments. Zhao Jingze felt no regret. At this juncture, the more energy he possessed, the greater his chances of survival. He downed several more sips of the spirit wine, and within the span of a single incense stick, his magical energy was fully restored. At that moment, he activated the defensive talisman gifted by Li Qingshan, enveloping himself in a protective light. In comparison to magical energy, the shield provided by the talisman clearly offered superior defense against the demonic aura. Observing Zhao Jingze regain his magical energy in such a short time and summon sufficient strength to activate a protective talisman, Qi Qinshe quickly comprehended the extraordinary nature of the spirit wine in his possession. Daoist Zhao, may I partake of some as well? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingze raised an eyebrow in contemplation. After a brief moment of thought, he decisively tossed the gourd to her. Qi Qinshe caught it and began to gulp it down eagerly. Zhao Jingze's rationale for sharing the spirit wine was twofold. Firstly, its remaining quantity was limited, and its value was not exorbitant. Secondly, if Qi Qinshe could restore some of her magical energy, she could assist him in breaking through the formation. Once they breached the formation, Li Qingshan awaited outside. Should Zhao Jingze emerge alone, Li Qingshan would undoubtedly target him. Although Qi Qinshe was a 5th-layer Qi refining cultivator, having reached her pinnacle, her strength might even surpass Zhao Jingze's. He believed Li Qingshan would prioritize dealing with her. Without further deliberation, seizing the moment while Qi Qinshe regained her magical energy, Zhao Jingze felt a surge of inspiration. The shard of stone in his hand shimmered with spiritual light, and suddenly, the magnificent Qingyang horse materialized before them. Ignoring Qi Qinshe's astonished gaze, Zhao Jingze pointed directly at the demonic vessel, commanding the Qingyang horse to attack. Through its training, the Qingyang horse had also enhanced its abilities, now at the mid-level of the first tier, comparable to a 4th-layer Qi refining cultivator. Though its cultivation was not particularly high, it possessed a unique ability to suppress malevolent entities, making it exceptionally suited for confronting the demonic artifact. The Qingyang horse's eyes glimmered with spiritual light as a bolt of azure lightning fire erupted forth. As the lightning fire burst forth, the surrounding demonic energy dissipated like melting snow. Upon successfully striking the demonic vessel, it forced the demonic energy back and ignited fiercely. However, the artifact displayed considerable resilience, and moments later, the demonic energy within began to spew forth once more, slowly erasing the lightning fire. Seeing the lightning fire's effectiveness, Zhao Jingze recognized that the Qingyang horse's powers were indeed impactful. Yet, its cultivation was insufficient. Complete destruction of the artifact would require additional time. Thus, Zhao Jingze signaled for the Qingyang horse to continue unleashing its powers. Waves of lightning fire erupted in succession, continuously scorching the demonic vessel. After a brief interval, the vessel was left battered and broken, the demonic energy within flickering sporadically. It appeared that it would not be long before it was utterly obliterated. Once destroyed, Zhao Jingze would no longer need to fear being transformed into a corpse demon. However, outside the formation, Li Qingshan remained vigilant, and once the artifact was eliminated, they would need to consider how to escape the formation. At that moment, Zhao Jingze suddenly turned his gaze to the now rejuvenated Qi Qinshe. Daoist Qi, if your magical energy is restored, let us strike together to dismantle the formation swiftly. Once we emerge, Li Qingshan will undoubtedly be enraged, and our ability to escape will depend on our respective skills. Hearing this, Qi Qinshe's earlier panic had yet to fade, yet she nodded solemnly in agreement. Just then, the Qingyang horse unleashed another bolt of lightning fire, and the demonic vessel finally succumbed, losing all its spiritual essence and becoming mere scrap. Let us act to dismantle the formation, Zhao Jingze bellowed, gathering his magical energy as he launched a barrage of fireballs the size of human heads towards the formation. Qi Qinshe, seeing this, hastily joined in, seemingly employing a technique of wind blades, manifesting a series of sharp gusts. The two distinct spells struck the formation in succession, the wind blades exhibiting considerable power, causing the golden light of the formation to flicker incessantly. After several rounds of their combined efforts, the golden spiritual light erupted violently. How is this possible? You are both drained of magical energy. How could you break the formation? As the formation shattered, Li Qingshan, waiting outside, was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief as he struggled to comprehend how Zhao Jingze and Qi Qingshan had resolved the demonic energy and breached the formation. Just as he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the Qingyang horse beside Zhao Jingze, a glimmer of realization flickering in his eyes. Yet, he quickly questioned, "Impossible. I distinctly saw you come alone. And you have no beast pouch. How could you summon a demon beast?" Faced with Li Qingshan's suspicions, the two had no time to address him. Qi Qingshan, possessing formidable prowess, once again cast her spell, enveloping herself in a whirlwind that lifted her skyward. "Li Qingshan, I shall remember this great enmity." With a furious cry, Qi Qingshan soared into the air. Witnessing this, Li Qingshan temporarily set aside his astonishment and fury, retrieving 3 imposing figures shrouded in demonic energy from his storage pouch. Pointing at Zhao Jingze and bellowing, "Kill him." With that, Li Qingshan summoned a brilliant blue flying sword, leaping into the air in pursuit of the airborne Qi Qingshan. As a swordsman, Li Qingshan wielded a mid-tier flying sword, his speed of escape remarkable. Riding the sword, he rapidly closed the distance between himself and Qi Qingshan, indicating that her earlier threats had been premature. Zhao Jingze had no time to concern himself with the situation above. His attention turned to the 3 figures before him. These 3 specters, enveloped in demonic energy, emanated the aura of 5th-layer Qi refining cultivators. It appeared they were the corpse demons Li Qingshan had previously crafted. The moment they emerged, they wasted no time and charged at Zhao Jingze with bloodthirsty intent. In response, Zhao Jingze unleashed a fireball spell while commanding the Qingyang horse to employ its lightning fire powers. The corpse demons, lacking in intelligence, did not evade or dodge, allowing the fireball and lightning fire to strike them directly. However, the fireball quickly dissipated against the surrounding demonic energy. And although the lightning fire created a hole in their bodies, it was insufficient to halt their advance. The malevolent entity known as the corpse ghost, whose corporeal form does not disintegrate into ashes, possesses formidable offensive capabilities. As 3 corpse ghosts encircled Zhao Jingze, even the valiant Qingyang horse, despite its attempts to resist, could not withstand such overwhelming numbers. One of the corpse ghosts lunged forward with a blood-red hand, striking Zhao Jingze squarely in the chest. The sound of a sickening thud echoed as he was propelled backward, his protective jade talisman shattered, leaving him with a grievous wound that exposed bone. Meanwhile, the Qingyang horse suffered an even worse fate, impaled by the hand of a corpse ghost. Both man and steed lay gravely injured on the ground, while the 3 corpse ghosts advanced menacingly, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an inevitable demise. Chapter 124, Injured and Fleeing. Before the trio of corpse ghosts could finish off Zhao Jingze, in the skies above, Li Qingshan commanded his flying sword and swiftly caught up to Qi Qingshan. Qi Qingshan, utilizing her spell for flight, effectively employed the wind manipulation technique. While this technique, when mastered, allows for soaring through the air, it is ultimately limited by the significant consumption of magical energy, rendering it unsustainable. Moreover, the speed of this technique pales in comparison to specialized flying artifacts such as flying swords. Qi Qingshan had anticipated that after using her spell, Li Qingshan would first deal with Zhao Jingze. However, to her astonishment, he summoned 3 corpse ghosts to confront Zhao Jingze while personally pursuing her. As she sensed Li Qingshan drawing nearer, his aura brimming with murderous intent, Qi Qingshan became increasingly frantic, pleading for mercy. "Qingshan, must you truly be so relentless? Your demonic artifact has been destroyed, and you cannot fashion me into a corpse ghost. If you spare my life, I shall be eternally grateful. Should you desire anything, I would willingly face death 1,000 times." Li Qingshan, standing on his flying sword and cutting through the air with a frosty countenance, heard her words clearly, yet felt no inclination to relent. Though the ghost refining bowl was destroyed, he could still control the corpse ghosts through spells, but he could no longer create new ones. Qi Qingshan's willingness to submit should have warranted acceptance, yet he merely scoffed. "Humph. Today, you and Zhao Jingze have destroyed my artifact, which is a capital offense. Furthermore, my activities regarding corpse ghosts must remain concealed. Regardless, Taoist Qi, your demise is inevitable today." With that, the murderous intent on Li Qingshan's face intensified. As he closed the distance to Qi Qingshan, he abruptly executed the wind manipulation technique, soaring through the air. With a single finger, he directed the nearby azure flying sword, which soared through the air, creating ripples, and shot towards Qi Qingshan. The flying sword, a weapon inclined towards slaughter and of considerable power, was mid-tier, and under the command of his 9th level of Qi refinement, it surged forth like a blue ribbon, formidable and awe-inspiring. Qi Qingshan's eyes widened in horror. Although she attempted to evade, her speed was insufficient to escape. In desperation, she mobilized her internal magical energy, trying to conjure a defensive spell. Wind blade technique. A blade of hurricane energy materialized, colliding with the flying sword. Yet, that seemingly sharp wind blade was shattered in an instant. The residual force of the flying sword cleaved through, bisecting Qi Qingshi's form and splattering blood across the air. Her severed body plummeted towards the ground. Li Qingshan casually cast a fireball technique, incinerating her remains, and without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his flying sword back, retracing his path towards Zhao Jingze. At that moment, Zhao Jingze had just been struck down by the corpse ghosts. As he beheld the approaching trio of corpse ghosts and witnessed Qi Qingshi's apparent demise at Li Qingshan's hands, a sense of impending doom washed over him. With the Qingyang horse gravely injured and his own condition far from favorable, the corpse ghosts drew closer. Sensing the imminent peril, the Qingyang horse mustered its strength to rise, its eyes flickering with lightning and fire, spreading like a web of flames. The Qingyang horse unleashed its thunderfire divine ability, capable of coalescing into a singular force or exploding into fragments. However, the dispersed attack, while powerful, was considerably diminished. Indeed, the three corpse ghosts were struck by the thunderfire, momentarily halting their advance and diminishing their demonic energy, yet they remained unharmed. As this stalemate continued, both the Qingyang horse and Zhao Jingze faced certain death. At that critical juncture, a massive eagle, its feathers of brilliant red and spanning 2 zhang, swooped down from the horizon. It soared towards the palace where Zhao Jingze lay, moving with astonishing speed. Upon sighting the eagle, a smile broke upon Zhao Jingze's face. For this red-feathered eagle was the second beast bestowed upon him by Zhao Fengyan, the fire eagle. This creature, lacking a blood contract, could not be stored in the myriad beasts cave, and the palace was a forbidden area. Thus, Zhao Jingze had left it outside to await his return. Unexpectedly, it seemed the fire eagle had sensed his danger and had come to his aid of its own accord. Realizing this, Zhao Jingze quickly formed a spell with his fingers, conjuring 3 fireballs the size of human heads. Seizing the moment when the 3 corpse ghosts and the Qingyang horse were locked in combat, he hurled the fireballs at the specters. The combination of fireballs and thunderfire forced the 3 corpse ghosts to retreat. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Zhao Jingze focused his mind and instantly summoned the Qingyang horse into the myriad beasts cave. He then executed the wind manipulation technique, soaring through the air towards the fire eagle. In a matter of moments, the two converged in the sky. Zhao Jingze grasped the fire eagle's talons and commanded, "Fly swiftly. Escape the palace." Following his order, the fire eagle screeched, and its immense form effortlessly lifted Zhao Jingze into the air. With a powerful flap of its wings, they soared away in the opposite direction, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan finally arrived at the vicinity of the 3 corpse ghosts. Observing the slightly damaged specters and the now missing Zhao Jingze, he ultimately chose to abandon the pursuit. He understood that flying beasts not only possessed incredible speed, but also remarkable endurance. The consumption of magical energy required to maintain his flying sword made it nearly impossible to catch up. Li Qingshan remained silent, summoning the 3 corpse ghosts and his flying sword back to him, his expression dark and brooding. Before long, a contingent of imperial guards arrived, the palace sentinels. "Masterly, we detected signs of a struggle here. Were there assassins?" Hearing this, Li Qingshan's brow arched, as if an idea had sparked within him. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "You must immediately inform His Majesty that Zhao Jingze, the 3rd-grade governor of Pingzhou, has conspired to rebel. Today, he assaulted me and has fled grievously wounded. I urge His Majesty to issue a decree to dispatch troops to his family estate and eradicate his entire clan." The officer leading the guards was taken aback. As a member of the court, he was well aware of Zhao Jingze's status. Not only was he a governor, but also a 3rd-grade military officer and the son-in-law of the 2nd-grade general, Yang Qingzhou. The prospect of rebellion was indeed monumental. The officer dared not question Li Qingshan's words and, after a moment of shock, hurried away towards the emperor's quarters. Once the soldiers had departed, Li Qingshan coldly declared, "Zhao Jingze, you may escape the monk, but not the temple. I know you will hide, but your family shall not evade their fate. Once I arrive at your family estate, we shall see if you dare to emerge. Should you thwart my endeavors, I shall annihilate your entire family, leaving not a single soul behind." With that, Li Qingshan swept away, his robes billowing behind him. The following day, at the break of dawn, the emperor abruptly issued a decree, dispatching troops to Pingan County to eradicate the traitor Zhao Jingze and execute his entire clan. Chapter 125. Journey to the Zhao family outside the imperial city. A vast array of soldiers swiftly assembled. Before long, their number swelled to several thousand. Though far fewer than the countless warriors engaged in border skirmishes, each soldier was a seasoned fighter, with the least among them being 2nd-tier martial artists. There were over 100 first-tier warriors and nearly 10 innate martial artists among them. The convergence of such formidable martial prowess underscored the court's ruthless determination to eradicate the Zhao family. Not long after the soldiers gathered, within the imperial city, Li Qingshan arrived, soaring on his sword to lead the formation. Upon his arrival, a martial general stepped forward from the ranks. He was none other than Yang Qingzhou, a second-tier general of the Jin Kingdom. Just yesterday, during the coronation ceremony of the new emperor, he had encountered Zhao Jingze. The sudden turn of events, with Zhao Jingze being branded a traitor overnight, was difficult for Yang Qingzhou to accept. Nevertheless, with the imperial edict issued and as a second-tier general summoned to lead the assault on the Zhao family, he had no choice but to comply. When he observed Li Qingshan, he dared to confront the celestial master, seeking clarity. Master Li, Zhao Jingze is the magistrate of our Jin Kingdom and a cultivator who has fought alongside me against our enemies at the border. It is inconceivable that he would harbor treasonous intentions. I beseech you to persuade His Majesty to retract the decree. Gazing down at the kneeling Yang Qingzhou, Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. General Yang, if I recall correctly, you are the father-in-law of Zhao Jingze, are you not? Indeed, Master Li, the general replied. Humph, I witnessed Zhao Jingze's treasonous actions with my own eyes. Your denial holds no weight. The emperor has commanded the execution of Zhao Jingze and his entire clan, and you are implicated in this as well. This is your opportune moment to choose a side. You would do well to uphold righteousness and aid me in exterminating the Zhao family, while also helping me locate that traitor Zhao Jingze. Otherwise, I shall have your head as well. Li Qingshan showed no regard for Yang Qingzhou's pleas and brazenly leveraged his relationship with Zhao Jingze as a means of coercion. Hearing these words, Yang Qingzhou fell silent, his eyes flickering with turmoil. Thoughts of his daughter, Yang Rong'er, who had married into the Zhao family, flooded his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at the resolute expression on Li Qingshan's face and realized that the die had been cast. His pleas would be futile. Without uttering another word, he mounted his horse, deep in thought. Seeing this, Li Qingshan nodded with slight satisfaction. Onward, to Ping'an County. At his command, the soldiers spurred their steeds and galloped forth, following him toward Ping'an County. Meanwhile, over 300 miles north of the capital, in a desolate wilderness, Zhao Jingze sat cross-legged atop a rock, recuperating from his injuries. His chest wound had been bandaged, and beside him, a massive eagle stood sentinel. Having been injured by a corpse demon the previous day, Zhao Jingze had sustained significant harm, though the external injuries were not life-threatening. His robust physique and vigorous vitality allowed him to staunch the bleeding with ease and apply salves to his wounds. However, the demonic energy carried by the corpse demon had seeped into his injury. If left unchecked, it could prove fatal or at the very least, impair his cultivation. Thus, after escaping immediate peril, Zhao Jingze had instructed the Fire Eagle to locate a safe wilderness for his recovery, where he could gradually expel the demonic energy from his body using his own magical abilities. Of course, he did not solely attend to his own injuries. He had also tended to the wounded Qingyang horse immediately. Now, the steed was recovering well, resting within the cave realm. With time, it might fully heal, given proper care. A day later, Zhao Jingze successfully expelled all traces of demonic energy from his body, allowing himself a moment of relaxation. Yet, his thoughts turned to the situation at home. If Li Qingshan cannot kill me, he will surely implicate the Zhao family. With his 9th level Qi refinement cultivation and the might of that flying sword, my family is in peril. My father must be aware that the Qingyang horse was injured and may surmise that I am in danger. Although he does not know the full details, I must return home swiftly, hoping to arrive before Li Qingshan does. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Jingze disregarded his injuries and once again took to the skies on the Fire Eagle, racing toward Ping'an County. At that very moment, within the Zhao family estate in Ping'an County, all clan members had gathered. Zhao Fengyan, Huang Wanyun, Zhao Zhengchuan, Zhao Zhengling, along with Yang Rong'er and Zhao Xingfeng, sat together, their expressions grave. 2 days prior, Zhao Fengyan had discovered the severely injured Qingyang horse in the cave realm. He immediately suspected that Zhao Jingze was in peril, but the steed, being unable to speak, could not convey the specifics of the situation, no matter how intelligent it was. From Yang Rong'er, who had arrived not long ago, Zhao Fengyan learned that Zhao Jingze had been summoned by the court. Thus, he had begun to piece together the circumstances surrounding Zhao Jingze's predicament. With Zhao Jingze's formidable martial prowess at the 5th level of Qi refinement, it was evident that most ordinary cultivators and martial artists posed no threat to him. The fact that his Qingyang horse had been grievously injured indicated the involvement of a cultivator. This cultivator was either one from a neighboring nation stirring trouble in Jin or a martial artist from within Jin itself. However, with the formidable sword cultivator Li Qingshan present in Jin, it seemed unlikely that foreign cultivators would dare to cause unrest. After much contemplation, Zhao Fengyan deduced that it was indeed Li Qingshan who had targeted Zhao Jingze. Initially, The court had shown Zhao Jing's great favor, which had raised Zhao Fengyan's suspicions. Now, it seemed his instincts were correct. Given that Li Qingshan was the aggressor, Zhao Fengyan was certain that Zhao Jingze could not contend with him. Regardless of whether Zhao Jingze was alive or dead, it was clear that Li Qingshan would not spare the Zhao family. Thus, Zhao Fengyan summoned all his clan members, hoping for Zhao Jingze's safe return while also bracing for Li Qingshan's impending assault. The reason Zhao Fengyan chose not to flee into the mountains with his family was simple. He believed that, despite Li Qingshan's considerable cultivation and combat prowess, the Zhao family would no longer cower in fear of him. When Li Qingshan arrived, Zhao Fengyan was eager to see if this audacious man would be capable of extinguishing his clan, gathering his family within the confines of their estate. Zhao Fengyan conveyed his suspicions to them. Upon hearing this, the family members were shocked and astonished, yet their primary concern remained Zhao Jingze's safety. Zhao Fengyan, uncertain of the specifics, could only offer them words of comfort. As the uncertainty of Zhao Jingze's fate loomed, the Zhao family's south animosity toward the court and Li Qingshan reached a fever pitch. The family was consumed with rage, now only awaiting the arrival of Li Qingshan. 5 days later, a contingent of soldiers suddenly descended upon the outskirts of Ping'an County. Li Qingshan's forces had arrived, having reached Ping'an County before Zhao Jingze could return. Upon their arrival, the imperial soldiers made a direct march toward Mang Village. As the iron cavalry thundered through, dust billowed into the air, causing chaos among the townsfolk of Ping'an County. When the 3,000 iron riders reached Mang Village, they swiftly surrounded the Zhao estate, sealing it off completely. Facing the tightly shut gates of the Zhao residence, Li Qingshan's expression was cold as he turned to Yang Qingzhou beside him. General Yang, quickly gather your men and apprehend the entire Zhao family. Chapter 126, The Display of Cultivation. Upon hearing Li Qingshan's command, Yang Qingzhou's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. After a moment of contemplation, he dismounted alone and strode towards the Zhao residence. At that very moment, the grand doors of the Zhao household swung open, revealing Zhao Fengyan and a host of family members at the threshold. Upon sighting Zhao Fengyan, Li Qingshan bellowed with fury, commanding all soldiers to seize the Zhao family without mercy, threatening dire consequences for any resistance. The soldiers behind him surged forward, poised to charge at Zhao Fengyan and his kin. Yet, in that instant, Yang Qingzhou's voice rang out, commanding them to halt. Stop! The moment his words echoed, the soldiers froze in their tracks, casting bewildered glances between Yang Qingzhou and Li Qingshan, uncertain of how to proceed. Li Qingshan was the immortal advisor to the late emperor, wielding immense influence in the Jin kingdom, second only to the emperor himself. Conversely, Yang Qingzhou was a second-rank general, commanding considerable military power within the realm, and most of the soldiers present were his subordinates. Thus, the conflicting orders left the soldiers in a state of confusion. Seeing this standoff, Li Qingshan's eyes glinted with malice. General Yang, are you aware that sheltering traitors is a capital offense? In response, Yang Qingzhou respectfully clasped his hands in greeting and knelt on one knee. Master Li, Zhao Jingze harbors no intentions of rebellion. This must be a grave misunderstanding. I implore you to discern the truth and not wrongfully accuse a loyal subject. If you persist in this course, then I must beg your forgiveness for my impudence. With that, Yang Qingzhou brandished his long-handled saber defiantly, clearly indicating his unwillingness to accept Zhao Jingze as a traitor. His previous agreement to accompany Li Qingshan was merely a strategic delay. It was only upon reaching the Zhao residence that he openly declared his allegiance. It appeared that today, he would unequivocally stand with the Zhao family. Understanding Yang Qingzhou's intentions, Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes, a flying sword manifesting in his grasp. At that moment, Zhao Fengyan approached Yang Qingzhou and helped him rise. Observing Yang Qingzhou's earlier actions, he deduced that Yang was indeed still aligned with his family. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow Yang Qingzhou to perish. Brother Yang, may I inquire if Jingze still lives? Brother Zhao, Jingze is alive. He escaped last night. Yet, Master Li is determined to capture and execute him. Upon hearing that Zhao Jingze had survived, Zhao Fengyan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then turned his gaze towards the imposing figure of Li Qingshan in the distance, his voice steady and commanding. Li Qingshan, I am most eager to hear how you allege my son Zhao Jingze conspired against the state. If your explanation is satisfactory, you need not lay a hand on him. The Zhao family will take matters into our own hands. However, if you cannot substantiate your claims, do not blame me for turning ruthless. Even if you are an immortal, I shall strike you down here. Zhao Fengyan's pronouncement left the soldiers present exchanging glances of astonishment. Even Yang Qingzhou could not help but tug at Zhao Fengyan's sleeve. Brother Zhao, have you lost your wits? Li Qingshan is an immortal. Even we, who have reached the innate realm, are no match for him. Do not provoke his ire. Disregarding Yang Qingzhou's warning, Zhao Fengyan maintained his unwavering gaze upon Li Qingshan. The latter, clearly amused by Zhao Fengyan's audacity, toyed with the flying sword in his hand, making it whirl incessantly in his palm. Huh, what a heartless turn of events. If I had the leisure, I would indeed relish witnessing how you intend to slay me. As for your son Zhao Jing's being a traitor, I owe you no explanation. Simply await your capture. With a derisive chuckle, Li Qingshan's countenance suddenly darkened, and he sternly addressed Yang Qingzhou. General Yang, considering your loyal service to the Jin, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Stand aside. With that, the flying sword in Li Qingshan's hand ceased its playful dance, trembling violently before expanding rapidly. The azure blade hovered menacingly above Li Qingshan's head, its sharp aura unmistakable. It was evident that if Yang Qingzhou dared to persist in his defense of the Zhao family, Li Qingshan would not hesitate to eliminate him. At that moment, Yang Qingzhou's expression turned grave. However, as he glanced at Yang Ronger behind him, he ultimately tightened his grip on the saber. Li Qingshan, if you seek to kill, then come at me. Hearing these words, Li Qingshan finally relinquished all restraint. His gaze sharpened intensely, and with a single finger pointed, the hovering flying sword shot forth. The sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as the azure blade hurtled towards Yang Qingzhou's face. The surrounding soldiers watched in trepidation, unwilling to see Yang Qingzhou perish, yet too fearful to defy Li Qingshan's command. I, Yang Qingzhou, have fought through countless battles and have yet to witness the full extent of an immortal's might. To face Li Qingshan in combat, I shall have no regrets. With a hearty laugh, Yang Qingzhou charged forward, his formidable saber slicing through the air with tremendous force. However, no matter how potent his martial prowess, it paled in comparison to the power of the magical artifact. The moment the fierce flying sword clashed with his blade, it cleaved through it effortlessly. Just as the sword was poised to sever Yang Qingzhou's head, Zhao Fengyan erupted into laughter. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Channeling his magical energy, he conjured a massive fireball in his hands. Since Huang Wanyan had mastered the art of crafting spirit-gathering pills, Zhao Fengyan had been utilizing the elixirs and spirit grains for his cultivation. With abundant spiritual energy and enhanced aptitude, his progress had been remarkable over the past 2 years. Now, Zhao Fengyan had attained the 6th layer of qi refinement. At this moment, unleashing the fireball technique at full strength, he surpassed Zhao Jing's capabilities by a significant margin. As Li Qingshan engaged Yang Qingzhou, he had not exerted his full power. When the fireball collided with the flying sword, a dazzling explosion of spiritual light erupted. The enormous fireball disintegrated, while the flying sword was forcefully repelled by the sheer force of the blast. As the commotion subsided, everyone present, including Li Qingshan, wore expressions of astonishment. You are also a cultivator. A 6th layer qi refinement cultivator, no less. Upon witnessing Zhao Fengyan's fireball technique, Li Qingshan was taken aback and employed his divination technique to assess Zhao Fengyan's cultivation level. Once he discerned that Zhao Fengyan had reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, he could not suppress his exclamation. Previously, Zhao Fengyan had refrained from revealing his identity as a cultivator, fearing that it might attract the attention of other immortals. However, with Li Qingshan now at his doorstep, concealing his prowess was no longer necessary. Not only was Li Qingshan taken aback, but Yang Qingzhou also gazed at Zhao Fengyan as if he were a stranger. Yet, Zhao Fengyan had no time to explain. He swiftly gestured, summoning Xiao He from his pocket realm. Xiao He had evolved into a mid-tier 1st-level demon beast, comparable to a 6th layer qi refinement cultivator. Coupled with its robust and fearsome appearance, it was truly intimidating. Li Qingshan cast a surprised glance at Xiao He, then fell silent for a moment, his expression settling into calm contemplation. Who would have thought that the Zhao family harbored another cultivator? It is indeed rare to find a father and son both possessing spiritual roots among the common folk. You even have a beast companion. It seems the beast taming techniques Zhao Jing's brought back have proven useful. However, both you and this black dog are merely at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Aside from your spells, you lack any means of combat. Today, you shall meet your doom. With that, Li Qingshan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He soared into the air, the power of the flying sword reaching its zenith. In his estimation, Zhao Fengyan and Xiao He were merely at the mid-tier of qi refinement and the 1st level, respectively. Even if he faced them both, he would not find himself at a disadvantage. However, just as he was about to take action, behind Zhao Fengyan, Zhao Zhengchuan, Huang Wanyan, and Zhao Zhengling suddenly soared into the air, their cultivation evident to all. Huang Wanyan was at the 6th level of qi refinement, Zhao Zhengling at the 2nd level, while Zhao Zhengchuan boasted an impressive 9th level of qi refinement. Furthermore, surrounding them were Xiao Kai, Xiao Bai, the fire element monkey, as well as the fire bear, fire mouse, and fire toad, all of whom had made their appearance. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Qingshan's expression transformed dramatically, leaving him utterly flustered. Chapter 127. Encirclement. Impossible. How could a mere mortal family possess so many cultivators? Why are there so many beast tamers? Li Qingshan could no longer maintain his composure. His heart filled with an overwhelming dread. He could not fathom how, among mortals, there could be even a single individual with spiritual roots, let alone an entire family possessing so many. Moreover, in the Jin Kingdom, where spiritual energy was scarce, even those with spiritual roots found it exceedingly difficult to cultivate to the later stages of qi refinement, especially within a family that needed to share resources. Additionally, the scarcity of spiritual energy resulted in a dearth of demonic beasts within the Jin Kingdom, with even the number of spirit creatures being limited. Previously, when Zhao Jingze had summoned a Qingyang horse and commanded a fire eagle, Li Qingshan had thought himself fortunate. Later, when Zhao Fengyan showcased a first-level fire dog, although surprised, he was not overly astonished. But now, seeing that each member of the Zhao family had at least 1 to 3 demonic beasts, the spectacle was truly awe-inspiring. Amidst his fear, Li Qingshan was also increasingly perplexed about how the Zhao family had achieved this. He understood that the Zhao family must harbor some significant secret. Li Qingshan, the number of cultivators and beast tamers in my Zhao family is no longer something you need to concern yourself with. You should rather contemplate how to escape with your life. Zhao Fengyan remarked coldly, gesturing with a hand as the members of the Zhao family began to encircle Li Qingshan from both sides. They were well aware that Li Qingshan had attacked Zhao Jingze and harbored immense hostility toward their clan. Thus, today, they could not allow him to leave alive, no matter the cost. Noticing the movements of the Zhao family, although Li Qingshan's expression grew grave, he did not flee immediately. He scoffed coldly and declared, Do you truly believe that sheer numbers can extinguish me? A mortal family that has risen to become a sect of cultivators possesses no foundation whatsoever. I suspect that apart from spells, you have no other means at your disposal. Even if you possess a few first-level mid-stage demonic beasts, what do I have to fear? Since you are so arrogant, let me show you the might of Li Qingshan. Once I have slaughtered your entire clan, I shall seek out the secrets of the Zhao family myself. With that, Li Qingshan abruptly slapped the storage bag at his waist, and a pitch-black shield floated out. Upon being infused with his magical power, the shield rapidly expanded and began to circle around him incessantly. It appeared to be a defensive magical artifact. Not pausing for a moment, Li Qingshan summoned 3 corpse demons exuding malevolent energy. Each one bore the power of a 5th-level qi refinement cultivator, and they appeared formidable. Upon seeing Li Qingshan's defensive artifact, Zhao Fengyan's expression remained unperturbed. However, upon realizing he had summoned 3 corpse demons, Zhao Fengyan's demeanor shifted to one of caution. He discerned that these 3 corpse demons were likely the product of demonic cultivation, each possessing the strength of a 5th-level cultivator, thus equating to 3 5th-level cultivators. Given this, Li Qingshan was no longer alone in the confrontation. Zhengling, you need not take action, just let Xiaobai handle it. Wanyun, Zhengchuan, be cautious. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the imminent clash between the many cultivators drew nearer, causing numerous soldiers to retreat in fear. Even Yang Qingzhou, who had been taken aback, quickly regained his composure and pulled Yang Ronger back. At that moment, Zhao Fengyan suddenly shouted, Xiaohei, go! Xiaohei let out a fierce roar, flames erupting from its body as it swiftly formed into armor. It then charged toward one of the corpse demons. The corpse demon, undeterred, responded with a ferocious growl and lunged at Xiaohei. However, as they clashed, the corpse demon's physical attacks could not penetrate Xiaohei's defenses, while Xiaohei's bites inflicted damage upon the corpse demon. Sensing that the corpse demon was at a disadvantage, Li Qingshan unleashed his flying sword toward Xiaohei in a furious strike. Should the sword find its mark, it was uncertain whether Xiaohei's armor could withstand it. Suddenly, a figure shot forth. Qingshan, old dog, your opponent is me. This figure was none other than Zhao Zhengchuan, at the 9th level of qi refinement. He had secluded himself for years, diligently honing his skills. Lacking any magical artifacts, his spells were nonetheless exceedingly sharp. As Zhao Zhengchuan's sword, he gathered his magical power in both hands, which soon coalesced into a golden beam of light that shot toward Li Qingshan. This golden beam was the perfected golden light technique. Upon its invocation, it moved with astonishing speed, and though it was spiritual light, it was sharper than any blade. In an instant, the golden light technique reached its target, causing Li Qingshan to furrow his brow and urgently activate his shield to defend himself. A sound akin to the clash of metal rang out, and suddenly, a fist-sized hollow appeared on the shield's surface. My magical artifact. Li Qingshan gasped in astonishment. His defensive artifact was a mid-tier one with considerable protective power, yet it had been breached by a spell from a qi refinement cultivator, leaving him both shocked and pained. Just then, another golden light technique hurtled toward him, prompting Li Qingshan to forsake his concern for Xiao He and instead channel his flying sword toward Zhao Zhengchuan. Sensing her master was in danger, Xiao Kai flapped her wings and soared toward him, releasing a flurry of golden threads that struck the flying sword, producing a series of sharp clangs. With Zhao Zhengchuan's formidable golden light technique and Xiao Kai's assistance, he could hold his ground against Li Qingshan. Observing this, Zhao Fengyan and the others ceased their observations and joined the fray. Xiao Bai charged into the midst of the three corpse demons, letting out a roar that shook the earth, causing the three corpse demons to stagger. They were soon besieged by the fire mouse, fire element monkey, fire bear, and Xiao He. Among these beasts, only Xiao He, the fire element monkey, and Xiao Bai had reached the mid-stage of the first level, while the others were merely at the initial stage. Fortunately, with Xiao He and Xiao Bai leading the charge, the other lower-tier beasts merely provided support. Flashes of fire erupted continuously as the numerous demonic beasts relentlessly suppressed the three corpse demons. It seemed that vanquishing the corpse demons was merely a matter of time. Realizing that his demonic beasts could handle the corpse demons, Zhao Fengyan turned his gaze toward Li Qingshan in the air, exchanging glances with Huang Wanyun. The two then invoked the wind control technique and soared upward. Both had primarily practiced the fireball technique, and upon reaching the heights, they began to cast fireballs toward Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was already entangled with Zhao Zhengchuan, unable to free himself. Now, with a barrage of fireballs heading his way, he could only summon all his strength to activate the shield and protect himself. However, the shield was merely an ordinary magical artifact, and having already sustained damage from Zhao Zhengchuan's golden light technique, it lacked the spiritual essence to fully shield Li Qingshan. Zhao Fengyan and Huang Wanyun's fireballs rained down incessantly. Although many missed their mark, several still managed to strike true. At this moment, Li Qingshan found himself in an utterly wretched state, his body bearing numerous grievous wounds. Unable to suppress his fury, he spat out, "You despicable lot, truly shameless." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan merely smiled faintly, showing no concern whatsoever. The Zhao family had thoroughly subdued Li Qingshan, and if the battle continued, they would undoubtedly eliminate him. Chapter 128, The Death of Qingshan. As the Zhao family clashed with Li Qingshan, spells and magical artifacts shimmered with various ethereal lights, illuminating the heavens like a tempest of thunder and fire. On the ground, three corpse demons battled alongside numerous monstrous beasts, their roars relentless. With each close-quarters engagement, the combined might of the combatants and the supernatural abilities of the beasts sent debris flying and buildings collapsing in their wake. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos, stretching 100 zhang in all directions. Witnessing such a fierce spectacle, the soldiers surrounding them and the onlookers in the distance were filled with dread. They understood that this level of conflict was far beyond the realm of mere mortals. Consequently, as the fighting intensified, the common folk retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, Yang Qingzhou, with his daughter, took refuge in the backyard of the Zhao residence. Even from there, he could see the fierce confrontation between the Zhao clan and Li Qingshan high above. Observing Zhao Fengyan, who once shared a brotherly bond with him, now transformed into a celestial being capable of flight, Yang Qingzhou felt a profound sense of envy. Yet, amidst his admiration, he was primarily taken aback. Initially, when Li Qingshan had struck, he had prepared himself for death, but now it seemed that the Zhao family's strength surpassed that of Li Qingshan. If this continued, not only would the Zhao family remain unharmed, but he too would likely escape unscathed. Thus, at this moment, Yang Qingzhou silently wished for the Zhao family to vanquish Li Qingshan, to prevent future calamities. Above, Li Qingshan grew increasingly alarmed as he fought. Were it not for his reliance on magical artifacts, he would have already been overwhelmed by the Zhao clan. Yet, even with their aid, he was gradually losing ground. The formidable Zhao Zhengchuan, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, wielded the golden light technique with remarkable prowess. Although Zhao Zhengchuan lacked a magical artifact, his diligent training, coupled with the ample supply of elixirs and spiritual grains from the Zhao family, had elevated his cultivation to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Furthermore, he had diligently honed the powerful golden light technique, achieving considerable mastery. With a deep reservoir of mana and formidable spells at his disposal, along with the assistance of his kin, dealing with Li Qingshan was a trivial matter. At that moment, amidst another barrage of fireballs from Zhao Fengyan and Huang Wanyun, Zhao Zhengchuan suddenly noticed an opening in Li Qingshan's shield. With keen focus, he seized the moment, transforming his fingers into a sword, and unleashed a beam of golden light. In an instant, the golden radiance struck Li Qingshan squarely in the chest. With a sickening sound, the golden light pierced through, causing crimson blood to spurt forth. This grievous injury caused Li Qingshan to falter, his expression shifting to one of sheer terror. He cast a venomous glance at Zhao Zhengchuan before, without further ado, turning to flee. Such a move was clearly an attempt to escape. He must not be allowed to get away. Zhao Fengyan, recognizing Li Qingshan's intent, bellowed in anger. He understood all too well that should Li Qingshan successfully flee, he would become a significant threat to the Zhao family in the future. If he harbored any desire for vengeance, it was likely that the Zhao family would never feel safe leaving their home alone again. Upon hearing Zhao Fengyan's words, the Zhao clan members' expressions hardened. Simultaneously, Huang Wanyun and Zhao Zhengchuan took flight in pursuit. However, at that moment, Li Qingshan summoned his flying sword with a flick of his wrist, redirecting its blade to lift him into the air as he sped away. The speed of this flying sword far exceeded that of the wind control technique. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan had put over 100 zhang between himself and the three pursuers. Noticing the growing distance between them, Zhao Fengyan's eyes filled with urgency. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan, sensing that the Zhao clan was unable to catch up, couldn't resist taunting them. What a formidable Zhao family in Ping'an County. I had underestimated you. Once I recuperate and break through to the foundation establishment stage, I will return to flatten your clan. His words made it evident that if he escaped, there would be no end to their enmity. Zhao Fengyan fell silent, gritting his teeth as he continued the chase. As the distance widened, he realized that it was unlikely they would catch up today. Just then, from the direction Li Qingshan was fleeing, a booming roar echoed. Li Qingshan, today, you shall surely perish. Upon hearing the shout, both Li Qingshan and Zhao Fengyan looked up to see a massive crimson eagle soaring towards Li Qingshan. A figure clutched in its talons. This man and eagle were none other than Zhao Zhengzi, who had hurried back. Upon his return, he had witnessed the battle unfolding above the Zhao residence, and upon seeing Li Qingshan attempting to escape, he understood that his family was in a position of strength. Thus, he could not allow Li Qingshan to flee and become a formidable enemy in the future. At that moment, Zhao Zhengzi closed in on Li Qingshan, unleashing a barrage of fireballs in his direction. Although Zhao Zhengzi was only at the 5th level of qi refinement and his fireballs were of modest power, he didn't need to defeat Li Qingshan. He merely needed to delay him. The numerous fireballs, while weak, were sufficient to keep him occupied. Li Qingshan activated his battered shield to deflect the fireballs, but he was forced to halt in place. Sensing the Zhao clan members closing in behind him, Li Qingshan seethed with rage. Zhao Zhengzi, get out of my way. With a furious roar, Li Qingshan propelled his flying sword forward. Zhao Zhengzi, not wishing to confront him directly, relied on the swift speed of his fire eagle to evade the flying sword. In this cat-and-mouse chase, Li Qingshan found it increasingly difficult to land a hit on Zhao Zhengzi. However, without his sword to facilitate his escape, Li Qingshan's speed diminished significantly. In desperation, he called back his sword, seeking to flee once more. Yet, Zhao Zhengzi employed the same tactics, blocking all possible escape routes. Round after round, Li Qingshan found himself cornered, unable to escape or eliminate Zhao Zhengzi. Zhao Zhengzi, you are truly insufferable. In a fit of rage and despair, Li Qingshan began to curse, but just then, Zhao Fengyan and the others arrived, ready to strike. Whether you live or die is not for you to decide. Zhengchuan, finish him. Zhao Fengyan cast a glance of approval at Zhao Zhengzi before turning his icy gaze upon Li Qingshan. The 4 members of the Zhao family immediately joined forces, encircling Li Qingshan in a tight formation. A barrage of spells rained down upon him like a deluge. With no recourse, Li Qingshan could only rely on his magical artifacts for defense. Yet, even a valiant effort could not withstand the combined might of 4. The fireball techniques breached his defenses, igniting flames upon his body, while the golden light technique rained down, creating multiple gaping wounds. In a moment of desperation, Li Qingshan cast aside all pride and shouted, "Fellow cultivators, I implore you, spare my life. I am willing to gift my entire collection of magical artifacts." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan let out a derisive laugh. Humph. After killing you, all your treasures will still belong to me. Kill. With a decisive command from Zhao Fengyan, no mercy would be shown. In the end, Zhao Zhengchuan's golden light technique pierced through Li Qingshan's throat, while the fireball spells unleashed by Zhao Fengyan and the others reduced him to a charred corpse. Thus, Li Qingshan was undeniably dead. Chapter 129, You Will Be the Emperor. High above, the charred body, still engulfed in residual flames, plummeted swiftly to the ground. Upon its impact, a muffled thud echoed, prompting the onlooking soldiers to erupt in astonished cries. Li Xianshi is dead. Li Xianshi is dead. How could Li Xianshi actually be dead? He was our national master of Jin, and now that he is gone, how shall our nation fare? The Xianshi was slain by the Zhao family. Should we not confront them? The Zhao family is capable of killing even Li Xianshi. If we dare to act, it would likely be tantamount to courting death. What shall we do then? Perhaps we should return to the palace immediately and report to His Majesty. Let us not act impulsively. The Zhao family has connections with General Yang, and we are under his command. We should await his instructions. In the sky, Zhao Fengyan observed Li Qingshan's body gradually darkening, a hint of relief finally gracing his face. If this ninth-tier Qi refining cultivator had escaped, he would have likely doomed himself to a life of unrest. With Li Qingshan's demise, the Zhao family's crisis was naturally averted. Even if the Emperor of Jin were to dispatch troops for retribution, the numerous cultivators within the Zhao family would find it manageable to contend with. Casting a glance at Zhao Jingza's chest wound, he inquired with concern, "Jingza, how fares your injury?" "Father, my injury is inconsequential. With some time for recuperation, I shall be well." "Very well. When you have the leisure, please inform me of the specifics." With that, Zhao Fengyan turned his attention to Li Qingshan's corpse, which lay beside a small, damaged shield and a flying sword. The shield was utterly ruined, its spiritual essence lost and rendered useless. However, the flying sword remained largely intact. This sword possessed considerable power and could still be utilized for sword flight. It was indeed a valuable asset. Zhao Fengyan reached out, summoning the sword into his grasp. After examining it briefly, he tossed it to Zhao Zhengchuan. "Zhengchuan, as the most accomplished cultivator in our Zhao family, this sword is best suited for you. With your magical prowess, you can easily wield it." Zhao Fengyan understood that for a cultivator to activate a magical artifact was not particularly challenging. One merely needed to gradually infuse their own magical energy into the artifact, leaving behind a mark of their power, thus achieving a harmonious connection. In the future, they could manipulate it with their magical energy and telekinesis, rendering it as agile as an arm. No one objected to Zhao Fengyan's decision to bestow the flying sword upon Zhao Zhengchuan. After all, his superior cultivation would allow him to maximize the sword's potential. Having claimed the sword, Zhao Fengyan lowered his gaze and noticed a small, exquisite pouch beside Li Qingshan's corpse. Remarkably, despite being scorched by the fireball technique, the pouch remained unharmed. It was indeed a storage bag. Legends spoke of these bags containing vast realms capable of holding items, and it was certain that Li Qingshan had stored his possessions within. Zhao Fengyan grasped it, intending to open it for inspection. However, he soon discovered a magical energy barrier preventing him from doing so. At that moment, he realized that this magical barrier must have been left by Li Qingshan. Yet, now that Li Qingshan was dead, the barrier would soon dissipate. Even if it did not, Zhao Fengyan could gradually erode it with his own magical energy, and it would not take long. Placing the storage bag into his robe, Zhao Fengyan called out to the others, "Let us depart." Back home, the family swiftly flew through the air, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to their residence. Meanwhile, the three corpse demons were overwhelmed by numerous beasts. Their forms grotesquely burned and rendered immobile. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Fengyan used telekinesis to send the corpses flying away. He then summoned the beasts back, entering his home amidst the awed gazes of the soldiers. Upon entering, Yang Qingzhou approached them, his expression complex as he regarded Zhao Fengyan, finally speaking with a bittersweet tone. "Brother Zhao, you have truly concealed this from me. I never imagined your family were all immortals." Seeing Yang Qingzhou in such a state, Zhao Fengyan patted his shoulder. "Brother Yang, there is no need for such dismay. Whether my Zhao family is mortal or immortal, our friendship remains unchanged." At these words, Yang Qingzhou managed to smile. However, before his smile could fully take hold, he seemed to recall something, sighing deeply. "Brother Zhao, now that you have slain Li Qingshan, considering his status in Jin, it is unlikely that His Majesty will let this matter rest easily. Have you thought through your countermeasures?" Yang Qingzhou's concern was not unfounded. Li Qingshan's standing in Jin was likely second only to the Emperor. With his death, the foundation of Jin among the many nations would be severely shaken, potentially prompting the Emperor to take drastic measures against the Zhao family. Of course, with so many cultivators and beasts at their disposal, Zhao Fengyan felt little fear. His only worry was that innocent civilians might suffer as a consequence, leading to dire straits for the people of Jin. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Fengyan suddenly turned to Zhao Jingza. "Jingza, tell me, why did Li Qingshan seek your demise?" Subsequently, they all entered the main hall, and Zhao Jingza recounted his experiences within the palace, detailing Li Qingshan's intentions. Upon learning that Li Qingshan had been fixated on Zhao Jingza for years, intending to turn him into a corpse demon, Zhao Fengyan's heart swelled with hatred towards both the former emperor of Jin and Li Qingshan. At this moment, Zhao Fengyan's eyes glinted with cold resolve. After a prolonged silence, he seemed to have made an important decision. "The Jin court is devoid of righteousness, and they have so cruelly harmed my Zhao family. Therefore, we have no need to show deference to the court. I have decided that tomorrow, I shall venture to the imperial palace and slay the current emperor." To those around him, Zhao Fengyan's declaration was indeed audacious. If the court were to learn of this, they would surely seek to exterminate his entire lineage. However, The current court lacked cultivators and posed no threat to the Zhao family. Zhao Fengyan's confidence stemmed from his capabilities. Yang Qingzhou, upon hearing this, was initially startled, but after a moment, he nodded slightly. Brother Zhao, with Li Qingshan dead, the court will undoubtedly seek retribution. The Zhao family and the court are now locked in a deadly conflict. It is understandable that you harbor thoughts of slaying the emperor. Moreover, the current emperor is incompetent. If you were to eliminate him, it would indeed be a service to the people. However, have you considered that with the emperor's death, the nation will surely descend into chaos? Neighboring countries may invade, and the common folk will suffer. Is that not a heavy burden? Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan showed no signs of worry. Brother Yang, you need not fret. Should the emperor perish, a new emperor will rise in his stead. Changing dynasties and seeking a wise ruler, what is there to fear? Indeed, such a course of action is feasible. However, Brother Zhao, who do you believe is capable of assuming the throne? If no suitable candidate is found, perhaps a member of your Zhao family should take the reins. Zhao Fengyan shook his head gently. The Zhao family had transformed into a clan of cultivators, and he no longer held the mundane emperors of the secular world in high regard. What he desired was a powerful family of cultivators, one that could rival the likes of the Blood Fiend sect and the Golden Sword sect. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Fengyan fixed his unwavering gaze upon Yang Qingzhou. Brother Yang, I believe you would be a most fitting candidate for the role of emperor. What? Me? Chapter 130, The Storage Bag. Yang Qingzhou stared at Zhao Fengyan, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Zhao Fengyan intended to appoint him as emperor. After a moment of silence, Yang Qingzhou immediately shook his head repeatedly. Brother Zhao, I am but a mere warrior. How could I possibly assume the role of a sovereign? Furthermore, I am an official of the Jin Kingdom, and should this come to pass, I would undoubtedly bear the stigma of treason. This is utterly out of the question. Despite Yang Qingzhou's persistent refusals, Zhao Fengyan wore a smile, seemingly having anticipated such a reaction. Zhao Fengyan understood that Yang Qingzhou was constrained by his official position within the Jin Kingdom, coupled with his unwavering dedication to martial arts, which left him apprehensive about his ability to govern. Nevertheless, regardless of his hesitations, Zhao Fengyan had resolutely decided that Yang Qingzhou must ascend to the throne of the Jin Kingdom. As relatives by marriage, Zhao Fengyan trusted him completely. In the future, once he became emperor, Zhao Fengyan could leverage Yang Qingzhou to gather resources for cultivation within the Jin Kingdom. If he were to choose another, they might comply for a time, but eventually, seduced by the allure of imperial power, they would surely turn against the Zhao family. Therefore, Zhao Fengyan had to persuade Yang Qingzhou. Brother Yang, do not be hasty in your refusal. Allow me to explain myself. You worry about your inability to govern. Yet have you considered that the current emperor of the Jin Kingdom is feeble-minded and indulgent? No matter your shortcomings, you would surely fare better than him. Moreover, with so many civil and military officials in the Jin Kingdom, why should you be concerned about governance? As for the stigma you fear, worry not. Throughout history, victors are crowned kings. As long as you ascend to the throne, such slander will inevitably fade with time. Brother Yang, accept this imperial role. With the Zhao family standing behind you, you shall be safeguarded for all your days. Zhao Fengyan's words left Yang Qingzhou visibly hesitant. He was no longer as resistant as before. Clearly, he was beginning to waver, having dedicated his life to martial arts. He had already reached the pinnacle of his power in the mortal realm. Without spiritual roots, he could not expect further significant progress. Rather than being commanded by a foolish monarch, it would be more advantageous to declare himself king. As Yang Qingzhou remained silent, the members of the Zhao family noticed his wavering resolve and began to urge him. Zhao Jingzhe firmly grasped Yang Qingzhou's arm, his gaze resolute. Father-in-law, the current situation between the court and our Zhao family is one of irreconcilable conflict, and as my father-in-law, you have no place to stand in the court. Rebel. Zhao Zhongchuan also offered a faint smile. Uncle-in-law, if you are concerned about the court's power, you need not worry. Rest assured, with many cultivators from the Zhao family, the Jin court lacks the capacity to resist. Eventually, Yang Rong'er stepped forward slowly, her tone slightly pleading. Father, please agree. Think of it as a favor to me. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingzhou lowered his head, gazing at the youthful Zhao Xingfeng, and ultimately clenched his fist, his resolve firm. Very well, I shall heed Brother Zhao's words. I will be the emperor of the Jin Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan erupted into hearty laughter. Haha, excellent, Brother Yang. Tomorrow we shall proceed to the palace and eliminate that wretched emperor. I will arrange your coronation ceremony. After today's battle, we have all expended considerable energy and must rest for the night. Furthermore, Brother Yang, as a second-grade general, you will be able to persuade the numerous soldiers outside, won't you? Fear not. The majority of those outside are my personal guards. Given the current situation in the Jin Kingdom, I can undoubtedly convince them to march with me towards the palace. After successfully persuading Yang Qingzhou, he stepped out of the Zhao residence to rally his soldiers. Zhao Fengyan believed that with Yang Qingzhou's current strength and status, coupled with the Zhao family as his backing, convincing those soldiers would not pose a challenge. Meanwhile, the Zhao family members would recuperate and restore their magical energy for the journey to the imperial city the following day. In the deep of night, while Zhao Fengyan was restoring his energy, he also retrieved Li Qingshan's storage bag. Looking at the exquisite bag in his hand, Zhao Fengyan felt a sense of fondness. However, his own Beast Cave Heaven also had the ability to store items and afforded much greater space. Thus, the storage bag was of little practical use to him. He decided to wait until he had exhausted the magical restrictions within the bag, extracted its contents, and then pass it on to Huang Wanyun for her use. Huang Wanyun was currently responsible for the family's alchemical affairs, and having a storage bag would certainly facilitate the storage of spiritual herbs and elixirs. Not dwelling further on the matter, Zhao Fengyan activated his magical energy to gradually wear down the restrictions. After approximately 2 hours, the residual magical energy within the storage bag finally dissipated. Upon injecting his magical energy into the bag, it slowly opened, revealing its contents clearly. The items within were diverse, including spirit stones, jade slips, magical tools, elixirs, and more. Seeing such a bounty, Zhao Fengyan felt a surge of joy. The Zhao family, despite its many cultivators, had limited foundational resources, with the most accomplished among them, Zhao Zhengchuan, having only reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. They lacked superior techniques and powerful magical tools, forcing them to rely solely on their own cultivated spells in combat with other practitioners, a situation that naturally placed them at a disadvantage. Li Qingshan, being a reclusive cultivator for many years, was rumored to have even visited the Golden Sword sect. Now, possessing his storage bag could enrich the Zhao family's resources considerably. Not lingering on his thoughts, Zhao Fengyan began to extract and examine the items within the storage bag. First, he counted the spirit stones, over 1,500 of them, a vibrant array that presented a significant impact. After tallying them, he placed the spirit stones back into the storage bag, intending to hand them over to Huang Wanyun later. Next came the elixirs. Zhao Fengyan picked up a porcelain bottle containing them and discovered it held only one type of elixir, the valley-breaking elixir used by the Zhao family. It seemed that Li Qingshan's situation was dire. A dignified 9th-layer qi refinement cultivator had no elixirs to enhance his cultivation. No wonder he sought to leave the Jin Kingdom as soon as possible. Subsequently, Zhao Fengyan examined the magical tools, finding 6 of them. But all were the same type, jade pendants. Zhao Fengyan had seen these pendants on Zhao Jingza, and upon activation, they possessed a certain degree of defensive capability. However, their effectiveness was rather limited, barely qualifying as low-grade magical tools, likely crafted by Li Qingshan himself. Nonetheless, since these jade pendants offered some defensive utility, they were better than nothing. Zhao Fengyan intended to distribute them among the Zhao family members, one for each. Following this, he discovered a circular formation disc, and upon inspection, it resembled the golden light formation that Zhao Jingza had mentioned. However, he was unable to activate it, so he set it aside. Then, he turned his attention to several jade slips, and after examining them closely, a smile finally graced Zhao Fengyan's face. For within these jade slips lay what was likely the most precious collection of Li Qingshan. They included the sword technique for qi refinement, waves-breaking sword art, the foundation building technique, diamond sword technique, the weapon forging method, detailed explanation of weapon forging, a demonic cultivation spell, corpse control technique, and the incantation for the golden light formation. Chapter 131, Sword Cultivation Technique, Marching Towards the Imperial City. These jade slips contained 2 records of techniques, 1 record of a spell, 1 record of qi refinement techniques, and 1 record detailing the manipulation of the golden light formation. Zhao Fengyan first picked up the incantation for the golden light formation, perusing it closely. After reading through it, he felt that mastering the manipulation of the golden light formation was not particularly difficult and would be considerably easier to grasp than a spell. In the days to come, he would need only to delve slightly deeper to activate the golden light array disc. This golden light array disc is a first-tier, mid-grade formation, possessing both defensive and controlling capabilities. When pushed to its utmost, it can envelop a radius of 1 mile, its power not far removed from that of mid-tier magical artifacts. However, while the potency of the array disc and magical artifacts may be comparable, the array disc's broader coverage and the difficulty of its refinement render it significantly more expensive than artifacts of equivalent power. Although Zhao Fengyan was not entirely aware of the true value of this array disc, he could surmise that it must have cost Li Qingshan a considerable fortune to procure. In the future, it could also serve the Zhao family as a means of defense for their estate. Next, Zhao Fengyan turned his attention to the demonic spell, corpse control technique. This particular spell is designed to be used in conjunction with the Ghost Refining Bowl, enabling the practitioner to refine and manipulate corpses into ghastly forms. This was the very spell Li Qingshan employed against Zhao Jingzi. However, this technique could only control the corpses refined by the Ghost Refining Bowl. And since the bowl had been destroyed and the 3 corpses reduced to ashes by his own demonic beasts, Zhao Fengyan found little interest in the spell. Setting aside the demonic technique, Zhao Fengyan then began to peruse the detailed explanation of artifact refinement. This so-called detailed explanation was, in fact, a compilation of Li Qingshan's personal insights into the art of artifact refinement. Zhao Fengyan had heard from Zhao Jingzi in the past that, although Li Qingshan was primarily a sword cultivator, he also dabbled in the art of artifact refinement, capable of forging some low-tier magical artifacts. The jade pendants Zhao Fengyan had previously discovered were indeed crafted by Li Qingshan himself, within the pages of the self-authored detailed explanation of artifact refinement. The crafting method and rank of these jade pendants, known as Spirit Light Jade, were meticulously documented. As a low-tier defensive magical artifact, the materials for crafting it were not overly complex. Any sturdy jade infused with spiritual energy would suffice. Zhao Fengyan already possessed some such materials, collected from the mundane world. However, while the materials were readily available, the crafting process was far from easy, requiring the inscription of a defensive formation and a proficient mastery of fire control techniques. Zhao Fengyan realized that both artifact refinement and alchemy demanded exceptional fire control abilities, leading him to consider entrusting the art of refinement to Huang Wanyun for her exploration. With her considerable talent in alchemy, she might also come to master the intricacies of artifact refinement. Should she succeed in mastering both arts, the Zhao family's future endeavors on the path of immortality would surely be well fortified. In addition to the Spirit Light Jade, the detailed explanation of artifact refinement also contained instructions for crafting a low-tier flying sword. However, due to its low rank and Li Qingshan's possession of a mid-tier flying sword, he had not devoted much time to its study. The crafting method was not particularly challenging. It merely required the collection of any first-tier earthly spiritual object with a hard texture, combined with the documented sharpness formation, to create it. Upon contemplating this spiritual material, Zhao Fengyan suddenly recalled the golden bamboo from his own collection. Although golden bamboo was a spiritual plant, it was a mutated variant of the golden attribute, inherently sharp and of decent quality, making it suitable for crafting a low-tier flying sword. If Huang Wanyun were to master the art of artifact refinement, she could begin her practice with the low-tier flying sword and the Spirit Light Jade. Among the items in the storage bag, there was also a small fire furnace, known as a fire starter furnace. Although Huang Wanyun had the assistance of a fire element monkey and a fire toad, an additional furnace for artifact refinement could only be advantageous. Lastly, there were 2 cultivation techniques. The wave-breaking sword technique is a chi refinement stage technique of the water attribute, requiring a water attribute spiritual root. Upon reaching mastery, the practitioner unleashes a continuous and powerful offensive with flying swords. This is likely a technique cultivated by Li Qingshan himself. The diamond sword technique, on the other hand, is a foundation establishment stage technique of the metal attribute, requiring a metal attribute spiritual root. Upon achieving mastery, the technique unleashes an exceptionally fierce offensive with flying swords, along with a skill known as the diamond sword, capable of temporarily enhancing the sword's power, making it a formidable technique among practitioners of the same tier. This diamond sword technique was likely prepared by Li Qingshan for his future breakthroughs in foundation establishment. With his demise, it now inadvertently benefited the Zhao family. Cultivation techniques are categorized by quality, and the higher the quality, the greater the realm one can attain. It is said that superior techniques can lead to the realms of nascent soul and even spirit transformation. The diamond sword technique, capable of being cultivated to the late stage of foundation establishment, is indeed commendable. These 2 techniques are among Zhao Fengyan's most prized possessions from Li Qingshan's legacy. Currently, the Zhao family's resources are shallow, and the only technique they possess is the spirit absorption breathing technique. Although Zhao Fengyan is eager to acquire a technique that enhances cultivation and allows control over demonic beasts, the presence of a sword cultivator's technique will significantly bolster the strength of his kin until he can secure the desired technique. Additionally, the diamond sword technique's potential to reach the late stage of foundation establishment ensures that the Zhao family will not be left without a means to train in the future. After thoroughly cataloging Li Qingshan's belongings, Zhao Fengyan resolved to pass the storage bag, the detailed explanation of artifact refinement, and the fire furnace to Huang Wanyun, while keeping the cultivation techniques for himself, making a copy for future use by his kin. With that, he set aside any further thoughts and focused on entering meditation. As the night passed without incident, Zhao Fengyan rose early the next morning, concluding his meditation, and stepped outside. He then summoned all members of the Zhao family to his side. Today, I shall accompany Yang Qingzhou to the royal palace in the capital to slay the current emperor and support Yang Qingzhou's ascension to the throne. The court is devoid of formidable cultivators, and the mundane warriors pose little threat to us. Thus, it will be I and Zhengze who proceed. Zhengchuan, you will remain here to hold down the fort. Wang Yun, you should further immerse yourself in the art of artifact refinement. Upon hearing Zhao Fengyin's arrangements, the Zhao family deliberated briefly before expressing no objections. After all, he was correct. Given Zhao Fengyin's current capabilities, there was indeed no threat remaining in the kingdom of Jin. After their discussions, Zhao Fengyin took the lead in exiting the family home, closely followed by Zhao Zhengze and Zhao Zhengchuan. Upon stepping through the gates of the Zhao residence, Zhao Fengyin was taken aback to discover Yang Qingzhou awaiting them with 3,000 soldiers. The faces of the soldiers were resolute, their ranks orderly, and their eyes filled with murderous intent. It appeared that, after a night of persuasion, Yang Qingzhou had successfully rallied them to his cause, ready to join him in rebellion. Zhao Fengyin exchanged a glance with Yang Qingzhou. No words were needed, as their understanding was implicit. Moments later, Yang Qingzhou raised his weapon towards the imperial city and bellowed, "All soldiers, heed my command. We march on the imperial city. Slay that treacherous emperor." Under Yang Qingzhou's command, the soldiers surged forward, embarking on their swift march towards the capital. Chapter 132, The Change of Dynasties. Pingyang County is situated in a remote area, and after 5 days of relentless travel, Li Qingshan finally brought his forces to the vicinity. However, the news of his death at the hands of Zhao Fengyin had yet to reach the palace. 5 days later, within the imperial city, festivities continued unabated. After ascending the throne, the new emperor had turned a blind eye to state affairs and spent his days hosting banquets in the inner palace. Today, however, due to the continuous petitions from civil and military officials, the new emperor could no longer evade his responsibilities and reluctantly attended the morning court. In the grand hall, the civil and military officials were positioned on either side, while the emperor languidly reclined upon the dragon throne, utterly devoid of any imperial majesty. His unsteady gait and pallid complexion betrayed his exhaustion from recent days. After a prolonged assembly, the officials began to present their reports on the recent affairs of the court. Yet, moments later, the emperor's impatience became palpable. Abruptly, he gestured for the officials to cease, exclaiming, "From now on, such trivial matters need not be brought before me. You shall handle them yourselves." Upon hearing these words, the officials were left in a state of helplessness. Faced with such an incompetent ruler, their attempts at persuasion were rendered futile. At this moment, the emperor intended to rise and return to the palace, but suddenly seemed to recall something and inquired, "My loyal ministers, has there been any news regarding Master Li, who has led troops to Pingzhou County to exterminate the Zhao family?" The officials shook their heads in unison. "Your Majesty, Master Li has been gone for 10 days, and we have yet to receive any word. However, do not be troubled. The distance from the capital to Pingzhou County is approximately 10 days' journey, and he should be returning shortly." Upon hearing this, the emperor felt a slight sense of relief and murmured, "Master Li must return soon. He is yet to fulfill his promise to me." With that, he waved his sleeve and prepared to depart. But at that moment, a panicked eunuch rushed into the hall, disregarding the decorum of court etiquette, and cried out, "Your Majesty, dire news. The second-ranked general, Yang Qingzhou, in league with the Zhao family's master Zhao Zhengze, has rebelled, breaching the gates of the imperial city and is advancing towards the palace." The proclamation sent shockwaves through the hall, leaving the emperor and the officials aghast and incredulous. One official could not contain his shock, exclaiming, "Zhao Zhengze, the very rebel whom Master Li sought to eliminate? How is it that he still lives?" Indeed, Yang Qingzhou is his father-in-law. I knew it. Sending him to eliminate Zhao Zhengze's entire family was undoubtedly a grave mistake. What? They have dared to assault the palace? Why has there been no signal of alarm from outside the city? They have rebelled. This Zhao Zhengze and Yang Qingzhou, this father-in-law and son-in-law duo, audaciously conspire against us. Zhao Zhengze is a being of celestial prowess. What shall we do? As the enemy approached, further discourse proved futile. The officials urged the emperor to promptly summon troops to vanquish the traitors. In that moment, the emperor's previous arrogance dissipated, replaced by a frantic cry, "Where's Master Li? Where's Li Qingshan? Where is he? Summon him to protect the throne." No matter how fervently the emperor called, no one answered. A marshal general, witnessing the emperor's helplessness, ceased to heed him and dashed from the palace to confront the rebels. Outside the palace, soldiers swiftly assembled, and soon thousands were gathered. However, when these thousands clashed with the 3,000 soldiers led by Yang Qingzhou, the latter gained the upper hand. The reason was simple. Yang Qingzhou's martial prowess was unmatched in the realm. In the kingdom of Jin, he would boldly claim the second position, and no one would dare claim the first. With him leading the charge, the soldiers fell before him like wheat before the scythe. Moreover, the most crucial factor lay in Zhao Fengyan's intervention. He and Zhao Jingze soared into the sky using their wind manipulation techniques. Upon arriving above the enemy ranks, they unleashed their fireball technique. The fireballs detonated amidst the throngs, the celestial flames inflicting devastating damage. A single spark could incinerate a mere mortal. Even first-rate warriors found themselves powerless to withstand such fury. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught, the soldiers within the imperial city soon succumbed to defeat. Yang Qingzhou, reluctant to inflict excessive bloodshed, allowed them to flee. Subsequently, he, along with Zhao Fengyan and Zhao Jingze, made their way towards the Grand Hall. Within the vastness of the hall, the emperor sat slumped upon the dragon throne, trembling with trepidation. The civil and military officials exchanged glances, enveloped in a profound silence. Amidst this eerie atmosphere, three figures approached the entrance of the hall. As Zhao Fengyan and his companions, exuding an aura of lethal intent, entered, the emperor and officials fell silent in fear. Under the scrutiny of the gathered assembly, Yang Qingzhou advanced menacingly towards the emperor upon the throne, his expression resolute, and his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. "You foolish emperor, you are a puppet controlled by demonic forces. Should you continue as our sovereign, you will lead the kingdom of Jin to ruin. Today, I shall take your life. The dynasty shall be changed. The kingdom of Jin shall henceforth be named the Great Sway, and I shall ascend as its emperor." With a commanding shout, Yang Qingzhou leaped forward, effortlessly covering the distance of more than 10 paces. In the terrified gaze of the emperor, the gleam of his blade flashed ominously. In an instant, the emperor's head was severed, blood staining the dragon throne. With a kick, Yang Qingzhou sent the emperor's head rolling, and with an air of dominance, he seated himself upon the throne. The officials, witnessing the emperor's demise and Yang Qingzhou's audacious claim to the throne, could no longer contain themselves. Some loyalists to the former emperor shouted in outrage, "How dare you, Yang Qingzhou? You have the audacity to slay the emperor of Jin. You treasonous wretch shall not escape a fitting end. Such a rebel must surely face the most brutal of punishments." Cried others, "The emperor is dead. The kingdom of Jin has fallen. Yang Qingzhou, when Master Li returns, he shall have your body torn asunder." The chorus of indignation echoed throughout the hall, with many calling for Li Qingshan's return to exact vengeance upon Yang Qingzhou. However, upon hearing the name of Li Qingshan, Zhao Fengyan, who had been lingering at the palace entrance, finally took action. He soared into the air, hovering gracefully. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed a barrage of massive fireballs, accurately targeting those who had cursed Yang Qingzhou. The sound of flames engulfing the air was accompanied by the wails of the officials as they were reduced to ashes. Such a display of wrath silenced the remaining voices of dissent. In the midst of the horrified gazes of the officials, Zhao Fengyan spoke in a calm and measured tone. "Gentlemen, Li Qingshan is dead. Henceforth, the kingdom shall be known as Sui, and the emperor of the Great Sui shall bear the surname Yang. In the future, I, Zhao Fengyan, shall be the shield for Yang Qingzhou. Any who defy this decree shall meet their demise." Chapter 133, Transformation of the Spiritual Root. Zhao Fengyan revealed his cultivation prowess, dispatching the treasonous officials with a thunderous display of might. Thus, within the court, no one dared voice any dissent. Yang Qingzhou, already a prominent figure in the kingdom of Jin, wielded significant power. Upon declaring himself emperor, he dispatched his trusted confidants to maintain a firm grip over the imperial city. He then reorganized and integrated the former soldiers into his personal guard. As a result, the entirety of the imperial city fell firmly under Yang Qingzhou's control. The assassination of the emperor and Yang Qingzhou's ascendance to the throne unfolded even more smoothly than Zhao Fengyan had anticipated. In the dead of night, after consolidating his power, Yang Qingzhou convened with Zhao Fengyan and Zhao Jingze in the palace chambers. Initially, Yang Qingzhou contemplated expelling the concubines and the empress from the palace, but Zhao Fengyan vehemently insisted that all these women, along with any remaining royal family members, be executed. Though they were merely women, they belonged to the royal lineage, and allowing them to escape would inevitably lead to future complications. With Yang Qingzhou now seated upon the throne, such sentimental mercy could no longer be afforded. In response, although Yang Qingzhou felt a tinge of reluctance, he nonetheless nodded in agreement. The three of them sat together, still bearing the remnants of blood that had yet to be washed away. Yang Qingzhou wore a complex expression, seemingly unable to fathom that he had become the emperor. "Brother Zhao, I never imagined that in just a day, I would ascend to the throne as the sovereign of the realm. It's truly hard to believe." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan offered a slight smile. "Brother Yang, or rather, Your Majesty, there is no need for such sentimentality. With time, you will adapt to your new role." Yang Qingzhou nodded, his gaze growing increasingly resolute, as if he had indeed begun to embrace his new identity. Brother Zhao, now that I have taken control of the Jin Kingdom, I am not concerned about the internal situation. With the strength of my troops, I can easily suppress any dissent. However, with Li Qingshan deceased, once the cultivators of neighboring countries learn of this, they may harbor intentions of offense. Sensing the worry underlying Yang Qingzhou's words, Zhao Fengyan waved his hand with a smile. There is no need for concern, since my Zhao family possesses the strength to slay Li Qingshan. We are more than capable of defending against the cultivators from neighboring realms. Henceforth, I will ensure that Zhengze remains in court to assist you, while my Zhao family will continue to reside in Mang Village. Should any cultivators dare to offend, you can simply inform Zhengze. With Zhao Fengyan's assurance, Yang Qingzhou finally felt at ease. Well then, I thank you, Brother Zhao. In the future, I shall gather all the spiritual stone resources within the realm and present them to the Zhao family. Zhao Fengyan raised an eyebrow, clearly pleased. His assistance in making Yang Qingzhou emperor was not solely to resolve troubles. He also had the intention of utilizing Yang Qingzhou to gather resources. Currently, Yang Qingzhou had made the promise without Zhao Fengyan even needing to mention it, which greatly delighted him. Excellent. I thank your Majesty. Your Majesty, I shall remain here for several days until your formal enthronement, after which I will take my leave. After conversing with Yang Qingzhou for a while longer and inquiring about his coronation date, Zhao Fengyan departed the palace with Zhao Zhengze. However, he did not leave directly, but rather instructed Zhao Zhengze to accompany him to the library. It was in the library that Zhao Zhengze had previously acquired the beast suppression technique and alchemy arts, which had greatly benefited the Zhao family. Naturally, Zhao Fengyan wished to see it again. As they walked, Zhao Fengyan earnestly patted Zhao Zhengze on the shoulder. Zhengze, I leave you by Yang Qingzhou's side. While you assist him, you must also observe him closely. If he exhibits any strange behavior in the future, you must inform me. Hearing this, Zhao Zhengze furrowed his brow in contemplation. Father, are you suggesting that my father-in-law might? Indeed, although Yang Qingzhou is related to my Zhao family, now that he has become emperor and governs a nation, it is inevitable that his mindset will change. Should his ambitions swell and he perceive my Zhao family as a threat, he may harbor intentions against us. After a moment of silence, Zhao Zhengze nodded, evidently understanding that in the imperial household, so-called friendships are merely a matter of interests. Zhao Fengyan's admonition to Zhao Zhengze was a precautionary measure. As their conversation drew to a close, they arrived at the entrance of the library. Outside the library was a simple spirit formation. Its power rather weak and hardly a true formation, merely meant to deter common folk. With a flick of his wrist, Zhao Fengyan cast a fireball spell to disperse the spirit light, allowing them to enter the library with ease. Inside, the library was still filled with numerous jade slips. Zhao Fengyan merely glanced over them before his attention was drawn to a formation for testing spiritual roots. Ever since he had evolved his spiritual root, he had yet to test its nature. Although Zhao Zhengze had informed him of his speculations, without conducting a personal test, Zhao Fengyan could not be certain. Additionally, having further refined the bloodline of Little Black, his cultivation speed had also increased. This indicated an enhancement in his spiritual root aptitude. He was eager to discover what kind of spiritual root he possessed now. Under Zhao Zhengze's watchful gaze, Zhao Fengyan stepped onto the formation. As Zhao Zhengze threw a spiritual stone into the formation to activate it, wisps of spiritual light gradually enveloped Zhao Fengyan. Soon, the formation's light burst forth, and Zhao Fengyan's spiritual root qualities began to manifest. First to appear was a red spiritual light, signifying a fire spiritual root. Following that were yellow, green, and blue lights, representing earth, wood, and water spiritual roots, respectively. Compared to the red light, the other three colors were significantly weaker. After a brief moment of the four colors shining forth, the formation dimmed again, indicating that the test of spiritual roots had concluded. Zhao Zhengze gazed at Zhao Fengyan in disbelief. Father, have you truly become a fourth spiritual root cultivator? His excitement was palpable. What you said about enhancing spiritual root aptitude was indeed true. Seeing Zhao Zhengze's enthusiasm, Zhao Fengyan found it difficult to contain his own exhilaration. He understood that having enhanced the bloodline of Little Black for some time, judging by his cultivation speed, he must undoubtedly possess 5 spiritual roots. Yet, to discover that he currently had 4 spiritual roots, with the fire spiritual root seemingly more potent, was revelatory. This suggested that the spiritual root evolved from the beast taming technique would indeed be strengthened according to the innate qualities of the beast. Since Little Black was originally a fire attribute beast, the enhancement of its bloodline would naturally elevate Zhao Fengyan's fire spiritual root as well. Furthermore, as he progressed in his training, he found himself least adept at metal attribute spells, indicating that when his metal spiritual root was enhanced, it had likely transformed into a fire spiritual root, achieving an upgrade in spiritual root aptitude. as he continued to refine Little Black's bloodline talent in the future. Zhao Fengyan's remaining spiritual roots would gradually merge into the fire's spiritual root according to their strengths and weaknesses. Ultimately, he might even become a celestial spiritual root cultivator. Realizing this, Zhao Fengyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was acutely aware that celestial spiritual root cultivators were exceedingly rare among practitioners. In the future, whether in terms of cultivation speed or mastery of corresponding attribute spells, they would be remarkably formidable. Gradually suppressing his joy, Zhao Fengyan stored the spiritual root testing formation into his cave abode for future use in assessing his clan members' spiritual roots. He then turned to Zhao Jingze with a serious expression. Jingze, the secrets of our Zhao family's spiritual roots concern the survival of our entire clan. Not a word must be leaked. Understood, Father. I am aware of the gravity of the matter. Chapter 134, Market News. Having learned of his current spiritual root situation, Zhao Fengyan's spirit soared, and he began to survey the many jade slips within the library. Zhao Jingze had already informed him of the contents, which included various techniques of differing attributes, an array of spells, and some rudimentary alchemy and crafting methods. Without scrutinizing them in detail, Zhao Fengyan intended to take them all, as there would be other cultivators within the family who could benefit from the additional techniques. Furthermore, among the spells, Zhao Fengyan was particularly intrigued by the wind blade technique. Thus far, he had only mastered the fireball technique decently, while the rest of his offensive spells were rather inadequate, as there were no magical artifacts within the family yet. Acquiring more spells would undoubtedly bolster his strength. After organizing the numerous jade slips, Zhao Fengyan prepared to take them with him. However, at that moment, Zhao Jingze seemed to sense something and pulled out a pristine jade slip from among the collection. Oh, this jade slip looks quite new. I didn't see it last time. Saying this, Zhao Jingze pressed the slip against his forehead and infused it with spiritual power to read its contents. Yet, after a brief moment of observation, he released the slip in shock and turned to Zhao Fengyan. Father, this jade slip contains a map detailing the geopolitical situation of the countries surrounding the Jin Kingdom. And moreover, it highlights a location known as the Loose Cultivator Market. Upon hearing those words, a flicker of surprise flashed across Zhao Fengyan's eyes. He promptly accepted the jade slip and began to examine it meticulously. Indeed, as Zhao Fengyan delved into the contents, an enormous map suddenly materialized before him. It delineated the territory of the Jin Kingdom alongside several neighboring nations, approximately 30,000 miles to the east of the Jin Kingdom. A location marked as a scattered cultivator market was clearly inscribed. Confirming the validity of Zhao Jingze's discovery, Zhao Fengyan furrowed his brow. This so-called scattered cultivator market was likely a congregational hub for various wandering cultivators, serving as a marketplace for the exchange of goods and services. If such a place truly existed, I find myself intrigued and wish to explore it further. However, Jingze, since you did not uncover this jade slip during your last visit, it must have been left behind by Li Qingshan afterward. Why would he leave such a jade slip here? Could it be that he intended to bestow a chance for celestial destiny upon the descendants of the Jin royal family after his departure? Or perhaps this map was merely a fabrication, and the marked locations pertained to a demonic sect? Zhao Fengyan was acutely aware of the implications behind the simple phrase scattered cultivator market. The Zhao family currently lacked substantial resources and urgently needed to acquire more cultivation techniques, medicinal formulas, and methods for artifact forging. Most critically, they sought to enhance their skills in beast taming. Furthermore, the Zhao family also produced medicinal pills. And with Huang Wanyun's alchemical skills advancing and her mastering of qi refining techniques, they could establish two thriving enterprises. Additionally, the family's domesticated golden-patterned fowl and koi could later yield blood food. Should they commence such a business in the market, the Zhao family's strength would undoubtedly escalate swiftly. Nevertheless, Zhao Fengyan remained uncertain about the authenticity of the map left by Li Qingshan, even if it were genuine. He was oblivious to the cultivation levels of the practitioners within the scattered cultivator market. Thus, he harbored reservations. Zhao Jingze, too, recognized the potential benefits this trading hub could bring to the Zhao family. Father, if such a place truly exists, it would be splendid. Our Zhao family's assets are considerable, and we could sell blood food and medicinal pills. Should we not investigate this location? No, Jingze, such an action is ill-advised. Zhao Fengyan pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head and retrieving the jade slip from Zhao Jingze's grasp. Jingze, regardless of whether this market is real or not, we cannot pursue it. Father, why not? Did you not notice? This location lies 30,000 miles east of the Jin Kingdom. Even with the means of a cultivator, it would take at least a month to reach. Moreover, this journey traverses multiple nations where practitioners are formidable, and encountering conflict would be exceedingly perilous. Additionally, we are entirely unaware of the regulations within the market. Venturing there recklessly to conduct business would only attract the attention of those with ill intent. After all, this gathering place of cultivators is not a mundane marketplace. Upon hearing Zhao Fengyan's myriad concerns, Zhao Zhengzhe wore a look of realization. He was not a reckless individual. However, in the presence of Zhao Fengyan, he felt little need for excessive caution, his thoughts often remaining simple. Father, if it is so dangerous, does that mean the Zhao family will not go at all? No, we must indeed go. If this gathering of cultivators is genuine, it presents a tremendous opportunity for our Zhao family to enhance our strength. However, it is not prudent to venture there now. The optimal time to investigate will be once our Zhao family's practitioners have attained a certain level of power. Understood, I shall heed your guidance. Without further ado, Zhao Fengyan collected the numerous jade slips before exiting the library. The two then sought a palace within the imperial city to recuperate as they awaited Yang Qingzhou's coronation ceremony. 3 days later, the palace hosted another grand coronation. The consecutive orchestration of such events had certainly captivated the populace. However, the common folk were indifferent to who ascended the throne. Their primary concern lay in whether the new emperor would be foolish or exploitative. On the day of Yang Qingzhou's ascension, he issued decrees exempting the nation from taxes for 3 years and granting a general amnesty, reducing penalties for all non-capital offenders. With the issuance of these 2 laws, the public's acclaim for Yang Qingzhou surged. Within the common realm, one could often hear praises for Yang Qingzhou alongside curses aimed at the previous 2 emperors. After Yang Qingzhou's successful coronation, Zhao Fengyan lingered for an additional 3 days to ensure stability within the court before deciding to leave Zhao Zhengzhe behind to assist Yang Qingzhou while he returned alone to Mang Village. Thus, the Jin Kingdom once again returned to a state of tranquility. Under Yang Qingzhou's governance, the Jin Kingdom flourished in peace, devoid of warfare. With numerous practitioners from the Zhao family stationed, the neighboring nation's cultivators dared not infringe upon them. Having learned of the scattered cultivator market's existence, Zhao Fengyan contemplated the prospect of investigation. Yet he deemed the Zhao family's current strength inadequate and felt that an expedition to the market was not imperative. Consequently, he resolved to postpone the journey, allowing his family to continue their cultivation as usual. After securing the many jade slips from the palace library within his home, Zhao Fengyan frequently collaborated with Huang Wanyun to research artifact forging techniques. He hoped that Huang Wanyun would soon succeed in crafting magical artifacts. Both defensive and offensive artifacts could be produced, providing protection for Zhao family practitioners while also serving as commodities for future sale, thereby enhancing the family's assets. However, mastering the art of artifact forging was no simple feat, even though Huang Wanyun could easily manage the temperature with the assistance of the fire elemental monkey. Achieving successful artifact creation was challenging. After 6 months of diligent study, she and Zhao Fengyan finally resolved to officially commence the forging process. Chapter 135, Spirit Light Jade and Golden Bamboo Sword. In the rear courtyard of the Zhao residence, a newly constructed fire chamber dedicated to alchemy had been established. The chamber, entirely adorned with blue bricks, was spacious enough to withstand the searing flames. This expansive chamber served not only for alchemical purposes, but also for artifact forging. On this day, Zhao Fengyan and Huang Wanyun entered the fire chamber, ready to embark on their artifact forging endeavor. Inside, Huang Wanyun and Zhao Fengyan took their seats upon cushions. Subsequently, Huang Wanyun grasped some gravel in her hands, and with a thought, the fire elemental monkey emerged, affectionately nuzzling against the hem of her garment. Meanwhile, a toad the size of a head leaped toward her, settling before her. With both beasts prepared, Huang Wanyun felt a tinge of nervousness. Brother Nian, I am ready to attempt the forging now. Please protect me. With that, Huang Wanyun retrieved several palm-sized jade stones from the storage pouch gifted to her by Zhao Fengyan. Employing a material manipulation technique, she levitated the jade pendant 3 feet above her. Then, she commanded the 2 beasts to unleash their fiery breath. The fire elemental monkey took a deep breath, directing a stream of flames beneath the jade stone, gradually heating it. The toad followed suit, though its flames were slightly less potent than those of the monkey. Under the continuous roasting of the mystical flames, the jade stone above began to heat up rapidly. With impurities slowly being expelled, Zhao Fengyan remained seated nearby, observing quietly without interference. Though the objectives of artifact forging and alchemy differed, the initial stages of both processes bore considerable resemblance. The artifact Huang Wanyun was attempting to forge was the Spirit Light Jade. This magical artifact possessed certain defensive capabilities and allowed its user to sense their direction within a specified range. Its effects were straightforward, and its tier did not even qualify as low tier, thus making its forging relatively uncomplicated. The method for crafting Spirit Light Jade involved purging impurities from the jade stone imbued with spiritual energy through calcination, refining its essence, and inscribing a magical array. Huang Wanyun dedicated herself to the art of artifact forging for 6 months and has successfully mastered the intricate formations required for inscribing the spirit light jade. The next step hinges on the smoothness of the forging process. As the two beasts continued to breathe fire, they diligently smelted the jade for a full half-hour. And at last, the jade transformed into a translucent spirit liquid. The purity of this liquid was unparalleled, with all impurities thoroughly eliminated. Observing this development, Huang Wanyun's expression turned grave as she commanded, "Increase the intensity of the flames, refine the essence." Under the relentless heat of the two creatures, the spirit liquid ultimately condensed to the size of a thumb. At this juncture, it was crucial to lower the temperature to maintain the liquid's warmth. Utilizing her telekinesis, Huang Wanyun deftly shaped the liquid, and soon after, she formed a peculiar formation with a flick of her fingers. With a single gesture, the formation soared from her hand and successfully merged into the shaping spirit liquid. Under Zhao Fengnian's watchful gaze, tinged with a hint of anxiety, the liquid gradually assimilated the formation and ultimately stabilized. Once the two beasts ceased their fiery breath, a jade pendant was completed. Huang Wanyun reached out to grasp the pendant, and as she infused it with her spiritual energy, it suddenly burst forth with a radiant light, enveloping her in its protective glow. "Niango, behold, the spirit light jade is complete." Witnessing Huang Wanyun's modest pride, Zhao Fengnian's face also lit up with joy. He took the spirit light jade, scrutinized it meticulously, and upon confirming its flawlessness, he looked at Huang Wanyun with admiration. "Wanyun, after mastering the art of alchemy, you have now also acquired the skill of artifact forging. Among the myriad arts of cultivation, you have already mastered 2 of the most advantageous techniques for enhancing a cultivator's strength. The future prosperity of our Zhao family will depend on you." Sensing the genuine appreciation in Zhao Fengnian's words, Huang Wanyun felt a surge of happiness. "Niango, you have always been the one shielding our family from the storms of life. I do not seek great achievements. I only hope to assist you in fortifying our family." Gently grasping Huang Wanyun's delicate hand, Zhao Fengnian gazed at her with warmth in his eyes. As their emotions deepened, the two felt a surge of passion, promptly sending the fire element monkey and fire toad away, and soon they embraced each other. After their intimate moment, Zhao Fengnian recalled that not only was he to forge the spirit light jade today, but he also intended to create a lower-tier flying sword. The crafting of a lower-tier flying sword is not particularly arduous. It merely requires a sturdy earthly spirit material and the mastery of the appropriate formation. With a flick of his hand, Zhao Fengnian produced a golden spirit bamboo measuring over 2 feet from his celestial abode. This bamboo was the golden silk bamboo that Zhao Fengnian had transplanted into his realm. This variant of bamboo, imbued with sharp golden spiritual energy and possessing a robust texture, was exceptionally suitable for forging a lower-tier flying sword. Furthermore, Zhao Fengnian had also mastered the method to elevate the golden silk bamboo to a second-tier earthly spirit material. However, the time required for the bamboo to reach the second tier was exceedingly lengthy, far surpassing that of the zhu fruit. Consequently, Zhao Fengnian did not intend to cultivate too many golden silk bamboos to the second tier, reserving only 2 for further cultivation. The others, he planned to either refine into spirit beasts or utilize in the crafting of flying swords. After taking control of the golden silk bamboo, Huang Wanyun instructed the 2 beasts to resume their fiery breath. However, unlike the jade, the golden silk bamboo could not be completely melted during the smelting process. It could only be further dried to enhance its hardness. If the temperature was too high, it risked being destroyed. Drawing from her previous experience in forging artifacts, Huang Wanyun handled the task with ease. As dusk approached, the golden silk bamboo was finally refined. At that moment, Huang Wanyun's eyes sparkled with determination as she unleashed her sharp formation. Once the formation was fully integrated, the flying sword crafted from the golden silk bamboo was successfully completed. "Wanyun, your talent in the art of forging is truly astonishing." Even with prior preparations, Zhao Fengnian was deeply impressed upon witnessing Huang Wanyun effortlessly craft another lower-tier artifact. Huang Wanyun seemed accustomed to Zhao Fengnian's praise and did not elaborate further. Instead, she began to play with the flying sword. After confirming its perfection, she smiled and said, "Niango, I gift you my first forged flying sword. Please, give it a name." Taking the sword, Zhao Fengnian's eyes sparkled with affection. Though this flying sword was merely of lower-tier status and could only rely on its innate sharpness for combat, lacking the ability to amplify or diminish its size, it was nonetheless special, being the first defensive artifact crafted by Huang Wanyun. As he felt the sword's sharp energy, Zhao Fengnian pondered for a moment before declaring, "This sword is forged from golden silk bamboo. Let us call it the golden bamboo sword. Wanyun, you must forge more in the future so that every member of the Zhao family can have one. Once every member possesses a magical artifact, We shall not have to rely solely on spells in our confrontations with Li Qingshan. Rest assured, Nian Ge, as long as you provide ample materials, I shall forge them with certainty. Huang Wanyun's ability to create both defensive and offensive artifacts meant that, in due time, the Zhao family's strength would significantly increase. It seemed that not long from now, the Zhao family would experience a remarkable rise in power. Chapter 136, Growing Prosperity. A month later, Huang Wanyun successfully forged 6 pieces of spirit light jade and 2 golden bamboo swords. Had it not been for the limited materials, she could have produced even more artifacts. Zhao Fengyan had previously received several spirit light jades from Li Qingshan, which he distributed among the clan members. Now, every cultivator in the Zhao family possessed one. Though this was sufficient, the spirit light jade, being a lower-tier artifact, was highly susceptible to damage, and Huang Wanyun would need to forge more in the future. This would not only enhance her forging skills, but also provide replacements for the clan's cultivators. Moreover, if the Zhao family could establish a foothold in the marketplace and engage in exchanges with other cultivators, these artifacts could also serve as valuable trade items. The number of golden bamboo swords was limited, primarily due to the fact that they were crafted from the golden silk bamboo. Without additional mature golden silk bamboos, Huang Wanyun could not forge more of these swords for the time being. One of the 2 golden bamboo swords was kept for Zhao Fengyan's personal use, while the other was intended for Zhao Jingze, who remained in the imperial city. As the head of the family, it was rather comical for Zhao Fengyan to lack a suitable weapon. Moreover, with Zhao Jingze's presence in the imperial city, there could be dangers, so having a means of self-defense would be prudent. One day, in the training chamber, Zhao Fengyan sat cross-legged, and before him, a flying sword radiating golden spiritual light hovered gracefully. It was the golden bamboo sword. Zhao Fengyan's hands emitted a steady flow of spiritual energy, continuously infusing the golden bamboo sword. This process was essential for the ritual of refining the sword. While mundane objects could be easily manipulated with telekinesis, artifacts were a different matter entirely. For a cultivator to wield an artifact as an extension of themselves, they must infuse it with their own spiritual energy, allowing for seamless control. Although one could manipulate an artifact with telekinesis without refining it, such control would be clumsy and prone to being seized by cultivators of greater prowess. The prospect of being overpowered by one's own artifact was indeed a rather absurd scenario. After an entire day of refining, the golden bamboo sword finally trembled lightly, signaling the completion of the ritual. At last, Zhao Fengyan possessed his first offensive artifact. With a flick of his hand, the golden bamboo sword returned to him. Gazing at the slender sword, Zhao Fengyan felt a surge of affection and, eager to test its might, fixed his gaze intently upon it. With a pointed finger, he directed the sword towards a blue brick in the training chamber using his telekinesis. As the golden bamboo sword shimmered with ethereal light, it transformed into a radiant beam, slicing effortlessly into the azure brick. When the golden bamboo sword returned, the brick appeared unchanged. However, Zhao Fengyan, possessing keen eyesight, could clearly discern that the brick had indeed been severed. The incision was so impeccably smooth and flat that it gave the illusion of being untouched. From this singular strike, Zhao Fengyan recognized that the golden bamboo sword possessed remarkable speed and, with its metallic enhancements, demonstrated extraordinary sharpness. As a low-tier offensive magical weapon, the golden bamboo sword exhibited commendable potency. Regrettably, lacking a golden elemental root, he could not fully unleash its potential. Furthermore, due to material limitations, the low-tier flying sword could not inscribe a spatial array for enlargement or reduction, and the alchemical techniques left by Li Qingshan did not include such a formation. Consequently, the golden bamboo sword would not be able to expand or shrink in the future, nor could it assist him in flying. Nonetheless, the golden bamboo sword was still of great utility to him. In the future, once he acquired a first-tier, robust fire element spiritual material, he could enlist Wanyun's help to forge a new flying sword. Initially, the red copper mine left by Li Qingshan was a second-tier fire element spiritual material, which Wanyun was currently unable to refine. Otherwise, a mid-tier flying sword could have been directly crafted. However, there was no need for impatience. As Wanyun's skills improved in due time, she would surely be able to forge it. After testing the prowess of the golden bamboo sword, Zhao Fengyan stored it within the cave abode. With a magical weapon at their disposal, the Zhao family had undoubtedly enhanced their strength. However, ever since Yang Qingzhou ascended the throne, there had been no notable disturbances within the realm of the Great Sway. This left Zhao Fengyan, who harbored intentions to assert the Zhao family's dominance through decisive action, feeling quite helpless. He had anticipated that following Li Qingshan's demise, news would spread, prompting cultivators from the Great Sway or neighboring nations to test the waters with some form of provocation. Yet, after waiting for several months, no such occurrences transpired. He wished to strike and amplify the Zhao family's prestige, but with no adversaries in sight, he could only channel his pent-up frustration into his cultivation. In truth, the stability of the Great Sway was quite understandable. Although Li Qingshan had passed, many common folk had witnessed the specific details surrounding his demise at the hands of the Zhao family. Thus, the Zhao family, bolstered by numerous cultivators, particularly one of comparable cultivation to Li Qingshan, could not keep such news concealed. If a single Li Qingshan could command respect from the cultivators of the Great Sway and neighboring nations, then the current multitude of Zhao family cultivators would naturally dissuade any thoughts of rebellion. Moreover, several early-stage qi refining cultivators from the Great Sway had recently taken the initiative to approach the imperial palace, expressing their allegiance to Yangqingzhou. The territory occupied by the Great Sway and its neighboring countries is, in the grand scope of the world, rather minuscule. Furthermore, this region lacks spiritual veins, resulting in a dearth of spiritual energy. To cultivators, it is essentially a barren land. Thus, it is improbable that any highly skilled cultivators would venture here. In the future, as long as the Zhao family does not cultivate enemies, it is likely they will continue to thrive within the Great Sway. Time passes without notice, and 3 years swiftly elapsed. During these 3 years, under the aegis of the Zhao family, the Great Sway enjoyed peace and stability. Emperor Yangqingzhou seemed to have savored the taste of power, gradually embracing the role of a sovereign. Over the past 3 years, he appointed an empress and acquired numerous concubines. Furthermore, due to his robust physique and ample vitality, he also had offspring. It can be said that ever since Yangqingzhou ascended to the throne, his life had only become more prosperous. Naturally, the Zhao family also experienced significant developments over these 3 years. Firstly, in terms of cultivation, Zhao Fengyan had broken through to the 7th layer of qi refining. Reaching the latter stages of this realm, Zhao Jingze and Huang Wanyun were at the 6th layer, while Zhao Zhongling had attained the 3rd layer. Additionally, Zhao Fengyan successfully cultivated a 2nd-tier blood vine, enhancing Xiaobai's bloodline, which elevated Zhao Zhongling's spiritual root quality, allowing him to become a 4-root cultivator. Previously the most powerful, Zhao Zhengchuan had now reached the 10th layer of qi refining, which is the pinnacle of this cultivation realm. Beyond that, one progresses to foundation establishment. As the cultivation levels of the family members increased, so did the prowess of the Zhao family's spirit beasts. Xiaohong, Xiaobai, Qingyang horse, and Huiyuan monkey had all reached the late stage of 1st tier. Most of the other spirit beasts had also attained the mid-stage of 1st tier. In addition to cultivation, the Zhao family's enterprises had also made strides. Within the myriad beasts' cave abode, various spiritual plants proliferated extensively, with the red fruits and blood vines, among others. Reaching the 2nd tier, Yangqingzhou had also collected numerous spiritual stones and spiritual jade from the common folk to present to the Zhao family. Huang Wanyun, leveraging these materials, had refined a considerable number of elixirs and magical artifacts. With such advancements in the family, Zhao Fengyan's myriad beast steel also underwent significant changes. Over the past 3 years, he had acquired ample family spiritual light. Yet, he allocated the surplus spiritual light to expand the size of the cave abode, aspiring to elevate the spiritual vein within to the 2nd tier as soon as possible. Having consumed over 1,000 strands, the current myriad beast cave abode now spans 23 acres. The reserve of family spiritual light has also exceeded 500 strands. Chapter 137, The Blood Pact of Xingfeng and the Discourse on Consciousness. On this particular morning, within the Zhao family courtyard, a strikingly handsome youth was practicing martial arts. It was Zhao Xingfeng. Now 10 years of age, he had inherited Zhao Jingze's robust physique. With limbs poised against the ground, he deftly maneuvered and leaped upon the plum blossom stakes in the courtyard, exhibiting both agility and speed. This style of movement was reminiscent of the fierce tiger descending the mountain technique that Zhao Fengyan had practiced in his youth. As Zhao Xingfeng trained, Zhao Fengyan emerged from his quarters. Observing his grandson's extraordinary martial prowess and vigorous vitality, Zhao Fengyan felt a surge of joy. It was evident that, even in the depths of winter, Zhao Xingfeng emanated a warm aura, a testament to his commendable martial arts strength. Zhao Fengyan raised an eyebrow, a gleam of delight in his eyes, for he recognized that his 10-year-old grandson had already entered the ranks of first-rate martial artists. This early achievement surpassed that of Zhao Jingze in his youth. In the realm of commoners, Zhao Xingfeng would undoubtedly be considered a prodigy. Were ordinary martial artists to catch wind of his talents, they would be left in utter astonishment. However, Zhao Fengyan was not particularly concerned with Zhao Xingfeng's martial arts aptitude. He had previously utilized formations to assess Zhao Xingfeng's spiritual roots, and the boy still lacked any. Thus, Zhao Fengyan's sole desire was to expedite the process of forming a blood pact with a spirit beast, setting him on the path to immortality. Xingfeng, enough practicing. Come over here. Upon hearing the call, Zhao Xingfeng halted his training and eagerly responded, "Grandfather, I'm coming right away." He dashed toward Zhao Fengyan, his eyes brimming with excitement. He had already learned from his father that upon reaching the status of a first-rate martial artist, Zhao Fengyan would grant him a grand gift. Accompanying Zhao Xingfeng was a 1-foot-long centipede, a creature he had raised since childhood. For some unknown reason, this boy had always had a penchant for venomous insects, and seeing his family members possess spirit beasts, he yearned for a venomous companion of his own. Zhao Fengyan, with no other option, had sought out a sizable centipede from the mountains, subdued it using a beast taming technique, and transformed it into a higher-level spiritual creature to accompany Zhao Xingfeng. Though merely a spiritual creature, this large centipede boasted a hard shell impervious to ordinary blades and could expel toxic venom. The duo entered the training room, whereupon Zhao Fengyan retrieved a pitch-black mineral. This mineral was a type of hard earth element stone discovered among the resources provided by the court. Zhao Fengyan initially intended to reserve Huang Wanyun for the crafting of flying swords, but given the necessity to assist Zhao Xingfeng with the blood contract beast, and considering that his beast is particularly inclined towards defense, he decided to bestow this upon him. After cautioning Zhao Xingfeng about the impending pain, Zhao Fengyan commenced the process. Although it was somewhat excruciating, the young lad exhibited remarkable fortitude and swiftly completed the ordeal. Subsequently, his centipede spirit creature transformed into a beast, its size dramatically increasing to the length of an arm, appearing rather sinister in its dark hue. However, Zhao Xingfeng took a peculiar liking to it, allowing it to crawl about his neck. Zhao Fengyan admonished him to keep their secrets concealed and provided him with a cultivation technique for future practice before sending him on his way. Another clan member was poised to embark on the path of immortality, and the resonating voice of the 10,000 Beasts monument filled Zhao Fengyan's mind, further amplifying his anticipation for the Zhao family's future. In truth, aside from Zhao Xingfeng, Zhao Fengyan had also endeavored to enlighten other members of the Zhao family over the years. These others included Yang Ronger, who had married into the Zhao family, thus becoming part of it. Her ascension to immortality would undoubtedly bolster the family's strength, allowing Zhao Xingza to bridge the gap between them. However, despite numerous attempts, the 10,000 Beasts monument proved incapable of enlightening her. At this juncture, Zhao Fengyan was finally convinced that the monument could only assist those of the Zhao bloodline, naturally excluding outsiders like Yang Ronger. He and Huang Wanyun were the first generation, followed by Zhao Xingza, Zhao Zhengchuan, and Zhao Zhongling as the second, with Zhao Xingfeng representing the third. Henceforth, the monument could only enlighten their descendants. No outsiders would be granted such favor. Having ascertained this crucial information, Zhao Fengyan often urged Zhengza, Zhengchuan, and Zhongling to expand their branches and leave sooner rather than later. Zhengza was quite understanding. After Zhao Fengyan's gentle nudge, he diligently pursued Yang Rong. Yet Zhengchuan and Zhongling left Zhao Fengyan and Huang Wanyun in a state of exasperation. Zhao Zhengchuan was wholly absorbed in his cultivation, showing no interest in marriage or children, while Zhao Zhongling's lofty standards rendered her indifferent to ordinary men. Unfortunately, there were no cultivators of similar age and spiritual roots in the Great Sway, thus prolonging her marital prospects. Zhao Fengyan could only lament this situation, hoping for Zhengchuan to soon alter his perspective and for Zhongling to encounter a suitable partner, were it not for the fact that he already had grandchildren. And feeling a moral reluctance to father another child younger than his grandchildren, he might have considered having more himself. Once Zhao Xingfeng had vanished from sight, Zhao Fengyan ceased his contemplations and promptly exited the courtyard to inspect the family estate. The vitality of the poultry in the mountains was remarkable, and the koi in the pond had produced numerous offspring. Satisfied with the state of affairs, Zhao Fengyan finally returned home. However, just as he stepped through the door, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Father, can you hear me?" The sound burst forth in his ears as if emanating directly from his mind, rather than from the vicinity. Realizing this, Zhao Fengyan was taken aback. Although he had grown accustomed to the dispassionate voices of the 10,000 Beasts monument over the years, this voice was imbued with excitement and urgency, addressing him as father. As he pondered the sudden addition of a son, the voice resounded again. "Father, do not be surprised. It is I, Zhengchuan. I have transmitted this voice to you through a special method. Please wait a moment. I shall come to find you shortly. Let us meet in the training room to reminisce." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan finally relaxed. He furrowed his brow, curious about how Zhengchuan had accomplished this, and hastened to the training room. Upon entering, he found Zhao Zhengchuan already waiting eagerly. The moment Zhao Fengyan stepped inside, Zhengchuan exclaimed, "Father, I believe I have cultivated my spiritual sense." The earlier voice had indeed been an expression of his spiritual awareness. Spiritual sense? Zhao Fengyan raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with delight. Having cultivated to this point, he was well aware of what spiritual sense entailed. He had learned about it from the miscellaneous notes on cultivation he had acquired, but as a lone cultivator, he had not developed it himself, leaving him with only a vague understanding. It was only through some techniques left by Li Qingshan that he grasped the full concept. Spiritual sense is an ability awakened as a cultivator's cultivation deepens and their soul strengthens, akin to a sixth sense that can be unleashed to envelop a certain range for the purpose of exploration. The greater the spiritual sense, the broader the coverage. It is said that certain techniques specifically aimed at enhancing spiritual sense can be cultivated to either strengthen its capabilities or develop techniques related to it. Furthermore, cultivators can utilize their spiritual sense for short-range communication, as Zhengchuan had just done. However, developing spiritual sense is no easy feat. Typically, only foundational cultivators possess it. A few cultivators with naturally strong souls might awaken it at the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. Zhengchuan likely fell into this category. Realizing the formidable ability his son had acquired, Zhao Fengyan inquired with curiosity, Zhengchuan, when you fully unleash your spiritual sense, what range can you cover? And for how long can you maintain it? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Zhengchuan replied earnestly, Father, I can sense the power of my spiritual sense gradually depleting as I maintain it. It would take approximately an hour for it to be completely exhausted. As for the coverage, it spans about 10 zhang in radius. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy appeared in Zhao Fengyan's eyes. He was already aware of the advantages of spiritual sense. It could be used for environmental exploration as well as communication. The fact that Zhengchuan could sustain it for an hour and cover a radius of 10 zhang was indeed impressive. In combat against cultivators lacking spiritual sense, he could undoubtedly leverage it to gain a detailed understanding of every nuance, thereby securing a significant advantage. At that moment, even Zhao Fengyan found himself filled with anticipation for the potential of spiritual sense. However, as he was still at the 7th layer of qi refinement, whether he could awaken his own spiritual sense at the peak of that stage remained uncertain. It might require a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage for spiritual sense to manifest, rendering any anticipation futile. Zhengchuan, possessing spiritual sense is a fortuitous gift, yet do not become complacent. Your future cultivation must remain diligent. Father, I understand. Having grasped the details of Zhao Zhengchuan's spiritual sense, Zhao Fengyan felt immensely satisfied. The more powerful and versatile his family's abilities became, the greater their influence would grow. He patted Zhengchuan on the shoulder and intended to leave. However, as he turned, he noticed the conflicted and hesitant expression on Zhengchuan's face. Sensing that Zhengchuan had something to express, Zhao Fengyan felt a stir in his heart and smiled gently. Zhengchuan, we are father and son. If you have something to say, feel free to speak openly. There is no need for hesitation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengchuan, who had been visibly troubled, finally steeled himself and spoke his mind. The two settled onto a cushion, and Zhao Zhengchuan, displaying a troubled countenance, said, Father, you are already aware that I have attained the 10th layer of qi refinement. Soon, I must seek a way to establish my foundation. Although you have entrusted me with the foundation establishment sword technique Vajra sword technique left by Li Qingshan, possessing merely the technique without having reached foundation establishment fills me with increasing frustration. Therefore, I wish to find a way to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Zhengchuan's expression grew increasingly resolute. He was wholly devoted to the path of cultivation, harboring little interest in the traditional pursuits of marriage and family. Zhao Fengyan, having listened to him, wore a countenance filled with complexity. He was well aware that after reaching the 10th level of qi refinement, it would be imperative to devise a method for foundation establishment. Currently, Zhao Zhengchuan possessed the finest spiritual roots within the Zhao family. The sooner he could establish his foundation, the greater his chances of breaking through to the golden core stage, and eventually to the nascent soul and divine transformation realms. However, the journey from qi refinement to foundation establishment was not a trivial endeavor. The foundational technique known as diamond sword technique delineated two approaches for a qi refinement cultivator to establish their foundation. The first method entailed waiting until one reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of qi refinement, then activating their cultivation technique to break through the constraints of the dantian, thereby achieving foundation establishment. The second method involved consuming medicinal pills, supplemented by various auxiliary items for foundation establishment, and utilizing techniques to facilitate the breakthrough. The first method, being a direct breakthrough without assistance, or a dismally low success rate, often contingent upon the practitioner's cultivation technique, innate talent, and sheer luck. Among 10 qi refinement cultivators, it would be considered remarkable if one or two managed to succeed in direct foundation establishment. While the low probability was somewhat acceptable, the more daunting aspect was that a failed direct breakthrough could lead to the dissipation of one's entire magical essence. resulting not only in the loss of cultivation but potentially severe damage to one's meridians, even threatening their life. Thus, direct breakthroughs were typically favored by ancient cultivators or wandering hermits nearing the end of their lifespans. In contrast, those who opted for auxiliary means to establish their foundation enjoyed a significantly higher success rate, and even in the event of failure, their magical essence would remain intact, with no peril to their lives. Consequently, contemporary Qi refinement cultivators predominantly chose to establish their foundations through assisted methods. However, Zhao Fengyan was unaware of such methods and thus could not procure them. As his son expressed his desire to establish his foundation, Zhao Fengyan felt a mix of helplessness and guilt, realizing he was unable to assist. Zhengchuan, your father knows of your exceptional talent and dedication to cultivation. Yet our family currently lacks the means to acquire methods for foundation establishment. You may need to wait a bit longer. Under no circumstances should you attempt direct foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengchuan understood completely. He was acutely aware of the arduous efforts Zhao Fengyan had invested in elevating the Zhao family from humble hunters to their present status. Therefore, he bore no resentment towards Zhao Fengyan. Father, I share this not to blame you, but rather to express my desire to venture out and explore. Was it not mentioned in the remnants of Li Qingshan that there exists a market for wandering cultivators 30,000 miles east of the Great Sway? Since it serves as a trading hub for cultivators, there may be medicinal pills for foundation establishment available there. Furthermore, with the Zhao family's extensive enterprises, if I can establish a foothold in the market, I could help expand our family's reach. Earning spirit stones could lead to acquiring more cultivation techniques, magical artifacts, and pills. At this juncture, Zhao Fengyan finally comprehended that Zhao Zhengchuan yearned to journey to the so-called market for wandering cultivators. The authenticity of this market, its regulations, and the potential dangers of the journey were all unknown to Zhao Fengyan. Hence, he had always been reluctant to take such risks, especially since the family was currently on a stable path of growth. However, now that Zhengchuan had attained the 10th level of Qi refinement, how could he not strive for foundation establishment? Zhao Fengyan fell into contemplative silence, while Zhao Zhengchuan seemed to perceive his concerns. Father, do not fret. I am now a Qi refinement cultivator at the 10th level, with considerable prowess, formidable spells, and the assistance of a mid-tier flying sword and a first-level demon beast. Moreover, I have awakened my spiritual consciousness. With such capabilities, I should be able to establish myself in the market. If I remain confined within the family, I may spend my entire life as merely a Qi refinement cultivator. It became apparent that Zhao Zhengchuan's excitement in sharing his awakening of spiritual consciousness was merely a prelude to this very moment. Witnessing Zhao Zhengchuan's determination and the allure of his proposal to forge a path in the market, Zhao Fengyan remained silent for a moment, finally feeling a flicker of intrigue. Very well, I shall accompany you to the market for wandering cultivators. Father, you wish to go too? What, am I not permitted? Zhao Zhengchuan furrowed his brow and reasoned. Father, if you accompany me, I would certainly rejoice, as you are astute and would handle matters with greater care than I. However, Zhengze is in the imperial city, and you are the backbone of our family. Without your presence, there would be no one to look after the household. Should any demonic cultivators or cultivators from neighboring nations come to trouble our Zhao family, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, for safety's sake, I shall go alone. Zhao Zhengchuan's reasoning was indeed sound. If Zhao Fengyan were to accompany him, the family would undoubtedly be placed in significant jeopardy. As the bearer of the myriad beasts cave, he was the foundation of the family and could not afford to take any risks. Zhao Zhengchuan, being the most skilled cultivator with the strongest abilities, and now possessing the means to scout the environment and assist in battles with his spiritual consciousness, was indeed well suited to venture forth alone. Zhao Fengyan remained silent for a long while, fully aware that Zhao Zhengchuan's assertions were valid, yet he hesitated to voice his agreement. Perhaps this was the sentiment of a parent reluctant to allow their child to embark on a solitary adventure. Nevertheless, for the sake of Zhao Zhengchuan's future and the Zhao family's development, Zhao Fengyan ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce. Finally, with a deep sigh, Zhao Fengyan nodded in agreement. Chapter 139, Farewell. After an extensive conversation between Zhao Fengyan and his son Zhao Zhengchuan, the latter's proposal to journey alone to the market for wandering cultivators was ultimately approved. However, even in his consent, Zhao Fengyan repeatedly cautioned Zhao Zhengchuan to remain vigilant and proceed with caution. Additionally, Zhao Fengyan did not permit Zhao Zhengchuan to depart immediately, instead advising him to wait for a month. Though Zhao Zhengchuan was unaware of the specific intentions behind Zhao Fengyan's request, he displayed no impatience, patiently awaiting the designated time. Before long, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Zhao Fengyan immersed his consciousness within the myriad beasts cave, ultimately focusing on a golden spiritual bamboo that towered a full yard in height. This bamboo, known as golden silk bamboo, was no ordinary specimen. It was a second-tier variety that Zhao Fengyan had nurtured for several years using various spiritual stones. A month prior, the golden silk bamboo had been on the verge of maturity. After agreeing to Zhao Zhengchuan's departure, Zhao Fengyan planned to utilize this second-tier bamboo to refine Xiaokai, thereby further enhancing its strength. This was also the primary reason Zhao Fengyan had instructed Zhao Zhengchuan to wait for a month. At this moment, the golden silk bamboo had successfully ascended to the rank of a second-tier spiritual object. Without a hint of reluctance, Zhao Fengyan extracted it and brought it outside the cave. He then summoned Xiaokai, preparing for the refinement process. Xiaokai, currently a mid-tier first-level demon beast, possessed swift flying capabilities and the ability to wield sharp golden threads. Although it was weaker in cultivation compared to other demon beasts like Xiaohong, its aerial agility rendered its combat prowess formidable. In fact, if Xiaokai were to engage in battle with Xiaohong, its flying abilities would allow it to maintain an advantageous position. Refining Xiaokai again would not only enhance its capabilities, but also elevate its bloodline potential. However, Zhao Zhengchuan's spiritual roots were innate and not a product of later evolution. Thus, refining Xiaokai would not augment his roots, which felt like a waste. Nonetheless, enhancing Xiaocai's strength would indirectly bolster Zhengchuan's own prowess. So Zhao Fengyan paid little heed to the matter. Without hesitation or regret, Zhao Fengyan observed as Xiaocai's eyes gleamed with anticipation. And then he tossed the second-tier golden silk bamboo into the air, focusing his mind. The myriad beast tablet suddenly consumed 100 units of spiritual light, dispersing the bamboo into a swirl of golden spiritual essence that fused into Xiaocai's head. As the spiritual light melded, changes began to manifest within Xiaokai, before one's very eyes. Intricate golden patterns began to emerge upon the originally pitch-black wings, a blend of gold and ebony that possessed a certain elegance. Additionally, the small creature, Xiaokai, rapidly grew in size. Once merely larger than an ordinary crow, it now resembled a majestic eagle, towering in stature. Observing that the transformation had reached completion, Zhao Fengyan tentatively called out, "Xiaokai, why not try to unleash your powers?" Upon hearing this, Xiaokai, brimming with excitement, soared into the sky. As it flapped its wings, beams of light, akin to golden little swords, shot forth. Upon closer inspection, one could discern over a dozen such swords striking out, which, after traveling 100 yards, obliterated the distant rocks into dust. The display of might was truly remarkable. Zhao Fengyan, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Zhengchuan, already formidable in his cultivation, now had Xiaokai, whose power rivaled that of a late-stage qi refinement practitioner, by his side. This instilled Zhao Fengyan with a measure of peace regarding his son's solitary venture. 3 days later, at noon, the Zhao family gathered, yet the atmosphere was devoid of joy. This day marked Zhao Zhengchuan's departure from home, a fact Zhao Fengyan had not concealed from the others, leading to a palpable sense of reluctance among the family members. Particularly, Huang Wanyun, knowing that Zhao Zhengchuan intended to embark on a journey 30,000 miles away, potentially encountering demonic cultivators, was filled with profound concern. Thankfully, after Zhao Fengyan's reassurances, she ceased her attempts to dissuade him. At this moment, Zhao Zhengchuan donned a flowing azure robe, a deep blue longsword slung across his back. With Xiaokai perched upon his shoulder and a bundle of belongings in hand, presenting a rather simple appearance. Huang Wanyun stepped forward, her eyes glistening with reluctance as she produced the storage bag Zhao Fengyan had entrusted to her. "Zhengchuan, as you venture forth alone, this mid-grade magical tool might draw unwanted attention. Take this storage bag. It will serve you well for keeping your tools and clothing." In response, Zhao Fengyan shook his head repeatedly. "Mother, you need the storage bag for your alchemy and artifact crafting. You should keep it. I have little need for such things. Do not refuse. If you do not take it, I will not let you leave," she insisted, her typically gentle demeanor taking on a hint of seriousness. Zhao Zhengchuan, resigned, nodded in acquiescence. He accepted the storage bag, his consciousness sweeping through it to discover several luminous jade pieces, a bottle of fasting pills, 3 bottles of qi-gathering pills, as well as an ample supply of spirit stones, clothing, and provisions. It was evident that Huang Wanyun had meticulously prepared these items. At that moment, Zhao Zhengchuan felt a profound sense of maternal care emanating from Huang Wanyun. He clutched the storage bag tightly, solemnly placing it against his chest. "Father, mother, do not worry. I am certain I will achieve my aspirations and return home soon." With that, Zhao Zhengchuan ceased further conversation, urging his flying sword to swell in size. Once the sword had expanded to a length of 10 feet, he leapt upon it, soaring away amidst the gazes of his family. Zhao Zhengling, filled with reluctance, waved with a quivering voice, "Second brother, you must come back safely, and when you do bring back a sister-in-law." Zhao Xingfeng chimed in playfully, "Second uncle, Be sure to return soon and bring me a fine magical tool, one that can fly like your sword." Amidst the playful banter of Zhao Zhongling and Zhao Xingfeng, Zhao Zhengchuan's figure gradually faded from view. Their light-hearted remarks seemed to soften the pangs of parting. Huang Wanyan playfully tapped Zhao Xingfeng on the forehead. "Little Xingfeng, if you desire a magical tool, you should focus more on sensing spiritual energy and strive to enter the first layer of qi refinement." She then playfully tugged at Zhao Zhengling's cheek. "Zhengling, how can you demand your brother bring home a sister-in-law? Your brother is wholly devoted to his cultivation. His reluctance to marry is understandable. Yet you, at your age, are not as diligent in your training as he is. And yet you hold lofty expectations of finding a partner. In the future, when you grow old and unattractive, who will want you then?" Having just seen her son off, even the typically gentle Huang Wanyan felt a tinge of irritation. She unabashedly turned her attention to Zhao Xingfeng and Zhao Zhongling. Zhao Xingfeng, being rather earnest, nodded seriously. "Do not worry, Grandma. I will strive to break through to the first layer of qi refinement as soon as possible." In contrast, Zhao Zhongling was much more mischievous. Aware of Huang Wanyan's foul mood, she dashed towards the backyard, calling out as she fled, "Mother, when will there be a righteous and handsome cultivator of my age for me to marry? Otherwise, I shall remain unmarried until I grow old." Upon hearing this, Huang Wanyan felt a surge of frustration, but Zhao Zhongling had already run far away, leaving her with no choice but to shake her head in exasperation. Turning her gaze, she noticed Zhao Fangyan had remained silent throughout. With a hint of melancholy, Huang Wanyan remarked, "What is it? Your son has left, and you have nothing to say?" Sensing the underlying resentment in her words, Zhao Fangyan felt a hint of awkwardness. He mused to himself that even the gentlest of women could have their moments of ire. Embracing Huang Wanyan's waist, he spoke softly, "I have said all that needs to be said to him. To say more would only incite his worries. Our son has grown. It is time for him to venture into the world. How can he achieve anything while sheltered beneath our wings?" Chapter 140, Journey and Ambush. 20 days later, in a desolate expanse 2,000 miles east of the Great Sway, a young man sat cross-legged upon a rock. As dusk fell, he kindled a fire and retrieved some dry rations and spring water to satiate his hunger and rest. This young man was none other than Zhao Zhengchuan, who had set off from home to explore the markets of scattered cultivators. For 20 consecutive days, Zhao Zhengchuan had followed the direction indicated on the map. Initially, he had relied on his flying sword for swift travel. However, upon exiting the Great Sway, he opted to use wind control for his journey instead. This decision stemmed from Zhao Fangyan's cautionary advice that other nations beyond the Great Sway also held immortal beings. Flying through the sky on a sword could attract undue attention, making it prudent to travel on the ground instead. Though this method would prolong his journey, it was ultimately a safer choice. As Zhao Zhengchuan journeyed intermittently, he had covered a significant portion of the distance over those 20 days. He estimated that within another 10 days, he would reach the marketplace. With each passing moment, his spirits lifted. During his rest today, he felt a sense of leisure, opting not to consume a fasting pill, but instead gnawing on some dry rations and roasting a wild chicken he had caught. Moments later, the chicken was cooked to perfection, and after a hearty meal, he consumed a qi-gathering pill and began his cultivation. Although Zhao Zhengchuan possessed commendable spiritual roots and talents, his impressive cultivation at a mere 20 years of age was largely due to his diligence. As the effects of the qi-gathering pill permeated his system, Zhao Zhengchuan summoned the spirit energy within him and began to cultivate steadily. As night deepened, the forest fell into an eerie silence, save for the flickering shadows cast by the moonlight. Meanwhile, concealed behind a distant boulder, two figures were lurking in the shadows. Both were middle-aged men, slowly peeking out to observe Zhao Zhengchuan, confirming that he was engrossed in his cultivation to the point of oblivion. They exchanged glances, their faces betraying their intentions. "Brother, we've been tailing him for half a day and finally have our chance," one whispered. "Indeed, this lad is at the 6th layer of qi refinement and possesses qi-gathering pills. He must be a cultivator from some minor clan, an easy target. Shall we make our move? Yes, he is utterly unguarded. If we do not act now, when will we?" Upon uttering these words, the two individuals immediately leaped forth, each employing their respective methods. One grasped a palm-sized flying dagger, infusing it with arcane energy, which shot towards Zhao Zhengchuan like a streak of light. The other, lacking weaponry, conjured a fireball the size of a human head. The distance between them and Zhao Zhengchuan was not great, and their sudden appearance and attack were indeed unexpected. In the blink of an eye, the flying dagger and fireball surged towards Zhao Zhengchuan, who abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of cold amusement. Had they finally resolved to act? "I can barely contain my anticipation," he muttered to himself before leaping from the rocky outcrop. With a swift motion, he patted the storage pouch at his waist, from which a white jade pendant floated out, summoning a sphere of verdant spiritual light around him. As the flying dagger and fireball approached, they were effectively repelled by this luminous barrier. This spiritual light was, of course, the effect of the Spirit Light Jade artifact, which, despite being a low-tier magical item with average defensive capabilities, could still effortlessly withstand attacks of modest power. The two assailants, both mid-stage Chi refinement cultivators at the 6th level, found it impossible to breach the barrier. Upon witnessing Zhao Zhengchuan's apparent preparedness, they exchanged surprised glances, their hearts wavering with thoughts of retreat. Yet, upon noticing the storage pouch and the Spirit Light Jade artifact, greed flickered in their eyes. After a moment's hesitation, they tacitly decided to press the attack. Observing their actions, Zhao Zhengchuan smiled coldly, preparing to respond with his own magic. Earlier that day, while passing through a mundane town, Zhao Zhengchuan had detected the presence of these two cultivators with his spiritual awareness. While traveling, he had deliberately concealed his true cultivation level, employing a breath-concealing technique to maintain the appearance of a 6th-level Chi refinement cultivator. This level was neither too conspicuous, nor did it suggest weakness. Along his journey, he had encountered some ill-fated early-stage Chi refinement cultivators who were easily frightened away by his 6th-level prowess. Only these two mid-stage cultivators had caught his attention. Aware of their ill intentions, he had refrained from making a scene in the crowded town, instead leading them into the wilderness. His pretense of ignorance was a calculated move to draw them closer, ensuring that his full power would not scare them off. These two were formidable and might possess knowledge of the rumored loose cultivator market. Thus, Zhao Zhengchuan harbored thoughts of capturing one of them alive. Suddenly, he produced a small azure flying sword from his storage pouch. Infusing it with power, the sword expanded rapidly, emitting a sharp clang as it shot towards one of them. As a mid-tier flying sword artifact, its power far surpassed that of low-tier items. Zhao Zhengchuan exerted all his strength to activate the artifact. His true cultivation level now revealed at the 10th level of Chi refinement. At this moment, the two 6th-level Chi refinement cultivators had closed in within 10 paces of Zhao Zhengchuan. Upon witnessing the might of the mid-tier artifact and sensing Zhao Zhengchuan's true prowess, they were filled with dread. A mid-tier flying sword, a 10th-level cultivator. Their exclamations were distinct, yet both were unified in their terror. Before they could react, the flying sword was upon them. In an instant, a flash of spiritual light passed, and one of the 6th-level cultivators was pierced through the chest by the sword, falling lifelessly to the ground. The other, realizing his companion was dead and knowing he could not resist or escape, quickly knelt in surrender. "Senior, I am but a humble man who failed to recognize your greatness. Please spare my life." Observing this display, Zhao Zhengchuan smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Instead, he reached out and seized the flying dagger artifact from the man's grasp. After a brief examination, he discerned that it was indeed a low-tier artifact with some power. With a decisive motion, he forcibly erased the residual arcane energy, stowing it away in his storage pouch. Witnessing this act, the remaining cultivator felt a pang of heartache, but dared not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, he ingratiatingly exclaimed, "This artifact is called the Void Piercer. To be noticed by you, Senior, is a stroke of fortune for me. Furthermore, I possess 12 spirit stones. You may take them as well." Zhao Zhengchuan, maintaining a stoic expression, inquired, "I shall ask you, is there a market located 10,000 miles to the east?" "A market? Senior, are you referring to the Blackrock market?" "Indeed. There is one 10,000 miles away." He continued, "Please tell me the specifics of this market." "Senior, I only visited it a few years ago, so my knowledge is limited, but I shall share what I know." "Very well, tell me about the Blackrock market." To Zhao Zhengchuan's surprise, the cultivator was indeed knowledgeable about the loose cultivator market. Under the pressure of Zhao Zhengchuan's threat, he dutifully relayed all he knew. Moments later, having divulged the entirety of his knowledge, he cautiously inquired, "Senior, I have shared all I know. May I be allowed to leave?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengchuan nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Given your understanding, I shall spare your life this time. You may go." Elated, the man eagerly nodded and turned to leave. However, after taking just 3 steps, Zhao Zhengchuan's flying sword flashed once more, severing his head from his shoulders. Chapter 141, The Blackrock Market. After dispatching this loose cultivator, a ruthless expression clouded Zhao Zhengchuan's face. He retrieved the flying sword and spirit light jade, sneering, "Dare to raise a hand against me? How could I possibly spare your life?" With that, he thoroughly searched the bodies, extracting over 10 spirit stones, before incinerating the corpses into ashes. Only then did he employ the wind control technique, vanishing into the wilderness. If Zhao Zhengchuan had displayed some restraint within the Zhao family of Meng village, once outside, he felt no compunction whatsoever. He had always been astute, well-versed in various texts, and possessed a maturity surpassing that of Zhao Jingzi. After enduring hardships and challenges, Battling bandits and corrupt officials, the young and clever Zhao Zhengquan realized that in this world, to emerge victorious, one must be ruthless and decisive. Thus, his demeanor had increasingly morphed into one of cold-hearted determination, having resolved to eliminate the two sixth-level cultivators who had followed him into the wilderness. Zhao Zhengquan had no concern for the promise of sparing one of their lives. As he journeyed onward, the two loose cultivators quickly faded from his mind. His thoughts solely fixated on the so-called Black Rock Market. The slain cultivator had merely been a loose cultivator in the mundane realm, wielding power in the earthly court and occasionally robbing low-tier cultivators, thus possessing limited knowledge of the Black Rock Market. From his words, Zhao Zhengquan learned that the Black Rock Market was situated within a distinctive Black Rock Canyon, hence its name. However, despite its designation as a loose cultivator market, it was, in fact, a creation of a sect, the Golden Sword Sect. Allegedly, the Golden Sword Sect established the Black Rock Market to facilitate the recruitment of disciples, appointing a loose cultivator to oversee its operations. The market served as an optimal exchange hub for loose cultivators engaged in mundane cultivation. As wandering cultivators frequently visit, over time, this marketplace is destined to circulate among the mundane, continuously attracting more practitioners. Thus, the Zhao family was also drawn here. With an influx of wandering cultivators, the existence of the Golden Sword Sect can be discerned through them. Consequently, the Golden Sword Sect can utilize the Black Rock Marketplace to perpetually recruit fresh blood. Zhao Zhengquan found this strategy of the Golden Sword Sect quite commendable. Instead of searching far and wide for suitable disciples, the disciples come to them voluntarily. Truly a method that yields enduring benefits. Zhao Zhengquan harbored aspirations of joining the Golden Sword Sect, for it is said to be a superlative sect housing golden core cultivators, abundant in resources and techniques. Joining such an esteemed establishment would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial. Furthermore, Zhao Zhengquan had already assessed his spiritual roots at home. He possessed the three roots of gold, water, and wood. Being under 40 years of age, he indeed met the requirements for joining the Golden Sword Sect. However, without a thorough understanding of the sect's circumstances, Zhao Zhengquan was not inclined to act impulsively. Additionally, with an entire family behind him, joining a sect would inevitably impose restrictions, making it challenging to alleviate his family's burdens. Thus, whether to join the Golden Sword Sect required careful contemplation. The wandering cultivator's knowledge of the Black Rock Marketplace was limited to what was previously mentioned, and he was unaware of any further information. In light of this, Zhao Zhengquan decided to investigate personally. In the days that followed, he traveled tirelessly, day and night. Along the way, he remained exceedingly cautious, employing a technique to conceal his cultivation and avoid conflicts with other practitioners. The Black Rock Marketplace is nestled within the Black Rock Canyon, situated in a mundane realm known as the Yu Kingdom. Upon arriving in the Yu Kingdom, Zhao Zhengquan observed an increasing number of cultivators. As he passed through towns, he frequently encountered practitioners on the streets, discovering more than 10 within just a day or two. Most of these cultivators were at the early stages of qi refinement, with only a few at mid-stage, and there were perhaps a couple at the late stage. Fortunately, Zhao Zhengquan was particularly vigilant at this time, having completely concealed his cultivation. As long as he did not encounter someone of equal or higher cultivation, his identity as a cultivator would remain undetected. Moreover, most practitioners in the Yu Kingdom integrated seamlessly into the mundane, serving as shop owners, government officials, or diligent farmers in the fields. It seemed unlikely that any nefarious cultivators would be present. Zhao Zhengquan paid little heed to this, focusing solely on reaching the Black Rock Canyon as quickly as possible. After another day of travel, he finally arrived at the location marked on the map, which was the Black Rock Canyon. Within a mountain range of the Yu Kingdom, the peaks rose and fell in a majestic array. Between two colossal mountains, a natural canyon emerged, characterized by steep, dark stones, hence the name Black Rock Canyon. At this moment, Zhao Zhengquan utilized the wind control technique to survey the area from above. He noticed that the Black Rock Canyon was extraordinarily vast, and at its center lay a swirling expanse of white mist. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Zhengquan smiled. He had finally arrived at the Black Rock Marketplace. The white mist within the canyon was, in fact, a relatively low-level formation known as the cloud and smoke array, designed to obscure vision. While practitioners could easily see through it using the qi observation technique, it appeared impenetrable to ordinary people, rendering them unable to enter. Zhao Zhengquan employed the qi observation technique and discerned that within the canyon, pavilions and towers were densely arranged, and there seemed to be figures moving about. With this sight, he hesitated no longer and promptly activated the wind control technique to approach. However, as he neared the cloud and smoke array, he suddenly felt an increasing heaviness in his body, and the technique he employed struggled to support him. Just as he prepared to channel his energy to fully exert the wind control technique, A voice echoed from the canyon below. You in the sky. Flight is prohibited in the marketplace. Do not resist the anti-flight formation. Descend immediately. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengchuan realized that the Black Rock Marketplace enforced a so-called anti-flight formation. Since the marketplace had such a requirement, being a newcomer, he did not wish to contravene it. Thus, he gracefully descended into the mist. Once he landed, he was confronted by two 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivators, both clad in identical attire and wielding the same low-tier flying sword artifacts, who scrutinized him closely. Using the Qi observation technique, they could not discern Zhao Zhengchuan's cultivation level. After exchanging glances of surprise, they became considerably more courteous. Esteemed friend, we are the guards of the marketplace. May I inquire if this is your first visit to the Blackrock Marketplace? Zhao Zhengchuan, without reservation, replied, Indeed. This is my first time here. I am unaware of the marketplace's rules. I hope for your understanding. The guards responded, Since you are a newcomer, we shall elucidate the rules of our marketplace to prevent any inadvertent transgressions. Chapter 142, Marketplace Regulations and Foundation Establishment Techniques. Esteemed friend, although the Black Rock Marketplace is known as a gathering place for wandering cultivators, entry is not permitted without proper protocol. To enter, one must pay with spirit stones. One spirit stone allows a stay of 1 day within the marketplace, whether for buying, selling, or cultivating. Additionally, roaming cultivators patrol the marketplace, strictly prohibiting any form of combat or unauthorized stalls. Violations will result in expulsion from the marketplace. If you wish to sell items, you may approach the shops within the marketplace, which not only sell various goods, but also purchase spiritual items. Of course, if you prefer not to sell to the shops, you can visit the inns, where wandering cultivators often engage in trade with one another. Furthermore, this is a road pass that represents your identity and records time with spiritual energy. Should you wish to remain in the marketplace for a few days, I will infuse it with the corresponding spiritual energy. Once the talisman is damaged, I kindly ask that you depart promptly. With that, the guard produced a palm-sized talisman and presented it to Zhao Zhengchuan. Observing the talisman in the guard's hand, Zhao Zhengchuan understood that this was indeed the so-called talisman. Talismans are crafted from various spells, possessing the might of those spells, such as fireball technique, wind blade technique, and so forth. Their convenience for carrying and usage makes them favored by low-level cultivators. However, talismans are generally single-use consumables and are not particularly expensive. Zhao Zhengchuan did not dwell on the talisman, but was more concerned about the other regulations mentioned by the guard. The prohibition against combat in the marketplace was understandable, as it was a gathering place for numerous cultivators. If combat were to break out, the marketplace would descend into chaos. However, the ban on setting up stalls for sales seemed rather stringent. Wandering cultivators wishing to trade must either sell their items to the shops for lower prices than market value, risking significant losses if their inventory increases, or they must inquire at inns for available items, which is exceedingly cumbersome and likely unfeasible for bulk sales. Zhao Zhengchuan had two objectives in coming to this marketplace. First, to seek out techniques for foundation establishment, and second, to investigate the trading rules of the marketplace to expand his family's trading opportunities. If the resources produced by his family could only be sold cheaply to shops, he would naturally be dissatisfied. However, the specifics of the situation would require his assessment before any conclusions could be drawn. Should it prove unfeasible, he would also consider how to establish a shop within the market. This would enable the Zhao family to effortlessly sell their resources in the future. Dismissing further thoughts, Zhao Zhengchuan turned his gaze towards the guard before him. I shall remain for a day and explore the area, he stated. By the way, is it possible to reside here long-term? Upon nearing the vicinity of the market, Zhao Zhengchuan sensed the rich aura of spiritual energy within, suggesting the presence of a first-tier spiritual vein beneath the market. Prolonged exposure to such an energy-rich environment would undoubtedly benefit his cultivation. Thus he began to contemplate a long-term stay. The guard, hearing his inquiry, appeared unsurprised. Friend, should you wish to reside here long-term, there are two options. One may either purchase a travel permit or rent a small courtyard within the market. Although renting a courtyard is considerably more expensive, it still proves to be more economical than the inns within the market. The guard continued, if you choose to rent a courtyard, you may proceed to the market administration office to handle the arrangements. Understanding the situation, Zhao Zhengchuan nodded in acknowledgement and promptly offered a spirit stone to purchase a day's travel permit. The guard, seeing this, ceased to impede him, allowing Zhao Zhengchuan to proceed into the bustling market. As he tucked the travel permit into his robe, he ventured deeper into the market, where he observed a lively scene akin to a royal city in the mortal realm. The market was replete with numerous buildings and wide streets, resembling a small town. The market was substantial, and naturally, it was populated with many individuals. Upon entering the street, Zhao Zhengchuan noticed a constant flow of people, and employing his divination technique. He was astonished to discover that the majority were cultivators. Although the ranks were predominantly comprised of early to mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners, there were also late-stage practitioners present, and he even caught sight of those at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. In the mundane world, it was rare for a nation to boast even 10 cultivators. Yet here, in this market of merely a city's size, there were thousands of them. This spectacle left Zhao Zhengchuan rather contemplative. He observed that there were indeed mortals among the crowd, likely the relatives of the cultivators. Continuing his leisurely stroll through the street, Zhao Zhengchuan happened upon several cultivators donning uniforms akin to those of the market guards. These cultivators were likely the patrolling enforcers of the market. Most appeared to be late-stage Qi refinement practitioners, indicating that the governing power behind the Black Rock market was quite formidable. With such a strong backing, Zhao Zhengchuan felt no trepidation. As long as he refrained from causing trouble, he would naturally attract no unwanted attention. With this thought, Zhao Zhengchuan began to explore the various shops within the market. The town was filled with an abundance of shops, becoming increasingly dense as one approached the center of the market. There were establishments selling medicinal pills, such as the Miao Dam Pavilion, shops for crafting magical artifacts, and others dealing in talismans and formations, as well as inns for temporary lodging. Moreover, there were shops peddling a variety of spiritual items, typically of a larger scale. As Zhao Zhengchuan browsed, he noticed a large establishment named Wanbao Tower, bustling with patrons, indicating a thriving business far surpassing that of the other shops. With a raised eyebrow, he decided to investigate the shop first. Upon entering, he found a series of wooden counters, with shelves in the back displaying a diverse array of goods, including magical artifacts, medicinal pills, and cultivation manuals. He approached an unattended counter, where a young woman of 3 layers of Qi refinement, upon noticing Zhao Zhengchuan, greeted him with a smile. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire what you wish to purchase?" Zhao Zhengchuan pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, "Friend, might your esteemed shop have any items that assist in establishing a foundation?" The young woman was taken aback, replying, "Esteemed guest, regarding items that assist in foundation establishment, I have only heard of foundation establishment pills. Surely, you do not wish to purchase one of those foundation establishment pills?" Zhao Zhengchuan realized that such items were likely a type of medicinal pill, and his interest was piqued. If the foundation establishment pill is the sole item that aids in establishing a foundation, then I would indeed like to procure some. Might I inquire if your shop has any in stock? "Ah, esteemed guest, you jest. Foundation establishment pills are second-tier pills, requiring extremely rare spiritual herbs for their concoction and profound alchemical skills. Naturally, our Wanbao Tower does not possess such items. Even if we did, they would not be sold directly, but rather auctioned off, given their rarity and potential to fetch astronomical prices, possibly reaching tens of thousands of spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengchuan furrowed his brow in dismay. He had not anticipated that the so-called foundation establishment pills would be so scarce and exorbitantly priced. Although the Zhao family had developed a certain foundation over time, they were still incapable of producing tens of thousands of spirit stones. Thus, acquiring them was out of the question, and even if they could, it was likely that none would be found within the market. Zhao Zhengchuan's primary objective for visiting this market was to obtain a method for establishing a foundation. Now, knowing that the foundation establishment pill could assist him, yet being unable to procure it, left him in a state of frustration. Undeterred, Zhao Zhengchuan pressed on with further inquiries. Is it truly the case that in such a vast market, not a single foundation establishment pill can be found? If not here, then where else might one find them? Dear guest, do not be anxious. Foundation establishment pills are treasures that can only be encountered by chance. The last appearance of such a pill in this market was over 20 years ago. However, there is another place where one may obtain foundation establishment pills. Oh, where might that be? The Golden Sword Sect. Disciples who join the Golden Sword Sect have the opportunity to compete for foundation establishment pills during the annual sect competition. Chapter 143, 3-Year Plan. The Golden Sword Sect, yet again the Golden Sword Sect. Zhao Zhengchuan had already intended to join the Golden Sword Sect, and now learning that there was a pathway to obtain foundation establishment pills within it, he felt an overwhelming surge of desire. The young woman before him seemed well versed in these matters, and since inquiries cost nothing, Zhao Zhengchuan readily began to ask about the specifics regarding the foundation establishment pills, such as their success rates, when the Golden Sword Sect would come to recruit disciples, and even how one might acquire a shop within the market. Initially, the young woman received his questions with a smile, but as Zhao Zhengchuan continued to press for details without any sign of stopping, her patience began to wear thin. Were it not for Wanbao Tower's policy of treating customers with courtesy and her inability to gauge Zhao Zhengchuan's true strength, she might have already asked him to leave. After engaging the young woman for nearly half an hour, Zhao Zhengchuan finally nodded in satisfaction, while she felt parched and seized the opportunity to excuse herself. Zhao Zhengquan, however, furrowed his brow in contemplation, digesting the information he had just acquired. Firstly, regarding the method for Qi refinement practitioners to break through to the foundation establishment stage, the only known pathway was through the consumption of foundation establishment pills. These pills were second-tier medicinal concoctions made from various rare spiritual herbs. Due to the scarcity of the required herbs and the complexity of the refining process, their price was exceedingly high. Thus, they rarely appeared in the market and often sold for exorbitant sums. Consequently, Zhao Zhengquan realized that procuring foundation establishment pills from the market was likely impossible. Furthermore, while their price was steep, they did not guarantee a complete success rate for practitioners attempting to establish their foundation. The success rate of foundation establishment pills was merely 20%, yet despite this, Qi refinement practitioners were drawn to them like moths to a flame. The key advantage of these pills lay in their ability to ensure that failure in the breakthrough process would not result in the complete loss of cultivation or damage to the meridians. With the market lacking such pills, the Golden Sword sect, home to Golden Core practitioners, would naturally not find foundation establishment pills particularly scarce. The sect would annually allocate a certain number of foundation establishment pills for its disciples to compete for, thereby motivating them to diligently pursue their cultivation. Therefore, Zhao Zhengquan's next inquiry revolved around when the Golden Sword sect would arrive to recruit disciples. Although the scattered cultivator market is supported by the Golden Sword sect and serves as a recruitment ground for disciples, the number of cultivators with 3 spiritual roots who meet the sect's recruitment criteria is quite limited. Consequently, the Golden Sword sect only visits the market once every 10 years. Furthermore, the sect does not exclusively recruit only those with 3 spiritual roots. Cultivators with lesser spiritual roots may also join, provided they possess sufficient strength. The method of assessing a cultivator's strength is rather straightforward. On the day of recruitment, the Golden Sword sect issues numerous tasks, such as hunting demonic beasts, locating spiritual herbs, and slaying evil cultivators. Successful completion of these tasks yields various rewards, one of which is the opportunity to join the Golden Sword sect. Therefore, the recruitment day is the most bustling period in the market, attracting numerous scattered cultivators from the surrounding mortal kingdoms. Some aspire to join the sect due to their innate talents, while others seek to accomplish the tasks issued by the Golden Sword sect to gain entry or obtain other rewards. However, there are still 3 years until the next recruitment by the Golden Sword sect. Zhao Zhengquan's final inquiry concerned how to acquire a shop to facilitate the Zhao family's sale of their goods. There are essentially 2 ways to obtain a shop. The first is quite straightforward. One can directly pay the required spirit stones to the market management. However, even in the most remote areas of the market, the fee is a hefty 100,000 spirit stones. The more desirable the location, the higher the fee. For a large-scale shop like the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, the cost could easily exceed 1 million spirit stones. Moreover, paying the spirit stones does not grant ownership of the shop, it merely provides the right to operate it. Each year thereafter, one must pay a rent of 10 to 100,000 spirit stones, and failure to do so results in the loss of the shop. Such expenses are beyond the current financial means of the Zhao family. There is, however, a second method, which is related to the Golden Sword sect. Every 10 years, when the sect comes to the market to recruit disciples, those who complete the corresponding tasks can choose from various rewards. These rewards may include joining the sect, acquiring other treasures acceptable to the Golden Sword sect, or even obtaining a shop. Upon learning this, Zhao Zhengquan began to formulate a plan. Since it seemed unlikely he would find a foundation establishment pill in the market, he would most likely need to join the Golden Sword sect. His spiritual roots and age met the criteria, allowing him to join directly. Nevertheless, he also wished to assist his family in acquiring a shop. After careful consideration, Zhao Zhengquan resolved that when the Golden Sword sect came to recruit disciples, he would complete the tasks to help his family secure a shop. Subsequently, he would leverage his own qualifications to smoothly join the sect. With his cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement, competing for a foundation establishment pill should not pose a significant challenge. Thus, this plan would yield benefits for both his family and himself. However, Zhao Zhengquan also learned from a female cultivator that the tasks issued by the Golden Sword sect are notoriously challenging. For instance, hunting demonic beasts typically involves confronting those at the peak of the 1st level or even 2nd level beasts. It is nearly impossible for an average Qi refinement cultivator to accomplish these tasks. Only those with exceptional strength at the late stage of Qi refinement, or groups of cultivators working together, or foundation establishment cultivators, stand a chance of success. Yet, with 3 years remaining before the Golden Sword sect's next recruitment, Zhao Zhengquan planned to focus on cultivating within the market, aiming to elevate his cultivation to the peak of Qi refinement. Simultaneously, he intended to gather items that could enhance his combat abilities, such as magical tools and talismans. Having made up his mind, Zhao Zhengchuan nodded resolutely and, without further ado, exited the 10,000 treasures pavilion. Given the multitude of treasures within, he believed acquiring the necessary items would not pose a challenge. He refrained from making immediate purchases, as he possessed only over 1,000 spirit stones. Until he could ascertain how many spirit stones he would require for a prolonged stay in the market, he was unwilling to spend excessively. Upon leaving the 10,000 treasures pavilion, he searched the market and quickly located a building known as the Black Rock Market Administration. This establishment serves as the management center of the vast market. Upon entering, a fellow cultivator approached him with inquiries. "Esteemed friend, what can I assist you with? Are you looking to select a shop, a long-term residence, report evil cultivators, or register as a market guard? I can facilitate any of these." Faced with such an enthusiastic cultivator, Zhao Zhengchuan felt that the market management was indeed quite accommodating. Initially considering a place to settle, he became intrigued upon hearing about the opportunity to register as a market guard. Serving as a guard would likely eliminate the need for spirit stones. Pray tell, what cultivation level is required to become a market guard, and what are the associated duties? The cultivator chuckled. The requirements to serve as a guard in the Black Rock Market are not stringent. Merely a cultivation level of 6 or above in chi refinement is sufficient. However, the duties involve standing guard and patrolling the market daily, addressing any incursions by malevolent cultivators, and quelling any disputes among those engaged in combat within the city. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengchuan furrowed his brow. The responsibilities of a market guard seemed rather cumbersome. With his singular focus on cultivation, he deemed such a role, though it might save some spirit stones, unworthy of his attention. Shaking his head slightly, he addressed the cultivator directly. "If the guard position is so burdensome, I would prefer you assist me in securing a residence. I intend to reside in the market for the long term. What is the rental fee?" In response to Zhao Zhengchuan's request, the cultivator promptly produced a scroll. Once unfurled, it revealed an entire map of the market, with numerous points marked in red and blue. "Friend, the marked locations indicate residences available in the Black Rock Market. The red points are currently occupied, while the blue ones are available. Please take a moment to examine them and let me know your preference." "What are the prices?" Zhao Zhengchuan inquired. Below the market lies a high-grade spirit vein of the first level, ensuring the entire market is rich in spiritual energy. Consequently, these residences naturally require a substantial amount of spirit stones. Regardless of the location, the price remains consistent at 1,000 spirit stones per year, with a minimum rental period of 1 year. 1,000? Zhao Zhengchuan was taken aback by the cost. Although he had a family backing him, the Zhao family, despite having a spirit vein, could only produce fewer than 2,000 spirit stones annually. Spending 1,000 to reside for a year truly seemed exorbitant. Were it not for the cultivator's need for a tranquil space to cultivate, he would have considered simply acquiring a market pass and not residing in a small courtyard. Sensing Zhao Zhengchuan's apprehension, the cultivator offered a reassuring smile. "Please do not find the price excessive. Each residence in the Black Rock Market is equipped with 2 types of first-level formations, the Spirit Gathering Formation and the Yuan Sealing Formation. The Spirit Gathering Formation is designed to concentrate spiritual energy, aiding in cultivation, while the Yuan Sealing Formation provides a robust defense against intrusions. Additionally, residing within the market ensures protection from guards, alleviating concerns about demonic cultivators. 1,000 spirit stones truly represents exceptional value. Considering the presence of these formations within the residence, Zhao Zhengchuan concluded that the 1,000 spirit stones were indeed reasonable. Furthermore, with guards present in the market, the risk was minimal, providing a sense of security. Even if he expended 1,000 spirit stones, he could find ways to earn more in the future. Weighing his options, Zhao Zhengchuan promptly produced his storage bag, withdrawing 1,000 spirit stones and handing them over. After selecting a relatively secluded residence, the cultivator presented him with a ring-like magical artifact. "Esteemed friend, this is the key to control the formations in your chosen residence. You may use this artifact to activate or deactivate the formations. However, before handing over this item to my esteemed friend, I kindly request that you channel some of your own magical energy, allowing me to observe it briefly. Please do not misunderstand. This action is merely to confirm that you are not a practitioner of demonic arts." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Zhengchuan contemplated deeply, realizing that the cultivators within the market seemed quite wary of demonic practitioners. It appeared that there were indeed some demonic activities surrounding the Black Rock Market. Without further thought, Zhao Zhengchuan subtly stirred the magical energy within his body, suppressing his aura to that of a 7th-layer chi refinement practitioner. When the other cultivator employed a divination technique and discerned that Zhao Zhengchuan bore no trace of demonic energy, and indeed was merely a 7th-layer cultivator, he immediately adopted a demeanor of utmost politeness. "Ah, so you are also a 7th-layer practitioner. My apologies for the oversight." With that, he presented a ring with both hands. After accepting the ring, Zhao Zhengchuan made his way directly out of the market. After wandering through the city for quite some time, he finally arrived at his small courtyard. Nestled among numerous pavilions, this secluded abode was tranquil and elegant. Zhao Zhengchuan adorned his finger with the ring-like artifact and gradually infused it with magical energy. Soon, he witnessed a faint layer of spiritual light forming a barrier outside his courtyard, which then opened to reveal a narrow gap. Just as he was about to step inside, a figure emerged unexpectedly from the adjacent courtyard. This individual was a strikingly beautiful female cultivator who, upon seeing Zhao Zhengchuan, regarded him with surprise. "Have you just moved in, esteemed friend?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengchuan turned to face the female cultivator, his gaze sweeping over her and noting that she was indeed a sixth-layer Qi refinement practitioner of considerable strength. "Indeed, I have just arrived." "Ah, I see," the young woman, Su Ronger, replied with a smile. "I am pleased to meet you, neighbor. I hope we may look out for one another. May I inquire your name?" "I am Zhao Zhengchuan. Looking out for each other is a bit of a stretch, but perhaps we can support one another." As he was new to the area, Zhao Zhengchuan felt it inappropriate to dismiss her outright, and thus engaged in polite conversation. However, Su Ronger seemed quite enthusiastic. After employing her divination technique and finding no trace of Zhao Zhengchuan's true cultivation level, she expressed her surprise. "Ah, it is indeed you, Zhao Daoyu. You must have cultivated a breath-concealing technique. I cannot perceive your true strength, which surely must be considerable. Among cultivators, deliberately concealing one's cultivation level while another attempts to probe is somewhat inconsiderate." Observing that Su Ronger appeared oblivious to her own rudeness, Zhao Zhengchuan felt a twinge of irritation but refrained from expressing any reproach. Instead, he replied calmly, "You flatter me. I am merely a seventh-layer practitioner. I have just rented this courtyard and need to inspect it further. Perhaps we can converse again when time permits." With that, Zhao Zhengchuan chose not to engage further with the young woman and proceeded directly into the courtyard, sealing the formation behind him. Seeing Zhao Zhengchuan depart so decisively piqued Su Ronger's interest. She clicked her tongue in thought, a faint smile gracing her lips as she turned away and returned to her own quarters. Inside the courtyard, Zhao Zhengchuan did not dwell on Su Ronger but instead focused on exploring his new residence. The courtyard was modest, comprising only 3 rooms, but ample for a solitary inhabitant. Zhao Zhengchuan, being a dedicated practitioner, did not place great importance on living conditions. What mattered most to him was the abundance of spiritual energy. The spiritual light barrier he had witnessed earlier was likely a spirit-sealing array, providing a degree of defense, albeit not particularly strong, sufficient to ward off attacks from fifth-layer practitioners. Nonetheless, it would serve as an alert should any cultivator attempt an intrusion. The efficacy of the spirit-gathering array was indeed remarkable. Since entering the courtyard, Zhao Zhengchuan had felt the rich spiritual energy permeating the space. Should he cultivate here long-term, the benefits would far exceed those of using spirit stones. Coupled with spiritual grains and medicinal pills, Zhao Zhengchuan was confident that within 3 years, he could reach the pinnacle of the 10th layer. The 1,000 spirit stones spent on this residence proved to be an excellent investment. Without further ado, Zhao Zhengchuan entered his abode, retrieved a meditation cushion, and settled into a cross-legged position. He then consumed a spirit-gathering pill, harmonizing the energy within and around him, and commenced his cultivation. He practiced until midnight, at which point he finally concluded his session. He sensed that cultivating in this courtyard was at least 30% more effective than in his previous home. Elated by this realization, he secretly wished that his family could also benefit from such a spiritually enriched environment for their cultivation. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Zhao Zhengchuan set out early, eager to explore the market once more. His purpose for visiting the market today was clear. He aimed to ascertain the value of magical artifacts, talismans, formation plates, and medicinal pills. Should the prices be reasonable, he intended to procure some for his own protection. Additionally, he sought to find suitable formulas for pills, methods for artifact crafting, celestial treasures, and seeds for spiritual plants. If found, these could be sent back home to allow Zhao Fangyan to cultivate them, thereby nurturing magical beasts and enhancing Huang Wanyun's refining skills. Chapter 145, A Shopping Expedition. Having arrived at the market for the first time yesterday, Zhao Zhengchuan had yet to familiarize himself with its layout. Now that he had settled into the market, he took the opportunity to thoroughly explore it. He had intentions of making some purchases, and naturally, he needed to compare prices and assess the availability of suitable magical artifacts. After spending the better part of the day wandering through the market, Zhao Zhengchuan finally gained a preliminary understanding of its offerings. Simultaneously, he developed a sense of the price ranges for commonly traded items such as magical artifacts, talismans, medicinal pills, formation plates, and cultivation techniques. The prices for these 4 categories varied significantly based on their quality, ranging from a mere 1 or 2 spirit stones to hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of spirit stones. Having cultivated to this point and activated a mid-tier flying sword artifact, Zhao Zhengchuan had developed a profound fondness for sword cultivation techniques and flying swords. Furthermore, with a singular focus on his path, considering the impressive combat methods of sword cultivators, he resolved to become a sword practitioner himself. Thus, he initially sought to acquire a superior flying sword, specifically one of the most potent gold element flying swords. However, after inquiring around, he discovered that most shops in the market were relatively small, predominantly selling low-tier artifacts. Even the few mid-tier artifacts available were treated as prized possessions, and none of them were gold element flying swords. After completing a circuit of the market, Zhao Zhengchuan ultimately decided to return to Wanbao Tower from the previous day to make his purchases. Upon re-entering Wanbao Tower, the female cultivator who had been flustered by Zhao Zhengchuan's earlier inquiries attempted to retreat upon seeing him. However, perceiving her intent, Zhao Zhengchuan smiled and said, "Dear friend, please do not leave. I have come today not to inquire but to make some purchases." Upon hearing this, the female cultivator's expression softened. "Esteemed customer, may I ask what you wish to acquire? I am looking to purchase a gold element flying sword. Does your establishment have any of commendable quality? Gold element flying swords are somewhat scarce. We have only two, the top-tier golden python sword and the high-tier spirit-cutting sword. Due to the high demand for gold element flying swords, their prices are slightly elevated compared to artifacts of the same tier, priced at 13,000 spirit stones and 8,000 spirit stones, respectively. If you wish to purchase one, I can take you to see the shopkeeper and discuss the specific capabilities of the flying swords." Magical artifacts are classified into 4 tiers: low, mid, high, and top. Learning that Wanbao Tower possessed gold element flying swords, particularly of both top-tier and high-tier quality, filled Zhao Zhengchuan with delight. Yet, upon hearing their prices, he could only shake his head in resignation. There was no way he could afford either the 8,000 or the 13,000 spirit stones. After paying his rent, he currently had less than 800 spirit stones to his name. With a slight shake of his head, Zhao Zhengchuan promptly changed his tune, stating, "The price is too steep. I shall not pursue this further. Might I inquire if you have other artifacts or elixirs?" The female cultivator, aware of the exorbitant value of their metal-based flying sword, anticipated that Zhao Zhengchuan would likely be unable to afford it, thus displaying no signs of surprise. She then retrieved a tome from the wooden cabinet behind her and placed it before Zhao Zhengchuan. "Esteemed guest, this is the latest catalog of the merchandise available at Wanbao Tower, detailing the names and prices of all items within. Please peruse it at your leisure, and should anything pique your interest, we can discuss it further." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengchuan accepted the book and began to leaf through its pages slowly. Wanbao Tower truly lived up to its reputation as the largest establishment in Haiyan Fengshe, offering an extensive variety of goods ranging from various ores and seedlings of spiritual plants to top-tier artifacts and advanced formations. Zhao Zhengchuan took his time browsing. Among the items, he noted the low-tier defensive artifact, the Black Iron Shield, renowned for its durability and priced at 200 spirit stones. The mid-tier offensive artifact, the Silver Moonblade, forged from cold iron with the ability to penetrate armor, was valued at 1,000 spirit stones. The first-tier elixir, the Big Adan, which could satiate one for a month, was priced at 1 spirit stone. The first-tier elixir, the Siling Wand, which was effective in nurturing demon beasts, cost 10 spirit stones. Having perused the entire catalog, Zhao Zhengchuan realized that although he could not afford the coveted metal-based flying sword, he had indeed discovered numerous useful items, many of which were within his financial reach. For instance, the elixir known as Siling Wand, intended for demon beasts, would enhance their cultivation similarly to how the Gathering Spirit Pill benefits cultivators. The Zhao family already possessed techniques for taming beasts, making this elixir particularly advantageous. However, Zhao Zhengchuan did not intend to purchase the finished elixirs directly. Rather, he aimed to acquire the recipes and the required seedlings of spiritual plants. The prices for finished elixirs were exorbitant, and with Huang Wanyan's talent for alchemy, cultivating the spiritual plants for her to concoct would be the most beneficial approach for the family. Additionally, Zhao Zhengchuan discovered other recipes for elixirs beneficial for qi refining cultivators, seedlings of spiritual plants, as well as more advanced methods of alchemy and qi refinement. Naturally, he also found the beast taming techniques that Zhao Fengyan had long coveted. All these items would prove advantageous for the family. After deliberating, Zhao Zhengchuan turned to the female cultivator, who had been waiting patiently, and decisively stated, "Friend, please prepare this, and this, along with these items. I wish to purchase them all." The female cultivator had initially presumed Zhao Zhengchuan to be a mere wandering cultivator, here for the first time merely to broaden his horizons, expecting no purchases. To her surprise, After a brief browse, he truly intended to buy. Her face broke into a smile as she set about preparing the items. Before long, she returned, carrying a tray laden with all that Zhao Zhengchuan required. Friend, all the items you requested are here. The recipe for Siling Yuan and the seedlings of spiritual plants. The recipe for the Yuan cultivation pill beneficial for mid to late stages of qi refining along with its seedlings. The true explanation of artifact forging. The discourse on alchemy. A low-tier alchemical furnace. The Beast Taming technique. Beast Taming Sutra for the qi refining stage. A first-tier isolation formation. The Fengyuan formation. And 3 first-tier talismans for the Golden Light Shield, as well as 3 first-tier talismans for the Swift Movement Talisman. The total for these numerous items amounted to 1,230 spirit stones, but I will charge you only 1,200 spirit stones. This time, Zhao Zhengchuan not only procured items to send back to his family, but also purchased a few talismans for himself. The Golden Light Shield provided commendable defensive capabilities, while the Swift Movement Talisman could enhance his escape speed. Upon hearing the price of the items, Zhao Zhengchuan couldn't help but reflect on how he had expended over 1,000 spirit stones for merely a few items. Truly, expenditures in this marketplace flowed like water. He was aware that his spirit stones were insufficient, and promptly tapped his storage bag, producing 3 pieces of Lingshire jade and placing them on the counter. Friend, I lack enough spirit stones. May I offset the balance with artifacts? At Wanbao Tower, we also accept items from wandering cultivators. Hence we can indeed accept artifacts in lieu of spirit stones. Your Lingshire jade is a low-tier artifact of decent quality, valued at 450 spirit stones for all 3. How does that sound? The tower's selling price for low-tier defensive artifacts was 200, while their purchasing price was 150, yielding a substantial profit. Amidst his reflections, Zhao Zhengchuan felt increasingly resolute in his determination to secure a shop for his family in this marketplace. Without further ado, he nodded in agreement and handed over 750 spirit stones to the female cultivator. Thus, the transaction was settled. Once outside Wanbao Tower, Zhao Zhengchuan glanced into his storage bag, only to find a mere handful of spirit stones remaining. It seemed that in the future, while cultivating in Haiyan Fengshi, he would need to devise ways to earn some spirit stones. With a murmured thought, Zhao Zhengchuan headed swiftly beyond the marketplace. Once he reached a secluded area, he summoned Xiaokai by brushing a fragment of rock from his pocket. He then extracted his items from the storage bag and pinned a letter using a jade slip, placing it within. Xiaokai, this storage bag contains important supplies and a letter for my family. I have been running around for too long. Please assist me in delivering it. Zhao Zhengchuan hung the storage bag on Xiaocai's claw and pointed toward the Zhao family direction. Upon receiving the command, Xiaokai took to the skies, vanishing into the horizon. As a flying demon beast, it possessed commendable speed, making it an excellent means for delivering supplies. Moreover, being a late-stage first-tier demon beast, it was not necessary to worry about its safety among the mundane. Seeing Xiaokai depart, Zhao Zhengchuan lingered no longer and promptly returned to the marketplace. 10 days later, in Mang Village, Zhao residence. Since Zhao Zhengchuan left home, aside from their deep concern for him, the Zhao family exhibited no notable changes. They continued their training diligently and managed their family affairs as usual. On this day, after concluding his practice, Zhao Fengyan first inspected the spiritual valley and seedlings within the Myriad Beast Cave, then proceeded to his family's forest by the pond to observe the poultry and koi they were raising. The golden-patterned chickens and koi, among other poultry, had increasingly rich vitality, proving increasingly beneficial to ordinary martial artists. However, for cultivators, they held little value. Even if sold for a substantial sum, mundane currency held little allure for Zhao Fengyan. Ever since he supported Yang Qingzhou's ascension to the throne, he had been extensively breeding poultry, sending these vitality-rich creatures to the palace for Yang Qingzhou's soldiers. Though this benefited the Daxu, Zhao Fengyan felt a hint of regret. He had long desired to transform the poultry he raised into demon beasts for large-scale breeding. Previously, he had attempted to transform a golden-patterned chicken into a demon beast, which he later cooked and consumed. The transformed chicken not only contained commendable vitality, but also possessed a degree of demonic power. When consumed by cultivators, it could enhance their cultivation, akin to the effects of elixirs. Nonetheless, after transforming several golden-patterned chickens and feeding them spiritual grains for a period, their physiques and intelligence significantly improved, leading them to fly away when left unattended. Even the koi raised in the pond, due to their ability to harm with water, could no longer be raised. Thus, Zhao Fengyan could only employ beast control techniques to forcibly manage 1 or 2 poultry, rendering large-scale breeding unfeasible. After confirming that there were no abnormalities within the family's affairs, Zhao Fengyan returned home to guide Zhao Zhongling and Zhao Xingfeng. As Zhao Fengyan returned home, he was abruptly struck by the sight of a colossal crow, adorned with golden feathers, soaring towards his abode from the horizon. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it unmistakably as Xiaokai. The sight of Xiaokai startled Zhao Fengyan, with only Xiaokai returning. He couldn't help but worry that something might have happened to Zhao Zhengchuan. As Xiaokai alighted beside him, he meticulously examined the bird for any signs of battle. In a moment, he noticed a storage pouch clutched in its talons and promptly took it for inspection. Upon opening it, he discovered a plethora of items, including several jade slips. After some rummaging, when he came upon a jade slip containing a letter from Zhao Zhengchuan, his anxiety began to dissipate. In the letter, Zhao Zhengchuan detailed his observations regarding recent market conditions, the impending recruitment of disciples by the Golden Sword Sect in 3 years, his plans to settle in the market, join the Golden Sword Sect, and acquire a shop there, along with a comprehensive inventory of items he had procured. At that moment, gazing at the contents of the storage pouch, Zhao Fengyan felt a wave of relief at Zhao Zhengchuan's safe arrival and was touched by his consideration for the family. Zhengchuan, how thoughtful of you. If you manage to successfully join the Golden Sword Sect, the resources you gain will undoubtedly surpass what the family could provide. Perhaps the family might even benefit from your fortune, he murmured to himself, emptying the contents of the storage pouch and placing them within the cave's heavenly realm. He then retrieved 2,000 spirit stones, 3,000 pounds of spirit grains, some nourishing pills, and several spirit-light jade pieces to add to the pouch. Subsequently, he entrusted the storage pouch back to Xiaokai and fed it a golden feathered chicken. Xiaokai, you've truly worked hard this time. Please take the storage pouch back to Zhengchuan. Upon receiving the command, Xiaokai took to the skies once more, vanishing from sight. Zhao Fengyan handed these items to Zhao Zhengchuan, fully aware that with all his purchases, Zhao Zhengchuan must be quite strapped for spirit stones. While away from home, he did not wish for his child to suffer from a lack of spirit stones. Additionally, he wanted Zhao Zhengchuan to attempt selling the spirit grains and spirit light jade to assess the market conditions. Although it was somewhat cumbersome for Xiaokai to fly back and forth transporting goods, it was the only option at the moment. Zhao Fengyan had previously attempted to have his spirit beasts carry items into the vast beast cave, hoping to share the space, but he found that upon entering, anything they carried would be repelled by the cave, leaving only their bodies. Even holding items in their mouths proved futile. Thus, the storage space of the vast beast cave could only be utilized by Zhao Fengyan alone. While somewhat inconvenient, it was indeed exceedingly secure. After informing his family of Zhao Zhengchuan's safe arrival at the market, Zhao Fengyan commenced his study of the items Zhao Zhengchuan had brought back. First, he focused on the formulas for the spirit nourishing pill and the essence cultivation pill, along with the seedlings of the required spiritual plants. These items could enhance the cultivation of both spirit beasts and cultivators. After the Zhao family's spirit beasts attained enlightenment, they could only cultivate by absorbing spiritual energy independently, rendering the cultivator's gathering pills ineffective for them. Consequently, their cultivation progress was rather sluggish. However, with the spirit nourishing pill, they would at least be able to keep pace with the Zhao family members. Although the essence cultivation pill was also a first-tier pill, its efficacy surpassed that of the gathering pill significantly. The gathering pill was more suited for the early to mid stages of qi refinement, while the essence cultivation pill was ideal for the mid to late stages. Should these pills be successfully refined, the cultivation speed of Zhao Fengyan, Huang Wanyun, and Zhao Jingzhe would surely see an improvement. Immediately, Zhao Fengyan placed the seedlings of both types of pills within the cave for nurturing and handed the formulas over to Huang Wanyun for her study. He also provided her with more advanced alchemy techniques, qi refinement methods, and a refining furnace. Following this, Zhao Fengyan picked up a text titled Beast Control Scripture to delve into. After a thorough reading, he finally grasped its contents. This scripture was precisely what he had longed to acquire, a method to enhance a cultivator's prowess, while also enabling the control of spirit beasts. The Beast Control Scripture was a technique for qi refinement cultivators, requiring no specific spiritual root attributes. Upon successful cultivation, one could master 2 unique secret methods. The first secret method, named Beast Control, allowed practitioners to command a varying number of spirit beasts based on their cultivation level, provided the beast's strength did not exceed their own. This technique was significantly stronger than the Beast Taming spell. By the 10th level of qi refinement, one could control 5 first-tier spirit beasts. Even upon entering Foundation establishment, this secret method would persist, enabling the control of even more spirit beasts, regardless of whether one cultivated other techniques. The second secret method, known as blood ignition, could temporarily enhance the strength of spirit beasts. The specific effects and duration of this enhancement were also contingent upon the practitioner's cultivation level. Although employing this secret method would deplete the spirit beast's essence, necessitating a lengthy recovery period, it served as an excellent combat tactic. Should Zhao Fengyan achieve mastery in this technique, he could also apply it to Xiaobai and other spirit beasts. Recognizing this, Zhao Fengyan resolved to have all Zhao family cultivators practice this technique. Most of the Zhao family members had already entered the realm of cultivation. Although transitioning to a new technique could be somewhat troublesome, it was not insurmountable. Cultivators altering their techniques required several months of adjustment, during which their progress would stagnate. While this posed a minor cost, mastering the secret methods within the beast control scripture would undoubtedly enhance the Zhao family's ability to command spirit beasts. Zhao Fengyan promptly made multiple copies of the beast control scripture, intending to expedite the training of others. After concluding his study of the scripture, Zhao Fengyan turned his attention to the final item. The last item was a formation plate known as the ceiling formation. This formation was a first-tier array capable of isolating entry and exit with a wide coverage area. Upon activation, Zhao Fengyan discovered that it was considerably weaker than his own golden light formation, yet it consumed spirit stones at a remarkably low rate. Surprised, he pondered the purpose behind Zhao Zhengquan sending such a formation plate home. However, he quickly became excited, striking his fists together in realization. This isolation formation, with its low spirit stone consumption and expansive coverage, would be ideal for raising poultry. This boy Zhengquan truly understands me. Chapter 147. Raising Spirit Beasts and Transitioning Techniques. Zhao Fengyan had initially believed that Zhao Zhengquan, being so devoted to the path of cultivation, would pay little attention to the family business. To his surprise, Zhengquan was quite meticulous, even concerned about Zhao Fengyan's recent troubles. Feeling a touch of warmth in his heart, Zhao Fengyan promptly set out to arrange the formation and establish a breeding ground. Currently, the Zhao family raised poultry including chickens, geese, and koi. With only one ceiling formation at present, and although more might be acquired in the future, it was most efficient to house all these poultry within a single formation, as maintaining the formation's operation also required spirit stones. Considering the three types of poultry, Zhao Fengyan decided to seek a location with both mountains and water. Given that the emperor was now a relative of the Zhao family, securing a prime location was quite straightforward for Zhao Fengyan. He directly ventured to the side of Mongshan, where the forest was dense and a lake lay below. This area was simply perfect for breeding. After selecting the location, he instructed someone to inform the local magistrate that this land would be designated under the Zhao family name. Without further ado, Zhao Fengyan took out the ceiling formation plate, infusing it with his spiritual energy, causing it to expand significantly. He then placed 5 spirit stones into the 5 recesses of the formation plate. Suddenly, Zhao Fengyan tossed it out, and the formation plate embedded itself into a cliff face. Subsequently, a faint spiritual light barrier erupted from it, and under Zhao Fengyan's control, the barrier expanded rapidly, soon enveloping an area of 10 miles in diameter. The formation, confined within the array, can be manipulated by the caster, with a larger range resulting in a more rapid consumption of spirit stones. Zhao Fengyan observed the depletion of spirit stones through the art of fortune-telling, estimating that 5 spirit stones would sustain the formation for no more than a month. Should any cultivators launch an assault on this array, the consumption of spiritual energy would likely escalate dramatically. However, as this locale is inhabited solely by mortals, the demonic beasts to be nurtured here are merely fledgling creatures, lacking significant offensive power. Thus, this formation is indeed suitable for the rearing of such beasts. After establishing the formation, Zhao Fengyan promptly returned home to gradually relocate the koi from the pond and the poultry from the woodlands. Subsequently, he brought over 3 already transformed white dragon dogs to continue their vigilant watch. Once the poultry became accustomed to the formation, Zhao Fengyan extracted over 10 stalks of imperial bloodgrass. This particular spiritual herb is solely useful for concocting the pill of abstinence, rendering it less significant. Although it is classified as a first-tier earthly spiritual material capable of awakening beasts, the beasts thus awakened possess no remarkable abilities, merely nurturing demonic energy within. This spiritual material is quite suitable for transforming poultry into demonic beasts for consumption. With the spiritual herb in hand, Zhao Fengyan approached the poultry and, upon nearing one, infused it with spiritual light, rapidly initiating its transformation. The golden patterned chicken was enveloped in spiritual radiance, growing in size, while the aged goose swelled into a formidable beast. The koi in the lake transformed, resembling aquatic leviathans as they swam about. Zhao Fengyan continued the transformations, and before long, he had utilized the beast monument to awaken 20 initial stage demonic beasts. With the imperial blood grass fully expended, he awaited the next batch of spiritual grass to mature for further transformations. The transformation of these demonic beasts, aside from the consumption of spiritual grass, only required a meager 10 strands of familial spiritual light, a trivial cost for Zhao Fengyan at this juncture. Whether for the consumption of the Zhao family or for sale, it undoubtedly presents a lucrative opportunity for acquiring spirit stones. Furthermore, Given the scarcity of demonic beasts in this region, their rarity might fetch a high price. Following their transformation, these poultry exhibited considerable size and heightened intelligence. They seemed to perceive Zhao Fengyan as a threat and were poised to attack him. However, before Zhao Fengyan could take action, the three white dragon dogs charged forth. Having already transformed into demonic beasts of mid-tier strength, they easily dispatched the poultry, scattering them asunder. Had Zhao Fengyan not intervened, they might have even slain these newly transformed creatures. With a gentle smile, Zhao Fengyan patted the heads of the three dogs and, after a brief moment, exited the formation. With this array safeguarding them, the challenges of mass-rearing demonic beasts were finally resolved. Subsequently, aside from managing his enterprises, Zhao Fengyan also began to revise his cultivation techniques. The Beastmaster Sutra, compared to the spirit absorption breathing technique, not only boasts superior quality, but also provides methods for controlling beasts. Even if he made no progress in his cultivation for several months, he felt compelled to make the switch. This sentiment was shared among others in the Zhao family, who also began to revise their techniques. Of course, while Huang Wanyun revised her techniques, she also delved into the more profound alchemical and crafting methods that Zhao Zhengchuan had brought back, striving to comprehend the concoction methods for the spirit-nourishing pills and the foundation cultivation pills. Once the spiritual herbs for these two types of pills matured, she would set about crafting them. Amidst the busyness of the Zhao family, another year swiftly passed. In this year, the family members gradually completed their technique revisions and commenced their training in the Beastmaster Sutra. Although the secret methods within the sutra had yet to be mastered, with a little more time, success was assured. Additionally, throughout the year, Zhao Fengyan continued to transform more poultry. Now, within the sealed formation, the number of transformed poultry had exceeded 100. The Zhao family consumed one each month to enhance their cultivation. With the assistance of pills, spiritual grains, and the flesh of demonic beasts, the Zhao family's cultivation steadily improved. While not as effective as remaining in the market where Zhao Zhengchuan could continuously absorb spiritual energy, it was still far superior to the conditions faced by scattered cultivators in the countryside. Moreover, a year prior, after receiving Zhao Fengyan's feedback, Zhao Zhengchuan had once again utilized Xiaokai to inform Zhao Fengyan that spiritual grains and spirit light jade were in high demand in the market. As long as they were sold, they would certainly find buyers. However, selling to shops would yield significantly lower profits. Zhao Fengyan felt no discomfort regarding this situation and continued to send another batch of spiritual grains and Huang Wanyun's crafted spirit light jade through Xiaokai for him to sell on his behalf. He believed that until the family ventured into the market, this method of selling surplus family products would be a commendable way to earn spirit stones. Even so, biannual sales had already accrued over 3,000 spirit stones, surpassing the yearly collection by the imperial court. The time would come when they could establish a shop in the market, marking the family's grand opportunity to flourish. In addition to having established preliminary trading channels, the spiritual herbs for crafting spirit-nourishing pills and foundation cultivation pills within the Myriad Beast Cave had also matured. Upon discovering this, Zhao Fengyan retained all the herbs for propagation and extraction, preparing Huang Wanyun for alchemical endeavors. After a year of studying the two pill formulas, Huang Wanyun was confident and prepared to commence alchemy. With the assistance of the fire elemental monkey and fire toad, the control of fire was assured. Additionally, Zhao Zhengchuan had returned with an alchemical furnace, which would further aid in the process. Previously, Huang Wanyun had only utilized mundane stoves for alchemy. However, the alchemical furnace, enhanced with formations, would prevent the leakage of spiritual energy and increase the success rate of pill crafting by 10 to 20%. Upon attempting to refine pills, Huang Wanyun indeed succeeded smoothly, and after a month of diligent work, she finally exhausted all the medicinal materials. Thus, the Zhao family acquired both the spirit-nourishing pills and foundation cultivation pills. Not only did this provide a means for the demonic beasts to accelerate their cultivation, but it also enabled the Zhao family's cultivators to further enhance their training speed. As the quantity of spiritual herbs within the cave increased, allowing for the crafting of more pills, they could also consider selling these pills to earn spirit stones. Chapter 148, Hunting Demonic Beasts. With Zhao Zhengchuan's assistance, the Zhao family's enterprises rapidly flourished over the past year, and Zhao Zhengchuan became increasingly familiar with the market. Throughout this year, he diligently cultivated, making progress in his cultivation. And he was confident that when the Jin Jian sect dispatched cultivators to recruit disciples in 2 years' time, his cultivation would further advance. While he could not guarantee reaching the pinnacle of the 10th level of qi refinement, he was certain it would not be far off. However, despite having Xiaokai as a beast companion, he had not revised the Beastmaster Sutra, for Zhao Zhengchuan was determined to become a formidable sword cultivator. Proficient in the art of combat, the family possessed beast control techniques, but to him, they were merely auxiliary tools. In the future, after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, Zhao Zhengquan would undoubtedly continue to practice sword cultivation techniques. Furthermore, he learned that after the Jinjian sect recruited disciples back to the sect, it would coincide with the annual sect competition. And he was determined to compete for the coveted foundation establishment pill. After over a year of training, although Zhao Zhengquan's personal cultivation had improved, he felt a distinct lack of combat experience. To ensure he could triumph upon joining the sect, he intended to seek out opportunities to gain combat experience. However, dueling was prohibited within the market, and to enhance such experience, he would have to venture outside. Naturally, Zhao Zhengquan had no desire to prey upon scattered cultivators, as such actions were no different from those of demonic cultivators. Additionally, most scattered cultivators outside the market were at the initial to mid stages of chi refinement, and dealing with such cultivators would not significantly enhance his combat experience. Thus, Zhao Zhengquan generally seeks out demon beasts for hunting. Within the marketplace, certain shops offer a myriad of peculiar goods, including intelligence regarding the whereabouts of these creatures. Given that demon beasts possess considerable intellect, they tend to inhabit areas abundant in spiritual resources. Hence, hunting demon beasts not only yields their carcasses, but may also result in the acquisition of celestial treasures. Zhao Zhengquan, keen to accumulate spirit stones, finds hunting these beasts to be a mutually beneficial endeavor. On this day, at a deserted lake situated 10,000 miles north of Haiyan Market, Zhao Zhengquan floated above the tranquil water's surface, his expression grave as he scrutinized the placid expanse below. His mid-tier flying sword was summoned, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Above him, Shao Kai circled incessantly, exuding palpable tension. The source of their unease stemmed from Zhao Zhengquan having expended 300 spirit stones to procure intelligence revealing the presence of a late-stage water attribute demon beast in the vicinity, specifically, a stealthy azure dragon fish. After a cautious survey, Zhao Zhengquan found no immediate signs of the creature. Consequently, he descended onto the water's surface and unleashed his spiritual sense. An invisible force radiated from him, granting him a comprehensive view of all that lay beneath the water. Utilizing his probing abilities, he swiftly traversed the surface. Moments later, he abruptly halted, fixating his gaze on the water below, and coldly scoffed, "Humph. Let us see where you can hide now." As his words echoed, his flying sword whirled and plunged into the depths. A moment later, a massive azure fish, exceeding 10 feet in length, erupted from the water, attempting to strike Zhao Zhengquan with its formidable, scale-covered body. This creature was indeed the late-stage azure dragon fish. Unfazed by the assault, Zhao Zhengquan leapt nimbly aside, pointing a finger as his flying sword danced like a cerulean dragon, intertwining with the azure dragon fish. Each collision emitted flickers of spiritual light, carving wounds into the fish's flesh and dislodging several scales. However, the azure dragon fish was not without its own prowess. Its resilience allowed it to withstand the onslaught, its massive body enabling it to contest the flying sword-esque strikes. Observing this, Zhao Zhengquan smirked, then retrieved a golden short sword from his storage pouch. This sword was the renowned golden bamboo sword. As he urged the lesser golden bamboo sword into action, he simultaneously formed seals with his fingers, unleashing golden light spells. Above, Shao Kai, having spotted the adversary, dove repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of small swords formed from spiritual light towards the azure dragon fish. Surrounded by the dual assault of the two flying swords, Zhao Zhengquan's spells, and Shao Kai's relentless strikes, the azure dragon fish found itself overwhelmed. Its injuries multiplied rapidly, soon staining the water with its blood. Sensing the dire situation, the azure dragon fish dove beneath the surface. However, at that moment, 3 mid-stage demon beasts surged forth from the depths, a fire bear, a fierce tiger, and a black-furred gorilla. Though these beasts were not adept at combat in water, their encirclement effectively blocked the azure dragonfish's escape. The trio roared in unison, converging upon the azure dragonfish and unleashing a flurry of attacks. In mere moments, the azure dragonfish lay lifeless, beyond salvation. Observing this, Zhao Zhengquan gracefully approached, nodding in satisfaction at the deceased creature. He then produced a gray pouch from his waist, beckoning the 3 mid-stage demon beasts into it. These 3 mid-stage demon beasts had been summoned by Zhao Zhengquan through his beast control technique, having been instructed to await his signal while he sought the azure dragonfish. Thus, with the assistance of his many companions, the hunt for the azure dragonfish proved uncomplicated. The pouch he used to contain them was known as a spirit beast bag, a special artifact capable of connecting to the external world without being fully sealed like a storage pouch, allowing for the containment of spirit beasts. This item had cost him 2,000 spirit stones. After recalling Shao Kai, Zhao Zhengquan commenced the dismemberment of the demon beast's carcass. The remains of demon beasts are highly valuable, suitable for consumption or disassembly into materials for alchemy and artifact crafting. The azure dragonfish contained a unique azure fish stone, useful for forging mid-tier artifacts, and its flesh alone could fetch at least 1,000 spirit stones. After securing the carcass within his storage pouch, Zhao Zhengchuan began to search the periphery of the lake. Naturally, he sought the celestial treasures that accompanied the azure dragonfish. In due course, with the aid of his spiritual sense, he soon identified a peculiar spiritual object beneath the water. Submerging, he discovered a gemstone radiating blue spiritual light at the lake's bottom, eliciting a sense of joy within him. The second-tier spiritual item, Water Spirit Stone, was worth at least over 1,000 spirit stones. Quite a find. After some contemplation, Zhao Zhengchuan decided to claim it for himself, intending to eventually return it to his family. Zhao Fengyan required various celestial treasures to awaken the bloodlines of demon beasts, making such items invaluable for family use. With the demon beast slain and the spiritual object recovered, Zhao Zhengchuan's outing was remarkably successful. He promptly left the water's surface, using his magical energy to dry his clothing before ascending on his sword, soaring back towards Haiyan Market. Within 10 days, he arrived at the marketplace, heading straight to the Wanbao building, intending to sell the carcass of the azure dragonfish. Chapter 149, 3 Supreme Artifacts. Inside the Wanbao building, the number of cultivators bustling about seemed significantly greater than usual, causing Zhao Zhengchuan to raise an eyebrow in surprise as he entered. Upon his arrival, the female cultivator who had attended to him previously, now at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, hurried over, beaming with enthusiasm. Zhao Daoyu, it's a pleasure to see you again. The shopkeeper is on the 2nd floor. Allow me to escort you to him. In response, Zhao Zhengchuan maintained a stoic demeanor, following the female cultivator upstairs. After spending nearly half a year in the marketplace, he had continually sought out and hunted demon beasts. During this time, he had slain more than 10, predominantly late-stage beasts, most of which he had sold to the Wanbao building. Over time, a rapport had developed between him and the shopkeeper, who regarded Zhao Zhengchuan as a valued guest, given that few cultivators in Haiyan Market could easily hunt late-stage demon beasts. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Zhao Zhengchuan spotted a mid-aged man with a thin frame and a small mustache, a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement. This individual bore the visage of a shrewd merchant. Ah, Zhao Daoyu, you've returned so swiftly. I presume you've successfully dealt with that azure dragonfish. Your prowess is indeed remarkable. The shopkeeper, having deduced Zhao Zhengchuan's purpose, greeted him with enthusiasm. Wang shopkeeper, there is no need for flattery. Let us discuss the transaction. Zhao Zhengchuan replied flatly, indifferent to the praise. The two then entered a private room, and as Zhao Zhengchuan presented the azure dragonfish's carcass, the shopkeeper rubbed his hands together in excitement. Zhao Daoyu, this azure dragonfish is well preserved, and the azure fish stone is intact. For its late-stage prowess, how does 1,100 spirit stones sound? This price exceeded Zhao Zhengchuan's expectations, indicating the shopkeeper's genuine intent. Zhao Zhengchuan waved his hand. Yes, that price is acceptable. You may take it. With a swift motion, the shopkeeper collected the azure dragonfish's body, yet he did not hasten to produce the spirit stones, instead opting to inquire further. Daoist Zhao, do you have any items you wish to purchase, or perhaps any beast you desire to hunt? After a brief contemplation, Zhao Fengyan responded directly. Shopkeeper Wang, I have been hunting beasts for quite some time and have gathered a modest sum of spirit stones. Therefore, today I seek to acquire a top-tier gold element flying sword. As for hunting beasts, we shall discuss that later. A top-tier flying sword? Shopkeeper Wang rubbed his beard, a look of reminiscence crossing his face. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, exclaiming, Indeed, my Wanbao tower possesses such a sword, known as the Golden Python Sword, but alas, it was purchased merely a month ago. What? Bought? By whom? Zhao Zhengchuan expressed his astonishment, for he was well aware of the price of the Golden Python Sword and had been diligently hunting beasts to accumulate the necessary spirit stones. With the occasional supplies sent from his family, he had finally amassed 13,000 spirit stones, only to learn that it had been acquired by another. This outcome was difficult for Zhao Zhengchuan to accept. My apologies, dear friend, but Wanbao Tower cannot disclose the identities of our customers. Hearing this, Zhao Zhengchuan felt a flicker of displeasure but had no choice but to suppress it. What about the high-tier spirit severing sword? Oh, the spirit severing sword has also been bought. What is happening? Why are these valuable flying swords being snatched up so rapidly? Daoist Zhao, please do not be angered. Allow me to explain the situation. Shopkeeper Wang brewed a pot of tea and began to elaborate. It turned out that not only his Wanbao Tower, but also other markets were experiencing a surge in the demand for magical artifacts. The cause of this was the recent rumors surrounding the movement of demonic cultivators in the vicinity of the marketplace. Numerous rogue cultivators had mysteriously vanished. and some had even fallen victim to these dark forces. This turmoil had instilled fear among the populace, prompting many cultivators to spend lavishly on magical artifacts for protection, which explained the throngs of customers at Wanbao Tower. Additionally, the Jinjian sect would be recruiting disciples in 2 years, leading some rogue cultivators to purchase magical artifacts in anticipation of completing their tasks to join the sect. With these two factors combined, it was no wonder that magical artifacts were flying off the shelves in the market. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengchuan furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. While he was not particularly concerned about the demonic cultivators, he worried about the potential challenges posed by the tasks of the Jinjian sect. He yearned to acquire a quality magical artifact, but if he could not obtain one, his plans to assist the Zhao family in acquiring a shop would be thwarted. Seemingly sensing Zhao Zhengchuan's discontent, shopkeeper Wang donned a cheerful expression. Do not be upset, Taoist Zhao. Although we lack high-quality gold element flying swords, our store offers other magical artifacts, both offensive and defensive. Recently, a Qi refining master crafted a flying artifact that you may wish to consider. If none of these suit your needs, you might also hunt gold element beasts and use their materials to commission someone to forge a magical artifact. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengchuan's countenance brightened somewhat. Shopkeeper Wang was correct. High-quality artifacts could indeed be made from the remains of magical beasts, and those crafted from such materials often possessed some of the beast's innate abilities. If none were available for purchase, he could always resort to hunting. Do you have any news of gold element late-stage beasts in the vicinity? Shopkeeper Wang shook his head in resignation. Alas, Taoist, the spiritual energy around the high-end market is scarce, and magical beasts are already rare. You have hunted numerous ones over the past 6 months. Currently, we only have information on some mid-stage beasts, and none of them possess the gold element. Very well. Please keep an eye out for me in the future, Shopkeeper Wang. Additionally, I would appreciate it if you could present some fine magical artifacts for me to examine. Although Zhao Zhengchuan aspired to be a sword cultivator, the absence of an appropriate flying sword and the inherent risks outside the market compelled him to settle for other magical artifacts. Seeing the opportunity for business, Shopkeeper Wang excitedly retrieved 3 wooden boxes from his storage pouch. Dear friend, these boxes contain top-tier magical artifacts. Allow me to introduce them to you. He opened the first box, revealing a palm-sized turtle shell. Taoist Zhao, this is the top-tier magical artifact, the Spirit Turtle Shield. Once summoned, it can autonomously protect its master, possessing a high level of sentience and formidable defensive capabilities. Even typical Qi refining late-stage cultivators would find it challenging to breach. Its price is 9,800 spirit stones. Without pausing, Shopkeeper Wang proceeded to introduce the remaining 2 artifacts. The second box contained a small, pitch-black hammer. This is the top-tier magical artifact, the Thousand June Hammer. Upon summoning, it expands to several zhang in length, formidable in battle, priced at 9,000 spirit stones. The third box held a palm-sized black canopy boat. This is the top-tier flying artifact, the Black Canopy Boat. Once summoned, it can be powered by spirit stones, conserving magical energy, and can reach speeds of up to 10,000 miles per day. Its price is 10,000 spirit stones. After introducing the 3 top-tier magical artifacts, Shopkeeper Wang looked expectantly at Zhao Zhengchuan. Zhao Zhengchuan gazed at the 3 artifacts, a flicker of desire gleaming in his eyes. Each of these artifacts was a rare treasure. The Spirit Turtle Shield boasted astonishing defensive capabilities. Should he acquire it, even Zhao Jingze, below the foundation establishment stage, would have no fear of any cultivator. The Thousand June Hammer possessed decent attack power, though its speed might be somewhat sluggish. The Black Canopy Boat, a rare flying artifact, lacked offensive and defensive capabilities, but, with its remarkable speed, proved its worth. Even the Zhao family, 3,000 miles away, could be reached in just 3 days with this boat. Additionally, operating this flying artifact required no personal magical energy. It merely needed spirit stones for propulsion. Thus, cultivators could maintain their magical energy while navigating the boat, avoiding the embarrassing predicament of energy depletion during encounters with bandits. Understanding the capabilities and functions of the 3 artifacts, Zhao Zhengchuan found himself desiring all of them. Even the Thousand June Hammer, not ideally suited for him, could be passed on to a family member. However, with only a little over 13,000 spirit stones in his possession, acquiring all 3 was beyond reach. After a moment of silence, Zhao Zhengchuan pointed at the Spirit Turtle Shield and the Black Canopy Boat. Shopkeeper Wang, I will take these 2 top-tier magical artifacts, but could you possibly offer a discount? Upon hearing Zhao Zhengchuan's intention to purchase the 2 artifacts, Shopkeeper Wang was elated. This was a significant transaction. Although he was not the owner of Wanbao Tower, he would still reap considerable rewards. Taoist Zhao, you are indeed a generous spender. Rest assured, given our relationship, I will ensure you receive a fair price for these 2 artifacts. Originally priced at 19,800, I will make an exception today and offer them for 19,000 spirit stones. How does that sound? This price was reasonable. And Zhao Zhengchuan understood that further reductions were unlikely, so he nodded in agreement. Shopkeeper Wang, considering the 1,100 spirit stones from the corpse of the Qinglong fish, I have 12,000 spirit stones remaining. I can offer items in exchange for the remaining 5,900 spirit stones. Though Zhao Zhengchuan lacked sufficient spirit stones, he still possessed several valuable items. With that, he produced a few pieces of spirit essence jade, a vial containing 100 spirit gathering pills, the golden bamboo sword, and several low-tier magical artifacts acquired from some careless low-tier cultivators. Shopkeeper Wang examined these items, realizing that Zhao Zhengchuan was indeed emptying his coffers. He silently began to assess their worth. Daoist Zhao, your offerings, upon rough estimation, are worth at most 3,000 spirit stones. You still fall short by nearly 3,000 spirit stones. What do you propose? Zhao Zhengchuan raised an eyebrow, his eyes reflecting a hint of displeasure. Indeed, he possessed other possessions, such as the recently acquired water spirit stone, along with the 3 remaining spirit beasts bound by his blood contract. These items, particularly the living magical beasts, held considerable value, collectively worth no less than 10,000 spirit stones. However, these treasures constituted a significant part of Zhao Zhengchuan's power, and he was reluctant to part with them unless absolutely necessary. Manager Wang, I have always relied on your Wanbao Tower for the sale of magical beast corpses and other items. Given our friendship, I propose to defer the payment of these 2,900 spirit stones for now. Once I gather the necessary funds, I shall repay you 3,000. What do you think? Manager Wang's expression clouded with difficulty, yet, faced with Zhao Zhengchuan's imposing gaze, he could only nod in reluctant agreement. Observing this, Zhao Fengnian refrained from further conversation, promptly accepting 2 top-grade magical artifacts while simultaneously requesting information on a magical beast from Manager Wang. Without offering a single spirit stone in return, he then exited the Wanbao Tower. Acquiring 2 top-grade artifacts had not only depleted Zhao Zhengchuan's entire fortune, but also plunged him into debt. A sense of reflection washed over him. It seemed he would need to hunt magical beasts more diligently in the future. The high-end bazaar truly resembled a den of extravagance. However, once his family's enterprises stabilized and flourished, along with the establishment of a shop, he believed he could escape this awkward predicament. Despite his resolve to continue hunting magical beasts, Zhao Zhengchuan did not venture out immediately. Having recently returned from a hunt, he required rest and cultivation. Moreover, he needed to properly refine the 2 new artifacts. Once the refining process was complete, his prowess would surely advance, making future hunts significantly easier. Before long, Zhao Zhengchuan arrived at his modest courtyard. A year had passed, and he had just paid an additional 1,000 spirit stones in rent. Otherwise, he would have faced eviction. As he prepared to activate the formation, his neighbor, Su Ronger, seemingly anticipating his arrival, approached from the side. Daoist Zhao, have you returned from yet another hunt? Zhao Zhengchuan had spent a year in the bazaar, frequently venturing out to hunt magical beasts. On occasion, he encountered fellow cultivators within the bazaar. Over time, word had spread regarding his ability to slay late-stage, first-level magical beasts. Many cultivators became aware of a capable and formidable qi refinement practitioner in the bazaar. And given the limited number of late-stage qi refinement cultivators, his name was soon discovered. Half a year ago, upon learning of Zhao Zhengchuan's prowess, Su Ronger began visiting him regularly. Initially, he entertained her visits out of courtesy, but her persistence grew, and she began to behave increasingly frivolously, suggesting an interest in him beyond mere friendship. Consequently, Zhao Zhengchuan felt hindered in his cultivation and, with a heavy heart, made it clear he wished to limit their interactions. After this confrontation, Su Ronger finally toned down her visits somewhat. Today, she had once again come to call, though Zhao Zhengchuan was uncertain of her intentions. Regardless of her purpose, he was reluctant to engage, preferring to return and focus on refining his artifacts. Thus, he merely acknowledged her with a slight nod and intended to step into the courtyard. Ah, Daoist Zhao, please do not be in such haste. I have something I wish to discuss with you. Might it be possible for me to enter and speak with you? Zhao Zhengchuan merely scoffed, responding nonchalantly, not convenient. Perhaps another time. With that, he swiftly entered the courtyard, sealing the formation behind him and leaving Su Ronger outside. In response, Su Ronger slightly parted her lips, her eyes betraying surprise. Gazing at the closed formation and the tightly shut door, she felt a surge of frustration and stamped her foot in irritation. Humph, what a stubborn blockhead. Were it not for my admiration of your skills, I would not bother with you in the least. With that, Su Ronger turned to leave. But after taking a few steps, she hesitated and returned. Standing outside Zhao Zhengchuan's courtyard, she produced a talisman from her robes. This talisman was a sound transmission talisman. Once infused with spiritual energy, it could record spoken words. Su Ronger murmured for a while before tossing the talisman into the formation. Only then did she reluctantly depart.